clearly awakened with an SSS level spirit Tao body talent. Yet I am mocked by the entire school as a waste. Simply because this is a high martial arts event where martial prowess prevails. No matter how high the cultivation talent, the limit is only at the chi refining stage, which is even inferior to a first-tier dancer. But they do not know that I have the ability to lift the restrictions of humanity. For every 5% lifted, I gain a shocking ability. And my first ability is a heaven-defying insight. With no path in cultivation, I will create my own legendary magic. At this moment, during the awakening ceremony, as soon as I stood in the center of the formation, a pillar of light shot into the sky, radiating brilliance that enveloped the entire school. Many students were utterly shocked, their faces displaying confusion. And the most exaggerated reactions came from the school leaders in the viewing area. Principal Zhang Dui's eyes widened, mouth agape, staring incredulously at the awakening platform. A shocking thought crossed my mind. What level of talent is this, that such a terrifying phenomenon occurs? Standing in the center of the formation, I gazed at the phenomenon above, feeling dazed. SSS represents the spirit Tao body talent, which absorbs spiritual energy at an astonishing rate, amplifying the power of all cultivation techniques by 10,000 times. As the awakening phenomenon gradually faded, everyone in the school looked on in shock at the four large characters that appeared in the formation. Spirit Tao body. Is this what an SSS level talent looks like? Principal Zhang Dui approached, his face full of excitement, asking eagerly, "You're Chen Chen, right? I see the formation shows you awakened the spirit Tao body. What exactly are its effects? Is it combat type, defensive type, or supportive type?" As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent and turned to look at me. I did not hide anything and replied honestly, it should be considered a supportive type. The specific effect is an increased speed of absorbing spiritual energy. Zhang Dui was about to say that this effect was good and could enhance cultivation speed, but he quickly realized something was off. It's the spiritual energy needed for cultivation, not the blood energy of the 5 paths. The people around also reacted, all nervously looking at me. Spiritual energy and blood energy, just a word apart, 1,000 miles of error. However, I didn't mind, because after awakening the spirit Tao body, I could clearly sense the spiritual energy in the air. As long as I breathed steadily, I could absorb small amounts of spiritual energy into my body, thus enhancing my physical awakening. The school leaders on the platform looked tense, with Principal Zhang anxiously waiting for my answer. Seeing this, I didn't hide anything and said, "It's the spiritual energy for cultivation. My talent can only be used for cultivation." As soon as the words left my mouth, Zhang Dui's face turned pale, his body trembling in disbelief. "Chen Chen, take another look. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Only when I nodded again, confirming it was indeed a cultivation talent with no enhancement for martial arts. The crowd's faces fell, deeply disappointed. With no path to cultivation, even the highest chi refining level 10 was comparable to a first-tier dancer, and their combat capabilities were even inferior. This scene left the students below puzzled, wondering what was going on. The principal's expression looked as if he had eaten something foul. At that moment, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire school, and a burly middle-aged man in armor appeared, locking his gaze on me. He said in a deep voice, "So you are the one who awakened the SSS level talent. Do you wish to take me, Qin Tianjun, as your master?" As soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted in commotion. Qin Tianjun is a top global powerhouse, a legend. I never expected to see the real person. Upon seeing Qin Tianjun, Zhang Dui and the others immediately became respectful. However, Qin Tianjun merely nodded slightly, not even glancing at them, instead looking at me, waiting for an answer. Seeing such a powerful figure in reality, I couldn't help but feel nervous. My awakened talent is in the spirit Tao, which only applies to leisure, providing no benefits for martial arts. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianjun frowned slightly, saying it was a pity, then turned and left without any hesitation. Seeing Qin Tianjun leave, Zhang Dui and the others were momentarily stunned, then felt it was only natural and gradually left. Only my homeroom teacher, Lin Jisen, looked at me with pity and comforted me, saying, "You don't need to be disheartened. Although cultivation is a side path and cannot lead you to become a strong warrior like martial arts, once you enter the martial arts school, you can learn skills like alchemy and formation techniques, so making a living one? Be a problem. For instance, this awakening formation before us was set up by cultivators." I pretended not to hear. I glanced at the awakening formation. "Your insight is extraordinary. By observing the awakening formation, I learned the talent for formations and awakened the second realm of formations. Your insight is extraordinary. You sense the dense spiritual energy in the air and modify the natural breathing method, slightly enhancing your cultivation speed." This feeling captivated me. I had insights every moment. I was growing stronger every second. However, at this moment, the schoolyard was in an uproar, with discussions buzzing throughout the entire school. Various speculations were emerging one after another. Half an hour later, news broke that the first high school of Jinling had an SSS-level awakening phenomenon, but the result was a cultivation talent. Once this news was revealed, it caused a huge stir online. After the awakening ceremony, the school had a half-day holiday. I didn't go home immediately but instead went to the 5th People's Hospital. In room 18, there lay a frail woman. "Mom, I just finished the awakening ceremony. I have an SSS-level talent, but unfortunately, I was a bit unlucky. I awakened a cultivation talent, which is of no use for martial arts." The ward was silent. It was evident that she was in a vegetative state. "But you don't need to worry, even with a cultivation talent, I can still become strong and earn a lot of money." That evening, I left the hospital and returned to my old, shabby rental apartment, sitting cross-legged and breathing slowly. Heaven-defying insight. I sensed the dense spiritual energy in the air and modified the natural breathing method, slightly enhancing my cultivation speed. At the same time, I discovered changes in my strength, energy, stamina, and other aspects. This was merely a racial limitation. Lifting 1% of the heaven-defying insight ability would likely reach 5% in half a month, at which point I would also gain a second racial ability. The next day, I arrived at school early. Everyone in the class looked at me strangely, whispering among themselves, their faces showing both pity and schadenfreude. I remained expressionless, not paying any attention. "Brother Han, Don, listen to these people. Even if it's a cultivation talent, it's still better than an ordinary person. Besides, reaching chi refining level 10 is equivalent to a first-tier dancer." My deskmate Zhang Wei consoled me. He awakened a C-level talent, Steel Bones, which is considered average in the school. I nodded, understanding that seeing me didn't benefit him. Zhang Wei also relaxed. He was worried I wouldn't be able to handle the blow and would fall into despair, but now it seems like I'm fine. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Lin Jisen, arrived late and asked the students who had awakened their talents to come with me to the 7th floor for their training. All those who awakened their talents yesterday were gathered on the 7th floor. Among them was Xiao Yuqing, who awakened an S-level talent known as the Sword Arm Prodigy. However, unlike before when she would nod and greet me, she now turned away with a cold expression, clearly trying to distance herself from me, indicating there would be no further interaction. Pan Tianqi was thrilled to see this. Back then, he viewed me as a rival and targeted me in various ways. But I resolved all of them one by one, and now that he finally had the upper hand, how could he not gloat? At that moment, Principal Zhang Dui appeared with 2 unfamiliar men. Now that everyone was here, it was time to distribute the training methods. Now, students with awakened talents of at least the S level, please step forward, excluding those with cultivation talents. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look at me, their expressions revealing that the school had completely categorized my SSS level talent, Xinshan, as merely an ordinary S level talent. The training methods are divided into top tier, high tier, and low tier. Except for Xiao Yuqing, who is S level, the other 7 are all from the Jing Tianfu. After finishing his speech, Zhang Dui handed me 8 documents for them to review. This is the introduction to the top-tier training methods, totaling 9 types, with the highest capable of reaching the martial saint realm. Please review carefully and choose the training method that suits you. Suddenly, Xiao Yuqing spoke up. I choose the Tiangang Holy Body training method. As a wealthy heir, she was already well informed about the training methods, and her family had analyzed which one suited her, so she didn't even look at the documents before choosing. Zhang Dui nodded, unfazed by her decision. Then, Xiao Yuqing approached the 2 dancers and took a prism-shaped crystal from a box. This object is called a memory crystal, also known as a heritage crystal. When placed on the forehead, one can directly access the information inside after a few seconds. Half an hour later, it was time for the second batch, consisting of B-level and C-level talent holders. They could choose from over 30 high-tier training methods. By noon, after waiting for a long time, I finally received my own unique cultivation method. There is only one cultivation method for you, so there's no need to choose. Zhang Dui looked at me with a complex expression, a mix of regret and a hint of coldness. I didn't pay much attention and simply signed the confidentiality agreement. I then received the cultivation method. The name of the method is Chi Refining Cultivation Method, a rather crude title, along with more than 10 pages of written content. Fortunately, the details are thorough and comprehensive. The moment I received the cultivation method, I eagerly opened it. With just one glance, a flood of insights surged into my mind, and the notification of my extraordinary comprehension kept refreshing. Your comprehension is extraordinary. After studying the Chi Refining Cultivation Method, I learned the content of the 10th level. You have an extraordinary comprehension and have already mastered the chi refining cultivation method. I found my created natural breathing method too simplistic, so I decided to combine the two. The chi refining cultivation method has a maximum of 10 levels, and upon reaching the top, it can rival a first-tier dancer. I grasped it completely in less than half a minute after receiving it, mastering the strongest cultivation method currently available. Inside my dantian, I possessed a pale white substance of spiritual power, which continuously and gradually strengthened my physical strength, enhancing the sensory perception of my features while also allowing me to use some minor spells. The power should be decent. Meanwhile, others were still excited about receiving their cultivation methods, happily celebrating, even though they had yet to experience the initial sensation of their blood energy. Especially Xiao Yuqing, who appeared calm on the surface, but upon closer inspection, one could still see the excitement in her eyes. If I wanted to, I could eliminate all the pain in this place. At this moment, Zhang Dui spoke to attract everyone's attention. Students, you have all received your training methods. Warriors are classified based on their blood energy values. An average person has a blood energy value of 100. After beginning cultivation, this value will gradually increase, and once it reaches 200, one is considered a first-tier beginner dancer. So you all need to train hard and strive diligently. If your family can afford it, you may consume 5 potions and eat beast meat, which will accelerate your blood energy cultivation. Lastly, if anyone doesn't need to come to school for cultivation, they can register with the homeroom teacher. After Zhang Dui finished speaking, he dismissed everyone on the spot. I then approached my homeroom teacher, Lin Jisen, to apply to cultivate at home. Lin Jisen began to persuade me, Shen Shen, you should understand that those who apply to train at home are usually wealthy and can hire professional dancers for personal lessons. Given your family's situation, if you don't come to school. I interrupted, I know he's well-meaning, but I've already mastered the 10th level. What would be the point of coming back to school? It would just be a waste of time, teacher. I insisted on cultivating at home. Seeing this, Lin Jisen hesitated to speak, ultimately sighed, and finally agreed to my request. After leaving the teacher's office, I felt relaxed and unconsciously walked to the school gate. It was crowded with people, all from various companies and associations in Jinling City, recruiting talented individuals. In simpler terms, they were investing in dancers. They provided money, resources, and connections. You just needed to focus on your cultivation. Once you had gained some strength, you would then join their company to work for them, which is suitable for students from less fortunate backgrounds. I had this idea before, preparing to get money to pay for my mother's hospital fees, but it seemed impossible now. Are you Qin Shen, the student with the newly awakened SSS-level cultivation talent? A young man in blue approached me with a big smile. He walked towards me with a beaming smile. I slightly nodded in response. Hello, I am Xiang Lei from the Taekwondo Academy. Our academy wants to offer you sponsorship. Xiang Lei got straight to the point. Upon hearing about the sponsorship, my eyes grew cold. What are the conditions, and how much is the annual sponsorship fee? The conditions are simple, join our academy and serve us. The sponsorship fee is 5,000 per year. This lasts until you graduate from university. From what I understand, this sponsorship fee is even less than what F-level talent holders would receive. Many cultivation talents fall under this standard. Whether you are S-level or SSS level, the highest you can reach is the 10th level of chi refinement. The difference isn't significant, you may cultivate slightly faster, but even the quickest would still take 3 years to master level 10. In this situation, if I agreed, I would definitely become a victim, later regretting the decision. I'll think about it. Xiang Lei, who had initially been enthusiastic, now spoke coldly, you can take your time to consider, but society is this realistic. Even if you have an SSS level talent, if it's not useful, those better companies won't sponsor you. This situation made me completely abandon the thought of being sponsored, just as I was preparing to leave. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a shiny face approached. I am Du Tao from the Pan Family Association. We want to offer you sponsorship of 100,000 per year and promise not to send you on field missions. However, before that, you need to do one thing. If you can do it, we'll sign the contract immediately. The Pan Family Association has a high reputation in Jinling City, almost operating with impunity. Most importantly, Pan Tianchi is part of the Pan Family Association, yet they approached me with such a generous sponsorship. There must be another motive behind this. Sure enough, Du Tao brought up the task again, and it was quite simple. Right now, at the school gate, you must kneel down and apologize to young Master Tianchi. If you can do that, the Pan Family Association will sponsor you. It seemed that Hualuo had been watching from the sidelines all along. Pan Tianchi jumped out eagerly, mocking me, forget it. How rare and precious is an SSS level talent? How could I possibly handle this? Besides, with Chen Chen's character, he's certainly not going to apologize to me. Seeing Pan Tianqi arrive, Du Tao quickly mocked, precious and rare? Young master must mean antiques, those are indeed rare. But they? Re of no use. But it's different for you, Chen Chen. Even with a cultivation talent, you still need resources. You need money, Don, TU? From what I understand, you can't even afford your mother's hospital fees. You've been investigating me, I said, my expression darkening as I coldly reprimanded him. It's not really an investigation, just gathering some information. You must hope for sponsorship. Why not accept the Pan Family Association's offer? It's 100,000 a year, which is close to what a C-level talent would get. If you miss this opportunity, you might regret it. At the same time, this scene attracted the attention of those around, but they were merely there to watch the spectacle. Whether I regret it or not is my business. With that, I walked away. You're still pretending with me? Let's see how long you can keep this up. Pass on my word to all the major companies and academies in the city, they are not allowed to invest in Chen Chen. Anyone who invests in him is opposing the Pan Family Association. To me, what just happened was merely a minor episode. Since no one is sponsoring me, I'll have to find another way to make money. Hello, is this Chen Chen? Suddenly, a pleasant voice called out. I turned to look and saw a woman around 20, resembling a university student, but her expression was filled with worry. She looked at me with a mix of surprise and delight. Hello, I'm Yang Yinin, the general manager of Changqing Dan Pharmaceutical Company. Is there something you need? If you're here to offer me sponsorship, then never mind, I am not looking for sponsorship right now. I didn't shake her hand, simply responding coolly. Yang Yinin didn't mind and retracted her hand gracefully. I saw what happened at the school gate, but I'm genuinely interested in collaborating with you. I hope you can give me a chance. If you're willing, we can find a CAF and discuss this further. Yang Yinin's tone was sincere, and her attitude was genuine. She wasn't talking about sponsorship but collaboration, which piqued my interest. Half an hour later, we were seated by the window on the second floor of the Coconut Island CAF. Go ahead, how do you propose we collaborate? Chen Chen, my company is called Changqing Dan Pharmaceutical Company, primarily focused on the refining and selling of medicinal pills. Our proposal for collaboration is to have you serve as the spokesperson for our company and promote it whenever you deem appropriate. Seeing Yang Yinin had no further details, I was quite disappointed. Is that it? No other conditions? Yang Yinin's gaze was firm as she nodded. Our company has indeed faced some issues in recent years, consistently operating at a loss. That's why we're looking for you to be our spokesperson, to see if it can help improve our situation. So, I can offer an annual spokesperson fee of around 500,000, and I can also give you 20% of the shares. If the company continues to operate at a loss, you won't be held responsible. If we turn a profit, I will distribute 20% of the dividends to you based on your share. At her words, I couldn't help but freeze in place. You're not joking with me, are you? Yang Yinin assured me that she was completely serious. If you agree, we can sign the contract right now, and once it's signed, I'll transfer this year's 500,000 directly to you. Fearing she might back out, I immediately nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later, the contract and share transfer agreement were completed. Yang Yinin fulfilled her promise and immediately transferred the 500,000 to me. After discussing the details, I left. In the same spot, after I left, a girl wearing a white t-shirt and extremely short denim shorts arrived. She was a young woman with dyed blonde hair. Yang Yinin, have you lost your mind? A cultivation talent is useless, no matter the level. So why spend 500,000 to sponsor her and give away 20% of the shares? Jiang Ting launched into a tirade, leaving no room for Yang Yinin to respond. Yang Yinin could only lower her head in silence. This company was created by her parents, containing all their efforts. She couldn't give up even if there was only a glimmer of hope. On the other hand, I first went to the hospital to pay off my mother's outstanding hospital fees. I then returned to my rented room, and at that moment, my phone chimed with a notification. It was a message from Yang Yinin. The company produces mostly first-tier and second-tier medicinal pills. There are 4 types, with 8 being state patent pills that any company can refine as long as they pay the patent fee. 2 of them are new pills created by our company and have exclusive patent rights. I'm sending you the formulas and refining methods now. I eagerly opened the files sent through the chat application, which contained various formulas and refining methods. You have an extraordinary comprehension. I have learned how to refine the waste blood pill and am optimizing it with new ideas. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have also learned how to refine the blood energy pill and are currently optimizing it with new concepts. In just a moment, I learned the refining methods for all the medicinal pills and was optimizing their side effects and effects. Pills are a means for me to make money, but strength is what matters most. Thinking of this, I opened the Wudao Online Mall, which is the most popular e-commerce platform in the country. Here, one can buy and sell everything that dancers might need. The items I bought were all information related and of lower levels. After diving into various cultivation knowledge, my comprehension played its role effectively, and a flood of inspiration surged in my mind. I continuously modified the chi refining method, eventually compressing it down to just one layer, which encompassed both martial arts and cultivation. My eyes were filled with anticipation. Could it be that when I reached the 9th level of chi refinement, I would be comparable to a martial god? The realm is too high, and I have too little exposure. What lies ahead is still unknown. But at this moment, I had already reached the 1st level of chi refinement. Spiritual energy surged into my dantian, transforming into spiritual power. White mist filled my body, continuously strengthening my flesh and resilience. In terms of combat, I should be invincible among first-tier fighters. Then, I opened my attribute panel to check my information. Name, Chen Chen. Realm, 1st level of chi refinement. Talent, SSS level spirit Dao body. Cultivation method, 1st level of chi refinement. Techniques, Great Deer body refinement method perfected, boatman standing technique perfected, fireball spell perfected, water arrow spell perfected, sealing jade spell perfected, 1,000-mile flying sword perfected, shadowless form perfected, hurricane vortex perfected. Formation, illusion formation, 1st level. Talent, awakening formation, 2nd level. Captive fireball spell, 1st level, explosive spell, 1st level, flash spell, 1st level. Pills, waste blood pill, 1st level, crying blood pill, 1st level, blood crash pill, 1st level. Race ability, released 1. 99%. Comprehension, extraordinary. The path of cultivation is now open. There are no significant issues before the 3rd level. I can cultivate step by step. After reaching the 3rd level, I will need more advanced martial arts knowledge, which cannot be bought with just a few thousand. I still need to make money. The best option should be to create my own pills. Cultivation is too weak, and the variety of pills is limited, plus they have various side effects. If I could create a pill without side effects that also had strong effects, it would surely sell like hotcakes. Thinking of this, I didn't hesitate and immediately began to browse through the medicinal materials and research. As I learned more, my eyes brightened, and in a moment, I created 3 new pills. They are the Sound Blood Pill, 1st level, which, when taken, raises blood energy for 2 hours, increasing 1 to 30 points of blood energy. It has no side effects and can be taken continuously, but taking it multiple times at once has no additional effect. The Skin Refining Pill, 1st level, which, when taken, stimulates the skin to refine itself automatically for 24 hours. It has no side effects and can be taken continuously, but taking it multiple times at once has no additional effect. The Bone Refining Pill, 2nd level, which, when taken, exercises the bones and stimulates the bone marrow, enhancing blood energy for 12 hours. It has no side effects and can be taken continuously, but taking it multiple times at once has no additional effect. After confirming my intentions, I took out my phone and directly called Yang Yinin. What's wrong, Chen Chen? Is there something you need this late? Yang Yinin's voice sounded puzzled, unsure why I was calling her at such a late hour. Manager Yang, where is your company? I want to visit your factory. There was silence on the other end for a moment before she suddenly replied, you want to come to our factory? But the workers have already left for the day. How about tomorrow? I can take you on a tour in the morning. But I insisted on coming right now. Yang Yinin had no choice but to agree and then sent me a location. Half an hour later, I arrived at Chongqing Dan Pharmaceutical Company. Yang Yinin led me into the company. Does the company employ cultivators for refining the pills, or is it done by machines? Of course, it's done by machines. Why hire cultivators? Their efficiency is slow, and you have to pay them. Our factory uses semi-automated machines. We refine pills in bulk. Hearing this, I finally understood why pills had side effects and inferior effects. The actual refinement of true cultivation pills requires controlling the heat and mastery, which is essential for producing quality pills. Do you have medicinal materials here? Please bring them to me. I want to refine some pills. Yang Yinin exclaimed in surprise, you want to refine pills? But I don't know how to use the machines, only the workers do. I don't need machines. Seeing that I was undeterred, Yang Yinin could only helplessly lead me to the medicinal materials storage. As I entered, a strong medicinal scent wafted towards me. I then extended my right hand, and a surge of spiritual power ignited a flame. Seeing my actions, Yang Yinyin was astonished and confused. Although she was a dancer, she understood cultivation well enough to know that one needed to reach the second level of qi refinement to have a trace of spiritual power and the seventh level to barely use spells. Yet I had just received the cultivation method today and was already at the seventh level. But the next moment, I ignited the spiritual fire in my right hand, waved my left hand, and a particular herb flew into the flames, quickly igniting and turning to ash. With each incantation I spoke, another herb flew into the spiritual fire. As time passed, the ashes in the fire gradually transformed into liquid, then into a muddy form, ultimately dividing into 6 small lumps that slowly took the shape of pills. It was only at this moment that Yang Yinyin realized what I was doing, refining pills with my bare hands. This scene shocked her greatly, and her face was filled with disbelief, as if her understanding of reality had been overturned. I immediately consumed one, then sensed its effects slightly and said, "The sound blood pill is even better than expected, exceeding 180%. It increases blood energy by 1 to 55 points within 2 hours after consumption." Yang Yinyin exploded at my words. "What did you say?" "In 2 hours, it increases blood energy by 1 to 55 points with no side effects and can be taken continuously? Are you sure?" I nodded. "This is called the sound blood pill, a new pill I've created." "What? A new pill you've created?" She looked at me in shock again, her heart racing. After a while, regaining her composure, Yang Yinyin asked again, "So, do you plan to use this pill yourself or sell it?" "Of course, I'm planning to sell it. I intend for your company to act as the sales agent." Yang Yinin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unable to contain her emotions, the next morning, she took me to the patent office. After a series of procedures and signatures, the patent for the sound blood pill was successfully obtained. The materials in the storage should be enough to refine about 1,000 pills, which is obviously not enough. We should acquire more materials according to the formula for the sound blood pill. "Okay, I'll go buy the raw materials now." We both set off, one to buy the herbs, the other to start refining pills. During this refining session, I used my spiritual power to refine at the fastest speed. Half a day passed, and the materials in the storage were completely consumed. Yang Yinyin, who had returned after finishing her tasks, watched me refine pills without stopping. "Don't you need to rest when refining? How does it seem like your spiritual power is endless?" It wasn't until 8 p.m. that I finally stopped after refining 10,000 pills. At 5,000 each, if all were sold, I would make 50 million in a single day. My pill refining speed left Yang Yinyin in shock. She never imagined that refining pills could be so profitable. I was also very pleased and jokingly said, "Let's wait until they sell before we celebrate. What if no one buys them?" Yang Yinyin appeared exceptionally excited. How could that happen? Such a great pill, with no side effects and a reasonable price. I guarantee that once it's listed, it will sell out instantly on the Wudao Mall. I hope so. Let's get the pill listed now. Yang Yinyin handled the introduction and listing of the pill at the store. After operating at the computer for a moment, she nervously said, "Alright, it's listed now. We just need to wait." The next morning, I took a cab to the Dancer Association with the purpose of obtaining a dancer's certificate. The sound blood pill had become a sensation, and 10,000 pills sold out the previous night, allowing me to make over 70 million in one night. However, this time, the impact on the resource market was too significant. If I continued refining and selling pills, it wouldn't just be a matter of profit but rather a question of survival. After all, I understood the principle of having a treasure can lead to trouble. Strength is fundamental, so I planned to venture into the wild after obtaining my warrior certificate to improve my combat skills. 300 years ago, endless beasts descended, and humanity rose to resist, ushering in the era of high martial arts. Yet even today, the beasts are not eradicated, instead, they continue to multiply and grow stronger. If it weren't for the military stationed by the state, the cities inhabited by humans would have long been overrun. However, not everyone can venture into the wild. One must hold a dancer's certificate to do so. To obtain this certificate, one must go to the Dancer Association for a blood energy test. Half an hour later, I finally arrived at the Dancer Association. Looking around, I saw hundreds of people. Some had robust physiques and overwhelming blood energy, exuding a powerful presence, while others were expressionless with cold, icy eyes. They emanated a faint murderous aura. Noticing my curious glances around, the guide immediately understood and asked, "You're here to obtain a warrior certificate, right?" I nodded. The guide led me to the certification area and then turned to leave. The process of obtaining the certificate was quite simple. They checked my blood energy value and registered my identity. Ultimately, my blood energy value was measured at 419, placing me close to a second-tier dancer. Before long, the dancer's certificate was processed, but just as I was about to leave, someone called out, "Hello. I saw you just came out of the certification area. Did you just become a first-tier beginner dancer?" A pleasant voice rang out, and I looked over to see a young woman with a shy expression walking towards me. I was somewhat puzzled. She didn't know me, so I wondered why she was calling out to me. "My name is Chu Yiting, a freshman at Spirit University. I just came to apply for a first-tier dancer's certificate as well." I didn't respond, merely looking at her in confusion. Seeing my expression, Chu Yiting's face turned slightly red. She continued, "Well, are you interested in going into the wild? Our class has 4 students who have just broken through to first-tier beginner dancers, but we're short 1 person. Why not join us?" I thought for a moment and figured that since I needed to go into the wild anyway, it would be nice to join their group, so I agreed. "Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, outside the North City Gate," Chu Yiting said before turning to leave. I didn't linger either and left the Dancer Association. Shortly after I left, Chu Yiting returned, her gaze fixed on a young man as she quickly approached him. "Hello, I saw you just came out of the certification area. Did you just become a first-tier beginner dancer?" On the other side, as I returned to my rented place, I felt someone watching me while climbing the stairs. It started the moment I got out of the car. My expression turned serious as I quietly activated my spiritual power, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. Sure enough, as I neared my floor, a middle-aged man wearing a duckbill cap was also heading down. "You must be Chen Chen, the one who awakened the SSS-level cultivation talent." I asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "You can call us the Ideal Society, an organization dedicated to creating a world without disasters, pain, dictatorship, or oppression, where everyone is happy and free." "I've never heard of the Ideal Society. So, what do you want with me?" But he quickly provided an answer. "You, with your awakened SSS-level talent, are the prophesied son of the High Priest. Join us and become a god. We will provide all the resources for your cultivation, you just need to focus on training." As he spoke, his tone grew fervent, almost maniacal, sending shivers down my spine. "My SSS-level talent is useless? It's a cultivation talent. No worries, we have our ways to make you a strong individual. The school doesn't value you, Jinling City doesn't value you, and neither does the state. But the Ideal Society values you, your SSS-level talent should not be wasted." I was filled with caution, increasingly sensing that this person was abnormal. The so-called Ideal Society didn't seem like a good thing. It sounded like a cult. With this thought, my expression turned cold. I spoke up, stating that I wasn't interested. Upon hearing my response, the man was slightly taken aback, his expression shifting. Coming from a poor background with a seriously ill mother, despite awakening an SSS-level talent, it was of no use to him, leading to an inner imbalance. He should have been excited to agree. "How could you not be interested? Please Dawn? Block my way. I want to go home." Seeing this, the man maintained a blank expression, his gaze turning slightly cold. He then slowly whispered, "You will find it interesting," before turning to leave. As I heard his footsteps fade away, I returned to my rented room, took out my phone, opened the martial arts mall, and began purchasing various resources. I bought everything I deemed useful, hoping to quickly enhance my strength for a sense of security. Previously, I had reviewed low-level cultivation methods and various martial arts knowledge, compressing the chi refinement method given by the school down to just 1 layer, then creating my own 2nd and 3rd layers. Now, after looking at many high-level cultivation methods and knowledge, I directly created 4th and 5th layers. The 3rd layer focuses on refining and enhancing physical strength, while the 4th layer emphasizes refining the head, leading to the birth of a cultivation divine stone. The 5th layer centers on refining the organs and energy channels. This results in a dramatic increase in strength, doubling my combat power. I intended to check out some top-tier cultivation methods at the mall, but none were available. They are likely classified as state secrets and won't be sold. However, for now, I don't need to rush. The chi refinement methods are sufficient for me to train for a while. Just then, my phone rang. "Zhang Wei, what do you need from me?" "Wow, after just 2 days of not seeing each other, you've begun to distance yourself from me. Have you struck it rich or found a sugar daddy?" "No, I just thought that now that you've received your cultivation method, you should be training every second." "Yes, I need to train, but balance is important too. By the way, I heard from reliable sources that Xiao Yuqing has already become a first-tier beginner dancer." I was somewhat surprised. It had only been 3 days since she received her cultivation method, and she had already become a first-tier dancer. My own speed was due to my spirit Tao comprehension and the divine abilities of life and death. Yet Xiao Yuqing had only awakened an S-level talent. How could she be progressing so quickly? Of course it's true. Just look at her family, they have money and resources. For us, it might take half a year to go from 100 to 200 blood energy, but Xiao Yuqing only needs 3 days. By the time of the assessment, Xiao Yuqing will probably be a second-tier dancer. After chatting a bit more with Zhang Wei, I hung up the phone. But the next moment, I furrowed my brows. Yang Yining had also called me multiple times during our conversation, sounding quite anxious. I decided to call her back. On the other end, Yang Yining hesitated, saying, "Chen Shan, something happened, and I'm not sure if I should tell you." Hearing Yang Yining's words, I pondered thoughtfully. What is it? Is it about the sound blood pill? Although only 20,000 were sold, it caused quite a stir. This morning, I received calls from the Pan Family Association, the Jia Family Association, the Yufeng Group, and even the Cultivation Alliance. They were all inquiring about the pills and wanted to buy the formulas and patent rights. I wasn't surprised. I had anticipated the subsequent effects when I planned to sell them last night. What kind of offers are they making? The Pan Family Association offered 1 billion, the Yufeng Group offered 1.2 billion, and the highest was the Cultivation Alliance, which offered 2 billion and also wanted to meet the pill refiner. They want to meet the refiner, which is me. There's no way I'm agreeing to that, so I rejected all of them and decided to pause the pill refining for now. After all, human nature is unpredictable. When faced with enormous benefits, who knows if someone might take the risk and come after me? More importantly, this is a high martial world where strength is respected. Even if the likelihood is only 1%, if it happens, I wouldn't be able to withstand it with my current strength. Therefore, I need to enhance my strength as quickly as possible, Chen Shan said softly. Then his expression tightened, and he immediately sat cross-legged, actively running his chi cultivation method to begin his training. In an instant, Chen Shan resembled a small black hole, crazily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy in a devouring manner. This speed was several times faster than when the immortal spirit body absorbed energy automatically. Moreover, it was still increasing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, within his dantian, the white mist formed by his magical power became increasingly dense. In just a moment, it had accumulated into clumps. Eventually, the entire white mist of magical power filled every corner of the dantian, leaving no space for flow. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred at the very center of the dantian. A tiny vortex appeared, rapidly absorbing the surrounding magical power, as if it were condensing something. This process lasted for half a minute until all the white mist disappeared. A drop of crystal-clear liquid, containing immense magical power, formed. At this point, Chen Shan had broken through to the second layer of chi cultivation, using all the magical power from the first layer to condense into a drop of liquid. This is the second layer of chi cultivation. Chen Shan opened his eyes, feeling the changes within his dantian, and said with joy. However, his martial arts realm had not yet broken through. The speed of refining the skin membrane was much slower than chi cultivation, but he was not in a hurry. With more magical power, the body refinement would also progress faster. Plus, once the medicinal materials arrived later, he would refine skin-reinforcing pills to break through to the second stage of martial artist. When the magical power turns into liquid and reaches 10,000 drops, it will converge into a stream. That will be the third layer of chi cultivation. After saying this, Chen Shan did not dawdle and continued his training. After Chen Shan condensed several dozen drops of magical power liquid again, the medicinal materials sent by Yang Yining also arrived. Refining the pills was very simple. Chen Shan completed it in no time. A total of 120 blood-boosting pills, 100 skin-reinforcing pills, and 300 bone-reinforcing pills. After sending 20 blood-boosting pills to Zhang Wei, Chen Shan took some himself. Vitality and magical power, advancing together. Today, I will definitely elevate my strength to a high-level third-stage martial artist. Chen Shan's expression was resolute as he spoke. Pan's Merchant Association, one of the 3 major family-style merchant associations in Jinling City. At this moment, on the 20th floor of the association's building, in the chairman's office, Pan Furens looked at the blood-boosting pill in his hand, his face showing contemplation. He was the 9th-generation chairman of the Pan Merchant Association, overseeing all affairs of the association. He was also a 5th-stage martial master, with formidable strength, one of the upper echelons in Jinling City. However, his appearance was quite unexpected. He was corpulent, with a round face and small eyes. Sticking out a large belly, he looked rather comical. Have you analyzed it? What are the medicinal materials? Suddenly, Pan Furens asked. Chairman, we have already analyzed it. These are the medicinal materials. There were 2 other people in the office. One was a middle-aged man, and the other a young man. The one speaking and handing over the material sheet was the middle-aged man, the general manager of the association. Bay grass, holly fruit, blue lantern flower spike, These are all the most ordinary medicinal materials, right? After reviewing the analysis report, Pan Furin said lightly, "Yes, Chairman. It is estimated that the cost of the blood-boosting pill is less than 400 coins. 400 coins cost? A profit margin of 10 times? This blood-boosting pill is quite interesting. Can it be replicated?" "No, the refining method of this pill is somewhat special. The replicated pills basically all fail. Even if it can succeed, the effect is less than 1/10. Is that so? Then forget it." Pan Furins waved his hand. "Yes, Chairman. However, we should still try to acquire this blood-boosting pill, just based on its lack of side effects, continuous use, and short absorption time. I believe the profit can be increased tenfold." Hearing the man's words, Pan Furins remained silent, but just by this attitude, he had already acknowledged his statement. Seeing this, the man continued, "I have already investigated the longevity pill company. It's just an ordinary company, mainly focused on refining and selling elixirs. It has been in a state of loss until now. If nothing unexpected happens, it will go bankrupt in the next 2 months. But unexpectedly, a new elixir suddenly emerged, and its effects are so powerful. By the way, the person in charge of that company is a student from a university in Lavushi, a second-tier intermediate martial artist. He returned to Jinling City 3 months ago and inherited this company." "Inherited? What about her parents?" Pan Furin asked. "They died." As soon as this was said, Pan Furin narrowed his eyes slightly. "Both parents deceased, the company in loss, a second-tier martial artist. It seems the elixir isn't hers. The creator of the blood vitality pill is someone else." "Yes, Chairman, I think so too. So I've sent someone to the patent office to see if we can find that person. If we can find them, we can bypass the longevity elixir company and talk to that person directly about cooperation." I'll leave this matter to you. Although we mainly deal in beast materials, business is all about making money. Since the blood vitality pill has such high profits, why can't we get involved?" Yes, what the chairman says is right. I guarantee I'll complete the task." You can go now." After the man left, the young man finally spoke. "Dad, this elixir has always been something for cultivators. Could it be related to the Cultivation Alliance?" He was Pan Yue, Pan Furin's eldest son, a gifted individual, a third-tier intermediate martial artist, currently studying at a prestigious martial arts school, a true genius. Cultivation Alliance? If they could refine such a good elixir, how could they possibly sell it to an inconspicuous small company? Do you think they're foolish? Pan Furin scoffed. "That's true, but if that's the case, there must be many people who share the same idea as us, right? Naturally. No profit, no early risers. Who doesn't like something that can make money? But there's no need to worry. Although the blood vitality pill is good and has high profits, it's not enough to attract some big companies. However, some people in Jinling City might take action." "Are you talking about the Jiao Chamber of Commerce, Li Chamber of Commerce, and Yufeng Group? Who else could there be? By the way, what about your brother? What's his vitality value now?" Pan Furin changed the subject, talking about his son. "Tianqi has awakened his gifted level. It has quite a few enhancements for martial arts training. Now he's only 20 vitality points away from becoming a first-tier martial artist." Pan Yue replied. "Becoming a martial artist within 5 days is acceptable, barely qualified." Though he said this, a smile still appeared on Pan Furin's face. His 2 sons, one awakened with gifted talent, the other with gifted talent. For a large family in business, this was indeed a prosperous situation. "What about you? How's your training?" Pan Furin asked. "Pretty smooth. I'm refining my body, getting close to 60. If resources are sufficient, I estimate I can break through to a top-tier 4th-level martial artist by the end of this year. At that time, my master might introduce me to the military." "Going to the military? That's fine. Although the situation is dangerous now, with your master looking after you, it should be fine. As for resources, you don't need to worry. With the Pan family's large chamber of commerce, not to mention 4th-tier martial artists, even 6th-tier masters can be supported." "Yes, Dad. The Cultivation Alliance, further enhancing strength. The Cultivation Alliance, further enhancing strength. The Cultivation Alliance is composed of numerous cultivators. However, the personnel are complex, and the web of relationships is chaotic, making it a semi-official organization. It has certain management rights over all aspects of cultivation, including but not limited to weapon refining, elixirs, talismans, formations, etc. And it has branches in every city. At this moment, in the center of Jinling City, Jinling Immortal Cultivation Branch Alliance, the person in charge, Qin Langming, along with 3 senior members of the branch, were in a conference in the office. The main alliance means that since the blood-generating pill has flowed out from Jinling City, then it will be our responsibility. The first task is to obtain the pill formula and the refining techniques. Second, if we can buy the patent, we buy it. If we can't, we must obtain the agency rights. Third, and most importantly, identify the person behind the pill refining. Whether to win them over or to befriend them will be decided after discussion by the main alliance. Qin Langming, in his 50s, wore a classical robe and had long hair pinned up, exuding a certain immortal aura. The other three were not young either, all around their 30s and 40s. Their attire varied, but their movements indeed differed from martial artists, possessing a certain ethereal quality. This new pill is not simple. It's not something just anyone can create. Indeed, not to mention the effects, just the side effects. How many years have we studied this? Yet we have never been able to solve it, including martial arts potions, and yet this blood-generating pill can do it. If we could know the method, the effectiveness of both the pills and potions would increase by 50%. 50%? That much? 50% is a conservative estimate. Some pills have great effects, but the side effects are troublesome. Exactly, some martial arts potions are like that too. If we could completely solve this problem, it would benefit the whole world. So I think we must find that pill refiner and obtain the refining methods. Agreed. I agree too. Everyone, what if the other party is unwilling? Unwilling? For something beneficial to society and all humanity, how can we allow them to be unwilling? Qin Alliance Leader, what about the longevity pill company? Are they selling the formula? Yes, Qin Alliance Leader, didn't you contact the head of that company before? What did they say? Everyone looked at Qin Langming, waiting for a response. They refused. Upon hearing this, Qin Langming said solemnly, refused? What about helping to introduce the person behind the pill refining? Did they refuse that too? Someone on the left asked. That's right, they all refused. Qin Langming nodded. Interesting, it seems we can only use other means. No rush, let's contact them a few more times and try not to offend anyone. In today's meeting, besides the new pill matter, there's another thing I want to discuss with you, Qin Langming said. Oh, what is it? It's about that student from Jinlingno, one high school with exceptional Immortal Cultivation talent. The main alliance mentioned it too, wanting to invite that student to join the Immortal Cultivation Alliance. I agree. Such exceptional talent should indeed join the alliance. I also agree, and I can personally go invite them. Alright, then this matter will be handled by Taoist Zhang. Good. Outside, events were unfolding that Chen Chen was unaware of. He remained in his rented room, sitting cross-legged, refining his skin with the pill while also condensing magical liquid. Just like that, a night passed in a blur. When dawn broke, Chen Chen finally awoke from his cultivation. Name, Chen Chen, Realm, Qi Refining Level 3, 3rd Stage Warrior, Talent, Immortal Spirit Body, Level, Cultivation Method, Qi Refining Immortal Cultivation Method, 3rd Layer. Subsequent martial arts methods are not displayed. The essence has been integrated into the Qi Refining Immortal Cultivation Method. Spells, Fireball Technique, perfect. Water Sword Technique, perfect. Wind Control Technique, perfect. Concealment Technique, perfect. 1,000-mile Flying Sword, perfect. Shadowless Following, perfect. Hurricane Vortex, perfect. Blazing Fire Dragon, perfect. Earth Erupting Sandspike, perfect. Martial Skills, Fierce Tiger Form Intent Fist, perfect. Heavenly Cloud Hand, perfect. Formation, Illusion Formation, 1st Stage, Talent Awakening Formation, 2nd Stage, Talismans, Fireball Talisman, 1st Stage, Explosive Talisman, 1st Stage, Flash Talisman, 1st Stage. Elixirs, Blood Vitality Pill, 1st Stage, Skin Refining Pill, 1st Stage, Bone Refining Pill, 2nd Stage, Racial Ability, Release 2 Heaven-Defying Comprehension. Seeing his own panel, Chen Chen smiled and murmured, I broke through. Qi Refining Level 3. With the Immortal Spirit Body and a Heaven-Defying Comprehension, Chen Chen's speed in cultivation was unimaginable. In just one night, he broke through from Qi Refining Level 2 to Level 3. The mana in his dantian was abundant enough to gather into a stream. Its quality was excellent, almost viscous. If he used spells, their power would be dozens of times stronger. It was no exaggeration to say that against 2nd and 3rd Stage warriors, without close combat, Chen Chen could achieve instant kills. Of course, even in close combat, Chen Chen was not afraid. Besides Qi Refining, Chen Chen did not neglect his body refinement. Blood Vitality Pill, Skin Refining Pill, Bone Refining Pill. These 3 elixirs have no side effects and can be taken continuously. Moreover, the higher the martial talent, the better the effect. Although I have an Immortal Cultivation talent, it does not enhance my martial body refinement, but I have mana to assist, so my martial realm will not be slower than those with level and level talents, Chen Chen said confidently, because at this moment, he was already a high-level 3rd Stage warrior, and due to his self-created cultivation method, his body refinement was much stronger than that of other warriors. A first stage beginner warrior has a blood vitality value of 200, mainly focusing on skin refinement, refining to have resilience and defense, just enough to withstand ordinary blades. But my skin, Chen Shan looked down. His skin was as white and tender as jade, showing no signs of having been tempered. But this was precisely the manifestation of having reached the extreme. Cowhide, copper skin, iron skin, jade skin. The four small realms of skin refinement, although most people were unaware and had never paid attention, were usually practiced until the blood vitality value reached the standard before moving on to the next step of bone refinement. However, Shen Shen learned that some descendants of great families and masters above would only be allowed to break through to the next realm after refining their skin to iron skin. It was said that this made their foundation thicker and future achievements higher, and Shen Shen was fortunate enough to directly refine to the highest jade skin. The more thorough the skin refinement, the more blood vitality feedback. Although the standard for the first stage is a blood vitality value of 200. But during my skin refinement phase, my blood vitality value reached around 2000, 4 times higher than others. Perhaps this is the foundation? Is this also the reason why the descendants of great families and those with level talents stand out and are stronger than ordinary warriors? Chen Chen whispered. And that's not all. Second stage, third stage, fourth stage can actually all be called bone refinement. And bone refinement also has hidden small realms, divided into stone bone, copper bone, iron bone, jade bone. Similar to skin refinement, the more thorough the tempering of the bones, the deeper the foundation, and the more blood vitality feedback. I have already refined my limbs to the jade bone level. The trunk at the third stage has also begun. The standard for blood vitality values at the second stage is 501, at the third stage is 2501, and at the fourth stage is 7001. Chen Shen had just entered the third stage, and his vitality value had reached around 15,000, several times that of an average person. If he were to battle someone of the same realm, Chen Shen could basically crush his opponent. Even a fourth stage warrior would only know after being defeated. The speed of cultivating martial arts is much slower than that of refining qi. With the aid of elixirs, I estimate it will take another 2 days to fully refine my torso. Chen Shen murmured. Fortunately, no one else heard this. Otherwise, they would definitely scold Chen Shen for talking nonsense and making wild claims. It should be noted that all students nationwide who awakened their talents in their senior year received their martial arts manuals on the same day. It has only been 4 days since then. Yet, Chen Shen was already a high-level third-stage warrior. To say he would fully refine his torso and reach the perfect state of the third stage in just 2 days was an outrageous claim. If this were to be exposed, wouldn't those who hadn't even sensed their vitality start to doubt their lives? Even the top talent, Xiao Yuqing, had only just reached the initial stage of the first level at this moment. As for the third stage, if one could reach it before the end of their first year in college, they would be considered a genius. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, Shen Shen's phone vibrated. Someone had sent him a message. He picked it up and smiled. It was from Chu Yiting, the university senior he met yesterday at the Warrior Association. She was quite good-looking, dressed brightly, and a bit shy. She mentioned that she had just received her warrior certificate as well. Chen Shen had agreed to meet her and a few classmates in the wild today to see the world. He thought that whether he went alone or in a group, it was still going out, so he agreed. Since that was the case, he couldn't back out now. With that in mind, Chen Shen quickly washed up, changed his clothes, and headed out. Chu Yiting, City Outskirts Checkpoint. Chu Yiting, City Outskirts Checkpoint, Jinling City. This city falls under the jurisdiction of Luhu City. It has a permanent population of millions, equivalent to a third-tier city before the arrival of fierce beasts. It is also close to the wilderness, with a rich economic system and a high flow of warriors. Especially to the north, the closer one gets, the more frequently they encounter warriors. Their appearance is quite different from ordinary people. They dress oddly, carry various weapons in bags, and occasionally exude a pressure of vitality. Anyone with these characteristics is basically a warrior. Chen Shen was no exception. However, he had created a technique last night to conceal his aura, making his magical power and vitality much less noticeable, so he looked more like someone who had just reached the standard of the first stage. Attention passengers, we have arrived at North City Station. Those who need to get off. He took the subway to the northernmost terminal of the city, then took a car to the edge of the city. Although it was called the edge of the city, there were no city walls. Instead, it was the outskirts, several kilometers away from modern buildings. This area was set up with checkpoints by the military, and entry and exit required a warrior certificate. It was also the place he had agreed to meet Chu Yiting. So many people? Contrary to Chen Shen's expectations, the atmosphere here was not serious or tense. Instead, it felt like a large trading market, bustling with activity. There were purchases of fierce beast materials, mutated herbs, and mutated ores. There were sales of potions, weapons, vehicles, and elixirs, among other things. Major groups, chambers of commerce, companies, martial arts schools, and factions all set up shops here, engaging in various businesses. In fact, most of them were not local to Jinling City but came from other cities and base cities. Of course, the busiest place was still the Warrior Association. They had established a base here, issuing various tasks. Warriors could earn cash rewards and warrior points by completing tasks. Warrior points could be exchanged for various resources at the association. In simpler terms, it was about taking on tasks, earning money and points, exchanging for resources, and enhancing strength. This model was implemented nationwide, with an extremely well-established system. They also had a nickname, called Hunters, or Hunter Teams. At this moment, near the entrance of the base, many hunters and teams were recruiting teammates. Is there a college student tour? It's mainly about gaining experience in the wild, just a couple of rounds in a safe area and then back. The strength requirement isn't high, a first-tier beginner warrior will do. 2-star mission, hunt the two-headed demon bull. Any brothers joining? I'm a second-tier intermediate warrior, with a talent level, and my health is around 1500. The Gale Hunter team is recruiting. Whether you have combat, defense, or support talents, our team welcomes all. 3-star urgent mission, in the Qinghu area 9 kilometers away, an unknown ferocious beast has appeared, urgently needing 10 warriors to investigate. Minimum requirement is a 3rd-tier advanced warrior, with speed talent as a priority. Cash and points will be doubled upon completion. 5-star mission, go to a dangerous area to hunt high-tier ferocious beasts, urgently needing 2 5th-tier martial artists. Looking at the scene before him and hearing the chaotic voices, Chen Shen's heart was shaken. In that moment, he suddenly realized the desperate efforts of warriors to increase their strength, the ferocious beasts constantly approaching in the wild. The crisis for humanity has always existed and is growing larger. The reason it wasn't seen before was simply because they were hiding in the city, protected. Now, having become a warrior and coming to the edge of the city, he starkly discovered that everything happening here was the current state of the world. Hey, friend, want to team up? We just need one more person, a first-tier beginner warrior will do. Suddenly, someone nearby shouted, bringing Chen Shen back to his senses from his wandering thoughts. No thanks, I already have a team, Chen Shen replied politely. Alright then. After the person left, Chen Shen remembered Chu Yiting. With so many people here, where was she? Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message from Chu Yiting. The location has changed to outside the checkpoint, and there are quite a few people? Let me prepare mentally? Chen Shen was puzzled, not understanding what she meant. But since he was already here, he couldn't just turn back, could he? Thinking this, Chen Shen replied with I'll be there soon and headed towards the checkpoint. Please show your warrior certificate. The area around the checkpoint was filled with soldiers in camouflage uniforms. Each was armed and had robust health, all being warriors. Not far away were several military vehicles, tanks, and cannons, all set in a state of readiness. However, from what Chen Shen understood, ferocious beasts had tough hides and flesh, and the lethality of modern weapons was extremely limited. For instance, tanks and cannons seemed powerful, but in reality, they might not even be able to kill a second-tier beast. So, more reliance was still on the warriors. This is my warrior certificate. Gathering his thoughts, Chen Shen handed over his credentials. New certificate? Just became a warrior? The soldier asked. Yeah, I just got it yesterday, Chen Shen replied honestly. Alright, no problem. But when you go to the wild, prioritize safety, try to stay within 2 kilometers, and don't go too deep. Recently, quite a few warriors who went out haven't returned, the soldier warned. Okay, thank you. After passing the checkpoint, it was a flat area with many roads leading in various directions. There were even buses and off-road vehicles coming and going, saving time. Chen Shen glanced around and immediately spotted Chu Yiting. She had changed into a camouflage combat uniform today, carrying a backpack, and looked excited. As if sensing his gaze, she turned to look at Chen Shen. Over here. Upon seeing Chen Shen, Chu Yiting exclaimed happily. There were more than 10 people beside her, both men and women. Chen Shen, you finally made it. Quick, let me introduce you. These are all my classmates and new friends. We're all here to gain experience in the wild. As Chen Shen approached, Chu Yiting explained. But the only ones she actually introduced by name were the 2 people next to her, saying they were classmates. A tall and sturdy man with a smile on his face. He exudes a strong aura, unlike a first-tier martial artist. The other person is a woman. She has a somewhat mature appearance, a voluptuous figure, thin lips, single eyelids, and an expressionless face, making her seem difficult to approach. More importantly, this person is clearly over 25 years old. Could she also be a university student? Moreover, the vitality she radiates is quite strong, at least a mid-level second-tier martial artist. Upon seeing this scene, Chen felt a bit puzzled, sensing something was off. However, the next words from Chu Yiting dispelled his doubts. Everyone, most people are here now. Let's get ready to set off. But before we depart, I still want to say a few words. Our goal this time is to operate within a 5-kilometer range. The main purpose is to broaden our horizons and see what the wild is really like. If we can encounter low-tier ferocious beasts, that would be even better. Of course, don't be afraid. If we really encounter any accidents, my 2 senior brothers and sisters will handle it. They are all 4th-year students, and their strength has already reached the 2nd tier. Within a 5-kilometer range, there will definitely be no problems, Chu Yiting said loudly. Coupled with her high attractiveness and proactive demeanor, most people had no objections. They looked excited and eager. If we say it's to broaden our horizons, then slaying a ferocious beast would be perfect. That's right, my goal in becoming a martial artist is to slay ferocious beasts and earn money to support my family. My family isn't short on money, I just want to see what the wild is like and how strong the ferocious beasts really are. Me too. Alright, beautiful Chu, let's not dawdle and set off quickly. Exactly. Okay, then let's not waste any more words, we'll head out directly. Get on the bus behind me. I've already covered the fare, Chu Yiting said. She then organized everyone to get on the bus and headed towards the wild. Good heavens, am I being sold out? The bus was filled with young men and women, chattering excitedly, amazed by the scenery outside the window. They looked like university students who had never traveled far, finally seeing the world. Both excited and expectant. Chen felt the same way. His heart raced a bit faster. After all, during school, he heard the teachers talk about how strong martial artists are, how dangerous the wild is, and how terrifying ferocious beasts can be. Now that he had become a martial artist, he naturally wanted to experience it for himself. Moreover, Chen was particularly eager to know whether the cultivation method he created actually worked. How lethal is it? Is it sustainable enough? Can it allow him to defeat enemies of a higher level? All of this could only be known through real combat. Hello, are you also from Changhai University? At that moment, a voice came from beside him, from a girl in the same row. Alone, she looked somewhat decent, but far from Chu Yiting. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her expression was awkward. It seemed she had mustered a lot of courage to speak. Changhai University? Chen was slightly surprised. Wasn't this group from Jinling University? Changhai University is an ordinary university in Changhai City, just in the neighboring city. It also falls under the jurisdiction of Luhu City. Yes. Aren't we all from Changhai University? Wang Li asked suspiciously. Did Chu Yiting say that? Where did you meet her? Chen inquired. At the Changhai City Martial Artist Association. Senior Chu said she is a freshman at Changhai University. That can't be right. Isn't Senior Chu from Yunshan University? When did she become a student of Changhai University? As soon as Wang Li finished speaking, a man in the back row exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Chen and the others turned to look, their faces filled with confusion. You met Chu Yiting at the Yunshan Martial Artist Association? Chen asked. Yes. I just broke through to the first level of a martial artist this week, and when I was taking the martial artist certification exam, I happened to run into Senior Sister Chu. Then I was invited to the wild to broaden my horizons. The man spoke honestly without hiding anything. Upon hearing this, Shen's expression became serious. He looked up and saw Chu Yiting at the front, sitting there in silence, a stark contrast to her enthusiastic demeanor before getting in the car. What's going on? Senior Sister Chu. Wang Li looked confused, her expression seeming to ask why Chu Yiting would lie about being from Changhai University. No, wait, which university is Chu Yiting actually from? Or rather, who exactly is Chu Yiting? Who? At that moment, the vehicle suddenly stopped. Amidst the puzzled gazes of everyone, Chu Yiting opened the car door and quickly got out. Her 2 senior classmates also got out with her. This scene left many people dumbfounded. What's going on? Have we arrived at our destination? I don't know, it's my first time in the wild. It seems like there's a traffic jam ahead? Senior Sister Chu got out to talk to them. Yeah, it seems so. Wait, where are Senior Sister Chu and the others going? Chen, sitting by the window, leaned out to look. Indeed, there were people blocking the road ahead. A group of 5, riding modified motorcycles and dressed in black coats, looked extremely strange. After Chu Yiting and the others got out, there was a brief conversation between the 2 parties. In less than a moment, the other side gave Chu Yiting 3 motorcycles. The 3 of them then rode off with joyful expressions, completely ignoring the people in the car. The entire process was bizarre beyond measure. Why did Senior Sister Chu and the others leave? Yeah, where did they go? Who are these people? Why do I feel something is off? Not just him, many people felt something was wrong. Chen Shan's face darkened as strange points from earlier flashed in his mind. The older senior sister, the always smiling yet rarely speaking senior, the nonsensical identities, and the sudden escape after meeting strangers. All signs indicated that Chen Shan and his group seemed to have been sold out. Sure enough, after Chu Yiting and the others left, that group directly ordered everyone to get out of the car. 13 people, all first-level junior martial artists. Good, the number is fine. The leading man, with a gaunt face and deep-set eyes, spoke in a low voice. Who are you? What do you want with us? Where is senior sister Chu? Yeah, who are you? What do you want? Everyone asked in unison. But as soon as they finished speaking, a terrifying sense of oppression swept over the scene, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. Its intensity far exceeded that of a first-level or even second-level martial artist. It was clear that the leading man was a third-level advanced martial artist. From now on, no talking, no running around, and no falling behind. Follow us, and you might live a few more days. Otherwise, I will kill you right now, the leading man said coldly. What? Are you trying to kidnap us? Do you know who I am? Bang! Put! Ah! Someone, not believing in evil, questioned. But the next moment, that person was kicked away, landing and spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. The speed of the attack was so fast that no one, except for Chen Shen, could see it clearly. Humph! Ignorant fool! The leading man snorted coldly, his eyes indifferent as he scanned the crowd. It seemed that if anyone dared to cause trouble again, he might really kill someone. Seeing this scene, everyone turned pale, their faces filled with terror, frozen in place and afraid to move. Only Chen Shan remained unafraid, feeling slightly tense and harboring murderous intent towards Chu Yiting. He had only wanted to come to the wild to broaden his horizons and conveniently kill a fierce beast to test his combat abilities. The result was completely unexpected. Had he been sold by someone? Sigh. I can only blame myself. My vigilance was too low. In his past life on Earth, Chen Shan lived in Huagua and had never encountered danger. After being born into this world, he had always been protected within the city. Although he had seen various news reports and cases, he had never personally faced any danger. This led to Chen Shan's extremely low level of vigilance. Even when he noticed many things were off, he never suspected anything. It wasn't until he was sold that he suddenly realized. It turned out that the dangers in this world did not only come from ferocious beasts but could also come from his own kind. Learned from this experience, Chen Shan thought to himself. He then looked around and, seeing that there was no one stronger than the leading man, immediately turned and fled to the side. Someone's running away. Chen Shan's movement could not be hidden from the crowd. They were all astonished and eager to try. But the next moment, a furious voice made everyone abandon their thoughts. Good. You've got guts. If I, Ho Yong, don't torment you to the point of wishing for death today, I won't deserve to be a third-tier advanced warrior. Ho Yong was the leading man. Seeing someone run away right after he had issued a warning made Ho Yong furious. He erupted with energy, stomped his feet, and leaped several meters high, directly vaulting over the heads of the crowd as he chased after Chen Shen. Chen Shen's combat ability was on a path of abandonment. He was incredibly fast, darting dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. His expression was emotionless, his eyes flickering, feeling both excitement and tension inside. The reason he fled was that he had noticed among that group, only the leader, Ho Yong, was at the third tier. He wanted to lure him away to test his combat ability in a one-on-one situation. Third tier advanced warrior, blood value 2501, body tempered. From the aura he's emitting, he should have just recently reached the third tier. Chen Shen turned to look back, clearly seeing the anger and growing astonishment on Ho Yong's face. How is this person so fast? Could it be that he awakened a speed-type talent? Behind him, Ho Yong, who was in hot pursuit, had already used 70% of his strength. But looking at the distance between them, there was still no sign of it closing. Ho Yong's expression was strange as he said in surprise. As for why he didn't think the other was a second-tier or even a fellow third-tier advanced warrior, it was because of the blood sense. Ho Yong could sense that the fleeing person's aura was only at the first-tier beginner level. From the looks of it, he should be a young man, no more than 20 years old. And Chu Yiting is also looking for people in the major city warrior associations. They are all first-tier warriors who have just obtained their warrior certificates. To run this fast, he must have a speed talent. And it's not low, at least above level. Thinking of this, Ho Yong's mouth curled into a cold smile. Very good. A level talent counts as a genius. Taking him back for the doctor to experiment on will surely make him ecstatic. Ho Yong was unhurried, always following behind Chen Shen with a confident expression, because using talent abilities consumed a lot of blood energy. The higher the level, the more blood energy was needed. Even though the other's first-tier speed could compare to his third tier, in at most 10 to 20 seconds, that person would definitely weaken and be unable to run anymore. Sure enough, moments later, the two approached a dilapidated high-rise overgrown with weeds. Chen suddenly stopped. Stopped? Why did you stop? Keep running. Seeing Chen stop, Ho-young slowed his pace as well. With a sinister smile, he coldly said. But the next moment, a strange breeze blew by, making his body feel cold, and he couldn't help but shiver. But that was all, he felt nothing else. Ho-young didn't pay it any mind. He just looked at Chen and said again, "Kid, if you don't run now, I'm going to make a move. I just said, if I catch you, I..." Bang bang! Suddenly, Ho-young, who was fine just a moment ago, bizarrely snapped in half. That's right, it was as if an invisible knife had cut him in two. This scene caused Ho-young's face to change dramatically, his expression filled with fear and terror. What? What happened? What's going on? Is there a high-level beast? His upper body was severed, falling to the ground, blood gushing out, and his intestines exposed. But he did not die immediately. Instead, his face turned pale as he constantly looked around, trying to find the target that had attacked him. However, after looking for a long time, besides himself and that first-level martial artist, there were no other creatures. At that moment, Chen slowly walked over. Looking down at the dying Ho-young, he calmly said, "Is this my combat ability?" A simple wind blade can kill a third-level high martial artist without anyone noticing. The wind blade, among the chi training methods issued by the school, belongs to high-level spells, requiring 9 or 10 layers of chi training to cast. Its power is ordinary, it can cut leaves and fruits, but against martial artists, it is utterly ineffective. However, after modification, it became a low-level spell that could be used with just 1 layer of chi training. Now, with Chen at the 3rd layer of chi training, his magical power was like a stream. Even as a low-level spell, its power was unimaginable. Killing a 3rd-level high martial artist was effortless. What? What are you saying? You? Ho-young heard Chen's words. At this moment, he was on the brink of death, his expression dazed, and he was about to die. But upon hearing Chen's words, he suddenly widened his eyes and shouted loudly as if he had regained consciousness. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Until Chen extended his right hand, a ball of flame rose from thin air and was thrown at him. Boom! After obliterating Ho-young's body, Chen had also verified his own strength. 2 words, very strong. If at the same level, he would be invincible. And this was just Chen's combat power in cultivation, not counting martial arts. If both cultivation and martial arts were considered, he could easily kill even 4th-level opponents. I'm leaving. Since the team didn't form, I'll just wander around alone. Unexpectedly, although it was Chen's first time killing someone, he did not feel the fear or disgust he had imagined. Instead, he was incredibly calm, as if he had just killed a chicken. It was the matter of being sold out by Chu Yiting that troubled him, leaving him extremely displeased. If it weren't for his sufficient strength, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. This grudge must be avenged, Chen said coldly, in a low voice. He then turned around, his magical power rising, using the low-level spell Shadowless following to head in a certain direction. As for those who had been sold along the way, Chen did not want to meddle. At most, when he returned to the city, he would inform the soldiers at the checkpoint about the situation. Whether they could be saved would depend on fate. Leaving the checkpoint's 5-kilometer range was considered a safe area. Within a kilometer was called a dangerous area. Beyond a kilometer was the Beast Forbidden Zone, where only those above the 6th-level master dared to tread. At this moment, about 3 kilometers away, in a village-like area, 5 wolf-like beasts were staring intently at Chen, slowly approaching him. 1st-level beast, bloodthirsty wolf. Pack hunters, with blood-red eyes, sharp claws, high explosive power, fast speed, and extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. About 2 meters long, weighing 50 kilograms. Martial artists below the 3rd level will undoubtedly die upon encountering them. Looking at the 5 bloodthirsty wolves, relevant information surfaced in Chen's mind. This was data he had previously purchased from a martial arts website, covering various beasts from 1st to 7th level. But compared to the pictures, the real beasts were indeed terrifying. Not only is there a ferocious appearance, but also a brutal aura emanating from it, along with an intelligence that allows for cooperative hunting. This cannot be conveyed by a mere image. Only by seeing it with one's own eyes can one understand the terror of the ferocious beast. Besides that, the wolf's fur, sharp claws, and fangs can be used to craft low-level weapons, its meat is edible, and its blood can be used to create martial arts potions. According to market prices, if one were to hunt a bloodthirsty wolf, it could be sold for around 30,000 coins. Ah whoa, ah whoa. At this moment, 5 wolves growled, their fangs bared, saliva dripping. They gradually spread out, encircling Chen. However, Chen Shen showed no fear. The mana flowed within his dantian, and with his right hand, he pointed forward. In an instant, the ice-type spiritual energy present in the world was activated, condensing into 5 ice spikes that flew toward the bloodthirsty wolves. Puff! Awah! Compared to Ho Yong, these wolves were more sensitive to danger. As soon as Chen Shen made a move, they sensed it and prepared to evade. Unfortunately, the speed of the ice spikes was extreme, almost like bullets, instantly piercing through the heads of the 5 wolves, killing them on the spot. Their bodies were even frozen, resembling ice sculptures. Spiritual energy also has attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, mist, poison, and so on. One must have spiritual roots, talents, to communicate with these spiritual energies, to cultivate immortality, and to cast spells. The higher the spiritual root, the faster the cultivation speed and the stronger the spell's power. I am of the immortal spirit Tao body level, belonging to the strongest talent. I can communicate with all attributes, cast all spells, with no limitations, and my power is immense. Reflecting on the ice spike technique he just used, Chen Shen murmured. The area of safety within 5 kilometers of the falling divine stone and the 4th level of Qi training had few ferocious beasts. Even if there were, they were only of the 1st level. 2nd level ones were quite rare. After dealing with the 5 bloodthirsty wolves, Chen Shen wandered for a long time before encountering another ferocious beast. It was a 1st level bone-spiked deer. It resembled a deer but was covered in bone spikes, with grayish-white eyes and sharp antlers. A lone 1st level martial artist would almost certainly have to flee upon encountering it, as they would be no match. But for Chen Shen, it was just a matter of a wave of his hand, instantly killing it. Lotus flower. A low-level herb that grows in water, can be used for alchemy and potion making, with a market price of 300 coins per flower. 2 hours later, by a small pond, Chen Shen looked at something resembling a lotus flower and said softly. However, he had no intention of picking it. Besides the possibility of unknown ferocious beasts lurking in the water, Chen Shen also didn't lack money at the moment. More than that, he wanted to explore the wilderness and broaden his horizons. But this thought was quickly slapped away within 10 minutes. What is that? Looking up, Chen Shen's expression turned horrified. He saw a meteor with a crimson tail flame rapidly falling from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the ground. From the sound, it felt like it was not far from Chen Shen. A meteorite from the sky? Starfall or? The resource encyclopedia purchased from the martial arts mall had an introduction. Occasionally, various meteorites fall on Blue Star. These meteorites are extremely hard, with unique structures, and can be used to craft weapons and equipment for 7th level grandmasters and above. A piece appears on the market only once every few decades. Each time it appears, it creates a nationwide sensation, attracting countless powerful individuals and tens of thousands of forces vying to seize it. So, seeing that the meteorite's landing point was very close, Chen Shen couldn't help but feel his heart race, hesitating whether to go pick it up. Should I go take a look? After hesitating for a few seconds, Chen Shen's expression hardened, and he immediately made up his mind to rush toward the landing point. The situation was just as Chen Shen had imagined. The landing point was indeed very close, only about 500 or 600 meters away. That place had been smashed into a deep pit of several hundred square meters. White smoke was rising from the pit, and countless pieces of red meteorite ore were scattered around. The smaller ones were like fingernails, while the larger ones were nearly the size of watermelons. After Chen Shen arrived here, he directly ignored these things. His eyes widened, fixated on the center of the deep pit, where a smooth, multifaceted crystal, the size of a fist, floated slightly, its surface flowing with various colors of red, green, black, blue, and purple. In his field of vision, subtitles appeared frantically. Your comprehension is extraordinary. By observing the mysterious crystal, you have sensed a trace of unknown power, increasing the power of fire-based spells, fire formations, talismans, alchemy, and weapon forging. Your comprehension is extraordinary. By observing the mysterious crystal, you have sensed a trace of unknown power, increasing the power of metal-based spells, metal formations, talismans, alchemy, and weapon forging. Your comprehension is extraordinary. By observing the mysterious crystal, you have sensed a trace of unknown power, increasing the power of wood-based spells, wood formations, talismans, alchemy, and weapon forging. Your comprehension is extraordinary. By observing the mysterious crystal, you have sensed a trace of unknown power, modifying your Qi cultivation method and the spells you have learned. Your comprehension is extraordinary. By observing the mysterious crystal, you have sensed a trace of unknown power, creating a brand new cultivation method, unity of all laws, increasing your cultivation speed tenfold and spell power tenfold. Your comprehension is extraordinary. By observing the mysterious crystal, you have sensed a trace of unknown power, making slight modifications to the new cultivation method, unity of all laws. Your comprehension is extraordinary. By observing the mysterious crystal, you have sensed a trace of unknown power, reconstructing the cultivation method, elevating your realm to the 4th level of chi cultivation, and enhancing your body refinement to the 4th stage. Name, Shen Realm, 4th level of chi cultivation, top tier warrior, blood value 50,000, talent, immortal spirit Dao body, level, cultivation method, unity of all laws, 4th level, spells, fiery dragon, perfect, earth erupting sand spike, perfect, shadowless follow, perfect, hurricane vortex, perfect, thorny bind, perfect, ice frost rain, perfect, martial skills, fierce tiger form, perfect, heavenly cloud hand, perfect, formations, illusion formation, 1st level, talent awakening formation, 2nd level, talismans, fireball talisman, 1st level, explosive talisman, 1st level, flash talisman, 1st level, elixirs, blood vitality pill, 1st level, skin refining pill, 1st level, bone refining pill, 2nd level, racial ability, 2 released extraordinary comprehension. Uncertain how much time had passed, Shen came back to his senses. His expression was one of shock, and his heart surged with waves of emotion. What on earth is that thing? I only looked for a moment, and my strength skyrocketed. There are tremendous enhancements to spells, formations, alchemy, and weapon forging of various attributes. More critically, my chi cultivation method has been reconstructed again, now with an official name, Unity of All Laws. It signifies the unity of Tao and law, the meaning of great power returning to oneself. Previously, the chi cultivation method had only 5 levels. Now, after reconstruction, it has reached 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 stages of martial arts. It is no exaggeration to say that in future cultivation, I will face no obstacles, until I reach the pinnacle of the world's strongest. At this point, Shen couldn't help but recall the sudden arrival of Qin Tianjun during the awakening ceremony. He was a martial god, one of the strongest in the Xia kingdom. He had intended to take Shen as his disciple, but upon learning of his talent for cultivation, his attitude took a sharp turn, and he turned to leave. If he knew of Shen's strength now, would he be shocked? Even more so, when Shen reaches the 9th level of chi cultivation, capable of defeating him in an instant, would his expression be remarkable? Shen felt a bit of anticipation. Of course, this enhancement was not limited to just that. The change in the cultivation method resulted in an overall enhancement of more than 10 times, raising his realm to the 4th level. As for combat power, that goes without saying, it was worlds apart from before. 4th level of chi cultivation, my power is like a river. The refining of my torso and bones is complete. Now I will begin refining my head. Although it's just the beginning, my blood value has already reached around 50,000, far exceeding the standard for the 4th stage. Sensing his own condition, Shen said softly. At this moment, Shen was not the only one at the scene. There were more than a dozen others. Both men and women, their identities and attire varied. But without exception, they all stared at the meteorite crater, their faces filled with excitement and eagerness. However, since the meteorite had just fallen, the pit was extremely hot. The crowd dared not approach for the time being. What made Shen's expression serious was that the colorful crystal was too conspicuous. It was clear at a glance that it was not an ordinary meteorite. As long as the people present were not blind, they would definitely notice it. But so what? In the next moment, Shen's gaze turned cold, and his heart had already made a decision. This colorful crystal must be obtained. There was no way he would give it up. Whoever dared to snatch it would have to die. After all, just one glance had enhanced his strength tenfold. Such a divine object, how could Shen possibly let it go? Wait a little longer. Let the temperature drop a bit before we act. Staring intently at the meteorite crater, Shen said softly. Time passed. As the temperature in the pit rapidly decreased, warriors in the distance, noticing the commotion, rushed over at high speed. In less than half an hour, dozens of people had gathered. Among them, 4 teams were particularly noteworthy. The first team was close to Shen's left, consisting of 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, all dressed in black combat suits, wielding various weapons, including battle knives, long swords, shields, and even sniper rifles. Their expressions were cold and vigilant, constantly surveying the surrounding crowd, occasionally glancing at the meteorite crater, whispering to each other. It was obvious that this was a hunter team. Judging by the aura they exuded, the middle-aged man leading them had reached the peak of a 4th-tier warrior, while the others were all 3rd tier. They called themselves the Black Tiger Team. As for the second team, it consisted of only one person. He was a burly man with a thick beard, muscular build, and dark skin. He held 2 spiked iron hammers, his expression emotionless, and his aura also reached the peak of the 4th tier. According to the discussions of those nearby, this man was named Zhang Kuei. He was incredibly strong and had a reputation as a special lone hunter within the warrior community. It was said that many large teams and corporate groups had invited him, but he had turned them all down. As for the third team, Chen Shen turned to look, his expression somewhat strange. Clearly, he recognized the other party. It was the special trio he had encountered before, led by Pan Tianqi. This team had a considerable number of members, totaling 20. Among them, 8 were young men and women, and their auras were very weak. Even the strongest 3 were only first-tier beginner warriors, and they had just recently broken through. The other 5 were even more ridiculous. They were not even warriors, at most slightly stronger than ordinary people. With their naive expressions, wide-eyed curiosity, and excitement, it was clear to anyone that they were just high school students who had recently awakened their talents. Chen Shen couldn't help but wonder how the soldiers at the checkpoint had dared to let them through. However, despite this, no one underestimated them. Instead, they were regarded as one of the strongest teams present. Because the remaining 12 were all warriors, each wearing combat uniforms, fully equipped, and with sharp gazes. Their general strength reached the 3rd tier, and 2 of the team leaders were even peak 4th-tier powerhouses. The most crucial point was that the words Pan Clan Commerce were embroidered on their uniforms. Pan Tianqi, Zhang Xiaodou, Li Nan, Kong Su, they actually came to the wild. Looking at this group of people, Chen Shen's expression was astonished, and he thought to himself, they were none other than his classmates, the little geniuses who had awakened their Tier 1 and Tier 2 talents and were cultivating advanced inheritance techniques. He never expected them to be mixed up with Pan Tianqi and come out to wander in the wild. Have they been invested in by the Pan Clan Commerce? Or is it just a pure outing organized among classmates? Chen Shen murmured to himself. As for those warriors, it should be the bodyguards sent by the Pan Merchant Association to protect them. Ha, is that Chen Shen? How could he be here? At that moment, someone in the group of classmates, with sharp eyes, spotted Chen Shen and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What? Chen Shen? Zhang Xiaodou, you must be mistaken. Exactly, didn't Chen Shen not awaken his cultivation talent? How could he come to the wild? Damn, it really is Chen Shen. Where? To the left. There. To be honest, the moment they saw Chen Shen, Zhang Xiaodou, and the others thought they were seeing things and had mistaken him for someone else. But once they confirmed it, their hearts were filled with astonishment. Wasn't it said that cultivation was very slow? It would take over 10 years to reach the 7th or 8th level of qi refinement. Wasn't it said that cultivation was very weak? Only at the 10th level of qi refinement could one be comparable to a first-level beginner martial artist. How could it be just a few days? And Chen Shen dared to come to the wild. Had he reached the 10th level of qi refinement? A first-level beginner martial artist? This was absolutely impossible. One must know that even Pan Tianqi had forcibly reached the first-level beginner martial artist status through resources. The main reason for doing this was for the martial arts examination. With more strength, perhaps the results would be much better. Of course, after breaking through to the first level and becoming a martial artist, one would have to cultivate slowly. Although resources would still be needed, they couldn't be abused like before, otherwise, the side effects would be too many, making it difficult to break through to higher realms later on. How could he be in the wild? How dare he? In the crowd, Pan Tianqi, fully armed, stood at the front, looking like a leader. But upon seeing Chen Shen, he was also taken aback. After receiving the inheritance method at school that day, he immediately notified Du Tao to invite Chen Shen for investment under the name of the Pan Merchant Association. Although the rejection was expected, he had subsequently stated that no other companies or martial arts schools were allowed to invest in Chen Shen. Whoever dared to invest would be opposing the Pan Merchant Association. At that time, Pan Tianqi naturally thought that Chen Shen had been suppressed by him and would never have a chance to rise again. The next time they met should be on the day of the martial arts examination. By then, he would already be a high-ranking martial artist, achieving excellent results and entering one of the top 9 martial arts universities. From then on, he would rise to prominence, becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. As for Chen Shen, he probably remained an ordinary person, working tirelessly to earn some resources. But now, he unexpectedly encountered him in the wild. This was something Pan Tianqi had never dreamed of. Tianqi, how could Chen Shen be here? Could it be that he has also become a first-level beginner martial artist? A classmate beside him asked. Yes, there are official regulations that one must have a martial artist certificate to come to the wild. The reason we could come out is because of Tianqi's connections. But how did Chen Shen manage it? I haven't heard of any big company investing in him, one person wondered. Hearing their words, Pan Tianqi was also puzzled. At that moment, one of the 2 top-tier 4th-level martial artists suddenly smiled and said, "Young master, the Chen Shen you mentioned must have broken through to the first-level beginner martial artist." What? First-level beginner martial artist? Pan Tianqi exclaimed. The other classmates also looked astonished. Could it be that his talent level is that terrifying? Even the most useless cultivation talent can reach the first level beginner martial artist realm in just a few days without any resources? Pan Tianchi said in shock. The higher the talent level, the faster the cultivation speed and the stronger the combat power. Level, that is the strongest talent in the world. In the past 300 years of high martial history, only 10 have been born. So, I think it's only natural for him to reach the strength of a first-level beginner martial artist in just a few days. It's just a pity. He will be stuck like this for the rest of his life, and it's impossible for him to progress further. Zhang Heong, a fourth-tier top martial artist, with nearly half of his head refined and a blood value reaching 12,000. He is the captain of the 5th team of the Pan Clan's Merchant Association's Martial Artist Guard. Together with Xue Bing from the 6th team, he is tasked with protecting Pan Tianchi during their outdoor training. At this moment, he looked at Chun Chen with a hint of regret and indifference in his eyes, and spoke. Captain Zhang makes a valid point. I know about Chun Chen's situation as well. I witnessed the phenomenon that erupted when he awakened his talent that day. It was shocking, quite exaggerated. But that's all there is to it. It has no bearing on martial arts or reaching the pinnacle of power. The one speaking was Xue Bing, also a 4th-tier top martial artist. He had an ordinary appearance, somewhat thin and dark. After finishing his words, he paused slightly and continued, in the end, martial arts is the strongest path in the world. Everything else is just a side path. No matter how high the talent, if it's useless for martial arts, what difference is there from being trash? Such things have happened many times before. That's also why, despite Chen Chen awakening a high-level talent, the country and major forces have remained silent. So in reality, Chen Chen is a person with a fixed future, someone who will find it hard to break through to a second-tier martial artist in his lifetime. Compared to young Master Qi, he is worlds apart. Even your classmates are dozens of times stronger than Chen Chen, Xue Bing said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Pan Tianchi raised his eyebrows and immediately showed a smile. He tilted his head slightly, looking down at Chen Chen in the distance with disdain, self-mockingly saying, I can't believe I once considered him a rival. Thinking back, it's quite laughable. Hee hee, if young Master Qi can think this way, it proves you've matured. That's true. In the next moment, Pan Tianchi's expression suddenly turned cold. He took a few steps closer to Xue Bing and whispered, Captain Xue, after the temperature of the meteorite drops, we should go seize it, right? Yes, absolutely. This meteorite from the sky is a rare material, expensive and hard to find. If we can get a piece to forge into a weapon, its power would be unimaginable. Even 6th-tier masters would fight for it. Xue Bing replied honestly. That should be quite dangerous, right? Pan Tianchi asked quietly. Yes, there is a certain level of danger, but as long as 5th-tier martial artists don't come, it won't be a big problem. Our 2 teams are enough to protect you, young master. If a 5th tier does come, they wouldn't dare to compete with our Pan Clan Merchant Association. The only trouble might be those 3 women. No, what I mean is, since it's so dangerous, it's normal for a few people to die, right? Pan Tianchi shook his head slightly, glancing coldly in Chen Chen's direction. Regarding Chen Chen, Pan Tianchi felt jealousy and hatred. During school, he had thought about killing him, but due to various reasons, he ultimately held back. Once he awakened his talent, practiced martial arts, and encountered more martial artists, experiencing the real world outside, his perspective changed dramatically. In the world of martial artists, the strong prey on the weak. Lives? Just weeds. Moreover, in the wild, countless martial artists die every day. It's quite normal and reasonable for Qin Chen to be eaten by a ferocious beast. More importantly, my martial teacher said, this is called a heart demon. It must be eradicated. Otherwise, it will affect my training progress. Pan Tianchi thought to himself. I understand what young master means. Meanwhile, Pan Tianchi's words made Xue Bing slightly stunned, but he soon smiled. His gaze towards Chen Chen also turned indifferent, as if he were looking at a corpse. Chen Chen was unaware of what was happening on Pan Tianchi's side. He didn't care either. After glancing over, he looked towards the last team. That was the object of everyone's frequent watch, as if facing a great enemy. They were 3 young women, probably around 20, not much different in age from Yang Yinin. They seemed to be students from a martial arts university. Dressed in tight combat suits, they had firearms and daggers strapped to their legs or waists, and weapons in their hands. The leader was the silver-haired woman at the front. With fair skin and a prominent chest, she stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, with an oval face and phoenix eyes, exuding a cold demeanor. Holding a blue long sword, she scanned the crowd with a detached, disdainful expression. But it was undeniable, she possessed such strength. The moment most people in the vicinity laid eyes on her, they felt a mix of awe, shock, wariness, and fear. Not for any other reason. but because this woman was Su Yulu. Su Yulu, clearing the field in advance? Su Yulu, clearing the field in advance? Su Yulu. In the capital of Luhu City, Tianhai City, she was the jewel of the Su family, one of the 3 strongest families. A year ago, she awakened her top-tier talent, becoming one of the top prodigies in Xia country. During the martial arts examination, with the strength of a mid-level second-tier martial artist, she swept through tens of thousands of candidates, achieving the best results and becoming the 311th martial arts champion in Xia country's history. She was subsequently hailed as one of the 9 great martial arts schools of humanity's future, gaining admission to Hope University. A martial god even took her as a direct disciple, teaching her sacred martial techniques and top-tier cultivation methods. 2 months ago, she ranked 46th on Xia country's prodigy leaderboard. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Yulu's existence is the first step for the younger generation of Xia country. She had looks, talent, background, and resources. She lacked nothing. As long as she followed the proper cultivation steps, she could at least reach the martial saint realm. She was the brightest star in Xia country. When she awakened her talent, she dominated the trending searches for 3 months, and nothing could overshadow her. Even when her popularity waned, as soon as she appeared, she would inevitably trend again, becoming a topic of discussion for countless people nationwide. Even Shen Chan often came across her videos. Just one glance, and he recognized her. His heart was filled with surprise and curiosity. He truly did not expect such a prodigy as Su Yulu to come to the wild. Moreover, upon sensing her aura, he realized it reached the peak of the 4th tier. The pressure she exerted as a martial artist was incomparably stronger than that of the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Shen Shen felt that she was the only one present worthy of his attention, breaking through to the peak of the 4th tier in just a year. No wonder she's a top prodigy. Looking at the tall, silver-haired Su Yulu, who stood with a cold and proud demeanor, Shen Shen narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "Everyone!" At that moment, Zhang Kuei suddenly shouted. His expression was arrogant, his voice booming as he used his blood energy to shake the surroundings, drawing everyone's attention. "If you ask me, this meteorite from outside is indeed a good thing. Just taking a piece can sell for hundreds of thousands or even millions. But having a treasure brings trouble. Without some strength, even if you get such a good thing, you might not be able to keep it. You could even lose your life." As he spoke, he glanced around, particularly at the 1st and 2nd tier martial artists. The terrifying pressure made everyone's faces change dramatically. "What do you mean by that?" "That's right, whether we can keep it is our business. You don't need to worry." "Zhang Kuei, aren't you being a bit greedy? There are so many meteorites here. Do you want to swallow them all?" "Swallow them all? Ha, I'm afraid your 4th tier strength isn't enough." "Exactly, there are plenty of 4th tier powerhouses present. Coming to the wild was merely for making money, to buy resources, and to enhance strength. Now, with such luck, there was a great chance of striking it rich. Yet at this moment, someone wanted to drive them away, someone wanted to snatch their fortune. Who could accept that?" So as soon as Zhang Kuei finished speaking, dozens of 1st and 2nd tier martial artists began to speak up. Some clever ones directly accused Zhang Kuei of wanting to monopolize the meteorite, pushing him to the opposite side of everyone. "Heh, a bunch of ignorant fools. Since that's the case, then go die." A sneer appeared at the corner of Zhang Kuei's mouth as his eyes narrowed slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up, soaring more than 10 meters high, his blood energy terrifying, radiating a faint crimson flame from his entire body. With both hands gripping a hammer, he swung it down towards the crowd ahead. There, a small group of over 20 people had gathered, mostly 1st and 2nd tier martial artists. Those who had previously opposed Zhang Kuei were among them. "Ha, you Zhang Kuei. Ah, Zhang Kuei, what are you doing? Do you want to kill us to silence us? I am a hunter from the Martial Arts Association. Do you dare to kill me? No, please don't." Boom. Put. The higher the martial artist's rank, the more terrifying their strength. As a top-tier 4th-level martial artist, with over 10,000 in blood energy, the intensity was enough to envelop his weapon in a layer of faint blood flame. Combined with martial techniques, the destructive power was beyond imagination. At this moment, with a single swing of his hammer, Zhang Kuei created a deep pit several meters wide in the midst of that crowd. The pit was filled with mangled flesh and scattered bones. Even those at the edges who weren't directly hit were thrown several meters away, spitting blood, their expressions filled with terror. They seemed utterly unprepared for Zhang Kuei's willingness to kill. Moreover, he was extremely decisive, showing no hesitation whatsoever. "Do you think this is the city? That the Heavenly Punishment Division is here, and martial artists dare not act recklessly? Ridiculous. This is the wilderness. Beasts are everywhere, and life and death are unpredictable. If you want to get rich, it's up to how many lives you have. Arrogant, fierce, and powerful." This was Zhang Kuei, a 4th-tier lone wolf, who had spent years hunting various ferocious beasts in the wild, refusing invitations from major teams. The strength and methods he displayed indeed had that kind of capital. Several of you. What do you mean? Zhang Kuei's action shocked the entire scene, instilling fear in many. Some first and second tier martial artists began to slowly retreat, preparing to give up the chance to pick up the meteorite. As for what Zhang Kuei said, he was addressing Su Yulu, the leader of the Black Tiger Group, Zhang Heon, and Xue Bing, these top fourth-tier powerhouses. I think what Zhang Kuei said makes sense. There seem to be only a dozen meteorites. It's simply not enough for all of us to share. Rather than risking our lives in a scramble, we might as well leave now as if nothing happened. Besides, even if you manage to grab one, so what? Can you really keep it? You are strong. You have a big background? The one speaking was Zhao Yu, the leader of the Black Tiger Group. At this moment, his 4 questions directly silenced many first, second, and even some third-tier martial artists present. Indeed, the meteorites may be good, but can they really snatch them? Even if they did, could they keep them with their own strength? In an instant, nearly 60% of the people turned and left. The remaining ones were either desperate gamblers or those confident in their own strength. However, the next moment, Zhang Haiyang's words caused their expressions to change slightly. I think there are still too many people. Why don't we 4 teams join forces and clear the field? In front of Pan Tianqi, Zhang Haiyang appeared quite amiable, but at this moment, he wore a cold smile, his expression extremely indifferent. The same went for Xue Bing beside him. I agree. As Zhao group leader said, there aren't many meteorites. With one less person to share, we can earn a few million more. Of course, martial artists who can reach the 4th tier aren't exactly short on money, but these things can be used to make weapons, forge armor, and various tools. They can't be bought in the martial arts mall, and even in the market, they are available but in short supply. And as far as I know, if the quantity is sufficient, we can purify the meteorite with precision, doubling its quality. The weapons produced then will at least reach the super grade level. Various weapons and equipment are classified by levels: low grade, high grade, super grade, holy grade, and divine grade. The latter two, holy grade and divine grade, are specifically for 8th tier martial saints and 9th tier martial gods. The low grade is most suitable for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tier martial artists. High grade is for 4th and 5th tier martial masters. Super grade is reserved for 6th tier grandmasters and 7th tier great grandmasters, and only they can fully unleash the weapon's power. Such super-grade weapons are extremely rare. Each material used is precious. Even Su Yulu, a top genius with awakened tier talents, currently lacks the qualification to obtain one. What she has in hand is merely a custom-made high-grade weapon. So when she heard Xue Bing's words, her eyes couldn't help but brighten slightly. But immediately, her gaze became resolute as she focused again on the smooth, mysterious, colorful crystal in the meteorite pit. That thing is definitely not a meteorite, but it fell from the sky along with the meteorite. More importantly, I have a strong intuition that if I obtain this crystal, my talent will become even more powerful, and my strength will soar. Even a martial god, I could quickly reach. Su Yulu's eyes widened, her heart shaken. She looked around, scanning the crowd. She realized that it seemed only she had that feeling. Is the uniqueness of this crystal something only those with high talent can sense? Very well, no matter what, I must get my hands on it. Whoever dares to snatch it, I will kill them. Thinking of this, Su Yulu's expression turned indifferent. Her delicate lips parted slightly, and for the first time, she spoke, "Chen Chen, take action and sweep the field." All right, a simple word, devoid of any emotion, but the voice was melodious, causing many to brighten their eyes. But immediately after, they realized that the ones being cleared out were them. What you're doing is too much, isn't it? This meteorite doesn't belong to you, it's from beyond the heavens, and everyone present has the right to pick it up. Exactly, you. Boom! The first to speak was a 3rd-tier martial artist. He was furious, roaring loudly. As soon as he spoke, others immediately echoed him. But just as someone opened their mouth, they were instantly silenced. A bloody iron hammer had already smashed the 3rd-tier martial artist to death. Chattering away, "It's so noisy." Saying this, he looked at Zhao Yu, Su Yulu, Zhang Heong, and the others. Zhang Kuei spoke again. "If you're worried about the trouble afterward and hesitate to take action, I can understand that. I'll be the bad guy, I'll kill. But now, the meteorite is almost cold. If this drags on, and a martial master appears, no one will benefit." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu from the Black Tiger team narrowed his eyes and immediately said, "Then let's take action. Except for our 4 teams, clear everyone else out." "Yes, Captain." They were all hunters teetering on the edge of death. Their working style was extremely decisive. After Zhao Yu gave the order, the Black Tiger team members immediately drew their weapons and charged at the nearest people. At the same time, Zhang Heon and Xue Bing exchanged glances and nodded. "Young Master Qi, you take your classmates back a bit to avoid any accidental injuries. Don't worry, I'll send 2 people to protect you, Zhang Heong arranged. Okay. For the upcoming conflict, Pan Tianqi felt both nervous and excited. But after hearing Zhang Heong's words, he didn't hesitate and quickly agreed. Soon, the people from the Pan family business also sprang into action, driving away those trying to pick up the scraps around them. If they didn't listen, they would be killed on the spot. As for Su Yulu, she turned to her classmates beside her and said, Xiaofu, Li Ting, get ready to move in a bit. You just need to pick up 2 pieces of meteorite, don't be greedy. The 2 were Su Yulu's classmates and close friends, both from well-off families, with 3rd-tier strength. Okay, Yulu, is your target that colorful crystal? Lu Lighting asked curiously. The crystal was too eye-catching, no one could ignore it. However, compared to Su Yulu, they might not have that special sense. I want to pick it up and take a look, Su Yulu casually said. Then you need to be careful. I see that Zhang Kuei and those people are probably after it too, Lu Lighting expressed her concern. Don't worry, you don't know my strength? No one in the 4th tier is my opponent. Even those talented individuals in school have all been suppressed under my feet, let alone these ordinary warriors who have no inheritance, no resources, and no weapons. So what if they reach the 4th tier? In my eyes, they're no different from ants. I can kill them with a single strike, so just take care of yourselves. Once I get the crystal, I'll leave immediately, no lingering around, to avoid attracting higher-tier warriors, Su Yulu said proudly. Okay. How many people who can cultivate to the 4th tier are soft-hearted? Almost none. Even Su Yulu, after agreeing to clear the area, began to drive away the nearby warriors. This expulsion was not a gentle suggestion to leave quickly. Instead, it involved brandishing weapons and charging at the opponents. During this process, if the opponent decisively gave up and turned to run, Su Yulu would lose interest in pursuing and would switch to the next target. But if they hesitated, even for half a second, they would be decapitated by Su Yulu's sword. Her ruthlessness was no less than that of Zhang Kuei and those hunters who roamed the wild. In fact, she was even colder. Time passed. In just 2 or 3 minutes, those unwilling to give up either fled or left behind a corpse, until only Zhang Kuei, the Black Tiger team, the Pan family business, and the 3 of them remained, along with Chen Shan, who had been standing still like a wooden figure, staring intently at the colorful crystal, waiting for it to cool down. His position was quite clever, neither too far nor too close to the 4 teams. Just as they finished clearing out the others, he was the only one left. There's still one? A 1st-tier beginner warrior? Pan family business, is he one of yours? The stronger one was, the more sensitive they were to the blood aura. Even from a distance, Xiaoyu could tell at a glance that Chen Shan only had 1st-tier strength. He then looked towards the Pan family business and asked. After all, they were the only ones with a 1st-tier warrior and ordinary people. No, Zhang Heiyang's expression was strange as he looked at Chen Shan. He had thought the other party had long since run away. Unexpectedly, he was still there. Is he scared silly? Zhang Heiyang couldn't help but think. What? Chen Shen hasn't run away? Is he out of his mind? Doesn't he fear for his life? What's going on? What is Chen Shen doing just standing there? Probably scared silly. That's possible. The wild is too terrifying. They kill without hesitation. It's completely different from what the teachers taught. Exactly. If it weren't for Tianqi being here, I want to go home. Chen Shen's classmates, Zhang Xiaodo, Lin Nan, and others, were pale and trembling all over, their faces filled with fear and terror. But upon seeing that Chen Shen hadn't left, they were astonished. Even Zhang Kuei suddenly grinned and said, "Ha ha ha, this kid is interesting. So many people have died, and he still hasn't left. What? Do you still want to snatch food from the tiger's mouth?" Su Yulu also looked at Chen Shen, her gaze inexplicable. "It's fine. I'll handle it." Seemingly recalling Pan Tianqi's earlier words, Zhang Heiyang took the initiative to take on this matter, speaking lightly. "It's just a matter of a single strike, it won't take a few seconds." "Alright then, once we deal with this, we can discuss how to distribute the meteorite." Before Xiaoyu could finish his sentence, it was abruptly cut off. A look of confusion appeared on his face as he turned to the right. There, Chen Shen ignored everyone and slowly walked towards the meteorite crater. As he walked, he spoke. The temperature should be about right. His voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. They were momentarily taken aback, their faces filled with astonishment. "What the hell? What do you mean the temperature is about right? Are you planning to pick up the meteorite?" Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock. "Ha ha ha, interesting, very interesting. I don't know whether to call you foolish or ignorant. At a time like this, instead of thinking about running, you want to pick up a meteorite. Did you not hear what we just said? Did you not see the corpses on the ground? Forget it, whether you're pretending or not. I'm giving you 2 seconds. If you don't run, I'll smash you to death with one blow. Zhang Kuei initially found it somewhat amusing, but he quickly realized that the longer they delayed, the more likely something unexpected would happen, and he impatiently said. Zhang Heong, on the other hand, was straightforward. Without saying a word, he coldly gripped his battle knife and, in the blink of an eye, crossed several dozen meters, blood flames rising as he slashed towards Chen Shen. The revelation of strength shocked everyone present. Most people had anticipated Zhang Heong's move. Chen Shen was not surprised either. He turned to look at Zhang Heong, whose aura was overwhelming, filled with a sense of oppression, and whose battle knife was enveloped in a faint blood flame, rushing towards him rapidly. His eyes narrowed slightly. In that moment, he made a certain decision in his heart. Since you want to die, then I'll grant you that. As soon as the words left his mouth, the blood energy within Chen Shen erupted like a volcano, a wave of heat radiating from him, causing the air to slightly distort. Following that, the blood flame was born from the blood energy reaching a certain intensity. This blood flame was far stronger than Zhang Heong's. It enveloped Chen Shen like a raging fire burning, soaring into the sky like rolling smoke. Even the dust on the ground was stirred up by this momentum, rippling and spreading out. This scene was completed in an instant, so much so that everyone present had no time to react, their faces only showing confusion and shock. When they finally felt the terrifying pressure in the blood flame that was several times beyond their own, even from over 10 meters away, they felt their skin burning. They finally came to their senses. In an instant, their hearts surged with waves of shock and fear. Their eyes widened, bodies trembling, faces filled with horror. The blood flame rises, resembling smoke. This is the sign that the entire skeletal structure has been tempered, and the blood energy value has reached over 30,000. It is also the standard of a 5th-tier martial artist. Zhang Kuei clenched his hammer tightly, staring at Chen Shen in disbelief. He never expected that just moments ago, a 1st-tier martial artist, and about to be killed by Zhang Heong, would suddenly transform into a martial artist with the power to dominate the scene. This reversal was absurd, like a dream. A martial artist? This person is actually a martial artist? Zhao Yu, the leader of the Black Tiger Corps, looked at Chen Shen with a terrified expression, his voice trembling. The teammates behind him turned pale, their eyes filled with despair. Blood energy like smoke? A martial artist? That makes sense. Only a martial artist can control their blood energy to conceal their true realm. On the other side, Su Yulu also looked over in shock. A look of astonishment appeared on her face, but deeper down, she felt no fear. A martial artist. As a top-tier prodigy, wielding high-grade weapons, possessing top-tier inheritance, and skilled in various powerful martial techniques, even if the opponent was one realm higher, whether she could defeat him could only be determined by trying. The blood energy value of a martial artist is 30,000. Refining the 5 organs within the body, enhancing the overall strength of the flesh, when perfected, the physique is beyond that of a human. However, looking at this person's blood flame, he should have just begun refining the first organ, with a blood value between 40,000. Although that is double, or even triple, what I have. But the crystal is mine. No one can take it away, not even a 5th-tier martial artist. Su Yulu's expression was somber, her blood slowly boiling, confidently stating. Zhang Heong, at this moment, had a blank expression. As his blood surged, he rushed towards Chen Shen, wielding the battle knife he had bought for a hefty price. He was puzzled as to how he had overlooked the opponent during the earlier clearing. He also couldn't understand how a mere 1st-tier beginner martial artist dared to remain in such a situation. Was he really foolish? Or did he have other means? Young Master Chi shouldn't be mistaken. He is that high school student who awakened his cultivation talent a few days ago. Even if he cultivates quickly, in just a few days, he has reached a level comparable to 1st-tier strength, obtaining a martial artist certificate to come to the wild. But if it's just that, then you might as well die. The closer he got to Chen Shen, various thoughts flooded Zhang Heong's mind. However, in an instant, they were shattered. As a top-tier 4th-level martial artist, the confidence of the Pan family's security team was inevitable, even if Chen Shen's behavior was somewhat strange. But so what? One slash would end it. He even felt excited at the thought of killing a divine-level genius. Divine talent? So rare that it hasn't been seen in over 300 years, with only 10 in the world? If he dies at my hands, won't I make the martial arts trending list tomorrow? Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Zhang Heong was only 2 meters away from Chen Shen. A smile crept onto his lips, his eyes growing more fervent. He swung the battle knife, preparing to behead Chen Shen. Boom! 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 But at that moment, Zhang Heong was suddenly stunned. The seemingly doomed Chen Chen erupted with terrifying blood energy. The strength of this blood energy was astonishing. Blood flames soared, smoke billowed. The shockwave formed pushed him back several meters in an instant. At that moment, Zhang Heong's expression changed wildly, his heart filled with fear and shock. What is happening? His strength, how is it so strong? How is that possible? Wasn't he said to have a cultivation talent? Wasn't it said he just started cultivating a few days ago? How can this blood energy be so terrifying? 4th tier perfected state? No, this is 5th tier. He must have reached 5th tier strength. Zhang Heong couldn't believe it, his mind roaring in madness. He even thought he was dreaming, that what was happening before his eyes was an illusion. But the next moment, Chen Chen slightly turned his head and looked at him. That cold gaze revealed an astonishing killing intent. Immediately after, his figure vanished in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhang Heong. Fierce tiger form intent fist, one of Chen Chen's martial techniques, already perfected. He punched out, blood flames converging, forming the shape of a crimson tiger's head, directly devouring Zhang Heong. Faced with the life and death crisis, Zhang Heong finally reacted. He unleashed his blood energy, fully activating his strength, trying to block this move. However, it was in vain. Zhang Heong only had a little over 10,000 blood energy, about 5 times less than Chen Chen. Such a vast difference was like a chasm, utterly incomparable. So even if Zhang Heong exerted all his strength, he couldn't withstand even a fraction of the force. He could only watch helplessly as his upper body was shattered by Chen Chen's punch. Cough cough. The events unfolded too quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was all over. And on the ground, only Zhang Heong's head and feet remained. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, his mouth slightly agape, wanting to say something, but blood kept pouring out, making it hard for him to speak. In less than a few seconds, he completely lost his breath, dying with his eyes wide open. Pan's Commercial Association. After witnessing the scene of Zhang Heong being killed in an instant, Pan Tianqi had no idea how the others were reacting. Even though Xue Bing and the other bodyguards were terrified as if facing a great enemy, he didn't see any of it. At this moment, Pan Tianqi could only stare blankly at Chen Chen and the mangled remains of Zhang Heong. His face was pale, his mind blank, buzzing with confusion. He stood there like a statue, motionless, his expression filled with bewilderment and fear. The classmates around him were similarly affected. Some were trembling all over, yellow liquid flowing from their pant legs. They found it hard to believe what was happening before their eyes. Just a few days ago, Chen Chen had awakened his talent alongside them. How had he become a 5th-tier martial artist? How did he possess such terrifying power? Killing a 4th tier like killing a chicken? One strike to kill? Wasn't he supposed to have a talent for cultivation? The strongest should only be equivalent to a 1st-tier beginner martial artist, right? What erupted was not magical power, but vital energy, and it had reached the 5th tier. What was going on? What on earth was happening? Pan Tianqi's heart roared with anger, fear, feeling as if he were in a nightmare, terrifying yet incredibly unreal. Chen, how could this be? He glanced at the blood-soaked corpse of Zhang Heong, then looked at Chen Chen, who was engulfed in blood flames and nearly invincible. Pan Tianqi's face turned pale, his eyes filled with fear. His body trembled uncontrollably, stuttering as he spoke. In the next moment, accompanied by the sounds of his classmates vomiting behind him, he could no longer hold back and vomited on the spot. He didn't know if it was the disgust of seeing a corpse for the first time or a physiological reaction from being scared to the extreme. But this sound caught Chen Chen's attention. He looked around. Xue Bing, filled with anger and tension. Zhang Kuei, with a dark expression and shock on his face. Zhao Yu, whose face changed drastically and kept retreating. And Su Yilu, who maintained her aloof demeanor, showing only a hint of seriousness even after witnessing Chen Chen kill Zhang Heong. As for the others, they all wore expressions of extreme shock and fear. Seeing this, Chen Chen murmured, "A top-tier 4th martial artist is nothing to fear. Even if I only use my vital energy martial skills, I can kill in one strike." However, as he spoke, Chen Chen paused. A greater determination and killing intent flickered in his eyes. However, these people represent various relationships and forces. Once the news of me seizing the colored crystal spreads, there will definitely be endless troubles. And my strength. Clearly, my cultivation talent is only equivalent to a 1st-tier beginner martial artist, yet I have reached the level of a 5th-tier martial artist in just a few days. If this gets exposed, it will surely cause a huge impact. At that time, various inquiries, troubles, and crises will follow. So the best way is to ensure these people won't speak out. At least until my realm reaches the 9th level of Qi training, I should try to keep a low profile. With this thought, as Chen Chen's vital energy erupted, the magical power in his dantian surged forth. He then half-squatted, pressing his right hand against the ground, speaking indifferently and coldly, spell, Earth Eruption Sandspike, invincible, invincible, invincible. Who can keep a secret? Who won't speak of today's events? Chen Chen pondered. Besides the dead, it seemed there was no one else. And at the moment he made his decision, Chen Chen no longer hesitated, directly channeling his magical power, half-squatting, pressing his right hand against the ground, softly saying, Earth Eruption Sandspike. As soon as the words fell, the spiritual energy within 100 meters was controlled. In an instant, sharp sandspikes erupted beneath everyone's feet. They were as sharp as arrows, silent and swift as lightning, about 3 meters long. Ha! What is that? Young Master Qi is in danger. Retreat quickly. Be careful of the ground. Xiaofu, Li Ting, jump up quickly, there's something underground. Puff! The sand spikes erupted, a soil-based spell. Originally, the cultivation inheritance had it, but it was very weak, so weak that even the strongest cultivator in the Xia kingdom could only produce 2 half-meter sand spikes. Moreover, the movement was slow, and the signs were obvious. It could deal with some ordinary people, but against martial artists, it was not very effective. But at this moment, this spell, modified by Qin Shen, officially revealed the terror of a cultivator. In terms of power, speed, lethality, and concealment, it was unimaginable. Except for the top-tier 4th-level martial artists who were extremely sensitive to crises, the others had no time to react and were instantly pierced by the sand spikes, dying on the spot. And at that moment, the voices of Xue Bing and others just happened to sound. But unfortunately, it was all too late. What kind of trick is this? Zhang Kuei, who had narrowly escaped, looked at the spikes that slowly disappeared and turned back into sand, his expression changing wildly as he shouted in fear. At the same time, Zhao Yu's face turned pale, his body trembling slightly as he looked at the corpses of his teammates behind him. He stammered in horror. What do you want to do? To kill and silence us? On the other side, Xue Bing of the Pan Clan Merchant Association, although he successfully dodged the attack, the others behind him were not so lucky, all perishing. This included Pan Tanchi and Chen Chen's classmates. They probably didn't even know what was happening before they died. In the blink of an eye, they were struck by excruciating pain, then the whole world fell into darkness, their consciousness extinguished, leaving only faces filled with despair. Is this a spell? No, how could this be a spell? How could a spell be like this? Who exactly are you? You are definitely not Chen Chen. Xue Bing had seen cultivators before, and they were among the top-ranked in the Xia kingdom. But after the confrontation, the conclusion was that they were like ants. That's right, cultivators were like ants. Even an intermediate second-level martial artist could crush them with ease. Even ordinary people, if armed with firearms, could easily kill them. This is also why many special talents awaken every year but are not taken seriously. And Chen Chen was one of those. Moreover, he had just awakened his talent a few days ago. Now you tell me, his strength has reached the 5th level? How could Xue Bing believe that, or dare to believe it? The only explanation was that the person in front of him was not Chen Chen, just someone who looked like him. Xiaofu, Li Ting, you're looking for death. As soon as Xue Bing's voice fell, Su Yilu's roar followed. She looked at her 2 best friends who had died tragically, her eyes reddening, her expression filled with uncontrollable rage. Looking up, she saw the indifferent Chen Shen and her killing intent sword. Without caring about the strength of both sides, she directly held her sword in her right hand, her blood energy erupting, and swiftly lunged at Chen Chen. Faced with this scene, Chen Chen remained unfazed. He previously thought the other party was the only one he needed to take seriously in the entire venue. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat her, but compared to others, he might not be able to kill her in an instant. Perhaps it would take 2 moves. 2 moves, then. The priority is still to quickly eliminate these people, obtain the crystal, and leave the scene as soon as possible, Chen Chen said softly. He then looked at the nearest Xue Bing, his figure turning ethereal, instantly crossing several meters, rushing towards Xue Bing. Yu Tian Yun hand. Seeing Chen Chen move, Xue Bing was filled with terror. Just as he wanted to say something, Chen Chen was already close. Blood flames wrapped around him, his right hand forming a palm. His body was in mid-air, descending towards Xue Bing's head. Accompanied by a terrifying death crisis, Xue Bing dared not hesitate, quickly unleashing his blood energy to resist. But it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was ultimately overestimating himself. The difference in strength was several times over. In terms of speed and power, they were not on the same level. How could Xue Bing block it? Crack, puff, just this one encounter. Xue Bing's raised hands were instantly shattered. Even though his skin was covered with a rock-like innate ability, it only slightly delayed Chen Chen for a moment before he advanced even faster, until he struck Xue Bing on the head. In an instant, bones shattered, red and white splattered. Xue Bing was killed in an instant. Want to escape? Isn't it a bit too late? Having dealt with one, Qinshan turned to the other three. On the left was Xiaoyu, on the right was Zhang Kuei. Both were terrified by Xuebing's fate and immediately turned to flee. Only Su Yulu charged against the current, rushing towards Qinshan. Seeing this, Qinshan's mind moved, and as he met Su Yulu, he simultaneously unleashed two spells, one to the left and one to the right. Flame Dragon, Thorn Bind. The former was grand, forming a 5-meter-long, terrifying, roaring fire dragon in mid-air. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with Zhang Kuei, who, despite his body flashing with black light and wielding a hammer to counterattack wildly, was utterly ineffective and was directly turned to ashes. The latter was eerie and silent, manifesting among the trees and flowers around Xiaoyu. Dense thorns erupted, quickly ensnaring Xiaoyu, and in no time, he was shredded into pieces. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yulu's advancing body suddenly halted. Her face trembled as she stared in shock at the two spells, especially the flame dragon. With a face full of horror, she suddenly awakened from the anger of her friend's death. What kind of martial skill is this? Martial skill? Su Yulu hesitated as she uttered those two words. Indeed, what martial skill could unleash a 5-meter-long fire dragon? What martial skill could, from over 10 meters away, cause the surrounding trees and flowers to sprout thorns and kill a top-tier 4th-level martial artist? And the earlier sand spikes. Were these really martial skills? Even as a top genius, the prized jewel of the Su family, and a direct disciple of the martial god, she had never seen such martial skills. The only thing that came close was the spells from the side paths of cultivation. But, the strongest professor in the school's cultivation department, Zhang Huiran, at the 10th level of Qi training. I've seen the fire spells he releases. They look amazing, but they're incredibly weak. I could extinguish them with a breath. And such high-power spells, he can only cast 2 or 3 at most before needing to rest and recover, or else his mana runs out. As she spoke, Su Yulu's eyes widened, suddenly noticing Qinshan pointing at her. In an instant, something in the air was triggered. A terrifying life and death crisis suddenly emerged. What? Su Yulu was horrified, her blood surging, and she jumped away. The moment she leaped, a whirlwind erupted from the ground, forming a vortex several meters high. Everything within the vortex was directly obliterated. If she hadn't escaped quickly, she would have undoubtedly died. Hurricane? Spell? Is this really a spell from a cultivator? No, it can't be. If cultivators were this strong, how could the country not pay attention? This method must not be a cultivation spell, but an innate ability. Yes, it's this person's innate ability. It must be. Su Yulu's heart was shaken, and she shouted sharply, trying to find some excuse to convince herself. But as she spoke, she fell silent. There are many types of innate abilities, difficult to categorize. But ultimately, they can be divided into 3 main categories: attack, defense, and support. Furthermore, they can be subdivided into 2 types, passive and active. For example, Xuebing's rock armor and Zhang Kuei's dark evasion belong to the actively released defensive innate abilities. And with active defensive innate abilities, there naturally exist active offensive innate abilities. The moment she dodged the hurricane vortex, Su Yulu instinctively believed that this was Qinshan's innate ability, an active offensive innate ability. Although this type of ability does not enhance cultivation, it can increase combat capability, achieving unexpected effects in battle. But everyone has only one kind of talent, and can only give birth to one. If that hurricane just now was this person's gifted ability, then what were the sand thorns, fire dragons, and thorns before? Thinking of this, Su Yulu couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. At that moment, as Su Yulu was lost in thought, Qinshan had already arrived 2 meters in front of her, without hesitation, without soft-heartedness, without pity. He was expressionless, throwing a punch. With a force that could crush decay, the crystal was in hand. Fierce tiger form intent fist. Blood flames condensed, overwhelming, and terrifying. A crimson tiger head formed in Qinshan's hand, roaring and lunging at Su Yulu. At that moment, Su Yulu suddenly awakened. Feeling the terrifying pressure far beyond the 4th level, her expression changed slightly, and her demeanor became serious. But the next second, she calmed down again. As a disciple of a prominent family, a direct disciple of a martial god, and one of the top talents in the Xia Kingdom rankings, even if she was shocked by Qinshan's spell, even if Qinshan's strength exceeded her expectations, Su Yulu still had a strong confidence in defeating him, because her talent was at the level. Talent, Silver Dragon Blood. With a low roar, silver light burst forth from Su Yulu's body. Faintly, the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. At the same time, many complex patterns appeared on her skin. A terrifying and shocking aura was born from Su Yulu. The entire process was extremely short, completed in no more than half a second. When Chen Chen looked over, his heart trembled, and his face was filled with astonishment. At this moment, Su Yulu had changed dramatically. Her silver hair danced, and her expression was cold. Her fair skin had mysterious runes flowing, causing the blood flames that should have been red to turn silver. What caught Chen Chen's attention the most were her eyes. They seemed not to belong to a human. Vertical pupils, dark golden color. There was not a hint of emotional fluctuation, only endless killing intent and aggression. She was staring intently at Chen Chen, like the top predator in the food chain, locking onto her prey. Swish! Suddenly, Su Yulu drew her sword, pointing it at Chen Chen. The blood energy in her body surged violently in that instant, instantly surpassing the 4th level standard. Reaching the 5th level, she was on par with Chen Chen, almost double what it was before. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen was even more shocked and finally understood why Su Yulu was called a prodigy. Level talent, Silver Dragon Blood. After active eruption, strength is doubled, and it also has benefits for cultivation. In 1 year, reaching the peak of a 4th level warrior. Looking at Su Yulu, Chen Chen murmured to himself, but after finishing, the previously paused offensive pushed forward again. From beginning to end, Chen Chen's decision had not changed. Whether recognizing Su Yulu's identity or the talent she was now displaying, it was just surprise for Chen Chen. As for fear, dread, Chen Chen shook his head slightly and said softly, "She's not worthy yet." Roar! The blood flames were scorching. The fierce tiger roared. It crazily approached Su Yulu, aiming to smash her with a punch. But Su Yulu was not one to hesitate. She acted decisively. Gathering her blood energy, she directly slashed towards Chen Chen. Thunder slash! Crack! A thunderous sound echoed in the void, deafening. Su Yulu's long sword, filled with silver blood flames, struck towards Chen Chen like lightning, finally colliding. Boom! Put! The outcome was not in doubt. Naturally, Su Yulu was defeated. There wasn't even a notion of being evenly matched. Instead, her long sword was sent flying, her right hand broken, and then she was punched in the chest, flying back several meters, violently spitting blood. After being severely injured, the effect of her talent could no longer be maintained, and Su Yulu fell back to her original state. But at that moment, she was covered in blood, her hair disheveled, and her face pale. She raised her head, looking at Chen Chen with a dazed and somewhat bewildered expression. The expression was filled with disbelief, shock, and astonishment. It seemed hard to believe that, with her earlier strength, she had been defeated so thoroughly. After all, she was a top-tier talent, capable of doubling her vitality and exerting tear suppression on all living beings when she activated her abilities. She had also cultivated the highest level inheritance techniques, reaching the iron bone level in her 2nd-tier limbs and 3rd-tier torso. Additionally, she had been taught the Thunder Sword technique and ancient body forging methods, both of which were of saint-level quality. Along with high-grade weapons, under normal circumstances, Su Yulu was invincible among her peers. Only other prodigies could be compared to her. Her master had once said that if she unleashed her full power in a life-and-death struggle, even a 5th-tier martial artist with vitality not exceeding 80,000 would still be at a disadvantage against her. But this person's vitality definitely does not exceed 60,000. It's probably around 50,000. I can't tell the martial skills, but judging by their might, they should be high-grade martial techniques. Logically speaking, against such an existence, I should have at least an 80% chance of winning. But why? Why did I lose? Why couldn't I block a single punch? Why is his strength so great? Martial skills also have levels, categorized as low grade, high grade, absolute grade, saint grade, and divine grade. The higher the grade, the stronger the martial skill's power. The first 2 grades are relatively common and can be purchased in martial arts markets, suitable for martial artists below the 5th tier. However, absolute grade skills can only be cultivated by masters and grandmasters. As for saint grade and divine grade, their names indicate they are exclusive to martial saints and martial gods. Therefore, Su Yulu's martial skills alone were not something ordinary people could compare to. If it weren't for Chen Chen today, if it were any other 5th-tier martial artist, the outcome could have been different. But unfortunately, Chen Chen was a cultivator, endowed with the divine-level talent of heaven-defying comprehension. As a result, his strength could not be measured by common standards. Although he was also at the 4th tier, his vitality reached around 50,000, which Su Yulu and others mistakenly believed to be that of a martial artist. Additionally, he possessed jade bones, which significantly increased his strength. Finally, there was his magical power, capable of severely injuring Su Yulu with a single punch, complemented by a layer of transparent magical shield enveloping his fist. This was the key. After dealing with Su Yulu, Chen Chen did not linger and went straight to the center of the crater to retrieve the colorful crystal. The closer he got to this object, the more incredible it felt. It was smooth, warm, and mysterious to the touch. The colors constantly shifted, forming various images before Chen Shen's eyes: lakes, mountains, animals, stars, all things in the world, and various unseen wonders. At that moment, Chen Shen's mind was flooded with prompts from his heaven-defying comprehension. You possess heaven-defying comprehension. By observing the mysterious crystal, you perceive a trace of unknown power, deepening your understanding of the myriad laws and enhancing your grasp of all spells, alchemy, weapon forging, and formations. You possess heaven-defying comprehension. By observing the mysterious crystal, you perceive a trace of unknown power, deepening your understanding of the myriad laws and enhancing your grasp of all spells, alchemy, weapon forging, and formations. You possess heaven-defying comprehension. By observing the mysterious crystal, you perceive a trace of unknown power, but due to your current low realm, you cannot obtain more information for now. After a moment, Chen Shen felt dizzy, unable to absorb any more knowledge. Unless he elevated his realm and became stronger, he could not observe the mysterious crystal again. Taking a deep breath, Chen Shen suppressed the shock within him and placed the crystal into his pocket. He then casually picked up a few larger meteorite fragments. Confirming that there were no other living beings around besides Su Yulu, he began to channel his magical power, preparing to leave the area as quickly as possible. As for Su Yulu, she was merely a dying person. A fire-based spell would reduce her to ashes. He thought it and acted on it. Chen Shen's right hand trembled slightly, and the air around him gathered fire-type spiritual energy, instantly transforming into a massive fireball that roared and surged toward Su Yulu. Su Yulu was in a state of confusion. To be honest, she still felt dazed. Her mind was blank, unable to comprehend why she had been defeated so quickly and so miserably. She forced herself to endure the pain of her broken arm and stood up shakily. Looking at Chen Shen, who was picking up the meteorite, she asked, "Who exactly are you?" As expected, Su Yulu received no answer. He merely glanced back at her, his eyes filled with indifference, and waved his hand casually. In an instant, a blazing fireball formed in the air and rapidly charged toward her. This scene left Su Yulu in shock once again. The terror within her surged, and she murmured, "Is this really talent? Yes? What kind of talent is so terrifying? To casually unleash a fireball capable of instantly killing a fourth-tier opponent? What level? What existence?" On the surface, his strength seemed similar to hers, yet he could injure her severely with a single punch? A master? A grandmaster? Or a martial saint? Su Yulu felt lost, as if everything she was experiencing was a dream, utterly absurd. But the fear of impending death jolted her back to reality. She didn't want to die. She truly didn't want to die. "You can't kill me. I am from the Su family in Tianhai City, and my master is the martial god Lin Fenghuan. If you kill me, you won't survive either." Su Yulu shouted sharply. She revealed her identity, trying to instill fear in Chen Shen, hoping he would hesitate to kill her. However, the result was that Chen Shen didn't even glance at her, completely ignoring her. What do you want? What do you want me to do?" "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. I can even take on all the consequences myself. No one will know, and no one will trouble you. Also, I can give you resources, techniques, martial skills, high-grade martial skills, supreme martial skills, even sacred martial skills. I can give you anything, just tell me what to do." As the fireball drew closer, the suffocating threat of death intensified. This was the first time in her life that she truly felt despair and fear. In a desperate bid to survive, she instinctively spilled out everything of value, including her body. In the next moment, it seemed her words had an effect, successfully moving Chen Shen. Just as she was about to be engulfed by the terrifying fireball, it suddenly dispersed, transforming into sparks that faded into the air. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded. Chen Shen approached Su Yulu with an indifferent expression. Looking down at her from above, he asked, "What you just said, is it true?" When the fireball was close, Su Yulu thought she was doomed. But in an instant, the fireball miraculously vanished, exploding like fireworks and scattering into the sky. This scene left Su Yulu's eyes glazed, as if she were in a dream. It wasn't until Chen Shen's cold voice broke through that she was pulled back to reality. "Are you playing me?" Hearing Su Yulu's words, Chen Shen thought she was pretending to be crazy to buy time after surviving. He couldn't help but frown, gathering his power again, intending to kill her directly. At that moment, feeling the familiar threat of death, Su Yulu trembled all over, her face changing dramatically. She immediately shouted, "It's true. Everything I just said is true. As long as you spare my life, I'll do anything you want." After saying this, Su Yulu lowered her head, her face flushed, appearing embarrassed. But thinking about it, as a top-tier genius, the daughter of a prominent family in the base city, and a direct disciple of the martial god, she had always been the one to dictate the fates of others. Listening to others plead for their lives, and now finding herself in the position of the one begging. Even saying I'm willing to do anything. Such shameful words. At this moment, Suyulu wished she could dig a hole and bury herself alive. Anything is fine? Then, before she could finish her sentence, Qinshen suddenly looked to the left. In that direction, a terrifying crisis was rapidly approaching. Even with Qinshen's current strength, he felt the hair on his body stand up and his heart race. It seemed his instincts were frantically warning him. If he didn't run, he would undoubtedly die. Seeing this, Qinshen didn't dare hesitate, directly grabbing Suyulu, his magical power surging, his movements reaching their peak, and in an instant, they vanished from the spot. Just as he left, less than a few seconds later, a figure stepped forward from a distance. This person was tall and sturdy, with a resolute face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He held a sheathed battle knife in his hand, exuding a terrifying aura. It twisted and rose like rolling smoke, even the air seemed to slightly distort. Not only that, his movements, though casual, were like teleportation, with each step covering dozens of meters, arriving at the scene in the blink of an eye. Mutual destruction? Doesn't seem like it. Someone must have emerged victorious and taken the best meteorite. The man said expressionlessly, scanning the area before casually picking up the remaining meteorites and leaving directly. At the same time, more powerful individuals arrived, all at least top-tier level 4 warriors. However, upon seeing that there was nothing left in the meteorite pit, they all left in disappointment. As for the deceased Pan Tianchi and others, no one cared, as if they were just trash by the roadside, ignored by all. About 3 kilometers away from the meteorite pit, Qinshan brought Suyulu to an abandoned building and stopped. Indeed, no one had followed them, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The person coming after us should be a 6th-tier master. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel such a life and death crisis, Qinshan said softly. Fortunately, his cultivation level had risen, making him sensitive to danger, and after sensing something was off, he decisively left. This was why no accident occurred. Hey, can you take me back to the city? If my arm doesn't get treated in time, I might suffer from aftereffects. Suyulu slumped on the ground. Blood was on her lips and chest, looking utterly miserable. Her right arm was broken, revealing stark white bones. Having escaped the life and death crisis, she finally felt the pain. She couldn't help but furrow her brows, gritting her teeth, and said painfully. Qinshen did not agree. With a wave of his hand, green light spots appeared, then surged towards Suyulu's wound, gathering more and more until her arm was completely enveloped in green light, emitting a soft glow. Such a miraculous scene left Suyulu gaping in shock. What astonished her even more was that the pain at the wound was diminishing. A cool sensation spread, and the bones inside even felt itchy, as if they were healing. How is this possible? Warriors, aside from their talent, have no ability to heal others' injuries. But your talent? No, it can't be. This absolutely cannot be your talent. Who exactly are you? What kind of method is this? Martial arts? Spells? The previous earth-shattering sand spikes and fiery dragons had already astonished Suyulu, instinctively making her think it was some kind of talent. But since everyone only awakened one type of talent, she quickly dismissed that idea. Now, seeing a similar ability again, but different from the previous offensive type, this time it was supportive. Moreover, the healing effect was so strong that it could heal broken bones. This was comparable to level A, or even level S, supportive talents. Such a method was something Suyulu had never seen or heard of before. Her heart was filled with shock. You said earlier, as long as I spare your life, you can do anything? Very good. I want to see your sincerity now. Qinshen couldn't be bothered to explain to Suyulu, who was surprised. He simply waited for her wound to heal somewhat before retracting his spell and asked indifferently. But unexpectedly, after hearing this, Suyulu's body trembled, and her face quickly turned red. Embarrassed and angry, she huffed, "Humph. I, Suyulu, will never go back on my word. But you, isn't this a bit too hasty? Look at the dust on the ground, and the garbage, the rotten things, everywhere. Are you in the mood for this? Why don't we go back to Jinling City, find a hotel, book a room, and sit down to talk slowly?" Ashamed, Suyulu had always had one goal since she was young. That was to reach the realm of the martial god, to stand at the pinnacle of the world, and to become the 10th pillar of the Xia kingdom. As for other matters, she had never cared, let alone love and romance. Even when disciples from various families pursued her madly, even when other prodigies sincerely confessed, she chose to ignore them all. This is also why, when faced with death, she would do anything to survive. Because her goal had not yet been accomplished. She was unwilling to die just like that. Even more unwilling to be burned to ashes, leaving her family unable to find her. That would be too suffocating. So in the end, she blurted out that she could not only provide Qinshen with resources, weapons, and techniques, but even herself, willing to do anything, just to save her life. Of course, that was said in a moment of desperation. Now that she was safe, Suyulua's emotions calmed down. Her thoughts became active, and various ideas surfaced. If it's money or resources, I wouldn't hesitate at all. Whatever you need, I can provide. Even top-tier martial techniques, supreme inheritances, or high-level connections, there would be no problem. I will remember his kindness. Even if I achieve the martial god, I won't forget. But if he wants to do that kind of thing. Suyulua fell silent for a moment. Lowering her head, a glint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. She thought to herself, if I escape, I will definitely make him suffer 1,000 cuts, and his body will be torn to pieces. Before she could finish her thought, Chen Shen's voice came through. But the content of his words left Suyulua completely stunned, her face filled with disbelief. Too hasty? There's garbage on the ground? Going back to Jinling City to stay in a hotel? What are you talking about? I just want you to use your connections to help me find someone. If you can't even do this, then keeping you around is of no use to me. The reason Chen Shen didn't kill Suyulua wasn't because he had any lustful intentions. He simply wanted to use her connections to find Chu Yiting. That's right, the same person who had tricked Chen Shen into the wilderness and then sold him out. He couldn't let her go. Chen Shen felt unsettled. Ha? Find someone? Is this your idea of sincerity? Suyulua was dumbfounded. She raised her head, her eyes fixed on Chen Shen, her expression shocked and incredulous. Yes, not entirely. If you want to live, you naturally have to pay a price. This price, besides helping me find someone, includes other things, like high-quality and supreme martial techniques, advanced and top-tier inheritances, anything related to martial arts, I want. Oh, and you also have to bear the consequences of what happened today. All those people there were killed by you. It has nothing to do with me. Chen Shen said. That's it? Suyulua cautiously asked. Yes, that's it. Chen Shen nodded. Good. I promise you. Finding someone, martial techniques, cultivation methods, I promise you all. Once I return, I will give them to you immediately. Fearing that Chen Shen might change his mind, Suyulu quickly agreed. At the same time, an inexplicable emotion flashed in her eyes. She had thought about it a lot before. She believed that Chen Shen would inevitably coerce her into doing all sorts of bad things, enduring humiliation, making her work like a horse, squeezing out all her value. But the result was so simple. Just finding someone, asking for some martial arts skills and cultivation methods. As for bearing the consequences of killing Pan Tianqi and others, with her identity, that was hardly a concern. Thinking of this, Suyulu felt extremely complicated, a bit ashamed, a bit dreamy. It was at this moment that a look of shock appeared on her face. For the first time, she looked at Chen Shen with a serious gaze. She suddenly realized that Chen Shen looked so young, younger than herself, definitely under 18. Probably just awakened. But then she felt it was impossible. It was simply unrealistic. Who has just awakened their talent for a few days and already reached the 5th rank martial artist? No one. Even a top-tier martial god couldn't do that. So it was clear. The person in front of her just looked young. His real age was at least around 25. Finding a suitable reason for herself, Suyulu's emotions finally calmed down. She then asked, by the way, what is the name of the person you are looking for? Do you have a photo? I might be able to help you arrange it right now. Chu Yiting looks about 20 years old. No photo, but she appeared at the Martial Artist Association in Jinling City the day before yesterday. Earlier, she might have also appeared at the Martial Artist Associations in Yunshan City and Changbai City. I have her phone number and can chat. By the way, she has 2 companions, 1 male and 1 female. Regarding the information about Chu Yiting, Chen Shen knew too little, not even sure if this name was real. Is that all? Suyulu asked, puzzled. Yes, for now, that's all. Can you find her? Not sure, the information is very limited. I can only try to find someone. After saying this, Suyulu took out her phone. After finding a number, she dialed it. Uncle Yu, are you free now? Is that you, Yulu? Ah, I'm free. You little ancestor looking for me, how could I dare not be free? Go ahead, what's the matter? The voice on the other end belonged to someone called Uncle Yu. His voice was hoarse, sounding like an old man, but he spoke to Suyulu with great affection. I want you to help me find someone. Her name is Chu Yiting. After relaying the information, Uncle Yu's response was similar to Suyulu's. He couldn't make any guarantees, just said he would look into it. To this, Chen Shen remained silent, knowing that for now, this was all there was. Uncle Yu is one of our family's grandmasters. He manages the information sector. With his help, it should be no problem. You can leave a contact number, and if there's news, I'll notify you right away. After hanging up, Suyulu explained. Okay, She left her contact number and chatted. They also discussed the delivery method for the martial arts skills and cultivation methods. Chen Chen then prepared to let Su Yulu leave. Do you really believe me? Aren't you afraid I'll change my mind? Su Yulu stood up, looking at Chen Chen, suddenly said, You won't change your mind. Chen Chen's voice revealed no emotion. Alright. Su Yulu turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, she stopped and asked, What's your name? Silence. Chen Chen just coldly looked at her, not answering. Can you tell me what methods you used before? Martial skills? Talent? Or some unorthodox spells? I'm really curious. In the end, Su Yulu couldn't help but ask this question again, but the result was still silence. Even the atmosphere was gathering a killing intent, startling Su Yulu. Alright, if you don't want to say, then don't say it. I'm not curious anymore. After saying that, she hurriedly left. On the spot, Chen Chen watched Su Yulu's disappearing figure with an indifferent expression. Although the other party's looks were on par with Xiao Yuqing, belonging to the school beauty level, even her background, strength, and talent far surpassed the latter, showing a stark contrast. But from beginning to end, the reason Chen Chen let her go was simply to use her to find Chu Yiting and to take on the responsibility for the deaths of Pan Tianqi and the others, to eliminate trouble for himself. As for whether she would have a change of heart, would she hold a grudge against Chen Chen for taking the colorful crystal and capturing her, then go back to find a master to kill Chen Chen? That possibility exists. After all, human hearts are not something that can be seen just by looking at the surface. So, returning to Jinling City, the Immortal Cultivation Alliance came to visit. Chen Chen's talent is the Immortal Spirit Body. It greatly enhances his cultivation and spells. Coupled with the modified 10,000 methods harmonization, Chen Chen's means are not limited to ordinary spiritual elements like gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It also includes ice, mist, poison, wind, thunder, and so on. He can wield them as easily as moving his arm. So earlier, when treating Su Yulu's arm injury, Chen Chen secretly transmitted a few strands of poison-type mana into her body. These strands mixed in with her blood, filling her entire body. In the short term, there would be no problem, and she would be unaffected. But over time, if Chen Chen did not retract it, that poison-type mana would lose control and directly cause Su Yulu to die suddenly. This is why Chen Chen dared to let Su Yulu leave so easily. Chu Yiting? Intercepting in the wild? Unknown organization? Are you telling the truth? At the checkpoint, Chen Chen spent half an hour finally returning here. He reported the incident of luring martial artists to the wild to sell them. At this moment, the one questioning him was the captain on duty at the checkpoint, Wang Chun. Absolutely true. I escaped while they weren't paying attention. Chen Chen pretended to be frightened. What's your name? Wang Chun, dressed in military uniform, with a sturdy build and strong vitality, looked sternly at Chen Chen and asked, Chen Chen, can I see your martial artist certificate? Chen Chen took out his martial artist certificate and handed it over. After confirming his identity, Wang Chun said, I understand this matter. I will send someone to investigate the specifics. If it's true, the city lord's mansion will reward you. Good, can I leave now? You can. As Chen Chen was leaving, a young soldier behind Wang Chun hesitated and said, Captain, recently, it seems that many first-level junior martial artists have gone to the wild and haven't returned. What? How come you didn't report this? Wang Chun suddenly turned around and shouted loudly, We didn't think of it. We thought they encountered fierce beasts and all died. Such things are common. It's not because this guy named Chen Chen came. Nonsense. As long as they don't go to dangerous areas, there shouldn't be so many casualties within 5 kilometers. And they are all first-level junior martial artists. Such an obvious anomaly, and you actually didn't take it seriously? Before the soldier could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by Wang Chun. From his tone, it was clear he was very angry. You've been in the army for 2 or 3 years, right? You should know that our enemies are not just fierce beasts, but also foreign forces and certain criminal organizations. Such tricks to lure low-level martial artists to the wild and then abduct them. They can definitely do it. Seeing the soldier being reprimanded and lowering his head in silence, Wang Chun paused for a moment before slowly saying, Yes, Captain. This matter is indeed my negligence. I am willing to accept punishment. Punishment is to be expected. You can't hide from it. But the urgent matter is to clarify the specific situation and see what kind of people we're dealing with. If they're just petty thieves, then it's manageable. But if it's the Ideal Land or the Black Abyss, organizations that are spread across the country, lurking in the shadows, with anti-human and world-destroying ideologies at their core, then things could get serious. We must report to the Lord's office immediately. Yes, Captain, I'll investigate right away. Move quickly, call back anyone on leave. We need to be ready for any emergencies. Understood. By the time Chen Shan returned to his rented room, it was already evening. After eating a little and washing up, he changed his clothes and sat on the bed, taking out his phone to check if Zhang Wei had received the blood-boosting pill. He had been too busy to look at his phone earlier and now found several missed calls and messages. Chen Shan temporarily ignored the calls and opened the chat. It turned out to be Zhang Wei. There were many messages, mainly expressing shock at the blood-boosting pill, asking how Chen Shan got it, and wanting him to get more. How's the effect of the blood-boosting pill for you? How much did it increase your vitality? Chen Shan sent 2 messages. Just as he sent them, Zhang Wei replied immediately. Damn, you finally decided to reply? If you hadn't, I would have thought about reporting you missing. No, I was just busy practicing during the day, so I didn't check my phone. Alright, by the way, Shin Shen, where did you get that pill? The effect is really amazing. I took 3 in a row, and my vitality shot up by 36 points. That's outrageous. The 3rd-tier martial arts potion my dad bought for me doesn't have such strong effects, and it has various side effects. Damn, if I keep using this pill, I estimate that in 3 days, I could become a martial artist. Then I should congratulate you in advance. Chen Shan replied with a smile. Ah, same to you. What about you? Chen Shan, how's your training going? If you give me that pill, do you have any left? Even though you have talent for cultivation, your vitality can still increase. If you reach 200, you could be considered a beginner martial artist. Don't worry, I have more, just use them. Alright. Following that, they chatted casually. They also talked about Xiao Yuqing. It was said that after becoming a beginner martial artist, a grandmaster publicly expressed a desire to take her as a disciple. However, she declined. This guy has big ambitions. He probably wants to be taught by a martial saint or even a martial god. Zhang Wei's words were filled with envy. What about you? Have you thought about finding a master? Hey, I only have 1st-level talent. Who would take me? I might as well honestly pass the martial arts exam and get into a martial arts university. By the way, this afternoon, the homeroom teacher called me, saying he needed to talk to you. The homeroom teacher? Yeah, check your missed calls, there should be one. But I don't know what it's about. You'll have to ask him yourself. Okay. After ending the chat with Zhang Wei, Chen Shen looked at his missed calls. Besides a few unfamiliar numbers, there was indeed a call from the homeroom teacher, Lin Jisen. Seeing this, Chen Shen, puzzled, dialed back. Hello, Teacher Lin? This is Chen Chen. Chen Chen? I called you several times this afternoon, but couldn't get through. Is something wrong? Hearing Chen Chen's voice, Lin Jisen asked with some concern. No, I was just too engrossed in my training. Alright then. Actually, I called you this afternoon. It's nothing serious. It's someone from the Cultivation Alliance who wants to meet you. I think they want to recruit you into the Alliance. Cultivation Alliance? Chen Shan was slightly surprised. Yeah, it's a semi-official organization formed by cultivators. They have branches in major cities. You have the talent for cultivating immortality. They will definitely come looking for you. If you can join them, it would be a good thing for you. I see. Chen Shan realized. Well, how to choose specifically depends on you. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Teacher Lin. No problem. He hung up the phone. Chen Shen immediately cast aside the so-called Immortal Cultivation Alliance. He was already at the 4th level of chi refinement, with combat power comparable to a 5th-tier martial artist. Did he really need to join some Immortal Cultivation Alliance? That would just be a waste of time, right? My current plan is very clear. That is to cultivate and become stronger. Utilize various martial arts knowledge to enhance my own strength. Strive to break through to the 9th level of chi refinement in the shortest time possible, reaching the level of a martial god. By then, I will fear no unexpected events. The improvement in his realm was a bit too fast. It exceeded the standard of countless times that of ordinary cultivators. It was even more outrageous than all the historical martial artists with high talents. This was a good thing, but it also harbored terrifying killing intent. Once discovered by others, he wouldn't even know how to explain it. Should he say he had gained an incredibly overpowered racial ability, and that he could gain another one in a few days? No one would believe that. So the only thing Chen Shen could do was to become stronger himself. With that thought, Chen Shen took out the bone-refining pills he had made the day before and directly consumed 2 of them. Then he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. He was now at the 4th level of chi refinement, and his martial arts were also at the 4th tier, in the stage of tempering his skull. Taking the bone-refining pills would have a very obvious effect. A night passed in silence. Time slipped away in cultivation. Chen Shen's strength was rapidly climbing. The spiritual energy within 100 meters around him surged into his body like a funnel. From a liquid form resembling a river, it rolled and churned, gathering more and more, gradually taking on the state of an ocean. his vital energy was also becoming increasingly robust. If one could look through Chen Chen's flesh and blood, they would see that his skull had turned a dark brown color, and every moment, it was generating a large amount of vital energy. This was the iron bone. However, even so, Chen Chen did not stop. His goal was not iron bone, but the ultimate limit of bone refining, jade bone. Time passed again. The iron bone slowly faded, transforming into pure white jade. However, at this moment, a series of intense knocking sounds interrupted Chen Chen's cultivation. He frowned slightly, feeling a bit irritated. Who could it be? They knocked yesterday morning, and again in the afternoon. Today, they've been knocking for half the day. Are they not planning to leave? Indeed, Chen Chen's cultivation this time took a long time. It had already been a day and a night. Since yesterday morning, someone had been knocking on the door. They left shortly after knocking, so Chen Chen ignored it and continued to cultivate. But they came back in the afternoon and knocked for about 10 minutes. Today was the second morning. Looking at the door shaking, it seemed they wouldn't give up until it was broken. Faced with this scene, Chen Chen's expression was unpleasant, but he had no choice but to go open the door. Oh, you finally opened the door? I thought you had died in there. Contrary to his expectations, the visitors were neither Zhang Wei nor Yang Yinin, and certainly not the landlord. Instead, it was two people he didn't recognize, a man and a woman. The one knocking was the woman. She looked about 25 years old, dressed in classical clothing, thin and frail, with a harsh expression that clashed with her attire. The vital energy she exuded was very sparse, similar to an ordinary person. However, there was a hint of spiritual energy, roughly equivalent to the third level of chi refinement in the original cultivation methods. When she saw Chen Chen open the door, she was momentarily taken aback. Then she sneered sarcastically and said, You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me? What Chen Chen was experiencing now felt like someone was deeply focused on doing something important. However, he was constantly harassed, ultimately becoming agitated and having to stop to resolve the situation. In such circumstances, when Chen Chen opened the door, he was met not with an apology or an explanation, but with sarcastic curses. At that moment, Chen Chen's eyes turned cold as he looked down at the woman before him, wishing he could slap her to death. But then he thought again. This was Jinling City, governed by the official institution of the City Lord's office. Moreover, the law enforcement department, the Heavenly Punishment Division, was stationed here, and martial artists were not allowed to harm others at will, otherwise, it would be a crime. So Chen Chen took a deep breath, thinking it would be better to endure it. However, the woman seemed spoiled and was not afraid of Chen Chen at all. Seeing Chen Chen's unfriendly gaze, she spoke without restraint. What are you looking at? Why are your eyes so wide? Do you want to eat me? Heh, even if you had 10 times the courage, you wouldn't dare. Let me tell you, Chen Chen, don't think that just because you've awakened a high-level cultivation talent, you're something special. Without resources and no one to teach you, you're nothing. You might not even reach the 10th level of chi refining in your lifetime. Cough. Alright, Jasmine, let's focus on the important matters. The more Wu Jasmine spoke, the more spirited she became, venting her grievances from being turned away twice yesterday. But in the end, she was stopped by the man behind her. The man, looking middle-aged, was also dressed in classical robes, sporting a goatee, with long hair tied up and adorned with a green hairpin. He looked like a Taoist priest, exuding spiritual energy. It was clear without guessing that this man was a cultivator. Sure enough, after stopping Wu Jasmine, the middle-aged man turned coldly to Chen Chen and said, You must be Chen Chen? I am Zhang Yuhua, an elder of the Cultivation Alliance, Jinling City branch. After he spoke, Zhang Yuhua received no response. Only Chen Chen lowered his eyes, remaining silently impatient. Seeing this, Zhang Yuhua's expression instantly darkened. He stared at Chen Chen fiercely and shouted, What kind of attitude is this? Do you think just because you've awakened a high-level cultivation talent, you're something impressive? You can disregard the predecessors of the cultivation path? Arrogant, conceited, uncultured, lacking quality. Someone like you, no matter how high your talent, doesn't deserve to enter the Cultivation Alliance. Even if you carve out a new path in cultivation, comparable to second or third tier martial artists, you still don't qualify for inheritance. Since a few days ago, when the branch held a meeting discussing Chen Chen's matter, Zhang Yuhua, as the personnel elder, took the initiative to handle the invitation task. The next day, he found Chen Chen's homeroom teacher and obtained his phone number and address. At that time, his thought was simple, to directly call Chen Chen and arrange a face-to-face meeting. But unexpectedly, after several calls, the other party didn't answer at all. As an elder in the Cultivation Alliance and a senior figure in the branch, a 6th-level chi refining practitioner, he was considered a predecessor and a big shot in the cultivation circle. To actively contact Chen Chen, even if Chen Chen had awakened a high-level talent, was enough to show his sincerity and importance. Not to mention being overly respectful, but not answering the phone was quite absurd. So at that time, Zhang Yuhua's first impression of Chen Chen was directly rated poorly. Not to mention the 2 visits yesterday morning and afternoon, where the other party completely ignored him and didn't even open the door. It made him look like a fool, ridiculed by the other 2 elders. Under such circumstances, how could Zhang Yuhua not be angry? How could he not be furious? This was also why he didn't immediately stop Wu Jasmine's curses. Even his own attitude was quite cold, preparing to take on the role of a predecessor to give Chen Chen a vivid lesson in society. Of course, the outcome was clear. Chen Chen merely remained silent, causing Zhang Yuhua to break down on the spot and angrily curse. That's right, things learned from having a mother, but not taught by one. As my master, a senior in cultivation, you smack. Zhang Yu and Wu Moli were furious. Wu Moli's temper exploded completely. Relying on her master's status, she had long developed a spoiled and willful personality in the small circle of cultivators. Although she didn't dare to act against martial artists, she never held back her words against ordinary people or other low-level cultivators. Especially when the target was a super genius with great talent, the feeling of scolding was simply exhilarating. However, just as she opened her mouth and hadn't even said 2 sentences, there was a smack sound. Suddenly, the world spun, her vision rapidly retreated, and she crashed into the wall behind her, spitting out blood. Put! You dare to hit me? Ah, I'm going to kill you. Regardless of the 2's knocking and cursing, Chen Chen was already very annoyed. He felt an indescribable disgust towards them. He initially wanted to ignore it and respond with silence, hoping they would leave quickly. But instead, they became even more arrogant, pushing their luck. Especially Wu Moli's remark about having a mother but not being taught, which directly infuriated Chen Chen. Without hesitation, he slapped her. This slap, although only using 1/1000th of Chen Chen's strength, still sent Wu Moli flying several meters, crashing into the wall and spitting out blood, mixed with 2 of her big teeth. Her right cheek swelled rapidly, making her speech slurred, like a 300-pound person. Even so, she was still unconvinced, threatening to kill Chen Chen. At the same time, Zhang Yu, after a brief shock, was furious. You have guts. You dare to hit someone? Alright, I'm going to smack. So annoying. Before Zhang Yu could finish shouting, Chen Chen also slapped him. The same posture, the same right cheek, the same 2 big teeth. Finally, it silenced both of them. Master? You looking at Zhang Yu, who was sent flying and crashed into the wall, blood streaming from his mouth, Wu Moli was stunned. Her eyes widened as she glanced at Chen Chen and then at Zhang Yu. It seemed unbelievable that a master at the 6th level of chi refinement could also have his teeth knocked out by a single slap, suffering just as badly as she did. She had originally thought to let Zhang Yu teach the other party a lesson, but the result was this. How can your strength be so great? Aren't you supposed to be a cultivation genius? Compared to Wu Moli, Zhang Yu was horrified and terrified. Although weak in cultivation, the strength of someone at the 6th level of chi refinement was still much stronger than an ordinary person. How could Chen Chen, who had just awakened his talent and obtained cultivation methods only a few days ago, have such great strength? And his speed was also fast. He didn't even have time to react before he was incapacitated, unable to stand. What was going on? I don't care who you are, whether you're a martial artist or part of the Cultivator Alliance. I'm not interested, so don't bother me again. Bang! After saying that, Chen Chen directly closed the door, leaving Zhang Yu and Wu Moli with ugly expressions, furious yet helpless. After returning to the room, Chen Chen did not continue his cultivation. His phone rang. It was a call from Su Yulu. Are you free? Can we meet? I brought what you wanted. Her voice was clear and pleasant, just like when she first appeared. Clearly, after returning to her family, she had recovered from her injuries and regained her confidence. Regarding her request, Chen Chen pondered for a moment and asked, Where are you? In the northern district of Jinling City, on the 3rd floor of the Marriott Plaza, at the Peninsula Cafe. Okay, I'll be there soon. After a quick tidy up, Chen Chen headed out. Just as they arrived downstairs, several paramedics were lifting Zhang Yuhua and Wu Moli onto the ambulance. Their faces were pale, their appearances weak, looking as if they were on the brink of death. Suddenly, as Wu Moli turned her head, she happened to see Chen Chen passing by. Instantly, her eyes widened in fury, staring at him with a venomous glare, muttering, Chen Chen, you wait for me. I will definitely take revenge for this grudge. I want you to wish you were dead, but can't die. I want your whole family to be buried with you. Your father, your mother, your friends, your classmates, everyone related to you must die, must die. Never before had it been so miserable as today. She had been slapped into a state of helplessness. Even walking was difficult, and she had to be carried onto the ambulance in front of a crowd. This humiliation made Wu Moli hate Chun Chen to the bone. Kill my whole family? Very well. Although Wu Moli's voice was small, it was just right. With Chen Chen's strength, he heard it clearly. He stopped in his tracks and turned to look. Seeing that she showed no signs of backing down, glaring at him fiercely, Chen Chen's eyes narrowed, and a killing intent surged within him. After a moment, Chen Chen made up his mind to crush this future crisis in its cradle. He acted on his thoughts. His right hand moved slightly, and a burst of magical power was released. Instantly, it attached itself to Wu Moli. As long as the distance wasn't too far, he could sense it. The reason for doing this was that there were too many people on the scene, making it unsuitable to act. He would find her tonight, go to her home. On the stretcher, seeing Chen Chen leave, Wu Moli withdrew her gaze, but her face still bore hatred. She muttered, "Just because you have some strength, you think you're invincible? Acting recklessly, doing as you please? You think you can injure me severely without paying a price? What a joke! I will make you repay tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold." As she spoke, her mind was already considering whether to deal with Chen Chen's mother first or his father. After all, what she had just said was no joke. She had really done similar things before. As for the consequences? If some ordinary people died, her master would help her cover it up. But how is this guy's physical strength so strong? It's comparable to a first-level beginner martial artist. Could his talent be that extraordinary? Wu Moli wondered. Wanhao Plaza, 3rd floor, Peninsula Cafe. After wandering around and confirming there was no danger, Chen Chen finally came to meet Su Yulu. It was a corner by the window. Su Yulu had a head full of silver hair, wearing sunglasses. She was dressed simply in a white floral shirt and denim shorts. Her upper body was tall and imposing, while her lower body was fair and slender, causing many men in the cafe to steal glances at her from time to time. "Where's the stuff?" Sitting opposite Su Yulu, casually ordering a cup of coffee, Chen Chen said lightly. "Here it is." Su Yulu took a file bag and handed it to Chen Chen. Then she said, 38 types of high-grade martial skills, 9 types of supreme martial skills, 16 types of advanced cultivation methods. These are all circulating in the market, although the prices are a bit high. As long as you can buy them with money, it's not a problem. But if you want to find more, it might be difficult. You know, the authorities place great importance on martial arts knowledge. All martial skills and cultivation methods have patents. In fact, many martial arts schools, families, and groups do not share their cultivation methods. Listening to Su Yulu, Chen Chen nodded slightly. He opened the file. Inside were documents recording the formulas and diagrams of martial skills and cultivation methods. Additionally, there were 5 crystal-like objects. Chen Chen recognized these. They were called memory crystals. The school used these when teaching top-level cultivation methods to Xiaoyuqing and others. That is a memory crystal. It contains one-time information engraved within. There are 3 top-tier cultivation methods and 2 holy-grade martial arts, Su Yulu introduced. And there's more. Yesterday, I publicly stated that I encountered a meteorite crater in the wild and collected quite a few meteorites. I also killed quite a few people. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Chen nodded again. His perception of Su Yulu improved slightly. At least she had not gone back on her word regarding the promised matters. As for the top-tier cultivation methods and holy-grade martial arts, there were only 5 in total, which was a significant gap from his expectations. But he could understand. After all, these things were considered high-level secrets. Being able to obtain 5 types was largely due to Su Yulu's identity. What about Chu Yiting? Any clues? Chen Chen asked. Yes, her name isn't Chu Yiting, it's Su Yiting. She's from Kunlun City, Baihua City. 22 years old this year, with top-tier talent. She was wanted in Kunlun City for committing murder. After hiding for half a year, she came to our Luhu City 2 months ago. Then she colluded with the Ideal Land, posing as a college student, luring first-tier junior martial artists to the wild, and then secretly selling them. This has happened in places other than Jinling City as well. The authorities are taking it seriously. An investigation team might arrive in Jinling City in the next few days. Ideal Land? That name sounded familiar. It seemed like the man Chen Chen encountered a couple of days ago, who wanted to invite him to join, was from the Ideal Land. Yes, an underground force that claims to liberate the world, ensuring equality and freedom for everyone, and establishing a beautiful home. But in reality, it's a terrorist organization. Extremely anti-human. They love to cause destruction everywhere, committing all kinds of evil. 10 years ago, the Peace City incident was orchestrated by this group. Chen Chen had seen reports about the Peace City incident. It was a city under the jurisdiction of a certain base city, with a permanent population of over 1 million. But it was suddenly attacked by ferocious beasts, resulting in countless casualties, and it still hadn't recovered. He never expected it to be the work of the ideal land. Why doesn't the government eradicate such organizations? Chen Chen asked in confusion. Eradicate? The government wants to, but this organization has existed for decades, even centuries. It has always been very active. Besides, they hide in the wild, making them hard to search for. There are also quite a few martial arts experts within. It's said that there are even martial gods, Su Yulu said softly. As a young lady from a prominent family, she clearly knew a lot of information. What do they want with first-tier martial artists? How would I know? Maybe to feed ferocious beasts? Or perhaps they discovered some mutated or mine and need black slaves? In any case, with the government's intervention, it will be quelled soon. Chen Chen fell silent. The person who had chased him in the wild but was killed by him was probably from the ideal land, right? But it didn't matter. No matter how terrifying this organization was, it had nothing to do with him. The urgent matter now was Chu Yiting, no, Su Yiting. So what about Su Yiting? Have you found her? Chen Chen asked. Found her. And she's in Jinling City. Yang Yinin, who hadn't replied to messages, found her. Right in Jinling City? Just a few words made Chen Chen's spirit surge. He looked at the photo Su Yulu handed over. Chen Chen was almost certain it was that wretched woman. Although her hairstyle and clothes were different, her face was exactly the same. Where is she? Chen Chen immediately asked. In the South District, at a 5-star hotel. In the past few days, she has been frequently visiting various high-end places, living quite lavishly. I estimate she's spending the money she got from selling you guys. A smile appeared on Su Yulu's face. Give me the detailed address. Chen Chen, too lazy to waste words, said directly. Okay, I'll send it to you on chat. Opening his phone, Chen Chen checked the messages. Jinling City, South District, North Ice Avenue, Qianha Hotel, Emperor Suite No. 1 and No. 2. Goodness, the highest specification Emperor Suite in a 5-star hotel, and he was staying in 2 rooms. How extravagant! But among this, there was money from selling Chen Chen. Thinking of this, Chen Chen's face instantly darkened. Not wanting to linger, he stood up and said, then I'll take my leave. Okay, goodbye. Watching Chen Chen's departing figure, Su Yulu showed a contemplative expression. In fact, she held no hatred towards Chen Chen, only curiosity and shock. While checking Chu Yiting's information, Su Yulu couldn't help but look up Chen Chen's details as well. Although she didn't know his name, based on his appearance and movements, she managed to dig up everything about him, but she was shocked when she found out. The person was actually that high school student who had awakened his cultivation talent a few days ago at Jinling No. 1 High School. It was then that Su Yulu suddenly realized. No wonder Chen Chen looked so young. No wonder the methods he used resembled spells, because he was indeed a cultivator. But after understanding this, Su Yulu was even more confused. Awakening his talent for just a few days, and his combat power reached the 5th level? With a wave of his hand, he could crush and kill 4th-level opponents like ants? And his vitality? Nearly 60,000? His strength was terrifying. Her own explosive talent was easily crushed by a single punch? This was too absurd, too ridiculous. Could it be that a high-level talent was this outrageous? When she saw the information, Su Yulu was utterly shocked. She once thought she had the wrong person. Maybe he just looked similar? But after checking a few more times, Su Yulu finally confirmed. The one who appeared in the meteorite pit, who killed everyone in seconds, and crushed her with an invincible stance, was indeed Chen Chen, the high school student who had just awakened his cultivation talent. How did he do it? How did he cultivate? In just a few days, 5th-level strength? And when he was sitting here just now, my instincts went wild. His strength has increased. If he were to strike again, let alone a punch, I'm afraid just a glare would be enough to kill me? Taking off her sunglasses, Su Yulu's eyes were filled with horror. The turbulent waves rising in her heart could not be calmed for a long time. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that she gradually calmed down. This Chen Chen has a secret, or rather, a big secret. That said, Su Yulu did not delve deeper, nor did she inform her family. Instead, she kept her promise and paid a considerable price to find martial arts techniques and cultivation methods for Chen Chen. Her thoughts were simple. If he could reach the 5th level in just a few days, what about in a few months? A martial saint? Or a martial god? Would the Su family dare to offend such a person? It would be fine if they could suppress him completely at once, but what if they couldn't? Who would bear the consequences? So Su Yulu didn't dare to take the risk, even if such things seemed unrealistic, absurd, and fake. But Su Yulu still didn't act that way. Coincidentally, after seeing Chen Chen again, his suddenly increased strength made Su Yulu's resolve even firmer. Chen Chen cannot be offended, can only be won over, can only be befriended. In the ride-hailing car, Chen Chen closed his eyes to rest. He let the driver take him through the streets and alleys, heading towards the subway. She should know my identity now. Suddenly, Chen Chen thought to himself. From Su Yulu's conversation just now, it wasn't hard for Chen Chen to guess that she already knew his identity. The most obvious clue was that line, I guess, she's spending the money she got from selling you guys lavishly. You guys? Including Chen Chen? So Chen Chen was sure that while checking Chu Yiting's identity, she also looked up his. But fortunately, this guy didn't seek death. She didn't expose his information. Instead, she kept her promise and completed the tasks he assigned. In this way, after some time, he would be able to reclaim the first poison-based magical power from her body. As for the second strike just launched, it is also a poison-type magic. It's just more concealed, more toxic, and causes more pain upon death. As for this strike, let's take a look and then decide. No rush. By the way, where's Yang Yinin? Indeed, this guy hasn't been in touch for several days. I don't know if he's busy or what. Has he made a few million and is satisfied? Not pushing him to continue refining pills? With doubts in mind, Chen Chen took out his phone and sent 2 messages to Yang Yinin. To his surprise, there was no reply after half an hour. No reply? Really busy? Seeing this, Chen Chen felt it was inappropriate to disturb him. In the southern district of Jinling City, at the Chenha 5-star hotel, in the most luxurious imperial suite, dressed in a loose nightgown made of ice silk, priced in the 4 digits, Su Yiting yawned and slowly got out of bed. These past few days have been filled with eating, drinking, and partying all night long. Even a martial artist's body can't quite handle it. Reluctantly, she gave herself a break last night and had a good sleep. Oh, so comfortable. Stretching lazily, she took the unfinished red wine beside her to rinse her mouth. Then she went to the balcony to gaze at the vibrant Jinling city. Su Yiting revealed a satisfied smile. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Su Yiting didn't need to guess who it was. Coming. Sure enough, when she opened the door, it was her 2 companions. They were also wanted criminals from other base cities, whom she met during their hiding. It was also their suggestion to collaborate with the Utopia and make some money. Brother Zhang, Sister Zhao. Brother Zhang, whose full name is Zhang Muzhuan, looks to be around 27 or 28, a 3rd-tier advanced martial artist. He always wears a smile, looking very kind. Next to him, Zhao Li is his wife. In stark contrast, Zhao Li is not one for laughter. She always has a deadpan expression, as if someone owes her billions. She's hard to get along with. Su Yiting rarely talks to her. Have you had lunch yet? As they spoke, Zhang Muzhuan and Zhao Li walked into Su Yiting's room, familiar enough to sit on the sofa. Not yet. I just woke up. What about you, Brother Zhang? Have you eaten? We already ate before coming up to find you. Alright, these past few days have been all about playing and eating. What are your plans next? Are you leaving Luhu City, or are you staying here? If you stay, maybe we can make another score. After chatting for a bit, Zhang Muzhuan got down to business. Does Sister Chu not remember me? Make another score? Have you contacted them again? Su Yiting frowned. She felt both joy and fear towards Utopia. The joy comes from the fact that they have money and are generous. As long as the task is completed, they won't shortchange you or delay payment. Moreover, every city has a black market, allowing them, the wanted ones, to trade many cultivation resources. The fear comes from the fact that this organization is truly terrifying. The martial artists inside are all lunatics. They kill without hesitation, regardless of good or bad. They often create serious incidents everywhere, opposing the authorities, eager for chaos. If it weren't for lack of money or being at a dead end, she would never listen to Zhang Muzhuan and collaborate with Utopia, because you never know when you might become their target. It wasn't me who contacted them. They contacted me, Zhang Muzhuan explained. They contacted you? Yeah, I don't know what happened. Utopia seems to urgently need a large batch of first-tier martial artists. One of their envoys actively sought me out. They want us to bring a few more people to him. No, that's not possible. We've already brought them 21 people. Others are doing it too. With so many martial artists missing, the authorities must have noticed. My suggestion is to leave Luhu City as soon as possible. After hearing Zhang Muzhuan's words, Su Yiting decisively refused. She was afraid of getting into trouble and being caught by the authorities. On the sofa, seeing Su Yiting's refusal, Zhang Muzhuan was not angry. Still smiling, he said, "Don't you want to know how much they are offering?" How much? Isn't it 500,000 per person? Su Yiting said in surprise. I just mentioned it. It seems that the utopian land is in urgent need of martial artists, so the price, naturally, it will be much higher. He raised his index finger and said again, 1 million. As long as they are martial artists, as long as they have awakened their talents. It's 1 million per person. As soon as he said this, Su Yiting's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "What? 1 million? Are you sure?" "Yes, absolutely. But there is a time limit. They require the person to be taken to the wilderness within 3 days, otherwise, it will be invalid after that." 3 days? Su Yiting showed hesitation. She seemed to struggle, but thinking about how she would put in the most effort and take the greatest risk, the share would also be higher. If it was 1 million per person, she could get 700,000 for 10 people. For 20 people, that would be 1.4 million? How many cultivation resources could that buy? How many luxury items? 4th-tier martial arts potions? High-grade martial skills? Advanced cultivation methods? Bags? Mulattoes' dresses? The more she thought, the more tempted Su Yiting became. Ultimately, greed took over, and Su Yiting completely succumbed. "Okay, then let's go for another haul. And we need to go for a big one," Su Yiting said excitedly. A big haul? How big? 30 people. What? 30 people? Isn't that too risky? Fortune favors the bold. As long as we succeed, we will leave Luhu City immediately and then buy cultivation resources to raise our strength to the 5th tier. By then, even if the incident is exposed, so what? We will be able to protect ourselves. Alright, let's do it. Then let's stick to the original plan. You pretend to be a college student and go to the Martial Arts Association to find people? Good. Those who just got their martial artist certificates are the easiest to fool. They believe everything I say. Remembering those who had been sold and still didn't know what was happening, Su Yiting felt no guilt, but instead laughed. "Alright, you finish your meal, and we'll take action. I'm not eating anymore. Time is money. The more we can deceive, the better." After saying that, she hurriedly changed her clothes, preparing to head to the Martial Arts Association. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Is it the waiter? Are they going to clean the room? Su Yiting didn't think much and opened the door while fixing her hair. But to her surprise, it wasn't a waiter or a cleaner. It was a somewhat familiar young man. He looked handsome and tall, but his strength was a bit weak, only a first-tier martial artist. He looked young, maybe a high school student? A freshman? But why was he knocking on the door? Su Yiting was puzzled. She asked, "Who are you? Is there something you need?" After her words fell, the man did not respond. He just stared at her expressionlessly. Until Su Yiting felt a bit annoyed, the man slowly spoke. "Sister Chu, you really forget things easily. It's only been 2 days, and you don't remember me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yiting narrowed her eyes, her blood boiling, and killing intent rising. Behind her, Zhang Mujuan and Zhao Li also had their pupils constrict and stood up in an instant. Because the name Chu Yiting was one Su Yiting had only taken a week ago, and the only people who knew it, besides Zhang Mujuan and Zhao Li, were those martial artists who had been sold. So who was this person in front of her? An official martial artist? Thinking of this, Su Yiting instantly felt as if facing a great enemy. It seems senior sister Chu really doesn't remember me. Standing at the door, Chen Shen sighed and said lightly, watching the nervous Su Yiting. He then took a step forward and entered the room. He continued, "My name is Chen Chen, Jinling City Martial Artist Association. Senior sister Chu invited me to the wilderness to gain experience. With this reminder, you should remember now, right? The higher the martial artist's realm, the better their memory." As a third-tier advanced martial artist, Su Yiting would remember recent events clearly. She hadn't recognized Chen Shen just now, she simply hadn't thought in that direction. Now, after the reminder, she naturally recalled. "Oh, so it's junior brother Chen Shen," Su Yiting said in realization, her tone meaningful. She glanced behind Chen Shen and, seeing no one else, couldn't help but smile. "So, junior brother Chen Shen, what do you want from me? Do you want to go to the wilderness with senior sister again to gain experience?" Although she didn't understand how Chen Shen had escaped from the Utopian realm, it didn't matter. He was just a first-tier junior martial artist. She could easily suppress him. Later, she could sell him back to the Utopian realm and make a profit of 700,000. "Chen Chen, I remember you. By the way, how did you come back to Jinling City? And how did you find us?" Compared to Su Yiting, Zhang Mujuan, as an observer, noticed something was off. He immediately asked, "Of course, I escaped back to Jinling City. As for finding you, it's because of a friend of mine. Forget it, it's not important. You can all go die." On the way here, Chen Shen had thought many times about how to take revenge after finding Su Yiting. Break her limbs? Torture her for half an hour? Make them beg for mercy and pain? But at this moment, Chen Shen found it all rather dull. He even thought he shouldn't have wasted words just now. Instead, he should have acted directly. After exterminating the three of them, he could attend to other matters. After all, this wretched woman didn't deserve to have him waste his time. With that thought, Chen Chen's internal mana surged, flowing through his arm, and a fire-based spell erupted in the room. We are the Utopian realm. We are the Utopian realm. Flame Dragon spell. With a wave of his hand, the fire-based spiritual energy suddenly surged. Supported by Chen Chen's mana, a terrifying fire dragon took shape. This fire dragon was over 10 meters long, burning fiercely, exuding a scorching aura. It was several times stronger than before, leaving Su Yiting, who witnessed this scene, in utter shock. What is this? An offensive talent? Looking up at the fire dragon looming over her, Su Yiting's face turned crimson, her eyes filled with fear. Her heart was in turmoil, unable to believe. This junior brother, a first-tier martial artist she had encountered a few days ago at the Martial Artist Association, was actually displaying such a terrifying talent. No, wait, isn't the strength of a talent based on the realm? Even if he has a high-level talent, if his realm is only first tier, how could it be so exaggerated? In an instant, Su Yiting snapped back to reality and looked at Chen Chen. And with that glance, she froze on the spot. Chen Chen stood at the door, expressionless. There was no blood flame around him, only swirling mana, invisible, intangible, with no signs of abnormality. But in Su Yiting's perception, Chen Chen felt like a primordial beast, an overwhelming sense of pressure making it hard for her to breathe, nearly suffocating her. Even the blood in her body struggled to flow. It was a despair of being wrapped in death, unable to escape no matter how hard she tried. At that moment, she was afraid. She wanted to struggle, she wanted to beg for mercy. But unfortunately, she couldn't do anything. She could only widen her eyes and open her mouth. The fire dragon bit down on her upper body, instantly turning her to ashes, leaving only 2 slender legs behind. Why your strength? Who exactly are you? No, you can't kill us. We are Utopia. Chen Chen acted without warning, startling Zhang Muzhuan and Zhao Li, especially that fire dragon. Even from several meters away, one could feel the scorching heat. If touched, death was certain. Sure enough, when Su Yiting was killed in an instant, it confirmed the fire dragon's lethality. At this moment, seeing it continue to fly towards them, Zhang Muzhuan's signature smile could no longer be maintained. Only horror and fear remained. Zhao Li was the same. This guy, who always had a deadpan expression, also showed a change in demeanor. It was fear, a fear of death. But what was the use? Begging for mercy? Ha! Puff! The blazing sun fire dragon flew past. The scene fell silent in an instant. Only 6 small legs, along with a charred sofa and carpet, indicated what had just happened. After a while, Chen Chen retracted his powers and turned to leave. Jinling City. In an old neighborhood. In a dimly lit room, several men were gathered. They came from different backgrounds. Some were homeless, some were restaurant waiters, some were doctors, and some were white-collar workers. Their appearances varied greatly, and their manners and speech were also quite different. Yet, despite this, they gathered in this remote place like old friends. Brother Yong, when does the operation start? I've been stuck in the bathhouse for 5 years, not only wasting time on training but also scrubbing those damn ordinary people. Damn, I've really had enough. The speaker was a middle-aged man. He was overweight, weighing over 200 pounds. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and threw most of it to the ground, stomping on it while complaining. Ha ha ha, making you a third-tier advanced warrior scrub ordinary people is quite a task. But the organization wants us to lie low in Jinling City and wait for mission orders. It's better if we don't expose ourselves, Zhang Yong said with a smile. He wore a dirty blue outfit, covered in dust. His face was weathered, and his voice was steady. He looked like a construction worker or a mover. But from the wary glances of those around him, including the fat man, it was clear they held him in respect. You see, he was a third-tier advanced warrior, his body refined to 89, not far from the 4th tier. Yet even so, he had to call Zhang Yong brother. Brother Yong is right, we should do as the organization arranges. He Depang, you scrubbing people is fine, but I'm out here picking up trash to eat. Ha ha, well, there was no choice. I was left with the identity of a homeless person. The others joked. Their strengths were not weak. The lowest among them was a 2nd-tier warrior. By the way, Brother Yong, why did you gather us this time? It can't be another information sharing, right? He Depang asked. As soon as he spoke, everyone's attention was drawn to him, looking at Zhang Yong with eager faces. No, this time, I gathered you because the organization has a mission, Zhang Yong said seriously. Really? What? The organization finally has a mission? Ha ha ha, is it starting? Quick, tell us, what's the mission? It better not be some small-time stuff. Damn it, finally no more scrubbing people. Hearing Zhang Yong's words, everyone seemed to be injected with adrenaline. Instantly, their true natures were revealed, faces twisted, eyes wild. Like suppressed thugs, they could hardly wait to wreak havoc and do as they pleased. Seeing this, Zhang Yong raised his hand to stop them and continued, "The higher-ups have sent a message. The doctor's experiment has reached a critical moment. We need to capture some talented warriors. The realm doesn't matter, the higher the talent level, the better." The doctor, an extremely special existence in Utopia. He held a high status, comparable to that of an elder. At the same time, he was very mysterious. Aside from this title, everyone knew nothing else. But a long time ago, there were rumors about what the doctor was experimenting with. It was said that the day the experiment succeeded would be the day the ideal realm ruled the world. Unexpectedly, progress was so fast, in just a few years, it had reached a critical moment. But why did they need martial artists? And the higher the talent level, the better? Experiment? Martial artists with talent? Everyone was somewhat surprised. Yes, this task is very urgent. Most people here in Lahushi have already been mobilized, including you members who have been lurking for a long time. You are all starting to take action. Everyone. Zhang Yong looked towards He Depang and the others. His expression gradually became fervent as he said in a deep voice, "Perhaps this time, our ideal realm will rise completely. We will no longer hide and seek like before, being hunted down by the authorities like rats crossing the street. We will break the stronghold, break the monopoly, break the bullying, break the dictatorship. We will no longer be oppressed, no longer be bound, no longer be hunted, no longer be excluded. We have endless cultivation resources. Levels 4, 5, and 6 are no longer dreams. We are all free, we are all equal, we are all like dragons. We are the ideal realm." This speech completely ignited everyone. Their eyes turned red, filled with bloodshot veins, and their expressions were excited. Like warriors ready to overthrow hegemony, they shouted fervently, "We are all free. We are all equal. We are all like dragons. We are the ideal realm. Bring Ni Chen Chen. Bring Ni Chen Chen." Alright, everything is urgent for the task. After shouting the fervent slogans more than 10 times, Zhang Yong finally let everyone stop and gradually calm down. Li Chang. He looked to the left, where a man wearing a duckbill hat, with an ordinary appearance, waxy yellow skin, and a hoarse voice stood. "I remember I asked you to contact that student with the level of cultivation talent and invite him to join us. What was the result? Level cultivation talent. In the eyes of the authorities, it might not be very useful, dispensable, but for the ideal realm, it was very important, especially for the doctor. He conveyed orders to spare no effort to bring Chen Chen before him. At that time, to avoid attracting the attention of the authorities, the ideal realm's strongman responsible for Jinling City took the most prudent approach. That was to find a low-profile member to invite Chen Chen and then take him to the wilderness. However, it now seemed that the invitation had been rejected. As expected, Li Chang said in a low voice, "It was rejected." That was to be expected. After all, with level talent, a bit of pride is understandable. Zhang Yong nodded slightly, but then, he changed his tone and said softly, "According to the usual practice, we should drag him for a while, even use some small tricks to let him understand the world's dangers. Let him know he has been abandoned by the authorities. Let him deeply understand that without the help of the ideal realm, he is just a waste, bullied, insulted, excluded, and troubled, ultimately left with no way out. At that time, we will invite him again." But plans can't keep up with changes. The doctor's experiment has reached a critical moment and urgently needs talented martial artists. So this Chen Chen must be taken to the wilderness. Hearing Zhang Yong's words, Li Chang immediately said, "I'll go tonight. Even if I have to tie him up, I will bring him here." That's fine. A student whose awakening talent has only been a few days is no different from an ordinary person. With your second-tier strength, it shouldn't be a big problem. But just in case, Mu Xiaochuan, you go too. Make sure to bring Chen Chen. This matter has also been emphasized by the messenger, so don't mess it up. Mu Xiaochuan was also at the second-tier level, comparable to Li Chang. The two of them tied up a high school student together. Not to say it was a sure thing, but the success rate was still 99. Yes, Brother Yong. Good, everyone else go find targets too. It's even better if you can bring them directly to the wild. If you can't, or need help, just contact me. Yes, Brother Yong, for the ideal land, we have no choice but to act. Bang bang, smack. Su Yu Lu, do you really think the Su family can dominate Luhu City? Do you really think having a martial god master means you can do whatever you want? The grudge of killing a son is one that cannot be shared. Jinling City, Pan Family Commerce Building, Chairman's Office. Pan Renfu's face was filled with grief and anger, unable to contain himself. Ever since he received the news yesterday that his youngest son, Pan Tianqi, who had gone out to play in the wild, was killed. At the moment he heard the news, he thought it was an illusion. He had equipped 2 teams, 9 third-tier advanced martial artists, 2 fourth-tier top martial artists, and they were in a safe area. How could something go wrong? Not even a single person returned. The entire army was wiped out? Who on earth dared to touch his son, Pan Renfu? At that moment, he was furious. He swore to find the murderer and kill their entire family. But when he truly learned the identity of the murderer, he was dumbfounded. It turned out that the one who killed his son was actually Su Yulu, that young lady from the Su family, a top talent, a direct disciple of the martial god. How could he take revenge? Even if Su Yulu publicly admitted it, even if he took the initiative to contact her, demanding an explanation, the result he got was that his son deserved to die. If he dared to make a fuss, he would be killed too. Faced with this situation, Pan Renfu was both angry and frustrated. After a day and night of sorrow, he finally couldn't hold back and went on a rampage, smashing things in the room. However, what was the use of this? Just powerless rage. After all, Su Yulu was truly not someone he could offend. The Pan family commerce? It could only act tough in Jinling City. In the entire Luhu City, it was just a small merchant. Dad. Beside him, Pan Yue, who also had a grim expression and was furious, suddenly shouted. Seeing Pan Renfu's red gaze turn to him, he said in a low voice, "The grudge for my brother must be avenged. The Su family must pay the price." Upon hearing this, Pan Renfu did not respond. His momentum instantly dropped, his body softened, and he sat down heavily in the chair. He murmured, "Do you think I don't want revenge? Do you think I don't want the Su family to pay the price? But that is the Su family, one of the strongest families in Luhu City, powerful and with martial artists like clouds. Masters and grandmasters are not in short supply. What can our Pan family use to take revenge? Just to die in vain?" Pan Renfu's expression was desolate. He wanted revenge but felt powerless. He could only let out a long sigh. "Dad, if you really want to avenge your brother, there are ways." Pan Yue hesitated. As soon as he spoke, Pan Renfu instantly raised his head to look at him, saying in a deep voice, "Did they contact you?" They? Naturally, it was the Ideal Land, that terrorist organization that committed all sorts of evil and attempted to overthrow the official government. He had known about it a long time ago, and someone had approached him, trying to recruit him. They even promised various benefits, but he had rejected them all. The reason was simple. The Pan family commerce was developing quite well, with money and resources. They could even support a 6th-tier master. Since that was the case, why take the risk of treason? Looking for death when he had nothing better to do? They sent a messenger to find me. Said they could help avenge my brother. Pan Yue said softly, "No need. The grudge for my son, I will avenge myself. I don't need their help." Pan Renfu directly refused, his tone firm. Seeing this, Pan Yue did not bring it up again. "By the way, what about the matter of the blood pill? Did the people from the longevity pill company agree?" After a moment of silence, Pan Renfu brought up the matter. "No, I've made several calls over the past couple of days, but no one answered." "No one answered? I remember the person in charge of that company is named Yang Yinin, right? A student from some university?" "Yes, Dad. I've investigated carefully. Aside from her close friend who has a bit of a connection, her other relatives and friends are not worth mentioning." "Close friend? Does she have a strong background?" "For ordinary people, she has some power. She can be considered from a martial arts family, and they opened a martial arts school in Shanghai City, with the strongest having a 4th-level standard. But for us Pan family, that's still far from enough." "Then there's nothing to worry about. If they refuse to cooperate and don't answer the phone, then we should take direct action. The Su family bullying me is one thing. A mere pill company dares to ignore me? It seems my name, Pan Renfu, isn't loud enough in this Jinling City." "You have ambition. Dad, I'll leave this matter to you. By any means necessary, we must obtain the refining method and patent rights for the blood essence pill, and bring that alchemist behind it to see me as well. Yes, I promise to complete the task." Zhang Ting, unknown call. Zhang Ting, unknown call at the subway station. After Chen Shen dealt with Su Yiting and the others, he didn't linger and directly bought a ticket back to the Northern District. As for the follow-up, after the hotel reported to the police, the Public Security Bureau's investigation, Chen Shen wasn't worried, because he had used his magical power to cover the cameras the whole time, making it impossible to see his face. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to him. However, another matter made him frown, feeling a bit uneasy. It's been half a day. Yang Yinin still hasn't replied. Yes, it took 3 hours on the subway to the Southern District and then back. After such a long time, Yang Yinin still hadn't responded to Chen Shen's message. Could it be that she ran away? But that didn't make sense. The two had been cooperating quite well, with no disagreements or conflicts. It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that something happened? With that thought, Shin Chen decided to check on the pill company. Leaving the subway station, Shin Chen took a taxi straight to the Xinhuang Industrial Park. Upon arriving at the destination, it was just after 4 in the afternoon. At this time, it was working hours, but inside Yang Yinin's company, there was no one. What's going on? Shin Chen wandered around, looking puzzled. Hey, brother, who are you looking for? At that moment, a security guard patrolling the area saw Chen Chen and shouted. Seeing this, Chen Chen asked, "Where's the longevity pill company? Is it closed?" "Hey, I heard the boss ran away." "Ran away?" "Yeah, that's right. No one can find her, the phone is unreachable, and she doesn't come to the company." Those employees had no choice but to disperse. But fortunately, the owed wages aren't much. The labor bureau people have come by, but I don't know the specific progress. The news revealed by the security guard left Chen Chen stunned. He didn't expect Yang Yinin to really run away. This was too outrageous, wasn't it? By the way, someone came looking for the company boss yesterday, and she was a big beauty. Said she was the boss's close friend. The security guard suddenly said. But Chen Chen just nodded slightly, not paying much attention. Since she ran away, then let her be. When she runs out of money, she can find another pill company to cooperate with. With that thought, Chen Chen turned to leave, preparing to deal with Wu Moli. Tap tap. At that moment, a tall woman with dyed blonde hair, wearing a short skirt and a pink shirt, was walking briskly. She had a worried expression, lost in thought. As she passed by, she didn't even see Chen Chen and the others, not even glancing their way. When she walked far away, the security guard said slyly, "Hee, I'm talking about that beautiful woman over there. What do you think? Pretty, right? Her figure is also nice, curvy like a ball." The latter comment was a bit lewd. Chen Chen chose to ignore it. He simply turned to look at the woman's back. His brow furrowed again. Deep down, he felt that Yang Yinin had no reason to run away. Even if she wanted to leave, she should have told him. There was no way she would just disappear and not answer her phone. Perhaps something unexpected happened? Coupled with the explosive popularity of the blood essence pill, many powerful forces were contacting her. Could it be? With that thought, Chen Chen felt increasingly uneasy. He immediately walked towards the woman and called out, "Hey, wait!" Behind him, the security guard was stunned when he saw Chen Chen calling out to the woman. What's going on? Reporting? Or flirting? The security guard was both surprised and anxious. Perhaps feeling guilty, he didn't dare to linger and hurriedly left. Who are you? Jiang Ting raised her head. She looked at Chen Chen with confusion, instinctively asking, but soon, she snapped out of her previous thoughts. Her expression immediately turned cold. She said again, "If you're here to flirt, you can leave." Although Chen Chen was tall and handsome, looking quite pleasing, and seemed to be a martial artist, her mood was not good at the moment. Her best friend Yang Yinin had been missing for 2 days. She had searched everywhere and found nothing. If she couldn't find her today, she would have to report it to the police. "Do you know Yang Yinin?" Chen Chen didn't mind Jiang Ting's attitude. He got straight to the point and asked. As soon as he said this, Jiang Ting's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly exclaimed, "Do you know where Yinin is?" "I don't know. I'm also here to find Yang Yinin. She hasn't replied to my messages, and I feel something has happened." Chen Chen spoke truthfully. You are Chen Chen? The one who Yinin paid 500,000 to endorse the company?" After carefully observing Chen Chen, Jiang Ting seemed to remember something and exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I am Chen Chen. Alright, you don't have any news about Yinin either? I was just thinking of coming to ask you. By the way, you just said Yinin might be in trouble. Do you know something? How about we find a place to sit down and talk?" "Sure, in a shop not far from the park." Jiang Ting casually ordered a Coke and said, "A few days ago, I saw Yinin in Jiling City. She said she found an endorser for the company and spent a whole 500,000. You have to know. That money was earned by her risking her life to hunt fierce beasts in the wild. She was originally planning to buy resources to break through to a high-level martial artist, but instead, she used it on that soon-to-be bankrupt company. I even scolded her for it." As she spoke, Jiang Ting glanced at Chen Chen. The next moment, she continued, "But at that time, I had other matters, so I didn't stay long in Jiling City. I left that night. We have a very good relationship. We almost contact each other every day. Even if she's busy, she would reply the next day. But the day before yesterday and yesterday, Yinin seemed to have disappeared, not replying to messages or answering calls. Even classmates and mentors from our class couldn't reach her. So I had no choice but to come to Jiling City." After hearing Jiang Ting's words, Chen Chen narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you have any clues?" "No. What about you? Do you know something?" Jiang Ting asked hopefully. In response, Chen Chen nodded slightly. "It might be related to the blood essence pill. Blood essence pill? I heard Ineen mention it. Her company developed a new pill with great effects. She even said she would send me a few. Could it be that she went missing because of this? It's possible. Chen Chen's expression turned contemplative. Feeling that Yang Ineen's disappearance was likely due to the blood-generating pill, it was estimated that someone couldn't sit still and took action to kidnap her. If that were the case, she should still be alive. After all, the formula, refining techniques, and patents for the blood-generating pill were all in his hands. The other party kidnapping Yang Ineen was completely useless. In the end, they would still have to come to him. What should we do now? Report it? Jiang Ting asked worriedly. Not yet. They will come looking for us. You're not in a hurry, but I am. What if they hurt Ineen? What if something happens to her? Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, Chen Chen's phone rang. He picked it up to see an unfamiliar number. Without hesitation, he answered. Chen Chen? Yeah, who are you? Don't worry about who I am. If you want Yang Ineen to live, do as I say, otherwise beep. Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to the end and hung up immediately. What did it mean, if you want Yang Ineen to live, do as he says? Letting the other party lead him by the nose? Various tricks? Various humiliations? In the end, losing both money and life? Chen Chen wasn't that foolish. In any case, only he could refine the pills. Even if the other party killed Yang Ineen, it would be of no use. No matter what, they couldn't bypass him. Since that was the case, why should he be threatened? Reaching the destination was secondary. If the other party's target was merely Yang Ineen, why call him? Why put on a threatening demeanor? So Chen Chen was 100% sure that the target on the other end of the line was himself, the blood-generating pill. Yang Ineen was merely a collateral damage, taken as a hostage. As for how they found him, perhaps it was as Yang Ineen said, or it could be through other means. After all, the patent was applied for in his name, and a contact number was left. If the other party had some connections, they could easily find him through the patent office. No matter what, before they see me, Yang Ineen's life can still be saved. But this matter must be resolved. You can't hide from it. Today they could use Yang Ineen to threaten him. What about tomorrow? Would it be Chen Chen's classmates? Or family? Never underestimate the humanity of certain people. And don't challenge their bottom line with the safety of family. Otherwise, the one who would regret it would definitely be himself. Thinking of this, Chen Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. A killing intent brewed in his heart. He waited for the phone to ring again. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, Chen Chen's phone rang again, and the caller was the same number as before. The call was connected, but Chen Chen didn't speak. The other party also remained silent. For a moment, the atmosphere was somewhat tense, until Jiang Ting, feeling puzzled, was about to ask. A male voice finally came through the phone. Good, very good. Chen Chen, you're doing great. The two harsh words showed the other party's frustration. Chen Chen didn't care and continued to remain silent. After a moment, the man couldn't hold back any longer and finally stated his purpose. You should know why we are looking for you. As long as you honestly hand over the formula, refining techniques, and patent rights for the blood-generating pill to us, we will immediately release Yang Ineen, and guarantee that we won't trouble you in the future. The man said in a deep voice. Okay, that works, but I require an in-person transaction. You didn't say, but I also want an in-person transaction. The address is outside the city, at Xingfu Factory. If you don't know the way, you can use navigation or take a taxi. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. How is it? Is there news about Ineen? Jiang Ting asked anxiously. Yeah, she has been kidnapped. The purpose is the blood-generating pill. Without hiding anything, Chen Chen spoke truthfully. Despicable. How vile. Who are these people? What will it take for them to release Ineen? Hearing the news about Yang Ineen, Jiang Ting first breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately became angry. I don't know. The other party didn't reveal their identity, but I think it should be some forces in Jinling City. By the way, are you familiar with these forces? Which ones? The forces in Jinling City? I have some knowledge. Basically, there are 3 major merchant associations, the Pan family, the Li family, and the Jia family, along with 2 major groups, Yufeng Group and Longtum Group. These are the main forces in Jinling City. How strong are they? Do they have Grand Masters? Put. What do you think a Grand Master is? A cabbage? A mere merchant association in charge of a city has a Grand Master? You're overthinking it. The strongest in all of Jinling City is just the Lord of the city, who is merely a Grand Master. I estimate that among these 5 forces, there should be a master. At the very least, there are martial artists. Jiang Ting wasn't very clear about the specifics, just giving a rough idea. But for Chen Chen, that was enough. As long as there were no Grand Masters, it would be fine. Let's go. We need to save Yang Ineen. Once Chen Chen made up his mind, he stopped hesitating and immediately stood up. Ha, do you know the location? Yeah, outside the city, at Xingfu Factory. The city area refers to the livable zones. Outside the city, however, consists of abandoned industrial areas, various buildings, and even villages and towns. Long ago, it was also called the suburbs, on the edge of the city. These places are sparsely populated and lack security, allowing many homeless people, criminals, and fugitives to hide there. The Xingfu factory mentioned is not far from the city, a large abandoned factory. It can still be found on navigation software. Is it just the two of us? Aren't we reporting it? In the taxi, Jiang Ting felt a bit nervous and whispered, "No need, just the two of us." Alright, to be honest, Jiang Ting felt a bit dazed. What was she doing? Although she was worried about her best friend and wanted to find her immediately, the ideal approach would have been to report to the local security bureau as soon as there were clues, and with the assistance of martial artists from the bureau, quickly rescue Yang Yining. But now, she was following a high school student who had just become a martial artist, slightly stronger than an ordinary person, to the extremely dangerous outskirts of the city, planning to confront the kidnappers and rescue Yang Yining. This felt a bit like a TV drama. It made Jiang Ting feel uncertain and anxious. But a few minutes later, she suddenly took a deep breath, as if making a certain decision, murmuring to herself, "Ha, what am I thinking? That's Yining, my best friend since childhood, my closest friend and classmate. No matter what, I should be the first to go save her." For a martial artist, willpower and mindset are the most important. With a heart full of passion and invincible courage, one should never be timid in the face of difficulties. Moreover, a high school student Chen Shen beside her had just become a martial artist. Yes, he had awakened a talent level, but that was a cultivation talent, which was of no use in martial arts. He probably hadn't even been to the wild, and his practical combat ability was minimal, only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. At the same time, he had only known Yang Yining for less than a week, and their relationship was negligible. Calling him a friend was an exaggeration. In this situation, he wasn't afraid at all. Without hesitation, he was determined to go to the outskirts of the city to save Yang Yining alone. In contrast, she was a high-level third-tier martial artist, her body tempered to 95, about to break through to the fourth tier. With a talent level, a student from Luhu University, practicing a high-level ancestral cultivation method and high-grade martial skills. And yet, she had hesitated at first? Thinking of this, Jiang Ting's face flushed red with shame. "You stay behind me later, and I'll handle everything. If negotiations break down and it turns into a fight, you run first. Don't worry about me." Awakened, Jiang Ting's expression was resolute, her demeanor serious. She sat up straight and spoke in a low voice. Seeing this scene, Chen Shen felt somewhat perplexed. No way? She couldn't possibly think that she was the main force in saving Yang Yining, could she? After taking the elixir, Yang Yining broke through to the third tier. But she is still captured. That means the other side either has a lot of people or has a fourth-tier warrior. Chen Shen muttered to himself. As for whether it was as Chen Shen guessed, they would know when they arrived. Time passed. After leaving the urban area, the taxi maintained a fast speed. The driver was very nervous and scared, fearing that a warrior might suddenly appear to block the road and rob them. Fortunately, they encountered no incidents until they reached their destination. This is Xingfu Factory. Before the jurisdiction was reduced, this was a large factory. The driver said, his tone quite emotional. "By the way, are you guys going back to the urban area? If you are, I can wait for you." "Of course. It's really too dangerous here. If there are wanted criminals or martial artist offenders, I might just be done for. So you have to pay me for this waiting time, 10,000, no bargaining." The driver was a greasy middle-aged man. Half of his body leaned out of the car, looking around nervously while shouting at Chen Shen and the others. In response, Chen Shen nodded. "Let's go back. Just wait for us a few minutes." "Alright, I'll wait for you for 10 minutes. Xingfu Factory covered a vast area, at least 10,000 acres, but now it was completely abandoned. Not only was the ground covered in dust, but many of the factory buildings were in ruins, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them dangerous buildings. Among the many dilapidated structures, near the left side, on the third floor of a relatively intact factory building, a figure was moving. At the same time, 2 off-road vehicles were parked downstairs. No need to say more, Yang Yining was definitely there. "Let's go. Yining should be over there." Jiang Ting also locked onto that building, her expression grave as she spoke. She then took the lead and walked in that direction. The closer they got, the clearer the figure on the third floor became, and at a distance of about 100 meters, the other side also noticed them. "Young Master Chu." Chen Chen has arrived, but there's an extra woman with him. On the third floor, the empty area was filled with many chairs. Some were playing cards for fun, some were playing mobile games, and some were fast asleep. In total, there were more than 10 people. The most eye-catching was a young man slumped on the sofa, his expression dark. He was thin, wearing a floral shirt and suit pants, with polished leather shoes. A valuable watch adorned his wrist, and a silver necklace hung around his neck, his hair styled in a slicked-back manner. He looked like a rich young master. He was none other than Li Chu, the third young master of the Li Merchant Association, who had kidnapped Yang Yinin and threatened Chen Chen to come for the blood elixir deal. At this moment, hearing his subordinate's words, he jumped up from the sofa, ecstatic. What? Chen Chen is here? He finally came? Damn! When that bastard comes up, no need to waste words with him, just beat him to a pulp. Saying this, he went to the window and looked down, just in time to see Chen Chen approaching. You little brat, hanging up on me? Trying to act tough with me? If you hadn't come, that would have been fine. Since you're here, I'll make you wish you were dead, begging for mercy on your knees. The idea of the blood elixir wasn't just being pursued by the Pan Merchant Association. Many forces in Jinling City were eyeing it greedily. Compared to them, the Li family was much more aggressive, especially Li Chu, who was known as a notorious playboy. Relying on the Li Merchant Association, he was fearless in Jinling City, committing all sorts of misdeeds. Kidnapping, murder, and various other crimes could earn him 10 death sentences. Yet to this day, he still lived quite freely, and just a few days ago, he was bored and idle. Hearing his father mention the matter of the blood-generating pill, he took the initiative to take it on himself, swearing that he would definitely acquire the refining techniques and patent rights for the blood-generating pill. This included inviting the alchemist behind it to the Li Merchant Association. The subsequent matters were simple. A casual investigation led directly to Yang Yinin. Not wanting to waste time, Li Chu called for someone to bind Yang Yinin and then interrogated her about the pill. He thought it would be easy, that it could be resolved in half a day. But the result was, kill, 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 kill. A day passed, and the news from his subordinates was that Yang Yinin was like a mute, refusing to say anything. This infuriated Li Chu, who exploded in rage and scolded everyone harshly. He then personally rushed to the outskirts of the city. He wanted to see what mouth he couldn't pry open. However, no matter how he tortured her, Yang Yinin refused to speak. Information about the blood-generating pill? The alchemist behind it? Not a word would she reveal. If it weren't for the Merchant Association finding the patent office and locating Chen Chen's contact number, Li Chu would have wanted to dismember Yang Yinin. But that was not all. Li Chu took a deep breath, trying to endure it. But when the call to Chen Chen connected, before he could say 2 words, it was hung up on him. Could he endure this? Absolutely not. He couldn't take it. When had Li Chu ever suffered such humiliation? In an instant, Li Chu completely erupted. Even if he didn't want the blood-generating pill, he wanted Chen Chen dead. He wanted to torture him until he begged for mercy on his knees. The more he thought about it, the more sinister his expression became. He stared at Chen Chen with eyes full of resentment, wishing he could tear him to pieces, releasing the pent-up frustration of the past 2 days. Who is that woman? At that moment, Li Chu noticed Jiang Ting and asked. According to our investigation, she should be Yang Yinin's best friend, Jiang Ting, a third-tier advanced martial artist, said a martial artist beside him. These martial artists were all third-tier, with 2 of them being fourth-tier. Clearly, like the Pan Merchant Association, they were a martial artist team cultivated by the Li family. Third-tier? Ha! Dare to seek death. Disable her, but don't kill. Li Chu narrowed his eyes and said lightly. In this situation, the martial artist understood very well. He realized that Li Chu wanted to vent his anger afterward and immediately laughed. Rest assured, we'll make sure she can't struggle. Meanwhile, downstairs at the factory, Chen Chen also looked up and saw Li Chu. The resentment in his eyes made him pause slightly. What was going on? Did this person have a vendetta against him? Confused, Chen Chen followed Jiang Ting to the 3rd floor. However, upon reaching the 3rd floor and surveying the scene, his expression turned icy. Jiang Ting gasped, Yinin, you. Looking over, Yang Yinin was in the corner ahead, but her appearance was truly unbearable to look at. Her hands were bound and suspended in the air. She was covered in blood, with wounds all over her body. Some were still bleeding, while others had already dried up. Her skin was torn, and her flesh was a bloody mess. Most of the marks were from whiplashes. Even her face was marked, her hair wrapped in congealed blood, forming strands. She had been motionless, her life uncertain. But upon hearing Jiang Ting's voice, she suddenly trembled, struggling to open her eyes, looking both frightened and shocked. Ting Ting? Chen Chen? Why are you here? Quick, run! Don't worry about me. First, she was in disbelief. Then, with all her strength, she screamed, trying to urge Chun Shen and Jiang Ting to flee. However, it was already too late. By the time Chun Shen and Jiang Ting arrived, the martial artists of the Li family had all put down what they were doing. They took out their weapons and slowly surrounded them. In the center stood Li Chu, along with a man and a woman, both fourth-tier advanced martial artists. Run? Ha! Now that you're here, do you think you can escape? Li Chu laughed wildly. He then looked at Chen Shen, his expression cold. Grass mud horse. Let's see how I deal with you today. With that, he waved his right hand, signaling everyone to take action. Chen Shen, when the fight starts, don't hesitate, just run. The many martial artists erupted with energy, most of them at the 3rd level, with 2 among them at the 4th level. This made the atmosphere extremely oppressive. Jiang Ting's expression changed drastically, her face heavy with concern. Clearly, she hadn't expected there to be so many martial artists, and among them, there were formidable 4th-level warriors. There was no doubt, she might not be able to escape. Yet, even so, what surprised Chen Shen was that she didn't turn and run immediately but instead urged Chen Shen to leave first while she stayed behind. Did she not realize that staying could cost her life? At that moment, Chen Shen felt a hint of admiration for Jiang Ting, as did Yang Yining. This girl, clearly just a college student, a 3rd-level martial artist, and a woman, had been tortured to this extent, yet upon seeing him, she urged him to escape. Perhaps, she didn't mention the alchemy techniques or her own identity? Otherwise, it wouldn't be this dire. A thought crossed his mind. Looking at Yang Yining again, he saw that she had lost too much blood and had fainted. Seeing this, Chen Shen decided not to waste any more time and prepared to resolve the situation quickly. Boom! The battle was about to erupt. The energy surged, and the sense of oppression intensified as they surged toward Jiang Ting. In an instant, her body trembled, and she had to take 2 steps back. Jiang Ting's face turned pale, her heart filled with dread. With her strength, facing 3rd-level martial artists of the same realm, she usually had nothing to fear. Even if she faced 2 or 3 opponents, she could manage an escape if she couldn't win. But now, there were too many of them. 2 4th-level warriors were locking onto her, and any sign of abnormality would result in her being struck down with thunderous force. Faced with this scene, Jiang Ting felt a sense of despair and a twinge of regret. What if she hadn't come? What if she had reported it in advance? She raised her head and looked at Yang Yining, gradually calming her chaotic thoughts, her gaze firming as she whispered, Yining, I'm here to save you. As soon as the words left her mouth, her energy momentarily stilled for half a second, her face filled with astonishment. Turning slightly, she saw Chen Shen calmly stepping forward, standing beside her, his right hand extended, as if ready to take down everyone in an instant. Jiang Ting felt it was absurd. Her mind short-circuited, and she even wanted to ask Chen Shen if he was mentally sound. How could he dare to say, you're not their match, let me handle it? In such a situation, was he just posturing, playing tricks? Jiang Ting was somewhat bewildered. She wasn't the only one, the Li family's martial artists were equally confused. What was going on? What did this kid want? What was he thinking? Not understanding, everyone secretly looked at Li Chu. What are you looking at? Can't you feel it? He's just a 1st-level martial artist, just putting on a show. Are your eyes blind? Useless. All of you are useless. Damn. Go on, attack him. What are you standing there for? Break his limbs. Seeing that everyone was intimidated by Chen Shen, Li Chu was furious and cursed loudly. At that moment, Chen Shen's power surged as he coldly declared, Wind Blade, the simplest of spells. Initially plain, silent, and unnoticed, only a gentle breeze passed through, bringing a sense of coolness. But the next second, all the Li family martial artists present changed their expressions drastically, frozen in place, unable to move. Jiang Ting, who was taken aback, found that the wind blades were the simplest of spells. They existed in the original cultivation methods. However, the strength of the spell depended on the caster. If a cultivator like Zhang Yu were to unleash it, it might be effective against mosquitoes, but against martial artists, it would likely be suicidal, probably not even breaking the skin. But if Qin Shen were to cast it, the outcome would be entirely different. Silent and invisible, the blades formed in the air, transparent and undulating. There were countless of them, and they were incredibly sharp. As a gentle breeze blew, the wind blades sliced through the bodies of many Li clan martial artists, including those two top-tier 4th-level martial artists. Their senses were keen, and at the moment the wind blades appeared, they felt a slight sense of danger, their expressions turning grave. However, they had never encountered a cultivator as powerful as Chen Shan, so they were unaware of the wind blades and did not know such a bizarre attack method existed in the world. By the time they realized, it was already too late. No matter how tough their skin and bones, they could not withstand the wind blades in the slightest. In an instant, all the Li clan martial artists on the scene were severed at the waist, their bodies torn apart, leaving behind a pile of flesh, extremely terrifying. Ha, what's going on? Seeing the fierce martial artists preparing to charge forward suddenly freeze in place, their expressions strange, and their blood energy plummeting, Jiang Ting was utterly astonished, feeling both tense and bewildered. Li Chu was the same. He was first taken aback, then erupted in fury. Damn it! You guys are deliberately opposing me today, right? Why are you wasting time on a person? What do you want? Ha! I'm telling you, Li Chu was furious, his face twisted, eyes bulging, unable to hold back his curses. But as he continued to shout, he suddenly stopped. The expression on his face changed rapidly, from anger to astonishment, then to fear, and finally to disbelief. You guys, what's going on? What the hell is happening? Looking at the ground covered in blood and flesh, he could even see the terrified expression of the male 4th-level martial artist, half of his face in horror. At that moment, Li Chu was so frightened that he stumbled backward, his face pale, a mix of shock and anger. But what truly terrified him, even drove him to despair, was that as he retreated, his body suddenly dropped. All sensation in his lower body vanished in an instant, as if it did not exist. When he reacted and looked down, he realized he had already been severed at the waist. Ah, no, don't! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Ah, who is it? Who dares to kill me? I am from the Li Merchant Association. If you kill me, you won't survive either. Collapsing to the ground, Li Chu screamed in terror. As he felt his body growing weaker and death closing in rapidly, he completely went mad, roaring around him. At that moment, he believed that a powerful being was secretly attacking. At the very least, it had to be a martial master. Otherwise, how could so many of them be killed in an instant? As for Chen Chen? No, it couldn't be him. Just by looking at his age, one could tell that the first-level blood energy he emitted was real, not false. So it couldn't have been Chen Chen who acted. It had to be someone else. As he thought about it, Li Chu's mind gradually dulled, until he was left with his mouth agape, eyes wide open, unable to close them. Chen Chen! What is going on? Looking at the ground that resembled a slaughterhouse, Jiang Ting was shocked and horrified, unable to believe it. She rubbed her eyes repeatedly, making them red and painful, just to confirm that it wasn't a dream. But like Li Chu, Jiang Ting immediately thought that the people on the scene were not killed by Chen Chen. Instead, there was another person, a super strong being above the martial master level. For this reason, she felt a sense of impending danger and shouted a couple of times to those around her. But after waiting for a long time, no one responded. What's going on? Did they just kill and leave? Hiding their achievements and fame, not leaving a trace? Jiang Ting was puzzled. At this moment, Chen Chen spoke up. Stop shouting. There's no one else here. Ha, how do you know? Jiang Ting was surprised. How do I know? Because I killed these people. Turning to look at Jiang Ting, Chen Chen said. He then quickly walked over to Yang Yinin, untied her, and rescued her. This injury. Yang Yinin was severely injured. Even with her body as a third-tier martial artist, she was barely hanging on. Not only was her skin torn, but there were also many knife wounds. She had lost too much blood and was nearly in shock. Seeing this, Chen Chen used magic to heal her. You killed them? At this moment, Jiang Ting also came forward, but she still didn't believe Chen Chen's words. A high school student who had just awakened for a few days could become a first-tier martial artist. She found that reasonable. After all, with high talent, it was normal to have a faster cultivation speed, so she wasn't very surprised before. But now you tell me that those third-tier and fourth-tier martial artists from the Li clan were killed by you? Standing there, with a wave of your hand, they all died? No blood burst? No other abnormalities? Who could believe that? Not to mention Jiang Ting, even if it were announced, no one in the world would believe it. Don't you have a cultivation talent? Aren't you only first-tier strength? How could you possibly kill third-tier and fourth-tier martial artists? You're just talking nonsense, Jiang Ting said again. As she spoke, she squatted down to check Yang Yinin's body. She found Chen Chen's green magic to be quite normal. After all, cultivators could use some healing spells, which was reasonable. But what had just happened was something Chen Chen could never have done. Then who could it be? As she thought, Jiang Ting gradually looked at Chen Chen. She recalled his various inexplicable actions and his calm expression throughout. She suddenly realized, oh, I understand now. I know. It's your master, right? A strong person took you as a disciple? The reason you dared to come to save Yinin is because you have your master protecting you? You have confidence? Yes, it must be like that. After all, with high talent, even if it's useless, someone would still be interested. Jiang Ting's tone was certain, feeling that this reason was perfect. And seeing Chen Chen silent, she became even more convinced. Chen Chen, please thank your master for me. Thank him for saving her life. Chen Chen was speechless, but he couldn't be bothered to explain, letting her think whatever she wanted. He said, "My magic can only heal Yang Yinin's wounds and stop the blood from continuing to flow, which is a temporary way to save her life. To be safe, she still needs to be sent to the hospital." Right, let's take Yinin to the hospital. Get out of the way, I'll carry her. I'll run faster. Only then did Jiang Ting remember that Yang Yinin was severely injured and unconscious, and she immediately panicked. She hurriedly carried her and rushed towards a taxi. Then she urged the driver to hurry to the major hospital in Jinling City. To put it bluntly, how do you want to die? To put it bluntly, how do you want to die? When they delivered Yang Yinin to the hospital, it was already night. They went directly into the emergency room, accompanied by Jiang Ting. Seeing this, Chen Chen didn't linger and turned to leave. But he didn't go home. Instead, he went to another hospital. It was also the first people's hospital where Chen Chen's mother was. "Sister Jing, how has my mom been lately?" In the luxurious ward, Chen Chen sat on the edge of the bed, looking at his mother with her eyes tightly closed, and asked softly, "Much better. The money you paid is enough. The hospital uses good medicine every day, including some martial arts tonics." Behind him was Nurse Li Jingjing. Chen Chen personally requested the hospital to let her take care of his mother alone. Now it seems that whether it is the tidiness of the bed, the hair that mother obviously combs regularly, or the fresh orchids on the windowsill, all indicate Li Jingjing's work attitude. Very attentive, very serious. "By the way, Sister Jing, is there any miracle drug that can wake my mom up, given her condition?" Chen Chen asked. "Miracle drug? I'm afraid not. Your mother has suffered brain damage, but she recovered a long time ago. The reason she hasn't woken up for so long seems to be related to her consciousness. Or perhaps some invisible nerve has yet to heal?" Li Jingjing didn't quite understand either. Half-truths and guesses were spoken. Chen Chen didn't pay much attention to this. When he came earlier, he had already used magic to treat her, but there was no change in the outcome. Perhaps, as Li Jingjing said, it really is a consciousness issue? Or more mysteriously, a soul issue? "It seems I can only wait until my cultivation level is higher to find a way to wake my mother," Chen Chen thought to himself. 2 hours later, seeing that the visit was about over, Chen Chen stood up and said, "Sister Jing, I still need to trouble you to take good care of my mom. When I have time, I'll treat you to a meal." Okay, I'll be waiting for your feast." Since Chen Chen was somewhat familiar to her, Li Jingjing didn't stand on ceremony and smiled in agreement. Then Chen Chen nodded and turned to leave the hospital. Late at night, around 10 o'clock, Chen Chen returned to the hospital where Yang Yinin was. But he wasn't there to visit her, rather, he had felt a faint sensation coming from a certain ward when he was there earlier. On the 6th floor of the inpatient department, in a double room, Zhang Yuhua and Wu Moli were sitting cross-legged on the hospital bed, trying to use their magical powers to heal their injuries. Beside them were 2 other people, a middle-aged man and woman. Their expressions were different. The woman looked worried and angry. The man had a pale face, dark and terrifying. They were none other than Wu Moli's parents. Hiss! After an unknown amount of time, Wu Moli suddenly gasped. "What's wrong? Moli, how are you? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Seeing Wu Moli in distress, the woman hurriedly shouted, "I'm fine. I accidentally bumped into an injured meridian while running my energy." Wu Moli shook her head, signaling her mother not to worry. But the couple had only this one precious daughter. They had spoiled her since she was little, afraid she would melt in their mouths or break in their hands. They basically gave her whatever she wanted, never scolded or hit her. Even when she awakened her cultivation talent, knowing she could never become a strong person in her lifetime, she still used connections to find Zhang Yuhua and asked him to take Wu Moli as his disciple. Such a precious child. Yet today, she had been beaten, and badly injured. Struggling to walk, she was rushed to the hospital by an ambulance. Who could have imagined how furious and worried she was when she heard the news? She hurriedly pulled her husband, neglecting their shop's business, and rushed to the hospital. "Slow down. If it hurts, don't practice. I've informed the hospital, you'll be given 3rd-tier martial arts medicine every day. You'll recover within a week." After saying this, her tone changed. The woman's face was filled with resentment as she said fiercely, "Damn it, who exactly was it that hit you? I'm going to find them right now. I will make them suffer 1,000 cuts and have their bodies torn apart." "Honey, I remember you know a 3rd-tier high-level martial artist. Can you invite them? No matter how much it costs, we must avenge our daughter." Hearing his wife's words, the man's eyes were filled with anger as he said in a deep voice, "It shouldn't be a problem." "Then good. You contact them right now. Dare to hit my daughter, no matter the cost, I want him dead." The couple's attitude made Wu Moli very satisfied. This was a solid sense of security she had had since childhood. Whenever she was bullied, her parents would always be the first to seek revenge for her. However, this is not enough. Although Wu Moli's family has some money, her parents are ordinary people without talent. Dealing with that Chen Shen might still be a bit lacking. If only the master was willing to help. Wu Moli looked at Zhang Yuhua beside her and said, "Master, what do you think? Should we take revenge for this grudge?" Zhang Yuhua slowly opened his eyes. His expression was grim, and there was a mix of shame and anger in his eyes. As a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi training and an elder of the Branch Alliance, even some second-tier warriors would treat him with respect. But he never expected that when he went to invite Chen Shen, he would end up being beaten like this. When Qin Langming brought people to visit in the afternoon, the look of surprise and shock on their faces was something he could never forget, intensifying his hatred for Chen Shen. Although I don't know what exactly is going on with that Chen Shen, he clearly has talent in cultivation, yet his strength is so great. But it doesn't matter. Since we've offended him, there's nothing more to say. Once I recover from my injuries, I will naturally go find him to settle the score. Zhang Yuhua snorted coldly. However, Wu Moli could not accept this reasoning. She wished she could capture Chen Shen right now, bring him before her, and use every means to torture him, avenging that slap. Recover from injuries? Master, we've already been healed for several days. What if Chen Shen has run away? Besides, the longer we delay, the more our incident spreads, and you wouldn't want to return to the Alliance only to be pointed at by everyone, right? Master, if we want revenge, we must act immediately. Now, right now, we can't delay for a second. The more she spoke, the more agitated Wu Moli became. She even started to pressure Zhang Yuhua. This made Zhang Yuhua frown, feeling somewhat displeased. But to be fair, Wu Moli's words did have some merit. Alright, I'll contact someone right now. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yuhua said. He then took out his phone, preparing to call a martial artist he knew. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside the ward. Is it the nurse? Come in. Zhang Yuhua didn't think much of it and called out. Wu Moli beside him was still lost in thoughts about how to take revenge on Chen Shen. Until the ward door opened, Chen Shen slowly walked in, glanced around, looked at Wu Moli and Zhang Yuhua, and said, "No need to be so troublesome. Just say it directly. How do you want to die?" No need to be so troublesome. Just say it directly. How do you want to die? Chen Shen slowly walked into the ward, his expression cold, speaking. His appearance suddenly silenced the room. Wu Moli's parents were somewhat confused, not knowing Chen Shen, only showing curiosity. Zhang Yuhua's face changed dramatically, both shocked and angry. Shocked that Chen Shen found this place? What did he want? Angry that Chen Shen dared to come here? Didn't he fear that the people from the Cultivation Alliance were also here? Was he really this arrogant, so dismissive of others? On the other bed, Wu Moli stared at Chen Shen fiercely. She was first taken aback, then her face filled with resentment as she screamed, "It's you, Chen Shen? You actually dare to come here? Dad, Mom, it's him who beat me like this. Quick, kill him to avenge me. I want him dead, I want him torn to pieces." Her voice was loud, filled with malice, showcasing her spoiled, arrogant, ignorant, and foolish nature to the fullest. Even due to her excessive agitation, she pulled at her still swollen right cheek, causing her pain to be terrifying. Even so, she remained mindlessly furious, completely failing to see the situation in the room. She shouted to Zhang Yuhua beside her, "Master, why are you still dazed? Quick, call the warrior. Call him now. I want this guy to wish he were dead. Kneel on the ground and beg me for mercy." Hearing Wu Moli's words, Zhang Yu's mouth twitched, his face turning ashen, a mix of urgency and anger. He knew this disciple had a problematic personality. Spoiled and accustomed to being pampered, she was somewhat arrogant and bullying towards the weak while fearing the strong. But previously, with his connections and being in a small circle at the bottom, he hadn't encountered any tough opponents. But now, that Chen Shen was clearly exceptionally strong, with great power and speed. Even he wasn't a match for him. Why was she being so reckless? Was she planning to rely on her two ordinary parents? And asking me to call a warrior? Didn't she see that Chen Shen was standing right at the door? How could I dare to call? Zhang Yu was exasperated, and the more he thought about it, the more his scalp tingled. He immediately vowed that once they returned to the faction, he would kick Wu Moli out. No matter what, he would not recognize her as a disciple anymore. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee when she would end up getting him killed. "You are Chen Shen? Is it you who beat my daughter like this? On what grounds do you hit my daughter? I didn't even touch a finger. On what grounds do you? Let me tell you, you little brat." Today, the woman was also quite fierce. She was stout, with permed hair and a harsh face, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Upon hearing Wu Moli say that this man was her enemy who bullied her, she immediately rushed forward, cursing and attempting to strike, including Wu Moli's father. Though he spoke little, there was a hidden malice in his eyes as he secretly picked up a nearby vase. It was unclear whether he intended to sneak attack or to make a show of force, but Chen Chen paid no mind. He merely thought that with such parents, it was reasonable for Wu Moli to turn out like this, so she deserved to die. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes, looking down at the approaching woman. It was unclear how he struck, but there was a crack sound. The woman froze in place, her cursing abruptly stopping. Her head had already turned from the front to the back. Her neck snapped, bones piercing through skin, blood splattering. This scene left Zhang Yu and the others momentarily dumbfounded. They never expected him to act so decisively. Without a word, he killed. Mom? Wu Moli was stunned for a moment. Seeing the woman fall, she couldn't help but scream. At the same time, her father rushed in a rage, swinging the vase at Chen Chen's head. His grotesque expression was like that of a demon, extremely terrifying. Crack! Smack! What was the use? He was still met with Chen Chen's neck being twisted, dying on the spot. Dad! Just as she was about to rush to her mother, her father collapsed with a thud, dead beyond recovery. This left Wu Moli in deep sorrow, crying out loudly. Ignoring her injuries, she quickly got out of bed, frantically pushing and shaking the two, trying to wake them. As she shook and cried, her sorrowful appearance made one feel pity. But this pity didn't last 3 seconds. It was soon overtaken by hatred. She turned her head, her eyes red as she glared at Chen Chen, screaming, "Chen Chen, you dare kill my parents? I want you dead. I want your whole family dead. Pfft." At that moment, when renting the place, Chen Chen hadn't intended to do anything to her. A slap to teach her a lesson would have sufficed. He hadn't truly intended to kill. But when he went downstairs, this guy was still being reckless, saying he would kill Chen Chen's whole family. It was precisely this statement that led to her parents' deaths, leading to her own demise. She probably wouldn't even think it was her fault until she died. Such a person, dying was not unjust. Even if she hadn't encountered Chen Chen today, she would have met others in the future, dragging her family down, ending up with no complete corpse. You, Chen Chen, I am an elder of the Immortal Cultivation Alliance. If you kill me, the Alliance won't let you go. Moreover, the official regulations state that martial artists must not kill innocents indiscriminately, or they will be suppressed by the Heavenly Punishment Department. Zhang Yuheng, who was watching Wu Moli's head suddenly shatter, was now trembling in fear. His face was pale, stammering as he first mentioned the Immortal Cultivation Alliance, then brought up the Heavenly Punishment Department, hoping to instill fear in Chen Chen and deter him from killing. But unfortunately, it was useless. From the moment Chen Chen entered, the other party was already preparing to call martial artists to deal with him. This indicated that Zhang Yuhong was not a good person either. To avoid future troubles, it was better to resolve this once and for all. With that thought, Chen Chen's hand did not stop. He gently pointed, and his magical power transformed into a needle shape, piercing directly through Zhang Yuhang's brow, killing him instantly. The matter of Zhang Yuhang and Wu Moli was merely a small episode. After handling it, Chen Chen did not linger. He left the hospital and took a taxi back to his rented apartment. Tap tap tap. The area around the rental was an old street. The residential buildings were dilapidated. The street lights were dim. Coupled with the late hour, it felt very quiet. However, Chen Chen paid no mind to it, muttering to himself, maybe I should change places to live? Yes, now that he had money, shouldn't he buy a house in a prosperous area? Why still live here? The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Chen Chen immediately decided that tomorrow or the day after, when he had time, he would go to the city center to buy a house. By the way, should he buy a car, hire a driver, or just buy a villa and hire a housekeeper? After all, he was at the 4th level of qi refining and was about to break through to the 5th level. Outside, he was a 5th-tier martial artist. Even in Jinling City, that was considered a high level. Yet he was living in a shabby single room and had to take a taxi when going out. What kind of situation was that? Lost in thought, Chen Chen walked to the entrance of the building. Just as he was about to go up, he glanced slightly to the side and noticed a man lurking under the distant streetlight. His curiosity piqued. The man happened to look up, revealing his appearance. The man from the ideal land, at the 5th level of qi refining, was wearing a light gray jacket and a duckbill cap. His exposed face was waxy yellow, and his features were stiff. Looking at Chen Chen, his voice was like metal scraping. Hoarse as he said, "You finally came back? We've been waiting for you for several hours." Chen Chen frowned. He recognized this person. The last time they met was in the stairwell. He had introduced himself as someone from the ideal land and wanted to invite Chen Chen to join. At that time, Chen Chen felt the person was unreliable, and that the Ideal Land might not be a legitimate organization, so he had refused, and it turned out to be true. He learned from Jiang Ting today that the Ideal Land was a terrorist organization against humanity. Waiting for me? Why wait for me? Didn't I say I'm not interested in your organization? Chen Chen replied indifferently. At the same time, he glanced toward the other side. At the corner of the building, there stood another person. A young man, tall and thin, with long hair, expressionless as he looked at him, forming a blockade with Li Chang. Not interested? This isn't about whether you're interested or not. Li Chang sneered, but there was still some astonishment in his eyes. He remembered the first time he met Chen Chen a few days ago. He was just an ordinary person with no strength at all. Yet now, looking at him, he had actually reached the initial stage of a first-tier martial artist. Although the aura of blood and energy he emitted was very weak, it felt like he had just broken through. Still, it surprised Li Chang. He marveled at Chen Chen's talent, realizing that in just a few days, he had become a martial artist. If his martial arts talent was that strong, what would happen then? Thinking of this, Li Chang couldn't help but feel it was a pity. Of course, that was all there was to it. His current task was to take Chen Chen to the wilderness or to meet Yonggu. Alright, are you coming with us voluntarily, or should I knock you out and carry you? Li Chang had been lurking here all night. His mood was already extremely irritable. Now that he saw Chen Chen, he didn't hesitate and spoke directly. He slowly activated his vital energy and blood, walking towards Chen Chen with the oppressive aura of a martial artist, attempting to force Chen Chen to submit. But unexpectedly, as he approached within 2 meters of Chen Chen, the latter remained calm, showing no signs of distress. Li Chang was taken aback, shocked internally. He was also puzzled. What was going on? My full-force second-tier vital energy can't suppress him? He didn't even react, appearing completely indifferent. I'll say it again. I'm not interested in the Ideal Land. I hope you won't force me, and even more so, don't push me. Chen Chen said again, trying to sound as sincere as possible. Because regarding this Ideal Land, it was a terrifying organization that even the authorities couldn't eradicate. He really didn't want to offend them too much, lest a whole heap of trouble come knocking at his door, becoming a nuisance. But things didn't go as he wished. His talent had already determined the outcome. Li Chang and his companion would not give up. Force you? Push you? What a joke. You think too highly of yourself. Even if we force you, so what? Even if we push you, so what? Seeing that his vital energy couldn't suppress Chen Chen, Li Chang prepared to take action directly. Just in case, he signaled Mu Xiaochuan. Then the two of them moved decisively, one in front and one behind, reaching for Chen Chen's shoulder. The process was quick. They didn't want to waste time and were also afraid of attracting the attention of the surrounding residents. So they aimed for a quick resolution, intending to take Chen Chen down immediately. But they moved fast and stopped just as quickly. Without any warning, they halted less than a meter away, their faces showing confusion and helplessness, until one of their heads tilted and fell to the ground, rolling several times. I'm afraid of trouble, not of you, Chen Chen said lightly, looking at the two lifeless bodies. With a casual wave, a fire spell appeared, incinerating the two corpses into ashes, which were then carried away by the gentle breeze. In the rental room, after finishing his wash as per his habit, Chen Chen sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the martial skills and cultivation methods that Su Yulu had given him. There was no rush for the inheritance crystal. He opened the documents for the high-grade martial skills and high-grade cultivation methods one by one, examining them carefully. You have an extraordinary comprehension. You watched the high-grade martial skill Shui family linked swords and have already learned it. You have an extraordinary comprehension. You watched the high-grade martial skill ascending cloud 9 ladders and have already learned it. You have an extraordinary comprehension. You watched the high-grade martial skill unmatched waves leg and have already learned it. You have an extraordinary comprehension. You watched the supreme martial skill dragon slashing blade technique and have already learned it. You have an extraordinary comprehension. You watched the supreme martial skill dragon elephant great strength diamond hands and have already learned it. You have an extraordinary comprehension. You watched the high-grade cultivation method earth dragon breathing technique and have already learned it. You have an extraordinary comprehension. You watched the high-grade cultivation method 7 orifices technique and have already learned it. You have an extraordinary comprehension. You watched the high-grade cultivation method tiger bear body refining technique and have already learned it. 38 high-grade martial skills, 9 supreme martial skills, 16 high-grade cultivation methods, including fist techniques, leg techniques, palm techniques, body techniques, sword techniques, knife techniques, and so on. Chen Chen read through them rapidly, spending 2 to 3 hours to learn them all. With his extraordinary comprehension, he integrated them seamlessly, reaching perfection. But that wasn't all. The more martial knowledge he had, the more terrifying his comprehension became. There was no need to make a deliberate effort. Just a thought, and various inspirations burst forth like fireworks. For all martial skills and cultivation methods, he extracted the essence and fused it into spells and cultivation techniques. This increased their power and cultivation speed several times over. The current power of my mana should have increased by 40%, Chen Shan said softly. Then there were 5 inheritance crystals, containing 3 top-tier cultivation methods and 2 holy-grade martial skills. Just stick one to his forehead. It seemed to be related to his thoughts, allowing for direct transmission of information. Chen Shan didn't delay. He picked one up and pressed it to his forehead. A cold sensation came over him, followed by some information appearing in his mind. When it ended, a complete top-tier cultivation method was formed, and the crystal shattered. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have learned the top-tier cultivation method Saint of 10,000 Thunder and gained new insights. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have learned the top-tier cultivation method 5 Elements Universe Saint method and gained new insights. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have learned the top-tier cultivation method 9 Heavens Thunder Pool Saint Body Technique and gained new insights. Everything went smoothly. The top-tier cultivation methods were learned directly. Compared to high-grade methods, their content was more complex and profound, making breakthroughs in martial arts realms easier. They also had amplifying effects on vitality and talent, roughly around 20. If 2 individuals had the same level of talent, one practicing a high-grade method and the other a top-tier method, naturally, the latter would be stronger and could easily crush the former. If the talent were lower, the gap would be even more apparent. But most importantly, the limit of top-tier cultivation is the martial saint, while high-grade methods can only reach the master level. This is the biggest difference. Top-tier cultivation methods. Martial saint. Chen Shan's eyes sparkled, and his understanding of cultivation methods surged wildly. Your comprehension is extraordinary. After observing numerous cultivation methods, you have gained new insights into the Immortal Cultivation method and are currently adjusting the 6th, 7th, and 8th layers of the 10,000 methods harmony. Your comprehension is extraordinary. After observing numerous cultivation methods, you have gained new insights into the Immortal Cultivation method and are currently adjusting the 6th, 7th, and 8th layers of the 10,000 methods harmony. It was unclear how much time had passed. Chen Shen gradually came back to his senses, a smile appearing on his face. Very good. The adjusted 10,000 methods harmony not only increases the cultivation speed tenfold, the 6th, 7th, and 8th layers are even more refined. The magical power cultivated is also more robust and purer. The power when casting spells is naturally stronger. Martial will, Xin Langming. Martial will, Xin Langming, refining the essence. Whether it was martial skills or cultivation methods, after Chen Shen learned them, he had perfected them. However, he did not intend to use them directly but instead extracted the essence and fused it into spells and the 10,000 methods harmony to enhance the power and intensity of both. This also indirectly improved Chen Shen's combat ability. Of course, to use this method in the future, he would need higher-level martial skills and cultivation methods. Thinking of this, Chen Shen took the last 2 inheritance crystals. What was recorded inside were indeed saint-grade martial skills. I want to know what is different about saint-grade martial skills. Pressing it to his forehead, a cool sensation washed over him, and Chen Shan received the information. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have observed the saint-grade martial skill Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique and have learned it. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have observed the saint-grade martial skill 8 Parts Form Intent Body Refining Technique and have learned it. Both martial skills were taught to her by Master Su Yulu. In the outside world, saint-grade martial skills were almost impossible to buy. Even if one could buy them, without becoming a master, they could not be used. This was because it involved martial will. So saint-grade martial skills require martial will to unleash their full power. Otherwise, they are no different from absolute-grade martial skills. If used forcefully, it could even lead to consciousness damage, resulting in a vegetative state. Chen Shen's face showed realization as he murmured. No wonder the thunder slash that Su Yulu used at that time seemed earth-shattering and flashy, yet its power was quite ordinary. It was probably for this reason. To make it easier for her to master, her master even broke down certain moves, placing this martial skill between high grade and absolute grade. Of course, for Su Yulu, who had yet to break through to the 6th tier master, it was already sufficient. As for martial will, according to the published information, it needed to be cultivated after reaching the 6th tier master, centered around a certain special state of mind. This was very complex and extremely difficult. Many masters and grandmasters had yet to cultivate it. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. Let's break through to the 5th layer of chi refining first. Chen Chen shook his head. Sitting cross-legged, the myriad laws of the Tao converged and operated. The surrounding spiritual energy surged in, and in just a moment, it formed a funnel-shaped vortex that grew larger and gradually spread. Within the dantian, the liquid mana continuously dripped down, merging into a river. At the head, the mana enveloped Chen Chen's skull, undergoing deep tempering, and as it generated vitality, its color gradually became jade-like. At 5 a.m. in the hospital where Yang Yinin was located. Previously, in the ward where Wu Moli, Zhang Yu, and others stayed, their deaths had finally been discovered. Have you checked the surveillance? Did you see the murderer? The one speaking was Qin Langming, the leader of the Cultivation Alliance's branch. He wore an ancient robe, had long hair, and was surrounded by spiritual power, exuding an air of immortality. However, at this moment, he looked at Zhang Yu and the corpse with a face as dark as water. He then turned to a middle-aged man beside him. This man was the captain of the nearby security office, who had arrived at the scene half an hour after receiving the report. I checked. I also saw the murderer. But I don't know what happened. The murderer seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, making it hard to see their true appearance. This case involved the Cultivation Alliance, which, although it might seem like a joke compared to the Martial Artist Association, was still a semi-official organization. Some cultivators within it had connections with certain prominent families and high-ranking officials in base cities. For instance, the branch leader Qin Langming before them was from the Qin family of the martial god family in the Tianzi base city. Unfortunately for him, he awakened his cultivation talent and distanced himself from his family, coming to Jinling City to serve as the branch leader of the Cultivation Alliance. But if one were to underestimate him, the consequences would be quite severe. Not to mention the small security office captain, even the higher-ups of the entire regional security bureau had to treat him with respect and camaraderie. Thus, Sun Mao dared not be negligent, his attitude respectful as he honestly replied, "Mist, are you sure?" Qin Langming frowned. "Yes, absolutely. I even copied the video. Leader Qin, take a look." He took out his phone, opened the video, and handed it to Qin Langming. Sure enough, the video content matched Sun Mao's description. Although the surveillance captured the entire scene, the person was very blurry, as if surrounded by a layer of mist, making it impossible to see their true appearance. What about outside the hospital? Did the road surveillance capture anything? It was also blurry. The other party was very professional and had prepared in advance. Alright, I understand. But I still hope Captain Sun can continue the investigation and contact me immediately if there are any leads. Rest assured, Leader Qin, I will definitely bring the murderer to justice. Qin Langming nodded slightly, expressionless, and turned to leave the ward. Outside, the other two elders of the branch, seeing Qin Langming come out, hurriedly asked, "How is it, leader? Who killed old Zhang?" "Yeah, who has the audacity to harm someone from our Cultivation Alliance?" "I don't know. That person came prepared, using talent to obscure their appearance. But," he hesitated slightly, "but when I examined old Zhang's wounds, I couldn't tell what weapon caused the injury, nor were there any other traces, and there was no residual vitality. It seems a bit like our cultivator's spells? However, it's hard to say. There are countless martial artist talents, and low-level martial techniques are as numerous as the sands. Some special existences can kill without leaving traces, which is quite normal. By the way, you were close to old Zhang. Did you notice anything unusual? For example, did old Zhang offend any high-level martial artists, or other high-level cultivators?" Zhang Yuhe was an elder of the branch, at the 6th level of Qi refinement. He was considered a core figure. Having interacted for over 10 years, they shared a deep bond. Just yesterday during the day, he had personally visited him in the hospital. But who would have known? How long had it been since then, and he was already dead? Still murdered. Qin Langming was both shocked and angry. Whether for the reputation of the alliance or for personal connections, he had to find the murderer. As for Wu Moli, she seemed to be a disciple of Zhang Yuhong. He had met her a few times before, but his impression wasn't deep, so he couldn't be bothered. Anyway, the murderer should be the same person. Old Zhang is a good person. I haven't heard of him offending anyone, let alone high-level martial artists. Yes, Alliance leader, old Zhang's strength is decent, and his insight is also good. He wouldn't offend high-level martial artists and high-level cultivators. In the entire Jinling city, we should be the strongest, right? The two had an ethereal demeanor. Both were around 50 years old. One was named Zhao Qing, and the other Zhao Yu. They were brothers. After speaking, Zhao Yu added, "The only one he might have offended is that Chen Shen. Alliance leader, you heard it today. That Chen Shen is exceptionally strong, with great strength and speed, comparable to a first-level martial artist. Old Zhang has invited him to join the alliance multiple times. Not only did he get the cold shoulder, but he was also beaten up like this. That's quite a significant grudge. Upon hearing this, Xin Langming furrowed his brows again. He then said, it shouldn't be him. Although the two fought, old Zhan was also quite injured. But there's no reason for him to come to the hospital to kill someone after more than half a day, right? That doesn't make sense. If he wanted to kill, he would have done it then. Why go through the extra trouble? That seems right. Zhao Yu suddenly realized. But we still need to investigate. At the same time, we should ask about his strength. Clearly, he has a talent for cultivation. But how come his martial arts training is so fast? He became a first-level martial artist in just a few days? Forget it. I'll go personally in a couple of days. The Alliance has also inquired about him, wanting Chen Shen to join as soon as possible. Zhao Qing, puzzled, asked, but the highest level of cultivation is only 10 layers. What difference would it make if Chen Shen joined? Why is the Alliance in such a hurry? It seems to be the intention of some senior. I suspect they want to utilize Chen Shen's exceptional talent to see if they can create a higher-level cultivation method, Xin Langming said mysteriously. Investigation Team, 7th Level Grandmaster, Chen Shen's Realm. Investigation Team, 7th Level Grandmaster, Chen Shen's Realm. 6 a.m. The sky was slightly brightening. Inside the dilapidated building where the Utopia had gathered, Zhang Yong had been waiting there. But after waiting all night, everyone else had made contact. Only the two most crucial members, Li Chang and Mu Xiaochuan, were still missing. Their phones went unanswered, and messages were ignored, as if they had vanished. This was extremely abnormal for the loyal members of Utopia. What's going on? 2 second-level martial artists going to catch a high school student. Could they really fail? It's been a whole night with not a single piece of news. Zhang Yong's expression was grim as he spoke in a low voice. The longer he waited, the more anxious he became. Half an hour later, he could no longer hold back. He opened his phone and found the information he had previously collected on Chen Shen. He was prepared to go see for himself what had happened. Morning. Central area of Jinling City. City Lord's Mansion. I didn't expect they would send you over. In the City Lord's office, Mu Baishu personally poured a cup of tea for the woman in front of him, surprised. There's no choice. The frontline situation is urgent, and there aren't enough people. Yan Jing could only send me. The woman appeared to be in her middle age, looking to be in her 30s. She wore a pink low-cut dress, her ample bosom nearly exposed. Her shoulder-length hair was slightly curled, her features exquisite, with a mature charm that exuded femininity. A small black mole at the corner of her eye was perfectly placed, adding to her allure. If she passed by on the street, regardless of age, any man would be drawn to her. There shouldn't be just you, right? Sitting comfortably on the sofa, Mu Baishu asked, I'm just one of the teams, specifically responsible for Jinling City, Changbai City, and Yunshan City. The woman nodded slightly, smiling as she spoke. She was no one else but Li Qingyan, the head of the investigation team sent by the authorities to handle the Ideal Land incident, a 7th-tier grandmaster. I did receive some news, but I didn't expect you to come so quickly, Mu Baishu said gently. Well, we can't afford to be slow. You know how deranged those people from Ideal Land can be. They can do anything. This time, the disappearance of the martial artists is being taken very seriously. We can't let them create a major incident like what happened in Peace City. So, 6 of us grandmasters were dispatched to form 6 investigation teams to thoroughly investigate and eliminate them. It should be like that. Over the years, people from Ideal Land have occasionally caused trouble in Jinling City. I was planning to deal with them at the end of the year. Now that you're here, it saves me some trouble. You guy, becoming the city lord and still thinking of slacking off? If the mentor finds out, won't he scold you fiercely again? The two had a very good relationship. They were alumni from university, training under the same mentor. Although they went to different battle zones after graduation, they kept in touch. Speaking of the mentor, how is he doing? Mu Baishu asked nostalgically. He's not dead. After all, he was once a grandmaster, although he's old and frail, and his vitality has declined. But living a few more years is not a problem. However, quite a few of our classmates have passed away. Do you remember Jiang? The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. As they chatted, they reminisced about various past events, their expressions shifting between nostalgia, surprise, reminiscence, and laughter. 2 hours later, Mu Baishu pointed to the young man behind Li Qingyan and curiously asked, "Is this your disciple from 2 years ago? A genius?" "Yes, that's right. A high-level offensive talent, with an added bonus to cultivation speed. He just broke through to a top-tier 4th-level martial artist not long ago." "How is he?" "Not bad, right? Just in time for the Ideal Land incident, I brought him along for some practical experience," Li Qingyan said, slightly proud as she introduced him. The The young man beside her slightly bowed to Mu Baishu and said, Shen Tao has met City Lord Mu. His voice was steady, neither servile nor overbearing, with a hint of pride and the aura of a genius in his eyes. Very good. Young and promising. Mu Baishu noticed the other's pride but didn't mind, just smiling as he spoke. By the way, when do you plan to start? Where will you begin the investigation? Looking at Li Qingyan, Mu Baishu inquired about the matter at hand. There's no time to waste, we start today. As for where to begin, I received the information on my way here. Most of the martial artists were lured out to the wilderness. I'll start from this point for now. Good. If you need help, just let me know. Of course, we're old classmates, who would be polite with you? Boom! In the rental apartment. After more than 10 hours of cultivation, Chen Shen finally welcomed his breakthrough. In his dantian, the magical liquid was as abundant as the ocean, inexhaustible. His vitality erupted, dense as cotton. At this moment, his bones were as white as jade, and he could generate new vitality at every moment. At the same time, his strength, explosiveness, endurance, and defense had greatly increased, several times more than before. Limbs, torso, skull, finally complete, refined, and flawless all over. I can officially say I've broken through to a 5th-level martial artist. The next step is to refine the 5 internal organs. Sensing slightly, Chen Shen estimated his vitality value to be around 200,000. That's right, exactly 200,000. The standard for a 5th-level martial artist is a vitality value of 30,000. But as Chen Shen just broke through, he directly reached 200,000, which is 50,000 more than the strongest martial artist. If this were to get out, it would probably shake the whole world. The reason for this is that Chen Shen has a deep foundation, having tempered his skin and bones to the limit, resulting in a several-fold increase in his aura. Of course, martial arts are just a minor path. Chen Shen's true trump card, his real combat power, still lies in his cultivation realm. 5th layer of Qi training, an ocean of magical power. It is not an exaggeration to say that if he had the right magical artifact, he could perform short-term sword flight. After all, sword flight also consumes magical power. I need to get a weapon when I have time, or forge one myself. Thinking of the meteorite he picked up in the wild crater, he contemplated whether he should forge it himself. No rush, let me check my current realm information first. After saying that, an information panel immediately appeared before him. Name, Chen Shen Realm, 5th layer of Qi training, 5th rank martial artist with 200,000 vitality, talent, immortal spirit body, level, cultivation method, 10,000 laws harmonized, 5th layer, spells, fiery dragon, perfect, thornbind, perfect, ice frost rain, perfect, meteor fall, perfect, heavenly thunder burn, perfect, raging wave slash, perfect, martial skills, fierce tiger form intent fist, perfect, heavenly cloud hand, perfect, ascending 9 ladders, perfect, dragon slaying blade technique, perfect, dragon elephant great strength vajra hand, perfect, formation, illusion formation, 1st rank, talent awakening formation, 2nd rank, talismans, fireball talisman, 1st rank, explosive talisman, 1st rank, flash talisman, 1st rank, elixirs, blood nourishing pill, 1st rank, skin refining pill, 1st rank, bone refining pill, 2nd rank, racial ability. Unlocked 3 heavenly insight. There were a few more spells, evolved from the martial skills he had previously learned. Secondly, his racial ability had been unlocked to 3, with 1 remaining until it reached 5. It was getting close. The next even more extraordinary racial ability was about to be born. Chen Shen was full of anticipation. Supreme Master of Ultimate Intent? The annoying major powers. The Supreme Master of Ultimate Intent? The annoying major powers have a drawback for cultivators. Once they start cultivating, they easily lose track of time. Right now, it's fine. Chen Shen's realm is low, and after a day or two, he can temporarily end it at a certain point. But if it were Foundation Establishment or Golden Core, it would probably take several months or even years to cultivate once, right? In such cases, many things would be missed. Just like now. Chen Shen picked up his phone and saw dozens of missed calls and messages. Ignoring the unfamiliar numbers, Chen Shen called Zhang Wei. What's up, Zhang Wei? You looking for me? As soon as the phone rang, the other side picked up, and Chen Shen couldn't help but ask. Damn, how busy are you? You don't know such a big thing? Don't you check the class group? Zhang Wei's tone was exaggerated, complaining. To be fair, Chen Shen was indeed very busy today. He hadn't taken his phone out of his pocket. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't check the class group. After all, with his strength, he really had nothing to talk about with those classmates. There was completely no common topic. What big thing? I was busy today, didn't check my phone. Chen Shen asked curiously. It's Pan Tianqi. Pan Tianqi is dead. Also, Zheng Xiaodou, Li Nan, Kong Su, they all died. I heard they encountered high-level ferocious beasts while playing in the wild and were wiped out. The homeroom teacher, the director, and the school issued a stern warning. No one is allowed to go into the wild without becoming a martial artist, Zhang Wei said excitedly. Hearing this, Chen Chen's expression was inexplicable, and he casually said, "Is that so?" "Yeah, really, why would I lie to you? Look at the group, everyone knows." Chen Chen fell silent. He didn't know how to respond. Should he tell him that Pan Tianqi and the others weren't eaten by ferocious beasts, but were killed by him? Impossible. Chen Chen wouldn't say that. What's going on? Aren't you shocked? Shocked? I'm so shocked I can't even speak. And what about being happy? Well, Pan Tianqi always went against you, and now he's dead. He had it coming. This might be karma. By the way, I have news about Xiao Yuqing. Can't you hear? I don't know what's wrong with this guy. Even though we're not in the same class, he always manages to get information. But unfortunately, Chen Chen wasn't interested at all. Forget it. I'm not listening. What? Not listening? Don't. I spent a lot of money to get this from her deskmate. Then go ahead. What's the news? Didn't I mention last time? There's a 7th-tier grandmaster who wanted to take her as a disciple, but she refused. I guess she has big ambitions and wants to be a disciple of the martial saint. But guess what? Yesterday, she became a disciple, and her master is also a grandmaster. Ha, another grandmaster? Then why did she refuse the previous one? I don't know. But my dad said, there are strong and weak grandmasters. One is an ordinary grandmaster, and the other is an extreme intent grandmaster. Maybe the one Xiao Yuqing became a disciple of is stronger? Extreme intent grandmaster? Chen Chen was surprised. He had never heard that term before. In the following time, the two chatted casually before ending the call. Just as he hung up, a strange phone call came in. Chen Chen frowned, hesitated for half a second, and then answered. Hello, who is this? Chen Chen asked. Chen Chen? It's really hard to get through to you. I tried 23 times, and beep beep beep. Right from the start, the person was rambling on, not getting to the point. Chen Chen didn't even want to listen and hung up immediately. Just a few seconds later, the person called again. Did you dare to hang up on me? You actually hung up on me? Do you know who I am? I'm Jia, beep beep beep. Hang up, block, turn off, all in one go. But he could still guess the other person's identity. It should be from a few factions in Jinling City. From the text message he glanced at earlier, mentioning the blood essence pill, it wasn't hard to guess. After all, the one who kidnapped Yang Yinin, Li Chu, easily got his contact number. I need to get a phone card that isn't registered, and I should move as well. That ideal place has found me twice. It's obvious they have my information. Killing those two last night has completely offended them. If I don't move, there will definitely be more people coming. Chen Chen muttered to himself. Thinking of this, Chen Chen opened the door and left. In the afternoon, after visiting several places, Chen Chen finally bought an unregistered phone card. He also changed his phone and bought 2 sets of clothes. With the idea of getting everything done at once, Chen Chen found a real estate agent and spent 5.8 million to buy a standalone villa in a certain villa area in the northern district. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about being stalked every time he went home. Once everything was settled, Chen Chen went to the hospital where Yang Yinin was, preparing to visit her. However, as soon as he arrived, he frowned. He saw that the entrance to Yang Yinin's ward and the corridor were crowded with martial artists, all looking fierce and forbidding, as if to say keep your distance. Although most of them were first and second tier, the sheer number created a stifling atmosphere, making the hospital security and nurses too afraid to approach. Moreover, there were intense arguments coming from Yang Yinin's ward. Yang Yinin, stop pretending to be dead. Just one word, will you tell me the refining method for the blood essence pill? If you don't, I suggest you won't be able to get out of bed again. Yang Yinin, the alchemist behind the blood essence pill is called Chen Chen? Where is he? We Jia family are determined to get this blood essence pill. Yang Yinin, just say it. As long as you reveal the method to refine the blood vitality pill and the location of the alchemist, our Longting group guarantees your safety. Your so-called longevity pill company can also be merged under our group. The voices were chaotic. 5 or 6 people spoke up, but their tones were harsh, taking advantage of Yang Yinin's severe injuries to issue various threats. Their goal was the blood vitality pill. Do you have any respect for the law? The blood vitality pill belongs to Yinin's company. How can you just take it by force? Threatening people in the hospital? Do you believe I will report this? This was naturally Jiang Ting. She was both anxious and angry. She had been taking care of Yang Yinin well, but suddenly a large group of people rushed in, claiming to represent the major forces of Jinling City, wanting to acquire the blood vitality pill from Yang Yinin. Offers of several million or even tens of millions were made, but they were all rejected by Yang Yinin, who had just woken up. Following that came various harassments and threats. Seeing that there were only the two of them in the ward, these people became increasingly outrageous. Jiang Ting couldn't imagine what they might do next. Heh? The law? My Pan Clan Chamber of Commerce is the law of Jinling City. Report it? Go ahead, report it. It doesn't matter. Stop wasting time. We won't leave until we get the blood vitality pill today. You. In the ward, Jiang Ting's face turned ugly, deeply angered by these people. But the other side was numerous and powerful, involving the major forces of Jinling City, including the Jia Clan Chamber of Commerce, the Li Clan Chamber of Commerce, the Pan Clan Chamber of Commerce, Yufeng Group, and Longting Group. The leaders were several third-tier high-level martial artists. If a fight broke out, she might not be their match. More importantly, Yang Yinyin was still lying on the hospital bed and couldn't withstand any turmoil. By the way, Chen Chen. I need to call Chen Chen. His master is a strong fighter, maybe he can come to help. Thinking of the situation at Xingfu factory, Jiang Ting's eyes lit up with excitement. Meanwhile, outside the ward, Chen Chen's expression was somewhat cold. These forces were truly annoying. It was one thing to call him frantically for a pill, but they had also kidnapped Yang Yinyin and left her severely injured. Now, they had just arrived at the hospital for a day. Good grief! Like flies drawn to a foul smell, 5 groups had come. What were they trying to do? Strong-arm tactics? If they didn't sell, they would resort to all sorts of means? Did they really think they could bully him? Although he wasn't directly facing them, the pill was something Chen Chen had Yang Yinyin act as an agent for. Even the medicinal materials were procured by the other party. They had helped Chen Chen a lot. In this situation, Yang Yinyin could be considered one of his own. Bullying her was equivalent to bullying Chen Chen. Could he tolerate that? No, absolutely not. Although he wanted to keep a low profile and avoid exposing his true level to attract the attention of higher-ups, being low-key didn't mean being a turtle hiding its head. He was already at the 5th level of chi refining, with a vitality value of 200,000, stronger than a 5th-tier martial artist. There was no need to be timid like when he had just awakened his talent. He should take this opportunity to strike these forces hard, to make them fear him, to make them not dare to provoke him. With this thought in mind, Chen Chen said nothing and took action directly. Well, Yang Yinyin didn't believe it either. Yang Yinyin didn't believe that Chen Chen was always decisive in his actions. Once he made a decision, he didn't want to hesitate for even half a second. With a surge of power, he casually smashed the surrounding surveillance cameras. Then, with a wave of his hand, countless wind blades materialized out of thin air, slicing through all the martial artists. In an instant, people died, and silence fell. Inside the ward, Jiang Ting was anxious. Although she felt anger in her heart, looking at the aggressive crowd in front of her, she didn't dare to vent it. Whether she could win was one thing, but if it affected Yang Yinyin, the consequences would be unimaginable. The only solution she could think of was to call Chen Chen and have him summon his master. Perhaps that would give them a chance to drive this group away. Nearby, on the hospital bed, Yang Yinyin had lost too much blood. Although she had received a lot of blood after arriving at the hospital, her face was still somewhat pale. She closed her eyes, seemingly pretending to sleep, ignoring the martial artists from those forces. But inside, she was just as anxious and angry as Jiang Ting. What should we do? What should we do now? There's absolutely no way I can tell them about the blood essence pill. I can't reveal Chen Chen's address either. Even if she was captured by Li Chu and tortured, even on the brink of death, she remained tight-lipped about the blood essence pill and Chen Chen's information, not revealing a single word. She stubbornly held on with her will until Chen Chen rescued her. Now, just a few third-tier advanced warriors were threatening and harassing her. How could she possibly yield? The reason for her anxiety was that her best friend Jiang Ting was beside her, not wanting her to be implicated. When I woke up, Ting Ting told me, "It seems Chen Chen has a master? Very powerful, able to kill 4th-tier warriors like chopping vegetables. He might be a grandmaster. I wonder if we can find him." Thinking this, Yang Yinyin shook her head, feeling ashamed. The person had saved her once, which was already a great favor. Now, for such a small matter, she was going to trouble someone else. How could she bring herself to ask? But her body hadn't recovered yet, and she couldn't even unleash her vital energy. How could she drive these people away? After pondering for a long time, various thoughts crossed her mind. Find classmates? Find a mentor? Report to the police? It seemed none of it would work. In the end, Yang Yinyin could only hope for Chen Chen, hope that he would come to see her, and bring his master along. Yang Yinin's heart trembled. Even though the possibility was very low, the odds were not high, but her emotions still couldn't calm down. That damned sense of anticipation surged like a flood, growing stronger and stronger. It made her restless, unable to help but open her eyes. Damn, you finally stopped playing dead? Yang Yinin, you can't hide from us. Our Li Clan commerce is not something you can offend, so cooperate obediently and tell us how to refine the pill, or else. Damn it, you filthy bitch, Are you going to hand it over or not? My patience is limited, don't make me take action. Opening her eyes, what came into view were three men with ugly faces. The first one was sarcastic, with a mocking expression. The second had a gloomy face, threatening and enticing. The third was ugly and fat, spewing filth, his beady eyes fixed on her, filled with impatience. Behind them were two others, each with different expressions, but none of them had good intentions. They all came for the blood essence pill and wouldn't leave easily without achieving their goal. Seeing this scene, the hope that had just risen was instantly extinguished. Yang Yining immediately closed her eyes again, feeling a bit lost. Put! Bang bang! At that moment, strange sounds echoed in her ears. Like cutting meat? Like many things falling to the ground? Then, the noisy voices of those men suddenly stopped. What's going on? What are these people doing? Yang Yining became tense, her body involuntarily stiffening. But after a while, there was no further movement. Only an extremely strong smell of blood assaulted her senses, as if she were in a slaughterhouse. In that instant, Yang Yining's heart raced, and she had to open her eyes again. But this time, the scene she saw made her face change dramatically, unforgettable for life. The warriors from the major forces had all disappeared. They hadn't left. They were dead. All shattered into pieces, scattered all over the ground. Blood flowed like a river, terrifying beyond measure. What is going on? Yang Yining was horrified, staring blankly ahead, trembling with fear. Instead, Jiang Ting beside her, after the initial shock, was overjoyed. It's Master Chen Chen. Yining, Chen Chen is here. These people must have been killed by his master. Jiang Ting had seen such strange methods before. It was Chen Chen's master. She never expected that at a critical moment, the other party would take action. Jiang Ting was both surprised and delighted. Sure enough, the two looked up, and Chen Chen's figure appeared right at the door. At the same time, a blazing flame erupted, instantly incinerating the corpses and blood on the ground. Not to the point where I can't get my feet down. Chen Chen, you're here. Ha ha, I was just about to call you. You actually came. So timely. Jiang Ting said with an excited expression, looking around as if searching for something. Where's your master? Has he left again? Jiang Ting asked in surprise. Chen Chen ignored her and looked at Yang Yining. The other party was dumbfounded, her face full of shock. Seeing Chen Chen looking at her, she stammered, Chen Chen, did your master deal with all these people? Is your master a grandmaster? Initially, she only thought about driving these people away. She never expected Chen Chen's master to be so decisive, directly annihilating them all. This left Yang Yining feeling alarmed and terrified. I don't have a master. Chen Chen shook his head. Ha, no master? Then what about just now? Yang Yining exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that I did it myself? As soon as these words were spoken, before Yang Yining could respond, Jiang Ting said, You can kill 3rd and 4th tier martial artists in an instant? Don't joke around. You've only awakened your talent for a few days. Becoming a 1st tier martial artist is already considered a genius. What? Don't tell me your strength is equivalent to a martial master or grandmaster? Killing 4th tier martial artists is like stepping on ants? Say that out loud, and see who believes you. In fact, whether it was when saving Yang Yining or just now, there were many loopholes and illogical points. For example, the strange way of attacking, the master who always followed but never showed up, and the calm and composed Chen Chen. All of it was very strange. If examined closely, there would definitely be various unreasonable aspects. But compared to all this, Jiang Ting found it harder to believe that it was Chen Chen who acted, because it was too absurd, too unrealistic. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a tall tale. On the hospital bed, Yang Yining originally wanted to say something more, but after hearing Jiang Ting's words, she suddenly felt it made sense. Her preconceived notions and limited understanding made her hesitant to believe that Chen Chen could kill so many people in an instant. The only explanation was that there was a strong person behind him, and it was that person who acted. Thinking of this, Yang Yining spoke, Chen Chen, please thank your master for me, and for saving my life the other day. Chen Chen remained silent. He was too lazy to explain. When the time came, and they saw the truth with their own eyes, they would naturally believe it. Let's leave the hospital first. With such a commotion, the security bureau people should arrive soon. Chen Chen said. Okay. Then Jiang Ting carried Yang Yining, and the three quickly left. Is something big about to happen? Are there grandmasters among the various forces? Something big is about to happen? The matter is not over. Chen Chen's actions have just begun. The people from the hospital were just small fry. Even if they were all killed, it wouldn't hurt the major forces at all. They must deal with a few high-level figures or wipe them all out. Of course, first, they needed to arrange for Yang Yining. Is this the villa you bought? At this moment, the three who left the hospital were brought to a villa by Chen Chen. This place was temporarily unknown to anyone. Staying for a few days should be fine. By then, the matter would have been resolved. I just bought it today. The decoration and furniture are all complete. Yang Yining can stay here to recuperate. In the villa's living room, looking at the astonished two, Chen casually said, "Impressive. I didn't expect you to be so wealthy." Jiang Ting was shocked, but then she asked in confusion, "By the way, since you're so rich, why are you still acting as a spokesperson for Yin Yin's company?" "I just made some money later on," Chen explained. "Later? Isn't it just a week since then? You earned a few million in a week? Easily bought a villa? Are you robbing a bank?" Jiang Ting had a lively personality and a strong curiosity. The relentless questioning left Chen at a loss for words. He chose to ignore it. Seeing that Chen was unresponsive, Jiang Ting also found it boring and got up to wander around the villa. Chen, I didn't say anything about the blood essence pill." At that moment, Yang Yining, who was nearby, suddenly spoke up. I know. Speaking of which, this matter has caused you trouble." Chen's heart stirred. Although he had suspected that Yang Yining had not revealed any information about the blood essence pill, hearing her say it made him feel a surge of affection for her. "It's not really a trouble. After all, we are in a partnership. I also benefited from the profits of the blood essence pill. In that case, I naturally have to bear the risks that come with it." Yang Yining shook her head slightly. Her tone was sincere, without a hint of falsehood. She then added, "But those people won't give up. Today, they have been thoroughly offended. There's no room for retreat." Chen, why don't we just leave Jinling City? With your alchemy skills, you can make money anywhere." Hearing Yang Yining's words, Chen shook his head slightly. "It's useless. Jinling City has the Li, Pan, and Jia clans. Are there no other cities? That's impossible. There might even be more. Once they know the profits of the blood essence pill, they will try every means to get their hands on it, just like the forces in Jinling City." "Then what should we do?" Yang Yining said helplessly. "You don't need to worry. Just stay here and recover. I will handle the matter regarding the blood essence pill." "You will handle it?" Yang Yining instinctively wanted to refute, but then she recalled what had happened at the hospital. She fell silent. Perhaps relying on his master could indeed intimidate those forces? Thinking this, Yang Yining nodded, "All right." After chatting for a bit, seeing that Yang Yining didn't seem very energetic, he suggested she rest in the bedroom. Chen then picked up the phone and called Su Yulu. Chen? The call was quickly connected, and Su Yulu's pleasant voice came through. "Yes, it's me. I want you to help me look into the information about the 5 major forces in Jinling City." "The 5 major forces in Jinling City? Pan, Li, Jia, Yufeng, and Longtung, those 5? That's right. I need detailed information." "Okay, no problem." Although Su Yulu didn't know why Chen needed this information, she readily agreed. After all, it was just a matter of looking up some data, a small task. "By the way, Chen, you should be careful lately and avoid going outdoors. The ideal land matter is being taken very seriously in Yanjing. They've sent 6 grandmasters to form an investigation team, and they've already come to Luhu City. They might have already started their actions." Su Yulu said solemnly. "An investigation team? 6 grandmasters? Then things should be resolved quickly, right?" Chen replied. "It's hard to say. The information I've received indicates that the ideal land is making a big move this time, involving many cities. They are capturing talented martial artists everywhere, but the specific purpose is unclear. However, their recent actions have been even more frantic. Our Luhu City officials have mobilized a large number of martial artists, and the checkpoints in surrounding jurisdictions are under strict scrutiny. Including the Martial Arts Association, there are also related tasks being issued. I feel that something big might happen," Su Yulu said seriously. Her tone was grave. At the same time, she subtly reminded Chen that he had exceptional cultivation talent but had not received official attention. He could become a target for the ideal land. I understand. I will be careful." "Good, I will send you the information shortly." After hanging up the phone, Chen fell into deep thought. He couldn't help but recall the 2 people who had been lurking in his rented room. "It can be seen that I have long been targeted by the ideal land. It was just a miscalculation of his strength that led to the failure. If I hadn't had my racial abilities lifted, if I hadn't had such extraordinary comprehension, I fear I would still be an ordinary person, right? In that case, I definitely wouldn't be able to escape their grasp." Chen murmured. 10 minutes later, Su Yulu's information came through. It contained a lot of content, including details about the 5 major forces in Jinling City and the information of their strong members, as well as addresses and contact numbers. Pan family, Pan Renfu, level talent, 5th tier martial artist, refined over 3 organs 2 years ago, blood value around 90,000. Li family, Li Changsheng, level talent, 5th tier martial artist, refined to the 4th organ half a year ago, blood value around 110,000. Jia family, Jai, level talent, 5th tier martial artist, just broke through a year ago, should still be refining 1 organ, blood value around 50,000. Yufeng group, Xiao Qianyu, level talent, 6th tier master, broke through 3 years ago, no martial will discovered yet, blood value around 200,000. Longteng group, Long Jineo, level talent, 5th tier martial artist, refined all 5 organs to perfection a year ago, no breakthrough to master discovered yet, blood value around 150,000. A top tier 4th tier martial artist has a blood value of 70,010,000. When reaching perfection, with all 4 limbs, torso, and skull refined, the blood value will immediately surge by another 10,000. Therefore, the standard for a martial artist is 30 million. A martial artist also refines the heart, lungs, spleen, liver, and kidneys, continuously increasing blood value, with each organ refined adding 20,000 to the blood value. At the moment all organs are completely refined, it is similar to the 4th tier, and can surge by another 20,000, so the highest standard for a martial artist is 150,000. This information records the details of the chairpersons and leaders of the 5 major forces quite thoroughly, including their strength. There are also other 4th tier, 5th tier, and even 6th tier as foundational strength. 5th tier? Seems about right. Only the 6th tier might pose a threat to me? He set aside the information on the stronger Yufeng and Longting. Chen Chen looked towards the 3 major chambers of commerce. He whispered, these 3 have similar strength. Which one should I start with? The messenger, the Pan family seeking death, first update. The messenger, the Pan family seeking death, first update, in the northern district of Jinling City. The dilapidated buildings where the ideal land gathers. Zhang Yong's expression was grim, his heart on the verge of fury. He followed the address and the information to Chen Chen's residence. He had been lying in wait all day but had not seen the other party's figure. Including Li Chang and Mu Xiaochuan, they seemed to have vanished without a trace, with no news at all, not even a clue. No living person, no dead body. What on earth happened? Did the authorities take Chen Chen away? But that can't be. If the authorities intervened, the organization should have notified us, Zhang Yong said in a low voice. The development of the situation left him very passive. The organization was anxious for the person, but he couldn't catch anyone. Now he didn't even know where Chen Chen was. This mission could be considered a complete failure. Tap tap tap. At this moment, the sound of high heels echoed outside the room. Gradually approaching, it startled Zhang Yong. But upon seeing the visitor's attire, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said respectfully, Zhang Yong greets the messenger. Those working for the ideal land outside are 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier, and 4th tier martial artists. They are ordinary members, executing various tasks. Above them are the messengers. The lowest rank is held by 5th tier martial artists. They are also the face of the ideal land, the spokesperson. Their strength is usually very strong, and they have jurisdiction over people like Zhang Yong. Most important tasks are conveyed by the messengers. You disappoint me greatly. Unexpectedly, the messenger was a woman. Dressed in tight black clothing, her curves prominent, her figure graceful, she walked in high heels, embroidered with silver wing patterns on the back, representing the freedom of the ideal land. She had an exquisite appearance, delicate features, shoulder-length short hair, and wore smoky makeup. Her gaze was extremely indifferent, looking down at Zhang Wei, who was bending over in front of her, a terrifying oppressive force making him tremble all over. Spare me, messenger. I was going to send someone. Bang! Put! Before Zhang Yong could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He was instantly sent flying, crashing against the wall and spitting out blood. I don't need excuses, the woman said. Yes, messenger, I will definitely capture Chen Chen. Zhang Yong knelt on the ground, shouting in terror. So where is the person? Where is he? The person? I don't know either. Bang! Put! As soon as the words fell, Zhang Yong was kicked away again, this time more severely injured, almost unable to get up. Waste! I actually entrusted such an important task to you, and you failed? Not only did you not find the person, but you don't even know where he is? What meaning does your existence have for the organization? Taking 2 steps forward, she stood in front of Zhang Yong, slightly lowering her head to look down at him, speaking coldly. At the same time, a murderous intent arose, as if she could crush Zhang Yong to death with a single step at any moment. Please spare me, messenger. Please spare me, messenger. In that instant, Zhang Yong was drenched in sweat, filled with fear. He could only keep bowing his head and begging for mercy. Even though he was a 4th tier martial artist, with a skull refined to 50, his strength was not weak. In front of other messengers, he was not too humble, but facing this messenger, he had no choice but to do so, because the other party was not an ordinary messenger. Besides her special identity, her strength was terrifyingly strong. Almost invincible within the 5th tier, a single person could suppress all martial artists in Jinling City. It was also said that half a year ago, she had fought with a master and, at the cost of a minor injury, had killed him across borders. Her personality was overly indifferent and had a strong killing intent. Whether ordinary people or martial artists, in her eyes, they were all the same, mere ants. Even among her own people in the organization, many had died at her hands, not to mention others. This was also why Zhang Yong was so afraid at this moment, not daring to argue, only able to kneel and beg for mercy. However, it was fortunate. She seemed to think Zhang Yong still had some use. The woman did not make a move, and the killing intent gradually receded. Talented martial artists are important, but those with high talent are even more important. Although Chen Chen has the talent for cultivation, he has reached the level. This level is rare globally, with only 10 so far, so the doctor values him highly. I must bring him back to Freedom City. As she spoke, she paused slightly. Then she said again, our actions have already been noticed by the authorities. 6 grandmasters have been sent from Yanjing. It's good that they haven't found anything. Once they discover our true purpose in capturing talented martial artists, then Chen Chen will definitely be protected, and it's even possible that traps will be set. Within one day, notify all members of Jinling City, at all costs, they must find Chen Chen for me. If you can't find him, you all will die, Zhou Yuling said coldly. Yes, messenger. But, with such a big commotion, the authorities will definitely know, and by then, Zhang Yong struggled to get up, bracing himself to speak. The Ideal Land was a terrorist organization that had long been on the official wanted list. They usually hid and avoided detection, like a rat crossing the street, afraid to expose themselves. Even when there was a mission, they were extremely cautious. But according to Zhou Yuling, if all members of the city acted together, the commotion would be significant. How could the authorities possibly not notice? How could they not intervene? The authorities? Is it the Jinling City Lord's Mansion? The organization has already made arrangements, you don't need to worry. Including the investigation team, there will be someone to obstruct them. Your only task is to find the person. At all costs, find Chen Chen, and then bring him before me. Yes, messenger. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. With the organization providing protection, they could act boldly. Leaving the villa, Chen Chen still hadn't decided which merchant association to deal with. Buzz buzz buzz. It was at this moment that his phone rang. To his surprise, the caller was Li Jingjing. Sister Jing, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my mom? She specifically took care of Chen Chen's mother. Since she called, there must be some situation. Your mom is doing very well right now, but that might change soon. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Chen's expression darkened, and his gaze instantly turned cold. The voice coming from the phone was not Li Jingjing's, but that of a man. Who are you? Chen Chen asked in a low voice. Who am I? You'll find out when you come to the hospital. Of course, I can give you a hint. My surname is Pan. After saying this, the man hung up the phone directly. Chen Chen's expression was grim, and a terrifying killing intent brewed within him. He was considering which association to deal with first when the Pan Family Association took the initiative to seek death. The voice sounded young. It should be Pan Yue, the eldest son of Pan Renfu, the chairman of the Pan Family Association, and the older brother of Pan Tianqi, a third-tier advanced martial artist, studying at a martial arts school in Lavushi, with a martial arts master. He had just read this information. Thinking of this, he did not curse, swear, or become frantic. He remained silent. Then, his power surged, and he vanished without a trace. Unaware of the impending doom, second update, unaware of the impending doom, second update, First People's Hospital, luxurious ward. Pan Yue sat in a chair, slowly peeling an apple with a dagger, his expression calm. Previously, his father Pan Renfu had insisted that he must obtain the blood essence pill. He could use any means necessary. Indeed, the first step was to think about kidnapping Yang Yinin to pry various information from her. But unexpectedly, after searching for 2 days, he still couldn't find her. He gritted his teeth in anger. It wasn't until today that he received news. Yang Yinin was seriously injured and hospitalized. He immediately sent someone to confirm, but they were all dead. According to the hospital, the Public Security Bureau, and even the people from the Heavenly Punishment Department, those martial artists were all dead, and their bodies were burned to ashes. And Yang Yinin had disappeared again. If my Pan Family Association can get news, then other forces must have received it too. so the extra people in that hospital should be them. And about Yang Yinin's injury. If I'm guessing correctly, someone got there first and kidnapped her in advance. But who could it be? The Jia family? The Li family? Yu Feng? Longtang? Pan Yue pondered, speaking softly. Young Master Pan, I think it should be the Li family. You know, this family has always acted tyrannically, using any means necessary to achieve their goals, very aggressive. I believe it must be them who kidnapped Yang Yinin. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut. Dressed in a black suit and tie, he was robust in build and had an ordinary appearance. However, he exuded a strong sense of pressure, with a martial arts level of at least a 5th-tier martial artist. What Uncle Zhang said makes sense. But what I don't understand is, did they obtain the blood essence pill? If they did, why is Yang Yinin still alive? And why did their people go to the hospital? If they didn't obtain it, then how did Yang Yinin escape? There might be something going on here. Uncle Zhang was this middle-aged man. His full name was Zhang Dai, a 5th-tier martial artist employed by the Pan family. Given that Pan Tianqi had died and the Pan family was left with only one heir, fearing accidents, Pan Renfu sent him to protect Pan Yue at all times. By the way, I didn't mention checking on the movements of various factions earlier. So what about the Li family? Is there any news? He had long suspected that Yang Yinin's disappearance might be related to other factions, so he had asked Zhang Dai to investigate and see if there was any activity. He didn't expect it to actually come in handy. I've checked. The Li family's leader is at the military district and hasn't returned. The second is in Lahoshi, rumored to be doing some business. He hasn't returned either. The third, Li Chu, has been in Jinling City. Young Master Pan should know this guy, he's caused quite a stir. But in the past couple of days, it seems he has gone missing. Li Changxing is furious and has sent people to look everywhere. So I think the one who kidnapped Yang Yinin must be Li Chu, Zhang Dai said. Hearing this, Pan Yue's eyes lit up. Li Chu is missing? It might not be as simple as being missing. He could very well be dead. The fact that Yang Yinin appeared in the hospital is the best proof. And another thing, among those in the hospital, there are also members of the Li Merchant Association. Like us, they are also confirming the news. I estimate that when the incident happened, Li Changxing was on his way to the hospital. But unfortunately, he arrived too late. The people behind Yang Yinin got there first. Pan Yue was no fool. From these two incidents, it was clear that there were powerful figures behind Yang Yinin. But since he knew there were strong forces behind her, why did he dare to continue investigating? He even found the patent office and obtained information about Chen Chen. Without contacting Chen Chen directly, he used various means to find Chen Chen's mother. By threatening her, he forced Chen Chen to come. Such despicable tactics. Didn't he fear the strong figures behind Yang Yinin would take action? To be honest, Pan Yue really wasn't afraid. He had already made arrangements. Yang Yinin, Chen Chen, Blood Essence Pill, and the unknown martial artist. These four should be related. In fact, the Blood Essence Pill itself likely belongs to that unknown martial artist. Chen Chen might just be a shield. Using his name to obtain the patent serves two purposes, to conceal and to control. Chen Chen had the talent for cultivation, but his strength was only equivalent to a first-tier martial artist. Even the most extraordinary would only be a second-tier martial artist. But for the Pan family, he was insignificant. In front of 4th and 5th-tier martial artists, he was like an ant. That unknown martial artist, Pan Yue speculated, should be at least 5th tier. If he were a master or a grandmaster, he would have already come knocking with such difficulties. Since he is a martial artist, it shouldn't be a big problem. If he doesn't come, then so be it, if he dares to come. Pan Yue's expression turned slightly cold. He glanced at Zhang Dai, then stood up and walked to the door of the ward, looking down the corridor at an old man sitting on a resting chair, eyes closed, leaning on a black cane. He appeared calm, as if everything was under control. Today, I will definitely get the Blood Essence Pill, Pan Yue said confidently. He even thought about it. When Pan Renfu heard the news, he would be overjoyed in praise and recognize him. By the way, it seems that Chen Chen is in the same class as Tianqi, and there were quite a few conflicts because of that young lady from the Xiao family. Since that's the case, perhaps after dealing with that unknown martial artist, I should also take care of this guy. I didn't take good care of Tianqi when he was alive, so after his death, I should do something small for him, Pan Yue said lightly. Pan Yue. Suddenly, as Pan Yue turned to walk back to his chair, a voice sounded behind him. It appeared extremely abrupt, as if the owner of the voice had been there all along, but he just hadn't seen them. In that instant, Pan Yue was taken aback, quickly turning around. Why, you are Chen Chen? Looking over, Chen Chen was standing at the doorway, expressionless, but the sudden appearance startled Pan Yue. He had just checked the corridor and hadn't seen him. How did I suddenly arrive at the door? So fast? But in the next moment, sensing the aura emanating from Chun Chen, Pan Yue gradually relaxed. After regaining his composure, he sneered, "You came quite quickly." He. Actually, you don't need to be anxious. I won't lay a hand on your mother until you arrive. Of course, I'm not a bad person. As long as you obediently cooperate and reveal the information about the blood essence pill, and that unfamiliar martial artist, I will show mercy and spare you. Crack! Bang! Compared to the scene when he didn't see Chen Chen arrive, Zhang Dei appeared as if facing a great enemy, his expression grave. He had been in the hospital room, facing the door. It was precisely because of this that he saw Chen Chen's appearance. No footsteps, no fluctuations in energy, no shadow, no abnormalities. It was very sudden. The person was instantly standing at the door. With his 5th-tier martial artist status and an energy value of 80,000, he couldn't even see how the other party had come. At that moment, Zhang Dei's heart raced, a sense of deadly crisis surged, causing his energy to instinctively explode. Even so, there was a feeling of despair, as if facing a 6th-tier master, knowing that not fleeing would mean certain death. What's going on? What exactly is happening? This person, clearly exuding the aura of just a 1st-tier martial artist. But why do I feel like I could be killed at any moment? Who is he? Is he the unfamiliar martial artist behind Yan Nin? Zhang Dei was terrified, utterly shocked. His body tensed, unsure of what to do. At that moment, he happened to hear Pan You's words. Chen Chen? Is he Chun Chen? How is that possible? Isn't Chen Chen just a high school student? Didn't he just awaken his talent a week ago? Isn't he supposed to have a talent for cultivation? How could he pose a death threat to me? I am a 5th-tier martial artist. Something's not right, very not right. As he thought about it, Zhang Dei suddenly felt something was off. Although he couldn't articulate it, he was puzzled and confused. But he still prepared to speak, to warn Pan Yue to step back. However, it was already too late. Chen Chen had already made his move. Killing a 5th-tier like killing a chicken. Third update, killing a 5th-tier like killing a chicken. Third update, using his magical power to perform his movement technique, he arrived at the hospital in the shortest time possible. After seeing his mother safe and sound on the hospital bed, Chen Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Pan Yue, called out his name to confirm his identity. At the same time, the other party had found his mother and was using that to threaten him. All just for the blood essence pill. Such unscrupulous means made Chen Chen see clearly the moral bottom line of these forces. Or rather, there was no morality, no bottom line at all. They were all beasts who would do anything for profit. Pan family. Damn it! Chen Chen's expression was cold, muttering to himself. At that moment, Pan Yue heard the shout, startled and trembling all over, quickly turning to look. Upon seeing it was Chen Chen, he was slightly surprised, then sneered and spoke. You came quite quickly. A bunch of nonsense, no real content at all. The more Chen Chen listened, the more murderous intent surged. After a while, Chen Chen finally lost his patience, not waiting for Pan Yue to finish speaking, and directly snapped his neck, killing him on the spot. After falling to the ground, Pan Yue didn't even know what had happened. His face remained with a look of confusion and shock. Young Master Pan, you! Zhang Dei's voice rang out, both shocked and angry. The moment Chen Chen appeared, he sensed something was wrong. The crisis this person brought him was unimaginable. He was nothing like he appeared, harmless with only 1st-tier strength. Instead, he was like a ferocious beast in sheep's clothing, striking with lethal intent. Sure enough, when Pan Yue was killed, Zhang Dei didn't even see how the other party had made his move. A flash appeared before his eyes, followed by the sound of bones cracking. Then Pan Yue died. This scene made Zhang Dei's scalp tingle with horror. His strength is even more terrifying than expected. When he struck, his energy and blood were concealed, as fast as lightning. I'm afraid this person is a master. Zhang Dei stared intently at Chen Chen, trembling all over, unconsciously stepping back, filled with both tension and fear. He even considered whether to jump out the window to escape or to join forces with the old man outside for a desperate fight. That old man was also a martial artist, stronger, with energy and blood reaching 110,000. He had been a veteran of the Pan family, serving them for decades. Boom! Just as he was thinking this, an explosion sounded from the corridor outside, and a terrifying wave of energy and blood surged upward. A momentum of advancing courage suddenly rushed towards Chen Chen. No need to say more. That person had made his move. Seeing this, Zhang Dei had no choice but to unleash his energy and blood, even using his talent crocodile scales, covering his right hand with scales. He clenched his fist, martial skills activated, blood flames entwined, and he put forth all his strength. Then he punched out. In an instant, the fist resembled a meteor falling, carrying orange-red blood flames, rapidly smashing towards Chen Chen. It was aimed at his head, seemingly intending to deliver a fatal blow. However, the fastest was still the old man outside. He wore gray clothing, his hair black and white, looking to be in his 50s. At this age, energy and blood began to decline. If he didn't act, he could hold on for another 10 years. But once he made a move, the more energy and blood he unleashed, the harder it would be to recover later. In severe cases, it could lead to being crippled. But Pan Youwei's death made him furious. Pan Renfu had repeatedly emphasized the need to protect him. He was the only heir of the Pan family. At that time, the old man had sworn, half-jokingly, that anyone who wanted to harm Pan Youwei would have to kill him first. And what happened? How long had it been? In less than 10 meters away, Pan Youwei had his neck twisted and died on the spot. In such a situation, how could the old man not be enraged? Without caring for anything else, he drew the sword from his cane, his energy and blood boiling, talent activated, unleashing his strongest martial skill, stabbing towards Chen Shen. He was determined to slay Chen Shen and avenge Pan Youwei. However, the closer he got, the more uneasy he felt. Clearly, Chen Shen stood there unmoving, as if in a daze, allowing him to stab. Yet, in the depths of his being, a sense of crisis surged forth. But at this moment, there was no retreat. Either kill Chen Shen or what? Suddenly, as the cane sword approached within a meter of Chen Shen, he struck out in an instant, pinching the sword tip with 2 fingers, rendering the old man unable to exert any force, no matter how he unleashed his energy and blood. He remained completely still. Seeing this scene, the old man's face changed drastically, and he shouted in shock, instinctively wanting to retreat, but the sword could not be pulled back. Is it my turn? Spell, Raging Wave Slash. This was a spell that Chen Shen had derived from watching the supreme martial skill, the Qitian Thunder Sword technique, combined with other sword techniques. Although it did not involve martial will, the magical power enhancement made its might terrifying. As Chen Shen recited the incantation, magical power surged from his fingers, shattering the old man's cane sword while simultaneously a long sword entirely composed of magical power slashed towards the old man. A deafening thunderclap echoed, pinning the old man in place. Put! By the time he reacted, he was already dead beyond recovery, cleaved in two. In the hospital room, Chen Shen easily caught the old man's attack and swiftly killed him. Zhang Dei happened to witness this scene. In an instant, he was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, and at the cost of backlash from his energy and blood, he spat out blood and forcibly halted his fist technique. Then he turned and rushed towards the window. He was genuinely terrified, his face pale, devoid of fighting spirit, only thinking of breaking the window to escape. Instant kill. A martial artist with 110,000 energy and blood, he was directly killed in an instant. And it seems so effortless, not even using half, not even 1/10 of his strength. This person is terrifying. His power is frightening. Even more shocking, from beginning to end, his energy and blood have not erupted. Standing there, still like a low-level martial artist. What a fine control over his own power and energy. This person must not be an ordinary master, he could be a supreme master, or even a grand master. The more he thought, the more fear Zhang Dei felt. Cold sweat poured down, and he was exceptionally horrified. He had made up his mind. If he could escape, he would leave Jinling City directly. He wouldn't go to the Pan family, because the Pan family is doomed, offending such a powerful being. Even if the Pan family has a master, they will undoubtedly die. Crack! Boom! At that moment, Zhang Dei had already broken the window and was preparing to jump down. But the next second, a wave of heat surged from behind. He turned to look. He saw a roaring fire dragon, which swallowed him whole and flew outside, spiraling around before disappearing from sight. Along with it disappeared Zhang Dei. He definitely couldn't stay in the hospital. His mother also needed to be moved to another place. So Chen Shen picked up his mother with his right hand and carried the nutritional support machine with his left. He glanced at Li Jingjing, who was knocked out on the bed, and seeing that she was not seriously injured, he quickly left. Half an hour later, Chen Shen returned to the villa. Ha, Chen Shen, what are you doing? Who is this? In the living room, Jiang Ting was eating takeout. Seeing Chen Shen return like this, she was immediately shocked. This is my mom. She was staying in the hospital, but I feel it's not safe anymore, so I brought her back to stay. Under Jiang Ting's astonished gaze, Chen Shen found a room and settled his mother in. Today, the Pan family will be destroyed. Fourth update, tonight, the Pan family will be destroyed. Fourth update, evening. As night fell, after confirming that his mother was fine, Chen Shen felt relieved. Did they find your mom? Yang Yining asked worriedly, standing beside him. As for who she referred to as they, of course, it was the Pan family. Yes, but there's no need to worry. I will handle it tonight, Chen Shen said lightly. Then, amidst her worried expression, he left the villa. Bang! Who is it? Who dares to kill my son Pan Renfu? Who is opposing my Pan family? At the top of the Pan Family Business Association. This was a huge conference hall. Whenever there was something important, the high-ranking members and key figures of the Pan family would gather here to discuss strategies. And at this moment, slamming a corner of the table to pieces, the one roaring in fury was the current chairman of the Pan Family Business Association, Pan Renfu. Half an hour ago, the Public Security Bureau and the Heavenly Punishment Department sent news. His eldest son, Pan Yue, had been killed at the First People's Hospital, including the accompanying Zhang Dei and Zhao Jun, both fifth-level martial artists, were also dead. When he learned this news, Pan Renfu doubted whether he was hearing things. He asked many times, confirmed many times, until he saw the body of Pan Yue, with his neck twisted and eyes wide open in death. Only then did he believe it. The only heir of the Pan Family Business Association, a gifted talent with hopes of becoming a Grand Master, the son he had high hopes for, was killed. At that moment, Pan Renfu was filled with rage, his heart filled with grief and anger. Just a few days ago, his youngest son had also been killed. Now his eldest son was dead too. Pan Renfu's heart was bleeding, in pain and howling. He then refused the intervention of the Heavenly Punishment Department. He summoned all the high-ranking members of the Pan family. He wanted revenge. He wanted to find the murderer who killed Pan Yue and tear him to pieces, to cut him into 1,000 pieces. The revenge for Yue must be avenged. This concerns the face of the business association. No matter who the opponent is, they must die. In the center of the conference hall was a large oval table. Everyone sat around it. There were a total of 11 people. Among them, 10 were 5th-tier martial masters, the top combat power of the Pan clan commerce. Some were in employment relationships, some were in cooperative relationships, and some were of the Pan bloodline. The one speaking at this moment was the latter. His name was Pan Mudwan, a middle-aged man, short in stature, and somewhat unattractive. However, he was robust, with great strength, having reached the peak of the 5th tier, refining his internal organs, and preparing to break through to the master level. He was also a cousin of Pan Renfu, one of the pillars of the Pan clan. If we don't avenge this grudge, how can the Pan clan stand in Jinling? Will we just be laughed at? Kill. No matter who that person is, they must die. Chairman Pan, I think we should take our time to investigate this matter thoroughly. We don't want another situation like the Su family. Bang! Zhang Tao, what are you saying? Both of Pan Renfu's sons have been murdered. Such a deep blood feud cannot wait. What if the murderer escapes? That's why I said we need to investigate thoroughly. We don't even know who the murderer is right now. How can we seek revenge? Also, the identity of the other party, whether they have a personal grudge against Pan Yue or against our Pan clan commerce, is not something to be taken lightly. It could come at a great cost. Yes, I agree with General Jiang. We should find out who the other party is first. Old man, what do you think? Those who unconditionally supported Pan Renfu without hesitation were basically members of the Pan clan. Those who spoke hesitantly, calmly, and logically were the hired or cooperative martial artists. And the last old man, who sat in the main seat, remained silent and expressionless, was Pan Dahai, the strongest foundation of the Pan clan, a 6th-tier master martial artist. When the topic turned to him, he did not remain silent. He slowly spoke. Yue, that child, I watched him grow up. He is very honest and well-behaved. His talent is also quite good. He has the potential to become a master and secure our Pan clan's position in Jinling. Who would have thought? He paused slightly. Pan Dahai's deeply sunken eyes turned red, looking very sad. Revenge! It must be avenged. This time, no matter who it is, they must die. I will risk my life to drag the other party down with me. Pan Tianchi was furious when Su Yulu killed him. That was his grandson, and he cared for him no less than Pan Renfu. But thinking of the Su family's great power, the Pan clan dared not provoke them, so he endured it. After all, there was still another grandson, who was even more outstanding. But now, the remaining one was also dead. How could he endure this? No longer able to bear it. Even if the other party was a powerful family like the Su family, Pan Dahai was prepared to fight to the death. Old man, don't get too excited. I'm not saying we shouldn't avenge this grudge. What I mean is, we need to find out who the murderer is first, then we have a target for revenge, right? Seeing that Pan Dahai had made up his mind, Zhang Tao felt helpless. He was in a cooperative relationship with the Pan clan, responsible for overseeing the commerce. He didn't need to concern himself with small matters, only stepping in for major issues. But when it came to action, if he knew he was outmatched, he naturally wouldn't throw his life away for nothing. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao, in his suit and tie, looking refined, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. He looked at Pan Renfu and said, Chairman Pan, do you know why Yue went to the First People's Hospital? He was murdered there, the murderer must be related to the people there. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present turned to look at Pan Renfu. He also calmed down a bit. After thinking for a moment, he said, "It should be related to the blood-generating pill." Blood-generating pill? The one that appeared briefly in the martial arts mall not long ago? Its effects are astonishing, and it has no side effects. Yes, I've heard about it too. It seems that the Li family and the Jia family are also making moves to obtain the refining method for the blood-generating pill. So, are you saying that the death of Chairman Pan's son is related to the people behind the blood-generating pill? Everyone began to discuss, each contributing their thoughts. It was at this moment, Pan Renfu's assistant hurried over, holding several documents. He leaned in close to Pan Renfu's ear and whispered, "Chairman, the information you asked me to investigate is all here." Pan Renfu nodded slightly and eagerly opened the documents to review them. Upon reading, his anger erupted once more. Yang Yinin, Chen Chen. The documents were detailed, outlining the events leading up to the incident, including the reasons for Pan You's visit to the hospital and the coercion of Chen Chen to appear. Although much of it was speculation based on certain information, it was not far from the truth. The murderer was undoubtedly connected to Yang Yinin and Chen Chen. Yang Yinin? Chen Chen? Perhaps one of them is the murderer? Impossible. Look at the records. Yang Yinin is only a third-tier advanced martial artist, and Chen Chen has just awakened his talent, which is for cultivating immortality. I know Chen Chen, he's the one with the exaggerated anomaly, the one with the high-level cultivation talent. So it's him. The others present also received the documents and quickly realized the situation. "Dad, I want to capture these two. They must know something about the murderer." After reading the documents, Pan Renfu could no longer sit still. He stood up and called out to the old man. Pan Mudwan, Pan Hong, Li Su, you three take the documents and go. Use any means necessary to bring them in." The old man's expression was cold as he spoke in a flat tone. But as soon as he finished, Pan Renfu added, "Uncle, if you can't find them, then find their family, classmates, and friends. Bring them all in. I don't believe they can ignore the lives of their loved ones." All right. No one objected to this arrangement. It seemed routine. To achieve their goals, they would stop at nothing. This was the privilege of those in power. This was the custom of the strong. However, just as Pan Mudwan and the others were getting ready to act, footsteps were heard outside the conference hall. At first, everyone thought it was someone from the company, perhaps Pan Renfu's assistant. But when the door opened, a young man slowly walked in. His face was icy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He said calmly, "No need to go. I'm here. Today, the Pan family shall be destroyed. Heaven Punishment Division, Chaos in Jinling. Heaven Punishment Division, Chaos in Jinling, Heaven Punishment Division. An official and formal organization, a military force. Each base city in every city has one established. Composed entirely of martial artists, they are fully responsible for local cases of martial artists harming others and possess significant authority. They can be considered a higher-level public security bureau. At this moment, it was 8:19 p.m. In the center of Jinling City, the Heaven Punishment Division building stood tall. This technologically styled building, grand in design, had a massive Heaven Punishment Division sign hanging from the top and was brightly lit. Idealists are causing trouble again. From the looks of it, it's quite significant. The higher-ups are extremely concerned and issued an important directive this morning. We must fully assist the investigation team, suppress the unrest, protect the public, and uphold the dignity of the nation. The conference room was large, at least over 200 square meters. All the senior officials of the Heaven Punishment Division in Jinling City were present, without exception. They wore white official uniforms, their expressions serious and solemn. The aura of their vital energy filled the room, creating an extremely terrifying atmosphere that made it heavy. Looking around, nearly 50 people were present. Aside from 3 special departments that did not require strength, only 4 were at the 4th tier. The majority were 5th-tier martial artists, while the remaining 5 were 6th-tier masters. The one speaking now was one of the masters. He stood at the front, middle-aged, with a square face, crew cut, sharp eyes, and an imposing demeanor. He was Zheng Lijun, the director of the Heaven Punishment Division in Jinling City. After finishing his statement, he scanned the crowd and declared again, "Therefore, I announce. From this moment on, the Heaven Punishment Division enters a state of Level 1 alert. All teams, battalions, and martial masters, cancel all leave and be on standby 24 hours a day. The reserve weapon depot, potion depot, and props depot are all open. And the information department, monitor the entire city. If any members of the ideal land appear or if there are any martial artist incidents, report immediately. Better to mistakenly capture 100 than to let one member of the ideal land slip away." The structure of the Divine Punishment Department is quite simple. For teams, there are first-tier members and second-tier captains. For battalions, there are third-tier members and fourth-tier captains. Martial masters are stationed wherever they are needed for support. Of course, in emergencies, martial masters also have the authority to deploy and command teams of all sizes. Yes, Director. After listening to Zhang Lijun's speech, everyone responded in a low voice. Next. Bang bang. Just as Zhang Lijun was about to continue speaking, the door of the conference room was knocked on. In such an important occasion, if someone dared to interrupt, it must be something significant. Thinking of this, Zhang Lijun's expression turned serious as he said, "Come in." Director. Emergency situation. A large number of Ideal Land members have appeared throughout the city. Among them, 60% are on the wanted list. Their strengths vary. There are first-tier junior martial artists and also fourth-tier top martial artists. It seems like they are all mobilized, and their numbers are skyrocketing, increasing more and more. As expected, the report from the newcomer caused Zhang Lijun's expression to change slightly. What? How many are there specifically? Has it caused chaos? As of now, there are 127 people. No major chaos has occurred yet, but analysis shows they seem to be looking for someone, and it is extremely important, to the point of disregarding everything. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the conference room varied. Zhang Lijun nodded slightly. Alright, I understand. Continue monitoring, and make sure to record their every move. Yes. After the reporting personnel left, Zhang Lijun looked at everyone and said, the Ideal Land has already begun to act. We cannot just sit idly by. Immediately notify everyone to capture Ideal Land members throughout the city. Those who resist arrest will be killed on the spot. At the same time, keep communication smooth among all departments. Report any situation promptly. Yes. In an instant, everyone stood up and left, going to arrange or perhaps prepare for battle. However, the other 4 martial masters stayed behind. They were 3 men and 1 woman. The Ideal Land is making such a big fuss just to find someone? Who are they looking for? One of the men asked curiously. He was a bit thin, wearing black-framed glasses, with an honest and simple appearance, like an intellectual. His name was Mu Xiaotong, a 6th-tier martial master, deputy director. Who cares who they are looking for? As long as we act fast and capture them all, there won't be any trouble later. You can't say that. You all know the level of threat posed by the Ideal Land. A person they are willing to go to such lengths to find must be very important. If we intercept them in advance, we might indirectly disrupt a major event for them, and perhaps gain more intelligence on the Ideal Land. What Old Fong said makes sense, I agree. The other 3 were also deputy directors. Their positions were the same, and their strengths were similar. By the way, what do you think about the Pan family business? You mean the incident where Pan Rinfu's eldest son was killed at the First People's Hospital? What else is there to say? They refused the Divine Punishment Department's intervention, so let them solve it themselves. What I mean is, could it be related to the Ideal Land? Pan Yue had 2 5th-tier martial masters with him, and they all ended up dead. I read the report. It was almost a one-hit kill, with no resistance at all. Really? Then we need to take it seriously. We can send someone to the Pan family business to inquire about the situation. I agree. Director Zhang, what do you think? Any opinions? Seeing the 4 of them looking over, Zhang Lijun thought for half a second and nodded, saying, I agree. At this stage, the events have only just begun. Any clue about the Ideal Land is extremely important. Do not harbor any delusions, thinking that the Ideal Land is just a minor skirmish, a mere bluff. I received news from the investigation team that in Lahushi, several grandmasters of the Ideal Land have appeared. At the same time, there are also shadows of the Dark Abyss lurking. This time, it is likely to be a major event. You must be on high alert and never let your guard down. After these words, the 4 of them felt a chill run down their spines, their faces heavy with a sense of impending storm. I didn't expect the Dark Abyss to intervene. This incident is probably even more terrifying than we imagined. Director, with such a severe situation, has Yanjing sent 6 grandmasters? Yes, can that work? The arrangements from above are beyond our concern. They are definitely more comprehensive than we think. When it truly erupts, there will surely be more grandmasters arriving. Alright, Pan Clan Commerce, top floor conference hall. Looking at the unfamiliar person appearing at the door, Pan Mudwan frowned and shouted, Who are you? Which department of the company are you from? Get out immediately. In contrast to him, Pan Renfu squinted his eyes, staring intently at Chen Chen's face, which grew increasingly familiar. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock and anger as he shouted, You are Chen Chen? That's right, you are Chen Chen. Your photo was just in the documents. Good. Heaven has a path and you refuse to take it, yet you barge into hell. You've got guts. I want to see what gives you the courage to come to my Pan Clan commerce, and what gives you the audacity to say that the Pan Clan will be destroyed today. Is it because of the warriors behind you? Pan Renfu's face darkened, his killing intent boiling. His blood surged wildly, rising from his body and forming a crimson flame. He never expected that before they could capture Chen Chen, the other party would come knocking on their door, even daring to boast about destroying the Pan Clan? Ha ha ha, how arrogant, how brazen. Do they see everyone as insignificant? Do they see everyone as ants? Pan Renfu laughed in anger. He wanted to see just how strong the warriors behind him were. Meanwhile, the others from the Pan Clan also looked at Chen Chen, their faces grim, filled with rage. A great battle seemed imminent. At this moment, Chen Chen also stopped in his tracks. He scanned the crowd and said calmly, "What gives you the right? Because under my fist, you will all die." Before he finished speaking, Chen Chen's blood value of 200,000 erupted violently. It was like a volcano erupting, with blood flames rolling. The momentum was overwhelming, and the killing intent was sky-high. If Pan Renfu's blood flame was like a match, then Chen Chen's blood flame was a beacon of war smoke. Even without lethal force, the terrifying shockwave still tore through the ceiling above, spreading like a spider web. The next moment, Chen Chen took a deep breath, twisted his waist, clenched his fist, and gathered 99 blood values in the tiger form. Then, he punched towards everyone in the Pan Clan. One punch to destroy the Pan Clan. The people of the Heavenly Punishment Division were terrified. One punch to destroy the Pan Clan. The people of the Heavenly Punishment Division were terrified. The tiger form fist, a high-grade martial skill. Chen Chen had learned it long ago, and with the blood value driving it, its power was considerable. This time, after the enhancement, combined with the 200,000 blood value, Chen Chen was eager to know just how strong it had become. Roar! Boom! Crack! The deafening roar of the tiger exploded from Chen Chen's punch. The sound was so loud that it almost traveled hundreds of meters. In an instant, the entire Pan Clan commerce, the whole building's glass shattered, and the closest Pan Mudwan, Pan Renfu, and others, even though they were fifth-tier martial artists, within half a second, their ears and noses bled, their brains went blank, and they buzzed with noise. What? Such blood value? Such martial skills? His strength. The tiger's roar shakes the spirit? Is this martial arts? A holy product? No, it's impossible. Why is your vital energy so terrifying? Are you a master? What others felt, Pan Renfu did not know, but he was shaken, his face filled with disbelief. He had seen Chen Chen's information. A senior high school student, with a mother in a coma, just awakened his talent a week ago, a level of cultivation talent. He even trended on social media for 2 days, albeit negatively. Of course, the key point was that this Chen Chen was related to the cause of his son's death. He was very likely to know the murderer. Originally, he planned to send someone to capture him for questioning. Unexpectedly, before anyone could go, Chen Chen had come to him. At that time, he felt this kid was quite sensible, voluntarily coming to his door, saving him a lot of time. But then, Chen Chen said that the Pan family would die today, and his expressionless, contemptuous attitude towards everyone, arrogant, haughty, and overbearing, relying on the hidden martial artist behind him. A mere ant dared to act recklessly in front of him, to speak so shamelessly, especially in the Pan family's business building, in front of so many high-ranking officials? How could Pan Renfu endure such anger? He was furious. His heart was filled with endless killing intent. The humiliation when his younger son died, the grief and anger when his elder son died, and now, the rage. He wanted to explode. He wanted to completely vent the emotions in his heart. He wanted to find the murderer of his son and beat him to death. He wanted to torture the Chen Chen before him to the point of wishing for death. He roared, lost in thought. A tiger's roar interrupted his thoughts. Immediately after, he saw Chen Chen's terrifying vital energy, and with a punch, that vital energy formed a crimson tiger's head, rushing towards them at high speed, growing larger in the air, ready to devour everyone. What is this? How is Chen Chen's strength so strong? Crisis descended, death loomed. Facing this punch, even if Pan Renfu unleashed all his strength, his vital energy at its limit, he still felt despair. His whole body trembled instinctively, his eyes wide open, his face filled with fear. His heart roared, filled with confusion and disbelief. He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. Clearly just a high school student who awakened his cultivation talent. Why had he transformed into such a terrifying martial artist at this moment? This strength of vital energy probably surpassed that of a martial master, reaching the level of a grandmaster. Why? Why is this happening? Why? Everyone present was asking the same question in their hearts. Their faces reflected the same fear and despair. But what was the use? What difference did it make to resist or not? When the fierce tiger's form struck them, the scorching blood flames, the terrifying power. In an instant, it tore apart their flesh and crushed their bones, including tables, floors, and walls, all turned to dust, scattering dozens of meters away from the building like fireworks. This was Qin Shan's full-powered punch, just martial arts, without using any magical power. Yet the lethality was still terrifying to the extreme. 5th level martial master? An ant. One punch could annihilate. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a coughing sound came from the lower ruins. Qin Shan was not surprised. He stood at the edge, looking down. Bang! Under Qin Shan's punch, the one who survived by luck was naturally Panda High. He was a grandmaster, with a vital energy value of 230,000. Only by resisting with all his might did he avoid being killed instantly. But at this moment, he looked drastically changed. His face was pale, blood spitting from his mouth. His body was covered in wounds, weak and powerless. It seemed he sensed Qin Shan looking at him. Panda High struggled to lift his head. His eyes fixed on Qin Shan, filled with shock, anger, fear, unwillingness, despair, and rage in a rich array of emotions. I suppose. You are the hidden martial artist behind the blood pill, right? You were the one who killed my talented son, weren't you? You are definitely not Qin Shan. Qin Shan may have died long ago. Who exactly are you? Panda High struggled to hold himself up, trembling as he spoke. His expression was somewhat dazed and confused. However, Qin Shan said nothing, merely casting him a faint glance. In the next moment, a gentle breeze blew, and without warning, Panda High's head snapped off. He died on the spot. After a while, Qin Shan also vanished from the scene. Half an hour later, a commotion arose. A large group of people hurried over. Hiss! This destructive power, could it be a master battle? Where is Pan Renfu? Is he dead? What about the body? Quick, look, Captain, isn't that a head? Indeed, it's Panda High, the master from the Pan family. This is serious, a master has fallen. Hurry, notify the director, send reinforcements. It turned out this group was from the Heavenly Punishment Division, responding to a case. Since it involved the Pan family, a large team was dispatched to handle it. But upon seeing the scene, the 4th-tier team leader was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, quickly shouting to inform Zhang Lijun. Moments later, Zhang Lijun, Mu Xiaotong, Fang Xian, Tan Wei, and Su Xian, 5 of the strongest from the Heavenly Punishment Division, 6th-tier masters, arrived in haste. Each was fully armed, wearing protective gear and carrying weapons, their expressions grave, as if facing a formidable enemy. Upon arriving at the scene, the 5's faces changed dramatically. The one who struck is undoubtedly a master. And within the masters, he is an extremely formidable presence. His blood energy value conservatively exceeds 300,000. Sensing the lingering blood energy in the air, Mu Xiaotong exclaimed in shock. Strong blood energy, even stronger combat power. Zhang Lijun's face showed horror. Standing at the spot where Qin Shan had acted, he looked up at the ceiling and then at the ruins ahead. He said gravely, one strike. The high-ranking members of the Pan family were annihilated in one blow. Only Panda High survived by a stroke of luck. But even though he didn't die, he was severely injured. Then he was easily beheaded. I heard there was a tiger's roar at the time of the incident? Yes, that's right. The sound was loud, echoing for hundreds of meters. He might have used a fist technique. Fist technique? That's terrifying. Defeating a master with one punch, his strength is too frightening. If we encounter him, we are likely not his match. Mu Xiaotong's face looked grim as he spoke. The other 3 remained silent. Clearly, their thoughts were similar. The standard blood energy for a master is 1.5 million. Refining the 8 meridians of the human body, each refinement increases the blood energy by 50,000, and once all are refined, it can surge by another 100,000. Thus, the maximum blood energy value for a master is 650,000. The 4 of them, as deputy directors, had different refining progress, roughly around 300,000. But even so, facing Panda High, they couldn't suppress him with a single punch. It would take several minutes. The higher the realm, the more abundant the blood energy, the greater the gap in combat power. This includes martial skills, equipment, temperament, timing, and so on. There are significant differences, but regardless, this person's identity is unknown, and their origins are unclear. Why did he annihilate the entire Pan family? Personal vendetta? Or was someone instigating him? Could it be the same person who killed Pan Yue? Will he strike again? More importantly, is this person from the ideal land? These details must be clarified. We must find out at all costs, no matter the price. Otherwise, we will be restless, Zhang Lijun said in a low voice, his expression more serious than ever. Jia Ziqing, furious to the point of explosion, left the Pan family business. Chen Shan did not return home. He pondered whether trouble should not be resolved all at once and proactively. Why wait for others to come knocking and be forced to resist? Thus, the Pan family was destroyed. What about the Li family and the Jia family? The former, he had killed Li Chu, which could be considered a deep-seated grudge. After the other party finds out, they definitely won't let him go. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to take the initiative. As for the Jia family, it's all the same. For now, there are no grudges, just a lack of direct confrontation. But from their previous contact with me and sending someone to the hospital to threaten Yang Yinin, their goals and motives are no different from the Pan family. Thinking of this, Chen Shen took out his old phone, removed the SIM card, and inserted it into his new phone. As soon as he got a signal, dozens of missed calls and messages flooded in. Chen Shen glanced at them, found the Jia family's number, and called. Chen Chen? Good. You actually dared to call me first? Let me tell you, too late. When I find you, I want you to kneel and beg for mercy. In a luxurious manner in the eastern district of Jinling City, on the third floor of a villa, Jia Ziqing, lying on his bed playing with his phone, suddenly sat up. Looking at the note that read "Deadly Enemy," his eyes widened in surprise and joy. He was surprised that after calling dozens of times without a response, why did the other party suddenly call him? What do they want? To beg for mercy? He was pleased that Chen Shen finally showed up. As long as he showed up, it was better than his own people being unable to find him, feeling suffocated. Without hesitation, he answered the call. Not waiting for the other party to speak, Jia Ziqing blurted out. There was both frustration and a hint of smugness. Thinking, I contacted you first, you acted aloof, hung up on me, disappeared. When I just wanted to kill you, you come looking for me? What's up? Scared? Regretful? Too late. Jia Ziqing's thought process was quite novel. Before Chen Shen could say anything, he was already lost in his thoughts, feeling exhilarated. And what Chen Shen said next made him even more convinced of his thoughts. Don't you want the blood essence pill? I'll bring it to you. Chen Shen said. Bring it? Where have you been all this time? Hanging up on me, disappearing. What are you afraid of? At most, I'll find you, break your limbs, and let you beep. The more Jia Ziqing spoke, the more excited he became. But at that moment, a busy tone came from the phone, and looking back, it was hung up. Chen Shen hung up on him again. Damn! Chen Shen, damn it! You hung up on me again. You actually hung up on me again. Are you messing with me on purpose? Damn it! I want to kill you. He was furious. Jia Ziqing was so angry he felt like his lungs were going to explode. He swore he had never been this angry before. At that moment, he wished he could tear Chen Shen into pieces and grind him into meat paste to feed the dogs. Damn it! If I don't find you today, I won't be surnamed Jia. Jia Ziqing's face was flushed, filled with rage. He picked up his phone, ready to use all his connections to find Chen Shen. However, at the same time, Chen Shen's call came in again. Jia Ziqing's expression darkened, staring at the phone, especially at the note "Deadly Enemy." Taking a deep breath, he still answered. But this time, Jia Ziqing played it smart. He didn't speak immediately. Do you still want the blood essence pill? Give me an address, and I'll deliver it personally. How about the Jia family business building? Chen Shen's voice came through. It was indifferent, without a hint of emotional fluctuation. After hearing this, Jia Ziqing didn't hesitate and said fiercely, Okay, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the business building. Whoever doesn't come is a son of a. Beep. Smash. Damn it. Bang. Smash. After smashing everything in the room, Jia Ziqing walked out of the bedroom with a dark expression. Just as he entered the living room, a voice rang out. What are you going crazy about again? He glanced over. The one speaking was none other than Jia Yi, the chairman of the Jia Merchant Association and a fifth-tier martial artist. He was also Jia Ziqing's father. His expression was serious, and his demeanor heavy. While adjusting his clothes, he reprimanded, Humph. Jia Ziqing, seeing this scene, scoffed, Humph. Who asked for your opinion? Jia Ziqing was an only child, with no siblings, and came from a single-parent family. After his mother passed away, Jia never remarried, pouring all his energy into the Merchant Association and his training. As a result, he was lax in disciplining Jia Ziqing, who had been mischievous and rebellious since childhood. By the time Jia Yi wanted to correct him, it was already too late. Fortunately, Jia Ziqing hadn't committed any serious misdeeds or provoked any enemies that the Jia family shouldn't offend. Thus, while Jia Yi felt frustrated, he also allowed him to develop freely. Most of the time, he would only scold him symbolically, like now. Of course, it was of no use. Jia Ziqing couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. Are you going out? At that moment, noticing Jia Yi's actions, Jia Ziqing asked casually. There are some matters at the association I need to go over. The association? You're going to the association building? Coincidentally, give me a ride. I need to go to the association building too. Jia Yi looked at his son in surprise, not understanding why he would go to the association so late. Usually, he was either eating, drinking, having fun, or racing with friends, rarely going to the association. Why did he want to go today, especially at night? Although puzzled, Jia Yi nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, inside the luxury car, Jia Yi took the initiative to drive while Jia Ziqing sat in the back. The atmosphere was stiff and oppressive. After an unknown amount of time, Jia Yi finally couldn't help but speak. You're not a child anymore. I hope you can do something serious. Don't hang out with those friends of yours. Focus on your training. By the time I reach 60, and my vitality starts to decline, if you're still not a 5th-tier martial artist, many high-ranking members of the association might not accept you. Jia Ziqing had decent talent. He was at the 3rd-tier advanced martial artist level, having broken through this year at the age of 29, thanks to various resources. However, this level of strength was hardly enough to manage the vast Jia family business. Besides that, Jia Ziqing needed to achieve some accomplishments. Even if he didn't, he needed to maintain a positive image, right? How could anyone trust someone who spent all day goofing off to take over the association? Goofing off? How do you know I'm goofing off? Did you see it with your own eyes? It was always like this. No matter what Jia Yi said, Jia Ziqing instinctively retorted. There was no respect, no father-son affection. Seeing this, Jia Yi shook his head slightly, feeling helpless. Fine, but for the time being, you should behave. Jinling City isn't peaceful. I just received news about Pan, alright, why are you nagging? Can't you just drive properly? If you can't, let me out. I'll take a taxi myself. Before Jia Yi could finish his sentence, he was forcefully interrupted by Jia Ziqing. Also, my matters don't need your concern. I will make my own achievements and silence the higher-ups of the association. Jia Ziqing said impatiently. The Jia family had fallen, and fierce beasts had entered the city. The relationship between the father and son was strained. After the argument, they both fell silent. Jia Yi was thinking about something, but Jia Ziqing didn't know. However, he had already planned to capture Chen Chen and force him to reveal the information about the blood essence pill. Then, he would publicly expose it at the association, striking back at those who mocked him for being idle. He wanted Jia Yi to see that he, Jia Ziqing, was not goofing off but was doing serious work. Therefore, he hadn't told Jia Yi about his recent actions. He had secretly contacted people and found Chen Chen's phone number, including Yang Yinin's hospital. Just wait, Jia Ziqing, will make you all drop your jaws. Jia Ziqing muttered to himself. The vehicle soon arrived at the Pan Merchant Association. Jia Yi ignored Jia Ziqing and hurriedly parked in a random spot before leaving. Jia Ziqing then approached the entrance of the association building. There were several people waiting there. All of them were quite powerful, with 6 3rd-tier advanced martial artists and 2 4th-tier top martial artists. Young Master Jia. Upon seeing Jia Ziqing approach, a few of them quickly called out. Has Chen Chen arrived? Jia Ziqing looked around, trying to find Chen Chen. I don't know, I haven't seen him yet, one of the 4th-tier martial artists replied. Haven't seen him? Damn, if that guy dares to mess with me again, I will. Boom! Bang! Jia Ziqing had a bad premonition, thinking that Chen Chen was playing tricks on him again. Instantly, his inner anger boiled over. He swore that if Chen Chen dared to appear in front of him, he would definitely capture him and torture him to death. But suddenly, a terrifying sound came from behind. Turning around, he saw a violent explosion occurring on the 8th floor of the Jia Merchant Association building. That floor was engulfed in flames, with walls collapsing and glass shattering. What was shocking was that the source of all this chaos was a roaring fire dragon. What's going on? What happened at the association? That floor? Is that the conference room? Looking at the blazing floor, Jia Ziqing's face changed dramatically, filled with fear and dread. In the next moment, a blurry figure appeared amidst the flames. Looking down, it seemed to have locked onto Jia Ziqing. Without hesitation, it jumped down from the 8th floor. When it landed on the ground, it made surprisingly little noise, like a feather falling silently. This scene made the 2 4th-tier martial artists feel their scalps tingle. Regardless of what was happening on the 8th floor, just the effortless manner of this person's movement indicated their terrifying strength. A powerhouse. This was an unimaginable powerhouse. They couldn't fight back. They could only run. Run, young Master Jia, run. This person is at least a martial master. Hearing the words beside him, Jia Ziqing felt a bit dazed, because at that moment, he saw the person's face, which was very familiar. In the past few days, he had often seen this person's photo. It was Chen Chen, the guy who had hung up on his calls multiple times, played tricks on him, and made him so angry he almost had a brain hemorrhage. He was also the target of his deep-seated hatred, yet he had never seen him in person. Now he saw him, and he was walking towards him. Accompanying him was Death. Chen Chen had agreed on a meeting point with Jia Ziqing. He drove to the eastern district of Jinling, to the Jia Merchant Association building. Coincidentally, just like the Pan family, the high-ranking officials of the Jia Merchant Association had also suddenly gathered, as if to discuss some major issue. Chen Chen thought it was great. He could catch them all in one go. Even more coincidentally, just as Chen Chen arrived on their 8th floor, the chairman of the Jia Merchant Association, Jai, hurriedly came over with an anxious expression. With everyone gathered, there was no need for small talk. Chen Chen's magical power surged as he quietly said, "Fire dragon spell." The scorching flames spread. A roaring fire dragon manifested from the sky. It was dozens of meters long, several meters wide, with a terrifying momentum and a temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees, directly pouncing towards the high-ranking officials of the Jia family. "Who are you? Ah, what kind of technique is this? A talent? Stop, we can talk." The crowd was horrified and utterly confused. They didn't even know who Chen Chen was or where they had offended him. Why was he attacking them as soon as he arrived? Even if they were to fight back, they would not hesitate to retaliate and kill this inexplicable person if they could win. But the key was that they couldn't win. Just the temperature of that fire dragon made the 5th-tier martial masters feel despair. "Who exactly are you?" Jia Yi's face turned ugly as he shouted in anger. "Chen Chen." Chen Chen replied calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, Jia Yi's pupils constricted, exclaiming, "Chen Chen, the owner of the blood essence pill patent? I boom." There was no need for him to speak. With just this sentence, Chen Chen confirmed that the Jia family was involved in the incident. Jia Ziqing, the hospital martial artist. They were the best proof. So the fire dragon swept through. In a reckless manner, it instantly annihilated the entire upper echelon of the Jia family. How strange. Where is the Jia family's 6th-level master? I saw the information sent by Su Yilu. The Jia family also has an old man, named Jia Shuangquan, 59 years old, a 6th-level martial artist. Why isn't he here? Chen Chen was puzzled. He searched around but found nothing. Only then did he look down at Jia Ziqing, who was waiting for him. Then, he jumped down from the 8th floor. "Why you are Chen Chen? How come? How can you be so powerful?" Looking at Chen Chen slowly approaching, Jia Ziqing was dumbfounded. In his imagination, Chen Chen was just a high school student who had just awakened his talent, at most a 1st-level martial artist. He could easily suppress him, not to mention bringing along 6 3rd-level and 2 4th-level martial artists, just in case. But now it seemed, this unexpected turn of events was beyond imagination, making it hard for him to believe. But, however, Chen Chen did not waste words with him. With a casual wave, the simplest and most convenient wind blade appeared. It instantly killed Jia Ziqing and the 7 others behind him, leaving only 1 4th-level martial artist. "Where is the Jia family's master? Where is he?" Chen Chen asked coldly. "And not in Jinling City. The old man of the Jia family is not in Jinling City. He left Jinling City 2 months ago and went to other places. I don't know where exactly, I really don't know," the 4th-level martial artist said in terror, not daring to hide anything. "Chen Chen." The chairman did not participate in the blood pill incident. Because the old man is not here, he didn't want to conflict with the other 4 families, so he didn't send anyone to find you, the man said again. "Then what about Jia Ziqing? It's Jia Shao's personal action. The chairman doesn't know. Really doesn't know? Or pretending not to know? Or tacitly allowing it? More importantly, is Jia Ziqing a member of the Jia family? If he is, then what he does represents the Jia family. As the chairman of the entire Chamber of Commerce, how could Jia Yi's every move escape his notice? Moreover, he was his own son. Besides, if he killed Jia Ziqing first, would Jia Yi not seek revenge? Since that was the case, wouldn't it be reasonable to first destroy the Jia family and then kill Jia Ziqing? More convenient? Thinking this, Chen Chen casually killed that man, turned and left. The next target was the Li family, but he had just taken 2 steps when 2 loud roars echoed from the sky. Roar! Clang! Chen Chen was stunned. He couldn't help but look up, and when he saw the source, he was shocked. It was actually ferocious beasts. 2 massive flying ferocious beasts. Their wings spread wide, at least hundreds of meters across. Fiery flames surged, their eyes blood red. One had a roar similar to that of a tiger or leopard, deep and brutal. Its body was pitch black, with wrinkled skin, resembling an ancient flying dinosaur. The other had a cry like a yellow oriole, sharp and cold. It was covered in orange feathers, with golden claws and a fiery red crown on its head. They moved at incredible speed, soaring over the city, heading straight for the center of Jinling City. However, What shocked Chen Chen even more was, on the backs of these suspected top-tier 7th-level ferocious beasts, stood people. That's right, the 2 ferocious beasts were not just passing by. They had come specifically to Jinling City. Something big is about to happen tonight? As soon as he thought this, Chen Chen's phone rang. The caller was Su Yulu. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes and immediately answered. And after connecting, Su Yulu's first sentence made his heart tremble, and his face changed dramatically. Chen Chen, quickly hide, the ideal land has gone mad. In Jinling City, Yunshan City, Changbai City, and Raccoon City, a total of 6 surrounding cities, riots have broken out, attacking the city lord's mansion, the Heavenly Punishment Office, and other official institutions, aiming to seize control of the city. A large number of martial artists and masters are participating, and even grandmasters are entering the fray. You need to find a place to hide quickly, don't show your face. As soon as the call connected, Su Yulu exclaimed urgently. The content of her words was shocking, causing Chen Chen's expression to change dramatically. What? The ideal land is starting a riot? Attacking the city lord's mansion? Seizing control of the city? What do they want? Are they declaring war on the country? Chen Chen was utterly shocked. He did not doubt the authenticity of the news, because the direction of the 2 ferocious beasts just now was indeed the city center, and there were people on the backs of the beasts, likely the strong from the ideal land. I don't know, but my dad said that the ideal land's target is gifted martial artists. All gifted martial artists. They are not satisfied with secretly capturing people, which is why they initiated this incident. You are a level talent, so you will definitely become their target. Hurry and hide. What about the country? Are they just going to let them capture people? Chen Chen asked in surprise. Of course not. The official forces of Lavushi have already mobilized personnel, preparing to provide support, including our Su family, Luo family, and Chen family from Tianhai City, all taking action. Other base cities have also received the news and are sending people over. But you know, the front line is fierce, tying up a lot of martial artists. The ideal land has suddenly erupted again. While there will definitely be strong support, it will take time. How long? What about the army? Isn't there a garrison in every city? If nothing unexpected happens, they should arrive within half a day. As for the army, the information I received is that this incident involves the Black Abyss, which drove the ferocious beasts to attack the city in advance, forcing the army to defend and unable to spare personnel to support the city. So during this time, you can only rely on yourselves. Jinling City has a grandmaster stationed there, named Mubaishu, and there's also the investigation team's Li Qingyan, who is in Jinling City, plus the 5 major forces and the Heavenly Punishment Office. They all have master-level experts. I feel that as long as we can hold out until support arrives, it shouldn't be a big problem. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes. Su Yulu revealed a lot of information, most of which he was unaware of. Black Abyss? Is that also an organization? Chen Chen asked. Yes. Similar to the Ideal Land, it is an anti-human terrorist organization, not very numerous, but their ideology is even more extreme. They want to merge with ferocious beasts to become a new species. Merge with ferocious beasts? Chen Chen was astonished. Most ferocious beasts lacked reason, only brutality and slaughter. Moreover, the higher the rank, the larger the size. Can this even be merged? Can humans withstand it? Yes. Someone at their high level has a special talent that can condense the genes in the blood of ferocious beasts. After being injected into a human body, it undergoes a fusion mutation, turning into a half-beast that is neither human nor ghost. Of course, the success rate is very low. Often, out of 100 people, 99 die from genetic conflicts. But once successful, their combat power at least doubles. Hearing Su Yulu's explanation, Chen Chen suddenly realized that he had misunderstood. The so-called merging was actually like this. Are all the people from Black Abyss like this? Exactly. As long as you see someone wearing a black hood or having characteristics of ferocious beasts, they are basically from Black Abyss. If you encounter them, stay away. They are difficult to control emotionally, extremely irritable, and can go mad at any time. Okay, I understand. Yes, you should find a place to hide quickly and not get involved in the incident. There are many masters from the Ideal Land. If you encounter them, it will be very dangerous. Su Yulu reminded him before hanging up the phone. The Ideal Land is truly insane. Instead of hunting ferocious beasts, they are exacerbating the crisis for humanity. How dare they openly attack the city and capture gifted warriors? I don't know what they're planning, but it's probably not good. So reckless, don't they fear the nation's wrath? Are they willing to do anything to eliminate them? Chen Chen took a deep breath. His perception of this Ideal Land had reached an all-time low. It wasn't just the trouble they had caused him several times before. It was also because what they were doing was truly inhumane. Forget it, the authorities will handle it. I won't get involved. The incident was significant. It involved many masters and grandmasters. Chen Chen had no power, no influence, and no background. He didn't plan to take that risk. He prepared to return to the villa, to seclude himself for a few days and improve his strength. Maybe when I have time, I can build a force, a business association, a group, so I won't have to handle everything alone. Thinking this, Chen Chen felt it was feasible, but he would wait until after the Ideal Land incident to discuss it. By then, he would take over the assets of the Pan and Jia families, to prevent them from falling into someone else's hands. Buzz buzz. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Zhang Wei. Chen Chen, hurry, come to Wuqiu Station, something big is happening in Jiling City, we need to go to Tianhai City. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Wei shouted loudly. His tone was urgent and filled with worry, which stirred something in Chen Chen's heart. Wuqiu Station? It'll take me a while to get there. You go ahead, I'll find a place to hide. Chen Chen said. Hide? Where are you going to hide? The whole Jiling City is in danger. I heard a terrorist organization is attacking the city. Zhang Wei, stop calling, get in the car quickly. Dad, it's Chen Chen, my deskmate, my best brother at school. Forget about brotherhood right now. If we don't leave soon, it will be too late. Hurry, hang up the phone, big beep beep beep. With the intervention of a middle-aged voice, the call was quickly disconnected. From the way he addressed him, it was Zhang Wei's father. Chen Chen didn't pay it any mind. He took a taxi, preparing to return to the villa. At the Lord's mansion, on the large lawn in the front yard, two fierce beasts circled in the sky, and on their backs stood a figure cloaked in black, wearing a hood that obscured their face, standing still and looking down. On the ground were Lord Mubaishu and investigator Li Qingyan. Their faces were grim, a mix of shock and anger, as they stared intently at the two figures ahead. Zhang Yunji, Lu Sanxiang, you truly are insane in your ideal land. How dare you ally with the Black Abyss and openly attack the city? You are challenging the entire nation. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the martial god, who will annihilate you? Mubaishu's blood surged, his face flushed, and he shouted in anger. Ha! The frontline battle is intense, the defenses keep retreating. There are already not enough people. Who has the time to care about us? The two from the Ideal Land, a man and a woman, were both dressed in scarlet robes, with free wings displayed on their backs. On the left was Zhang Yunji, an ordinary-looking man, about 1 meter 60 tall, unremarkable, the kind that could be overlooked in a crowd. It was he who spoke at that moment. The woman on the right was Lu Sanxiang, heavily made up, alluring and graceful, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, like a gentle neighbor sister, making people feel warm and close. You think you can do such heinous things just because no one has time to care about you? The frontline battlefield is fierce. Countless warriors risk their lives, blocking the invasion of fierce beasts at the cost of their lives. And you, on the other hand, are causing trouble from the rear, deliberately driving the fierce beasts to attack the city. Do you not fear being remembered for this infamy for eternity? Do you not fear the extinction of humanity? Mubaishu's anger surged, and he shouted furiously. Blocking the invasion of fierce beasts is for humanity. Our ideal land's goal is also for humanity, even for a longer-lasting future. Mubaishu, Li Qingyan, we, the Utopia, this action is enough to change the entire world pattern. Let everyone be like dragons. Let everyone have the opportunity to become strong. By then, what are fierce beasts? They can be wiped out with a snap of the fingers. Nonsense, utter nonsense. Talking nonsense, spouting rubbish. It might work to fool those ignorant low-level warriors, but to try to deceive me? No way. And yet you keep saying everyone is like dragons, everyone is equal. In reality, you don't take human lives seriously at all, committing all sorts of evil, utterly devoid of conscience. It's just a difference in ideology. After being scolded by Mubaishu, Zhang Yunji was also somewhat annoyed and couldn't help but sneer. Since the ideologies are different, then let's see the real skills under our hands. Mubaishu was too lazy to waste words. The blood energy on his body surged rapidly. A rolling blood flame spiraled around, forming a blood column several meters wide, shooting straight into the sky, incredibly shocking. Beside him, Li Qingyan was similar, her blood energy erupting with great momentum. Ha ha ha, good. Since you want to stop us, then go die. Zhang Yunji and the others also erupted with their strength madly. The battle of the Grand Masters instantly commenced. Bang! Utopia! I, Zhang Lijun, swear to shatter this group of beasts into pieces. In the Divine Punishment Department, Zhang Lijun smashed the cup in front of him with a palm, roaring. He had just received the news. Utopia had launched a riot, intending to attack the city. What's the situation now? How many people has Utopia sent? After calming down a bit, Zhang Lijun asked. At this moment, they were in the information department. There were dozens of computers here, connected to the surveillance of the entire city. Report, Director. A total of 585 people. Most are concentrated in the Northern District, seemingly looking for someone. They have temporarily taken control of the local Public Security Bureau and Transportation Bureau. Their strength is led by those at the 4th rank. Additionally, over 10 martial artists have been spotted, moving too quickly to be locked down. Director, we just received news that the Jia family has been wiped out, with all high-ranking members dead, suspected to be the work of Utopia's 6th-rank masters. What? The Jia family has been wiped out? Zhang Lijun was shocked. An hour ago, the Pan family had just fallen, and now the Jia family was gone too. Who is it? Who exactly? Is it really the masters of Utopia? Are they trying to eliminate the fighting power of Jinling City? It's possible. Thinking of this, Zhang Lijun said solemnly, immediately mobilize the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 10th squads, as well as the 1st, 2nd, and 30th small teams, led by 10 martial artists, to the Northern District to eliminate Utopia members. Remember, it's to eliminate. No need to capture. He had previously thought about capturing people, but now, they wouldn't even capture, they would directly eliminate, saving time and effort. Yes, Director. Contact the Li family, Yufeng group, Longting group, as well as various martial arts schools, small families, and small forces, and individual martial artists, to assist in clearing out Utopia and defending our Jinling City. Also, the Martial Artists Association should issue related tasks, with a high reward of 5 times. This is a disaster for Jinling City, and no one can avoid it. We must work together, unite our efforts, and suppress Utopia. Director, something big has happened. What happened? The news just in, the Li family has allied with Utopia and is helping them, capturing martial artists from Jinling City everywhere. What? The Li family is a bunch of beasts. What about Yufeng and Longtung? Yufeng has already left Jinling City in advance. The higher-ups of Longting are missing, suspected to be hiding. Bastards! A bunch of scoundrels. Just as he finished speaking about working together to suppress Utopia, the next second he was slapped in the face. The 5 strongest forces in Jinling City, 2 were wiped out by a mysterious person. 1 betrayed, 1 ran away, and 1 hid. In that instant, Zhang Lijun's face turned extremely ugly. Forget about Yufeng group for now, whether their actions were right or wrong. But at this moment, the city of Jinling was in a precarious situation. If they did not stop it and let the Utopia run rampant, no one could predict the outcome. Sigh. Let's do our best and leave the rest to fate, said the young shepherd beside him, who had also heard the report. We can only do our best. If Utopia captures people, we will rescue them. Whatever we can save is what we will save. By the way, who exactly is in the North District? Why is Utopia searching so frantically? I don't know, there are no leads for now. Forget it, let's not waste time and take action directly. Alright, the 5 of them were all masters, the strongest combat force of the Heavenly Punishment Division. They might even be the core strongest fighters currently blocking Utopia in Jinling. They did not dare to place too much hope in others. After all, even major forces like Yufeng and Longting were unreliable. How could they expect help from smaller factions? It was no exaggeration to say that they could only rely on their own people from the Heavenly Punishment Division now. After saying that, the 5 immediately sprang into action. They put on headsets for easy communication, armed themselves to the teeth, and prepared to suppress Utopia. However, as soon as they exited the building, they suddenly stopped. Looking up, they saw 5 figures standing atop the opposite building. Their blood surged, flames of blood soaring into the sky, and they locked onto Zhang Lijun and the others, as if they were about to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. It's the masters of Utopia, Zhang Lijun said gravely as he looked at them. I knew we couldn't avoid this. Since that's the case, come on, the young shepherd said with a faint smile. The journey back to the villa was fraught with twists and turns. Especially after reaching the North District, Utopia members would occasionally jump out and joyfully pounce on him, practically seeking death. He had already killed 10 such individuals. The person before him was the 11th, and he was the strongest, having reached the peak of a 4th-tier warrior. Chen, finding you wasn't easy. I spent several days on this. I almost got executed by the envoy for it. The visitor was none other than Zhang Yong. They had mobilized members to search for Chen, but Jinling was too vast. Finding one person was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, news came from the higher-ups that they had launched an attack on Jinling and urged them to act boldly. So Zhang Yong took his team to control the Traffic Bureau and Public Security Bureau in the North District. Using their equipment, they quickly tracked down Chen, leading to the current scene. Speak, are you coming with me willingly, or do I have to break your limbs and drag you along? Zhang Yong said darkly, looking at Chen. At the same time, other Utopia members arrived at the surrounding intersections. Their strengths varied, with first, second, and third tier members present. Even 2 fourth tier members had shown up. They looked down at Chen Chen, exuding an air of confidence. Zhang Yong, why waste time talking to him? Hurry up and take him to Envoy Zhou. After completing this task, we still need to capture other warriors. Don't think our actions are going smoothly now. It's just that the higher-ups have blocked the official's strong fighters. This obstruction won't last long. We shouldn't waste time. The 4th tier member on the left said impatiently. He was a young man dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, looking like a college student. But unexpectedly, he was a 4th tier member of Utopia. As soon as he finished speaking, the last 4th tier member coldly snorted, "Humph. If Envoy Zhou personally ordered it, we must find him. I wouldn't bother running around for an ant." This guy was a young man, around 25, with colorful hair and earrings, looking trendy, like a delinquent. But he was also a 4th tier warrior of Utopia. "Alright, since you all say so, then I won't dawdle. I'll just break your limbs and drag you along." For Qin Chen, Zhang Yong harbored deep resentment. It was because of him that he had been kicked twice by the messenger, nearly dying on the spot. Even more so because of him, he had run around aimlessly, unable to find anyone, looking like a fool. All of this was Qin Chen's fault. By the way, what happened to Li Chang and Mu Xiaochuan? What did you do to them? Suddenly, he remembered Li Chang and the others and asked, "Do you want to know?" Looking at the people from the ideal land, Qin Chen's expression turned cold. He said again, "Then I will tell you." Puff. The world is full of changes, and the will of the people is united. Half an hour after the ideal land attacked the city, at the appointed time, the vast majority of ordinary people received text messages, hiding at home and not daring to come out. Those who could act outside were basically martial artists. Ideal land, what do you beasts want to do? In the northern district of Jinling City, on Wuhu Avenue, at the Han family's traditional martial arts school, a century-old heritage, the master of the school, Han Datong, a 5th-level martial artist, was dressed in training clothes, his muscles intertwined, and his physique was robust. Holding an iron ring saber, his face was resolute, blood surging, flames of rage burning. At this moment, he stood at the entrance of the martial arts school, glaring at a few people ahead. Behind him were apprentices and coaches, about a dozen in total. Each looked tense, holding weapons like knives, guns, and sticks, ready for a fight. Just a few minutes ago, these people from the ideal land had forcibly broken into the martial arts school and directly captured several apprentices. Like human traffickers, they knocked the apprentices unconscious and carried them away. They were even not satisfied and wanted to continue capturing people when the master Han Datong finally led his people to stop them. A 5th-level martial artist? I didn't expect such a master to be in a small martial arts school. The leader of the ideal land was a top-level 4th-level martial artist. He looked at Han Datong and said lightly. Then he waved his hand and turned to leave. Clearly, he did not want to waste time here. "Master, don't let him get away. Zhang Xiaobai, Wang Shushu, and Yan Yan have been captured by them." Seeing the ideal land members about to leave, an anxious apprentice shouted from behind. "What? They were captured?" Han Datong was furious. His martial arts school had a history of over 100 years, enjoying reputations for loyalty, virtue, renowned masters, and sincerity. This was the prestige accumulated over generations. Before his father died, he repeatedly urged him to protect the martial arts school well. In the case of continuous inheritance, the reputation must not be tarnished. Although he did not understand business, in recent years, the number of students had dwindled, and the tuition fees he received could barely cover the school's expenses. But no matter what, he could not tolerate the students being taken away, their lives uncertain. He could not remain indifferent upon learning this news. Otherwise, there would be no point in running the martial arts school. After all, if he couldn't even protect the students, who would dare to send their children to him? Thinking of this, Han Datong's expression hardened, and he said to the coaches behind him, "Take everyone to the basement, hide, and don't run around. I will go rescue them." As soon as he finished speaking, his blood surged, and he rushed out instantly, chasing after those members of the ideal land. In the western district of Jinling City, on a street, under the shining lights, a team of armed personnel from the Public Security Bureau, holding automatic rifles, wearing headsets, helmets, and bulletproof vests, cautiously ran towards the building ahead. There were 10 of them in total. Although they were not martial artists, they were well trained and moved quickly. The target is on the 5th floor. Team 1, 2, 3, take the stairs. Team 4, 5, 6, take the elevator. The rest stand by, ready to support at any time. Remember, the opponents are members of the ideal land, strength level 2, shoot to kill on sight. I will repeat, shoot to kill on sight. Yes, Captain. Firearms have little effect against ferocious beasts, but it is useful for martial artists, especially first and second tier martial artists. Their strength is not very strong, and they cannot evade bullets with their perception or explosive power. As long as they are trained armed personnel, it is still quite easy to shoot these martial artists from a distance. Of course, when it comes to third tier high level martial artists or even fourth tier top martial artists, they are not something they can handle. It is no exaggeration to say that if you can't hit someone from 100 meters away, you won't be faster than a martial artist within 100 meters. Therefore, although the Heavenly Punishment Department contacted armed personnel from the Public Security Bureau, they only assigned them to eliminate the low-tier martial artists of the ideal land. For high-tier martial artists, it is still handled by the Heavenly Punishment Department's team or martial masters. Somewhere in Jinling City, a third-tier high-level martial artist dressed in black and expressionless, after knocking out a first-tier martial artist he encountered, was about to leave. But suddenly, a loud bang came from the rooftop in the distance. A long bullet, at lightning speed, directly pierced through his head. Blood and brains splattered everywhere, and after swaying a couple of times, he collapsed with a thud. "How's it going? Did you record it well?" 3 men dressed like hunters slowly walked out from a nearby alley. No kidding, killing a third-tier high-level martial artist from the ideal land gives 8,000 points. How could I not record it? It feels so damn good. How many fierce beasts did we have to kill for 8,000 points before? Now with the ideal land attacking the city and causing a riot, the official higher-ups are furious, and the Martial Artist Association has assigned various tasks, with all points being 5 times. Do you still need to keep blabbering? Hurry up and look for the next one. But before we act, we should observe first. These ideal land members are no different from ordinary martial artists. Only when they start grabbing people can we tell they are from the ideal land. Moreover, our sniper rifles can only kill martial artists below the 3rd tier. The 4th tier top martial artists are too alert and they will probably notice as soon as we aim. Then let's specifically target those below the 3rd tier. The Martial Artist Association was crowded with people. Martial artists of all levels came and went in a hurry, their expressions either excited or serious. Their identities varied widely. There were hunter teams, lone wolves, small power strongmen, and personnel from various martial arts schools. They showed no fear, eagerly accepting tasks to eliminate the ideal land, setting off without hesitation. At this moment, regardless of whether it was for rewards, their actions were commendable. Compared to unreliable major powers like the Li family, Yufeng, and Longting, they had become the main force resisting the ideal land, aside from the Heavenly Punishment Department. 5-star mission, urgent investigate the truth behind the ideal land's abduction of martial artists, requiring a minimum level of 4th tier martial master, unlimited attempts, complete upon confirmation, reward, 500,000 points. 4-star mission, East District, Shanha Martial Arts School encountered an attack from the ideal land, requiring a minimum level of 4th tier top martial artist, can be accepted individually or as a team, reward, 500 points for killing a 1st tier martial artist and an additional 10,000 points. Unlimited mission, upon confirming the identity of ideal land members, killing a 1st tier martial artist rewards 500 points, 2nd tier 3,000 points, 3rd tier 8,000 points, 4th tier 50,000 points, 5th tier 200,000 points. Medicinal pills, hemostatic pills, blood-boosting pills, detoxification pills, healing pills produced by the Immortal Cultivation Alliance, absolutely no fakes, now sold at half price. Talismans, Diamond Talisman, Divine Talisman, Strength Talisman, Healing Talisman produced by the Immortal Cultivation Alliance, absolutely no fakes, now sold at half price. Martial arts potions, low-grade and high-grade armor, weapons, all starting at half price. If you kill more than 10 members of the ideal land, an additional 10% off. At the entrance of the Martial Artist Association, various small companies, small chambers of commerce, small shops, and individuals set up stalls selling all kinds of goods. The prices were half of what they used to be. It seems they also know that if they let the ideal land run rampant and occupy Jinling City, their lives won't be easy either. Even their friends and family have martial artists among them. The actions of the ideal land are inherently antagonistic to them. Therefore, even if it means losing everything, they must invest a large amount of resources to support many martial artists in Jinling City to suppress the ideal land and restore peace to the city. However, at the same time, gathering so many martial artists in the association has also attracted the attention of the ideal land. In the distance, several martial masters, led by 2 grandmasters, are rushing towards the association. Impudent! Do you really think there's no one in my martial artist association? Suddenly, on the 5th floor of the association building, 3 grandmaster auras erupted violently. They then broke through the windows and charged towards the 2 from the ideal land. Behind them, more than 10 martial artists, their faces filled with anger and armed with various weapons, joined the battlefield. Eliminate the ideal land, the truth? Eliminate the ideal land, the truth? Do you want to know? In the northern district of Jilin City, at a certain intersection, looking at the people from the ideal land before him, Chen Shen's expression was cold, and killing intent filled the air. Yes, I want to know. So what did you do to Li Chang and the others? Hearing Chen Shen's words, Zhang Yong said darkly. He was indeed curious about where the two second-tier intermediate martial artists, Li Chang and the others, had gone. Were they killed by Chen Shen? But how could a high school student with cultivation talent kill second-tier martial artists? Or did someone help him? If so, who could it be? Zhang Yong pondered, considering various possibilities. At that moment, Chen Shen spoke again. All right, then I will tell you. Puff! As soon as he finished speaking, a breeze swept through, and everyone shattered without warning, dying on the spot, including Zhang Yong. He was broken into 3 sections. His legs, abdomen, and chest were severed upwards. However, as a 4th-tier martial artist, he wouldn't die immediately in just a few seconds, as long as his mind was still intact. Tap tap tap. How is it? Are you satisfied with this answer? They died the same way. Approaching Zhang Yong, Chen Shen looked down at his upper body lying on the ground, his expression filled with terror, despair, and disbelief, his mouth opening and closing but unable to utter a word. Chen Shen said lightly. Then, with a wave of his right hand, flames erupted, incinerating the bodies at the scene. Ideal land. Chen Shen's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. Villa. After killing several waves of people from the ideal land, Chen Shen finally returned here. Fortunately, Yang Yin and the others were unharmed. However, this situation was likely only temporary. They had grasped his whereabouts. Wherever Chen Shen went, they would follow. Moreover, this villa was also purchased by Chen Shen. If they were willing to investigate, they would definitely find it. Endless. Finding trouble with me again and again. You won't rest until you capture me? Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon that you can squeeze at will? To be honest, the various actions of the ideal land made Chen Shen feel disgusted. He also understood that if he didn't completely eliminate them, they would gnaw at him like rats, never letting go. They might even go so far as to find Yang Yinin, Chen Shen's mother, and other soft spots to threaten him. This was something Chen Shen could not accept and could not tolerate. Moreover, this passive approach made him feel suffocated and irritable. Since he had already killed so many of them, it could be considered a deadly feud. So why not take the initiative? If you find trouble with me, then I will find trouble with you. No! The ideal land should be uprooted and completely destroyed, just like the Pan and Jia families. Thinking of this, Chen Shen's eyes lit up, and he found his target. That was to eliminate the ideal land. Jiang Ting, what's wrong, Chen Shen? In the villa, Chen Shen called for Jiang Ting. It's not peaceful outside. The ideal land is causing trouble. Just in case, you all go hide in the neighboring villa. This is a villa community. On both sides, there were villas. Chen Shen had observed that the neighboring villa was unoccupied. To avoid any surprises, Chen Shen decided to call Yang Yinin and the others to hide next door. Just in case they traced them here, they wouldn't find anyone. Alright. Although puzzled, seeing Chen Shen's serious expression, Jiang Ting didn't ask further and agreed. Okay, as soon as possible. Bring my mom over too. Sure, I'll go call Yinin right now. After watching Jiang Ting and the others head next door, Chen Shen finally left. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, 2 third-tier martial artists stealthily arrived. Number 126, this is the villa. Chen Shen just bought it a few days ago. After he took his mother from the hospital, he must have settled her here. Perhaps he himself is hiding here too. That makes sense. But be careful, I just got news that someone was killed by Chen Shen. 3 top-tier 4th-level martial artists. What? 3 top-tier 4th-level martial artists? Killed by Chen Shen? That's absurd. The information shows that Chen Shen just awakened his talent a week ago, right? And it's a cultivation talent. How could he kill 4th-level martial artists? How would I know? You ask me, who should I ask? Just be careful, this guy seems a bit off. If things go south, we retreat immediately. Alright, I'll follow your lead. After their discussion, the two sneaked into the villa under the cover of darkness. Moments later, they returned empty-handed. What's going on? No one here? Maybe they're not here? Damn it, where did this guy run off to? The messenger has urged us again and again. If we can't catch him, I'm afraid the messenger will be furious enough to kill. What can we do? Jinling City is so big, finding someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Sai, report it, the rest isn't our concern. In the northern district, at a transportation bureau, the entire building was temporarily occupied by the ideal land. At this moment, in the monitoring department, Zhou Yuling's expression was icy as she stared at the large screen in front of her. Again and again, she replayed the footage of Zhang Yong and the others being killed. She felt a mix of shock, anger, and confusion. This method, talent, spells, instantly killing 4th level? Messenger Zhou, what exactly is going on with this Chun Chun? He doesn't seem like the high school student described in the materials, who just awakened his talent. Standing beside her were several 5th-tier martial artists, all messengers of the ideal land. They wore different outfits, but all had black robes or cloaks, with free wings embroidered on their backs. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in his 40s, slightly shorter, with dark, rough skin, resembling a farmer. His name was Tao Ji. Indeed, we can also instantly kill 4th-level martial artists, but it requires us to unleash all our energy and martial skills to do so. Yet he did it silently, without moving, and instantly killed everyone present. Such a method is unfathomable and truly frightening. Another messenger spoke, his tone filled with shock and doubt. Was the person on the screen really Chen Chen, that high school student with awakened cultivation talent? If so, that was too far-fetched. Zhou Yuling didn't respond because she didn't know how to explain. The only possibility she felt was that the person wasn't Chen Chen but another unknown powerhouse. The information they received from the ideal land was false, deliberately shown to them. Was it done intentionally by the officials? There's a possibility, but no matter what, this Chen Chen must be captured. His talent level is crucial. Perhaps he could produce another divine child. Zhou Yuling murmured to herself. Then she spoke up. Is it really Chen Chen? Once we find that person and suppress him, everything will be clear. Tao Ji, Kong Rong, Zhang Mingde, Yan Zhouxiu. You 4 join forces and go meet that person. The 4 called were all messengers, 5th-tier martial artists. Their strength was considerable. However, their backgrounds were not as profound as Zhou Yuling's, which was why they needed to obey her. This included masters, whom Zhou Yuling also had the authority to mobilize. Yes, Messenger Zhou. Oh, by the way, how many martial artists have been captured? Have they been sent to the designated location? A total of 267 have been captured and all have been sent to the specified place. 267? Too slow, tell them to speed up. We estimate we need to withdraw before dawn. Ha, is it that urgent? Of course, with such a commotion, how can the country remain indifferent? Sending strong fighters is only a matter of time. But one night is about enough. The talent liquid should be sufficient to reach the level. Zhou Yuling's eyes flickered, her tone indifferent. After a while, she thought of Chen Chen again. The importance of this person was no less than that of the entire Jinling city. She had to take it seriously. With this thought, she shouted to the person beside her, notify Zhao Xiong to drop everything and wait for orders, focusing on capturing Chen Chen. Feeling that 5 martial artists were not enough for assurance, to avoid any surprises and to capture the person as soon as possible, Zhou Yuling also dispatched Zhao Xiong to carry out this task. The other party was not a martial artist but a 6th-tier master from the ideal land. Report to the messenger, we have found Chen Chen. Suddenly, an operator shouted loudly. Where? On Ramhua Street in the northern district, 13 kilometers away from us. Good, lock onto the target. This time, we must not let him escape. The surveillance footage was projected onto the big screen. The person was indeed Chen Chen. At least he looked exactly like the photo in the data. 1. 8 meters tall, sunny, handsome, with sharp features. Public Security Bureau, School, Martial Artist Association, Hospital. The collected data is all the same. This is definitely Chen Chen. But his strength, all clues pointed to the person on the screen being Chen Chen. Yet the strange strength remained inexplicable. This left Zhou Yuling feeling a lump in her throat, both curious and uncomfortable. She desperately wanted to know, what was the truth? Was that person Chen Chen? If not, then who was he? If it was, then what was going on with his strength? It's almost time. Once Zhao Xiong and the others capture him, all the mysteries can be unraveled. Zhou Yuling whispered. Han Datong and the messenger arrived. Han Datong and the messenger left the villa. Chen Chen did not hide his appearance. He just wandered around, wanting the other party to find him. Sure enough, within a few minutes, several members of the ideal land arrived. 5 third-tier advanced martial artists and 1 fourth-tier top martial artist. Chen Chen. As soon as they arrived, they immediately locked onto Chen Chen. However, they did not approach. Instead, their expressions were serious, keeping their distance and not daring to act rashly. Clearly, they had received news. They knew that the deaths of Zhang Yong and the others were related to Chen Chen. That's me. You are from the ideal land, right? Seeing their actions, Chen Chen did not mind, merely responding with a calm expression. Silence ensued. The person stared at Chen Chen without speaking. It seemed they were waiting for support. Seeing this, Chen Chen was not in a hurry either. They wanted to wait, and so did he. Waiting for a martial artist, or even a 6th-tier master to come over. After suppressing them, he would ask what the ideal land was really doing. What was their purpose in capturing talented martial artists? Such a grand display, not hesitating to offend the country, just to capture people in Jinling City. That indicates the secret behind it is significant. And if I only kill some low-level martial artists, it would be nothing to the ideal land. They could just fool another batch when they have time. But if I can disrupt their major plans, then that would be delightful. Having decided to be an enemy of the ideal land, Shin Shen didn't want to play small. If he was going to do it, he wanted to make the ideal land cry out in pain. He wanted to hurt the ideal land to its core. He wanted them to see him, Shin Shen, and be so frightened that they would retreat far away. That would be interesting. At the same time, he also wanted to resolve the trouble quickly, calm down, and focus on his cultivation. He aimed to break through to the 6th, 7th, or even 8th level of Qi training. With this in mind, Shen Shen stood still, patiently waiting. But unexpectedly, the people from the ideal land did not arrive. Instead, a middle-aged man wielding a large iron ring knife, exuding a fierce aura, appeared. "You beasts from the ideal land, take this knife." The man was none other than Han Datong, the master of the Han martial arts school. He had originally chased out to rescue the apprentice who had been captured. However, after chasing for several miles, he lost track of them. With no other options, he could only look for other people from the ideal land to see if he could find any clues. Coincidentally, after rushing to this intersection, he spotted Chun Chen. Without needing to think much, just by looking at the situation, he knew the other party was from the ideal land. Han Datong immediately flew into a rage, raising his knife to slash at the 4th-level warrior. Mountain Splitter. His blood surged, flames swirling around him, making the entire knife seem to burn. With a terrifying sense of oppression, it swept toward the man. A 5th-level martial artist? Heavenly Punishment Division? Run! Upon seeing Han Datong's strength, the man's face changed dramatically. Without a word, he turned and fled. A few 3rd-level advanced martial artists lagged a few steps behind and were cut down by Han Datong with a single slash. "Pah! A bunch of beasts! I won't do anything tonight except catch and kill you all." Unable to find the apprentice, Han Datong was filled with rage. Seeing these people from the ideal land, he wished he could dismember them. But the next second, when he looked at Chen Shen, his expression softened, and he shouted loudly, "Hey, why are you still wandering around? Don't you know the ideal land is causing trouble? Get back! Don't run around. With your 1st-level strength, you could be captured in an instant." Chen Shen's exposed realm was still a 1st-level beginner martial artist, with a blood value of around 200. Anyone slightly stronger could see through it at a glance. "Aren't you afraid of mistaking the wrong person?" Chen Shen asked, not answering the question. Looking at Han Datong, he said, "What? How could I mistake the wrong person? This group of guys can tell the real from the fake at a glance. As long as they are pretending and attacking other martial artists, they are basically from the ideal land." "Is that so? But is there a possibility that the martial artists from Jinling City are suppressing the people from the ideal land?" That is a possibility, but it can also be distinguished. I saw several incidents while chasing. The ideal land usually captures people alive. They won't use lethal force when they act. If it were our Jinling City martial artists, then upon seeing the ideal land, it would be a kill shot, every strike fatal. Damn, why am I wasting words with you? Go, hurry back home. If you encounter the ideal land again, there might not be anyone to save you. This Han Datong had decent character. Although he had a loud voice and acted recklessly, upon closer inspection, he was rough yet meticulous. After saving Chen Shen, he kept urging him to go home. Even when he saw Chen Shen not moving, he became anxious. "What's wrong with you? Did you not hear what I just said? The ideal land is out there capturing people. They capture them for various experiments, for slicing and research. If you don't want to be caught, hurry back." "How do you know the ideal land captures people for slicing research?" Chen Chen asked. "I saw it." "How did you see it? Did you find the secret base of the ideal land?" "Damn, what's wrong with you? Why are you asking so many questions?" Looking at Chen Shen, he seemed at most like a college freshman, the kind who was inexperienced and unaware of the world. Otherwise, at this time, how could he still dare to wander outside? But no matter what, in front of Han Datong, he was just a child. So he casually found an excuse, thinking to scare the other party. But in the end, not only was Chen Shen not afraid, he even wanted to press for answers. This really annoyed Han Datong. He was also anxious to find an apprentice. He couldn't help but urge again, "Kid, this is not the time to talk nonsense with me. Hurry back home and hide. Do you understand?" After saying that, Han Datong couldn't be bothered anymore. He turned to leave. But suddenly, he stopped in place again, his expression heavy as he looked into the distance. There, for streams of blood and energy were rolling in. In less than a moment, 4 martial masters arrived on the scene. They were none other than the envoys of the ideal land, Tao Ji, Kong Rong, Zhang Mingda, and Yan Jiuxiao. The 4 had expressionless faces. Their blood and energy surged, and overwhelming pressure descended recklessly, and they quickly spread out, surrounding Chen Chen. At this scene, Han Datong's face changed wildly, gripping the iron ring knife in his hand, glancing around, and taking a look at Tao Ji and the others' attire. He said in a low voice, "Envoys of the ideal land? Good, good, good. To intercept me, you actually dispatched 4 martial masters. You ideal land really think highly of me." Seeing Tao Ji and the others arrive, Han Datong instinctively thought they were coming for him, with the purpose of intercepting him from finding an apprentice. But the result was that Tao Ji and the others completely ignored him, instead fixating on Chen Chen, their gazes filled with confusion and disbelief. At this moment, in the perception of the 4, Chen Chen was merely a first-tier martial artist, with a maximum blood energy of only 200. Yet, despite this, he could kill a 4th-tier martial artist in an instant. What was going on? What was happening? After pondering for a moment, Tao Ji and Kong Rong exchanged glances, preparing to take action to test the waters. A master? Ran away? A master? Ran away? You guys. Kid, are they coming for you? At this moment, Han Datong also realized that the target of the ideal land didn't seem to be him, but rather this first-tier martial artist beside him. Instantly, he was greatly surprised. He looked Chen Chen up and down repeatedly, but couldn't figure it out. What's going on? A mere first-tier martial artist can attract the attention of 4 fifth-tier martial masters? Could it be he is a master, hiding his blood energy? Blood energy can be hidden, can be retracted. Besides needing specific martial techniques, it also requires strength above the master level. After reaching the master level, one usually has refined their internal organs. At that time, the control over blood energy undergoes a qualitative improvement. One can also retract uncontrolled blood energy into their internal organs, making their exterior appear like a low-tier martial artist or even an ordinary person. But the next moment, Han Datong felt it was impossible, because Chen Chen was too young. He looked at most only 20 years old. A master at that age? Absurd, nonsense. Who would believe it? Then what's going on? The 4 great envoys of the ideal land are surrounding a little brat? Is his identity special? Only this could explain it. But no matter what, Han Datong decided to intervene. If he hadn't encountered them, it would be fine. But now that he had, how could he just watch the other party be taken away by the ideal land? With that thought, Han Datong's blood flame erupted, reaching a staggering 100,000 blood energy value, forming a rolling smoke above his head. Holding the knife in his right hand, he moved slightly closer to Chen Chen. In a deep voice, he said, "Kid, no matter what your identity is, and no matter why they want to capture you, as long as you are from Jinling City, I will never let anything happen to you." Chen Chen was astonished. They had just met. There was no familiarity or closeness. Just because Chen Chen was from Jinling City, he was willing to face 4 martial masters of the same realm for him. Chen Chen didn't know what to say. Was this foolishness? Or just being a do-gooder? Who are you? You'd better not meddle in other people's business. This is not something you can interfere with. Seeing Han Datong blocking in front of Chen Chen, Tao Ji's expression darkened as he warned. The other 3 also cast cold glances, their expressions icy. Ha ha ha. I won't change my name or my surname, Han Datong of the Han-style martial arts school. You captured my apprentice in your ideal land, and you say I'm meddling? Fine. Return my apprentice to me, and I won't interfere. Han Datong laughed angrily. Seeing this, Tao Ji no longer said much and coldly declared, "Since you want to seek death, then we shall fulfill your wish. Attack!" Boom! All were 5th-tier martial masters. Their actions were extremely decisive. If negotiations failed, they would directly engage in battle. In an instant, blood flames surged, and a terrifying aura swept across the scene. Zhang Mingda and Yan Jiuxiao charged towards Han Datong. Tao Ji and Kong Rong attacked Chen Chen. The former wielded a slender sword, moving as lightly as a swallow. It was as if he was riding the wind, his speed reaching its peak. Without much sound, a flash of silver light appeared, instantly arriving in front of Chen Chen. This should be a sword technique focused on speed, with a similar innate talent. Moreover, he was fully unleashed, not underestimating Chen Chen just because he appeared to be a first-tier martial artist, including Kong Rong. Although he was slower, he wore scarlet gloves, his fingers claw-like, blood flames swirling around him, striking towards Chen Chen's head with thunderous force. But ding! When Tao Ji's full-powered sword was easily blocked by Chen Chen, they were instantly horrified. Even their hearts sank, fear appearing on their faces, because the only thing that blocked Tao Ji's sword was merely Chen Chen's index finger. It was lightly placed in front, just touching the tip, producing a sound like metal striking metal. How is that possible? My Qingfeng sword has reached the mid-grade, cutting through iron like mud. Even a 5th-tier ferocious beast can be easily pierced. How could he block it with just a finger? No, wait. This sword of mine is still a high-level martial technique. It seems plain, but its power is astonishing. Even a master, or even a grandmaster, wouldn't dare to catch my sword bare-handed. How it was hard to believe, shocking the world. Looking at the always calm Chen Chen, Tao Ji was filled with dread. But what terrified him even more was the inexplicable power erupting from Chen Chen's finger, pushing his slender sword back continuously, and faster, and with more force. In the next moment, bang, put, a flash of white light appeared. The slender sword shattered. Tao Ji's chest exploded, blood and flesh splattering. What? Tao Ji? You? This scene terrified Kong Rong, making his scalp tingle as he shouted in horror. He didn't even see clearly what had happened. Tao Ji was dead. Yes, already dead. His internal organs were almost completely gone, lying on the ground, eyes wide open in death. Hoo. Suddenly, as Kong Rong turned his head, he saw Chen Chen looking at him. That calm, indifferent expression. It was as if he was looking down on them, as if he didn't regard them at all. Like ants beneath his feet, easily crushed with a single step. This thought had just emerged. Chen Chen moved. His figure flickered. He was already in front of Kong Rong, raising his right hand, palm open, pressing towards him. The entire action seemed slow, but in reality, it was as fast as lightning. Kong Rong couldn't evade at all. He could only muster all his strength, crossing his hands in an attempt to block. However, your strength. Crack, put. The moment they made contact, Kong Rong's eyes bulged, his expression filled with extreme fear. His heart was filled with despair. He couldn't imagine why Chen Chen's palm had such great power. So great that in an instant, his arm, chest, and spine shattered like dry twigs. His entire body was sent flying dozens of meters away. When he hit the ground, he was already a mangled corpse, breathless and dead. Dragon Elephant Great Strength Diamond Hand, Qi and Blood Martial Technique. But even without unleashing my blood energy, I can amplify my strength several times. Chen Chen retracted his hand and spoke softly. He then turned to look at Han Datong's side. To his surprise, the three had not fought at all. No, they had barely approached each other when they were scared out of their wits by Chen Chen's methods. Zhang Mingde and Yan Zhouxiao jumped back dozens of meters, their faces filled with fear as they stared at him. Han Datong was similar. He was no longer as enthusiastic as before. Instead, he stepped back a few meters, dumbfounded and shocked. Why your strength? Aren't you a first-tier martial artist? Are you a master? Are you a hidden master? By this time, Han Datong understood. The young man before him was not some inexperienced rookie, nor a first-year student, and certainly not an ordinary martial artist wandering around. He was a 6th-tier master with strength that was astonishingly powerful. He had deliberately concealed his strength to lure Ideal Town into a trap, only to slay them. How foolish of him to have treated the other party like a child, thinking he needed protection. In that instant, Han Datong's expression was complex. He was both horrified and incredulous. A master? So young? What kind of talent does he have? Level? Could he be the invincible prodigy on the Summer Kingdom's prodigy list? Hiss! Han Datong gasped. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, his heart was stirred with tumultuous waves that could not be calmed. Whether I am a master or not is not important. The priority is to kill the people of Ideal Town. By the way, I just heard you say that your martial arts apprentices were captured by them? Han Datong was quite decent. Chen Chen did not pretend to be aloof but instead asked proactively. Yes. I had 4 apprentices taken by them. I chased them all the way but never caught up. I don't even know where they were taken. Remembering his apprentices, Han Datong's face showed anxiety and worry. It's okay. We can just ask the people from Ideal Town. After saying that, he raised his hand casually, and magical energy surged. The spell of sand and dust surged forth. The spell of a hurricane vortex formed instantly. Zhang Mingde and the others had just sensed something when they were already dead. The former was pierced from below to above. The latter was torn to pieces, scattered all over the ground. Weren't you going to ask? Han Datong had just witnessed Chen Chen's methods, yet he was still shocked. It was too bizarre, too terrifying. He couldn't comprehend what had happened. Those 2 martial artists of the same realm as him had died on the spot. If this were used against him, he would probably die without even knowing how. But they are not the ones to ask. It's him. Hearing Chen Chen's words, he looked in the direction. In the distance, under the streetlight, a figure was slowly appearing. The person had a pale face, cold eyes, and a serious expression. He stared at Chen Chen without saying a word. It was none other than Zhao Xiong, who had received orders from Zhou Yuling to be on guard, treated as a trump card. Just seeing the deaths of Tao Ji and the others made him, as a master, feel a chill run down his spine and his scalp tingle. Then he turned and ran. That's right, Zhao Xiong ran away directly. He had no intention of making a move, nor did he think of avenging Tao Ji and the others. Without a word, he turned and fled, as if hesitating for half a second would mean death. The gap between martial arts and cultivation. The gap between martial arts and cultivation is that all the kinetic energy and combat power of a martial artist come from their own blood energy and physical body. In contrast, cultivators draw their power from magical energy, which is transformed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although there are many elements, regardless of which one, the level is 10 or 100 levels higher than blood energy. In essence, the two are not even on the same level. One is heaven, the other is earth. The reason why cultivators in this world are so weak is that practicing Qi at the 10th level is equivalent to a first-tier martial artist. One reason is that there are few people with the talent for cultivation. The second issue is the lack of inheritance. If there were inheritance, then this world would not be ruled by martial artists at all, but by cultivators. Even some powerful beings have long since ventured into the starry sky, plucking stars and moons. As for Chen Shen, he possesses a racial ability called heaven-defying comprehension, which allows him to create on his own even without inheritance. It seems that the results are quite good. With the 5th level of Qi training, he can instantly kill 5th-tier martial masters, and even 6th-tier grandmasters are not beyond his reach. Moreover, the comparison of realms is not equal. The 1st, 2nd, and 9th levels of Qi training all count as a major realm, which is the most basic level of cultivation, just the beginning. The future possibilities, as seen in the cultivation knowledge purchased from the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce, Chen Shen has encountered before. The 2nd realm is foundation establishment, the 3rd realm is golden core, and the 4th realm is only briefly summarized, described in vague terms. But it has given Chen Shen direction. Once he reaches the 9th level of Qi training, perhaps he can comprehend in that direction. As for martial arts, each tier counts as a major realm. The highest is the 9th realm, reaching the peak of martial divinity, and beyond that, there is nothing. So, in comparison, the power of cultivation is something that martial arts cannot touch at all. Chen Shen has only been cultivating for a short time. If he were given another 6 months, what martial divinity? What ferocious beasts? With a snap of his fingers, they could be extinguished. Even the entire starry sky could be easily manipulated. Hoo-hoo! Although Zhao Xiong did not know any of this, the bizarre killing methods left him horrified. With a single finger, a palm, a wave of his hand, 4 martial masters were instantly killed. The entire process was like a crushing force, with no resistance whatsoever. Even more terrifying was that Chen Shen did not even unleash his blood energy. This level of strength, this kind of method, was simply terrifying. Zhao Xiong had never heard or seen anything like it. Damn it! Is this person really Chen Shen? Blood flames swirled, and his body moved. Zhao Xiong's face turned pale, his heart racing. He unleashed his blood energy to the extreme, fleeing madly, just to get away from Chen Shen. At the same time, he was filled with confusion and disbelief. Was that person really Chen Shen? The high school student who awakened his cultivation talent? If so, what was that situation just now? If not, then who was he? At that moment, Zhao Xiong fell into a state of confusion similar to Zhou Yuling's. The latter hoped he could uncover the truth. Zhao Xiong, however, hated himself for not having a couple more legs, because when he turned to look, Chen Shen was right behind him. He walked slowly, leisurely, as if he had just finished a hearty dinner and was out for a casual stroll. But upon closer inspection, each step he took could teleport him dozens of meters away. In just a moment, he caught up to Zhao Xiong. His right hand reached out, striking towards Zhao Xiong with a grabbing motion. How is this possible? How can he be this fast? He still did not see Chen Shen unleash his blood energy, but this speed was faster than his full-speed run. At that moment, Zhao Xiong's expression was filled with terror and despair. Seeing Chen Shen closing in, Zhao Xiong, unwilling to fall here, simply stopped, his blood energy surging wildly, his eyes bulging. At the cost of exhausting all his blood energy, he unleashed all his martial skills and talents, throwing a punch at Chen Shen. Boom! Zhao Xiong's main combat power lay in his fist techniques. Centered around the high-grade martial skill, the Heavenly Gang Fist, he gathered all his blood energy and talent enhancement. This punch was the strongest he had ever thrown in his life, and it was a desperate strike. Suddenly, an inspiration burst forth in his mind, touching upon the will of martial arts, causing the power of his fist technique to increase by another 10%. Will! I've touched the will of martial arts. If I survive this battle, give me half a month, and I will surely comprehend the true will of martial arts. At that time, I will be a master of ultimate intent. The future martial saint is within reach. Ha ha ha. In the face of life and death, there is great terror. There is also great opportunity. Zhao Xiong had refined his 8 meridians to 3, with a blood energy value close to 330,000. Coupled with the high-level talent powerful, and using a grand and expansive fist technique as the core, his strength among the ideal realm masters could also be considered formidable. If he comprehends the will of martial arts, it would be even more incredible. His status and position would soar straight up, and he would be vigorously nurtured by the organization. In the future, breaking through to the Grand Master level, or even becoming a martial saint, would be highly promising. So at this moment, Zhao Xiong turned his disadvantage around. His confidence surged instantly. All fear and unease vanished without a trace. As he watched Chen Chen charge at him, he not only felt no fear but instead laughed heartily, shouting excitedly, "Ha! When the time comes, the heavens and earth will work together, and all things will move in unison. I have been trying to grasp the will of martial arts for 6 years, but I never found the key. I never expected. At this critical moment, I would achieve complete enlightenment and step into the door of will." Good. Chen Chen, right? Thank you. Thank you for lending me a helping hand. To repay you, I won't kill you. I will break your limbs and make you kneel and beg for mercy. Ha ha ha. His combat power surged. He touched the threshold of the will of martial arts. Zhao Xiong was extremely excited. He felt that even if a Grand Master came, he could still fight for 300 rounds. Chen Chen? Strange methods? Instant kill at the 5th level? Heck, in the face of absolute strength, he would be no match. Thinking this, Zhao Xiong did not hesitate and struck at Chen Chen with the force of thunder. However, this punch did hit. It landed precisely on the hand that Chen Chen had reached out. Very accurate. All the force was intact. It seemed that Chen Chen didn't even have time to dodge, and just like that, his fist collided with Zhao Xiong's, causing blood and flames to splatter, like shockwaves spreading layer upon layer, a spectacular scene. However, the more it was like this, the faster his expression changed. From excitement to astonishment, then to disbelief, and finally to terror, horror, and despair. He stared fixedly at Chen Chen, watching the other party casually catch his full-force punch, not even swaying. In that moment, Zhao Xiong felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body cold, his feet trembled uncontrollably, and his heart was filled with fear. He had imagined many outcomes. The other party being sent flying by his punch, heavily injured and falling to the ground. The other party not daring to take it head-on, their face changing drastically as they dodged. The other party catching it, but also feeling the impact, both of them evenly matched. He had thought of all these, but he never imagined that his full-force punch would be caught so lightly by Chen Chen, without any discomfort. Not even a change in the calm expression on his face. Even, seeing him in a daze, he asked, "That's it? Just one punch? Then what were you laughing about just now?" What was he laughing about? Zhao Xiong also wanted to know what he had been laughing about, but it didn't matter anymore. He couldn't laugh at all now. Looking at Chen Chen, his face was ashen. He wanted to withdraw, but found he couldn't pull back at all. That punch he threw had been firmly grasped by Chen Chen. The truth of the ideal land capturing martial artist's puff. You. Zhao Xiong fell silent. Seeing this, Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words, directly condensing his magic power into a sword shape and shattering the opponent's arm. At the same time, as Zhao Xiong retreated violently, he gently slapped his back, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood and run even faster. Dong dong dong. Did he run away? At this moment, Han Datong, who had no agility and could only run with brute force, finally arrived. Initially, he was somewhat afraid after witnessing Chen Chen's terror, but after thinking it over, Chen Chen was not from the ideal land, had no hostility towards him, and was preparing to investigate the incident of martial artists being captured by the ideal land. So after a moment of thought, he gritted his teeth and decided to follow, hoping to rescue the apprentice. This was his greatest hope. However, as soon as he arrived at the scene, he saw the Grand Master from before, who had lost an arm and received a palm strike, fleeing in panic. Let him run. We just need to follow behind. Maybe we can find the headquarters of the ideal land. Hearing Han Datong's words, Chen Chen nodded and smiled. However, as soon as he said this, Han Datong was taken aback. The main base? A master. Just call me Chen Chen. If you don't mind, I'll call you Brother Chen. He originally wanted to call him Master Chen, but Han Datong felt it was strange. Calling him Master Zone also felt unfamiliar. Moreover, seeing Zhao Xiong fleeing, Han Datong guessed that Chen Chen's strength was probably beyond that of a master. So, he mustered his courage and nervously called him Brother Chen. After calling out, he observed that Chen Chen's expression did not change. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and continued, "The ideal village is not a small force. Rather, it is a vast and terrifying organization spread across the country, possessing martial gods. Even the state cannot completely eradicate them. Their main base, not to mention anything else, must have many Grand Masters, right?" Zhao Xiong was injured and not running fast. The two followed slowly behind. "No, you misunderstood. What I meant was, their main base or stronghold in Jiling City. They captured so many martial artists, not killing or burying them. They must be taking them somewhere, and it won't be too far, probably near Jiling City. Your apprentice might also have been taken to that place." "I see. But such an important place must have strong masters stationed." "Yes, definitely, but not too many. After all, the officials are not to be trifled with. There are quite a few masters and grandmasters. The strong ones from the ideal village should be holding them back. At this moment, I think there can only be one grandmaster available to sit there, or maybe even none, just masters." Upon hearing this, Han Datong slightly nodded, feeling that Chen Chen's analysis made a lot of sense. Immediately, he felt relieved and followed Chen Chen, trailing behind Zhao Xiong. At the punishment division, the area around the building, within a radius of several hundred meters, had already turned into ruins. The battle of 6 masters was unimaginable in its destructive power. Hitting walls, the walls shattered. Colliding with buildings, the buildings collapsed. Various weapons clashed, producing terrifying sounds. Half an hour had passed since Zhang Lijun walked out of the punishment division and the battle with the ideal village's masters began. Yet neither side showed any signs of fatigue. They were still filled with energy, blood flames swirling, like 6 burning firemen. "We masters have perfected our skin, bones, and organs. At every moment, new energy and blood are being generated, as long as the gap isn't too great. Basically, even if we fight for 3 days and nights, it would be hard to end." In the ruins, Zhang Lijun's expression was grim as he stared at the 5 opposing masters and said in a low voice. He already knew their purpose. It was to hold them back. Just then, seeing Zhang Lijun and the others stop, the ideal village immediately remained still. They locked onto them tightly, maintaining their peak energy, ready to fight at any moment. "Director, what should we do now? With them dragging us like this, we can't provide any support," Mu Xiaotong said solemnly. "That's right. I just heard news that the martial artist associations in various districts have also been attacked, using the same tactics to hold back the masters from providing support." Another deputy director, Fang Xian, nodded. "What about City Lord Mu?" Tan Wei asked. "City Lord Mu and Team Leader Li are both blocked by Grand Masters from the ideal village." "Damn it, if that's the case, won't our strong ones in Jiling City just be decorations?" "Director, we need to find a way to break the deadlock. If we just wait like this, what will we do when they capture the people and run away?" "Yes, Deputy Director Tan makes a good point. By the way, Director, I just heard from the information department that they found out the truth about the ideal village capturing martial artists." Really? I'm not very sure. My attention was entirely on the battle just now. Of course, when masters engage, they must concentrate. Even with headphones on, the information department often reports the situation, but it's not very clear. Or rather, it wasn't paid much attention to. But after hearing what Mu Xiaotong said, Zhang Lijun quickly called the information department. "Have you found out the reason why Ideal Land is capturing martial artists?" "Yes, Director. We found out 18 minutes ago. Someone has captured a martial artist from Ideal Land alive, and after special interrogation, the truth was revealed. The reason Ideal Land is capturing martial artists is to upgrade a substance called Talent Liquid. This substance originates from Free City and can absorb the talents of deceased martial artists. The more it absorbs, the higher the level of the Talent Liquid, and when consumed, it can enhance a person's talent level. It is said, Ideal Land has already obtained a bottle of high-level Talent Liquid, and the person who consumed it is referred to as the Son of God." Listening to the information coming through the headphones, Zhang Lijun's expression changed repeatedly, showing immense shock. The same went for Mu Xiaotong and the other 3. They were all filled with fear. They truly did not expect that the reason Ideal Land was capturing martial artists on a large scale was to enhance something called Talent Liquid. Talent Liquid? Where on earth does this thing come from? It can actually enhance a person's talent level? The talent level has been fixed since awakening. Currently, there is no way to enhance it, not even for martial gods. This is a universally acknowledged fact. And now, Ideal Land has a talent liquid that can be upgraded to a high level? If this gets out, wouldn't it cause a global uproar? It could even potentially trigger a world war. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Zhang Lijun said sternly, "Is the information confirmed?" "Basically confirmed. I don't want basic, I want 100% certainty. Director, during this time, we have captured 22 members of Ideal Land, and the information we obtained is roughly the same. Also, the Martial Artist Association has sent news that they have tracked down Ideal Land's strongholds. There are 4 in total, located outside the city in 4 districts, in abandoned areas. However, those places have masters stationed there, and they don't dare to approach. But it can be confirmed that the captured martial artists have all been sent there. Hearing this, the 5 of them fell silent, their expressions extremely grave. This matter is quite serious, Mu Xiaotong said with a tremble in his voice. Serious? It's simply shocking. Something that can enhance talent levels is incredibly rare. It's no exaggeration to say that even martial gods would be envious. That's right, and I thought about it. This talent liquid should initially have no level. After absorbing the talents of martial artists, it will gradually increase to higher levels, and then when you consume that level of talent liquid, your own talent can be enhanced to that level. To put it more simply, if you have a level talent and consume a level talent liquid, you can become a level prodigy. The only cost is to capture some talented martial artists. The higher the talent, the better. Hiss. When Fan Xian said this, the 5 of them gasped in shock, their faces filled with terror. This thing is both a divine object and an evil object. It's fine in the hands of the state, but in the hands of a terrifying organization like Ideal Land, today's actions might just be the beginning. Delay? Then will cause destruction. Director, what should we do about this? After the shock, Mu Xiaodong asked, wanting to know how Zhang Lijun would handle it. After all, he is the chief director, with the most power. Such matters can only be decided by him. Fan Xian, Tan Wei, and Su Xian also looked at him. What else can we do? Report it. Every city has a heavenly punishment department, but it's just a branch, a secondary subordinate organization. Above it, there is a main department located in Yanjing. For any major events, it must be reported to the main department for decision-making. Then let's report it. Let's see what the commander says. Zhang Lijun didn't hesitate. He had the information department connect the call to the commander. Soon, the call was connected. Zhang Lijun reported the current situation and information. How is it? What did the commander say? After a moment, Zhang Lijun ended the call, and Mu Xiaotong hurriedly asked. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Lijun said solemnly, the matter of the talent liquid was known to the commander 10 hours ago. The information was obtained by the 3rd and 5th investigation teams, and arrangements have been made to urgently mobilize the nearby base city's Heavenly Punishment Division for support. Moreover, the commander also sent 6 grandmasters and 15 masters here. But the distance is too far. It will take some time. Good. As long as there's support, Mu Xiaotong said excitedly. Yes, the country's response is indeed faster than ours. It's strange, though. The commander knew the news in advance. Why didn't he tell us? Are you stupid? What if the Ideal Land finds out? That would alert the snake in the grass. Tanwei is right. The people from Ideal Land are deeply hidden. We don't even know if there are any in the division. The commander's actions are also precautionary. I think it's very reasonable. Exactly, I also think it's reasonable. By the way, Director, how long until the support arrives? Is there a specific time? Every second we delay means one more warrior could be captured. If nothing unexpected happens, they should arrive around 2 a.m. 2 a.m.? That's soon. In the following time, the 5 fell silent, but the blood flames on their bodies did not dissipate. Their energy remained in an explosive state. The Ideal Land on the opposite side was the same. They were in a standoff, neither side moving. Director, dragging this out isn't a solution. Suddenly, the only woman among the 5, Su Xian, spoke up. Indeed. Then let's change our strategy. Since they want to drag it out, let them. But where we drag it out is up to us. Zhang Lijun said. Oh, what does the director mean? Everyone looked at Zhang Lijun in surprise. Ideal Land is capturing warriors. Aren't they taking them to the 4 strongholds? We go there, regardless of anything, and directly cause destruction. If a fight breaks out, we'll make the destruction even greater. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. Mu Xiaotong said happily, good, this plan is great. I agree. I agree too. Then let's go directly to the nearest stronghold? Let me ask where it is. North District, outside the city, Xingfu Abandoned Factory. Xingfu Abandoned Factory? I know the location. Follow me. With that, Fang Xian took the lead and rushed towards the outskirts of the North District. The 5 from Ideal Land followed closely behind. Just a moment later, seeing that Zhang Lijun's direction was wrong, someone shouted, quick, stop them. They want to go to the North District stronghold. Boom! In an instant, they exploded with all their strength, trying to stop Zhang Lijun and the others. But the latter wasn't foolish. Their strengths were similar, and they had a head start. How could they be stopped just because someone said so? Director, have the information department find a way to notify the City Lord's Mansion and the Warrior Association to use the same method to cause destruction. They want to steadily enhance the talent liquid. That's not going to happen. Good. North District, Traffic Monitoring Room. Although the sound of keyboards was clattering, the atmosphere was very oppressive. None of the many members of Ideal Land present dared to speak, including a martial artist standing by, who remained silent, because Zhou Yuling's expression had turned extremely grim. On the big screen, the images kept changing. However, they remained locked on Zhao Xiong. He was clutching his severed arm, his face filled with terror, fleeing wildly. At first, he was running in the direction of Zhou Yuling, but shortly after, he suddenly changed direction and ran towards the outskirts of the city. Of course, the expression on Zhou Yuling's face was not caused by him. It was due to the two people behind him, following at a leisurely pace. Chen Chen. Zhou Yuling stared intently at Chen Chen on the screen. Her hands clenched tightly, her heart filled with dread. Whether it was Tao Ji and the other three, or Zhao Xiong, they were all sent by her to test Chen Chen's true strength and that strange method. She wanted to see what was really going on. She wanted to uncover the truth that puzzled her. But the result was that the former had died, which was one thing. They were just 4 martial artists. But Zhao Xiong, he was a master. Not just any newly promoted one, but a powerful master who had refined 3 meridians, with a blood energy value reaching 320,000. An existence like that, even if he unleashed all his energy, would not be a match for Chen Chen in a single move. In that moment, Zhou Yuling felt even more confused. Just how powerful was Chen Chen? How could he effortlessly crush a master? Could he be a grand master? Zhou Yuling furrowed her brows, murmuring to herself. At the same time, she was 100% certain. This person was not the Chen Chen they were looking for. He was an imposter, a powerful official deliberately impersonating him. Because only this reason could explain how a high school student who had just awakened his talent a week ago could possess the strength to annihilate martial artists and crush masters. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuling took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Yuling? Is something wrong? The call was quickly connected. A magnetic voice of a middle-aged man sounded. His voice was gentle, with a tone of concern, like that of an elder doting on a younger one. Uncle Lin, is there a problem? I can't make up my mind at the moment and want to ask you what I should do next. Oh, go ahead. I want to see who dares to make things difficult for my little Yuling. It's not exactly making things difficult. It's that Chen Chen. Zhou Yuling did not hide anything. She recounted Chen Chen's situation in detail. After listening, the other party fell silent for a moment and said solemnly, "Are you sure the information hasn't been checked incorrectly?" Yes, the doctor took this matter very seriously and specifically instructed me before coming to Jinling City. So I was careful and checked it myself. I am sure there is no problem with Chen Chen's information. But the person, Zhou Yuling, the Utopian base, Zhou Yuling, the Utopian base, the information is fine. Even the appearance is exactly the same. But the person is very abstract. You say he can annihilate first and second tier martial artists, and if you push it further, he can annihilate third tier ones. Given the level of talent, I can force myself to believe it. But if he can annihilate 5th tier or even 6th tier martial artists, then that is completely out of the question. This cannot be explained by level of talent. Uncle Lin, I think the official must have realized our emphasis on Chen Chen and then altered the information in advance, letting a grandmaster impersonate him to disrupt our plans. Or, the official is not as indifferent to Chen Chen as the outside world claims. On the contrary, they take him very seriously and deliberately altered the information, letting a grandmaster act as a stand-in. Zhou Yuling spoke, expressing her speculation. That makes sense. There is such a possibility. But now that it has come to this, discussing it is meaningless. It won't change anything. And you also said that the person is closely following Zhao Xiong, suspected to be heading towards the northern district base of Jinling City. That area is guarded by the Li family? Yes, that's right. The Li family, Li Yun, the old man of the Li family, a master who has refined 2 meridians, weaker than Zhao Xiong. He probably won't be able to stop that person. Then what should we do? There are indeed options. One is to directly abandon the northern district base. The second is to send someone to kill Zhao Xiong, but this method carries great risk. Not just risk. Whoever goes will be the next Zhao Xiong. But the stronghold cannot be abandoned. The talent liquid over there has already reached level, and in a few hours, it is expected to reach level. If you really don't want to give up that stronghold, I might have a way. Seeing that Zhou Yuling was slow to speak, Uncle Lin guessed her thoughts and immediately said, There's another way? What is it? Zhou Yuling's eyes sparkled as she hurriedly asked. You know, this time, the Black Abyss is also involved, but they are just assisting and won't take action. However, coincidentally, I happen to know that person in Jinling City. If we can pay some price, perhaps he will help. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuling exclaimed in delight, "What price? I'll pay. He. The method was proposed by me, how can I let you bear the cost? It's just some resources, sending them to him will do. What about you? Since there's no result with Chen, let's return quickly. I received news that the official support will probably arrive in about 4 hours. So soon? Didn't you say it would be safe before dawn? That's just an estimate. What we are facing is not just some force, but a country. If it weren't for the intense battle on the front lines, involving a large number of top experts, we wouldn't dare to initiate this incident in our ideal land." Zhou Yuling had a special identity and knew the inside story. Hearing the other party's words, she did not refute but nodded, saying, "I understand. I'll take care of things and come back." Good. You've trained and played enough. When you come back, you will become the first goddess of the ideal land. This is also your father's intention. Alright, Uncle Lin. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yuling looked up. The big screen still showed Zhao Xiong fleeing, with Chen closely following. Looking at the route, they were about to leave the urban area. "Feng Lei," Zhou Yuling called out. "Messenger Zhou." Feng Lei, who was behind her, replied respectfully, "I'll leave the matters here to you. Be responsible for monitoring the northern district and keep in touch with the other 3 areas. Report any situation in a timely manner. In about 3.5 hours, notify everyone to evacuate Jinling City." "Understood." When you leave, clean up the traces, don't leave any clues for the officials." "Yes, Messenger Zhou." After giving her instructions, Zhou Yuling left and headed towards the northern stronghold. She was still unwilling to accept the situation regarding Chen. It felt like a thorn in her throat, extremely suffocating and uncomfortable. So she wanted to go see if that person was indeed as she suspected, a master from the officials in disguise. She wanted to know the truth. As for safety, with the help of the Black Abyss Master, I'll stand back. It should be fine. With this thought, her speed increased. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, 4 pillars of blood still loomed ominously. They illuminated half the sky, casting a crimson hue for miles around. From time to time, terrifying booms echoed, with debris and steel flying everywhere. The battle between Mu Baishu, Li Qingyan, and the master of the ideal land was still ongoing and becoming increasingly intense. In the sky, 2 winged ferocious beasts circled leisurely, as if taking a casual stroll. Suddenly, the mysterious figure in the black robe on the back of the black beast seemed to receive some kind of information. He couldn't help but let out a low growl. The next moment, the ferocious beast suddenly spread its wings, changed direction, and flew rapidly towards the northern district, leaving the yellow-feathered one behind, which did not follow. The Black Abyss people have left. On the ground, Mu Baishu seemed to sense something, looked up, and saw the black-robed figure leaving, saying in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter. The Black Abyss is just assisting, they shouldn't intervene." Li Qingyan said lightly, "Not necessarily. All of them are anti-human terrorist organizations, so what morality is there? That makes sense, and then? Can we stop them?" With that, Mubai fell silent. Indeed. In front of him, the 2 masters of the ideal land were occupied, leaving no time to deal with other matters. "Forget it, let's wait for support from above." After saying that, his blood surged, and he engaged in battle once more. In the northern district of Jinling City, near the outskirts, looking at the familiar road, Chen spoke up. "It seems the ideal land stronghold is outside the city." Following Zhao Xiong, they rushed towards the outskirts. Along the way, they encountered quite a few members of the ideal land. They were all carrying 1 or 2 martial artists from Jinling City, frantically gathering towards the outside. Han Datong was overflowing with righteous indignation, unable to tolerate any injustice. Whenever he saw someone in trouble, he would definitely step in to help. On this point, although Chen did not intervene, he secretly nodded, greatly admiring Han Datong's actions. "Brother Chen, what do you think they are doing with so many martial artists? They can't really be conducting some kind of experiment, can they?" Han Datong asked curiously, following Chen. "How would I know? We'll understand if we check out their stronghold." Alright, time passed. Minutes later, looking at the familiar factory, Chen squinted his eyes. This was the place where the 3rd son of the Li family, Li Chu, had kidnapped Yang Yin. It was called Xingfu Factory. "What a coincidence," Chen said lightly. Looking around, there were ideal land martial artists guarding the entrance, the rooftop, and the surroundings. The lowest among them had a strength of at least the 3rd rank. When Zhao Xiong appeared, the guards at the entrance were initially wary. After confirming his identity, they were taken aback and hurriedly helped Zhao Xiong deeper into the factory area. Seeing this, Shin Shen's expression turned cold as he said, "You stay outside. It's best to find a place to hide. I'll go in and see what's going on." The fear of the Li family in Zhaoxiong at Xingfu factory had long been abandoned. Now, it was occupied by the ideal land and set up as a stronghold in the northern district. All the captured martial artists from Jinling City had been sent here. At this moment, in the innermost building of the factory area, which was only 2 stories high, the first floor had a hollowed-out center, with the ground sunken to form a large rectangular water pit. The original factory was used for washing fruits and making jams. After it was vacated, it had been abandoned, but now, it was being used by the ideal land to pile up corpses. Yes, corpses, the bodies of martial artists from Jinling City. Looking around, in the upper left corner of the water pit stood a burly man. He wore a black mask, obscuring his features. Dressed in a deep green waterproof worksuit made of leather, he held a bloody large machete. Whenever a member of the ideal land brought a martial artist to him, he would lift them with one hand, grip the machete tightly with the other, and with a swift motion, behead them. He would then toss the body into the water pit. This process had likely been ongoing for a long time, as he was covered in dark red blood. The thick smell of blood filled the air. Each breath made the incoming members of the ideal land turn pale and retch continuously. The ground was a horrific sight, with blood flowing like a river, nearly filling the channels, moving slowly. In the water pit, the corpses piled up like a mountain, heads rolling. Those captured martial artists were left in pieces. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire bloody, terrifying scene resembled a slaughterhouse, if not worse. "Dad, they enhanced the talent liquid, and since they only need the corpses, why do they still bring them here to kill?" On the second-floor corridor, standing at the edge of the railing and looking down, one could easily see the entire first floor. At this moment, frowning and speaking softly was Li Changsheng, the chairman of the Li family, a 5th-rank martial artist who had allied with the ideal land and was responsible for guarding the northern district stronghold. The dad he referred to was Li Yun, the old master of the Li family, a 6th-rank master who had refined 2 veins. It is said that after a warrior dies, their talent will gradually dissipate. Only if they have just died for less than 10 minutes is it beneficial for the absorption of the talent liquid. Old Master Li was over 70 years old. His hair was completely white, his eye socket slightly sunken, his skin wrinkled, and his body thin. Yet his spirit was quite vigorous. He gazed at the air above the pool, his eyes flickering continuously, and spoke in a low voice. There, a drop of orange-red liquid was suspended and swirling. It seemed to have some kind of attraction, like a vortex. As it spun, colorful threads continuously floated out from the corpse below, converging from the surroundings and merging into the liquid, causing its color to gradually change towards bright red. "This thing is the talent liquid, a divine object that can change the level of talent. So that's how it is," Li Changsheng exclaimed in realization. His expression appeared normal, without any abnormalities. But inside, a storm had already risen, and it had yet to calm down. The Li family could be considered a major force, having employed some cruel and bloody methods. Murder, arson, kidnapping, extermination of families, these were all child's play. He looked again at the pool and the butcher who killed as easily as one would kill a chicken. Li Changsheng took a deep breath and murmured, "Utopia, truly worthy of being an anti-human terrorist organization. They really regard human life as worthless. To achieve their goals, they will stop at nothing." After that, the two fell into silence. They merely gazed at the talent liquid. They saw its color continuously changing, with the orange gradually decreasing, transforming towards bright red. "I heard that this talent starts off gray, with no level at all. After absorbing enough talent energy, it will gradually increase, with levels being white, green, blue, orange, red, purple, and gold. If the deceased warrior had a higher talent, the speed of enhancement would be faster. Even for level talent, just one person is needed to obtain level talent liquid. This thing is quite magical. It can absorb a person's talent and turn it into pure levels, without any abilities. After being administered to someone, it can enhance their inherent talent level. For example, the level of cultivation talent that appeared in Jinling City a few days ago, if we could capture him, we could easily obtain the highest level talent liquid. If you were to drink it. The rest of the words were left unsaid by Li Yun, but the meaning was clear. In an instant, Li Changsheng's breathing became rapid. He stared intently at the talent liquid, his face revealing greed. He had level talent, having reached the 5th rank martial artist at the age of 37, which was considered acceptable. But if it were level talent, then he had enough confidence to reach the pinnacle of martial arts before the age of 50 and become a top-tier powerhouse globally. "Dad, since this talent liquid is so powerful, how could it not be leaked? Wouldn't everyone want it? Even the high-ranking officials of the country, even the 9 martial gods, would be envious, right? Can Utopia really protect it? A drop of talent liquid could create a martial god. such a divine object. How could the country not take it seriously? If it were obtained, those fringe level and level talents could be recycled into martial arts talent. Then the strength of the Xia country would soar. The pressure on the front lines would be easily resolved. Therefore, Li Changsheng did not believe the country would remain indifferent. He also did not believe that the country was still unaware of the news. Moreover, he did not believe that once they knew, they would not intervene and allow Utopia to grow stronger. Whether it can be protected or not is a matter for the higher-ups of Utopia. It has little to do with us. However, after this incident, Utopia will become a key target for the country. If they can hold on, then Utopia's future will be limitless. Though it may not reach the level of standing shoulder to shoulder with the country, it is still very possible to become an unparalleled force that is not shackled by the country, existing independently. Unparalleled force? Li Changsheng was shocked. He never expected that in the old man's mind, Utopia could reach such heights. Of course, the premise of all this is being able to withstand the blows from the state. If one cannot endure, then any future, any talent liquid, will turn to ashes. But I have high hopes for the Utopia. After fighting against the state for so many years, it still exists, and it can still make such a big noise. It aligns with the historical trajectory before the rise of supreme powers. That's also why I'm willing to let the Li family join them, Li Yun said slowly, leaning on the railing. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng nodded slightly. But there was one thing he had wanted to ask from the very beginning but never had the chance. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask, Dad, I heard you say before, the entire North District stronghold is entrusted to our Li family. The strongest one is only you, a master? Then, can you think of something that the people of Utopia can't? Before Li Changsheng could finish, Li Yun forcefully interrupted him. He continued, the talent liquid is so important. They would only send me to oversee it? Do they trust the Li family that much? Do you believe that? I don't, Li Changsheng replied awkwardly. Then that's settled. We're merely superficial cannon fodder. The real defensive power must be the strong ones from Utopia. But who exactly, I don't know. It could be some low-level warrior guarding the outside. It could be that butcher. Or it could be someone from my Li family. If nothing happens, everything is calm. If something does happen, strong ones will surely appear. Thinking about it, it made sense. The talent liquid is of utmost importance. How could they just let the Li family guard it? If that were the case, the higher-ups of Utopia would be too foolish. Unless something unexpected occurs, Utopia must have a backup plan. But the identity is top secret. Besides certain high-ranking personnel, probably no one knows. Alright, Li Changsheng also came to his senses. He reined in his greed and said helplessly, what happened outside? At that moment, a noise came from outside, causing Li Yun to freeze in expression. His face then turned serious as he jumped down to the first floor and quickly went out to check. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Zhao Xiong, pale-faced, with a broken right arm, limping and being supported as he came in. You are Zhao Xiong? What happened to you? Did you encounter a grandmaster? Zhao Xiong's appearance shocked Li Yun greatly. He recognized the man, having met him twice. His strength was much greater than his own, and he was still in his prime. Unexpectedly, he was injured to such an extent, it would not be an exaggeration to say it was brutal. Huff, 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 quick, put away the talent liquid, then take me away from here. He is right behind. Seeing Li Yun, Zhao Xiong shouted loudly, his expression terrified and his tone urgent. This made Li Yun's heart race with unease. Li Changsheng, who was following behind, felt his scalp tingle. He could hardly imagine what kind of terrifying existence could frighten a master to such a degree. The Heavenly Punishment Department is coming to seize the talent liquid. What? He? Who is he? Li Yun felt as if facing a great enemy, his blood surging slightly as he looked around. But apart from the people from Utopia, there were no unfamiliar strong presences. Huff, huff, stop looking. If you really see him, then death is not far away. Trust me. Quickly put away the talent liquid and take me away from here. We are going to Freedom City. We are going back to Utopia. Zhao Xiong gasped for breath, speaking anxiously. He glanced back from time to time, his eyes filled with fear. This scene made those around them very tense. Seeing this, Li Yun dared not be careless, quickly having someone support Zhao Xiong and preparing to go back into the factory to discuss further. As for retreating, he needed to ask. Such a major matter was not something he could decide alone. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from afar. Li Yun looked over. He was a young man, tall and handsome. A first-tier warrior? He should be from the ideal land. Thinking this, Li Yun couldn't be bothered. However, in the distance, there seemed to be a rumbling sound, along with several trails of blood and smoke. It's him! It's really him! He's coming! Quick, Li Yun, take me and run! Li Yun didn't know Chen Shen, but Zhao Xiong did. Seeing his figure appear, Zhao Xiong was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, pointing at Chen Chen and shouting in terror. I see him, but at this speed, we won't have time to escape. Looking at the 10 trails of blood and smoke, one ahead and one behind, Li Yun's expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice. No, it's not them. It's him. It's the one in front. Boom! Zhao Xiong also saw those 10 trails of blood and smoke. They were moving quickly, heading straight this way. Judging by their intensity, they should be 6th-tier masters. But whether friend or foe, in Zhao Xiong's mind, their threat level was nothing compared to Chen Chen's arrival, because previous encounters had told him that Chen Chen's strength far exceeded that of a master. He was very likely a Grand Master, or even a Supreme Grand Master. Only such an existence could crush him effortlessly, leaving him with no power to resist. Just as his warning was halfway through, it was interrupted. The 5 masters at the front had already approached. 4 men and 1 woman, dressed in white official uniforms, with 3 black characters embroidered above the left chest pocket. Heavenly Punishment Division. Is this the stronghold of the ideal land? Li family, Li Yun? Good. Looks like we didn't come to the wrong place. The one at the front was Zhang Lijun. Upon arriving at the scene, he instantly spotted Li Yun and exclaimed excitedly, Heavenly Punishment Division, Zhang Lijun? You actually found your way here? Li Yun's expression darkened. He didn't expect the visitors to be from the Heavenly Punishment Division. What about the 5 behind them? They should be masters from the ideal land. Sure enough, in just 2 seconds, the masters from the ideal land quickly arrived as well. They wore angry expressions, their blood surging. Without exchanging a word, they immediately engaged in battle. Ha, good timing. Boom! Once here, Zhang Lijun and the others acted recklessly, unhesitatingly clashing with the ideal land again, intentionally destroying the surrounding buildings. Director, that so-called talent liquid should be in the factory behind Li Yun. Suddenly, Mu Xiaotong shouted, because at the entrance, a strong smell of blood was continuously wafting out. Good. Move over there. If you see the talent liquid, just grab it. Looking at the grim-faced Li Yun, Zhang Lijun nodded. He swung his battle knife, cutting through his opponent, and turned to slash at Li Yun. The terrifying blood flame clung to it, resembling a fiery blade. Zhang Lijun, you're seeking death. Boom! Seeing Zhang Lijun attacking, Li Yun wouldn't just sit back and wait. He immediately unleashed his blood energy, and his whole being seemed to revert to a middle-aged state. His body stood straight, muscles taut. Then he struck out with a palm. Bang! The knife and palm collided. Zhang Lijun's body swayed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. However, Li Yun was forced to retreat several steps. Good. As expected of the director of the Heavenly Punishment Division. You've refined your 8 meridians to the 5th, right? Zhang Lijun fell silent, because the ideal land master who had just been cut down was attacking again. Seeing this, Li Yun sneered and, without hesitation, launched an assault on Zhang Lijun. Boom. Bang. The battle was intense. The destructive power of the masters was astonishing, especially with 11 masters involved. This led to the surrounding factories turning into ruins in less than a few seconds. Even the building containing the talent liquid had its walls breached, revealing several large holes. If it weren't for Li Yun and those 5 masters from the ideal land desperately trying to block them, it would have collapsed long ago. But even so, the scene inside was still exposed. The ground was a river of blood, bodies piled high, and a liquid that continuously absorbed talent. Zhang Lijun and the others breathed heavily, their anger boiling. Ideal land, you beasts! How could you kill so many warriors from Jinling City? I, Zhang Lijun, swear to eradicate you all. Zhang Lijun was furious. His blood surged wildly, and his strength instantly increased by 20%. In an instant, he was able to overpower Li Yun and the others. Talent liquid? Director, that floating substance in the air is the talent liquid. No need for reminders. That thing was too conspicuous. Zhang Lijun could identify it at a glance. This was the talent liquid that could enhance talent levels, the root cause of the ideal land's actions. Grab it! The captured warriors were already dead. No matter how angry they were, they couldn't be saved. It was better to seize the crucial talent liquid and disrupt the ideal land's plans. With that thought, Zhang Lijun took the lead. Without hesitation, he charged toward the talent liquid. So did Mu Xiaotong, Fan Xin, and the others. They all rushed toward the talent liquid. Stop! You're seeking death. Zhang Lijun, that thing is not for you to touch. Stop now. The people behind, including Li Yun, were filled with shock and anger, shouting urgently. But they didn't notice. Not far away, Zhao Xiong was half collapsed on the ground, looking at Chen Chen with a desperate expression as he approached. With each step closer, his heart trembled violently. Each time, a member of the ideal land beside him would die without warning. Until he was only 2 meters away from Zhao Xiong, and he was the only one left nearby. Is that the talent liquid? Ignoring the battle around them, Chen Chen looked at the talent liquid and asked lightly. Yes, that's right, that is the talent liquid. From its color, it should be at the level. At this moment, Zhao Xiong had resigned himself. He knew he couldn't escape Chen Chen's grasp. His expression fell, and he nodded. What is its function? When the people from the Heavenly Punishment Division arrived, Chen Chen didn't rush to act. He tried to remain inconspicuous, like a bystander. So he gathered some information. The purpose of the ideal land capturing warriors was for the talent liquid, but he still didn't know its specific function and needed to ask this person. The function is very simple. It enhances anyone's talent level. Zhao Xiong did not hide anything and honestly told Chen Chen everything he knew. After listening, Chen Chen squinted his eyes and realized, so that's it. So you all kept causing me trouble for the talent liquid. Zhao Xiong fell silent, lowering his head and saying nothing. Seeing this, Chen Chen waved his hand and directly killed him, because the other party's usefulness was gone. As the director of the Heavenly Punishment Division in his city, Zhang Lijun was indeed powerful. Facing two masters working together, he could still charge to the front, rushing toward the talent liquid floating above the pool. Beside him were Mu Xiaotong, Fang Xian, Tan Wei, and Su Xian. The masters from the ideal land closely followed, the distance less than 5 meters. For masters, 5 meters was just a moment. Without a doubt, the Heavenly Punishment Division would be able to seize the talent liquid. However, at that moment, by the pool, the butcher who had not moved from his position, drenched in blood, suddenly looked up. Through his mask, his eyes were cold and emotionless, showing no sign of feeling. The next moment, a terrifying aura surged into the sky, blood flames spreading. It gathered on the knife in his hand, and with a sweeping slash, it transformed into a scarlet blade of over 10 meters long. At the same time, a terrifying killing intent enveloped the entire area, causing everyone's faces to change dramatically, their expressions horrified. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, and their blood energy rapidly diminished. Their minds went blank, filled only with fear and despair. It seemed that in front of that person, no matter what resistance you made, you would undoubtedly die. This is the will of martial arts. The blood knife loomed, cold death finally snapping Zhang Lijun back to reality. Looking at the blade's glimmer just inches away, his heart raced with fear and dread. He never expected that the ideal realm concealed such a terrifying presence. The man, drenched in blood and dressed like a butcher, was actually a master of extreme intent. A master of extreme intent is one who has comprehended a unique martial will and can wield it. Such beings are nearly invincible within their realm. Even if you have only refined a single vein, if you grasp the martial will, you can easily crush an ordinary master of 8 veins. If one breaks through to the Grand Master level, they are called a Grand Master of extreme intent. Moreover, the martial will is a necessary threshold to become a martial saint. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang Lijun understood the importance of martial will and often contemplated it beforehand, he might have ended up like Mu Xiaotong and the others, paralyzed with fear, waiting to die. However, at this moment, there was no time for shock. If he did not resist, he would undoubtedly die. Roar! Wake up! This person is a master of extreme intent. His entire body erupted with energy and blood. He exerted all his strength, letting out a half-hearted roar of martial will, trying to awaken Mu Xiaotong and the others. At the same time, he raised his battle knife, unleashing his talent and striking with his strongest martial technique towards the blade's light. Bang! Put! So strong. That butcher was too powerful. Not only was his blood energy terrifying, but his application of martial will was far from simple. Even the blade's light carried it. In the moment of collision, Zhang Lijun was filled with terror, nearly losing his grip on the battle knife and dying on the spot. In the end, he managed to block it, but he was still severely injured, with a massive gash torn open in his chest, nearly exposing his innards. As for Mu Xiaotong and the others, they fared even worse. Fang Xian and Su Xian, slightly weaker, did not awaken from the martial will and died on the spot. Mu Xiaotong and Tan Wei were awakened by Zhang Lijun, but in their hasty defense, their abdomens were still slashed open, their insides damaged, blood gushing out. If they did not receive timely treatment, it would be difficult for even a deity to save them. Li Yun and the others, having been a beat slow, were not harmed by the blade's light. However, their expressions were still filled with shock. They quickly retreated several meters, staring in horror at the butcher. Who would have thought? The true defensive power of the stronghold is actually a master of extreme intent. Looking at the density of his blood flames, he has refined to 8 veins, with a blood energy value reaching 650,000, almost stepping into the invincible existence of a Grand Master. Li Yun swallowed hard, astonished. On the other side, at the ruins by the entrance, Chen Shen looked at the man with a mix of surprise and joy. The surprise was, of course, from witnessing martial will for the first time. He never expected its power to be so terrifying, capable of affecting a person's spirit. In the face of a master of the same realm, with martial will, it was a one-sided crushing. The joy, naturally, came from the continuous prompts appearing before him. You possess extraordinary comprehension, sensing unknown spiritual fluctuations, gaining some insight. You possess extraordinary comprehension, understanding the martial will centered on killing, and becoming immersed in it. You possess extraordinary comprehension, entering the realm of killing intent. You possess extraordinary comprehension, achieving minor success in killing intent. You possess extraordinary comprehension, achieving major success in killing intent. You possess extraordinary comprehension, achieving perfection in killing intent. You possess extraordinary comprehension, based on your perfected killing intent, combining it with your own spells and martial techniques, attempting to comprehend other martial wills. You possess extraordinary comprehension, understanding fist intent. You possess extraordinary comprehension, understanding sword intent. You possess extraordinary comprehension, understanding the intent of controlling the wind. Name: Shen Shen martial will, killing intent, perfection, fist intent, perfection, sword intent, perfection, palm intent, perfection, wind control intent, perfection, flame intent, perfection, tiger roar intent, perfection, thunderbolt intent, perfection, racial ability. For released extraordinary comprehension martial will also has small divisions of realms, from entry level, minor success, major success, to perfection. Currently, the standard for a grandmaster is merely to grasp the essence of martial intent. Of course, one can break through to the level of a great grandmaster without comprehending the will of martial arts. Although the strength of a supreme grandmaster is formidable, the requirements for comprehension are extremely high. Thus, nearly 99% of grandmasters, after failing to grasp martial intent in a short time, choose to give up, focusing on their realm first and quickly advancing to great grandmaster before anything else. The standard for great grandmasters regarding martial intent is either entry-level or minor mastery. If one achieves major mastery, that is naturally even better, and they can be referred to as a candidate for the martial saint. The essential condition for breaking through to martial saint is martial intent. To reach the pinnacle of martial god, one needs to have perfected martial intent. In simple terms, without martial intent, the highest limit is great grandmaster. With martial intent, the highest limit is martial god. At this moment, Shen Shen only sensed the killing intent emanating from others. In an instant, he comprehended perfection and, extending from that, grasped more than a dozen other martial intents, such as fist intent and sword intent, all to perfection. It is no exaggeration to say that Shen Shen's current realm in martial arts has already reached the level of martial god. The 9th tier martial god realm has opened its doors for him. He only needs to refine his 5 organs and 8 meridians, and once his blood energy reaches the standard, he can instantly become a martial god. Ha! This trip was worth it. I made a killing. Taking a deep breath, Shen Shen said joyfully. At the same time, on a small hillside several hundred meters away outside the factory, Zhou Yuling was crouched there, with only her head visible. Her expression was rich with surprise, astonishment, and fear. I didn't expect the people from the Heavenly Punishment Division to come and seize the talent liquid in this way. I didn't expect the organization to leave a backup in the Northern District, which turned out to be a butcher who comprehended killing intent. Those from the Heavenly Punishment Division are doomed. And that Chen Chen, he shouldn't be very strong, just has some strange methods. Faced with the martial intent that captivates the spirit, he won't be able to resist. The factory buildings were damaged, and with the keen eyesight of martial artists, even from hundreds of meters away, Zhou Yuling could see everything clearly. The first 2 things left her astonished and shocked. But seeing Chen Shen also being intimidated by the martial intent, standing there motionless, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could be subdued by something, that was good enough. She feared the unfathomable, never being able to see the opponent's limits. This person's strength is probably at the level of a grandmaster who has refined to the 8 meridians, or perhaps a great grandmaster who just broke through not long ago. He hasn't comprehended martial intent yet, just has slightly special martial skills. Whether it's the butcher or the soon-to-arrive Black Abyss Great Grandmaster, they can easily deal with him. Looking at Chen Shen in the distance, Zhou Yuling whispered. At the same time, the confusion in her heart was gradually dissipating. The confidence and pride that originally belonged to the talented were quickly recovering. In the factory, where the S-grade talent liquid had caused half the wall to collapse, Mu Xiaodong and Tan Wei, who were still alive but severely injured, sat on the ground, blood continuously flowing from their abdomens, their expressions filled with fear. Zhang Lijun was slightly better. Standing in front, although he had a wound on his chest, it did not injure his internal organs, after initially bleeding a bit, it had been controlled. But at this moment, he was using his battle knife to support himself, trembling slightly, his eyes fixed on the front. There, blood flames soared, and killing intent filled the air. The butcher, wearing a black mask, looked at him coldly and said lightly, seizing the talent liquid, "Just you? Ants." His voice was hoarse, filled with disdain and arrogance, as if he didn't take Zhang Lijun and the others seriously at all. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Chen Shen. "Who are you?" With this one sentence, he drew everyone's attention to Chen Shen. Although a few individuals felt that Chen Shen looked familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere, most did not recognize him, their faces showing confusion and remaining silent. However, Li Yun was slightly taken aback. "This person whom?" Suddenly, upon seeing the corpse of Zhao Xiong beside Chen Shen, Li Yun's pupils constricted. A terrifying thought emerged in his mind. "Is it him? Who am I?" Chen Shen's expression was calm. He showed no fear of the butcher's imposing presence. He merely glanced at the pool behind him, where a mountain of corpses lay piled up. Then he said, "Did you not see? I am here to kill you." As soon as the words fell, the butcher snorted coldly. Without hesitation, he raised his knife and struck down. Playing tricks. The blade glinted crimson, murderous intent soaring to the heavens. Although Chen Shen appeared to be merely a first-tier martial artist, his instincts screamed that among everyone present, this person was the most dangerous, so he dared not underestimate him. He attacked with all his might, aiming to kill Chen Shen in one blow. Close to minor completion of murderous intent? His blood energy has reached 650,000, just a step away from the Grandmaster? If it were before, I might have taken it seriously. But now, magical energy surged. A semi-transparent longsword formed in his right hand. Without hesitation, he slashed at the butcher. Boom! With the sword drawn, thunder roared, a deafening sound echoing through the heavens and earth. This move, the Furious Wave Slash, was previously used to shock the opponent with an unexpected loud noise, causing a momentary daze. But at this moment, the martial intent that Chen Shen comprehended contained the essence of thunder. As the sound erupted, the martial intent enveloped the area. It was martial intent at the level of perfection. In that instant, Li Yun, Zhang Lijun, and the others changed color dramatically, filled with horror. Their bodies trembled, faces showing despair, standing frozen in place as if facing the wrath of thunder, knowing that any resistance would lead to death. And this was merely the edge of the martial intent, affecting the innocent bystanders. The one truly impacted by the martial intent was the butcher. He did not react much. His body stiffened, eyes revealing shock. Then, his vitality and blood energy quickly faded. Until the magical sword approached him, he did not even attempt to dodge, allowing it to tear him to shreds, scattering him throughout the pool. Is this the martial intent at the level of perfection? Looking at the butcher, who was dead beyond any doubt, Chen Shen murmured. He felt shocked by the lethality of the martial intent. This was different from magical energy, blood energy, or physical strength. It belonged to a mental attack. Given his current combat power, even merely releasing martial intent could instantly kill anyone below the martial saint level or anyone whose martial intent had not reached great completion. Whether Grandmaster or Great Grandmaster, as long as their martial intent had not reached great completion, they could not withstand his martial intent attack. Of course, this method also had its drawbacks. It consumed a lot of spirit, energy, and vitality. Unlike magical energy, which was inexhaustible, the spirit could not be quickly restored without a specialized method for refining the spirit. So at this moment, he couldn't help but feel fatigued, as if he had been awake for half a month straight. Perhaps when I have time, I should practice some techniques to enhance my mental strength. Like visualization techniques? Chen Shen murmured to himself. Bang bang, bang. It was unclear how much time had passed. It felt like half a second, yet also like half an hour. Zhang Lijun and the others could not tell. But once they awoke from the grip of the martial intent, they could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Including Li Yun and the 5 ideal realm grandmasters, they were all drenched in sweat, faces filled with fear, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. Are you also a master of extreme intent? No, you are a grandmaster of extreme intent? Struggling to lift his head, Zhang Lijun stammered as he looked at Chen Shen, his expression filled with terror. It was one thing for an extreme intent master to be lurking in the ideal realm stronghold, but now another even more terrifying grandmaster of extreme intent had emerged. For a moment, Zhang Lijun was both shocked and terrified. He did not know whether Chen Shen was friend or foe, but judging from the slaughter of the butcher, he should not be one of the ideal realm people, right? Zhang Lijun felt uneasy, and even Mu Xiaotong and Tanwei were tense and anxious. It was Li Yun who Pointing at Chen Chen, with wide eyes, he exclaimed, "It's you. The one Zhao Xiong mentioned, it's you. You're the one who hurt Zhao Xiong like that." Yes, at that time, Zhao Xiong was not referring to Zhang Lijun and the others. Instead, he overlooked Chen Chen, who was in the same direction. What a pity, knowing too late. Hearing Li Yun's voice, Chen Chen glanced at him, then turned to look back and saw Li Changsheng, trembling in fear, hiding behind some ruins in the distance. Li family? It should be correct. He had seen their photos in the files. After dealing with the Pan and Jia families, he had planned to take care of the Li family as well, but it was delayed due to the incident in the Utopian land. He didn't expect to encounter them here. What a twist of fate. Since that's the case, let's eliminate them easily. Put. Without any further ado, he activated his magic, waved his right hand, and instantly killed the two. Then he looked at the 5 masters of the Utopian land. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with them either. He also eliminated them in an instant. At this point, only Chen Chen, Zhang Lijun, Mu Xiaotong, and Tan Wei remained. You, may I ask, are you the reinforcements sent from above? Seeing that Chen Chen only killed the people from the Utopian land and did not attack them, with no hostility in his eyes, Zhang Lijun immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't recall any such terrifying existence in Jinling City. He could only guess that the other party might be a powerful figure sent from Yanjing for support. Reinforcements? No, I'm here to solve problems, Chen Chen said. Then he ignored them and focused on the completely crimson talent liquid. In the pool, the butcher's scattered flesh was now emitting faint blue lines, continuously converging into the talent liquid. Is this how the talent liquid increases in level? Interesting. Thinking that it would be a waste, Chen Chen casually tossed the bodies of Li Yun and the others into the pool for the talent liquid to absorb. About half an hour later, those colorful lines finally disappeared. The talent liquid changed from bright red to light gold. According to Zhao Xiong, this should be a level talent liquid, right? Level talent liquid. Although I don't need it, I can't just leave it here. He found a glass bottle nearby and easily filled it with the talent liquid. Then he casually released a fire spell, incinerating the blood in bodies completely. Once everything was done, he turned to leave. As for the Heavenly Punishment Division, not familiar. The incident ended, and Zhou Yuling left the ruins. Behind him was a raging fire, accompanied by various burnt smells. Zhang Lijun supported Mu Xiaotong and Tan Wei on either side. They watched Chen Chen's slowly disappearing figure. Director, he just took the talent liquid like that? After a while, Mu Xiaotong couldn't help but ask. It wasn't greed for that thing. He just thought they were the Heavenly Punishment Division, an official organization. Such things should be collected by them. Even more so, they should actively hand it over to them. But that person's identity was unknown, and his origins unclear. Would it be inappropriate for him to just take the item and leave? As he pondered, Zhang Lijun's response left him speechless. Then why don't you go get it back from him? Just that one sentence. Mu Xiaotong fell silent. Even if the 5 of them joined forces, they were no match for the butcher in a single move, let alone this person. Go get it back from him? Ha! What's the difference from seeking death? Alright, the reason the 3 of us are still alive is thanks to each other, whether it's a life-saving grace or a mercy for not killing. In any case, this favor is owed, Zhang Lijun said slowly. The director makes a good point. It's just a pity for Fang Xin and Su Xin. Tan Wei shook his head slightly, lamenting. Sigh, perhaps this is fate? Forget it, forget it. Don't think too much. Let's go back to Jinling City first. As for what happened here, just report it. In the ruins outside the city, Zhou Yuling ran for her life with all her strength towards the wilderness. Her face was pale, and her expression was terrified. Originally, she had seen the backup at the stronghold, which was the extreme master butcher. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then she saw Chen Chen without martial intent, easily suppressed by the butcher. And in the distance, the Black Abyss Grandmaster was rapidly approaching in the sky. She smiled, completely at ease. She felt that what happened here was no longer a concern. Whether it was the Heavenly Punishment Division or that Chen Chen, they were undoubtedly doomed. However, with a thunderous sound, Zhou Yuling's expression momentarily blanked, and when she came to her senses, her face changed drastically. Looking back, the Stronghold's factory had undergone earth-shattering changes. The butcher was dead. Having comprehended the killing intent and refined it to the 8th meridian, he was invincible in the same realm, even daring to fight against grandmasters, yet he was killed almost instantly. It was still that strange method. There was no overwhelming blood energy, no raging flames of blood. Everything was very calm. With a wave of his hand, everyone in the ideal land was dead. This person, did that voice just now contain martial intent? intent, at least a fully realized martial will? Even from hundreds of meters away, one could feel the impact. Zhou Yuling found it hard to imagine how powerful that person's martial intent was. Looking up at the sky, the Black Abyss Grandmaster, who was supposed to come to help riding a fierce beast, turned around above the stronghold and then flew away. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yuling's heart raced and her scalp tingled. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and fled. That person, that suspected Chen Shen, was too terrifying. She had thought he had no martial intent, but unexpectedly, he not only had it, but his martial intent realm was not low. His strength was even more horrifying. Killing grandmasters was like killing chickens, instant kill after instant kill. Just like before with Zhang Yon, Tao Ji, and others, his methods were strange and unfathomable. At this moment, the confusion that had gradually dissipated was once again engulfing Zhou Yuling, and it was even more severe. As she fled, she murmured, "Who is he? What is his identity? What level of strength has he reached? Extreme Master? Or Martial Saint?" She couldn't figure it out, couldn't understand. She felt that the person was shrouded in a thick layer of mist, extremely mysterious. Perhaps it's that my realm is too low. If I reach Grandmaster, if I comprehend martial intent. Zhou Yuling had high talent, a level. She was the daughter of a prominent figure in the ideal land. The cultivation methods and martial skills she practiced were all top-notch. This was also the reason she reached the martial master level at such a young age and could even slay ordinary grandmasters across levels. Originally, she wouldn't have participated in this ideal land incident, but instead hid her identity and played in Lavushi Tianhai City. However, by coincidence, when she was returning to Freedom City, the doctor urgently needed talents above level and had locked onto Chen Chen, specifically requesting this person. Plus, the doctor had treated her well, having watched her grow up, so he was like an elder to her. Thus, Zhou Yuling came to Jiling City in the capacity of an envoy. The subsequent events need not be elaborated. She would not be able to capture Chen Chen. Instead, she was so frightened that her soul fled, running towards Freedom City, and she secretly vowed, after returning, she would immediately cultivate, striving to break through to Grandmaster within 2 years and comprehend martial intent. Then she would come back to unveil the mysterious veil of Chen Chen and see just how strong he really was. "Brother Han, what's going on in there? Why did it catch fire? And what about the people from the Heavenly Punishment Division?" Not far from Xingfu Factory, Han Datong nervously popped out, asking in fear. "It's a stronghold of the ideal land, a place to enhance talent liquid." Chen Shan did not hide anything. He told Han Datong everything except for his own matters. After hearing this news, the other party was furious. Beasts, this ideal land is truly a group of beasts. To actually capture the warriors of Jinling City just to enhance the so-called talent liquid? It's simply a disregard for human life, lawless and unrestrained. Han Datong clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger, unable to contain his rage. There was condemnation for the inhumane actions of the ideal land, as well as guilt for the apprentices who might not return. Then, there was a long silence. Chen Chen was not in a hurry, waiting in place. After a moment, Han Datong regained his composure and sighed, "Alas, those apprentices are just children who awakened their talents this year. Their families are not well off and can't afford one-on-one martial arts tutors, so they were sent to my martial arts school. They hope to improve their vitality and combat power as much as possible within this month. If only they could be admitted to the martial arts university during the martial arts examination." But who would have thought? Chen Chen fell silent. If he hadn't lifted the racial restrictions and gained the first ability Heavenly Insight, his situation would probably not be much better. He would have likely been captured by the ideal land and turned into talent liquid by now. Thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help but shake his head, unsure of what to say. At 15 minutes past the hour, after returning to Jiling City, he and Han Datong began to clean up the remaining threats in the northern district. As long as they confirmed it was the ideal land, there was no need for words, they would directly execute them. At 50 minutes past the hour, Chen Chen arrived in the southern district and, following Zhao Xung's description before his death, found the stronghold in the southern district. In an abandoned underground parking garage, there was also a Grandmaster of Extreme Intent stationed there. But for Chen Chen, it was meaningless. 3 seconds later, he took the talent liquid and burned all the bodies. At 40 minutes past the hour, in the eastern district of Jiling City, 3 seconds, take the talent liquid, burn all the bodies. At 22 minutes past the hour, in the northern district of Jiling City, 3 seconds, take the talent liquid, burn all the bodies. At 40 minutes past the hour, in the central area of Jiling City, official support arrived. There were dozens of people, led by a Grandmaster of Extreme Intent, accompanied by 3 ordinary Grandmasters, 12 ordinary Masters, and 100 fifth-tier martial artists, to suppress the ideal land. Seeing this, Chen Chen watched from a distance. Very strong. That was a grandmaster whose martial will had reached great mastery, sweeping through the area and resolving the ideal land's stronghold in the central area in just a few minutes. It seemed that the higher-ups were very angry about the ideal land's actions and had sent the strongest presence below the martial saint. Perhaps after the incident, they would pursue them relentlessly. As for the talent liquid, Chen Chen obtained 4 drops, all reaching level, with 3 drops showing a pure golden color. According to Zhao Xiong, this level of purity required at least 10 drops to fuse and elevate to level. Of course, such a heaven-defying item, Chen Chen speculated that the quantity should not be high. Otherwise, it would be too exaggerated. He Tianjing, follow-up arrangements. He Tianjing, follow-up arrangements at 6 a.m. The sky was dimly brightening. After a night of turmoil with the ideal land incident, it finally came to a close, allowing the entire Jinling city to regain its peace. Ordinary people, who had been on edge, could finally sleep soundly. Martial artists of all ranks, whether daring to resist or hiding to survive, let out long sighs of relief, revealing smiles of having survived a disaster. But compared to all this, in the punishment department's conference room, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Whether it was the masters of the Martial Artist Association, the surviving Zhang Lijun, or the city lord Mubaishu, and the investigator Li Qingyan, all bowed their heads in silence, not daring to make a sound, because standing in front of them was the Grandmaster of Extreme Intent, He Tianjing, who had been urgently recalled from the front lines and rushed over for support. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a robust physique, expressionless, and sharp features. Dressed in a black battle suit, holding a dark battle knife forged from meteorite, he exuded a terrifying killing intent, with a strong smell of blood, even when he tried to restrain it. Yet, the aura of having slaughtered countless ferocious beasts was still horrifying, making everyone tremble. Coupled with his identity, 10 years ago, the top genius, in the Hadong base city, a member of the prominent He family, the 5th disciple of the martial god, Qin Tianjun, a grandmaster who has comprehended martial intent to its peak. On the front lines, in the Qitian Legion, the deputy commander of the 9th Division. Each of these identities alone could suppress everyone present. The ideal land incident is, for now, considered past. The ferocious beasts at the checkpoints have also been slain by the troops of Jinling City. However, the attack on the ideal land resulted in the deaths of thousands of martial artists, whose corpses were exploited to enhance the damned talent liquid. This matter, you cannot escape responsibility. He Tianjing's voice was not loud, yet it brimmed with authority. The oppressive aura that emanated from him made Mubaishu, Li Qingyan, Zhang Lijun, and the president of the Martial Artists Association, Du Highway, break into a cold sweat. In the next moment, He Tianjing spoke again. Forget it. I can't be bothered with your affairs. There are people above to handle it. But one thing, you must give me an explanation. What about the talent liquid from the other several strongholds in Jinling City? The importance of the talent liquid. He Tianjing had received news on his way here. The higher-ups had made it clear that anything could be overlooked, but the talent liquid must be brought back, and the related events must be clarified. Therefore, after arriving in Jinling City, he quickly found the stronghold of the ideal land. He effortlessly obtained the first drop of talent liquid. He had thought the other 4 drops would be just as easy to acquire. But upon arrival, he discovered that the talent liquid from those 4 strongholds had long since vanished. Observing the scene, He Tianjing was certain that another powerful individual had intervened and taken the talent liquid in advance. Who is that person? He Tianjing squinted his eyes, murmuring to himself, Deputy Commander He. At that moment, Zhang Lijun stammered. Instantly, He Tianjing's gaze fell upon him, and he said lightly, You are Zhang Lijun, the director of the punishment department? Do you know the clue? If you do, for this ideal land incident, I will personally take responsibility and absolve you of your dereliction of duty. For Zhang Lijun, he indeed owed Chen Chen a favor. Whether it was a life-saving grace or a mercy, it was all the same. But in his view, these were personal matters. He could repay them elsewhere. As the director of the official institution, the punishment department, in the face of public affairs, in the face of right and wrong, he had to report what he saw truthfully. I know that person. I saw it with my own eyes. Without hiding anything, Zhang Lijun recounted everything he had seen at the northern stronghold. A young man around 20 years old? A grandmaster at the peak? He doesn't unleash his blood energy but can kill grandmasters in an instant with strange methods? Do you remember his appearance? Yes, I remember. Alright, get a pen and paper, draw it out, and then immediately find out his identity. He Tianjing was certain that the mysterious man Zhang Lijun spoke of was the one who took the 4 drops of talent liquid. He had to find the person and retrieve the items. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. 2 minutes later, Chen Chen's information was presented before He Tianjing. However, after looking for a long time, his brows furrowed tighter. Are you sure you didn't draw it wrong? He Tianjing suddenly asked. No. Even if some details are off, it must be this person. The similarity in appearance reached 90%. Zhang Lijun hurriedly replied. Hearing this, He Tianjing became even more puzzled and said, I know him. A senior student who awakened his talent not long ago. My master even came specifically to prepare to take him as a disciple. I didn't expect him to have a cultivation talent, but if I remember correctly, the highest level in the cultivation system is only the 10th level of Qi training. Even if he reached that, his strength would only be equivalent to a first-tier martial artist. In such a situation, how could he kill a grandmaster in an instant? Is he really a grandmaster? Or just within a few days? If I say it, would you believe it? Believe? Such a fantastical tale, who could believe it? Not to mention He Tianjing, even the 3 grandmasters he brought, along with many other masters, all secretly shook their heads, indicating that only a fool would believe it. Then what is going on? I saw it with my own eyes, absolutely no lie. I even retrieved some surveillance footage and saw that the other party had used the same method to kill many ideal land warriors. Zhang Lijun affirmed. It's just appearance, it can be changed. Some special martial arts or unorthodox techniques can easily alter a person's appearance. The stronger the power, the more realistic it is. He Tianjing sneered. So what do we do now? If that person changes back to their original appearance, how will we recognize them? Zhang Lijun asked. With such strong power, how could there be no traces left? I don't believe he just popped out from a crack in the stone. As long as we investigate, we will definitely find clues. And the ideal land. Perhaps tomorrow, the higher-ups will issue a nationwide wanted order for a comprehensive crackdown. Any suspected ideal land members or related individuals must not be overlooked. Investigate thoroughly, carefully find all these rats, and eliminate them completely. I will stay here for 3 days. If there are any issues, report to me at any time. After 3 days, Xiao Hui and the others will continue to assist you in your actions. Xiao Hui is one of the 3 ordinary Grand Masters who came to support. And that Chen. List him as a key observation target. Every move must be recorded. At the same time, send someone to follow him. Perhaps using him as bait, we can catch some big fish from the ideal land. After all, with such talent, once the talent liquid is made, it will be extraordinary. As for the damaged buildings in Jinling City, the temporary calm villa. Chen returned here early, and called Yang Yin and the others back. How is it? Is the matter over? In the living room, Zhang Ting and Yang Yin were both present. The former was both nervous and curious, and upon seeing Chen return, she couldn't wait to ask. Yang Yin was quieter, her face still a bit weak, just looking up with a questioning expression. It's over. But just in case, we should stay here a few more days. Chen said. Alright, what about you? What were you doing out last night? Looking for your master? By the way, what kind of strength does your master have? Is he really a master? Or a grand master? Does he still take disciples? At first, Zhang Ting might have seemed a bit aloof, but after getting familiar, she found that this guy was quite talkative. Her curiosity was quite heavy, wanting to dig into everything. Fortunately, she had some sense. Seeing that Chen ignored her, she just went off to play. Ting is like this, carefree and not serious, and she loves gossip. If you find it annoying, I can immediately send her back. After all, I don't need anyone to take care of my injury. It will heal in a couple of days. On the sofa, Yang Yin said apologetically. It's fine. I'll go out later to buy some food. We'll stay in the villa for these few days and talk after everything calms down. Okay, I'll listen to you. On the second floor, he found a room. Chen washed up and changed his clothes. Then he looked at the bed. 2 large meteorites, a bottle of talent liquid that had merged 4 drops and appeared dark golden, and a mysterious item wrapped in black cloth. These 3 items were the most valuable things he had on him. The meteorites were for making weapons, or even magical tools. The talent liquid was kept for now, it might be useful later. The black cloth wrapped a colorful crystal. This thing is very powerful, capable of simultaneously enhancing Chen's strength and combat power, but at his current level, he is not yet qualified to view it again. So there's no rush, he will wait until he has perfected his Qi cultivation. Let's cultivate. Strength is fundamental. Sitting cross-legged, he began to operate his cultivation method. Instantly, the spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred meters surged towards him, quickly forming a vortex that grew larger and larger. At the 5th level of Qi cultivation, his magical power became like an ocean. But it was only just taking shape, not worth mentioning. There was still a lot of room for improvement, and he needed to continue converting his magical power. As for martial arts, it was quite simple. he just needed to refine his internal organs with magical power. Time passed. Chen cultivated for 3 days straight. With the dual enhancement of magical power and vitality, he was completely fine without eating or drinking. The reason he stopped was that Yang Yinin's injuries had healed. She was preparing to return to the company to handle affairs and regroup. That's good, I support you. By the way, help me gather some medicinal materials, Chen said. Are you going to refine blood-boosting pills? Yang Yinin's eyes brightened. The company had suffered considerable losses due to this incident, and the money she earned from the blood-boosting pills last time might not be enough. If Chen was willing to refine pills again, not just blood-boosting pills, but also skin-refining pills and bone-refining pills, I plan to assist you in expanding the company. As his strength grew, the challenges he would face in the future would likely increase as well. Without a force behind him, even trivial matters would require Chen to handle them himself. Just like this ideal land incident, a bunch of low-level martial artists were causing him trouble, like mosquitoes, one after another. And with the stronghold, it was a winding path. If he hadn't encountered Jia Xiong, who knows when he would have found it. If he had helpers, these matters could be completely delegated to them, leaving him to handle the aftermath. Skin refining pills? Bone refining pills? New pills? Yang Yinin was both surprised and delighted. Just hearing the names of the pills indicated they were extraordinary. Moreover, what shocked her even more was that Chen actually wanted to help her expand the company. Chen, are you serious? Yang Yinin asked excitedly. That's right. But first, you need to gather the medicinal materials. After I refine the pills and sell them, then I'll have the money to develop. Okay, I'll head back to the company right away. She didn't doubt Chen abilities because the blood-boosting pills were enough proof. So Yang Yinin immediately nodded in agreement and then turned to leave. Chen, I'm also getting ready to leave. There are still matters at school. I need to go back and handle them. Jiang Ting also found Chen to say goodbye. Safe travels. Chen smiled. Don't worry, I'm not directionally challenged. I definitely won't get lost. If you have time, you can come to Tianhai City to play. Both Yinin and I are students at Tianhai University. Okay, I'll definitely go if I have the chance. Then I'm off. After the two left, the villa immediately became quiet. Chen didn't mind this. He went to check on his mother, saw that she was in good condition, and felt relieved. Zhang Wei has returned to Jinling City? He looked at his phone and found a few messages from Zhang Wei. The content was simple. He had returned to Jinling City. Should I give him a call to ask? Zhang Wei was a good classmate. When the ideal land operation started, he even called Chen specifically to take him along to escape. Since he was back, it would be nice to show some concern. He found Zhang Wei's number and dialed it. Chen, are you okay? After a while, Zhang Wei's voice came through, sounding quite surprised. I'm fine. What about you? No big problems, just a ton of small ones. What happened? Man, you might not believe it if I told you. My house is gone. It's turned into a pile of ruins. I don't even know which bastard decided to do this, but they tore down my house. Not even a single complete brick can be found. Isn't this a lack of morals? Yeah, it is. I'm telling you, Chen. The conversation opened up, and it was a flurry of words. They talked for over 2 hours, recounting the thrilling and dangerous experiences during their escape. But in reality, they were lucky, nothing happened to them. They wandered around the wilderness for a couple of rounds and then returned. The only thing was that their house was torn down by someone unknown. However, with the good comes the bad. Although Zhang Wei was fine, many of his classmates were missing. It was estimated that they wouldn't be coming back. Hey, it's only been half a month. Our martial arts exam hasn't even started, and over 10 people have already died. I wonder what it will be like when we go to college and hunt ferocious beasts in the wild. Zhang Wei sighed as he hung up the phone. Chen deeply resonated with his words. This world was far from the peaceful place one might imagine. The crisis was always present. Whether internal or external, terrifying disasters could erupt at any moment. He was diligently cultivating, reaching the 6th level of Qi training, a 6th-tier master. His phone still had a few messages, all inquiring about Chen safety. There were messages from their homeroom teacher Lin Jisen, some classmates with decent connections, and nurse Li Jingjing. Chen replied one by one, assuring them he was fine. Finally, there was Su Yulu. Due to her identity, she knew many things that were difficult for Chen to access. The higher-ups are very angry. They dispatched 6 grandmasters of extreme intent, all urgently recalled from the front lines. The one from Jinling City is named Yi Tianjing, very powerful, almost stepping into the martial saint realm, and his master is the martial god Qin Tianjun. Qin Tianjun? Hearing Su Yulu's words, Chen Chen was somewhat surprised. Wasn't this the person who came down from the sky on the day he awakened his talent, wanting to take him as a disciple? But after learning about his cultivation talent, he turned and left. Yeah, one of the 9 martial gods of Xia country. Of course, he definitely won't come. The matter of Ideal Land is considered over. It is said that the officials seized 6 drops of high-level talent liquid and killed many grandmasters from Ideal Land. At the same time, they announced a nationwide manhunt for Ideal Land the day before yesterday at noon and launched a month-long thorough investigation. The Martial Artist Association also has corresponding tasks, such as killing members of Ideal Land, providing clues, reporting, etc., all of which can earn a lot of points. Isn't that good? In that case, Ideal Land should be too scared to show up, right? Chen Chen said. Who knows? You should know about the talent liquid by now, right? If Ideal Land possesses such things, can they really keep their heads down? Even if they want to, will other forces allow it? Not to mention certain high-level figures, we have various martial god families in Xia country, and even foreign forces. I estimate. On the surface, it might be calm for a while, but soon, there will be more intense and terrifying events. At that time, Su Yulu paused, her tone slightly serious. All crises stem from insufficient strength. If one has invincible power, what does it matter how big the event is? It can be extinguished with a snap of the fingers. Chen Chen agreed with Su Yulu's speculation. Perhaps soon, Ideal Land would launch an even more terrifying riot. But rather than worrying about the future, it was better to improve his strength as soon as possible. If he reached the martial saint or martial god realm, what would there be to fear? Seemingly catching Chen Chen's meaning, Su Yulu said solemnly, In the time to come, I will focus on my cultivation. I strive to break through to the master realm as soon as possible, then head to the front lines for training, to see if I can comprehend the martial intent. But don't worry, my phone will remain open. If anything happens, you can contact me directly. Okay, Chen Chen replied. By the way, there's another piece of news. In the Ideal Land, those under 25 years old, with talent reaching level, including self-awakening, and those who have taken talent elixirs, will be called divine sons and divine daughters. They say they will focus on cultivating them, to make them the martial gods of the Ideal Land, to confront the nation. Su Yulu revealed more shocking information, leaving Chen Chen astonished. Divine sons? Divine daughters? Are there many? Chen Chen asked. There shouldn't be too many. Shouldn't be too many? Su Yulu probably didn't know the exact number, but it wasn't a big deal. Since Su Yulu knew, the officials must know as well. They would handle it. As for Chen Chen, he just needed to focus on his training. He hung up the phone. Chen Chen didn't delay and began to continue his training. Time flew by. This time took even longer. A full week had passed. During this time, Yang Yining visited twice, once to bring medicinal materials and once to take away the elixirs. Chen Chen didn't produce a large quantity. He only refined 20,000 blood essence pills and 20,000 skin refining pills. The former was priced at 5,000, and the latter at 20,000, both with no side effects. Chen Chen took half of the money, about 100 million. The rest was left for Yang Yining to develop her company. The Sea of Mana is about to reach perfection, preparing to break through to the 6th level of Qi training. The martial arts training of the organs is also progressing quickly. Only the last organ remains, which will take about 2 days. The higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of training, and the longer the time consumed. It had been a week. Chen Chen had only refined 4 organs. Of course, this was only for Chen Chen. For others, even for Su Yulu with level talent, it would take at least half a year to refine all 5 organs, and that was under the condition of abundant top-tier resources. Otherwise, it would take at least 8 months. If it were level, the breakthrough time would be even longer. Under a year? Don't even think about it. And Chen Chen only took a week, adding the initial 3 days and the last 2 days of refining the final organ, a total of 12 days. From just breaking through to the 5th level martial artist to the 6th level master. This training speed is something anyone in the world would find hard to match. 2 days later, the mana in the Dantian finally reached perfection, to the point where it could hold no more. The entire sea of mana appeared a light blue, quite beautiful. Suddenly, the sea of mana began to boil. Centered around a point, it started to spin rapidly, faster and faster, until it formed a tornado, hovering high. Ding! In the next moment, at the bottom of the tornado, as if squeezed by immense force, a drop of special mana liquid fell. Upon closer inspection, this new mana liquid was deep blue. Its quality, weight, and contained mana were dozens of times that of the previous ones. It is no exaggeration to say that just this drop is equivalent to 1/10 of the total mana of a 5th level Qi training. 6th level of Qi training, mana compressed, liquid deep blue. 7th level of Qi training, further compressed, liquid black. 8th level of Qi training, 3rd compression, liquid dark gold. 9th level of Qi training, also the final compression, liquid gold. The myriad methods of cultivation had long been deduced to the 9th level. Chen Shan also knew the specific information. Upon reaching the 6th level, the subsequent process was the purification of mana, until it became golden. These purifications were not in vain. They had a significant impact on strength. For example, at the 5th level of Qi training, the total mana was 10. After the first compression, although it remained 10, its total amount increased to 100. After the second compression, it became 1000. In terms of martial arts, the organ training had been completed, smoothly breaking through to the 6th level master. The next step was the refinement of the 8 meridians. Chen Shen estimated that it might take a month. If there were elixirs to assist, perhaps it could be shortened significantly. Meridian training elixirs? Chen Shen shook his head. There were no high-level formulas in this world. Not to mention meridian training, there weren't even any for organ training. However, there were some martial arts potions that might be worth referencing. Name, Shen Shen, Realm, Qi Refining 6th Layer, 1st Compression, Deep Blue Magical Liquid, 6th Rank Master, Vitality Value 550,000, Talent, Immortal Spirit Dao Body, Level, Technique, 10,000 Laws Harmonized, 6th Layer 9th Level, Martial Intent, Killing Intent, Perfect, Fist Intent, Perfect, Sword Intent, Perfect, Palm Intent, Perfect, Wind Control Intent, Perfect, Flame Intent, Perfect, Tiger Roar Intent, Perfect, Thunderbolt Intent, Perfect, Spells, Fiery Dragon, Perfect, Thornbind, Perfect, Frost Rain, Perfect, Meteor Fall, Perfect, Heavenly Thunder Burn, Perfect, Raging Wave Slash, Perfect, Martial Skills, Fierce Tiger Form Intent Fist, Perfect, Heavenly Cloud Hand, Perfect, Ascending Cloud 9 Steps, Perfect, Dragon Slaying Blade Technique, Perfect, Dragon Elephant Great Strength Diamond Hand, Perfect, Formation, Illusion Formation, 1st level, Talent Awakening Formation, 2nd level, Talismans, Fireball Talisman, 1st level, Explosive Talisman, 1st level, Flash Talisman, 1st level, Elixirs, Blood Nourishing Pill, 1st level, Skin Refining Pill, 1st level, Bone Refining Pill, 2nd level, Racial Ability, for released Heaven-Defying Comprehension. Training an organ typically increases vitality by 20,000. But Chen Shan used magical power to train the organ, refining it more thoroughly, thus promoting greater vitality growth. When he broke through to the 6th rank, he reached 550,000, approaching the appearance of a 7th rank master. Coupled with his perfected martial intent and once compressed magical power, Chen Shen's combat strength at this moment was at least 10 times greater than before. Visualization technique, mental power. The visualization technique and mental power training were temporarily concluded. Chen Shen recalled the matter of the visualization technique. The higher the level, the greater the possibility of possessing martial will. This ability directly affects the mind. If the mental power isn't strong enough, one could easily face setbacks. Thinking of this, Chen Shen opened the martial arts marketplace. He browsed several rounds and searched for keywords, but the quantity was scarce, and the prices were quite high. For example, the mysterious micro-Bodhi visualization technique from a certain temple was priced at 60 million. There was also a Shura visualization technique of unknown origin, costing 50 million. The remaining few were similar, leaving Chen Shen speechless. He decided to call Su Yulu to ask if she had any visualization technique. That's a technique passed down from hundreds of years ago, more common in Buddhist temples and Taoist monasteries. It does have the effect of enhancing mental power, but it's very slow, and the difficulty of cultivation is quite high, with minimal effects, far less than the mental power gained from comprehending martial will. Can martial will also enhance mental power? Chen Shen asked in surprise. He had read related martial arts materials and hadn't discovered this point. Yes, martial will itself is related to mental power. Whether it's entry-level, minor success, or major success, it's a gradual process of enhancing mental power. Otherwise, under the opposition of martial intent, wouldn't it just become a matter of who strikes first wins? That's clearly impossible. There's also a technique called refining the spirit method. This is a secret method essential for breaking through to the martial god level, aimed at refining martial intent into a higher level of divine intent. I see. Chen Shen's expression showed realization. When he comprehended martial intent, he hadn't paid attention to these aspects. He was already cultivating both law and martial arts, full of energy. Plus, mental power was elusive and not like magical power. which could be checked at any time, so it was normal for Qin Shen not to have noticed. But at this moment, hearing Su Yulu's explanation, Qin Shen instantly recalled the scene of swiftly defeating the butcher in his exhausted state after unleashing martial intent. Wasn't that precisely the manifestation of mental power? So the realms behind martial arts. In addition to the enhancement of vital energy and blood, mental strength is also very important, Qin Shen murmured. That's right. The higher the realm, the more important mental strength becomes. Because among the ferocious beasts, there are special existences that specifically attack the mind. I understand. Can you get the spirit refinement method? It's difficult. Without reaching the peak of martial saint, you don't qualify to access the spirit refinement method. Well then, he hung up the phone. Chen Chen pondered for a moment. He decided to buy 2 visualization methods to try. Purchase, payment, email sent. 2 electronic versions of the visualization methods were directly in Chen Chen's hands. One was the Taoist Xianwei Bodhi visualization method, and the other was the Buddhist non-self, non-form, Great Freedom visualization method. There were many words inside. They were quite convoluted and difficult to read. But after reading through it, he found that they were all about meditation methods, visualizing certain things. The former was the Xianwei Bodhi ancestor, a Taoist celestial being. The latter was the faceless, formless Great Freedom Bodhisattva. Both had illustrations, just follow the visualization. Seeing this scene, if it weren't for his extraordinary comprehension, he would have thought he was being deceived. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You observe unknown techniques and gain some insights. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You learn the Xianwei Bodhi visualization method, but the slow cultivation method does not suit you, and you are trying to modify it. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You learn the non-self, non-form, Great Freedom visualization method, but the slow cultivation method does not suit you, and you are trying to modify it. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You take the strengths of both visualization methods, combine them with martial will, reconstruct the cultivation method, and name it formless visualization method. Formless, non-self, non-form, and also Great Freedom. You can visualize Bodhi, you can visualize Asuras, and you can even visualize yourself, without restrictions, and modify it, using martial will to assist, greatly enhancing the visualization effect. I can give it a try. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused. Gathering mental strength, it transformed into a point of light in the void. This step was considered the entry into the visualization method. According to the notes in the text, an ordinary person would need at least half a month. The next step was to use the point of light as the core and imagine the visualization object. With a thought, Chen Chen directly condensed a figure. The appearance was vague, like a black hole, but the clothing and body were his own. Formless? No, it is without a fixed image. As soon as he spoke, the appearance of the visualization object quickly became clear, resembling Chen Chen exactly, sitting cross-legged, with 5 hearts facing the sky. Only the eyes were lifeless, like a puppet. In the next moment, the visualization object shattered, then reformed and condensed. What appeared was actually Zhan Wei, vividly lifelike, as if carved from a mold. Then it changed. Su Yulu, Yang Yinin, and even tigers, leopards, snakes, and eagles, any existence Chen Chen thought of could be transformed into. The visualization object is just an appearance. The core is mental strength. By condensing mental strength and continuously releasing martial intent, one can train. The longer you persist, the stronger your mental strength becomes. After realizing this, Chen Chen did not delay. He continued to visualize and released martial intent in a small range until he was exhausted and mentally fatigued. Once he recovered, he repeated the previous cultivation. Just condensing the visualization object counts as a small success in the visualization method. Sustained visualization for 10 hours counts as a major success. Visualizing with spirit and charm counts as perfection. Martial intent can improve so quickly, relying on comprehension is enough. But this visualization method is linked to mental strength. No matter how strong my comprehension is, I can't achieve perfection instantly. After a day and night, Chen Chen murmured to himself. But achieving a major success was not a problem. He could visualize for over 15 hours at a time, and it was getting longer. This also meant his mental strength was growing stronger. Let's continue. According to Chen Chen's plan, as long as no one disturbed him, he would keep cultivating until he reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. But things did not go as he wished. Some things, however, will actively appear. The first is the school's notice. The martial arts exam will be held in 3 days. The second is that Yang Yinin's company has encountered some problems. The third is that the Heavenly Punishment Division has arrived, right at the door. In the sensing of vital energy, there are 2 people. Of course, the person who has been monitoring him next door these days does not count. Chen Chen? Stepping out of the villa, what comes into view is a man and a woman. Both are wearing white uniforms of the Heavenly Punishment Division. The aura they emit, whether intentional or not, brings a sense of oppression. At this moment, it is the man who speaks. He is very young, around 20, with a proud look in his eyes, slightly raising his head to look down at Chen Chen, calling out indifferently. From the aura he exudes, his strength has reached the 4th level. A 4th level top martial artist at the age of 20 indeed has the capital to be proud. As for the woman, she is middle-aged, at the 3rd level, with an ordinary appearance, standing behind, her expression humble, not saying a word. To put it simply, she is a passerby, someone to be ignored. Chen Chen nodded slightly and said, Heavenly Punishment Division, Xian Tao, come with us for a while, we want to understand some situations. Xian Tao, Li Qingyan's disciple, who came to Jinling City for training with the investigation team. After the incident, Li Qingyan did not leave. Instead, she stayed at the Heavenly Punishment Division, continuing to investigate the Utopian society. So Qian Tao naturally became a member of the Heavenly Punishment Division. He received the task half an hour ago to bring Chen Chen back for investigation. The investigation of the Heavenly Punishment Division, who are you? The investigation of the Heavenly Punishment Division, who are you? These days, Chen Chen has been cultivating and knows little about external matters. But in reality, many significant events have occurred. For example, a master from the Southern District Martial Artist Association turned out to be a member of the Utopian Society. For instance, a martial artist from the Heavenly Punishment Division is also a member of the Utopian Society. There are also university teachers, company executives, public security bureau officials, and even military personnel. Members of the Utopian Society have been investigated and then taken away by the Heavenly Punishment Division. It is not an exaggeration to say that during those days, the public was in a state of panic, and the entire city was silent. Everyone trembled in fear of being associated with the Utopian Society, because even a slight connection would lead to being taken away directly, and it would be very difficult to return. So, is there anything unusual about Chen Chen, the Heavenly Punishment Division? After He Tianjing left, a Grandmaster, 5 Masters, and dozens of martial artists remained. They were to reorganize the investigation team with Li Qingyan, using the Heavenly Punishment Division as support to continue investigating the Utopian Society. The one asking now is Li Qingyan. She is mature and charming, with an outstanding figure. Sitting at the front of the conference room, she shares the role of team leader with another Grandmaster. No abnormalities have been found for now. We found his location from the very beginning, and controlled the surrounding cameras. Also, martial artists skilled in concealment are monitoring him 24 hours a day. But he hasn't gone out at all, not even to buy food or drink. The report is from Mu Xiaotong, whose injury has healed. Sitting next to him are Tan Wei and Zhang Lijun. Li Qingyan's expression is emotionless as she nods slightly. She then picks up the documents on the table to review. This is still Chen Chen's information, but it is more detailed. Chen Chang? Changsheng Dan Pharmaceutical Company? Yang Yinin? Xingxue Dan? Lianpi Dan? It is suspected that members of the Utopian Society contacted Chen Chen a long time ago but then mysteriously disappeared? The more she looks, the colder Li Qingyan's expression becomes. Initially, everyone thought that this Chen Chen was just a high school student who had awakened his talent for cultivation, with no significant connection to the mysterious powerful figure that emerged. But as the Heavenly Punishment Division, especially at this critical moment, they held on to the thought of not letting any clues slip by. They listed him as a key observation target, conducting 24-hour monitoring to see if there were any abnormalities. If not, they would make use of him to see if they could catch a big fish from the Utopian Society. Unfortunately, no one from the Utopian Society fell for it. With everything else keeping me busy, by the time it was over, more than 10 days had passed. Now, I can finally relax. I also started to wrap things up slowly. It involves conducting a more thorough investigation into the suspicious individuals. If there are no issues, they can be let go. And Chen Chen is the first. However, I didn't expect that when I looked at this more detailed information, Li Qingyan suddenly discovered that something seemed off about Chen Chen. Very off. When was this information checked? Why didn't you give it to me sooner? Li Qingyan narrowed her eyes, a terrifying aura of a grandmaster enveloping the room, causing Mu Xiaodong's face to change dramatically as she hurriedly explained, Team Leader Li. This information was only checked yesterday. The people from the department were too busy before, focusing on other aspects. At the same time, another grandmaster also took the documents. His name was Yi Jun, in his 50s. He had a simple and honest appearance, dressed in ordinary gray cloth, looking like an inconspicuous old man passing by. Interesting. In just 3 days since awakening, he managed to produce something like fresh blood pills. Did he create it himself? Or was it given by someone else? And he even sent a first-tier warrior out into the wild. Sui Yiting, the wanted criminal who lured warriors into the ideal land? Dead? Yang Yining was kidnapped? Li Chu died? Suspected to be connected to the prominent family in Luhu City, Su Yulu from the Su family? The Heavenly Punishment Department holds significant power. As long as they are willing to dig deep, any matter can be uncovered. Moreover, Chen Chen hadn't completely left no clues behind. So, following the leads, everything Chen Chen had done before was unearthed. Even Yi Jun couldn't help but self-deprecate upon seeing it. Tisk tsk. We've been investigating for days, causing quite a stir, making a big show. Yet we didn't realize the biggest fish was right under our noses. He. As the words fell, the many grandmasters in the room lowered their heads in silence, the atmosphere heavy. This Chen Chen is not simple. There are great secrets behind him. A thorough investigation is necessary. Li Qingyan said coldly. She then looked at Zhun Lijun and spoke again. Have you sent someone over? Yes. According to the previous arrangement, those to be investigated next will be brought back to the Heavenly Punishment Department for interrogation, and it will be led by Qian Tao. As soon as this was said, the terrifying pressure sank again. Li Qingyan suddenly stood up, her face like ice, and directly said, immediately elevate Chen Chen to a primary target. Led by me and team leader Yi, we will suppress him and bring him back to the Heavenly Punishment Department. After saying this, she looked at Yi Jun beside her. The latter also showed respect, slowly standing up and saying, I agree with Team Leader Li's arrangement. With both grandmasters speaking, no one dared to voice any objections, immediately shouting, yes. They then commenced their actions. However, before they even exited the Heavenly Punishment Department's main door, someone reported. Chen Chen had arrived, brought back by Qian Tao, and was currently in the interrogation room. What? He's back? Everyone was startled and hurried to the interrogation room. It was set up similarly to the Public Security Bureau, a small room, with iron chairs and tables. The walls were steel plates, and the ceiling had glaring bright lights. The only difference was the absence of surveillance cameras. Name? In the interrogation room, Chen Chen was handcuffed and shackled, fixed to the chair. Opposite him were Qian Tao and a third-tier female warrior. He held Chen Chen's preliminary information, his expression cold as he slowly began to speak. Internally, he had already made up his mind to casually ask questions first, looking for a flaw to exploit. If he couldn't find one, he would still use methods. He would keep at it for 3 days and nights. If there were no issues, then they would discuss it further. This new process of the Heavenly Punishment Department was not specifically targeting Chen Chen. It was the same for everyone brought in recently. Unless no clues could be found at all, they would let you go. According to Li Qingyan's words, in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are used. Chen Chen, you'd better answer my question honestly. Don't pretend to be deaf and mute with me. Otherwise, seeing Chen Chen silent, sitting there nonchalantly, Shen Tao's expression darkened, and he said coldly, it's not that I'm pretending to be deaf and mute. It's just that your questions are all nonsense. You clearly know my name, yet you still ask me? Can't you ask something crucial? I have things to do after this. The reason Chen Chen came to the Heavenly Punishment Department was that he thought it was an official organization, and it was really not good to offend them. If he could just get through this, it would save him some trouble. If it really didn't work out, then he would take it one step at a time. Bang! Impudent! Do I need you to teach me how to ask? Chen Shen's words made Qian Tao somewhat angry. He slammed his fist on the table, causing it to dent several centimeters, and activated the blood energy of a top-tier 4th-level martial artist, trying to suppress Chen Shen's sharpness. But at that moment, the door was opened, and Li Qingyan walked in with a blank expression. Master. Seeing the newcomer, Qian Tao hurriedly called out. You two go out first. Li Qingyan said. Okay. Qian Tao was very obedient and didn't ask more, quickly leading the 3rd-level female martial artist out. After they left, the interrogation room was left with only Li Qingyan and Chen Chen. She didn't sit down but stood in place, looking down at Chen Chen. As time passed, the invisible pressure she exuded made the entire interrogation room feel extremely oppressive. If it were an ordinary person, even a 5th-level martial artist would probably break down psychologically, kneeling and begging for mercy, confessing everything. After all, Li Qingyan was a grandmaster, having undergone a blood transformation once, with a blood energy value reaching 800,000. However, Chen Chen, who appeared to be just a 1st-level martial artist, remained calm and composed, showing no signs of abnormality. Seeing this, Li Qingyan's pupils constricted, and she asked, Who are you? The Su family, the ancestors, the martial saints' connections in Tianhai City, the main city of Luhu City. It is also the most central and largest city, with a permanent population of nearly 80 million. There are numerous forces, groups, chambers of commerce, clans, martial arts schools, gangs, alliances, organizations, and sects. However, the most influential ones are only 8. They are the City Lord's Mansion, the Heavenly Punishment Department, the Martial Artist Association, the 3 Strongest Families, the Tianhai Group, and the Martial God Family. The first 3 are official organizations, so there's no need to elaborate. The 3 strongest families are the Su family, the Luo family, and the Chen family. They belong to large families, with many members, branching out into various fields, and their network of connections is extremely complex. In the entire Luhu city, they are a force to be reckoned with. Each occupies a region and competes with one another. Next is the Tianhai Group. This commercial force, centered around 10 elders, has a vast system, and if it consolidates all its strength and resources, it can rival the large families. Therefore, it also occupies a separate area. Finally, there is the Martial God family located in the center of Tianhai City. There's not much to say about it. The 9 major base cities, 9 martial gods, 9 martial arts prestigious schools, and 9 martial god families correspond 1-to-1, representing the highest existence outside of the state, undoubtedly the overlord. In the East District, the Su family, a large mansion resembling ancient architecture, dressed in a pure white dress, with flowing silver hair and teardrop crystal earrings, the cold-faced Su Yulu walked through one threshold after another, heading towards the innermost part. Seen the young lady. Seen the young lady. At every threshold and corridor, martial artists or servants could be encountered from time to time. But without exception, upon seeing Su Yulu, they immediately bowed their heads and respectfully called out. In response, Su Yulu did not reply, only nodding slightly. 10 minutes later, she arrived at the innermost part of the mansion, a secluded and quiet small courtyard. The courtyard is not large, about 200 square meters, and the only building is made of blue bricks and stone tiles, exuding a charm from hundreds of years ago. In front of the house, there is a well, a vegetable patch, and a pear tree. Su Yulu is familiar with the surroundings and walks directly into the courtyard. She instantly sees an old man sitting in a rocking chair under the eaves, eyes closed, gently swaying back and forth. His face is full of wrinkles, and his hair is white. She smiles and calls out, "Great-grandfather." Before her words fade, the old man has already opened his eyes. Upon seeing Su Yulu, his face breaks into a smile, warm and kind. "It's Yulu. It's been over half a year. Why have you only come to see great-grandfather now?" He straightens up as he speaks. He takes Su Yulu's hand, holding it tightly, and examines her closely, his eyes filled with affection. "I was busy cultivating at school for a while and couldn't come back," Su Yulu apologizes. It's alright, cultivation is the most important. With your talent, you will definitely become a grandmaster within 3 years at most. If you can comprehend the martial intent, then becoming a martial sage in 10 years should be no problem. The old man says with a hearty laugh, I will work hard, great-grandfather." After saying this, Su Yulu hesitates for half a second. She finally speaks up, "Great-grandfather, actually I came. There is something I would like to ask for your help with." "Oh, what is it? Just tell me quickly. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree." Su Hong's face shows a smile, and he speaks nonchalantly. And indeed, as the ancestor of the Su family and a former martial sage, what seems like a big trouble to the younger generation is trivial in his eyes. Moreover, it is for Su Yulu, the one he loves most and the most talented in the family. It's like this. I have a friend named Chen Chen. Half an hour ago, Su Yulu received a call from Chen Chen. He asked if she had a way to bail him out from the Heavenly Punishment Division. He said the Heavenly Punishment Division in Jinling City was causing him trouble. Under normal circumstances, if it were just minor issues, her identity as the young lady of the Su family could still resolve them. But Chen Chen mentioned the talent liquid. This matter is a bit serious. Not to mention her, even the current head of the Su family, Su Yulu's father, would probably find it difficult to handle. There was no other way. Su Yulu gritted her teeth and mustered the courage to come to Su Hong. "Oh, Chen Chen? Heavenly Punishment Division in Jinling City? Talent liquid? Your friend has gotten himself into quite a bit of trouble." Su Hong's smile faded significantly, surprised. It is a bit serious," Su Yulu said heavily. She then looked at Su Hong, her eyes full of hope. "Does great-grandfather have a way?" Su Hong did not answer. He leaned back again, rocking his chair, lost in thought. Seeing this, Su Yulu did not dare to interrupt. After a while, Su Hong slowly spoke. "Can you be sure that Chen Chen is not from the ideal land?" "I'm sure, great-grandfather. I can guarantee he is definitely not from the ideal land." Looking at Su Yulu's confident expression, Su Hong said, "As for a solution, it's not that there isn't one. When your great-grandfather was still a martial sage, he took in quite a few disciples. Now, although only 5 remain, their strength and status are not simple. For example, the one I mentioned to you when you were little, Zhu Ziqing, the martial sage Zhu. He is the deputy director of the National Heavenly Punishment Division in Yanjing. Pausing for a moment, Su Hong continued, even if I ask him for help, no matter how big the matter is, he wouldn't refuse. But as for favors, helping once means one less favor owed. He looked at Su Yulu, the meaning clear. Is your friend Chen Chen worth a favor from a martial sage? Unexpectedly, Su Yulu did not hesitate at all and immediately said, please help, great-grandfather. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Hong's expression became enigmatic, and he nodded. Alright, is it Chen Chen? In Jinling City, the Heavenly Punishment Division? Yes, great-grandfather. He took out an old-fashioned button phone, found the number and dialed it. After a moment, a middle-aged man's voice came through. Master, did you call for me? His tone was very respectful, not at all overstepping because of his current status and strength. There's something I want you to help with, Su Hong said in a deep voice. Master, please go ahead. In Jinling City, the Heavenly Punishment Division has captured someone named Chen Chen. He is suspected to be involved in the talent liquid incident. He briefly explained Chen Chen's situation, emphasizing that he was suspected to be involved in the talent liquid incident and clearly stating that he was not from the ideal land. After listening to Su Hong's words, Zhu Ziqing pondered for a few seconds and said, if he is merely suspected to be involved in the talent liquid incident and is not from the ideal land, then there shouldn't be any problem. Good. Then I'll trouble you with this. It's nothing, master, just a small matter. By the way, once I finish what I'm doing, I'll come to see you. No rush, no rush. With just a few words, the matter was resolved. Su Yulu also showed a smile. Thank you, great-grandfather. You. Su Hong shook his head and smiled helplessly. They chatted for a few more moments before Su Yulu turned to leave. But as soon as she left, Su Hong's smile quickly faded. Chen Chen? I remember that not long ago, Yulu was injured in the wild. After returning, she started to have contact with this Chen Chen, the family's only top talent. How could Su Hong not pay attention? While he wouldn't know every detail, some general information would still reach his ears in time. Yes, ancestor, they probably met in the wild. From a dim corner of the house behind him, a low voice emerged. Go investigate thoroughly. Let's see what kind of background this Chen Chen has, to make our Su family's top talent value him so much. Su Hong's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a deep voice. Yes, ancestor. Knowing there was a problem, yet having to let him go. In Jinling City, the Heavenly Punishment Division. In the interrogation room, Li Qingyan looked down at Chen Chen, seeing that he remained unfazed and calm under her imposing presence. Such resilience was no longer something a beginner martial artist could explain. It was clear that there was something wrong with him, a significant problem. Who could he be? Behind the wall, there was an observation room. Yi Jun and others were there, clearly able to see the interrogation room through the one-way glass. But compared to Yi Jun's confusion, Zhang Lijun, Mu Xiaotong, and Tan Wei trembled at the sight of Chen Chen, exchanging shocked glances. Because the Chen Chen sitting inside looked too much like the Grandmaster of Extreme Intent they had seen at the North District base. Whether in appearance, demeanor, voice, or even every move, they were extremely similar. At that moment, the hearts of the three raced, nearly reaching their throats. A terrifying thought emerged uncontrollably, and as time passed, with Chen Chen remaining unharmed under Li Qingyan's Grandmaster aura, they completely panicked. No way! This Chen Chen is not that Chen Chen, but the Grandmaster of Extreme Intent? Mu Xiaotong said, her face filled with fear. Although it was convoluted, Zhang Lijun and the others understood immediately. I feel it's very possible. Swallowing hard, Zhang Lijun said in horror. What do we do? Should we remind Team Leader Li? Tan Wei whispered. Remind? I don't think it's necessary. I estimate she has already noticed the problem. Besides, we are in the Heavenly Punishment Division. Since he is here, he shouldn't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, he would offend the entire officialdom. Zhang Lijun pondered for a moment and spoke. After hearing him, the two felt there was some truth to it. Even if the person inside was indeed the Grandmaster they had encountered at the Northern District stronghold, since he was willing to be taken to the Heavenly Punishment Division, he should be cooperating with the investigation. Furthermore, they had the backing of the authorities and two Grandmaster leaders. Previously, the deputy commander at the front line, He Tianjing, had also been there. In such circumstances, it would at least make the other party worry, right? With this thought, Zhang Lijun and the others breathed a sigh of relief and temporarily calmed down. Report! There's a call. It's from the General Headquarters, requesting Group Leader E or Group Leader Li to answer. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door to report, causing everyone to pause slightly. General Headquarters? Yi Jun frowned, looking puzzled, but he turned around to go outside and answer the call. Who exactly are you? In the interrogation room, Li Qingyan asked for the second time. She walked around to the back of the table, facing Chen Chen. Her expression was grim, and her aura grew increasingly powerful. Even the blood flames began to rise gradually. Internally, she was seething with anger. Originally, she had come to Jinling City as part of the investigation team for the Ideal Land incident, feeling confident and thinking it would be an easy task, nearly adding a feather to her cap, and had even brought her disciple along for experience. But in the end, not only had she found nothing, but after the incident erupted, she was also detained by the Grandmaster of Ideal Land. If it hadn't been for timely support, all the martial artists in Jinling City would have likely been turned into talent liquid. To put it bluntly, as the leader of the investigation team, she had seriously neglected her duties and would surely be held accountable upon her return. However, it was fortunate that the situation was severe, and there were many subsequent troubles. As a Grandmaster, she was left in Jinling City to once again take charge, fully responsible for clearing out the remnants of Ideal Land, which could be seen as a way to redeem herself. The past few days had gone relatively smoothly, but now, there was this strange Chen Chen. She felt a lingering fear. It was easy to imagine that if she missed this big fish, all her previous achievements would vanish into thin air, and her culpability would only increase. With this thought, her eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression turned completely cold. The blood flames surged violently, instantly filling the interrogation room with an even stronger sense of oppression. She decided that no matter what means she had to use, she would pry open Chen Chen's mouth and uncover his identity. She needed to see who he really was. Not going to say, huh? That's fine. We have plenty of time. I'll make you understand. Seeing Chen Chen remain silent, Li Qingyan smirked coldly. But before she could finish, she was interrupted by Chen Chen. I heard that guy earlier call you master? Actually, you don't need to call. I already know you two are master and disciple, because you're both equally brainless. Heavenly Punishment Division? Overseeing martial artists? With that kind of IQ? My information is right there, with the name Chen Chen clearly displayed. Do you really not see it? Since that's the case, why do you keep asking who are you? Who exactly are you? Speechless. Chen Chen was truly speechless. If it weren't for not wanting to offend the authorities, and if he hadn't called Su Yulu to see if she could help resolve this, he would have slapped her dead the moment she opened her mouth. You bang! Group Leader Li. Chen Chen's words clearly stunned Li Qingyan, but after hearing them, her face instantly flushed red. Her eyes widened, staring fiercely at Chen Chen. Anger, boundless anger, surged uncontrollably. Her vital energy skyrocketed, and the power of the Grandmaster was about to erupt. However, at that moment, the door to the interrogation room was opened. Yi Jun's heavy voice came through, causing her to stop. She turned to look, her murderous gaze locking onto Yi Jun as she growled, "What is it?" Yi Jun did not answer her but instead looked at Chen Chen, his expression strange as he said, "Chen Chen, you can leave now." Can leave? It seemed that Su Yulu's connections were at work. Good. Very good. Successfully avoiding a conflict with the authorities. Chen Chen nodded. There was no need for them to unlock him. He stood up and stepped forward. Bang bang, bang bang. The iron chains that could bind a master broke like noodles. Then, without even glancing at Li Qingyan, he turned and walked towards the interrogation room exit. Seeing this scene, Li Qingyan was incredulous. Her eyes widened, her mouth agape, seemingly unable to believe that Chen Chen was just let go. A Chen Chen full of problems was released? Why? Why let him go? Stop! Coming back to her senses, Li Qingyan shouted angrily. Blood surged, and she struck towards Chen Chen's back with a palm. Team Leader Li. But unfortunately, she was blocked midway by Yi Jun. Yi Jun, do you know what you're doing? Seeing Yi Jun blocking her, Li Qingyan felt even more incredulous. Her expression was one of shock, wondering if the other party was from the Ideal Realm. It wasn't me who let him go. It was the General Command, Yi Jun said solemnly. He was also very surprised inside, because the call he just received was from a deputy director of the General Command in Yanjing, a powerful 8th-tier martial saint. The other party's words were orders. What? General Command? What on earth is going on? Li Qingyan asked in astonishment. Seeing this, Yi Jun did not hide it and said truthfully, the General Command called, specifically named Chen Chen, saying there was no problem, and told us to release him. Bullshit, absolute bullshit. What do you mean no problem? You saw the data, that's called no problem? You also saw what happened just now, that's also called no problem? Li Qingyan roared, feeling like her lungs were about to explode. But the next moment, Yi Jun's words instantly silenced her. It was the deputy director of the General Command, Zhu Wusheng, who personally said he had no problem. Zhu Wusheng. Just those 3 words made Li Qingyan completely lose her temper. She could only clench her fists, trembling with rage. Once Yi Jun left, she could no longer hold back and punched the steel wall, roaring, "Shen Shen!" The sound traveled far. Shen Shen, who had walked out of the Heavenly Punishment Division building, could hear it. He turned to look and saw a large hole smashed into a certain wall. He. Shen Shen smiled indifferently. He chose to ignore it. But with Suyulu's help, I was just trying it out. I didn't expect she could really find connections to pull me out of the Heavenly Punishment Division. Pretty good. It seems that sparing her life on the spot was worth it. As he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared from the spot. The troubles of Yang Yinin's company since Chen Shen voluntarily accepted being taken to the Heavenly Punishment Division, he had Suyulu find connections to get him out. It seemed redundant, but it was not. This was an arrangement Chen Shen made after careful consideration. Because with his strength, he was not yet qualified to provoke the authorities, otherwise, he could be besieged by powerful figures in an instant. He needed time. If someone could help him resolve this trouble through formal channels, even if it only delayed things for a while, it would be enough for Chen Shen. As for what came next, after dealing with Yang Yinin's company, I'll continue to cultivate. And the school martial arts exam. Shen Shen fell silent. He was already a 6th-tier master. Was it really necessary to go to school? Shaking his head, he still felt it was better to let it go. Beitsiu Xinhuang Industrial Park. Changsheng Dan Medicine Company. Yang Yinin used the money from selling the pills to expand the company. In addition to hiring a large number of employees, she also hired martial artists with a hefty salary. The strongest reached the 5th rank of martial artist. Of course, with such ostentation, and possessing both the blood essence pill and the skin refining pill, 2 types of side effect-free elixirs, it naturally attracted the attention of certain individuals. They began to constantly pick fights, and it became more frequent and more excessive. I still stand by what I said. Cooperate with us, and the profits will be split 30 to 70. We can sign a 20-year contract. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ungracious. In the office, Yang Yinin wore a cold expression. She stared intently at the man in front of her. He was a middle-aged man, dressed in a suit and tie, looking quite presentable. A 4th-rank martial artist. He claimed to be from the Tonghui group in Tianhai City, wanting to collaborate with Yang Yinin, using their company as an agent to sell the blood essence pill and the skin refining pill nationwide. A 30 to 70 profit split. Yang Yinin would get 30, and they would get 70. Such an outrageous distribution was no different from robbery, so Yang Yinin rejected him on the spot. However, after the rejection, the other party did not give up. Instead, they brought people to cause trouble every few days, becoming quite a nuisance. The key was that as time passed, not only the Tonghui group but also other forces began to intervene, each one more aggressive than the last. Sigh. In the end, it's a lack of foundation, without a strong martial artist to hold the fort. Although we can hire martial artists, but the price is steep, and the stronger they are, the harder they are to hire. Even if we manage to hire them, they may not be sincere in their work. Yang Yinin frowned deeply. These days had left her physically and mentally exhausted, the endless pressure causing her to lose sleep every night. Turning her head, she saw the man sitting in the corner on the left. His name was Lu Laoer, a 5th-rank martial artist hired for 5 million. In his 50s, he had a lewd appearance, messy hair, a big nose, and often sneaked glances at Yang Yinin from behind, wearing a disgusting expression. What was even more infuriating was that when the company faced trouble, this guy not only didn't step up but also wanted to raise his salary on the spot, a raise of 3 million, and he demanded it immediately, or he would leave. Originally, Yang Yinin wanted to hire another one, but under various circumstances, no one dared to come. As a result, Lu Laoer took advantage of the situation. For instance, at this moment, facing the pressure from the Tonghui group, he sat there leisurely, showing no concern, as if he were just a passerby. Seeing this scene, Yang Yuan felt both helpless and angry. We can only wait for Chen Shen. Let's see if he has a solution. She had called Chen Shen a long time ago, and he said he would arrive soon. Cooperation on the elixirs is possible, but a 30 to 70 split, isn't that too much? We need raw materials for refining, plus labor, equipment, venue, operations, and so on. So we do all the work, and you take all the profits? Yang Yinin took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Across the table, the man in the suit wore a mocking smile, looking as if he had Yang Yinin in the palm of his hand, with 2 5th-rank martial artists standing behind him, watching closely. You can't say it like that. Our Tonghui group is a major force in Tianhai City, with a business scope covering all aspects, operating throughout the entire Luhu city. We have money and strength. And your company? Just a small company with dozens of people in Jinling City. Being able to cooperate with us is already a high climb. Once the reputation of the elixirs is established and sales increase, you can at least earn something, the man said with a smile. His tone and expression were full of disdain for Yang Yinin, as if it were an honor for her to collaborate with him. Then there's nothing to discuss. Please leave, Yang Yinyin said coldly. Nothing to discuss? Is that so? In the few days I've been in Jinling City, I haven't done my research. The patent for the blood essence pill doesn't seem to belong to your company, does it? It's someone named Chen Chen? Perhaps I can go talk to him? The man said slowly, with an unhurried tone. As soon as Yang Yinyin heard these words, her expression froze, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Are you looking for an alchemist to refine the blood essence pill? Previously, the Pan family, the Jia family, and the Li family had similar plans, but now they have all disappeared. After managing the company alone for over 10 days, she was aware of the happenings in Jinling City. Although she didn't know the specific reasons, it didn't stop her from using this to intimidate the other party. As soon as she spoke, the man's expression darkened instantly. Are you threatening me? Humph. Yang Yinyin. Clearly this is something we could cooperate on. Why are you seeking death? Then what are the Pan family, the Jia family, and the Li family? Do they even compare to our Tonhui group? Let me tell you, tap tap tap. Tonhui? That should be Zhou Yun, right? Just then, a voice came from outside. The office door was pushed open. A young man barged in recklessly, followed by 2 fifth-tier martial artists, making the 3rd and 4th-tier martial artists hired by Yang Yinyin at the door dare not stop them. He was dressed casually, wearing sunglasses, exuding an air of arrogance, like a young master. Fong Tian? What? Is your Wanshun Chamber of Commerce also going to intervene? Seeing the newcomer, Zhou Yun slowly stood up, frowning. Ha ha ha. Jinling City is in dire need of development, market resources are scarce, and it's close to the wilderness. Isn't it normal to come here to expand business? Besides, just the value of the blood essence pill and the skin refining pill is worth my trip. He then looked at Yang Yinyin and said, you must be the person in charge of the longevity pill company, right? Yang Yinyin, a student from Tianhai University? My name is Fong Tian, representing the Wanshun Chamber of Commerce. I want to cooperate with you to sell the blood essence pill and the skin refining pill. As for the profits, it will be an 80-20 split. We take 80, you take 20. If you agree, we can sign the contract on the spot. Good heavens! They all had a self-righteous, high-and-mighty attitude. They were even more shameless than Tonghui, actually proposing an 80-20 split, practically robbing her in broad daylight. In an instant, Yang Yinyin shouted angrily, get lost. All of you, get lost. I will not cooperate. After she spoke, the scene fell into dead silence. Even Lu Wei'er looked at her in surprise. It seemed he hadn't expected this naive girl, who was easy to deceive, would actually lose her temper. But the next moment, he smiled. Looking at Zhou Yun and Fong Tian's gloomy expressions, he muttered to himself, indeed, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Facing a powerful force from Tianhai City, she actually dares to have this attitude. Interesting. So when a conflict arises later, how much should I ask her for? 1 million? Or 2 million? No. With 4 martial artists, it should be 8 million. Anyway, this girl has plenty of money. Lu Wei'er was a seasoned trickster, having mixed in various major base cities, always deceiving others and never doing anything legitimate. But his strength was not weak, having reached the limit of a 5th-tier martial artist, just half a step away from breaking through to a master. He had plenty of tricks up his sleeve and had never been afraid of facing opponents of the same level. Even if it was 1 against 4, he had enough confidence to protect himself. Yes, that's right, protect himself. As for Yang Yinyin, what does her life or death have to do with me? I'm just a damn con artist. Once the money is in hand, I'll switch to another city and continue scamming. Lu Wei'er said nonchalantly. Don't want to leave? Then don't leave. Don't want to leave? Then don't leave. Good. Very good. Telling us to get lost? You really are giving yourself too much credit. Before coming, Zhou Yun and the others had investigated Yang Yinyin and the Longevity Pill Company. It was just a small company with no background. They didn't even have a resident martial artist. They were all hired temporarily. So what loyalty could these people have? Perhaps when something happens, they would run faster than anyone else. Sure enough, seeing that the atmosphere was off, Yang Yinyin was also startled and involuntarily looked towards Lu Wei'er, hoping he would step in to help. However, he did step forward, but came very close to her, grinning and saying, well, Yang Zone, look, there are quite a few people across from us, 4 5th-tier martial artists. Their backgrounds are even more terrifying. They are all from the major forces in Tianhai City. I'm just an old man, and I really can't afford to offend them. But, he said, glancing at Yang Yinin's increasingly unpleasant expression, directly ignoring it, and continued, but if you give me 8 million, I can help you drive them away. By the way, 8 million is cash, the kind that needs to be transferred immediately. Hey, I have a problem. That is, without money, there's no motivation, and without motivation, naturally. Lu Lao was getting excited. Looking at Yang Yinin's constantly changing expression, he felt that the 8 million was basically in the bag. But at a critical moment, footsteps sounded outside again. His eyes lit up, thinking, another force is coming? I wonder how many martial artists there are. No, the more people, the greater the risk. Although I could run away once I get the money, they might not necessarily come after me. But what if? This risk must be covered by her. 5 million. Yeah, I need 5 million. While speaking, he looked towards the door. Zhou Yun and Fang Tian did the same, turning to see which force had arrived. But unexpectedly, only one person came. And he was very young. Judging by the intensity of his aura, he should only be a first-tier beginner martial artist. This person is. After taking a glance, he indeed did not recognize the other party and turned to Fang Tian beside him. Fang Tian also shook his head slightly, indicating he did not know him. But the next second, Yang Yinin's voice made them realize. Chen Chen, you're here. Seeing Chen Chen finally arrive, Yang Yinin was filled with surprise and kept looking behind him, as if searching for something. Chen Chen? The alchemist? Interesting, just in time, saves us the trouble of looking for him. It turned out to be the alchemist with the patent for the blood-generating pill. He was only a first-tier martial artist? The name sounded somewhat familiar, as if it belonged to the person who had awakened a cultivation talent a while ago with the same name? Or could it be him? Thinking of this, Zhou Yun shook his head, feeling it was unimportant. No matter who it was, in front of Tonghui Group, it was not worth mentioning. He simply did not believe that in the small Jinling city, there could be an existence that could disregard their major forces. Fang Tian beside him had the same thought. He couldn't help but speak up. Are you Chen Chen? Chen Chen ignored him. After entering the office, he casually scanned the scene and looked twice at Lu Lao, who was closest to Yang Yinin and had a lewd expression. Then he nodded and said, I was delayed by other matters before coming. After saying that, he looked at Zhou Yun and Fang Tian again and asked, the trouble you mentioned, is it them? Yeah, that's right. They want to snatch the pills. Their purpose is similar to that of the 5 major forces in Jinling City. Yang Yinin, you can't speak carelessly. What do you mean by snatch? We are cooperating. Hearing Yang Yinin's words, Zhou Yun immediately retorted. Then he looked at Chen Chen. The blood-generating pill was refined by you? What about the skin refining pill? If you refine that too, our Tonghui company can offer you a salary of 6 million a year to be the manager of the pill business. You won't have to do anything, just teach the employees how to refine it. At that time, you can just sit back and collect money. Chen Chen glanced at him and said lightly, so after teaching, you'll kick me out immediately? You won't have to spend a dime, just pick up 2 side-effect-free pills worth hundreds of billions for free? How could that be? Our Tonghui is a major force in Tianhai City. How could we do such a thing? The little trick was exposed on the spot by Chen Chen, and Zhou Yun's eyes turned cold as he awkwardly smiled. But Chen Chen was too lazy to argue with them, coldly saying, no matter what you want to do, you can leave now. The longevity pill company does not welcome you. Leave? You think you can just leave. What if I don't leave? What can you do to me? Boom! Chen Shen's words made Zhou Yun burst into laughter. He plopped down in a chair, adopting a rogue's posture. Fang Tian also wore a look of disdain. Lu Lao shook his head slightly, as if watching a show, and turned to Yang Yinin again, saying, General Yang, cough cough, 9 million. Transfer me 9 million now, and I will immediately. Suddenly, before the two could finish their sentences, a terrifying aura of blood surged through the scene. Chen Shen's expression was emotionless, blood flames spreading, the oppressive force of a 6th-tier master enveloping the entire area, causing Zhou Yun and the others to change color wildly, trembling all over. Since you don't want to leave, then don't. The official had a martial god, and Chen Shen didn't want to provoke him. But what were these people? Playing rogue if they didn't cooperate? Not wanting to leave? Their purpose was similar to that of the Pan and Jia families present, right? If that's the case, then die. With that, the blood flames coalesced into a large hand, slapping towards Zhou Yun and the others. Why, you're a master. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Wait, we are from Tonghui Group. Put. Seeing Chen Shen unleash his master-level aura and prepare to strike, Zhou Yun and the others were scared out of their wits. They couldn't help but widen their eyes and shout in terror. But what was the use of begging for mercy now? It was too late. Chen Shen was decisive. After confirming that the other party was not good people, he directly slapped them all to death. He wouldn't give them a chance to scare them into going back and calling for trouble. Boom! At the same time, seeing Chen Shen unleash his master-level power and then slap Zhou Yun and the others to death, Lu Lao felt his scalp tingle, both shocked and terrified. He understood. Once Yang Yining told the other party about his situation, he would be in deep trouble. So without a second thought, he instantly unleashed his blood energy, pushed off the ground, and crashed his back against the wall behind him to break free. But unfortunately, he ran fast and died fast. In mid-retreat, his head suddenly fell off without warning, rolling into a corner, leaving behind a face full of fear and despair, even unwillingness. It seemed he never expected that after a lifetime of deceit and trickery, he would stumble here. Shocked, Yang Yining and the longevity group were stunned. Shen, the scene was in chaos. The floor was shattered, the walls cracked, and Zhou Yun and the others were a bloody mess. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying scene, Yang Yining directly ignored it, instead staring at Shen, who was engulfed in blood flames, her face full of shock, dumbfounded. To be honest, her true intention in seeking Shen's help was actually that mysterious unknown master. But just now, Shen had unleashed his master-level power and slapped Zhou Yun and the others to death, and Lu Laoer's head had fallen off without warning, dying on the spot. Such bizarre methods were strikingly similar to what happened last time at the hospital. With this thought, the scene became even clearer, including Shen's two statements, "I have no master, and could it be that it was me who acted?" In an instant, Yang Yining was even more horrified. Pointing at Shen, she stammered, her voice trembling, "Why you have no master? It's you! The one who saved me at Xingfu factory was you. The one who dealt with those people in the hospital was also you. You are that mysterious powerhouse?" Suddenly enlightened, she finally understood the truth. But after realizing it, she was even more shocked, more shaken, and found it hard to believe. She had come into contact with him the day after Shen awakened his talent. At that time, in her eyes, Shen was just an unlucky high school student. Finding him was merely to exploit his talent, hoping to revive her parents' company. However, she never expected that just half a month ago, he already possessed the strength to defeat a top-tier 4th-level martial artist in an instant. Now, he had even reached the level of a master, killing martial artists as easily as one would kill a chicken, extinguishing them with a wave of his hand. I told you so. I don't have a master." Seeing Yang Yining's astonished expression, Shen smiled faintly and nodded. Alas! Who would believe it? After a long while, Yang Yining finally came to her senses, sighed softly, and said helplessly, "So, do you believe it now?" I believe it. But Shen, aren't you supposed to have a talent for cultivating immortality? How come? Yes, wasn't the talent for cultivating immortality supposed to awaken? Why was it that what had just erupted was vitality, and it had even reached the master level? Well, that's a long story. I'll explain it to you when I have time. Shen didn't want to reveal too much, and explaining it would be quite troublesome, so he simply brushed it off. Alright. Yang Yining was very understanding and didn't ask further. 10 minutes later, the two switched rooms, and Shen took the opportunity to ask about the main issues. Besides these troubles, is there anything else? Yes, there are many more, but the main issue is still the lack of strong individuals to hold the fort. Although we can spend money to hire people, it's hard to guarantee the loyalty of the hired martial artists, like that old second Lu. Shen pondered for a moment and said, "It doesn't matter whether they are loyal or not, they are just for show. If we really encounter problems, I will take action myself. Also, the company is too small. We need to continue expanding and develop into a large force. As for resources, you should send someone this afternoon to take over the Pan, Jia, and Li merchant associations. If there are strong individuals obstructing, just notify me." "Okay, no problem." Hearing Shen's words, Yang Yining's breath quickened, both surprised and delighted. Especially when it came to the Pan merchant associations, her eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open. "Could it be? Did you also destroy them?" Yang Yining asked tentatively. I was the one who took them down. So their resources, properties, and industries should all belong to me. And then you can use these to rapidly expand the company." Shen nodded. "By the way, go collect more medicinal materials. I need to refine more pills. Developing a large force requires money." "Okay, no problem." In the afternoon, Yang Yining took people to seize the resources of the Pan Merchant Association. As expected, other small forces tried to intervene, hoping to take advantage of Shen's achievements. But with Shen's intervention, everything was settled. Next were the Jia and Li associations. As for the Longting group and Yufeng group, they weren't destroyed, one had fled, and the other had hidden away. Since it was like this, the vacant industries were also taken over. Time flew by. 3 days later, Yang Yining's actions shocked the entire Jinling city. With a reckless and sweeping momentum, she integrated and took over all resources and industries of the top 5 forces. And in the center of Jinling City, the most prosperous area, she acquired a commercial building and renamed it Changshan Group. Effective immediately, Mr. Chen Shan will serve as the chairman of the group and hold 99% of the shares. I, Yang Yin, will serve as the executive president. On the 28th floor of the building, in a huge conference hall, Yang Yin, dressed in formal attire, stood at position 2 and read aloud. After finishing, she turned to the main seat and, along with everyone in the conference hall, shouted, "Chairman." Chen Shan did not stand up, he merely nodded slightly. There had been quite a few events over the past 2 days, but the one that truly caught his attention was just one. That was Yang Yinin's company rapidly expanding. After renaming it Changshan Group, she suddenly sought out Chen Shan. Feeling that her strength is too weak and the pressure is immense, she thought about letting Chen Shan take on the role of chairman. After a moment of consideration, Chen Shan chose to agree. After all, Yang Yinin was just a university student, and her level was only at the 3rd stage. It would be difficult for her to maintain control over such a large group. However, thinking about the matters that would follow, Chen Shan decided to leave almost everything to her. Thus, he allocated shares to her. This was no small amount. Once Chen Shan's level increased and his alchemy improved, the value of the group would be immeasurable. Everyone, with the establishment of the group, I will set up several departments. 1. Armed Department, temporarily headed by Master Wan Hu, with each team consisting of 5 members, responsible for the overall security of the group, including the building, assets, resources, etc. The minimum requirement for members is top-tier martial artists at the 4th stage. He looked towards the left side of the conference table, at position 3. There sat a burly man with a beard, muscular and bald, looking quite fierce. The key was that his strength had reached the master level, and the aura he unconsciously exuded made the entire conference hall feel heavy. He was Wan Hu, one of the masters attracted by a salary of 200 million. Beside him were 2 others, 1 man and 1 woman. The man appeared middle-aged, wearing glasses and a checkered shirt, looking quite refined. He was Hu Shichuan. The woman looked older, appearing to be in her 50s, with slightly wrinkled skin and a fuller figure. She was Tang Yunxiao. Both were masters, hired just like Wan Hu. The rest were 19 martial artists. Good. Chairman, don't worry, the group's security will be entrusted to me. Upon hearing Chen Shan's arrangement, Wan Hu patted his chest and laughed heartily, showing no disdain or rebuttal. At this moment, Chen Shan did not hide his strength. Instead, he revealed his full 550,000 vitality. Even the way he looked at everyone carried a certain profoundness, making everyone present feel a chill run down their spines, not daring to breathe. The stronger the strength, the more pronounced the feeling. Wan Hu was just like that. Despite his outwardly cheerful demeanor, he felt a chill run through him, his calves trembling as if he were in an ice cave. Chen Shan, do you know your crime? Chen Shan, do you know your crime? 2. Business Department, handling all kinds of group business, including acquisitions, sales, stores, negotiations, transactions, etc. 3. Human Resources Department, hiring, recruiting, dismissing, inspections, etc. These 2 departments will be temporarily managed by Yang Yin. 5. Alchemy Department. 6. Equipment Refining Department. 7. Formation Department. 8. Talismans Department. The above 4 departments, which involve cultivators, I will personally oversee. Saying this, he looked at Yang Yin and continued, in the future, cultivators can also be hired in large numbers. Give them 2 options. One is cooperation, just paying them to work. The other is joining. I have looked at many operational models of forces across the country in the past few days. Among them, there is a sect that, as long as one joins, will unconditionally cultivate them. However, correspondingly, they must pledge lifelong loyalty to that force. To put it bluntly, it's selling oneself. At that time, the second option will be for them to sell themselves. Join the Changshan group and cultivate higher-level cultivation methods. In the last sentence, Chen Shan's tone was slightly emphasized. Yang Yin, who understood Chen Shan's talent, instantly grasped the meaning. She nodded and said, I understand, Chairman. Then I will continue. 9. Intelligence Department, temporarily headed by Master Tang Yunxiao, responsible for collecting all information needed by the group, as well as data on events of all sizes across the country and information on members of various forces. Yes, Chairman. Tang Yunxiao quickly stood up, looking nervous. 10. Blood Kill Department, temporarily headed by Master Hu Jichuan, responsible for eliminating hostile forces and handling group troubles when necessary, and hunting fierce beasts in the wild when there are no issues. The minimum requirement for members is a 5th-level martial artist. Yes, Chairman. Hu Jichuan pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said in a deep voice. Seeing this, Chen Shan nodded slightly. He looked at everyone and said, although you are all martial artists hired by the group, I hope that once you take the money, you will do your job well. I won't ask for any nonsense about risking your life or forgetting yourself. But fulfilling your duties is not too much to ask, right? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room smiled, their faces sincere as they said, not too much, not at all, not at all. That's right, serving the group is our honor. How could it be too much? The chairman is right. Once we take the money, we should work seriously. The attitude of the crowd satisfied Chen Chen. It felt like fraudsters like Lu Lao Air were ultimately just a minority. Alright, let's adjourn. Han Datong and Yang Yinin, stay. Han Datong, the owner of the Han martial arts school encountered during the Utopia incident, was also present. His apprentice from the martial arts school could not be saved, and he needed to compensate the parents a large sum of money. Coupled with the poor management of the martial arts school, it was on the verge of bankruptcy. As a result, this directly led to Han Datong's bankruptcy, and he even sold the martial arts school. To make a living and train, he initially planned to become a hunter. But upon seeing that Changsheng Group was hiring martial artists, he didn't hesitate and came directly. Okay, chairman. Looking at Chen Chen at the head of the table, Han Datong felt excited inside. He didn't expect that the boss of this newly established group was the brother Han he had encountered half a month ago. The overwhelming aura he exuded was undoubtedly that of a master, even approaching a grandmaster. Following such a strong figure might have more prospects than running a martial arts school? Han Datong's thoughts wandered as he sat still. The others began to rise, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, a commotion came from the entrance of the conference hall. Everyone, our group's senior management is in a meeting. Please wait a moment. Get lost. Bang bang bang. The former voice was startled and fearful, likely from the group's staff. The latter was much more domineering. The loud voice could be heard throughout the entire building, accompanied by a dense sound of footsteps, clearly indicating that many people were coming. What's going on? Is someone causing trouble? I don't know. Let's take a look. Seeing the sudden situation, the group's martial artists did not leave but stood in place, waiting. This included the three masters. Chen Chen, however, frowned slightly, his face icy, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, because that voice was very familiar. Wasn't it that brainless woman who kept asking who Chen Chen was in the Heavenly Punishment Division's interrogation room? What did she want? Was she here to capture Chen Chen? Thinking of this, Chen Chen slowly stood up and looked towards the door. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the several-meter-high door was kicked open, flying straight towards Chen Chen. But in the next moment, Wan Hu reached out and caught it. However, the immense force still made him stagger back a few steps, and with each step, cracks spread across the ground, looking extremely terrifying. At the same time, his expression changed drastically, becoming extremely serious. Chairman, this person's strength. No, wait, are they from the Heavenly Punishment Division? After stabilizing himself, Wan Hu was about to speak about the person's strength being formidable, but as he looked over, he saw Li Qingyan leading several people quickly approaching. His face turned even more horrified, even panicked. He thought it was another force causing trouble. He didn't expect it to be the Heavenly Punishment Division. That made things serious. After all, the Heavenly Punishment Division is an official organization with law enforcement authority over all martial artists in Jinling City. To exaggerate, if they say they will arrest you, they can do so without needing much evidence. What's the worst that could happen? You could be locked up for half a month, and if there's insufficient evidence, you'd be released. Especially since the Ideal Land incident has just concluded, and the Heavenly Punishment Division has a Grandmaster overseeing things, the rules are even stricter. So nearly 99% of people are afraid of encountering the Heavenly Punishment Division. Sure enough, upon seeing the clothes of Li Qingyan and the others, everyone present, except for Chen Chen, Yang Yinin, and Han Datong, changed their expressions drastically, retreating in panic, looking as if they were afraid of being targeted. Chen Chen, do you know your crime? Li Qingyan's expression was dark, her demeanor aggressive. She entered and fixed her gaze firmly on Chen Chen, questioning him loudly. Ever since she had suffered a setback at his hands 3 days ago, she had been seething with anger. Frustration, rage, and humiliation surged within her, accumulating more and more, and her hatred for Chen Chen became increasingly obsessive and frenzied. She even wanted to find Chen Chen and directly kill him to relieve her pent-up resentment. However, due to her family's connections with Chen Chen's side, she refrained from acting rashly. Instead, she contacted her family to investigate Chen Chen's background and see how solid his connections really were. To her surprise, her family quickly responded, advising her not to act against Chen Chen in the short term, as a major family was protecting his life, though that was all there was to it. That's all there is to it? The written language of Xia country is profound and intricate. Li Qingyan immediately recognized that the last 4 words were the key point. Although someone was protecting Chen Shen, as long as he was alive, nothing else mattered, just that. In that case, there are many more means to operate, Li Qingyan said with a cold smile. Just then, she received news. A Longsheng group had emerged in Jinling City, sweeping through and monopolizing the industries and resources of the former Pan and Jia families, among the 5 major powers. And the person behind this group was none other than Chen Shen. In that instant, Li Qingyan made a decisive decision to take action. You, Chen Shen, have a background and connections with the Grand Commander, so I can't do anything to you. But I can target your group. Your group has martial artists, right? The Heavenly Punishment Division suspects he has ties to the Ideal Land and needs to be brought back for investigation. I will capture as many martial artists from your group as there are. I will come around when I have business. I will also come around when I have nothing to do. I will make sure you cannot find peace. I will make you furious. Just like back in the interrogation room, when I was so enraged I could explode, yet felt utterly helpless. I want Chen Shen to experience that feeling too. Not only that. Before setting off, she received calls from the 2 major powers, Tanhui and Wanshan, in Tianhai City. They reported that the people they sent to negotiate with the Longsheng group had disappeared, suspected to have been killed. This news made Li Qingyan's eyes light up, her confidence soaring. She felt more assured in her ability to manipulate Chen Shen, even having the chance to bring him back to the Heavenly Punishment Division again. In my eyes, you are nothing but an ant. In the conference room, at the main seat, Chen Shen slowly stood up. He paid no mind to the panic of the many martial artists. Instead, he walked to a position less than 3 meters away from Li Qingyan. He looked at the woman with a stern face, a slight smirk at the corner of her mouth, her eyes revealing mockery and hidden delight. He then glanced at the 4 people behind her, Chen Tao, Zhen Lijun, Mu Xiaotong, and Tan Wei. Only then did he speak. Isn't it good to be alive? What? What did you say? Chen Shen's voice was not loud, but as a grandmaster, Li Qingyan certainly heard him clearly. However, the content left her utterly astonished, feeling as if she hadn't misheard. Until Chen Shen spoke again. I said isn't it good to be alive? Why come looking for death? Is it because you rely on your identity in the Heavenly Punishment Division? Or your strength as a grandmaster? Chen Shen's expression was emotionless, blood flames rising around him, his eyes cold and merciless, the killing intent he exuded becoming increasingly terrifying. Seeing this scene, Li Qingyan not only felt no fear but instead laughed in anger. I'm looking for death? You say I, Li Qingyan, am looking for death? Chen Chen, oh Chen Chen, you are so arrogant, so overbearing? You don't even understand how vast the gap between us is. If it weren't for the connection with the commander. In my eyes, Li Qingyan, what are you? Just an ant. I can snap my fingers. The more Li Qingyan spoke, the louder her voice became, and her momentum grew increasingly terrifying. Blood flames burned and soared. It seemed to form a pillar of blood, instantly breaking through the ceiling above, piercing into the clouds, an astonishing sight. A dreadful sense of oppression enveloped the entire scene. Yang Yinin was the first to succumb, fainting on the spot. The other martial artists turned pale, their legs trembling. The 3 masters wore grave expressions, silent. Only Chen Shen remained calm. His blood flames, though slightly weaker than Li Qingyan's, were unaffected. He merely looked at Li Qingyan with increasingly cold eyes. The killing intent within him rapidly surged, until it burst forth, enveloping everyone. This made Li Qingyan's voice abruptly stop. This is martial will? Just as Li Qingyan was feeling triumphant, wanting to suppress Chen Shen with a strong stance, to return all the humiliation and anger she had suffered in the interrogation room, in the next moment, a terrifying killing intent struck her, causing her to tremble all over. She felt an uncontrollable fear and terror. Clearly, Chen Shen stood there, unmoving. Yet in a daze, in Li Qingyan's eyes, his figure seemed to rise infinitely, pressing towards the horizon. Surrounded by black flames, his eyes were pitch black, cold and merciless, like a deity overlooking her. That unimaginable fear, that certain despair of death, made Li Qingyan's face turn pale, the blood flames rapidly receding, her whole body weak, and she unexpectedly thudded to her knees before Chen Shen. In that instant, she didn't know what was happening. She had a moment of clarity, but this clarity only made her feel worse. I didn't expect. You had already comprehended the martial will, and reached minor success. No, it should be above major success. Li Qingyan was stunned. A bitter smile, unwillingness, regret, and resentment appeared on her face. Then her expression froze, the light in her eyes vanished, and she died on the spot. Thud! At the same time, Xian Tao behind her also fell to the ground. After all, they were master and disciple, at least they had company on the road to the underworld. Boom! After a moment of silence, looking at the two dead, Shen Shen waved his right hand, flames sweeping over, leaving only faint ashes. Then he said, "In my eyes, aren't you just an ant?" Shen Shen's voice fell, but no one dared to respond. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone trembled. Besides being affected by the martial will, they were also terrified of Chun Shen's strength and methods. After an unknown amount of time, Wanhu, steeling himself, approached Chun Chun from behind and whispered, "Chairman Dong, she is a grandmaster of the Heavenly Punishment Division." The words behind were not finished, but the meaning was clear. "You killed the grandmaster of the Heavenly Punishment Division, haven't you offended the authorities? What will happen to the group? Is it going to be finished right after it was established?" However, to everyone's surprise, Shen Shen showed a look of astonishment and asked in confusion, "What grandmaster? Where? Didn't the Heavenly Punishment Division only send 3 people? Right, Director Zhang." Saying this, he looked at Zheng Lijun. The latter's body stiffened, his expression rich and varied, hesitating to speak. It was Mu Xiaotong who quietly tugged at his clothes. Only then did he force a laugh and say, "Ah, ha ha, that's right, 3. Just the 3 of us. Is that so? I heard that the Heavenly Punishment Division has a team leader Li. She suddenly got a lead on the Dao Ideal Land and took her disciple to investigate. Is it true? Really, the 3 of us saw it with our own eyes." I understand, you can go now. Okay. Unless absolutely necessary, Shen Shen won't confront the authorities, he will delay as long as possible. This is also why he chose to keep Zheng Lijun and the others around. As for Li Qingyan, isn't she off chasing clues about the Ideal Land? It's still Zheng Lijun and the others who saw it with their own eyes. Chairman, all 3 of them are from the Heavenly Punishment Division, they might not do as you say. What if? Seeing Chen Chen's actions, one who was also shocked, feeling it was absurd. But he didn't understand. As long as Zhang Lijun and the others didn't want to die, they definitely wouldn't speak recklessly. After all, Shen Shen not only had strength but also connections with the headquarters. Once they reported it, would the Heavenly Punishment Division believe it? If they did, would they cause trouble for Chen Shen? That was another matter. But regardless of the outcome, the 3 of them were undoubtedly doomed. So as long as Zheng Lijun wasn't foolish, he would definitely follow what was just said. Li Qingyan wasn't dead, she just went to investigate the Ideal Land. Thinking of this, Chen Shen turned to look at everyone. In an instant, everyone lowered their heads in fear. "I hope you can cherish your lives," Chen Shen said. "Chairman, rest assured, we saw nothing." One who was the first to express, his expression sincere. "That's right, I also saw nothing. We only know that Director Zhang from the Heavenly Punishment Division came by, asked a few questions, and then left." Yes, that's how it is." Everyone nodded frantically in agreement. Seeing this, Chen Shen didn't say more. He let everyone leave, leaving only the just awakened Yang Yinin and Han Datong. "Chairman, although we can intimidate with force, this incident probably won't last long. The same goes for the Heavenly Punishment Division." Yang Yinin hesitated. "I know, after all, you can't hide a fire with paper. But it's fine. If there are any troubles later, I will handle it." "Alright, as long as you've considered it." Although Yang Yinin was worried, she nodded. "Brother Han," Shen Shen called out to Han Datong. No, just call me by my name, Chairman." Han Datong was flattered. "I know your character, I trust you, so I want you to protect Yang Yinin as much as possible. Her strength is still too weak, I'm afraid something unexpected might happen." "Okay, Chairman, I'll take care of Manager Yang's safety. Unless I die, I won't let anyone harm a single hair on her." Good. Your salary will remain unaffected, and you can freely use the group's resources. Elixirs, martial arts, weapons, equipment, martial arts potions, etc. Just go to Yang Yinin to apply if you need anything." "Alright, Chairman." After the 2 left, Shen Shen sat alone in his seat. After a while, he picked up the phone and called Su Yulu. "Help me check Li Qingyan's information. Be detailed, including her family, identity, and network of relationships." "Okay." Su Yulu didn't ask much and directly agreed. After hanging up the phone, Shen Shen fell into deep thought. With the Su family's backing, there should be no immediate issues. But the backing ultimately belongs to someone else. It would be better to have my own, Shen Shen said softly. Then, with a thought, the attribute panel lit up in his eyes. Shen Shen directly ignored the others and looked at the last item, that racial ability. Racial ability, released for heaven-defying comprehension. What kind of ability could it be? As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice echoed in his ears after a long absence. Second racial ability, devour heaven and earth. Second racial ability, devour heaven and earth. Heavenly Punishment Division Building. Ijun stood by the window, gazing into the distance, his expression inscrutable. Grandmaster? It should be Li Qingyan. The commotion caused by the Grand Master was not small. A pillar of blood soared into the sky, visible from dozens of miles away. Coupled with the news just received, Ijun was almost certain it was Li Qingyan. However, he found it strange that the surge of blood energy disappeared in less than 10 seconds. Had Chen Chen been suppressed? Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. Although somewhat puzzled, Ijun shook his head slightly, not wanting to pay it any mind. At that moment, 3 figures of Grand Masters rushed into the Heavenly Punishment Department at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, Ijun's expression grew even more confused. He recognized those 3, Zhang Lijun, Mu Xiaotong, and Tan Wei, formerly of the Heavenly Punishment Department. It seemed they had acted together with Li Qingyan. Why had they returned alone? Was there something going on? He thought to himself, but he did not move. If there was something, Zhang Lijun and the others would definitely come to find him. However, half an hour passed, and they still had not come. What's going on? Ijun was astonished. He couldn't help but shout, "Come here! Bring Zhang Lijun, Mu Xiaotong, and Tan Wei to see me." "Yes, Team Leader E." Moments later, Zhang Lijun and the others arrived. Team Leader E. Looking at Zhang Lijun and the others, who seemed normal, Ijun nodded slightly and directly asked, "Where is Team Leader Li? Weren't you acting together with her? Why did only the 3 of you come back?" Report, Team Leader E. "We found a lead on the Utopia and chased after it, but got separated along the way." Zhang Lijun said solemnly, "A lead on the Utopia? You got separated? Really?" Ijun's expression was strange as he stared intently at Zhang Lijun and asked, "Yes, absolutely true." Hearing this response, Ijun fell into silence. About half a minute later, he waved his hand and said, "I understand. You may go." "Yes, Team Leader E." After the 3 left, Ijun turned around and looked out the window again, saying nothing. What lead on the Utopia? What separation? He didn't believe it at all. His biggest guess was that Li Qingyan might have encountered trouble. However, Ijun remained unmoved and showed no intention of getting involved. He was a Grand Master from out of town, and his task was merely to support Jinling City and handle the Utopia incident. So he wouldn't stay too long. At most, he would withdraw in half a month. That was one reason. The second was that he was not like Chen Chen, who had connections with the headquarters. Nor was he like Li Qingyan, who had family support. Ijun was just a lucky one who had risen from the bottom. If he wanted to live longer, he had to learn to navigate situations wisely. What matters to get involved in? What matters not to get involved in? He had experience in this. Just like now, he knew full well that Zhang Lijun's words were full of holes, yet he chose to believe them, because he wanted to lay low, not wanting to manage anything or offend anyone, to get through this half-month smoothly, and then leave. Changsheng Group. Chen Chen wore a joyful expression. The long-awaited second racial ability had finally been unlocked. Human race restriction lifted 5. Gained ability Devour Heaven and Earth. Devour Heaven and Earth, all things in the world, all resources will be converted into your cultivation progress. The moment the ability appeared, Chen Chen already knew its function. It was not complicated, rather, it was very simple. It was to use oneself as the core, devouring all things, digesting them, and converting them into cultivation energy. To put it more simply, Chen Chen could previously take pills. Although there were no side effects and he could take them continuously, the digestion process could not be avoided. Moreover, he could only take them one by one. But with the ability to devour heaven and earth, it became much more exaggerated. Chen Chen could completely take them in large quantities. The moment they entered his body, they would be consumed and converted into energy, enhancing himself. Of course, energy was not limited to just pills. With this thought, Chen Chen suddenly took a deep breath. In an instant, the air surged in, and spiritual energy swarmed. Unknown substances, bacteria, dust, light, and everything else rushed into Chen Chen's mouth, then quickly dissipated and decomposed, transforming into energy beneficial to Chen Chen, gathering in his flesh and dantian. Interesting. It increased my strength by 1/10,000th. Exactly. It's just too inconvenient. I have to eat it with my mouth. Chen Chen murmured, a thoughtful expression on his face. In his mind, his extraordinary comprehension was evolving. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have new ideas about the way to devour racial abilities. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You are modifying the way to devour racial abilities. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Combining fire spells, alchemy, and racial abilities, you create a new spell, All Things Furnace. All Things Furnace. Using all things as fuel, igniting the furnace of creation. Burning the world, refining all beings. Let all great power return to me. Swoosh. The moment he comprehended the spell, Chen Shen had vanished from his spot. 10 minutes later, at the ruins outside the city, Chen Shen's magical power surged as he extended his right hand. In an instant, a roaring, burning furnace slowly materialized. At first, the furnace was small, no larger than a teacup, but as it took shape, the terrifying temperature distorted the surrounding air, and smoke began to rise from the ground. An unprecedented suction force was continuously expanding, automatically drawing everything within half a meter into the furnace, burning, decomposing, and digesting, leaving only the purest energy to flow into Chen Shen's body. Not only that, as Chen Shen threw the furnace into the air, its size rapidly increased. In the blink of an eye, it resembled an ancient giant cauldron, over 10 meters in diameter, floating in the air in an incredible manner, continuously emitting red flames, roaring and burning. The suction force also surged dozens of times. Oxygen, spiritual energy, light, and temperature from the air, along with buildings, soil, stones, and weeds from the ground, crazily floated toward the furnace, like a black hole, devouring everything. After a while, the furnace suddenly seemed to lose its support, trembled twice, and vanished into the air. Only a circular deep pit, the size of 2 basketball courts, remained on the ground. Devouring the heavens and earth, all things furnace. Only by combining these two can this ability be perfectly utilized, but it requires magical power to support it. The stronger the magical power, the larger the furnace. In theory, there is no limit. Even devouring stars and refining the universe is possible. Chen Shen was somewhat shocked. The potential of this second racial ability was truly terrifying. However, his realm was too low to reach that level. The furnace, just over 10 meters wide, was already Chen Shen's limit. Moreover, it lasted less than half a minute before his magical power was exhausted, and the furnace collapsed. Even half a minute. The energy gain still increased my strength by 1/10,000th. And this was just refining some garbage. What if it were a ferocious beast? What if it were a spiritual object? Thinking this, Chen Shen turned and hurried back to the group, calling for Yang Yinin, chairman, still in the conference hall, which was spacious and to Chen Shen's liking. Help me acquire 1 ferocious beast each from the 1st to the 6th rank. All martial arts potions available on the market, and materials from ferocious beasts. Send them as quickly as possible. Yes, chairman. Yang Yinin nodded in response without asking much. 7th rank Grandmaster, Chi Refining 7th Layer. Acquiring items as a 7th rank Grandmaster at the Chi Refining 7th Layer would take time. Chen Shen didn't idle either and directly began to cultivate. Half a day later, around 6 p.m., the items were delivered. The 1st to 6th rank ferocious beasts were intact, already slain, along with dozens of martial arts potions of varying levels, and various materials from ferocious beasts, such as meat, skin, bones, and so on. Let's try a 1st rank ferocious beast. It was a multi-eyed cat, the most ordinary 1st rank ferocious beast, weighing about 20 pounds. Chen Shen released the furnace with his right hand, grabbed the cat with his left, and tossed it inside. In an instant, burning, decomposing, digesting, energy flowed into his body, his blood and chi boiling, surging towards the master realm, while another small stream of spiritual power fell into his dantian, transforming into magical energy. Seconds later, the energy was nearly exhausted, and Chen Shen sensed that his blood and chi value had increased by 1,000, but his progress in refining the meridians had increased by 0. Not bad. What about the 2nd tier ferocious beast? Repeat the previous action. 2nd tier, 3rd tier, 5th tier, 6th tier, plus martial arts potions, ferocious beast materials. After devouring everything, Chen Shen got his results. As expected, devouring ferocious beasts can boost blood and chi, increasing martial arts strength, including martial arts potions and ferocious beast materials. However, a whole ferocious beast is still better, and the higher the tier, the more strength it adds. Just a single 6th tier ferocious beast is enough to raise my blood and chi value by 30,000 and increase my meridian refining by 60. Chen Shen's blood and chi surged, significantly stronger than before. It reached 600,000, already connecting 1 meridian. But there was a problem. Simply using blood and chi to enhance martial arts would not reach the limit. Like others, refining 1 meridian would only increase by 50,000 blood and chi. To achieve more, deeper magical energy refinement was needed. Then I can only practice separately. First, focus on improving my cultivation level, then devour ferocious beasts, refining all 8 meridians as quickly as possible. Finally, deepen the refinement with magical energy to reach the limit. Previously, he had been advancing on all fronts, cultivating and refining his body simultaneously. It was normal for the speed to be somewhat delayed. He wondered if this new method could enhance his training speed. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. Chen Shen called for Yang Yinin. How much funding does the group have now? Chen Shen asked. Chairman, there are about 8. 9 billion left. Most of it is from the Pan family and other forces, Yang Yinin replied honestly. How much does it cost to acquire a 6th-tier ferocious beast? Between 100 million and 1 billion, depending on the type of ferocious beast, quantity, and difficulty of hunting, with considerable fluctuations. What about 7th tier? 7th tier is even more expensive. The price skyrockets. You should know that 1st to 4th tier ferocious beasts are classified as low level, 5th tier is mid level, 6th tier is high level, and 7th tier is top level. So the price is between 1 billion and 10 billion. Then take out 5 billion to aggressively acquire 6th tier ferocious beasts, and another 1 billion to acquire formulas related to martial arts refining, meridian refining, and even blood exchange for 7th tier grandmasters. Understood, Chairman. Go ahead. I'll be here training. Come find me directly if there's anything. Yes. After Yang Yinin left, Chen Chen prepared to train. However, at that moment, the phone rang. He glanced at the contact name. It was Zhang Wei. Hello, Zhang Wei? What's up? Looking for me? Chen Chen asked curiously. What's going on with you? Didn't you get the school notice? The martial arts exam is today. I called you more than 10 times this morning, and so did the homeroom teacher. But you didn't pick up a single one. Aren't you participating in the martial arts exam? As soon as the call connected, Zhang Wei started to rant, both anxious and angry. Chen Chen didn't mind and just smiled. I'm not planning to participate in the martial arts exam. Why not, Chen Chen? If you don't take the martial arts exam, how will you get into college? Even though you have talent in cultivation, there are many things you can only learn in college. You can't give up. Where are you now? I'll come find you. Zhang Wei's concern was genuine, and Chen Chen felt a slight warmth in his heart. But he still refused. No need. I'm not participating in the martial arts exam because I have other things to do. Don't worry, I haven't given up. Other things? What things? It's a good thing. Seeing that Chen Chen was unwilling to speak, Zhang Wei could only sigh in helplessness. After a moment of silence, he said, Chen Chen, if you have any difficulties, just tell me. As your deskmate for so many years, I, Zhang Wei, will definitely help you. Don't be polite with me. I know, I will. By the way, let me tell you some news. Xiao Yuqing didn't come to the martial arts exam either. According to the news, their family went to Tianhai City and directly transferred schools to participate in the martial arts exam there. Is that so? Of course. After chatting for a few more moments, he hung up the phone. There were also several other pieces of information, aside from school matters. There was also information about Su Yilu, which contained details about Li Qingyan. Li Qingyan, 41 years old, has been on the front lines, and after retiring, serves as a practical instructor and also a professor at Yanjing University. The city lord of Jinling City, a classmate of Mu Baishu, from Kunlun City, a member of the prominent Li family. The information was very detailed, including her identity, family, and network of relationships. But what Chen Chen paid attention to was only her family. A prominent family? With a grandmaster overseeing? And an ancestor at the martial saint level? No wonder she's so arrogant. The Su family even used connections to pull me out of the Heavenly Punishment Division, and she still wants to cling to me and cause trouble. So she has the backing of a prominent family. Chen Chen squinted slightly and said. He then ignored it. This matter was not urgent for now. There should be no problem in the short term. What was most important now was cultivation and strength. So, Chen Chen sat cross-legged, operating the myriad laws and principles, with spiritual energy rushing in like a funnel into his body. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had gone by. During this time, Yang Yinin had come a few times, all bringing fierce beasts, a total of 38. Chen Chen used the all things melting furnace to refine them, increasing his martial arts strength. So far, his martial arts realm had reached the 6th stage limit. His chi training was also complete. The deep blue mana in his dantian was perfect and could undergo a second compression, faster than I expected, by a factor of 2. Previously, it was estimated that breaking through to the 7th layer of chi training would take a month, but now it can be done in half a month. Chen Chen was delighted. In addition to cultivating separately and rapidly impacting his martial arts realm by devouring fierce beasts, he also combined the technique of swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth, allowing the myriad laws and principles to absorb and transform spiritual energy at 10 times the speed. Under such circumstances, Chen Chen was able to reach the 6th stage limit in martial arts and immortal cultivation in just half a month, ready to break through to the 7th stage at any time. There's no time to lose. Today, I will break through to the 7th stage of martial arts and become a grandmaster. The Immortal Cultivation Alliance, Lu Fengxian, Special Investigation Team. The Immortal Cultivation Alliance, Lu Fengxian, Special Investigation Team in Yanjing, the central base city of the Summer Kingdom, also the capital of the nation. At this moment, in a certain manner, Qin Langming, the leader of the Jinling City Immortal Cultivation Branch, sat on the sofa in the living room, patiently waiting. Since learning over a month ago that the Utopian society was going to cause trouble, he had urgently evacuated to the Yinjing Alliance, and he had stayed there for 48 days. As the situation calmed down and the Jinling City branch needed someone to manage it, he was also preparing to return. However, at this time, the Alliance found him and said they would take him to meet a senior. Who could it be? Qin Langming was surprised, both looking forward to and nervous about it, because those he could call seniors were basically high-ranking members of the Alliance. Regardless of their identity or cultivation level, they were all top-tier existences. Leader Qin, the elder has finished his cultivation and is waiting for you in the backyard. While he was pondering, a butler-like person called out, "All right, I'll go right away." Qin Langming quickly got up and followed the other person through the main building, passing by the rockery garden and the pond's lotus edge until they reached a bamboo forest. He finally saw the person. Just a glance, and he recognized the other party. Immediately, he clasped his hands in respect and said, "Jinling City Immortal Cultivation Branch, Qin Langming greets Elder Lu." No need for too much courtesy. Come and sit. In the center of the bamboo forest, a bamboo house stood tall, with a green stone tea table and purple wooden chairs in front. Though simple, the environment was elegant, the air fresh, surrounded by exotic flowers and plants, swaying gently in the breeze, bringing a sense of calm and peace. If one were to cultivate here, it would surely yield twice the result with half the effort. "Yes, senior." Upon hearing the other person's words, Qin Langming bowed again. He then tiptoed to the green stone tea table and sat down. Looking up, he saw that Senior Lu was about 70 years old, with a head full of white hair cascading down, most of it tied back and secured with a jade hairpin. Although his face was wrinkled, his eyes sparkled with vitality. He wore a blue ancient robe, exuding an ethereal aura, embodying the demeanor of a celestial being. Every movement he made showcased the elegance of a senior cultivator. Of course, he was indeed a senior, one of the high-ranking members of the Cultivation Alliance, a powerhouse at the 10th level of Qi training. It was said that his magical powers were profound enough to easily defeat a first-level martial artist. His background was also impressive, hailing from the martial god family in Lavushi, and he held a very high status. At the same time, he was the one who had tasked Qin Langming with inviting Chen Chen to join the Cultivation Alliance. Therefore, upon seeing Lu Fengxian, Qin Langming subtly guessed that it might still be related to Chen Chen. As expected, once he sat down, Lu Fengxian wasted no time and directly said, "You should have come into contact with Chen Chen in Jinling City. Tell me about his situation. The more detailed, the better." "Yes, Senior Lu. However, I must say that I personally have not seen him. It was an elder from the Branch Alliance. His name is Zhang Yuhua." He did not hold back, recounting everything he knew. "This Chen Chen is somewhat strange. Clearly, he has a talent for cultivation, but his physical quality is very strong. In just a few days, he is comparable to a first-level beginner martial artist. I suspect his talent has effects we are unaware of," Qin Langming said softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Fengxian did not respond, only showing a contemplative expression. Minutes later, he finally spoke softly. "You know the reason for the incident in the Utopia, right?" "Yes, I know a little. It seems to be related to talent." "Yes, that's right. Logically speaking, since Chen Chen has a talent level, Utopia would not let him go. But news came yesterday. Chen Chen is fine, still in Jinling City, and he has established a Changsheng group, hiring martial artists and cultivators on a large scale. That would be one thing, just small-time antics, not worth mentioning. But the key lies in his strength." "Strength?" Qin Langming was astonished. It had only been a little over a month. How could his strength change? "His strength has already reached the master level." "What? Master? Senior Lu, where did you get this news?" "Chen Chen has a talent for cultivation, and with strength, he should be at the Qi training level. How could he possibly be at the martial arts level?" Qin Langming was utterly shocked, unable to help but stand up in disbelief. The news that came through is reliable. It has been verified from multiple sources. And what I just mentioned is only one part of it. There is also. Lu Fengxian did not pay attention to Qin Langming's actions but continued speaking. However, the content of his words made Qin Langming find it even harder to believe. Suspected of annihilating the Pan and Jia families? Do you know the prominent Su family? Openly exposing master-level vitality? Suspected to be related to the disappearance of the Grand Master Li Qinyan? This Is this really that Chen Chen? Qin Langming was dumbfounded, horrified. From the information, it indeed appears to be the Chen Chen with awakened talent. Only his strength is somewhat peculiar. Because of this, the cabinet has been alarmed. Some members have issued orders to urgently establish a special investigation team, led by 2 Grand Masters of extreme intent, to conduct an in-depth investigation into this Chen Chen. Let's see what exactly is going on. The cabinet, the central institution of the Summer Nation, the core department of the entire country. There are a total of 9 members seated, each a martial saint-level powerhouse. Their words are the highest level of command. Special investigation team? So this Chen Chen has completely entered the national spotlight? Qin Langming took a long time to accept this news. About that. Lu Fengxian nodded. But the next moment, he spoke again. However, I am also very curious about this matter. I plan to return to Luhu City tonight to see this Chen Chen with my own eyes. It was more than just curiosity. He was practically itching to go. Originally, he wanted Chen Chen to join the Immortal Cultivation Alliance and then bring him to Yanjing to see if he could leverage the other's talent to advance the cultivation system further. But subsequent events had caused the plan to be repeatedly postponed. Now, it was good. The talented Chen Chen in cultivation had actually reached the master realm in martial arts. In just 2 months. How exaggerated was that? If it were true, how did he achieve it? And what about his cultivation realm? Had he given up? Or had he already broken through to the 10th level of qi refining? Lu Fengxian wanted to personally uncover all these mysteries. Returning to Luhu City tonight? Can I accompany you, senior? Qin Langming asked. I called you here with that intention. After all, you are the leader of the Jinling City branch. You are most familiar with that place. You will lead the way then. Lu Fengxian nodded. All right, Senior Lu, don't worry. Once we reach Jinling City, I will definitely find Chen Chen at the first opportunity and bring him to see you. Freedom City, the doctor, and Kawada Hanjo. Freedom City, the doctor, and Kawada Hanjo in the wilderness, deep into a dangerous area. In a valley, there stood majestic city walls, square-shaped, about half the size of Jinling City. Inside, there were numerous buildings, densely packed but also very dilapidated, resembling an old district from decades ago. The streets were bustling with people, lively and vibrant. Vendors shouted continuously, filled with the aroma of street food. And here was Freedom City, one of the 3 gathering places of the ideal land. At this moment, inside the inner city, on the 6th underground level, in a laboratory, a man in a white coat, wearing a blue mask and medical gloves, was meticulously dissecting the corpse of a fierce beast in front of him using various tools. He then removed the internal organs such as the heart, liver, spleen, and kidneys, placing them into nearby jars for later experiments. After a moment, the dissection was complete. As he took off his gloves, he said in a deep voice, "Put the items in the sterile room." Yes, an assistant behind him immediately complied. Once everything was done, the man left the laboratory, passed through the sterilization room, changed his clothes, and took the elevator to the ground floor. "Doctor, they are all waiting for you." This man was none other than the most special existence within the ideal land, the doctor. In his 40s, he had an ordinary appearance, wearing black-framed glasses, with a face full of weariness and graying hair. His vitality seemed somewhat weak, at most at the 3rd level. But as he walked along, everyone who saw him showed utmost respect and admiration from the depths of their hearts. This included many 5th-level martial masters and 6th-level grandmasters. "Uncle Doctor, you're here." Upon entering a certain living room, a clear and cold voice rang out. A rare smile appeared on the doctor's otherwise expressionless face as he called out to the approaching woman, Xiao Yuling. "Aren't you supposed to be cultivating? Why did you come out?" This woman was none other than Zhou Yuling, who had been frightened out of her wits by Chen Chen and had run back to Freedom City alone. I have already broken through to the master level," Zhou Yuling said joyfully. You broke through to the master level? That's great news. Then I must congratulate you," the doctor said with a smile. "Good. After you're done with your business, please treat me to a big meal." "No problem, you little foodie. By the way, what about the martial will? Any leads?" "A bit, but not much. No rush, take your time. The martial will isn't something that can be easily comprehended." Hearing the doctor's words, Zhou Yuling couldn't help but fall silent. The scene of Chen Chen casually slaughtering the butcher at the stronghold in the northern district of Jinling City was still vivid in her mind. That terrifying martial intent could affect her even from hundreds of meters away. After reporting back, some strong individuals analyzed that Chen Chen's martial intent realm probably reached at least great success. In other words, if Zhou Yuling didn't comprehend the martial intent to great success, she simply wouldn't be qualified to face Chen Chen. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, it's fine. Hee, suddenly feeling down, and you say it's nothing? Are you thinking about Chun Chen? Why be discouraged? Chen Chen is a top talent, but you're not bad either. You're a top talent, the first goddess of our ideal land. As long as you work hard in your cultivation, you will definitely surpass him. But what if I can't surpass him? Zhou Yuling asked softly. Can't surpass him? Then just kill him, refine him into top talent liquid, and take it yourself. Wouldn't that be surpassing him? But his strength. Don't worry, I'll handle it. The doctor smiled and comforted her. Soon, the two arrived at a larger room. There were already people waiting there. They had 5 teams, each dressed differently. The most eye-catching were the 3 on the far left. They were short, wearing cherry blossom outfits, with samurai swords at their waists, all men. The leader was very strong, a grandmaster of extreme intent. Upon seeing the doctor, his eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up, bowing at a 90-degree angle, and in pure summer country language, he called out, from Cherry Blossom Country, Kawada Hanjo, greetings to the doctor. The other 4 teams were somewhat hidden. Although their clothes were different, their appearances were concealed with masks, veils, hoods, and so on. Clearly, they did not want to reveal their identities. Doctor. Greetings, doctor. However, they were not lacking in politeness and echoed the call. Everyone, please take a seat. The doctor nodded slightly, signaling everyone to sit down. He then took his place at the main seat, with Zhou Yuling sitting closely behind him. Kawada-kun, long time no see. The doctor said with a faint smile, looking at Kawada Hanjo. It has indeed been a long time. It's been almost 10 years since we last parted. It was thanks to your help back then that our cherry blossom country was able to overcome numerous difficulties and persist until now. So this time, I come representing His Majesty the Emperor, to express the most sincere respect to the doctor. Saying this, he stood up again and bowed to the doctor. No need for that. It's just a transaction. You come and go. The ideal land was originally a terrorist organization, with no so-called justice, only interests. Just like 10 years ago, when Cherry Blossom Country faced a 9th-tier ferocious beast primarily using toxins. Although they successfully killed it, the toxic fog spread across the entire Cherry Blossom Island, resulting in tens of thousands of casualties in less than 2 days. The toxicity was so strong that even grandmasters couldn't withstand it. The country was on the brink of destruction. The Emperor Martial God ordered Kawada Hanjo to lead a team to find this doctor, who specialized in researching potions, paying an unimaginable price to concoct an antidote. And it was this antidote that brought Cherry Blossom Country back from the brink, preventing its disappearance. No, the doctor is forever our savior in Cherry Blossom Country. The ideal land is also our most important ally. Any needs you have, we will unconditionally fulfill. Kawada Hanjo said solemnly. Good. I remember. The doctor smiled and nodded, but whether he believed it or not was another matter. Ahem. Everyone, I understand your intentions. I won't beat around the bush, let's get straight to the point. The talent essence is not abundant. I can only give you a drop. After clearing his throat a couple of times, the doctor got down to business. A drop? That's too little. We want 10 drops, said a man wearing a black mask. His strength was not concealed, exuding the aura of a grandmaster. His speech was also very authentic, undoubtedly a person from the Summer Kingdom. The doctor had anticipated this. Once the talent essence was exposed, it would surely attract the attention of the state and various major forces. The former would definitely be a crackdown, while the latter would primarily focus on trade. However, he did not expect that just over a month later, someone could not sit still and, disregarding the dangers, came to Freedom City through numerous channels and checkpoints. That's right, 1 drop is too little. It's simply not enough. Doctor, how about 8 drops? The other 3 teams chimed in, but the doctor merely shook his head slightly, not budging. 1 drop. Only 1 drop. It's not that I don't want to give more, but there's only this much. You should also consider, how could such a divine object be plentiful? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Really? Someone asked. I have no reason to lie to you, the doctor replied solemnly. Alright, so how do we trade? The trade is quite simple. I have a list here, gather 80% of the resources on it, and you can exchange for that drop of talent essence. He picked up the prepared document beside him and had Zhou Yuling pass it to everyone. He then continued, this is one way to trade. The other way is cooperation. Cooperate with our ideal land and become allies. Allies? Then I might as well trade for resources. What kind of cooperation are we talking about? I can't make that decision. I need to go back and ask. Some people refused, while others were tempted. The doctor paid no mind and continued, additionally, our ideal land has a special task. If you complete it, you can directly receive 3 drops of talent essence. What? 3 drops? What task? Is it true? Of course it's true. It's to capture Chen Chen alive and bring him to Freedom City. Chen Chen? The one who awakened his talent level recently? Yes. Alright, I understand. Chen Chen, level cultivation talent? Level talent essence? Your ideal land's ambition is quite grand. Hee hee, if it weren't grand, how could we create our own ideal home? Soon, everyone left, including the team from Sakura Country led by Chuan Tian. They were also interested in the talent essence but did not mention what they would use to trade. What a clever move to use someone as bait. 3 drops of essence, and so many grandmasters are going to capture Chen Chen for us. I suppose this time, he can't escape his fate? Zhou Yuling spoke up. Hard to say. The matter of the talent essence has already been exposed. The state knows its purpose. Some of the higher-ups are not as upright as they seem. The doctor's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke lightly. Uncle Doctor means that their higher-ups will also send people to capture Chen Chen? Zhou Yuling was surprised. Is it capture? Or an invitation? Who knows? After all, that's a level talent. Who wouldn't think it's a waste to leave it unused? Being able to endure for so long, they must be close to their limit. Of course, there's another possibility. That is to use Chen Chen as bait, luring our ideal land people into a trap. As for the specifics, we'll know by watching Chuan Tian and their actions, the doctor said mysteriously. Longteng Group, reporting to the Heavenly Punishment Department? Longteng Group, reporting to the Heavenly Punishment Department? Jinling City, noon. At the entrance of the Changsheng Group building, a group of martial artists was arguing loudly. Leading them were several 5th-tier martial masters. Call out the chairman of Changsheng Group. What does he think he is? What right does he have to occupy the assets of my Longting Group? Today, if there's no explanation, I won't hold back. At the front, a middle-aged man shouted angrily. He was Long Shijin, the former chairman of the Longting Group. Previously, to avoid the Ideal Land incident, he had taken the core members of the group and hidden in a bunker. It was only now, after confirming their safety, that they finally emerged. But unexpectedly, when they arrived at the Longting building, they found that it had long since changed hands. It was occupied by the so-called Changsheng Group, and the Longting Group was nowhere to be found, including the Pan, Jia, Li families, and the Yufeng Group, all of which had vanished. In the entire Jinling city, only the Changsheng Group remained dominant. This discovery left Long Shijin and the others both shocked and delighted. Shocked that the other 4 forces had actually been wiped out? Delighted, of course, that they had the foresight to hide away and preserve their strength. Although their industries were gone upon their return, Long Shijin was not worried at all. Industries? Anyone who dares to touch the Longting Group's industries will have to pay back 10-fold, 100-fold. With such thoughts, the group made their way to the Changsheng Group. Their arrogance was palpable, and they were filled with indignation. Who are you? This is the Changsheng Group, not a place for you to cause trouble. A crowd had gathered at the entrance of the building, mostly onlookers. Fortunately, within just 2 minutes, individuals dressed in group uniforms from the armed department appeared. They were led by a martial artist, with 4 others who were top-tier 4th-level martial artists. A martial artist? Upon seeing the newcomers, Long Shijin narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected that anyone from the Changsheng Group would be a martial artist. This surprised him somewhat, but deep down, he remained unperturbed. Martial artists? They had 7 on their side. Not only that, Long Shijin slightly turned his head, and behind him was an elderly man in his 50s, expressionless and composed. He was Long Yishuan, the backbone of the Longtung Group, its strongest asset, a 6th-level master, and also Long Shijin's father. With him present, Long Shijin's emotions calmed instantly, filled with confidence. His expression then darkened as he shouted at the armed department personnel, "Who are we? Ha! You've invaded our group's industries and seized our resources. And you still dare to ask who we are? Simply arrogant, utterly lawless. Now, immediately, get your group leader out here. Otherwise, we'll go in and find him." As he spoke, the blood surged, and their momentum grew stronger. The martial artists behind him also wore expressions of rage, channeling their energy as they shouted, "That's right. Get your group leader out here. This is outrageous. Our Longting Group was merely away for a while, and you dare to directly occupy our industries. Is there no law? If we don't get an explanation today, it won't end here." Ignoring the armed department's obstruction, Long Shijin led his people into the first-floor hall. However, as soon as they entered, everyone stopped in their tracks, their expressions changing. Ahead, at the elevator entrance, more personnel from the Changsheng Group and the armed department arrived for reinforcement. Leading them were 2 individuals, Wan Hu and Wu Tianxi. The former was the acting head of the armed department appointed by Qin Chen, a 6th-level master. The latter had only joined the Changsheng Group in the past 2 days as a master. Behind them were more than 10 others, all 5th-level martial artists. As they appeared, their momentum instantly overshadowed Long Shijin and the others, plunging the hall into silence. I want to know, who dares to cause trouble in my Changshan group? One who, muscular and robust as an ox, with swirling blood energy, approached with a bald head, looking fierce and menacing. With each step, his presence grew stronger, frightening Long Shijin, whose face turned pale, legs trembling, eyes filled with terror. This Changshan group, how can there be two masters? Before the incident in Jinling City, the trump card of the 5 major forces was just one master. Even on the surface, the one in charge was still a 5th-tier martial artist. Because of this, after Long Shijin and the others returned, they took it for granted that the Changshan group should be similar. They thought they were just lucky to have picked up a big bargain while the others were away. But who would have thought that this was just the beginning, and the other side would directly reveal 2 masters? The situation instantly reversed. We are the Longtung group of Jinling City. With the appearance of the masters, Long Yishuan, as the trump card, did not dare to act arrogantly. He immediately wore a serious expression, standing in front of everyone to block the overwhelming pressure coming at them. Longtang group? What Longtang group? I don't know it. Get lost, don't cause trouble here. Otherwise, I'll kill you with one punch. One who certainly knew about the Longtang group, but that was already in the past. Now, the strongest in Jinling City was the Changshan group. Therefore, one who did not give him a good face and disdainfully shouted, "You!" Long Yishuan found himself in a difficult position. He was both shocked and angry. Looking at the robust Wan Hu and the young man beside him, Wu Tianxi, he felt that he definitely couldn't win in a fight. But if he retreated like this, how would the Longtung group survive in Jinling City? Thinking of this, Long Yishuan gritted his teeth and said darkly, "Alright, very good. What a Changshan group. You all wait for me. The assets of my Longtung group are not so easy to take. Let's go." With a wave of his hand, he quickly led Long Shijing and the others away, leaving behind Wan Hu, who wore an indifferent expression. "Wan Minister, are we just letting them go like this?" Wu Tianxi spoke up beside him. "What else can we do? Can we kill them?" Recently, the Heavenly Punishment Division and the City Lord's Mansion have been watching us closely. They come to check on us from time to time. Wan Hu said in a deep voice. "What about the chairman?" "Chairman? I heard from Manager Yang that he seems to be in seclusion. He's in the conference hall upstairs. I estimate that once he finishes his training, he will summon you masters who just joined the group for a meeting." "Is that so?" Hearing Wan Hu's words, Wu Tianxi's expression was natural, but as he lowered his head, his eyes flickered slightly, as if he had some thoughts. Outside on the street, the retreating Long Shijin and the others fell into silence. After an unknown amount of time, he finally spoke up, "Dad, what should we do next?" Yes, what should they do next? The assets were gone, the group was gone, and even the luxurious high-rise was gone. Now they were truly at a dead end, without a place to stay. It should be known that they were all strong individuals. Previously, they could command the winds and rains in Jinling City, being the high-level controllers who could cover the sky with one hand. Yet now, in just over a month, they had fallen to such a state. No one could accept this. This breath was even harder to swallow. Changshan Group. Looking back at the dozens of floors of the building, Long Yishuan's face darkened as he said gloomily, "Let's go to the Heavenly Punishment Division. Let's ask the Heavenly Punishment Division to uphold justice for us." That's right, our Longting Group's assets were robbed, involving many martial artists. They have the right to manage this. Let's go. I am very familiar with Director Zhang Lijun of the Heavenly Punishment Division. Strength refresh. Strength refresh. Changshan Group. In the conference hall, Qin Chen's chi training and body refining had all reached their limits. He did not hesitate and immediately began to break through his realm. The first to start was the chi training. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the Dantian, the deep blue ocean of magical power began to boil, stirring up waves and slowly rotating. Its speed became faster and more turbulent, until it formed a tornado shape, revealing a large blank area at the bottom. Drip! In such a situation, the second compression proceeded smoothly. A drop of black liquid appeared first. It was similar to the previous one. This was a new type of magical liquid, with quality, purity, and density far exceeding that of a 6th-layer chi practitioner. At the same time, with the beginning established, the second, third, and fourth drops followed in quick succession. Time passed. In a moment, the compression was already complete. At this moment, within Chen Chen's Dantian, the originally filled deep blue magical energy transformed into black, and its quantity decreased, resembling a small stream. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen's face lit up with joy as he murmured, "I've finally reached the 7th layer of chi." The second compression, the magical liquid appears black. Capacity, quality, and density have increased again. He extended his right hand, magical energy swirling, pointing towards the window. In an instant, a white beam streaked across the sky hundreds of meters away. Very good. The combat power has greatly increased, probably more than 10 times that of a 6th-layer chi practitioner. If faced with a grandmaster, no matter how many come, they will all die, Chen Chen said calmly. Then, with a thought, his blood began to boil. 8 veins refined to their limits instantly connected, his body became complete, and the qi and blood gathered, starting to surge. Boom! A roaring sound erupted from his entire body, as if a volcano had erupted. Blood flames involuntarily burst forth, swirling around him. Layers of momentum spread out, forming ripples, several times stronger than before. If Wan Hu and the others faced this again, it would likely not just be a matter of trembling, but they would be unable to stand and would be instantly suppressed. However, it was fortunate that this process came quickly and left just as fast. Grandmaster, with the perfected martial intent. I should be the strongest existence below the martial saint. Even against the martial saint, whether I can win or not, I can only find out by trying. The breakthrough ended. Chen Chen felt refreshed, experiencing an unprecedented strength. He couldn't help but walk to the window, overlooking Jinling City, and said lightly, "Buzz buzz buzz." Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Su Yulu. "What's wrong?" Chen Chen asked directly after answering. "Chen Chen, it seems your matter has been exposed." One sentence made Chen Chen's brows furrow slightly. "Exposed? Which aspect are you referring to?" "It's about your strength. I received news that a special investigation team from Yanjing has come to conduct a thorough investigation on you. Not only that, many forces are also interested in you, so you need to be careful." Su Yulu's tone was somewhat serious, tinged with concern. "Special investigation team? Are they very strong?" Chen Chen asked. "Yes, very strong. It is said that 2 extreme grandmasters are leading the team. By the way, there's also the Li family from Kunlun City, the family of Li Qingyan. They might also take action. After all, Li Qingyan has been missing for a long time." Su Yulu's information was indeed well informed. It seemed she knew everything, but at the same time, it relieved Chen Chen. Extreme grandmasters? Thankfully, it wasn't a martial god. "Okay, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Chen Chen pondered for a moment and called for Yang Yinin. "How's it going? In the past half-month, has the group had any issues?" "There haven't been any other problems for now, but, what's wrong?" "It's about the funds. According to what you said, I've been hiring martial artists and cultivators extensively. The lower tier ones don't cost much, but a 5th layer martial artist costs 15 million a year, and a 6th layer grandmaster costs 200 million. Now, besides Wan Hu, Tang Yunxiao, and Hu Jichuan, there are 4 more. With business expansion, resource acquisitions, and so on, the group's funds are running low." Yang Yinin said truthfully, worry etched on her face. Seeing this, Chen Chen spoke. "So how much do we have left to use?" "There are still 900 million. "Good, transfer me 500 million. "Ha, alright." Although surprised, Yang Yinin complied. In less than a moment, the money arrived. "If you want to make money, alchemy is the fastest way. And this time, let's make it bigger, to fully develop the group." The strength was exposed, attracting the attention of various forces. Even the state took action. To this, Chen Chen had long anticipated. After all, some of the things he did left traces. As long as someone investigates, they will definitely find a lot. The previous incident with Li Qingyan was a clue, so when he received the news from Su Yulu, he wasn't too shocked. Moreover, he wasn't planning to keep a low profile anymore. Since it was already exposed, he might as well stop pretending. He would take the stage directly and compete well with many opponents. But strength and influence, neither can be lacking. His strength was already sufficient. As long as the martial god and martial saint didn't show up, Chen Chen had nothing to worry about. However, with more and more opponents, if he didn't have any influence to handle small matters, it would drive Chen Chen crazy. Therefore, the Changsheng group must be supported. It had to be strongly supported to become a truly large force. Thinking of this, Chen Chen opened the martial arts mall and began to make purchases. Skin refining potion, formula, 2nd tier, official patent, 900,000 for usage rights. Buy. Red ginseng bone refining potion, formula, 3rd tier, official patent, 5 million for usage rights. Buy. Dragon removing bone refining potion, formula, 4th tier, official patent, 38 million for usage rights. Buy. Cultivation system, intermediate, advanced, top-level refining techniques, a total of 29 types, official patent, 1 million for usage rights. Buy. Cultivation system, 1st, 2nd, 3rd tier formation blueprints, a total of 58 sets, official patent, 3 million for usage rights. Buy. Your comprehension is extraordinary. After viewing numerous martial arts potions, you gain some insights. Your comprehension is extraordinary. After viewing numerous cultivation techniques and formations, you gain some insights. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Combining elixirs and martial arts potions, you modify the existing bone refining pill. increasing its effectiveness by 30%. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Combining elixirs and martial arts potions, you create the Zhang Refining Pill, Meridian Refining Pill, and Blood Exchange Pill. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Recalling the refining techniques, you create a more convenient spirit fire refining method. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Understanding all the refining processes, you streamline the core, eliminating redundant steps, creating the spirit fire essence forging method. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Understanding all formations, you modify them, creating the first tier beginner spirit gathering formation, second tier intermediate spirit gathering formation, third tier large spirit gathering formation, first tier illusion formation, and first tier defense formation. Blood nourishing pill, skin refining pill, bone refining pill, Zhang refining pill, meridian refining pill, blood exchange pill. 6 types of pills, suitable for martial arts from 1st to 7th tier, all without side effects, and their effectiveness is several times that of martial arts potions. Chen Shen believed that as long as these pills were launched, they would definitely ignite the entire potion market. The Changsheng group would also become famous nationwide. Of course, it was easy to say, but Chen Shen wasn't foolish enough to throw all these pills out at once. Besides the refining speed not keeping up, the noise was simply too great, making it not worth the loss. I can cultivate alchemists while gradually selling them, Chen Shen murmured. In the end, a panel appeared before Chen Shen, allowing him to understand the current information. Name, Chen Shen, Realm, Shi Refining Level 7, Second Compression, Black Magical Liquid, Grand Master Level 7, Blood Value 1. 3 million, Talent, Immortal Spirit Body, Level, Cultivation Method, All Laws Unite, 7th Layer 9th Level, Formless Visualization Method, Perfect, Spirit Fire Alchemy Method, 1st Layer 2nd Layer, Spirit Fire Refined Forging Method, 1st Layer 5th Layer, Martial Intent, Killing Intent, Perfect, Fist Intent, Perfect, Sword Intent, Perfect, Palm Intent, Perfect, Wind Control Intent, Perfect, Flame Intent, Perfect, Tiger Roar Intent, Perfect, Thunder Shock Intent, Perfect, Spells, All Things Furnace, Perfect, Fiery Dragon, Perfect, Thornbind Kill, Perfect, Ice Frost Rain, Perfect, Meteor Fall, Perfect, Heavenly Thunder Burn, Perfect, Raging Wave Slash, Perfect, Martial Skills, Fierce Tiger Form Intent Fist, Perfect, Heavenly Cloud Hand, Perfect, Ascending Cloud 9 Steps, Perfect, Dragon Slaying Blade Technique, Perfect, Dragon Elephant Great Strength Diamond Hand, Perfect, Formation, Beginner Spirit Gathering Formation, 1st level, Intermediate Spirit Gathering Formation, 2nd level, Large Spirit Gathering Formation, 3rd level, Talismans, Fireball Talisman, 1st level, Explosive Talisman, 1st level, Flash Talisman, 1st level, Elixirs, Blood Vitality Pill, 1st level, Skin Refining Pill, 1st level, Bone Refining Pill, 1st level, Racial Abilities, Unlock 6 Heaven-Defying Insight, Devouring Heaven and Earth. 2 new cultivation methods, Spirit Fire Alchemy Method, Spirit Fire Refined Forging Method. There are also level divisions. The first level can refine all elixirs usable within the Qi refining realm. The second level is for the Foundation Establishment realm. Thus, the skin refining and organ refining pills have been changed to first level elixirs. There is also the forging method. The first level can forge low-grade spirit tools, the second level medium-grade spirit tools, the third level high-grade spirit tools, and the fourth level supreme-grade spirit tools. The fifth level is for magical treasures. However, this is just a concept. The specifics will only be known after actual forging. Finally, half a month has passed, and the racial unlock has also reached 6. I believe it won't be long before the third ability is born. Refining elixirs, Wu Tianqi refining elixirs, Wu Tianqi Day. Chairman, everything has been brought. Several people entered the conference hall. Yang Yinin led the way, carrying several boxes. These are the medicinal materials Chen Chen instructed her to purchase. How much did it cost? Chen Chen asked curiously. 300 million. Almost everything that can be purchased in Jinling City has been collected. You also know, the market for cultivation elixirs is ordinary, and sales are not high, so there aren't many who grow medicinal materials, most are collected from the wild. Yang Yinin replied. Then we can collect some seeds and let the group grow them ourselves, or cooperate with those medicinal material merchants to increase their planting volume. I was just thinking the same. It's just that the group's funds are insufficient, and we can't proceed. Don't worry, it will be enough soon. Yang Yinin and the others left. Chen Chen also didn't waste time, opening the boxes and laying the medicinal materials on the ground. Then he activated his magical power, using the Spirit Fire Alchemy method to start crazily refining elixirs. Blood Vitality Pill, Skin Refining Pill, Bone Refining Pill, Organ Refining Pill. The first 3 are relatively common, suitable for martial artists below the 4th level, with 50,000 of each refined. The organ refining pill is for martial masters, with 20,000 refined, which can assist in organ refining, increasing safety and cultivation speed. Refining these items, even with Chen Chen's strength, took a day and a night. According to what I just said, blood vitality pill 5,000 each, skin refining pill 20,000 each, bone refining pill 150,000 each, organ refining pill 800,000 each. Some will be listed in the martial arts mall. Some will be sold in offline stores. Chen Chen said. Okay, Chairman, but with this, each area should at least open 3 stores, and a city should have at least 15. Looking at so many elixirs, Yang Yinyin was also extremely excited, because as soon as sales begin, the group's financial issues will be easily resolved. We need to open more stores to increase the group's prestige. We should even expand to other cities and base cities. That will cost quite a bit. Just the stores alone will require tens of billions. No problem, spend as needed. And we must quickly establish rules and a reward-punishment system to formalize the group, so that the many hired warriors won't dare to act recklessly and will even be willing to give their lives. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Without a system, there can be no structure. The larger the group, the more problems arise. Rewards and punishments must be clear. Yes, Chairman. Yang Yinyin also found this reasonable and nodded. How many cultivators have been hired? About 189. What are their levels? The level differences are significant. Most just awakened this year and haven't even reached the first level of Qi training. A small portion has reached the second and third levels, and the strongest is at the 5th level of Qi training. Where will you assign the alchemy department? In the original Li building, it's quite vacant there, and I think all 4 alchemy departments can be placed there, Yang Yinyin said. Alright, let all the cultivators go there. Then send 2 masters to protect them. After all, the subsequent alchemy will rely on this group. Does the chairman mean to teach them alchemy? That's inevitable. I can't do it all myself every time, can I? That's true, I'll arrange it right away. Good. I'll go over in advance. Chen Chen planned to cultivate a group of cultivators. Those with good talent would focus solely on cultivation and breaking through levels. Those with poor talent would learn alchemy and weapon crafting for mass production to replenish the group's stock of medicinal pills. Or we could simply establish a small faction. Name it the Longevity Sect? Then just copy the sect's model. Those willing to join will be treated as our own. Those unwilling will be treated as laborers? Feasible. Chen Chen murmured. He intended to do just that, but suddenly, he looked up towards the door of the conference hall. There were faint footsteps approaching, very clear, it should be one person. Sneaking around, who could it be? The footsteps grew closer. Accompanied by 2 bang-bang sounds, the 4th-level warrior stationed at the door fell silently to the ground. Then the visitor made no attempt to hide. They naturally pushed the door open and entered. Chen Chen, chairman of the Longevity Group? So you really are here. The newcomer was a young man. He looked quite ordinary, dressed in the group's uniform, specifically from the armed department. He held a dagger in his right hand, exuding the aura of a master, and slowly walked towards Chen Chen. If one who were here at this moment, he would surely be very surprised, because this man was someone he recognized, the master Wu Tianxi, who had been hired a few days ago. He didn't expect him to come here alone in this manner, and from the indifferent look in his eyes, it was clear his intentions were not simple. Who are you? From the group's armed department? A newly hired master? Chen Chen asked calmly, merely curious. Yes, I just joined your group 3 days ago. I thought I would see you right away. Instead, I ended up waiting for 3 days for nothing. Why was it for nothing? Chen Chen asked in surprise. Because they told me you were cultivating in the conference hall upstairs. How should I put it? I have a habit of not trusting strangers' words, so I foolishly waited for 3 days, hoping to run into you. Oh, so why did you suddenly come up? Sigh, I didn't want to, but the longer I waited, the more likely an accident could happen. So just in case, I came up to take a look. Guess what? You really are here, one who didn't lie to me. Wu Tianxi appeared relaxed, a smile on his face. He strolled leisurely towards Chen Chen. And then? Chen Chen looked at him and replied. And then? Of course, I will incapacitate you and take you back for severe interrogation to find out what's going on. Why is it that the awakened talent is for cultivating immortality, yet you can practice martial arts? Why? The more he spoke, the stronger the aura around Wu Tianxi became. Blood flames surged, swirling and rising like a pillar of blood. Unexpectedly, this guy was not a master at all, but a Grand Master hiding his true strength. Grand Master? Blood value between 900,000, having exchanged blood twice? Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Chen Chen remained motionless, murmuring to himself. Seeing this, Wu Tianxi narrowed his eyes. the words he was about to say were forcibly interrupted. A sense of unease was creeping over him. He had encountered many masters before, but no matter who they were, even some talented masters, they were insignificant in the face of absolute strength. With his Grand Master level and a blood value of 970,000, he could suppress any master. Yet, Chen Shen seemed unfazed, as if a gentle breeze was brushing against him, unworthy of mention. Even more absurdly, the other party was swimming against the current, walking towards him. What's going on? Isn't Chen Chen a master? Why? Wu Tianqi's expression changed slightly. His steps involuntarily halted. The dagger in his right hand tightened. He stared at Chen Chen in shock. As they drew closer, the feeling of unease grew heavier, even causing his heart to race, the Grand Master's sense of crisis sounding alarms. Either fight desperately or flee quickly. Otherwise, death was certain. How is this possible? How can this be? Isn't he a master? No, wait, his blood value is rising. When he first entered, he indeed sensed that Chen Chen was just a master, consistent with the information he had, no problem. But now, as he approached, Chen Chen's blood value was rapidly climbing. 100,000, 800,000, 900,000, and still rising. At this moment, Wu Tianqi's face showed terror, his heart filled with dread. It turned out that not only had he perfected his strength, but the other party had also concealed theirs. This Chen Chen was not a master at all, but a Grand Master. You've actually reached the Grand Master level? How did you do it? Is the talent you awakened really for cultivating immortality? Are you really that Chen Chen? The talent for cultivating immortality, breaking through to the master level in just a month or two, was already a tall tale, extremely absurd. But what was even more absurd now was that Chen Chen was not a master. He was a Grand Master. Faced with such a truth, Wu Tianqi's face was filled with shock. His heart was stirred by tumultuous waves, unable to calm down for a long time. However, this was not the end. When Chen Chen approached, just 2 meters away from him, a more terrifying and despair-inducing power enveloped him. In that instant, Wu Tianqi stood frozen, his eyes dazed, his mind blank. Then, his pupils constricted, and his whole body trembled. The shock he felt could no longer be described in words. He could only instinctively open his mouth, stammering in fear, This is martial intent? This is the will of martial arts? Is it the will of martial arts that has reached minor success or above? Are you the ultimate Grand Master? Low-grade spiritual weapon, pseudo-spiritual stone? Low-grade spiritual weapon, pseudo-spiritual stone? Martial arts level 7, Grand Master. Even across the entire world, he was at the top. Those who could break through were all far beyond ordinary people in terms of luck, resources, connections, talent, and so on. Among them, the ultimate Grand Master was even rarer, with extremely strict requirements for comprehension. To reach that level, saying it was 1 in 1,000 would not be an exaggeration. Each of them is invincible in the same realm, the trump card of many great powers, the core strength. Below the martial saint, they are the strongest existence. And now, Chen Chen is the Grand Master of extreme intent. Not only that, the standard for a Grand Master's vitality is 1.5 million. Martial artists with high talent and strong backgrounds can break through limits through various resources, reaching 7 million or 8 million. When it comes to the Grand Master, the vitality standard is 6.5 million. The gap between the two is significant, because a Grand Master no longer refines the body but instead undergoes blood replacement. The first successful blood replacement increases vitality by 1 million. The second increases it by 2 million. The third increases it by 3 million. And so on. The further you go, the harder it becomes. Most Grand Masters of extreme intent reach the 6th replacement, and once their martial intent realm meets the standard, they can attempt to break through to martial saint. However, for prodigies, this is far from enough. They will continue to undergo blood replacement 7 times, 8 times, 9 times. There is documented evidence that the third-level talent in history underwent blood replacement 9 times, reaching the limit, with a vitality value as high as 5.8 million, chasing after the martial saint to kill. So how many times can I undergo blood replacement? Chen Chen said softly. He then looked down. Wu Tianqi stood frozen in place, his face twisted in fear. His eyes were wide open, bulging, looking somewhat terrifying. And most importantly, at this moment, he had already stopped breathing, his consciousness extinguished. He was dead. Overwhelmed by Chen Chen's killing intent, he died on the spot, without even a chance to ask a question. Forget it. It's probably some force sent to test me, Chen Chen said nonchalantly. His mana operated, his right hand reached out in a grabbing posture, and the furnace of all things manifested, instantly devouring Wu Tianqi for recycling. To be honest, the energy was considerable, equivalent to 2 6th-tier ferocious beasts. Martial Dao, cultivating vitality. The higher the realm, the more energy it naturally contains. So theoretically, devouring martial artists is no different from devouring ferocious beasts. That said, Shinshen only intended to do this to enemies. He wouldn't act recklessly towards bystanders who hadn't provoked him. After all, no matter what, there must be a bottom line in being human. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. Chairman. The commotion caused by the Grand Master naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the group. Led by Wanhu, many martial artists rushed over. However, upon seeing Shinshen standing alone, they couldn't help but be stunned, their faces showing astonishment. Chairman, didn't a Grand Master just come? Wanhu scratched his bald head, uncertain. Yes, a Grand Master did come, but then left. Shinshen returned to his Grand Master state, smiling at everyone. Ha, left? What's going on? Came and then left? Wanhu was baffled, speaking oddly. Yes, left. So there's nothing going on here, you don't need to worry. Alright, then shall we leave? Yes. Since the chairman said so, Wanhu didn't ask further and quickly led the others away. However, Yang Yinin, who was behind, stayed back and asked worriedly, Chairman, is everything really fine? It's fine. Everything is as usual. Let Wanhu and the others handle what can be suppressed. If not, inform me again. Okay. Yang Yinin nodded. By the way, how is my mother? Aunt is safe and sound. As you mentioned before, I hired that nurse named Li Jingjing to take care of her. Good. But just in case, I will take her to the Changsheng sect and use formations to protect her. Ha? Changsheng sect? Li's building? Yes, I plan to unify the 4 sects of cultivation and change it to Changsheng sect, developing it in the form of a sect. However, the name and the group will remain unchanged. Let's wait and see how things develop before deciding whether to separate or merge. Okay, and safety is still very important. I have also sent many martial artists to protect the area around the villa. Yang Yini nodded. Leaving the group, Shinshen returned to the villa, taking the hidden meteorite, the talent liquid, as well as his mother and Li Jingjing, all with him. He moved to the Li Corporation building. This place had been integrated by the group and already bore the plaque of the Changsheng group. There were various staff members and numerous martial artists guarding it. Sister Jing, it might be a bit unsettled for a while, so try to stay here. Don't run around. I will arrange all the food and drinks for you, including various entertainment facilities. Everything is complete. On the 32nd floor of the building, Shinshen planned to have his mother stay here, under the care of Li Jingjing. After the last incident, she had not returned to work at the hospital. Until Shinshen took over the group, thinking that his mother had no one to take care of her, he had Yang Yinin send someone to find her. Don't worry, I won't run around. Compared to her time at the hospital, Li Jingjing's attitude was somewhat tense and reserved. Perhaps it was the change brought by her identity. Shinshen could only nod slightly in response. After explaining some details, he turned to leave. However, such rudimentary security measures were definitely not enough. A formation was needed, and setting up a formation required items containing spiritual power, otherwise, it could not operate continuously. Items with spiritual power? Spirit stones? Solidified ores produced from extremely rich spiritual energy? Shinshen had some understanding of this information, but he had never seen them, and the martial arts mall did not have them either. Perhaps I can try to refine them myself? He took out the meteorite he had picked up in the wild and murmured. He had experimented before. This meteorite was special and could withstand the erosion of magical and spiritual energy. If refined into a spiritual tool, it could greatly enhance the power of spells. Since that was the case, what about refining it into a pseudo-spirit stone? Let's try it. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. With magical energy rising, the furnace appeared. But without the enhancement of devouring the heavens and earth, it was merely a large furnace condensed from fire-type magical energy, mimicking a forging furnace. He then threw the meteorite in, using spiritual fire to melt, temper, forge, and shape it. After a moment, a silver long sword appeared in Shinshen's hand. This was a basic low-grade spiritual tool without any formation engravings. It was 5 meters long, with a smooth blade that could cut through iron like mud and was as hard as steel. It could withstand magical impacts and amplify the power of sword-related spells. This was Shinshen's first sword. Pretty good. Now I have a weapon. Shall I name it Silver Sword? Forget it, let's call it Meteorite Sword, Shinshen said. He then set it aside, threw in more meteorite, and continued refining. This time, he was refining a pseudo-spirit stone. He melted the meteorite and shaped it into an oval the size of an egg, hollowing out the inside and using several points for support to set up a small gathering spirit formation. He also established a few points outside to arrange a semi-defective binding spirit formation. Finally, he actively activated it with magical energy, allowing the internal gathering spirit formation to operate. While continuously absorbing spiritual energy, it was also trapped by the defective binding spirit formation, existing in a state of half dissipation and half preservation. This way, it could be used as the eye of the formation without needing to actively infuse magical energy. Zhao Yin, flying with a sword. Zhao Yin, flying with a sword. Additional update. In the following time, Qinshen melted all the meteorites and, using the same method, refined 35 pseudo-spirit stones. After finishing, he used 6 of them as the eyes of the formation and set up an illusion formation on the 32nd floor. Only then did Qinshen feel at ease to leave. On the 25th floor of the building, all the cultivators hired by the group had come here. A total of 189 people. This is part of the group. It is called Chongqing Sect, managed by sect rules. Now you have 2 choices. 1. Cooperation. Sign a contract, teach you alchemy techniques, and pay you a salary for work. 2. Join the sect. Completely join the sect, and based on your talent level, enjoy various training. For example, if you have a single spiritual root, you won't need to work, and will be taught cultivation methods, various spells, and resources for free. Just focus on your cultivation. But there is one very important point. After joining the sect, you must not betray it. You must accept the sect's arrangements and control. Qinshen stood at the front. His aura was retracted, appearing like an ordinary person as he spoke. The content of his words surprised everyone. They couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Cooperation? Joining the sect? Cooperation sounds better. You do as much work as the salary you get. Yeah, that's right. I feel like this joining the sect is just a way to recruit free labor. Ha, I thought the same. Not necessarily, right? He did say that if you have a single spiritual root, you don't have to do anything, just focus on cultivation. Ha, you also said it requires a single spiritual root talent. What about you? Well, I have it, a fire spiritual root. Cooperation has its benefits. You can come and go freely, earn a salary for work, without too many complications. Joining the sect has its advantages too, enjoying training and the protection of a powerful force. It all depends on how you choose. I choose cooperation. I'll choose to join the sect. The voices of the crowd grew louder and more chaotic. Qinshen frowned slightly, a hint of pressure enveloping the area, and it instantly fell silent. No matter what choice you make, I will not interfere. Alright, those who choose to cooperate, stand on the left. Those who choose to join the sect, stand on the right. With his words, everyone began to move. In less than a moment, only one person remained. It was a young girl, very young, likely a high school student who had just awakened her talent this year. Dressed plainly, in cheap clothes, she had a somewhat cute appearance. Her face was filled with conflict as she swayed back and forth, wanting to go to the right, but her best friend was calling from the left, making her hesitate. As she struggled, all eyes were on her. Zhao Yin, come over here. Didn't we agree? We just need to choose cooperation. What are you standing there for? Damn, this is really ridiculous. The one shouting anxiously from the left was also a girl. They seemed to know each other, likely from the same school. Her clothes were beautiful, adorned with earrings and a necklace, clearly from a well-off family. However, her words were not very polite towards the latter. Seeing this scene, Qinshen did not interfere, just waited patiently. Perhaps she was introverted. Perhaps she had social anxiety. The more people focused on her, the more nervous Zhao Yin became. But in the end, her gaze firmed, and she ran towards the right, choosing to join the sect. With that, everyone had made their choice. There were 122 people who chose cooperation, and 67 who chose to join the sect. You all go down first. Someone will arrange accommodation for you, Qinshen said calmly to those who chose cooperation. After they left, Qinshen turned to the 67 who chose to join the sect. Very good. You chose to join the Changqing sect, so you are now one of us. From today on, you will all become outer disciples, uniformly practicing the cultivation methods. Those who can reach the first level of qi refining within a month will be promoted to core disciples and enjoy the highest level of training. Those who reach the first level of qi refining within 6 months will be promoted to inner disciples and will also receive training. After saying this, Qinshen was too lazy to linger. He directly transmitted the cultivation content of the first layer of the 10,000 methods to everyone. Once they memorized it, he took them to the 30th floor. This place was sealed off. The interior was empty, without any clutter. Only a faint white mist swirled around, looking very mysterious. But once they stepped inside, everyone's eyes lit up, feeling the fresh air and invigorating atmosphere. Even some with higher talents showed astonishment on their faces. Their bodies inexplicably revealed a desire for them to absorb this mist. Indeed, this is the spiritual mist. It is the effect of the intermediate spirit gathering array set up by Qin Shen, which gathers the spiritual energy within several miles. Cultivating here is dozens of times faster than in the outside world. Moreover, the higher the talent, the more exaggerated the effect. You will cultivate here. Food and drink will be delivered. Remember, the faster you reach the first layer of Qi training, the better. Yes, Chairman, the matters of the Changsheng sect are almost settled. They just need to wait. Now, moving on. At the top floor of the building, Chen Shen took out the meteorite sword, preparing to try something he had long anticipated. That is, flying with the sword. Logically speaking, as long as the magical power can control the sword to fly, it can also lift oneself into the air. With this thought, Chen Shen focused his mind, pouring magical power into the meteorite sword, controlling it like casting a spell. It really worked. The meteorite sword flew up smoothly. No problem with spinning, turning, or flipping. It just couldn't go too far. Beyond 500 meters, it would lose control. That should work too. Saying this, he placed the sword on the ground and stepped onto it with 1 foot in front and 1 foot behind. He then controlled the sword to fly up. Well, it worked, but the magical power consumption was increasing. It was equivalent to continuously releasing spells. Is my body too heavy? What if I run a wind-type spell to lighten myself? Chen Chen pondered. The next moment, a gentle breeze blew, and the meteorite sword instantly rose into the air. After several wobbly attempts and near falls, Chen Chen mastered the technique and stabilized himself completely. Ha ha ha, is this flying with a sword? In the air, standing on the meteorite sword, feeling the howling wind, overlooking the entire Jinling city, Chen Chen rarely felt happy and laughed heartily. Because at this moment, after awakening his cultivation talent for more than 2 months, he could finally fly with a sword. This feeling of freedom, being able to go wherever he wanted, was simply exhilarating. Shall we go higher to take a look? Looking up, the clouds were thick, and the sparse sunlight shone through, faintly revealing many flying ferocious beasts. Even more terrifying were those that spread their wings, approaching hundreds of meters in size. Seeing this, Chen Chen shook his head and gave up the idea, thinking it was enough to fly at a low altitude. Buzz! Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Yang Yinin. Yang Yinin. She rarely called him, but whenever she did, it was certainly for something important. Sure enough, after connecting, Yang Yinin said anxiously, Chairman, something has happened. Suqingsu, Zheng Daoshan, Wang Su, Suqingsu, Zheng Daoshan, Wang Su, in Lavushi, Tianhai City. Su family. In the living room of the mansion, there were 4 people present. The atmosphere was harmonious, with laughter and conversation. Blood like an abyss, round all over, intent like a blue tiger. Brother Su, your strength now is far beyond what I saw 3 years ago on the front lines. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Su is probably not far from breaking through to the martial saint realm? On the left side, 2 men were seated in the guest chairs. The former was in his 50s, with long hair cascading down, a Taoist crown on his head, wearing a Taoist robe, and carrying a yellow wooden sword. He had a kind face, full of smiles. With a goatee mixed with white strands, he resembled a wise sage. The one speaking at this moment was indeed him. Next to him was a sturdy man, with a square face and crew cut, dressed in military uniform, exuding a strong aura of blood and righteousness, with an expressionless face. Ha ha ha, Zhang Daoshang is overestimating me. I am still far from the martial saint realm. In the main seat of the living room, a burly man in black armor, with a thin beard and around 40 years old, laughed heartily. He was none other than the current head of the Su family, Su Qingsu. He is also Su Yulu's father. And the 4th person present is Su Yulu. She stands to the side, her head lowered, looking somewhat nervous. Zhang Daochang, I already know the purpose of your visit. For any needs, the Su family will fully cooperate. With a change of tone, Su Qingsu did not want to joke with these 2 and immediately said, Hee, Brother Su, you overstate. This matter is not that big. We came here just to go through the motions. We only need to ask Yulu a few questions. As a special investigation team established urgently by the cabinet, their authority is unimpeded nationwide. No matter the force or family, once under investigation, they must cooperate unconditionally. Moreover, Zhang Daochan's identity and strength are not weak. He is one of the supreme elders of the Taoist Wudong Mountain, a grandmaster of great intent. Yet, despite this, after arriving at the Su family, he has remained cheerful, his attitude friendly, and his tone humble, making what should have been a serious investigation process feel very relaxed. This also made Su Qingsu not resist their arrival too much, even smiling as he said, this child Yulu went out for a while before. She made quite a few friends. If any of them are the ones Zhang Daochang is looking for, feel free to ask. He then looked at Su Yulu, his expression slightly darkening, and said, Yulu, answer whatever Zhang Daochang asks. Do not conceal anything. Do you understand? Su Yulu did not respond, only hesitating for a moment before nodding slightly. Seeing this, Su Qingxu said, Zhang Daochang, please ask. Alright, I will offend you. Looking at Su Yulu, Zhang Daochang directly asked, Yulu, how did you meet Chen Chen? This news was no longer a secret. It could be found out with a simple search. However, Su Yulu's answer was unexpected. I don't know any Chen Chen, Su Yulu said softly. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Daochang's smile remained, and he continued to ask, then what were you doing in Jinling City before? I went to train in the wild, just passing through. He followed up with 7 or 8 more questions, but whenever it involved Chen Chen, Su Yulu consistently replied that she did not know him, was unaware, or was unclear. In this situation, Zhang Daochang remained calm, showing no impatience or anger. Instead, the burly man beside him had an extremely cold gaze, his aura continuously rising. Alright, I have finished my questions. Saying this, he slowly stood up. He cupped his fists towards Su Qingxu and said, Brother Su, sorry for the disturbance. We are pressed for time and have a few more places to go. We will take our leave now. Haha, not at all. If there are any questions, Zhang Daochang can come again anytime. Good. After Zhang Daochang and the others left, Su Qingxiu's smile gradually faded. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, from today onwards, do not contact that Chen Chen for now. There are too many people watching him. Dad, this is also the intention of our great-grandfather. Su Yulu originally wanted to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Su Qingxiu. You will go to great-grandfather's place later. Focus on your training, and come out after you break through to the Grandmaster level. After saying this, Su Qingxu stood up and left, leaving Su Yulu feeling helpless. Zhang Daochang, what can you find out with this kind of investigation? That Su Yulu clearly knows something. If it were me asking, I would make her confess honestly. Outside the Su family mansion, the burly man could no longer hold back and spoke in a low voice. But upon hearing this, Zhang Daochang shot him a glance and said lightly, she has confessed. But it was not Su Yulu who confessed. It was us who confessed there. Does Su Qingxu dare? We represent the cabinet, the legislators, the entire nation. Does that Su family dare to act recklessly? The burly man roared. Wang Su, have you lost your mind while killing beasts on the front lines? This is Luhu City, not the front lines. And the Su family is not some small clan, they are one of the strongest families in the entire base city, second only to the martial god family. Not to mention they have a martial saint backing them. Their network of connections is not something we can easily offend. Moreover, the key issue here is still that Chen Chen. He is the focus. We came to ask Su Yulu, merely to gather more clues. We are not here to interrogate a criminal, Zhang Daoist said in a deep voice, looking somewhat displeased. Working with this stubborn guy was exhausting. He understood nothing of human affairs. Sooner or later, trouble would arise. You bunch of Taoists, no matter what you do, you always dawdle. If you ask me, what's the point of investigating? Just go straight to Jinling City, capture that Chen Chen, and with a good round of torture, wouldn't you know everything? What can you learn by asking around here? After he finished speaking, Zhang Daoist fell silent. After taking a few steps, he suddenly felt that Wang Su had a point. Instead of dragging him around to investigate and possibly offending people, it might be more efficient to go straight to the source and find Chen Chen. Thinking this, Zhang Daoist spoke up, alright, gather the others. We'll head directly to Jinling City. It should have been this way long ago. Jinling City, Changshan Group. In the lobby on the first floor, the atmosphere was tense, the situation critical. All the strong members of the armed department were present, including 6 masters like Wan Hu and over 30 martial artists. Standing at the front was Yang Yinin. Dressed in uniform, her expression was cold, her eyes filled with fear and anxiety. Behind her was Han Datong. He had already broken through to the master realm, closely protecting Yang Yinin and bearing all the pressure. Gathering at Changshan Group, Li Feng asked, where is Chen Chen? Call him out immediately. Some matters cannot be avoided. In the lobby, facing off against Changshan Group were multiple forces. They included the Heavenly Punishment Division, the City Lord's Mansion, the Tonghui Group of Tianhai City, the Wanshan Group of Tianhai City, and the Longting Group. The leader of the City Lord's Mansion was naturally Mu Baishu, representing the official department. The last 2 groups were led by 2 grandmasters, both men, with cold expressions and faces filled with anger. Due to the disappearance of Zhou Yun and Fang Tian, they had previously sent a master to handle the situation, but without even seeing Chen Chen, they were sent away. With no other choice, they sent a grandmaster again. As for the Longtan group, it was still the father-son duo of Long Shijin, following the main force, hoping to take advantage of the chaos to reclaim their assets. As for the Heavenly Punishment Division, aside from the three who had to come, including Zhang Lijun, Yi Jun had not left either. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but the commander wouldn't let him. The reason was that Li Qingyan had gone missing, and a new Grandmaster had arrived to assist in clarifying the situation. This Grandmaster was the one speaking now. In his 40s, with a gloomy face somewhat resembling Li Qingyan, he wore leather clothing and had a heavy sword hanging from his back. His imposing aura was overwhelming, exuding a fierce presence. With just one person, he suppressed everyone in the Changshan group, making Wan Hu and the others struggle to breathe, their expressions filled with panic. Team Leader Li, our group's chairman is temporarily unavailable. If you have any matters, get lost. As the president of the group, Yang Yinin had to step up in such a situation. But before she could finish her sentence, Li Feng forcefully interrupted her. The word "get lost" was deafening. The pressure from the Grandmaster enveloped the entire room. In an instant, Yang Yinin's face changed dramatically, and she involuntarily took a step back. If it weren't for Han Datong standing in front of her, the blood flames rising and blocking most of the pressure, she would have probably fallen to the ground long ago. As for Wan Hu and the others, their expressions were grave, feeling the situation was tricky, even fearful. Such a large group. You actually let a third-tier ant talk to me? How arrogant are you? Do you really think you can cover the sky in Jinling City? Do you not take the Heavenly Punishment Division seriously? Li Feng's gaze was indifferent as he coldly spoke. He then took a few steps forward. I'll give you another chance. Immediately, right now, call Chen Chen out. Otherwise, I will take your resistance to law enforcement as an excuse and kill you all. Li Feng, a member of the Li family from the great families of Kunlun City, was Li Qingyan's cousin, a grandmaster of extreme intent. He had been transferred by the family and had parachuted into Jinling City yesterday to take on the new group leader role, investigating the disappearance of Li Qingyan. This investigation was quite swift. In just one night, combining various clues, the focus pointed to the Changshan group, more precisely, to Chen Chen. Although the Heavenly Punishment Division's Zhang Lijun and others said nothing, still sticking to their initial rhetoric, Li Feng didn't care. Once he found Chen Chen, the truth would naturally emerge. As for Chen Chen not showing up, Li Feng was not like others. He was ruthless and decisive. When he said something, he would do it. If Yang Yinin didn't cherish this opportunity, then everyone in the Changshan group would have to die. This point was evident as Li Feng drew the battle knife from behind, his killing intent growing stronger. Changshan group. Regarding the disappearance of Zhou Yun from Tonghui group, if you don't have an explanation, then you have no reason to exist. Neither do I, Wan Shun. Chen Chen, are you just going to hide? Let a third-tier ant come out? You call yourself chairman? I'd rather you return my Longtan group's assets sooner. If you die, I can still provide you with a coffin. After Li Feng spoke, the people behind him also shouted. Mu Baishu had a blank expression, but his momentum was not weak, continuously rising. The Grandmasters of Tonghui and Wanshan also erupted with blood energy, an overwhelming sense of pressure descending. Long Shijin, a small person who had gained some power, was filled with excitement, shouting arrogantly from behind the crowd. With such a lineup, Wan Hu and the others simply couldn't withstand it, retreating again and again, their expressions extremely anxious. Manager Yang, has the chairman arrived? These people don't have the chairman here. We are simply no match for them. Han Datong was burning with anxiety, unable to help but ask. He should be here. I just called him. He said he would arrive soon. Arrive soon? But Li Feng is about to make a move. Chen Chen, still not coming out? Fine. You can go die. Day. Seeing that Chen Chen had not arrived for a long time, Li Feng was too lazy to waste more words, raising his knife, blood flames ready to kill all those in front of him. But at that moment, footsteps sounded nearby. A vague sense of crisis made Li Feng stop. He turned to look. In the corner by the stairs, Chen Chen's figure slowly walked over. He held a meteorite sword, his expression calm, his gaze level. He briefly scanned Li Feng, Mu Baishu, and the other three grandmasters. Then he said, "How about we go upstairs to talk? Talk? What is there to talk about?" Group Leader Li from the Heavenly Punishment Division, Mayor Mu from the City Lord's Mansion. Compared to Li Feng and the other grandmasters, the one who spoke first was actually Long Shijin. Perhaps feeling overly pleased? Or perhaps relying on the presence of Li Feng and the others, thinking Chen Chen wouldn't dare to act recklessly? So as soon as Chen Chen finished speaking, he couldn't wait to jump out and seek death. And then, he got his wish. He truly died. Without any warning, his neck suddenly snapped, as if sliced by some sharp weapon, his head instantly falling off, rolling on the ground with a look of terror and confusion. Seeing this scene, beside him, Long Yishuan was first taken aback, then shouted in shock and anger, Shijinjing? You, what's wrong with you? Shinshen, you puff. The same fate, the same result. The long father and son died on the spot. At that moment, Shinshen spoke again. What a nuisance. As his voice fell, the entire venue fell silent. Li Feng, who had previously been the loudest and most aggressive, narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression filled with fear, staring at him as if facing a great enemy. Mu Baishu, Tong Hui, and Wan Shun, the three grandmasters, were even more terrified, their scalps tingling, because in that instant, they hadn't seen how long Shijinjing and the other had died. They only felt a chill and a strong sense of crisis wash over them. Then the two died silently. Such means, astonishing and terrifying. If it were used against them, would they be able to sense it in advance? Could they evade it? Mu Baishu and the others fell silent, not daring to speak again. It was Li Feng who finally spoke. Is it some kind of martial intent? Are you a grandmaster of extreme intent? No wonder. Qin Yan would go missing with you. It seems you are the one who killed her, Li Feng said in a deep voice. He was not intimidated by what had just happened. Instead, his blood surged wildly, flames of blood rising to the sky, a special will emerging. It attached itself to his blade. Even from several meters away, one could feel a stinging pain on their skin, as if it would be torn apart. This was Li Feng's blade intent, having reached a minor success. In the Li family, it was the pinnacle of power. Shen Chen, I don't care why you want to kill my Li family members, but now that it has come to this, saying more is useless. If you can take one of my strikes and not die, then I will agree to go upstairs and talk slowly. In Li Feng's eyes, the aura and blood emanating from Chun Chen were merely that of a grandmaster. Although there was a special martial intent, it seemed strong. But even so, it would be difficult to withstand his strike. For no other reason. Because he was Li Feng, a grandmaster of extreme intent who had undergone blood transfusions 3 times. With that thought, Li Feng did not hesitate and struck down directly. With this strike, Chen Chen would surely die. Swish! The blood flames enveloped the battle blade as it came down, aiming to cleave Chen Chen in two. However, at that moment, Chen Chen's figure was already no longer in place. Instead, he had arrived in front of Li Feng. He maintained a cold expression, his eyes showing little fluctuation. Only his left hand. 2 fingers gently pinched Li Feng's battle blade, allowing it to unleash blood flames and martial intent without budging an inch. He said lightly, "No wonder you are a member of the Li family. You are very similar to Li Qingyan." The scene before him. The current situation. Li Feng's eyes widened in shock, his whole body trembling. He looked at Chen Chen, then at the battle blade. His face was filled with horror and fear. It was hard to imagine that his full-force strike was easily blocked by the other with just 2 fingers. This kind of gap. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was like heaven and earth apart. You Chen Chen, who exactly are you? What is your strength? Li Feng was filled with fear, a strong premonition arising in his heart that Li Qingyan seemed to have provoked someone she shouldn't have. At the same time, Chen Chen ignored Li Feng's reaction and continued, "You all are very similar. After seeing me, you all look like you're eager to seek death." Boom! As he finished speaking, he tightened his grip on the meteor sword, channeling his power, and a thunderous sound erupted. The sword light was dazzling, soaring to over 10 meters long, sweeping out. 1,000 miles rushing, exterminating your entire family. 1,000 miles rushing, exterminating your entire family. In fact, all martial artists are the same. They all adhere to one rule in their hearts. That is, the weak are prey to the strong. You are strong. I will retreat. I will hide. I will beg for mercy. You are weak? Then sorry, I will crush you directly. There will be no wasted words with you. In such situations, even a newly advanced martial artist would act the same way. They would never again treat ordinary people as equals. They would be high above, looking down with disdain. And the stronger they were, the more severe this mentality became. Just like Li Feng, as a master of extreme intent, he could truly resolve most matters with overwhelming force. Even if he couldn't solve it, there was his family behind him, a stronger backing. So he was fearless, he was unafraid. Upon arriving in Jinling City, he locked onto the Qinsheng group and prepared to forcibly suppress it, using the fastest means to uncover the truth behind Li Qingyan's disappearance. But unfortunately, his luck was a bit poor. He encountered Chun Chen, the greatest variable. In an instant, thunder roared, and the sword light appeared, sweeping across over 10 meters, cutting through like a withered tree. At that moment, what great masters? What Li family members? What city lord's mansion? What Tonhui and Wanshun groups? All were mere ants. Even without using all his strength, nearly releasing his perfected martial intent, everyone remained frozen in place, stunned and filled with terror and despair. Then the sword light swept by. Puff! Dong dong! Why is your strength like this? Why is it so strong? Truly worthy of being a master who had undergone 3 blood changes. The entire person was severed at the waist, blood splattering. But at the moment of death, he suddenly became clear-headed, falling to the ground and gazing up at Chun Shan, incredulously saying. In his eyes, a mix of emotions filled him. Shock, fear, regret, all very complex. Because at this moment, he suddenly understood that this Chun Shan was a prodigy, an existence that surpassed the talented, unimaginable, and uncontrollable. He very likely was that high school student with awakened-level cultivation talent. It was not as most speculated, that he was disguised or impersonated by someone. Only this talent, besides cultivation, had other uses. This was what allowed Chen Shan to reach such heights in just over 2 months. Got it. It must be like this. They all thought wrong. It was fixed thinking that limited them. It was their inability to believe that such a prodigy could exist in the world. He understood. Finally understood. At the moment of death, Li Feng's mind scattered, and he realized the truth. But after realizing it, he slightly parted his lips, revealing a bitter smile and deep regret. In a voice as weak as a mosquito's, he murmured, "So Li Qingyan and I very likely have brought a great enemy to the family?" Li Feng died with great unwillingness, his eyes not closing. But it didn't matter. This situation was not just him. There were also the 2 great masters from Wanshan and Tonghui, and many other bystanders. Only 5 remained standing. Thud. Mu Baishu, the city lord of Jinling, a classmate of Li Qingyan. He did not die, only his right arm was severed, his chest torn, heavily injured, and kneeling. At this moment, he raised his head, his eyes wide open, staring intently at Chun Shan, both shocked and terrified. Then he became puzzled. "Why don't you kill me?" Mu Baishu said in a low voice. "Because your hostility isn't that strong." Chen Shan, with his complete killing intent, was particularly sensitive to hostility. Who had hostility, who did not, he was clear as day. Just like the remaining 4, Yijun, Zhang Lijun, Mu Xiaotong, and Tanwei. The former valued his life. If not forced, he wouldn't want to wade into this murky water at all. So after arriving at the Changsheng group, he stood at the back acting as a bystander, neither arrogant nor shouting, nor jumping out to question. This was also the reason he could escape a calamity. As for Zhang Lijun and the others, there was no need to say more. They had long been scared out of their wits by Chen Shan and, like Yi Jun, hid behind the crowd, doing nothing. Not strong hostility? Because my original intention was to ask in person, where exactly is Li Qingyan? Mu Baishu said with a faint smile. Li Qingyan is a classmate, and the 2 have a very good relationship. After her disappearance, they have been searching for her. Although they had long identified Changsheng Group as the suspect, they had been unable to find actual evidence, which is why no action had been taken. Li Qingyan? Actually, I just said it, but I can tell you again. Li Qingyan is dead. I killed her. As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Baishu trembled all over, his eyes quickly filled with bloodshot veins, and he looked at Chen Shen with a gaze that revealed hatred and anger. This surprised Chen Shen. Was there really a clear distinction between grievances? Only when the murderer was confirmed would hostility erupt? Wouldn't it harm the innocent? He was a good person, but that was all. Puff. With a swift motion, Chen Shen killed Mu Baishu instantly and turned to Yi Jun and the others, saying lightly, "What about you?" No, Chen Shen, we have no hostility. We don't want to offend you. Yi Jun waved his hands repeatedly, terrified, because those who dared to offend Chen Shen were now lying on the ground, dead beyond recovery. He didn't want that. Then you can go back. Continue to oversee the Heavenly Punishment Division. Manage the martial artist incidents in Jiling City. And for the matters here, help me delay as much as possible. If it can't be delayed, we'll talk about it then. If the headquarters has any arrangements, remember to notify me at the first opportunity. Okay, definitely, we will notify you, Yi Jun hurriedly assured. Good. After the 4 left, looking at the ground flowing with blood, Chen Shen waved his right hand, and the furnace of all things appeared, instantly devouring the numerous corpses, including the broken glass and walls, leaving nothing behind. Finally, he turned to the still-shocked Yang Yin and said, "Have someone clean this up. Proceed with other matters as usual." After saying this, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the air, flying rapidly in a certain direction on his sword. Is he the chairman of the group? After an unknown amount of time, the first to speak was the newly hired master from the armed department, a middle-aged woman with a prominent chest and a slightly plump face. She looked towards the door, in the direction where Chen Shen had vanished, dumbfounded, and stammered, He is indeed the chairman of our group. One whose expression was quite similar, shocked and horrified. Clearly, half a month ago, the strength Chen Shen had displayed was already astonishing. How could he be even more terrifying now? That Grandmaster with the intent of a blade was actually killed in an instant? This was truly absurd. In an instant, one who felt that the chairman of his group might be a martial saint. In the high sky, Chen Shen's expression was cold, his eyes indifferent. Flying on his sword, he swiftly passed through the air. Kunlun City, Li family. Shenlong City, one of the great families. The strongest is the martial saint. The core strength consists of 4 grandmasters of extreme intent and 19 ordinary grandmasters. Approximately 1063 kilometers from Jinling City. In his mind, the information given by Su Yulu appeared. He murmured, "That's right. I need to go to Kunlun City, Shenlong City, and the Li family." He wanted to test the gap between himself and the martial saint, to see just how large it was. The grievances of the Li family must be dealt with. Otherwise, if a Li Feng comes today, a Li Shan could come tomorrow. If I'm not in the group, the consequences. Chen Shen did not continue, but it was self-evident. Yang Yinin and the others would undoubtedly die. Since that was the case, Chen Shen simply decided to take decisive action, rushing 1,000 miles to annihilate the entire Li family, completely resolving this trouble. At the same time, he would also inform other forces. He, Chen Shen, was no longer the Chen Shen of 2 months ago. Instead, he was at the 7th level of Qi training, easily killing grandmasters of extreme intent, the strongest existence below the martial saint. So if anyone wanted to provoke him, they had better weigh their own worthiness. Since I am on stage, I will shine brightly. I will tread the world with an invincible force, become a star hanging in the sky, suppressing the world. Suddenly, Chen Shen felt something. A special martial intent was being born. Li Rujin arrived in Kunlun City, Shenlong City. Like Tianhai City in Lahushi, it is the center of the entire Kunlun City, the largest city, and the Li family is one of the prominent families in Shenlong City. They are located in the southern area, near a peak called Xiangfeng, and have built their residence against the mountain, encompassing a radius of 1 mile within the family. At this moment, at the top of the mountain, the largest villa, as the head of the Li family, Li Rujin stood on the rooftop after a hearty meal, facing the orange-yellow evening glow, feeling the autumn breeze, looking relaxed and at ease. Although he was already 60 years old, his hair was dark and shiny, his skin tight and wrinkled, his posture upright, and his vitality abundant. He looked as if he were in his middle age. Even if he indulged in revelry every night, persisting for 10 days or half a month would be no problem. Of course, the main reason was still his strength. A grandmaster who had undergone blood replacement 4 times. One of the foundations of the Li family's strength, their core martial power. Grandmaster realm, truly mysterious. Every blood replacement can enhance one's vitality. If I could undergo another replacement in a short time, would I be able to return to my youth? Li Rujin murmured. However, unfortunately, this was just his fantasy. The Grandmaster's blood replacement was not that simple. The first 1 or 2 times might be easy, but as time went on, the difficulty increased. The foundation, resources, and talent required exceeded imagination. Tap tap. At this moment, footsteps sounded behind him. The newcomer was a young man, resembling him closely. "Dad, here is the information you wanted." The young man was Li Yu, Li Rujin's 7th son, only 26 years old, with top talent at the 5th-tier martial artist realm. He was also the most cherished junior in the family. Thank you for your hard work, Yu." Turning around, he revealed a doting smile. "While taking the information," he said, "it's just a matter of getting some information. What's so hard about it?" Li Yu smiled. Then looking at the information, he spoke again. "Dad, I glanced at this information. Is it true that Chen Chen is related to my cousin's disappearance? Isn't he supposed to have awakened a cultivation talent? How could he possibly be a match for a grandmaster?" The cousin Li Yu referred to was Li Qingyan. Although there was a significant age gap, their generational status was the same. Many things in the world shouldn't be judged by appearances. For example, this Chen Chen, although he seems extremely strange, full of flaws, it feels like a smoke bomb thrown out by someone. But in any case, since Li Feng believes this person is related to Qingyan's disappearance, there must be a connection. As long as we capture the other party and follow the clues, we will naturally find the truth. It was Li Rujin who mobilized Li Feng to investigate the incident in Jinling City under the official identity of the Heavenly Punishment Department. After all, Li Qingyan was a grandmaster and considered a strong figure in the family. Her sudden disappearance was something Li Rujin had to take seriously. "I see. However, Dad, the several pills released by the Changshan group are quite interesting, especially the bone refining pill that just came out today. It actually has effects on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th tiers." Li Yu said. I saw that too. This bone refining pill has some significance. Not only can it assist in refining all the bones, but it also has no side effects. Just this point alone is worth a fortune. So what about us? Li Yu hesitated. Seeing this scene, Li Rujin smiled and said, "Don't worry. Such a big cake. How could my Li family not take a bite? Moreover, because of Qingyan's matter, my Li family's actions will be a step faster. Fortune favors the prepared." Coincidentally, because of the Li Qingyan incident, Li Feng went to Jinling City and locked onto Chen Chen. Chen Chen is the chairman of the Changsheng group. In this way, regardless of the outcome, the blood-generating pill, skin-refining pill, and bone-refining pill are highly likely to become the Li family's possessions, bringing the family wealth worth hundreds of billions. Thinking of this, Li Rujin felt a surge of joy, and his smile grew wider. He couldn't help but feel that Li Qingyan was a lucky star. Leaving aside life and death for now, she had gone to Jinling City and unexpectedly brought back such a tremendous good fortune. Ha ha ha, this child Qingyan, very good. If she can return safely, I will definitely represent the family and thank her properly. If not, by the way, I remember Li Feng went to Jinling City the day before yesterday, and the bone refining pill appeared today? So, Li Feng hasn't taken action yet? Should I give him a call to urge him? Let him quickly suppress that Chen Chen and take control of the Changsheng group, to prevent other forces from intervening? That sounds feasible. Li Rujin muttered to himself, feeling very good. He then took out his phone, found Li Feng's number, and dialed without hesitation. But unexpectedly, on the other end of the line, he heard the prompt that the phone was turned off. What's going on? Is the phone out of battery? Dad, look at the sky. Is there someone up there? While Li Rujin was still puzzled about why Li Feng's phone was off, he heard his son's exclamation. Someone in the sky? Who could it be? Looking up, he indeed saw a figure high above the Li family. It was a young man, with no visible aura, yet he stood on a silver long sword. His appearance seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. But it didn't matter, because he was overlooking the earth, his gaze icy. Then, with a grasp of his right hand, a strange furnace rapidly materialized, growing larger and more terrifying. Your comprehension is extraordinary, sensing the special martial intent. Your comprehension is extraordinary, giving birth to the special martial will invincible. Your comprehension is extraordinary, deepening your understanding of martial intent. Invincible. Chen Chen felt a surge of inspiration, autonomously giving birth to martial intent, achieving perfection through extraordinary comprehension. This was a special martial intent that grew stronger with each battle. In the perfected state, he was invincible among peers, able to suppress any martial intent confrontation, weakening the opponent's strength by 50%. Besides that, there was also martial blood energy, swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth, the furnace of all things. This combined spell is truly extraordinary. After devouring Li Feng and the others just now, the converted energy actually brought my Grandmaster progress to 7, just 3 points away from my first blood exchange. High in the sky, Chen Chen flew at high speed. Soon, several hours later, as dusk approached, around 6 p.m., Chen Chen finally arrived at Shenlong City. Following the map, he quickly found the Li family. He even looked down and discovered 2 people on the roof of a villa at the mountain peak. That person is Li Rujin, the Li family's ultimate grandmaster? Chen Chen said. Then, his gaze shifted to the left side of the mountain peak, to a place resembling a backyard. There, a terrifying presence lay in ambush. The faintly emanating blood energy spiraled upward, drifting into the high sky. Only those with high spiritual power could detect it. Li family's martial saint, Li Changsheng, 98 years old, the ancestor of the Li family. Very good. Then let me see just how strong this martial saint really is. As he spoke, Chen Chen made his move. Is this the martial saint? Is this the martial saint? The magical power surged, and his right hand moved downward. The temperature in his palm rose, and the furnace of all things materialized. It grew larger and wider, until it hung above the Li family, its suction exploding, devouring everything within a mile radius. Who is it? Boldly, who dares to be reckless in my Li family? What kind of martial skill is this? So terrifying? The commotion was too great, naturally attracting the attention of the Li family. In an instant, more than a dozen blood pillars shot up into the sky. Among them, the 3 strongest are Li Rujin, Li Rujuan, and Li San, 3 supreme masters of martial arts. Their vital energy surged wildly, blood flames rising, accompanied by their respective martial intentions. They gathered at the mountain peak at an incredibly fast speed. However, upon looking back at the melting furnace, their expressions turned to shock and anger, filled with fear. What is this? Such a heavy pulling force, such a terrifying temperature. Head of the family, what is going on? Who is using this method? Could it be the descent of a martial god? The three were stunned, their faces pale with horror. They watched as buildings, trees, and even family members were continuously drawn toward the furnace. Their minds trembled, unable to contain themselves. The scene before them was simply too terrifying, too shocking. Even they, as the strongest beings under the martial saint, felt their hearts race and their scalps tingle, overwhelmed by a sense of despair as insignificant as ants. Such methods were unheard of and unseen, a first encounter even for those who had witnessed the martial saint in action. No, this cannot continue. The pulling force is too strong. If we let it go, my Lee family might be exterminated. That's right, the two of you, let's act immediately and break this furnace. All right. With that, the three erupted with their vital energy, almost in a desperate state. Armed with various weapons, they glared fiercely and charged toward the furnace. However, Chen Shen, who was always watching them, would not let them have their way. The intent of the realm erupted. The invincible will suppress them. In an instant, Li Rujin and the others trembled, their eyes wide with terror. Their upward momentum abruptly halted. They fell at an even faster speed. Is this martial intent? Perfected martial intent? Who is that person? What kind of martial intent is this? Why do I feel as if I am being crushed by tens of thousands of pounds of stone, and can only exert 50% of my strength? Is it him? Is this person Chen Chen? They crashed to the ground, creating a deep pit. Looking up again, their faces were filled with even more dread. Li Rujin saw Chen Chen's figure again from the edge of the furnace. That familiar face finally reminded him of who it was. It was Chen Chen, the same Chen Chen he had seen in the documents just a few minutes ago, the chairman of the Changsheng group, the one who awakened his immortal cultivation talent, yet reached the level of a master in martial arts, the one who caused Li Qingyan to go missing, prompting the Li family to send someone to investigate. Yes, indeed, it was the same Chen Chen. But what was going on? Why did Chen Chen possess such astonishing power? One person, one hand, was about to annihilate the Li family? No, absolutely impossible. Li Rujin roared. Struggling to stand, his hair bristled with anger, he shouted, "Ancestor, why aren't you making a move? What are you waiting for? Are you going to watch the Li family perish?" His voice thundered, echoing throughout the area. At the same time, in the backyard at the mountain peak, an old man with gray hair, holding a pure white spear and dressed in simple clothes, slowly walked out. His face was full of wrinkles, his eyes deeply sunken. Yet, his spirit was vigorous, his gaze fixed on the furnace, then on Chen Chen. He exclaimed in astonishment, "What a remarkable technique! May I ask you to tell me, why is your vital energy not apparent, yet you can perform such powerful martial skills?" The old man was none other than Li Changxing, the ancestor of the Li family. As he walked, his vital energy surged wildly. His heart thumped loudly. His skin tightened, regaining its firmness. His back straightened, head held high. In the next moment, his right foot stepped into the air, like a transparent staircase, or a half-manifested blood lotus, lifting him as he stepped into the void. This was the martial saint. His vital energy was so powerful that it could support him, allowing him to hover in the air for a short time or walk. And your martial intent? Why have I never seen it before? Even I have been suppressed by you, only able to exert 60% of my strength. Very strong. You are truly strong. But at this moment, Li Changxing's body had already returned to the appearance of a 50-year-old. Only his hair remained gray and white, blowing in the wind. And his vitality, like the sea in the abyss, erupted to its limit, forming a blood column several meters wide, reaching into the clouds, its red light dazzling, visible for 1,000 miles around, incredibly shocking. Within it, there was a sharp, tenacious intent to pierce the heavens, spreading outwards. In Chen Shen's eyes, it seemed he could see an almost imperceptible, astonishing long spear locking onto him tightly. This martial intent should be close to divine intent, right? Chen Shen said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, still a bit. Just a bit, just grazed the surface of divine intent. After more than 20 years, returning to the peak, Li Changxing was also very excited. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. Then his expression turned cold, and he said lightly, "But to cut you down, that's enough. I don't care who you are. I also don't care about your techniques. You talk too much." Raging waves slash. Boom! A large portion of his magical power maintained the furnace. With an invincible intent, he suppressed the Li family members. In this situation, they were like lambs to the slaughter, with no room to fight back. If it weren't for Li Changxing not having appeared, Chen Shen would have already started pushing through. Now, since he had taken the initiative to step out, getting closer and closer, Chen Shen didn't want to waste time or listen to his incessant chatter. He directly raised his left hand, gathering magical power to form a 2-meter-long magic sword, cutting down with the force of thunder. It wasn't over yet. After all, the opponent was a martial saint. To be safe, Chen Chen's mind moved, and magical power surged again, whispering, meteoric fall. Whoosh! In the high sky, spiritual energy gathered, and massive boulders appeared mysteriously. Countless stones rained down towards the Li family. Due to their incredible speed and weight, the boulders sparked against the air, resembling shooting stars. Brilliant, yet bringing death. Two types of martial intent? Good, very good. But do you think that just because of this, Li Changxing, can be bullied? Before he could finish speaking, Li Changxing was furious, holding his spear in his right hand, blood flames swirling, martial intent erupting, using his strongest martial technique, like a startled swan, charging towards Chen Chen. However, he was already suppressed by the invincible intent. His strength could only exert 60%. As a result, Li Changxing's vitality value of 4 million was suppressed to about 2 million. Coupled with the sudden impact of the second type of martial intent, as well as the quality, density, and power far exceeding that of vitality. This soared. The moment Li Changxing made contact, his expression changed drastically. The earlier spiritedness vanished in an instant. All that remained was shock, fear, and disbelief. The hand holding the long spear trembled continuously, and with a bang, the weapon that had accompanied him through a lifetime of battles shattered, breaking into countless pieces, flying in all directions. Yet even so, the magical sword energy still did not dissipate. It cut through Li Changxing without obstruction, causing him to fall towards the ground at a speed faster than when he had come. The Li family was destroyed, and the saints arrived. What is happening with the Li family? Why is a martial saint making a move? The battle of the martial saints was grand. Just the terrifying blood column connecting to the clouds had alarmed the powerful figures of the entire Shenlong city. They all stepped out, looking towards the direction of the Li family, astonished and bewildered, their minds shaken with fear. At this moment, the one speaking was also an old man, appearing to be in his 80s or 90s, hunched over, leaning on a cane, with deep-set eyes. He stared at the blood column erupted by Li Changxing, gravely saying, "He was Zhong Zikuan, the ancestor of the Zhong family, a prominent family in the eastern region of Shenlong City. He was of the same generation as Li Changxing and also a martial saint. Dad, if I remember correctly, the martial saint stationed at the Li family is that Li Changxing, right?" Behind him, a middle-aged man, with a look of terror, said in a deep voice, "Not just the Li family, including the Su family next door, the Qiu family, and my Zhong family, even all the great families of the Xia nation. They are all guarded by us old martial saints, who are frail and aged. As for the reason, I think you should know," Zhong Zikuan said in a low voice. I know. It's because of the front lines. Great families, second only to the martial god families, they exist on the second tier. How could there be only one old martial saint? That would definitely be unreasonable. At its root, it still stems from the front lines. It is no exaggeration to say that most families and forces in the Xia nation have sent capable martial saints, grand masters of extreme intent, grand masters, family prodigies, and family descendants to the Tianzi Pass and the Fuai Pass, the two battlefields to fend off fierce beasts. Only a small portion remains behind. Among them, the ancestors are the trump cards. Only when the family encounters a great enemy, with the possibility of extermination, will they forcibly squeeze the last bit of strength from their bodies to repel the enemy or perish together. This is also the reason for Zhong Zikuan's heavy expression. The person the Li family has provoked is very likely a martial saint of the same realm. Thinking of this, Li Zikuan felt restless. He spoke, "Mobilize the family helicopter. Take me over to take a look." "Dad, why don't we just forget it? That's the Li family's matter. We shouldn't interfere," a middle-aged man said worriedly. "Don't worry, I won't interfere. I'm just going to take a look, to see who that person really is. Is he a martial saint from another family? Or from some organization? Or a newly advanced martial saint? There are only so many martial saints. These old guys who have lived for decades almost all know each other. There's even an unspoken rule. That is, martial saints are not allowed to fight in the country. Whether it's internal strife or life and death grudges, it is not permitted. If you want to fight, you can only go to the front lines. There, it is unregulated. You can fight freely, even challenge the martial god if you want, as long as you are not afraid of death." It is precisely because of this that Zhong Zikuan wanted to take a look. Could it be a newly advanced martial saint? With that thought, the family helicopter had already arrived. Zhong Zikuan did not hesitate, jumping onto the helicopter and heading towards the Li family. At the same time, other regions, forces, and great families were taking similar actions. Li family. Watching Li Changxing fall to the ground, the three of Li Rujin, who thought the incident was about to end, changed their expressions drastically, filled with fear. Their eyes widened, unable to believe as they shouted, "How is this possible? How could this happen?" The ancestor is a martial saint. Even if he is old and frail, with declining vitality, he is still a martial saint. How could he possibly lose? How could he not withstand even one move from that person? The three were panicked and terrified. Their bodies trembled. They looked up. Despair appeared on their faces. Countless meteors, accompanied by a deafening roar, were madly rushing towards them. No! My Lee family! Boom boom boom! Dong dong dong! Looking down at the ground, the meteors fell. They produced a deafening sound in billowing smoke, along with the furious roars of Li Rujin and others. However, unfortunately, it was of no use. While being suppressed by the invincible martial intent, facing such exaggerated spells, they could only wait for death. Then they would be devoured by the furnace. Whoosh whoosh, swoosh swoosh. Time passed. Chen Shen frowned slightly, feeling that the furnace of all things was somewhat unsustainable. After reaching the 7th level of Qi training, it can last for 10 minutes. Not bad, Chen Shen said softly. He then dispersed the furnace. At this moment, below, the Li family had already turned into a massive pit. The original Xiangfeng mountain, along with Li Rujin and others, had also vanished without a trace. All transformed into energy, allowing Chen Shen's vitality to surge, beginning his first blood exchange. Blood exchange. In addition to removing impurities from the blood, it also makes the vitality stronger and increases its capacity. Feeling the changes within his body, Chen Shen said. After a while, the blood transfusion was complete. Chen Shen had gained an additional 100,000 vitality points, reaching a total of 1,000,000, and his progress as a Grand Master was nearing 13. Very good, I can consider myself a Grand Master after this blood transfusion, he said. Chen Shen did not leave. His gaze shifted downward, looking at the deep pit. There was still someone there. It was Li Changxing. He had not died. It seemed that at the last moment, some kind of talent had manifested, forming a defense around him, which saved his life. However, he was not unscathed. His vitality had dissipated, his body was like skin over bones, his clothes were tattered, and he was covered in dust from head to toe. Standing amidst the ruins, he trembled like a beggar. Cough cough. Why has my Li family encountered such a great disaster? Looking around at the surroundings, Li Changxing was filled with grief and anger. He raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, filled with resentment, and stared fiercely at Chen Shen, shouting, "Who exactly are you? What great enmity do you have with my Li family? Why do you want to destroy my Li family? And, your strength has already reached the martial saint realm. Why do you still dare to act? Why do you not follow the rules? Aren't you afraid of the nation's wrath? Aren't you afraid of being besieged by all the forces and great families?" Li Changxing was furious. To speak frankly, he did not know Chen Shen. He had not received any information about him. Usually, he stayed in the backyard, trying every means to slow down the decline of his vitality, holding down the family. Only when faced with the catastrophe of extermination, when Li Rujin and others could not hold it back, would he step out and choose to take action. At that time, although shocked by Chen Shen's methods, which seemed vastly different from martial arts, he still believed he could slay the opponent and resolve the family crisis. But unfortunately, his thoughts were far from reality. With just one sword, he was defeated. Then the family disappeared, and only he survived, clinging to life by his talent. Who am I? What enmity do I have with the Li family? You actually don't know? Then why were you so aggressive when you attacked? Chen Shen shook his head, too lazy to delve deeper. Since the incident was over, it was time to go back. As for Li Changxing, he prepared to kill him with a wave of his power, which would also bring closure to the matter. But suddenly, Chen Shen looked into the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. Several voices came from afar. "Stop! Quick, stop!" 5 helicopters approached rapidly from the sky, fierce and intent on mediation. As they got closer, 3 elderly men and 2 middle-aged men jumped down. They activated their vitality, walking through the air, and shouted anxiously, "Stop! Quickly stop! Do not make a grave mistake. Humph! The nation has long decreed that martial artists must not harm others at will. Why do you not obey? What great courage you have! Who are you to dare to indiscriminately kill the innocent and commit such a heinous crime?" The 3 elderly men were mainly there to advise. They were Zhong Zikuan from the Zhong family, Xiao Suyun from the Qiu family, and Su Moyan from the Su family. The one who scolded was by Zheng Xiong, the lord of Xinlong City, and Wei Hong from the martial god family. 2 elderly men, 1 old woman, and 2 middle-aged men. They were all martial saints, their presence imposing, though they had not fully unleashed their power. Yet, there was a faint aura of blood rising to the sky, ready for battle at any moment. At the same time, their faces were filled with shock and anger. They did not expect that this seemingly young person, who did not emit much aura, would possess unimaginable strength. The terrifying ruins of the Li family and Li Changxing, who could barely stand and might fall at any moment, were a sight that left the five in fear and astonishment. As for their anger, it was certainly because Chen Shan, seeing them approach, actually ignored them, pausing only half a second before attacking Li Changxing. With a simple wave, under Li Changxing's bewildered expression, he fell on the spot, his body severed. How dare you? How dare you kill in front of us? You've caused trouble, you've caused a great disaster. Presumptuous, simply lawless. Since we are all here, how dare you still kill? Who are you? Why do you want to destroy the Li family? If you don't give a proper explanation, you won't leave today. The crowd was not far from Chen Shan, separated by a few hundred meters. Some were angry, some shocked, and some horrified. But Chen Shan stood there, stepping on a meteorite sword, one hand behind his back, facing the wind with an expressionless face. Only the edges of his clothes rustled loudly in the fierce wind. Then he spoke, "Who are you? You're not from the Li family, are you? Humph, I am the Lord of Shenlong City, Bai Zhengxiang." This man was elegant, like an intellectual, dressed in a shirt, with a resolute face. However, his expression was grim and terrifying. As a city lord, someone had audaciously wiped out a prominent family in his territory. This was a slap in his face, showing that he was not taken seriously at all. If it weren't for the fear of Chen Shan's strength, feeling that he might not win, he would have already acted. "I am Wei Hong," another person said. "Zhong Zikuan from the Zhong family. Chiu Suyun from the Chiu family. Su Moyan from the Su family." The five introduced themselves. Their backgrounds made Chen Shan raise an eyebrow. They were actually martial saints from other families in Shenlong City. To this, he also introduced himself for the first time. "Changsheng Group, Chen Shen." "Changsheng Group, Chen Chen?" The others looked at each other, and after a glance, they realized they didn't know him. Bai Zhengxiang, however, hesitated slightly before saying, "Chen Shen? I have heard of him, but I don't know if it's the same person." "Ah, you've heard of him? Which family's martial saint? So young, I estimate he just broke through." Makes sense. "No, he is not from any family, nor is he from any major force. He is the high school student who awakened a level of cultivation talent 2 months ago during the National Talent Awakening Ceremony." "What? Level of cultivation talent? How come I didn't know? I heard it from the younger generation, but since cultivation talents are usually useless, I didn't pay much attention." "Yeah, cultivation talent? It has nothing to do with this person in front of us, right?" Seeing the astonished and bewildered expressions of the four, Bai Zhengxiang shook his head and continued, "Logically speaking, there indeed shouldn't be any connection. Even if he practiced for a lifetime, he would only be equivalent to a first-level warrior, not worth mentioning. But the problem is, I received news a few days ago that this Chen Shan already possesses the strength of a master. In Jinling City, he established a group called Changsheng, mainly selling elixirs. More importantly, the disappearance of Li Qingshan. It might be related to him." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhong Zikuan and the others furrowed their brows tightly. Although the content was brief, the amount of information was substantial. A cultivation talent that should have been useless? In just 2 months, he became a master? The missing Li Qingshan? The Li family? This. Even if we take a step back and say that Li Qingshan's disappearance is related to Chen Shen, that person is dead, so what's the point of rushing thousands of miles to Shenlong City to wipe out the entire Li family? What kind of grudge is this? Zhong Zikuan exclaimed in shock. Exactly. How much killing intent must one have? Secondly, Lord Bai, you said that Chen Shen is not a master, right? Masters are so strong? Not counting the great master of the Li family, there are 4 great masters of extreme intent, plus Li Changxing. What master would dare to provoke him? Finally, you all take a look, see for yourselves. He is standing in the air, although he doesn't emit any aura. My warning talent is going crazy, indicating that this person is dangerous, very dangerous. It's fine if we don't act, but once we do, what happens to you, I don't know, but I am sure it will be similar to Li Changxing. We are doomed. At this moment, the one speaking was Chiu Suyun, the ancestor of the Chiu family. The old woman looked tense and fearful. Because her talent is very special, she can sense crises. "Chiu Suyun, is this true? Don't talk nonsense." Su Moyan beside her said seriously. "Why would I lie to you? Anyway, I'm not planning to get involved. I just want to watch the show. It's not my Chiu family's people who are dying. What does it have to do with me? Besides, the Li family isn't completely wiped out. Li Changxing's 2 sons are still on the front lines. Once they learn the news, they will naturally come back for revenge," Chiu Suyun said. Upon hearing this, the scene fell into a bit of silence. Bai Zhengxiang and Wei Hong felt particularly awkward, caught in a dilemma. They had come with fierce intentions, ready to suppress Chen Shen. But now, a single sentence from Chiu Suyun made them wary, and they hesitated to act. After all, Li Changxing's body was right there in the pit. Witnessing this, Zhong Zikuan forced a couple of dry laughs, steeling himself to step forward, and said, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We are not familiar with the Li family. We just sensed the commotion here and came to take a look. Chen Chan remained silent. Although these 5 were martial saints, he was not afraid. However, since the other party was willing to de-escalate, he couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter and decisively turned to leave. Who? He's gone. Yeah, he's gone. What about the Li family's matter? Just handle it as it should be. After all, we are not the murderers. I think it should be reported to the cabinet, and let the members decide. That makes sense. After saying this, everyone quickly left. Only Zhong Zikuan remained. He pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and chased after Chen Chen. The unspoken rules of the martial saint circle? Zhong Zikuan's gamble. Wait, brother Chen, wait. Chen Chen was almost flying out of Shenlong City when an anxious voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw it was the ancestor of the Zhong family, Zhong Zikuan. So what did he want? A feint? Intentionally saying it was a misunderstanding to lower Chen Chen's guard? Then coming after him to cause trouble? Chen Chen felt the likelihood was low. It was simply unnecessary, an overreach. Sure enough, seeing Chen Chen stop, Zhong Zikuan quickly slowed down, and from a distance, he clasped his fists and smiled. Brother Chen, I am Zhong Zikuan. You don't need to worry. I have no hostility towards you, nor am I here for the Li family. I just want to kindly remind you of a few things. Consider it making a friend. Afraid Chen Chen might misunderstand, Zhong Zikuan wasted no time and got straight to the point. Remind me of a few things? What is it? Chen Chen asked indifferently, hovering on his sword, observing what this guy really wanted. Ahem. Well, shall we go down to talk? My body is too old. My vitality is no longer flourishing. Using a bit means losing a bit. Plus, martial saints can't stay in the air for too long. So this. Zhong Zikuan coughed awkwardly. Looking at him, he was only wrapped in a faint layer of blood flame, appearing quite frugal, and Chen Chen nodded. Alright, there's a cliff down there, let's go there. Good, no problem. Landing on the giant rock of the cliff, Zhong Zikuan smiled, thinking about how to start. But when he turned to look, he saw Chen Chen jumping down from the meteor sword. In an instant, Zhong Zikuan's pupils constricted. Flying sword? In his mind, he unconsciously recalled by Zhengxiang's words, Chen Chen is the high school student who awakened a level of cultivation talent at the National Awakening Ceremony 2 months ago, not emitting martial saint-level vitality, calling himself Chen Shun from the Changsheng group, using a method similar to flying swords in cultivation, and his youthful appearance. This, Zhong Zikuan murmured to himself, his expression dazed. His heart was even more shocked. It seemed that in some mysterious way, he had discovered something astonishing. Speak, what do you want to remind me of? Seeing Zhong Zikuan staring blankly at him without saying a word, Chen Chen frowned slightly and asked. Zhong Zikuan came back to his senses, forcibly suppressing his emotions. He had initially just wanted to casually give Chen Chen a few pointers, do a small favor, and play a leisurely game. Now, he had changed his mind. Well, it's not a big deal. Many families and forces know about it. Without hiding anything, Zhong Zikuan spoke truthfully. Is there still someone from the Li family? 2 martial saints at their peak strength? On the front lines? Is there an unspoken rule in the upper circles of the country that martial saints cannot go to war? Cannot take action? Chen Chen was surprised. He didn't expect that the Li family had not been exterminated and that there were still people on the front lines. Even more unexpectedly, among the many major forces and families in the country, there were unwritten rules. That is, martial saints are not allowed to take the field. The situation on the front lines has been intense. The ferocious beasts are endless, countless. The country has long ordered that every major family and force must send people to Fuhai Pass or Tianzi Pass to resist the ferocious beasts. Among them, masters, grandmasters, and martial saints are considered the main combat forces. Even graduates from martial arts universities must go to the front lines for training. Chen Chen had seen the information about the frontline battlefield. There were 2 main locations. One was Fuhai Pass, located to the north of the eastern region, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, built along the coast, primarily to resist the ferocious beasts that emerged from the sea. The other was Tianzi Pass, in the southern part of Xia country. Many years ago, that area was home to numerous small countries. But after the ferocious beasts descended, they could not last 100 years before being destroyed. Later, it became a forbidden zone for ferocious beasts, with a continuous stream of them emerging to attack Xia country. These 2 places are currently the most important strongholds for Xia country. If they fall, the consequences would be dire. The top-tier experts are not at home to avoid situations of bullying and unequal combat power. So you established an unwritten rule that martial saints are not allowed to take action? Chen Chen said lightly. That's the idea. After all, martial saints are too powerful, with astonishing destructive capability. Once they take action, they can easily destroy a city. What if they do take action? Chen Chen asked. Well, Zhong Zikuan hesitated, thought for a moment, and said, to be honest, if it's just taking action without causing too serious consequences, then it's not a big deal. At most, someone will scold you a bit, saying you broke the rules or something, and a little compensation will settle it. But if the action is too severe, he looked at Chen Chen, seeing him calm. He continued, for example, what you just did. You directly wiped out most of the Li family. That would be very serious. Completely ignoring the rules, even challenging and destroying them. Once this matter gets out, all the major families and forces will surely be furious. You will become the public enemy of the upper circles. I estimate that condemnation would be mild. There might be major families that will seek to eliminate you. Eliminate? What a good elimination. It's just that I broke the rules, provoking the authority of the upper circles, making some people furious, wanting to vent their anger on me and establish their power. Chen Shen's heart was like a clear mirror, instantly seeing the deeper meaning. He couldn't help but laugh. You have to know. He had encountered quite a bit of trouble. At that time, who would help him? Major families? Major forces? They were just a group of powerful bullies. If he resisted even slightly fiercely, they would become angry, suppress him, and eliminate him. But unfortunately, Chen Chen was fearless. Who dared to provoke him? He would kill whoever came. One would come, and he would kill one. A pair would come, and he would kill a pair. He would kill until all forces were afraid, until all families were terrified. Then he, Chen Chen, would naturally be the rule. Ha ha ha. Rough words but not rough logic. But many circles are like this. If you apply honestly to join, after they test you, if you qualify, you will be allowed to become a member of the circle. If you don't qualify, then you go back where you came from. If you refuse to accept this and force your way in, you want to break the rules? Then I'm sorry, you're up against the entire circle. Everyone will be your enemy. Of course, if your strength is strong enough, and your background solid enough, then it's a different story. What circle? What test? It means nothing to you. Just like that Lord of the Dragon City, by Zhang Xiang, who came in righteous and imposing, and what happened in the end? When he realized he wasn't your match, didn't he just pretend to be deaf and mute? Zhong Zikuan sneered. The words he spoke were quite shocking, but Chen Chen found it reasonable. So you need to be careful, including with the country. Such a big incident has happened, the cabinet members will definitely be angry. They will probably send someone to find you. The cabinet? Members? Yes, the highest institution of the country, with 9 members, each one a martial saint. Behind them are the martial god families. So you're saying, if I wipe out the Li family, does that mean I poked a hornet's nest? All the major families and powers across the country will come looking for trouble with me? Yes, that's about the gist of it. If you want to avoid it, there are ways. What ways? Go to the front lines. The front lines? That's right. As long as you go to the front lines, these families in the rear won't be able to find trouble with you. But the front lines are dangerous, even martial saints can fall. Next, the two continued to talk for a long time. Zhong Zikuan indicated that if Chen Chen wanted to go to the front lines, he could go to Tianzi Pass, position 13. The Zhong family has 2 martial saints there who can temporarily shelter him. To this, Chen Chen did not refuse, but he also did not agree. He simply said, I will consider it. All right, I'll leave you a phone number, you can call me if you need. Okay. After exchanging numbers, Chen Chen left on his sword. At the cliff, Zhong Zikuan watched Chen Chen's departing figure, his expression inscrutable. He knew that contacting Chen Chen at this time would definitely lead to exclusion and suppression from other families. But if my guess is true, then Chen Chen's future is probably hard to estimate. He is very likely to become the 10th martial god of the Xia country. Zhong Zikuan's eyes flickered, his resolve growing stronger. To hell with it. I'm betting. If I lose, it's just that the family will have a harder time. But if I win, then he will be the youngest martial god on the list. Thinking of this, Zhong Zikuan turned and left, even willing to waste his energy to walk on air. He wanted to get home early, to investigate this Chen Chen properly, to understand more, or see what help he could offer. Providing timely assistance is far more precious than adding flowers to a brocade. Where have you gone? Do you know how long we've waited for you? Where have you gone? Do you know how long we've waited for you? Go to the front lines? Chen Chen had thought about it. He would go, but not now. According to Zhong Zikuan, the 9 martial gods of Xia country are all stationed at the front lines. Unless something major happens, they won't move. Don't even mention wiping out a Li family. Even if all the major families of the Dragon City were wiped out, those martial gods wouldn't take action themselves. At most, they would be angry and send someone to suppress me, Chen Shan said. And since that's the case, why should he be in a hurry to go to the front lines? After all, with his current strength, he is not that kind of martial saint or martial god who is overwhelmingly strong. They can't do anything to him. It's better to stay in the country. Wait until I reach the 8th or 9th level of chi training, then go to the front lines. As for the unspoken rules of martial saints, what does it have to do with me as a cultivator? Chen Shen murmured. At 10:11 p.m., Chen Shen returned to Jinling City. He did not notify Yang Yin and the others but went straight to the conference hall, preparing to cultivate. However, just as he opened the door, he suddenly squinted, looking into the pitch black ahead, where the seats of the conference hall were, and said lightly, "Who are you?" He closed the door and turned on the lights. The scene brightened, revealing 3 figures. All were dressed in black and wore masks, concealing their appearances. Upon hearing Chen Shen's words, the man who seemed to be the leader looked at him with cold eyes and responded with a question instead of an answer. "Where have you been? Do you know how long we've waited for you?" His voice was deep, and his tone was domineering. Clearly, the 3 of them had come to Changshen Group with ulterior motives, yet they dared to turn the tables and reprimand Chen Shen for keeping them waiting. This scene made Chen Shen unable to help but laugh in anger. Good, very good. I want to know, who gave you the courage to speak to me like that in Changshen Group? Chen Shen's expression was emotionless, his eyes icy. As his voice fell, a wave of pressure slowly rose, but the man showed no fear. Instead, Chen Shen's words angered him, and he sneered. "Who gave me the courage? Good question. Let me tell you right now. It is, The man stood up, a ring-headed knife hanging at his waist. As he pressed his left hand on the hilt, blood flames erupted around him. A sense of oppression from a Grand Master instantly enveloped the scene, and a subtle aura spread, making the air feel inexplicably heavy. It was clear that this man was an extreme intent Grand Master, which was also the reason he looked down on Chen Shan and did not take him seriously. However, when he stood up, ready to display his strength and suppress Chen Shan beneath his feet, his expression slightly changed, and shock flashed in his eyes. "Your strength, Grand Master? When did you become a Grand Master?" Chen Shen's blood energy surged, having already reached the Grand Master realm, instantly countering the oppressive feeling in the room. This sudden change caught the man off guard. Wasn't Chen Shen still at the Master realm? How did he break through? When did this happen? Is it really that easy to break through to Grand Master? Why did it take him 7 or 8 years to barely reach the Grand Master realm? Shock, surprise. But fortunately, he remained calm. He was an extreme intent Grand Master, with martial intent as his strongest means. That was his true confidence. Thinking of this, the man's expression darkened as he looked at Chen Shen and said, I didn't expect you to actually break through to Grand Master? This is truly surprising. If it weren't for the group ensuring everything was foolproof, making me end my cultivation early and lead the team myself, I'm afraid you boom. Chen Shen had never liked listening to others ramble, so after unleashing his blood energy, his martial intent followed closely behind. Just the invincible martial intent. The moment it was released, it covered the entire scene, causing the man to stop speaking before he could finish his sentence. The calmness and confidence he had felt, as if he controlled everything, collapsed in an instant, leaving only shock. The heavy suppression made him tremble all over, feeling as if he could barely stand. You martial intent? You comprehended martial intent? How is this possible? How long has it been since you reached the Master Realm? How could you comprehend martial intent? And furthermore, the level of this martial intent was so terrifying. His small achievement in Taishan martial intent was instantly crushed, with no resistance at all, a stark contrast. But what was going on? A breakthrough to Grand Master was one thing, but why had he also comprehended martial intent? Not only comprehended it, but its level was also not low, at least a great achievement. At this moment, the man was stunned. His eyes were dazed, feeling as if he were dreaming. Now tell me, who gave you the courage to come here and seek death? Seek death? That's right. Chen Shen could even slay a martial saint. He is just a mere grandmaster of the ultimate intent. What's the difference from seeking death? The man slightly lowered his head, falling into silence, until another wave of cold martial intent suddenly surged towards him. The man's eyes filled with terror as he shouted in shock, killing intent? This is the martial will centered on slaughter? You actually comprehended a second type of martial intent? At that moment, the man could no longer hold on and collapsed to his knees. He raised his head, staring in horror at Chen Shen. After a moment, he spoke, Tianhai Group. I come from the Tianhai Group. The man was surprisingly straightforward. Realizing he had no chance of winning, he stopped resisting and revealed what he knew. It turned out he was the Grandmaster of Ultimate Intent from Tianhai City, sent by the Elder Council through various channels to the Utopian Free City to exchange for the talent essence. During the exchange, the Utopian doctor gave an additional task. That was to capture Chen Shen alive and bring him to the Free City to receive 3 drops of talent essence. Tianhai Group? Utopia? The doctor? There are also 4 other teams? Chen Shen remained silent, his expression unchanged. Chen, can you spare my life? I have family. Puff. Thud thud. The conference hall fell silent. Only 3 headless corpses lay nearby, blood flowing from them. But as the furnace flickered, even those corpses vanished. The sky gradually brightened. The next morning, Chen Shen stood by the window, gazing at Jinling City. Didn't that person say there were 4 teams? Why are there only 3? Besides the person from Tianhai Group, 3 more teams arrived in the latter half of the night, all dressed in black, wearing masks, looking sneaky. Chen Shen didn't waste words and killed them upon meeting. Only the team from Sakura Country, led by Kawada, did not appear. Forget it. If they didn't come, they didn't come, Chen Shen said lightly. He then took out his phone and called Su Yulu. He wanted to ask about the Li family's follow-up, to see if what Zhong Zikuan said was true, that he would face suppression from various families and forces. But unexpectedly, the number that had always been reachable now showed a message that it was out of service. What's going on? Chen Shen was surprised and decided to try again later. Time passed. At 9 in the morning, Chen Shen dialed again, but the result was still the same. Could something have happened? Chen Shen frowned, feeling slightly worried. After all, Su Yulu had helped him a lot. Tap tap tap. Chairman, there's shocking news nationwide. About you. The person who came was Tang Yunxiao, the acting head of the intelligence department appointed by Qin Chen. At this moment, she hurried over, her hands trembling slightly, her face filled with fear and disbelief. The incident was exposed. The first wave of sanctions. Shocking news nationwide? Chen Shen guessed it might be about the Li family incident. Sure enough, Tang Yunxiao swallowed hard, her face pale as she said, yes, the intelligence department just received news. In Kunlun City, Shenlong City, one of the prominent families, the Li family, has been wiped out. Masters, grandmasters, and ultimate grandmasters, all perished. Even the strongest martial saint ancestor fell on the spot. The scene left behind was just a huge deep pit, extremely horrifying. This incident has caused quite a stir, comparable to an 18-level earthquake in the martial artist community. All major martial artist forums, groups, social circles, and martial arts exchange networks have gone viral. Everyone is shocked. However, the one who wiped out the Li family has stirred up a hornet's nest, provoking the anger of many prominent families and powerful forces. So far, 6 families have come forward to condemn and denounce. They say they will make the murderer pay a painful price. As she spoke, Tang Yunxiao stole glances at Chen Shen. Seeing his calm demeanor, she couldn't help but stutter, her voice trembling. Chairman, the information about that murderer has also been exposed. It's a bit of a coincidence. His name is also Chen Shen, just like yours. He looked towards the trembling and somewhat frightened Tang Yunxiao. Chen Shen smiled and said, isn't there an even bigger coincidence? That murderer is not just named Chen Shen. He also established a group in Lahushi, Jinling City, called the Changsheng Group. Upon hearing Chen Shen's words, Tang Yunxiao's mouth dropped open in shock. This included Yang Yinin at the door. She rushed over just in time to hear these few sentences. Chairman, you aren't really the one who wiped out the Li family, are you? Tang Yunxiao asked. Yang Yinin also stepped forward quickly, looking at Chen Shen with a face full of surprise. Chen, aren't you over at the 4 sects of cultivation? How could you possibly run over 1,000 kilometers to Kunlun City in one night and wipe out a big family? Isn't this a mistake? Yang Yinin knew the terror of big families. There were many Grand Masters and extreme intent Grand Masters. Even a martial saint was present. And Chen Shen? He was just a master. How could he possibly wipe out an entire family? So Yang Yinin didn't believe it at all. She only felt that something was off and suspected someone was deliberately framing Chen Shen to get him in trouble. But the next moment, Chen Shen's reaction was unexpected, leaving Yang Yinin stunned. You don't need to worry about this matter. Just carry on as usual. Chen Shen neither confirmed nor denied it, speaking lightly to Tang Yunxiao. Alright then. After Tang Yunxiao left, Chen Shen sat down on a nearby chair and said again, why did you rush over? What happened? Something big happened. Oh, what big thing? Our group's store and funds in the martial arts mall have all been frozen, and the group's funds and accounts have also been frozen by the bank. Not only that, a large number of martial artists have complained to the market inspection department, saying our elixirs have problems and can poison people to death. They demand our group to take down all elixirs and provide tenfold compensation to those who bought them. Chen Shen, what on earth is going on? Yang Yinyin was flustered, her face pale. What's the reason? Reason? There is no reason. We've contacted the mall and the bank, but they don't answer the phone. Chen, did you offend someone? It should be the Lee family incident. Ah, the Lee family incident? Chen, you wouldn't really be that person, would you? Yang Yinyin was horrified. Staring blankly, her face was filled with disbelief. But as Chen nodded, she was completely stunned, her head buzzing. It took several minutes for her to regain her senses and say, "Weren't you a master before?" "Yeah, I was a master before. Not anymore." I broke through. With that one sentence, Yang Yinyin fell silent. She stood there for a long time without moving. After a long while, she finally accepted reality. Chen's strength had increased, not just a little. He had become strong enough to run 1,000 kilometers overnight and wipe out a big family. "Ha, alright." Taking a deep breath, Yang Yinyin said helplessly, "So what do we do now? I've heard that big families have their circles. You wiped out the Li family, others will definitely retaliate, and they have already started." Chen remained silent. If these people came directly to kill him, he would have no fear. But dealing with these small tricks, Chen really had no way. Buzz. While he was pondering, the phone rang. It was Zhong Zikuan. Chen hesitated slightly but chose to answer. Little brother Chen should have received the news by now. The 6 big families have already started to take action. Their first step is sanctions, economic sanctions. Zhong Zikuan got straight to the point without any small talk. Our group stores, funds, including bank accounts, in the martial arts mall have all been frozen, Chen said coldly. That's quite normal. The martial arts mall was established by a big family, including various banks as well. However, little brother Chen, are you willing to believe the Zhong family? The Zhong family can indeed provide some assistance, Zhong Zikuan said with a smile. What kind of assistance? Or rather, what does the Zhong family want? If they are willing to give, there must be a reason. Chen did not believe that Zhong Zikuan was helping him selflessly under pressure from other families, especially since they had only met once. We want the future. To put it bluntly, we want little brother Chen's future protection for the Zhong family. That's all. Of course, if you see the Zhong family's help as an investment, that's fine too, Zhong Zikuan said honestly. In response, Chen thought for a moment and found it feasible. After all, he wouldn't lose anything. Alright, I agree. Good, little brother Chen, rest assured, our Zhong family will definitely assist you wholeheartedly. So what should I do in my current situation? Very simple, just ignore it. I've seen your group's information. It was established less than a month ago, and 99% of the martial artists were hired with money. So whether you keep them or not, just retain the core members. Secondly, regarding the elixirs, our Zhong family can purchase them, and the price can be 20% higher than the market. We also have all the various herbs needed for refining elixirs. Of course, this kind of economic sanction is just a small tactic, useful against some rootless forces, and once your group collapses, they may proceed to the second step. That is to target your friends and family, anyone related to you, to make you feel isolated, leading to your downfall, until you can't bear it anymore and submit to them, begging for mercy. If you can withstand all this, then they will join forces, using martial saints to suppress you forcefully. Being from a big family, Zhong Zikuan was very familiar with these matters and did not hide anything, laying it all out. Hearing this, Chen's expression darkened, feeling as if he was surrounded by enemies, while the opponent was not in a hurry to strike but instead wanted to torment him slowly. Chen's arrangements, SS-level cultivation prodigies? What a 3-step strike. You big families have quite a few methods for dealing with people, Chen said with a cold smile. Sigh, it's beyond our control, Zhong Zikuan sighed. As for whether it was true or not, Chen couldn't be bothered to care. He was just curious and asked, aren't you afraid of encountering a ruthless person? Someone who doesn't care about the rules and directly attacks you big families? Whatever kind of person, there are corresponding methods. To deal with such, just unite with the authorities and suppress them forcefully. Chen did not ask further, as it was meaningless. He also thought of a plan. I still have some elixirs in stock, you can send someone to take them, but I don't want money, just trade for herbs. Alright, I'll arrange for someone to go over immediately. By the way, do you know about Freedom City? Freedom City? One of the 3 major gathering places of the Ideal Land? Yes, that's right. I know a bit. Many big families have dealings with the Ideal Land. Do you have a map? Or can you tell me the specific location? No map, just know it's in the wilderness. Non-Ideal Land people need to go through various verifications, channels, and checkpoints to get there. Why? Are you planning to go to the Ideal Land? Do you have a way? Chen countered with a question. In Shenlong City, Zhong family. Zhong Zikuan frowned, feeling conflicted inside, because the Ideal Land was not a good place. Once you go, it's hard to come back. Thinking of this, Zhong Zikuan hurriedly said, Chen Xiao brother, you must be cautious. If it really doesn't work, you can go to the front lines, or hide and wait for the storm to pass. Isn't that better than going to the ideal land? You must know, you have top-tier talent. Going there doesn't necessarily mean you'll be valued. It could also mean. Zhong Zikuan didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Going to the ideal land might not guarantee your life. In response, Chen Shen affirmed, don't worry, I'm not joining the ideal land. I'm just looking for them about something. Something? Alright then, I'll contact them later. I don't even know if it will work. Hearing Chen Shen say he wasn't joining the ideal land, Zhong Zikuan also breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He hung up the phone. Yang Yining seemed to have grasped the general idea and asked with concern, Chen Shen, is the Zhong family reliable? It's not some conspiracy, is it? It doesn't matter, I have my own plans. You find Han Datong. Okay, Chairman. Han Datong was downstairs and arrived quickly. He seemed to have heard about the Li family's situation. At this moment, he looked at Chen Shen with a mix of shock and disbelief. It seemed hard to believe that this young man, who looked to be under 20, had actually destroyed a prominent family. That was a superpower with a martial saint overseeing it. Just like that, it was gone? Did this also mean that Chen Shen had already become a martial saint? Thinking of this, Han Datong felt a deep shock and disbelief on his face. You two are the most trusted people in the entire group, so there's something I want you to do. Yang Yining, who had known Chen Shen from the start, was considered a half-friend. Han Datong, whom Chen Shen valued for his character, had now also broken through to the master realm and could be of great help. Brother Chen, just say it. As long as I, Han Datong, can do it, I will never refuse. Seeing Chen Shen's serious expression, Han Datong didn't call him chairman but referred to him as Brother Chen, as he did when they first met, to show his stance. Yang Yining didn't speak, but her serious expression was enough to prove her support. The matter isn't difficult. It's all small stuff. It's mainly to be on the safe side. The aftermath of destroying the Li family had already begun. Chen Shen also had to make arrangements. For example, gathering Yang Yining, Han Datong, and their friends, including Zhang Ting, Zhang Wei, and others, to protect them, to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. You two find people as soon as possible, then take them outside the city. I'll find a place to settle there. Alright, okay, we'll handle it right away. Try not to let too many people know, Chen Shen said lightly. I understand. Han Datong nodded seriously. The 4 divisions of cultivation were also from the Changsheng sect. Chen Shen withdrew all formations. Then he took his mother, Li Jingjing, and the cultivators who had joined the sect, including Zhao Yan and others. In the ruins outside the city, on a certain hill, he flattened it and rearranged the formations. He expanded the range and added more formations, such as invisibility formations, defensive formations, and soundproof formations. From the outside, it looked like nothing was there, almost the same as before. At 2 p.m., Yang Yining and the others arrived. They brought over 30 people, most of whom were relatives and friends familiar to Han Datong. In the evening, go to the city and buy more food and daily necessities. For now, stay here, and I'll leave it to you to manage. Remember, don't leave too many traces. Inside the formation, they were separated to avoid too many people clashing, dividing into different areas. At this moment, outside the formation, Chen Shen said to Han Datong, Han Datong didn't say much, just nodded seriously. After he left, Chen Shen went to the cultivation area. Looking at the timid girl in front of him, he gently asked, Is your name Zhao Yan? Yes, master. When the transfer happened, Chen Shen was surprised to find that this girl, who had been extremely conflicted about joining a sect, had actually reached the first level of Qi training. This was remarkable. It should be noted that what Chen Shen had given them to practice was the latest version of the 10,000 methods harmonized. Although it was only the first level, it was far more powerful than the 10th level of Qi training in the outside world. The difficulty of cultivation was naturally much higher. Yet, she had managed to break through in just one night? What is your talent? Chen Shen asked curiously. Replying to the master, I have a level of Immortal Cultivation talent, with a crimson gold spirit body. When absorbing gold attribute spiritual energy, there is a 1,000-fold enhancement. When practicing gold attribute techniques and spells, I can learn them faster, and their power is also stronger. Zhao Yan was very nervous, lowering her head and not daring to look at Chen Shen. However, she did not hide anything in her response and explained in detail. But the content of her words astonished Chen Shen. You also participated in the awakening ceremony this year? Yes, master. I am from Longyang High School, Class 7, in Jinling City. Longyang High School? Chen Shen had heard of it. It was a second-rate public school, but that was not important. What mattered was that in the same city, there was actually someone with a level of immortal cultivation talent. Such a prodigy, Shen had never heard of before. Perhaps, is it my doing? Thinking back to the scene during the awakening, Shen murmured to himself. He then collected his thoughts, looked at Zhao Yan, and said solemnly, "From today onwards, you are the first true disciple of the Changsheng sect, the sect's eldest disciple. I will personally teach you." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Yan was first taken aback, then filled with immense joy. She even knelt on one knee, mimicking the ancient etiquette from movies, clasping her fists and saying, "Thank you, master." The 8 great families united. Zhao Yan was not actually foolish. It was just that due to family reasons, she had been insecure and timid since childhood, often bullied and harassed at school. Even her awakening of talent was unfortunate, although it was a level. It was a useless immortal cultivation talent. That day, classmates, teachers, neighbors, and relatives all showed expressions of regret on the surface, but their eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. To be honest, at such a young age, facing such a blow, she had thought about jumping into the river to end it all, since living was just being a waste. But fortunately, she did not die. Her parents found her in time, rescued her, and took her to other cities for a trip to help her relax. Coincidentally, when they returned, it was just when the Changsheng group was established and began hiring cultivators. Her classmate, Zhang Qian, who had awakened a level of immortal cultivation talent, actively sought her out, pulling her along to apply at that small group, to try out the life of a cultivator in advance. However, when they arrived, Zhao Yan did not choose the cooperative model that she had agreed upon with Zhang Qian, but instead directly joined the Changsheng sect. Because she had heard in the introduction that joining a sect would allow her to learn more profound immortal cultivation methods, she did not know how profound it was. It was just that, in her heart, there was an inexplicable emotion that made her resolutely choose the latter when she was conflicted. Perhaps it was unwillingness? Unwillingness to be ordinary? Unwillingness to be a waste for a lifetime? Why should I, Zhao Yan, be weaker than others? Zhao Yan murmured to herself. The next moment, excitement appeared on her face, because she had made the right choice. This newly established Changsheng sect master taught a different method of immortal cultivation. It was completely different from what the school had given her. No, it should be said that it was worlds apart. Just at the first level, she could transform spiritual energy into magical power, forming a mist that could instantly kill a first-level martial artist. Now, he was teaching her the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels. Zhao Yan looked through them all. Strong, too strong. Compared to martial arts, it was simply invincible. The 10,000 methods harmonized is a non-attribute cultivation method. Whatever your spiritual root is, it will transform into that kind of magical power. And here, I've set up a spirit gathering array, and the concentration of spiritual energy here is 10 times that of the outside world. You just stay here and cultivate. Seeing Zhao Yan's excited expression, Shen smiled lightly. Yes, sect master. Cultivating immortality and martial arts are 2 different systems, but the difference is, their endpoint is merely our beginning. I hope you can break through to the 9th level of Qi refining within a year, reach the pinnacle of the world, and suppress the martial god. Chen encouraged. To be honest, upon hearing this, Zhao Yan's eyes clearly brightened, filled with fighting spirit. Yes, sect master. Disciple will not disappoint your expectations, Zhao Yan said seriously. Good, then I'll leave the rest to you to manage. If someone reaches the 1st level of Qi refining, teach them the methods for the 2nd level. There's no need to be too demanding, just work hard on your cultivation. Yes, Zhao Yan's appearance made Chen unconsciously have great expectations for the Eternal Life sect. As a senior in the cultivation world, he truly hoped that the cultivation system could shine with its due brilliance. Not everyone needs to become an immortal, but crushing martial arts and shedding the name of waste talent is a must. Absolutely, and definitely. In the afternoon, a private chat room online was finally successfully debugged. At 3 p.m., the call started on time. 8 new users entered. There were 2 more than previously agreed upon, but it didn't matter, no one cared. As the camera turned on, revealing their true appearances, everyone greeted each other, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Ha, old you, you're still alive? I thought you had long passed away. If Chu Dajan isn't dead, how could I let you live alone? Oh, Shuyu, long time no see. So it's Brother Jean, it's been a while, how have you been in recent years? Not bad, not bad. In the video, 5 men and 3 women all looked like elderly people in their 70s or 80s. Their skin was loose, their hair gray, and their clothing varied, but they were full of energy, their eyes deep, and their voices loud, clearly not ordinary people. Sure enough, after a round of flattery and jokes, the 8 gradually quieted down, their expressions serious, the atmosphere solemn. Alright, it's time to talk business. A short, plump old man with a rosy complexion was the first to speak. He was Chu Dajian, the ancestor of the Chu family from Xinjiang City, the highest-ranking member of the family in the martial saint realm. After he finished speaking, he glanced at everyone and continued, "You should have seen Chen Chen's information, right? Anything you want to say? What can we say? If the information is correct, then Chen Chen's talent is very likely not in cultivating immortality, but in martial arts, and it is a top-tier martial arts talent." Yu Shichen, the ancestor of the Yu family from Shenzhou City, said in a deep voice. He had a scruffy beard, wore a shirt with his chest exposed, and had a somewhat fiery personality. But as soon as he finished speaking, someone retorted, "That's not right. I asked the city lord of Shenlong City, by Zheng Xiang, as well as the Qiu and Su families. They have seen Chen Chen in person and confronted him. According to what they said, Chen Chen's blood energy was not apparent, resembling a low-tier martial artist, yet unexpectedly, he could stand on air. In the battle on site, the only one who erupted with a blood column at the martial saint level was Li Changqing. No one else was seen." Shuyu, the old woman from the Chu family in Muden City, said slowly. What Shuyu said is correct. I know this news as well. In fact, I also got the video of Chen Chen during the awakening ceremony at school. There's nothing wrong. It's undoubtedly a talent for cultivating immortality. Including when he received the inheritance, it was also a method for cultivating immortality. I also have a piece of information. It's Chen Chen's purchase records in the martial arts mall. I have Chen Chen's activity trajectory over the past 2 months, as well as the people, events, and things he has come into contact with. Although it can't be too detailed, I know some general information. The united efforts of the large families are indeed terrifying. In just a moment, they stripped Chen Chen bare, leaving no secret unexposed. Even the slightest clue could lead them to uncover everything. The more transparent and detailed it became, the worse the expressions on the 8 faces grew. They were even filled with shock and seriousness. This Chen Chen is not simple. Not just not simple, he feels like a monster. His talent for cultivation must be real, but aside from that, he probably has other abilities. It should be so, otherwise, it can't be explained. So what now? Reconciliation? Or suppression? Reconciliation? Based on his style of dealing with the Li family, this person is vengeful and has a heavy killing intent. Once offended, reconciliation won't be easy. Although this person has high talent, his heart is malicious, and he has an antisocial personality, not much different from that group of beasts in the ideal land. I propose we suppress him to eliminate future troubles, Yushi snorted coldly. What the old man you said makes sense. Since we've taken action, we must see it through. But, agreed. So next, do we proceed with the second step of the attack? Attack? What more is there to attack? His group was just established. It doesn't matter whether it exists or not. He doesn't have many friends or relatives. They may not be easily threatened. I think we can proceed simultaneously. Don't stop the economic attack, distract his attention, secretly send people to capture his close friends and relatives. I just saw in the data that he had rumors with a girl named Xiao Yuqing at school. Regardless of whether it's true or not, controlling it in our hands counts as having more cards. After all, youthful love is deep. This pure first love is even more unforgettable. Who knows, it might bring us surprises at a critical moment. That makes sense. What Shuyu said is reasonable and feasible. Everyone, I must add one more thing. This Chen Chen is different from others. He is not to be underestimated. We must not let him grow, otherwise, the consequences are unpredictable. Yes, this is what I wanted to say. For extraordinary people, we must use extraordinary means. From now on, my Yu family will recall a martial saint from the front lines specifically to suppress Chen Chen. My Chu family will do the same. So will my Chu family. My Jin family too. My Kong family. Everyone together, let's take action. Good. So it was, the application for sanctions. in Lahushi City, Tianhai City. Jin family. After hanging up the video call, Jin Shishan slowly stood up. Beside him was the current family head, Jin Changshi, a middle-aged woman, around 40, with a voluptuous figure, like towering mountains. Dad, although the Li family's matter is severe, it has a certain impact on our large family. But isn't it too early to take action? Even if we do, is it necessary to be so urgent? Do we really need to recall the family martial saint from the front lines? Jin Changshi listened clearly to the content of the video call. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask. But Jin Shishan did not answer. His expression was blank. He walked out of the room, came to the balcony of the attic, and looked down at the family courtyard from the 5th floor. After a long time, under Jin Changshi's puzzled expression, he spoke, You don't really think that our 8 families united merely to help the Lee family take revenge, do you? Ha ha, what is the Lee family? If they are destroyed, so be it. Is it that important? As for the prestige and reputation in the upper circles, what is it worth? Is it worth our urgency? Changsha, in doing things, one must think more and plan more. Jin Shishan was quite disappointed with Jin Changsha's inquiry. If it weren't for her decent strength in the family and her obedience, being his own daughter, she wouldn't even have the chance to be the family head. Sorry, Dad, it's the daughter who is foolish. Jin Changsha quickly apologized. Jin Shishan shook his head slightly and explained, groups, forces, families, all are beneficial in every endeavor. To develop, one cannot do without funds. The life blood pill, skin refining pill, and bone refining pill sold by the Changsheng Group. These 3 items are the real reason we are eager to take action. Life blood pill, skin refining pill, bone refining pill? Those are the new type of pills with no side effects, low prices, and good effects. Snatched up crazily by martial artists nationwide? Yes, that's right. I've had someone estimate. If we can obtain these 3 pills, the Jin family's annual net profit will soar by several hundred billion. What? Several hundred billion? So much? Jin Changsha was shocked. You must know that the total annual net profit of the entire Jin family's industries is only in the tens of billions. Just these 3 types of pills could add several hundred billion? Hiss. It's a bit terrifying. If it's true, perhaps the Jin family could cultivate 2 more martial saints. Thinking of this, Jin Changsha excitedly said, Dad, we're in Luhu City, it's close. Why not? Before he could finish, he was stopped by Jin Shishan's hand. His expression was serious as he said in a low voice, if it were just pills, would I collaborate with them? Of course, whoever gets there first, gets it. Ha, that's true, Dad makes a good point. But Dad, I have another question. If Chen Shen's information is true, with his ability to kill a martial saint in just over 2 months, such a prodigy, such a monster, would the country be willing to give up? Would they let us act recklessly? What if the cabinet gets furious and uses it as an excuse to deal with us? After he spoke, Jin Shishan turned to look at her. With a tone of disappointment, he said, your brain. Sigh. It's hopeless. If you had thought a bit more, you wouldn't ask such a foolish question. Seeing Jin Changsha silent, he explained, the information is very detailed. Among them, a few key points are the Ideal Town incident in Jinling City. So, you see, Chen Shan has more than just pills. He also has talent liquid, a full 4 drops. This thing is very important. We cannot touch it. It's from those families in the cabinet, including Chen Shen himself. To put it more simply, or to rephrase it, whenever we big families have any wind or grass movement, how could they not know? Including this video call. But until now, there has been no movement, no obstruction. What does that indicate? It indicates their tacit approval. Their tacit approval for us to take action. Even letting us take the lead, be the bad guys, and after suppressing Chen Shen, they quietly take away the most important things while we divide the leftovers. Do you understand? Hearing this, Jin Changsha's face showed realization. He murmured, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. Meanwhile, in the cabinet, the highest institution of the Xia country, it was a building resembling a palace, towering, luxurious, grand, and magnificent. The interior was even more exaggerated. The floor was like jade, the ceiling like stars, golden pillars with dragon carvings, wall paintings of phoenixes. 9 giant chairs stood in a circle. On them sat people, each with different expressions, but their faces were solemn, their aura terrifying. The blood flames they casually emitted slowly spread out, like a blooming lotus. The atmosphere was thick, illusions arose, as if deities had descended. They were the 9 major counselors of the Xia country, also the top-tier powerhouses in the martial saint realm, with their blood energy exceeding 10 million, reaching the limit. They were just half a step away from manifesting divine intent and breaking through to the martial god realm. About Chen Chen. How should we handle it? A voice suddenly echoed in the silent palace. Calm, vast, indifferent. This person has decent talent, with the potential to become a martial god. Perhaps he can be kept. Someone said in a deep voice. Kept? Kept to be a disaster? The Li family incident has just occurred. This child is inherently brutal, with an extreme personality and serious anti-human tendencies. I believe he must not be left alive. Some spoke vehemently, shouting in anger. But it can't be said like that. The Li family brought this upon themselves. They shouldn't be a reference. Others held differing opinions. Actually, I tend to agree with Counselor Zhang's words. This Chen Shen is a bit unstable. Even if he breaks through to become a martial god, it may not be a good thing. Isn't the mayor of the ideal town an example? As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Clearly, there were hidden circumstances, but no one wanted to mention them. What do the rest of you think? The first counselor asked from the main seat. I propose we suppress Chen Chen and redirect his talent to where it should be used. Agreed, talent is good, but the person is not suitable, it needs to be changed. Perhaps in the past, there was no way. We might have been reluctant to give up a martial god candidate, but now, I also agree. Shouldn't we reconsider? I feel that Chen Chen's actions don't seem that serious. Counselor Wang, you know the situation on the front lines. At this moment, we absolutely cannot have any issues domestically. Rather than gamble on Chen Chen's conscience, why not trust our own people? Moreover, his talent. Enough! The first counselor interrupted. We will vote to decide. Those in favor of suppressing Chen Chen, raise your hands. In an instant, all 8 counselors raised their hands. Only Counselor Wang hesitated for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. But it made sense. If it were in the past, without the talent liquid, they might have considered it. After all, to speak frankly, the things Chen Chen did really didn't seem like much in their eyes. But the problem arose with the emergence of the talent liquid. With no cost, one could transfer talent levels. In this situation, abandoning a person whose future was unstable and could potentially harm their own interests and safety, in exchange for a trusted relative, wasn't that a win-win? Alright, I will draft a sanction order, and everyone will sign it, then send it to the front lines for the martial god to approve. As for the ownership of Chen Chen's talent, we will discuss it later. Good, no problem. Regarding Chen Chen's matter, everyone had already made their decision. Coming to discuss and vote was merely a formality. Therefore, in less than 5 minutes, a sanction application signed by 9 counselors, under the cautious, serious, fair, and just deliberation, was swiftly sent to the front lines. Unbeknownst to them, the Longsheng group, which had been obliterated, was left with nothing. In the conference hall, Chen Chen was alone, waiting for the Zhong family to arrive. But unexpectedly, instead of the Zhong family, a special investigation team arrived, led by 2 Grand Masters. They directly approached Chen Chen. Speak, what do you want? Sitting in the main seat, Chen Chen said expressionlessly. Master Chen has misunderstood. I have been sent by the cabinet to investigate some matters, and it has already concluded. So I mean you no harm. Dressed as a Taoist, with a humble attitude and gentle tone, he was indeed Zhang Daozhang. Beside him was Wang Su. After visiting the Su family in Tianhai City, they came directly to Jinling City to thoroughly investigate Chen Chen's growth trajectory, and they had already completed their work before noon. Oh, is that so? Since it's over, why not leave? Why come to find me? Chen Chen asked in confusion. As for what they were investigating, he didn't care. After all, there was nothing to hide. I wish to save you, Master Chen, Zhang Daozhang said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was somewhat taken aback and asked, Save me? What do you want to save me from? To save Master Chen's life. After speaking, he turned around to face Chen Chen. Taoist Zhang said again, Chen benefactor, your talent is 1 in 10,000, whether in martial arts or in cultivating immortality. Since you can reach the martial saint level or possess martial saint combat power in just over 2 months, you are a genius, even the #1 genius in the world. I believe, given some time, reaching the martial god realm is not a problem, you can easily break through. As for the things you have done, I have looked into them. They are all trivial matters, not worth mentioning. Including Li, Taoist Zhang. Can you get to the point? If it's just this nonsense, you can leave. After blabbering for a long time, Chen Chen was still unsure what the Taoist wanted to say. He felt a bit impatient and said coldly, good. I'll get to the point. Interrupted by Chen Chen, Taoist Zhang could only chuckle awkwardly. Then he said, I received news. There are 8 major families, each will recall a martial saint from the front lines. They will join forces to suppress you. In name, to seek justice for the Li family and avenge their grievances. Including the 2 martial saints from the Li family, they will also return. Furthermore, the cabinet members are also very displeased with your previous actions. Or rather, they are furious. They are already considering whether to impose punishment on you. Chen benefactor, your extermination of the Li family was indeed somewhat extreme and highly inappropriate. This point cannot be shrugged off. As for now, you can only reduce the anger of the various families. Then let the cabinet mediate and provide some compensation to the Li family. Only then, can you preserve your life? Chen Chen looked at Taoist Zhang without interrupting. After he finished speaking, is this your way of saving me? Lower my head? Submit? Compensate? His voice was flat, without any fluctuation. But Taoist Zhang understood that Chen Chen was very dissatisfied with this method. Seeing this, he sighed, Alas, you are not facing just 1 family, but 8 families. There are even other families and forces watching. To exaggerate a bit, at least more than 10 martial saints will take action, no matter how strong you are. Can you withstand it? But the most important thing is still the cabinet. The cabinet's attitude may directly relate to your life and death. Chen Benefactor. Endure for a moment, and the wind will be calm. Take a step back, and the sea will be vast. There is no need to fight for a moment. You can compromise first and talk about it later. Is that so? Chen Shan said in a low voice. Yes, everything is just external possessions. As long as your life is still there, that's enough. Chen Benefactor. If you are willing to provide the refining methods for the 3 types of pills from the Changxing group, as well as the talent liquid, and then go to the front lines to resist the fierce beasts for 5 years, then get lost. Boom. Puff. At first, Qin Shen was just curious about what Taoist Zhang wanted to do. Coupled with his official identity and humble attitude, he always wore a smile and was very polite. But what was the result? In the end, he actually wanted Chun Shen to lower his head, to take out blood pill, skin refining pill, bone refining pill, and talent liquid to compensate those families? Would he also have to kneel and bow his head, saying he was wrong? That he shouldn't have exterminated the Li family? That he shouldn't have broken their established rules? This wasn't over yet. He also wanted Chen Shen to go to the front lines to resist the fierce beasts for 5 years. For what? To atone? Hearing these words, Chen Shen directly erupted with blood energy, mercilessly kicking the 2 of them away, crashing through the glass, and falling from a building over 20 stories high. Yu Chen Shen Yu. In midair, Taoist Zhang felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, blood at the corner of his mouth, his expression shocked. He did not expect Chen Shen to strike without any warning, without a hint. What was even more critical was, before coming, there were some doubts about Chen Shen's strength, but at this moment, they vanished instantly. Such strong power, such fast speed. But he shouldn't have used all his strength. Otherwise, just a moment ago, Zhang Daochang faintly sensed a threat of crisis. A death crisis. In other words, if Qin Shen truly wanted to kill them, they would already be corpses. Huff. Thank goodness, thank goodness. He still has some reservations and doesn't dare to challenge the authorities. The cabinet's appointment, the official identity. This was the reason Zhang Daochang dared to come and persuade Chen Shen. However, at this moment, Wang Su beside him had a face full of shock and anger, shouting loudly, Chen Shen, how dare you make a move? We represent the cabinet, we represent the authorities. How dare you act? Are you trying to rebel? Are you betraying the country? Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Daochang's face changed dramatically, his expression as if he had eaten something foul, pale and ugly. Internally, he was cursing furiously. Damn it, Wang Su, you fool, reckless idiot, brainless thing. How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of someone who can slay a martial saint? Zhang Daochang was furious. Wang Su was truly an idiot, killing fierce beasts on the front lines and losing his mind. He disregarded the consequences of everything, a typical brainless brute. Just 2 days ago at the Su family, he almost caused trouble. Now it was even more ridiculous. Clearly having seen the information, knowing that Chen Shen was decisive in killing and would repay any slight, how could he still dare to offend him? What was the difference from seeking death? Thinking of this, Zhang Daochang suddenly erupted with blood energy, using all his strength to perform martial arts, twisting his body to distance himself as much as possible from Wang Su. Sure enough, as soon as he moved, a wave of heat surged from above. Looking up, a terrifying dragon head, engulfed in roaring flames, nearly brushed past him and swallowed Wang Su in one bite. It then turned, dragging its 30-meter-long body, soaring into the air, and then dissipated. Along with it, Wang Su also vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. This method, is it a cultivation spell? So terrifying? Bang! Hitting the ground, Zhang Daochang's heart raced, his scalp tingling. Ignoring the pain, he hurriedly got up, wanting to escape quickly. Puff! Ah! At that moment, an inexplicable attack occurred. Like a long sword, it pierced through his body, tearing a blood hole the size of a bowl, but fortunately, it was only in the waist. With the vitality of a grand master, he wouldn't die. Cough cough. Damn it, stupid Wang Su, Zhang Daochang covered his wound with his right hand, coughing up blood. His face was panic-stricken, frantic. Then he fled desperately, fearing that he would be a step too late, just like Wang Su, dead without a trace. The news brought by Zhong Zikuan, the arrival at Freedom City. Looking at Zhang Daochang limping and bleeding, Chen Shen's expression was calm. If it weren't for the other party having no hostility and merely persuading Chen Shen from his own perspective, he would have been dead long ago. As for his proposal, Chen Shen directly ignored it. Humans are the knife, I am the fish meat. He would never do such a foolish thing. Around 4 p.m., someone arrived at Changsheng Group, claiming to be from the Lu family of Tianhai City, a big shot in the Cultivation Alliance, a senior cultivator. He spoke very grandly, saying he could show Qin Shen a way to live. He just needed to tell him why someone with such terrifying abilities like himself had such cultivation talent. Had he created a new cultivation method? To this, Qin Shen didn't even meet him and directly had the group's martial artists drive him away. Afterwards, the Zhong family members arrived. Chairman Chen, here are the medicinal materials you need, a total of 128 types. Each type is 1 gram, with specifics varying based on the rarity of the materials. The estimated value is 3.6 billion. The Zhong family is quite ordinary, a common face, with a buzz cut, honest and simple. But their strength is formidable, at the Grandmaster level. They show great respect to Qin Shen, without a hint of negligence. I'll have someone bring you the stock of pills shortly. Any excess money can still be used to purchase medicinal materials, no limits. Alright, Chairman Chen. By the way, regarding Freedom City, the ancestors have already contacted someone, but various verifications and steps are needed, so it will take some time. I understand. After the Zhong family left, Qin Shen took out the medicinal materials and refined pills with spiritual fire. Blood exchange pill, a pill that assists grandmasters in blood exchange. Unfortunately, there are too few materials, otherwise, I could refine more. Looking at the 200 pills, red and exuding bursts of medicinal fragrance, Qin Shen murmured. Then, like beans, he tossed them all into his mouth. In an instant, his blood surged, a massive amount of energy flooded his body, wildly nurturing his vitality. I can't stop cultivating. He sat cross-legged. The technique began to operate. Spiritual energy surged in. Chen Chen started his training. Time passed. 2 days later, noon, Zhong Zikuan called. The channel to Freedom City has been arranged. At 1:22 p.m. this afternoon, in Jiling City, at 182 Qianhe Road, someone will take you there. I'll send you the code for the journey via text, Zhong Zikuan said in a deep voice. Okay, thank you. It's a small matter, just a gesture. However, their martial saint will be back soon. At the latest, they might take action against you by tomorrow morning. And the cabinet. 9 counselors have jointly signed a sanction order against you, but it hasn't been approved by the martial god yet. But in my opinion, this is only temporary. After all, behind the cabinet are the 9 great martial god families. So, there might be more martial saints appearing then. You must be very careful. If things become unmanageable, you can run first. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Zhong Zikuan said gravely. Alright, I understand. Then I'll hang up. After hanging up the phone, Chen Chen's expression was indifferent. At this point, there was nothing more to say. He could only carve out a bloody path, reach the peak, suppress all enemies, and reshape the rules. 2 days of cultivation, consuming 200 blood exchange pills. Grandmaster progress reached 45, successfully completing the 4th blood exchange. Vitality value rose to 2.3 million. As for chi training, there's still a long way to go. I've only condensed a quarter of the black liquid. Sensing his own strength, Qin Shen thought to himself. Then his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was at 182 Qianhe Road. This was an appliance repair shop, located in an old alley. The roll-up door was half closed, and it was pitch black inside. However, as Chen Chen approached, a voice came from within. Zhang Han? Chen Chen replied without hesitation. Come in. He bent down and entered the shop, which was in disarray. The person who spoke earlier was a bearded man, dressed simply, with only 3rd-tier strength. After Chen Chen entered, he kept sizing him up. After a moment, he picked up a mask from the side and said, "Put this on. Otherwise, if the authorities find out, you're done for." Okay. After putting on the mask, the man no longer hesitated, turned on a nearby desk lamp, and opened a hidden back door, instructing Chen Chen to remain silent and just follow. Thus, in the narrow passage, they twisted and turned, passing many doors, even through other people's living rooms and bedrooms. They emerged in another part of Jiling City. Taking a prearranged vehicle, they turned and turned again, changing vehicles multiple times. Each time, there were special codes for connection and verification. It was all very mysterious and extremely complicated. Finally, he covered Chen Chen's eyes and led him to an abandoned subway station. After walking for more than 2 hours, they reached the end. Alright, we can only take you this far. Once you exit the subway tunnel, go straight for 2 kilometers, there's a river there. Someone will be waiting for you and take you to Freedom City. Remember, don't get the code wrong. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly die. Chen Chen remained silent. He stepped out of the tunnel and took a deep breath of fresh air. Then he removed his mask and crushed it. He took out the meteorite sword, and with a whoosh, it flew into the sky. Freedom City is in the wilderness, but the wilderness is vast and hard to find. but now it's different. Since you've come this far, Freedom City 99 is in that direction. He gazed into the distance, watching the dense forest and the low-level beasts occasionally darting through it. Chen Chen's mind stirred, and he quickly moved forward. Half a second later, he indeed spotted a river below. The river was wide, and the current was swift. By the bank, near some trees, there were boats and people in straw raincoats. If all went as expected, they should be members of his ideal homeland waiting to pick him up. Seeing this, Chen Chen ignored them and continued in that direction, constantly looking around for traces of Freedom City. Half an hour later, Chen Chen's eyes lit up. It seemed he had arrived. Is this Freedom City? He soared into the sky on his sword, looking down. Below was a vast valley. Inside the valley stood a square city with high walls. There were many buildings inside, but they all looked somewhat old, as if they had been there for a long time. The only exception was a building in the center of the city, resembling a round tower, which had a certain technological style and was quite eye-catching. Which brother has come to my ideal homeland? Why didn't you give a heads-up beforehand? Who is the visitor? Boom! Suddenly, two voices rang out, accompanied by terrifying columns of blood shooting into the sky. From within the round tower, two great martial saints emerged. As if stepping on a transparent staircase, they gracefully ascended into the air. Arriving at a high altitude, they looked at Chen Chen with serious expressions. Martial God Qin Tianjun, the commander of the Qitian army, and the frontline battlefield of Tianzi Pass, resisting the beasts. Built in imitation of the Great Wall from hundreds of years ago, it was higher, wider, and more solid. Every 100 miles, there were outposts manned by 5 martial saints, with 1,000 Grand Masters assisting. As for the martial gods, there were 4 at Tianzi Pass. At this moment, atop a tall tower, a man clad in dark armor, with a resolute face and a robust physique, was sitting cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Beside him lay a giant blade, its length and width beyond imagination, nearly 2 meters long, wrapped in dried blood, appearing dark red. His aura was not apparent, resembling an ordinary person. Yet, despite being high in the air with the wind howling, his clothes and hair remained completely still, which was extremely strange. It seemed there was an invisible force swirling around him, always present. Tap tap tap. Uncertain how much time had passed, a figure approached beneath the tower. The presence was strong, a supreme Grand Master. Master! The visitor was none other than He Tianjing, who had gone to Jinling City to support during the Ideal Homeland incident, also the deputy commander of the 9th Division of the Qitian Army. And his master was naturally Qin Tianjun, one of the 9 martial gods of the Xia Kingdom, the leader of the Qitian Army. What is it? Qin Tianjun did not open his eyes, merely speaking lightly. Master, it's about the sanction order. The family called again, wanting you to agree. He Tianjing lowered his head and spoke respectfully. What about the others? What do you mean? Reporting to Master, most have agreed. Only Martial God Lin remains silent. Is that so? I understand. Following that, Qin Tianjun did not speak again, but He Tianjing understood that he had already agreed. Immediately, he left quickly. After he left, Qin Tianjun slowly opened his eyes, gazing into the distance at the swarming beasts, murmuring, Chen Chen? Such a pity. If you had spoken the truth back then, we wouldn't have this outcome today. The day Chen Chen awakened, he had briefly left the front lines and arrived in Jinling City, wanting to take him as a disciple. But at that time, Chen Chen said he had awakened a talent for cultivating immortality. So it ended there. He thought that the other party, like many cultivators, would soon fall silent and become a low-level practitioner. But who would have thought that just over 2 months later, he would hear that name again, linked to the martial saint? At that moment, even Qin Tianjun, the martial god, couldn't help but feel shaken, his face filled with astonishment. When he later learned the truth, he fell silent. Fate. It is crucial. If it weren't for the emergence of the talent liquid, perhaps. Qin Tianjun shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. But the next moment, that regret vanished. Because the high-level talent had not disappeared, it had simply changed hands. It had been given to someone more trustworthy, more stable. There was no difference from before. In fact, in some ways, it was even better. Freedom City. The eruption of the 2 martial saints shocked everyone. Thousands of members of the Utopia stepped out, looking up in terror. Inside the central round tower, the doctor and Zhou Yuling hurried out. But when they saw that familiar figure in the sky, Zhou Yuling's scalp tingled, and she screamed in horror, "It's him! It's Chen Chen! That's Chen Chen!" Zhou Yuling was terrified. She never dreamed that when she met Chen Chen again, it would be in Freedom City, and he would come over on his own. No, wait, is he standing in mid-air? Has Chen Chen broken through to the martial saint realm? Suddenly, Zhou Yuling realized something was wrong. Her eyes wide open in shock. A storm of emotions surged within her, impossible to calm. She couldn't believe it. In such a short time, Chen Shen had actually broken through to the martial saint? How is this possible? I just broke through to the master level and am still stabilizing my realm. He, Chen Shen, is a martial saint? Her body trembled, her legs weak. The unimaginable blow left Zhou Yuling feeling as if she were dreaming, unable to believe it. The doctor beside her also had a serious expression, his eyes flickering with shock, excitement, and agitation. The shock was due to Chen Shen's rapid cultivation speed. The excitement was because Chen Shen, unaware of the dangers, thought that breaking through to the martial saint meant he was invincible, coming to Freedom City to seek death. The agitation was, of course, to capture Chen Shen, obtain the high-level talent, and create the strongest martial god for Utopia, allowing the ideal to descend upon the world. Thinking of this, the doctor shouted without hesitation, "Lin Quan, Wang Su, he is Chen Shen, the one with the high-level talent. Capture him, be sure to capture him." In the sky, upon hearing the doctor's shout, Lin Quan narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Shen. "You are Chen Shen?" He was dressed simply in a gray long coat, wearing glasses, with an average build, nothing outstanding. In his right hand, he held a very thin long sword, light blue, slightly glowing, and very sharp. Blood flames enveloped him, rising into the sky, forming a terrifying blood column. Moreover, martial intent surged, occasionally slicing through the surrounding air, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Chen Shen guessed it should be sword intent. As for Wang Su, he was a dwarf, only about a meter tall, but with a sturdy build, muscles bulging, and a face full of beard. He held a hammer larger than himself, one in each hand, looking somewhat comical. However, the blood flames were overwhelming, and the martial intent was heavy. He appeared even stronger than Lin Quan. Two martial saints. Their blood vitality is around 5 million. Very good. Without answering Lin Quan's question, Chen Shen simply said lightly, "Humph. You are quite strange. Why is there no blood flame emanating? What are you standing on? A sword? Controlling the sword?" The dwarf Wang Su snorted coldly and said in a low voice. Chen Shen glanced down at the many members of the Utopian society. Then he raised his right hand, channeling his magic, murmuring, "Frost rain spell." "What? What are you mumbling about? Are you sick?" Wang Su, stop the nonsense and just take him down. "Okay. Ha, is it raining?" Chen Shen's strange behavior puzzled Wang Su, leaving him somewhat bewildered. However, Lin Quan beside him was more straightforward. He raised his sword, ready to strike directly. No matter what nonsense Chen Shen was up to, they could suppress him with strength. But just as he was about to act, a fine rain unexpectedly began to fall from the sky. It was eerie and cold. Even the two martial saints couldn't help but shiver. Moreover, the blood flames on the surface, upon contact with the raindrops, emitted a sizzling sound, like water hitting a hot oil pan. At this moment, both of their pupils constricted, sensing something was amiss. Not good. This person is strange, act quickly. 1,000 threads, 10,000 swords. In an instant, the long sword split apart, resembling countless threads, densely packed, seemingly alive, rushing towards Chen Shen. "Take this, heaven-shaking hammer." Boom! Wang Su's attack was somewhat exaggerated. His blood surged, enveloping the iron hammer in blood flames, leaping above Chen Shen, raising both hammers high, and smashing down towards Chen Shen's head. The booming sound and the terrifying scene were extremely shocking, making one feel as if a single blow could turn Chen Shen into mush. Unexpectedly, facing the two's attacks, Chen Shen remained calm and unhurried. With his right hand, he formed a sword with his fingers, which then slashed out, accompanied by the thunder martial intent. Boom! His left hand was also not idle. It was neither a palm nor a fist, slightly leaning forward, as if pushing forward. But the terrifying part was that the airflow between his palms surged and spread out, forming a white mist that produced a sonic boom. It was clear that this palm was not as ordinary as it appeared. Instead, it contained immense power, harboring astonishing strength. Not only that, but the area was also filled with an overwhelming force, pushing forward like a landslide. This was the palm intent. A perfected level of palm intent. This palm. Good, good, good. I want to see whether your strength is greater or mine, Wang Su. Seeing Chen Shen's dragon elephant great strength Vajra palm, Wang Su's expression became serious as he shouted loudly. But secretly, he activated his powerful talent, increasing his strength by another 20%. Beside him, Lin Quan's pupils also constricted. He glanced at Chen Shen's translucent magic sword, secretly amazed. Feeling the frenzied thunder martial intent rushing towards him, he was shaken. Chen Shen, what a talented individual. He actually possesses two types of martial intent. Both have reached the perfected realm. Good, very good. But to take on two of us alone, do you really think so little of us? Boom! Lin Kuan's face darkened as he spoke coldly, but just as his words fell, an inexplicable suppression suddenly descended. It felt as if a mountain weighing 10,000 tons pressed down, causing both of them to tremble, their faces changing drastically, and their strength plummeting by 50% in an instant. This sudden change caught them off guard, nearly causing their martial skills to collapse and backfire. And this was not the end. An even more terrifying aura surged forth. Endless killing intent enveloped them. Looking closely, Shen Shen's figure remained there. Yet for some reason, in the fearful gazes of Lin Kuan and the others, Shen Shen seemed to rise rapidly, growing faster and taller, like a demon god, towering into the clouds, his entire being exuding overwhelming killing intent, his eyes pitch black. He looked down at the two, as if they were mere ants. At this moment, despair, an inescapable despair. It left both of them pale-faced, their eyes dim. This is the martial intent. Lin Kuan, this killing martial intent. Wake up quickly. Wang Su's strength was relatively stronger. He was the first to awaken and then shouted hoarsely. To be honest, this shout did indeed wake Lin Kuan. Martial intent? This is impossible? How could he possibly possess 4 types of martial intent? Martial intent was already rare. Although powerful, the difficulty of comprehension was extremely high. Nearly 99% of martial saints only had 1 type of martial intent. Among the remaining 1%, only a few prodigies might comprehend a second type. However, Chen Shen possessed 4 types of martial intent, and all had reached perfection. This situation was simply astonishing, a tale beyond belief. But it didn't matter, because the martial techniques of both sides had already clashed. Ding ding ding, puff, boom, puff, The outcome was self-evident. Chen Shen was already strong, and his magical power quality surpassed that of blood vitality, making him invincible at the same realm. Coupled with the influence of 4 types of martial intent, on the surface, both were martial saints. In reality, in front of Chen Shen, they were merely large ants. With just one move, he crushed them effortlessly, achieving instant defeat. Lin Kuan's sword technique was directly shattered. What thousands of threads! What myriad swords! Instantly shattered, and extending from that, it struck Lin Kuan's shoulder, nearly cutting him in half, blood splattering, a sight too gruesome to behold, falling to the ground. As for Wang Su, this dwarf fought Chen Shen with brute force, trying to smash him to death. But the moment the hammer made contact with Chen Shen's hand, it cracked apart, disintegrating. In that instant, he was also affected by the killing intent, and by the time he regained consciousness, Chen Shen's hand was already close, and even though he desperately tried to block, it was of no use. Accompanied by a crack, his arms broke, his chest caved in, smashed open from the back. Moreover, because he was a dwarf, his small body had crowded organs. Thus, this palm strike directly killed him, leaving only a mangled corpse, eyes wide open, falling straight from the air. Bang bang! It hit the ground, kicking up dust. Lin Kuan, Wang Su, how is this possible? How could you? The changes within Freedom City were also severe. The drizzle continued, bone-chillingly cold. This was not a description but a fact. Those members of the ideal land who came into contact with the rainwater were almost all standing still, unmoving. Upon closer inspection, one would find a thin layer of cold ice formed on their bodies, eyes wide open, consciousness completely gone, long since frozen to death. However, the doctor, Zhou Yuling, and several grandmasters of extreme intent reacted quickly, hiding inside buildings to escape disaster. But at this moment, seeing Lin Kuan and the others fall, their tragic appearance, everyone was filled with immense fear. The doctor's face changed drastically, shouting in shock. Zhou Yuling trembled all over, fear etched on her face, staring intently outside through the window, continuously murmuring, "How is this possible? How could this happen? Uncle Lin? Uncle Wang? They are both martial saints. 2 martial saints with blood vitality reaching 5 million, terrifyingly strong, second only to martial gods. How? How could they be defeated? How could they die? Chen Chen." She slightly raised her head, seeing Chen Chen standing in the sky, sword in hand, like an immortal. Zhou Yuling was dazed, confused, and terrified. Just like when she was in Jinling City, wanting to lift his veil to see the truth, but only catching a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg, she was so frightened that her soul nearly fled, hurriedly escaping back to Freedom City. So now, where could she escape to? Whoosh! Puff! The life of a martial saint was strong. Lin Kuan, even injured like that, was still not dead. But as a sword aura swept by, he followed Wang Su's fate, dying with eyes wide open. Tap tap. At this moment, Chen Chen also arrived on the ground. The rain stopped, and the surroundings were covered in frost. Chen Chen, you, what kind of talent do you have? Why are you cultivating so fast? Is this strength so powerful? Inside the round tower building, everyone was in a panic, as if facing a great enemy. Only the doctor was not too afraid and even took the initiative to speak. "Where is the talent liquid? Where is it?" With a flicker of his figure, Chen Chen arrived inside the tower. His expression was blank, and he countered with a question. "No, you tell me first." Put. Bang bang bang. Threatening? Ha! It's meaningless in front of Chen Chen. With a thought, a gentle breeze swept through. Except for Zhou Yuling, everyone else was dead, not even leaving a whole corpse, including the doctor. "Now, can you tell me where the talent liquid is?" The reason for leaving Zhou Yuling alive was that she was the most afraid, the most terrified. Perhaps asking her would yield a greater chance of getting an answer. Mysterious stone tablet, 9 blood exchanges. Mysterious stone tablet, 9 blood exchanges, additional update 1. Unfortunately, Chen Chen had overthought it. After seeing the doctor die, although Zhou Yuling was scared, her anger and grief were even greater. "Chen Chen, you won't have a good death. My ideal land." Put. Bang! The scene was silent, with only a ground full of shattered corpses. The furnace of all things. In the sky, Chen Chen flew on his sword. Using his magical power, a rolling furnace appeared, expanding to several dozen meters wide, hovering above Freedom City, devouring everything. Is this the talent original liquid? In his hand, there were 3 items. 2 glass bottles, similar to those used in experiments, with a wide bottom and a narrow mouth, containing liquid. One was a drop of talent liquid that absorbed everyone present, reaching a level, possessing a rainbow of colors, constantly swirling. The other had quite a few, estimated to be around 50 drops, appearing gray. This thing might be the talent original liquid. As for the third item, Chen Chen frowned slightly. It looked like a piece of a stone tablet, to be precise, the lower left corner of the stone tablet. The texture was delicate, the color pitch black, inscribed with strange characters, but due to its incomplete state, nothing could be discerned. According to the records in that notebook belonging to the doctor, this thing fell from the sky 100 years ago. Including the talent liquid, it fell to the deep sea along with the meteorite, and was fortuitously discovered by the people of the ideal land. After the deaths of the doctor, Zhou Yuling, and others, Chen Chen still found the underground laboratory. These 3 items were obtained from inside. Fell from the sky? Meteorite? Unconsciously, Chen Chen thought of the mysterious crystal he encountered the first time he came to the wild. It seemed to have also fallen with a meteorite? Was there any connection between them? Whoosh whoosh. Chen Chen had no time to think further. The energy being devoured by the furnace began to surge in, especially from the 2 martial saints, Li Quan and Wang Su. The concentration and quantity of their abilities were beyond imagination. In an instant, it allowed Chen Chen to successfully undergo his 5th blood exchange. Not only that, the energy continued to pour in. Almost 90% of the energy is directed towards martial arts. Only 10% is converted into magical power. But fortunately, both martial arts and chi training could increase combat power. Time passed. When Freedom City disappeared, Chen Chen retracted the furnace, a smile appearing on his face. This trip was worth it. It's just that there are too few martial saints. It would be better if there were 2 more. Chen Chen murmured. He casually glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Chen Chen. Realm, Chi Training Level 7, Second Compression, Black Magical Liquid, Great Master Level 7, Vitality Value 4. 1 million, Talent, Immortal Spirit Tao Body, Level, Racial Ability, 7 Released Heavenly Insight, Devouring Heaven and Earth, 10,000 Vitality Value. Great Master with 7 blood exchanges. If Chen Chen wanted, he could break through to Martial Saint at any time. However, he was not in a hurry. He could feel that his body had not yet reached its limit and could continue to undergo blood exchanges. It just required more energy. Then shall I wander around? It seems there are fierce beasts in this wilderness. The last ideal land incident was orchestrated by the Black Abyss, driving away a large number of low-tier ferocious beasts, which restrained the military district of Jinling City. As he spoke, Chen Chen fixed his gaze in a certain direction and instantly vanished from his spot. The only thing left behind was the terrifying deep pit in the valley. At 3:22 p.m., Chen Chen looked into the distance. In the woods over there, a large number of ferocious beasts were lurking. Although they were all low tier, their numbers were enormous, at least tens of thousands. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen decisively took action. With his magical power in motion, he waved his hand, and countless wind blades sliced through the air like flying daggers. Sharp and silent, they fell like wheat being harvested, one batch after another. Boom! Roar! Who dares to come to my black abyss? Who are you? Seeking death. The ground erupted with explosions. Many concealed underground caves appeared, from which numerous martial artists emerged. However, compared to normal people, these martial artists were quite deformed. Some had horns on their foreheads, some had gills on their necks, some were covered in hair, and some were half human, half snake, various bizarre forms, with irritable tempers, exuding the unique brutality of ferocious beasts. They were the Black Abyss, a group of desperate beings who had fused with ferocious beast genes, becoming a peculiar existence that was neither human nor beast. Humph, bold one, daring to slaughter my Black Abyss ferocious beasts. No matter who you are, you shall die. A powerful figure from the Black Abyss appeared. A martial saint, towering like a black bear at 4 meters tall, covered in black fur, with blood-red eyes. He unleashed a terrifying aura and charged at Chun Chen. All things melting furnace. At 4:46 p.m., in another part of the wilderness, a blood pillar of a martial saint erupted from a similar cave. This was also a stronghold of the Black Abyss. All things melting furnace. At 4:11 p.m., all things melting furnace. In Jinling City, at the Changsheng Group, Chun Chen stood in the conference hall, checking his attribute panel once more. Realm, Chi refining level 7, second compression, black magical liquid, Great Master level 7, vitality value 5. 8 million, 9th blood exchange, about 90% progress. I can easily break through to Martial Saint, Chen Chen murmured. However, after pondering for a while, he did not proceed. His body had not yet reached its limit. He could continue. However, the further he went, the more difficult the blood exchange became, requiring too much energy. He had devoured 4 strongholds of the Black Abyss, each with a martial saint and tens of thousands of low-tier ferocious beasts. Only then did he barely reach 9 exchanges. If he wanted to reach 10, Shin Chen conservatively estimated he would need to devour 10 more martial saints. Time passed. Night fell. Jinling City was brightly lit, casting a cold glow on Chen Chen's face. He then took out his phone and called Zhong Zikuan. Hello, did something happen? Seeing Chen Chen take the initiative to call, Zhong Zikuan assumed he had encountered some trouble and asked with slight concern. Nothing. I just wanted to ask, which families teamed up against me? There are 8 families in total, the Jin family from Tianhai City, the Chu and Kong families from Muden City, the Chu family from Shenzhen City, the Yu family from Shenzhou City, the Tang and Ma families from Jiuan City, and the Yen family from Yanjing. These 8 families are all outstanding among the major families in Xia country. Their foundation and strength are very strong. There are more than 3 martial saints among them. 3 martial saints? No, there are more than 3. The Yin family has the most, with 5 martial saints. Have they returned from the front lines? They should be on their way. I estimate they will arrive around 5 a.m. Then they will gather and descend upon Jinling City at 6 a.m. to take action against you. Okay, send me their detailed information. Sure. After a moment, he received the information. Glancing at it, Chen Chen stepped out, appearing in midair, soaring on his sword with a whoosh, flying towards Tianhai City. The goal was simple. The Jin family. In the courtyard, Jin Shishan sat in a rocking chair, enjoying the evening breeze, feeling quite content. When will your elder brother arrive? Suddenly, Jin Shishan asked. Dad, elder brother said he would arrive at midnight, probably around 4 o'clock. Behind the eaves, the head of the Jin family, Jin Changsher, hurriedly replied. The elder brother she mentioned was the martial saint called Jin Changzai, who had been recalled to deal with Chen Chen. We have discussed it among several families. As soon as he arrives, we will act immediately. Just like the 1,000-mile raid to annihilate the Li family, we will also make a 1,000-mile raid to eliminate Chen Chen. At that time, Jin Shishan smiled, looking as if everything was under control. He just needed to wait for dawn to come, for the martial saint to gather and suppress Chen Chen. But before he could finish speaking, a sudden life and death crisis struck, causing his expression to change drastically as he shouted, "Get away!" His blood surged, and he jumped off the rocking chair, stepping into the air. Boom! The next moment, the ground exploded, debris flying, and a pit dozens of meters wide, billowing with thick black smoke, appeared. On the edges, there were some tattered cloth and pieces of corpses. Without needing to think much, it was naturally Jin Changsher's doing. Changsher! Blood flames surged as he stood in the air, constantly looking around but never catching sight of Jin Changsher. In that instant, Jin Shishan understood. He was dead. His daughter was dead. Killed by whom? Who are you? Are you Chen Chen? Looking up, Jin Shishan's anger soared. He wanted to see who dared to attack the Jin family, who dared to lay hands on the Jin family. But upon looking, he was stunned. In the high sky, with a calm expression and cold eyes, looking down at him was Chen Chen. How could you be here? Aren't you in Jinling City? How dare you attack my Jin family? Confirming it was indeed Chen Chen, Jin Shishan was both shocked and furious. He could hardly believe that Chen Chen, instead of obediently waiting to die in Jinling City, had the audacity to come to the Jin family and cause trouble. He even attacked him and killed the head of the Jin family, his daughter. Chen Chen, I want you dead. In a fit of rage, Jin Shishan's blood surged, a pillar of blood rising to the sky, a magnificent display. But Chen Chen, witnessing this scene, remained utterly indifferent, coldly saying, "How dare I attack your Jin family? He, what a joke. Should I just stay in Jinling City, waiting for all of you to gather before you come to deal with me? That's simply absurd. Are you also used to being high and mighty? Does no one dare to go against your wishes? Sorry, I, Chen Chen, dare. Since you want to deal with me, I have nothing more to say. I will strike first and eliminate all of your 8 families." The more he spoke, the colder Chen Chen's expression became. Blood flames erupted from his body, growing increasingly terrifying. Ha, good. What a complete annihilation. I want to see. What confidence do you, Chen Chen, have to say such things? Jin Shishan laughed in anger. Without hesitation, he activated all the blood energy within his body. In an instant, he flew into the high sky. Blood flames burned, martial intent spread. But the next moment, his expression gradually became serious, because the blood energy Chen Chen displayed was not at all weaker than his own, including the martial intent. "You are very strong," Jin Shishan said solemnly. To this, Chen Chen remained silent. Clenching his right fist, he calmly said, "Fierce tiger form intent fist." Roar! A terrifying tiger roar erupted. Deafening, it echoed for miles. Blood flames enveloped, forming a massive tiger head, fierce and terrifying, charging towards Jin Shishan. At the same time, there was a punch intent accompanying it, majestic and powerful, as if it could suppress all enemies. Facing this scene, Jin Shishan narrowed his eyes, his heart racing. He roared, "Come on, watch me." Boom! Ah! Just as he finished speaking, the fist technique arrived. Jin Shishan hurriedly responded, but Chen Chen's punch was dozens of times stronger than he had imagined. It was simply an unmatched force. With one punch, it broke both of his hands and pierced through his chest. He fell directly to the ground, creating a deep human-shaped pit. "Ancestor! Master, where is the master? Enemy attack, enemy attack. Hurry, quickly notify the Heavenly Punishment Division, the City Lord's mansion, and inform the other families." The Jin family was in complete chaos. Many grandmasters and great masters appeared. While terrified, they shouted anxiously. However, at that moment, a bright light came from above, accompanied by a roaring sound of burning and high temperatures. Looking up, everyone was horrified and desperate. It was a furnace that could engulf the entire Jin family, emitting a suction force, trying to swallow everyone. What is this? Heaven and earth furnace? Hurry, everyone, escape. Whoosh! Escape? How could they possibly escape? Just a gentle breeze passed, and everyone fell silent. Then they were disassembled, floating, devoured, and dissolved. Time passed. About 3 minutes later, when half of the Jin family had disappeared, 4 blood pillars of martial saints appeared in the distance. "Stop! Impudent! In the land of Tianhai City, who dares to slaughter the innocent? Ha! You are Chen Chen?" The 4 who arrived were indeed the martial saints of Tianhai City. One was Luoyu from the Luo family, one was Su Hong from the Su family, and one was the elder Chen Jiang from the Tianhai group. They were all elderly men. The last one was the city lord of Tianhai City, Xia Sun. He looked middle-aged, with a sturdy build and an ugly expression. After the 4 arrived, they were initially furious, but upon seeing Chen Chen, they were astonished. "Chen Chen, you are not in Jinling City? You." The first to speak was Su Hong, the great-grandfather of Su Yulu, the ancestor of the Su family. He was the one who forbade Su Yulu from contacting Chen Chen, fearing it would bring trouble to the Su family. However, at this moment, seeing Chen Chen's troubles only increased. "Chen Chen, have you gone mad? Not only did you destroy the Li family, but you also want to destroy the Jin family? Insane. Chen Chen, what exactly do you want to do? Do you want to betray the country?" Xia Sun and the other 3 were filled with righteous indignation, loudly reprimanding him. The accusations were severe, directly labeling him a traitor. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen replied calmly, "So what if I am? Is it wrong? So what if I am? At this point, is there any room for retreat? Perhaps there is. That is Chen Chen's death. You are bold. Very well, what an arrogant Chen Chen. 3. This Chen Chen has already betrayed the country, no different from an idealist. I, as the official city lord, issue an order. Capture Chen Chen. Spell, Fiery Dragon. Spell, Raging Waves Slash. Spell, Heavenly Thunder Burn. If you want a fight, why waste words? If you have already rebelled, why say more? It is simply a matter of victors and vanquished. When you are weak, even a loud breath can be a reason to kill you. When you are strong, refining the masses, no one dares to say a word against you." At this moment, Chen Chen completely let go. He prepared to use the flesh and blood of these people to forge the steps of a martial saint. When he reaches the top, he will be invincible. Boom! Boom! As the words fell, the invincible martial intent, thunderous martial intent and killing intent exploded. They instantly suppressed the four, making it difficult for them to move, only able to watch death approach. Ah, Chen, you. No, please, Chen, I, Luoyu, am willing to back down. Chen, I, Tianhai Group. Put. Back down? Too late. In an instant, it was quiet, the bodies fell, and were swallowed by the furnace. Transformed into energy, it surged wildly into Chen's body. By the time it ended, he had already reached 94. Only 6 more to break through to Martial Saint. Thinking of this, Chen turned to look at the only one still alive, Su Hong. Chen, I. The latter trembled slightly, his face pale, stammering. For Su Yulu's sake, I can spare your life, but only this once. If I see the Su family participating in battle, I will annihilate your entire clan. Chen said coldly. Ah, yes. My Su family will never participate in battle. Su Hong felt a chill down his spine, cold sweat pouring down. He truly did not expect that Chen's strength had reached such a level. Killing a martial saint was like killing a chicken, his combat power overwhelming, comparable to a demon god. The heavens of Xia country are probably about to change. Looking at Chen's departing figure, Su Hong's expression was complex, filled with shock and fear. The news of the Jin family's destruction spread quickly. Everyone who knew, aside from shock, felt anger. A question kept surfacing in their minds: how dare Chen? But the fact was undeniable, and everyone had to believe it. What was even more terrifying was that the lord of Tianhai City, the ancestor of the Luo family, and the elders of the Tianhai group, who wanted to provide support, were all directly killed, with not even a body left behind. Such methods enraged the entire nation, and even the cabinet had voices calling for Chen to be buried without a trace. Chen, have you made your decision? Are you really going to go against all the families, including the cabinet? In the air, Chen flew on his sword, answering a call from Zhong Zikuan. He was also astonished when he learned about the Jin family and specifically called to inquire. Otherwise, will they let me go? Chen said. Upon hearing this, Zhong Zikuan fell silent. No breaking, no standing. If we are to fight, let it be a fight that darkens the skies. If we are to kill, let it be a river of blood. Constantly retreating will only make them think I'm easy to bully. Zhong Zikuan. If your Zhong family is afraid, you can distance yourself from me, even join the battle. Chen said again. No, that's not what I meant. It's just that there are too many martial saints. I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it. Zhong Zikuan explained. No worries, as long as the martial gods don't come out, however many martial saints come will die. With that said, Zhong Zikuan fell silent again. After a long while, he said, if the Li family incident occurs, the 8 great families may be coveting what you have. But this time, they might really be angry. I've received news. The cabinet has defined you as a traitor, just like in the Utopia, with a nationwide manhunt, and has requested all family forces to take action against you. But don't worry, those families won't recall their martial saints. After all, the front line won't agree. Zhong Zikuan revealed this information to Chen, causing him to frown slightly. Traitor? Manhunt? It doesn't matter. Chen said coldly. It seems so. So what will you do next? Zhong Zikuan asked. Of course, I will strike first. All families that dare to oppose me, I will visit one by one. Visit one by one? Referring to families like the Li and Jin? Zhong Zikuan speculated, it was highly likely. Alright, if there is any news, I will inform you. After hanging up the phone, Zhong Zikuan stood on his rooftop, gazing at the pitch-black night sky, lost in thought for a long time. He did not know whether his choice was right or wrong, because compared to before, if he lost now, it would not just be a matter of the family's sorrow, it would be annihilation. Sigh, I hope we can win. Having already entered the game, there was no turning back. After all, although the Zhong family had been discreet in their actions these days, they would definitely be discovered afterward. Since that was the case, they would walk into the darkness together, completely bound to Chen, sharing glory and suffering alike. In Baihua City, in the hall of the Chu family, the atmosphere was heavy, and there were quite a few people. Among them were the ancestors of the Chu family, Chu Yu, the ancestral patriarch of the Kong family, Kong Leota. The 2 of them are from 2 of the 8 major families that have joined forces. Besides them, there is also the lord of Peony City, Zhao Cheng, the ancestor of the Shui family, Shuiren, the martial saint of the Wu family, Wu Shanbao, the chairman of the Changhong group, Li Xing. In total, there are 6 people, 2 women and 4 men. Among them, Zhao Cheng, Wu Shanbao, and Li Xing are relatively young, appearing to be in their 40s or 50s. Chu Yu and the others are the ancestors of their respective families, quite old, resembling elderly men and women. Is old Zhang not coming? In the hall, Chu Yu, as the host, asked the old Zhang he referred to as the last ancestor of Peony City. He said he is at a critical point in his cultivation and can't leave, Li Xing replied, knowing the reason, his voice deep. What cultivation? It's just fear of death. That old thing was like that when he was young, always timid in everything he did, and when the situation looked bad, he ran faster than anyone else. Kong Leota snorted coldly. It doesn't matter. We 6 are enough. I doubt Chun Chen would dare to come. Wu Shanbao said with a faint smile. He was tall and slender, sporting a goatee, with a sinister appearance, like a villain. However, no one dared to ignore him. Because the Wu family is a martial god family in Baihua City, Wu Shanbao is also the brother-in-law of the Wu family's martial god. What Brother Wu said makes sense. Chen Shen has already gone mad. I guess before he dies, he wants to drag some people down with him. Zhao Qing spoke up. She wore a green dress, had an ordinary appearance, darker skin, and a spiked scale whip hanging at her waist. Ha ha, isn't that exactly why we gathered here? Kong Leota laughed. After learning about the situation in Tianhai City, Chu Yu and Kong Leota immediately contacted Wu Shanbao and the others. It was to prevent a surprise attack from Chun Chen. Baihua City is the closest to Luwu City. If Chun Chen wants to drag people down with him, he will most likely choose here. Gathering together is also a precaution. We just need to wait for your 8 family's martial saints to return, and after suppressing and killing Chen Chen, everything will be fine. Shen Xing nodded. He, along with Wu Shanbao, Zhao Qing, and Xueren, did not participate in the alliance of the 8 families. But now that things have come to this point, they cannot stand by. Besides the intention of the cabinet, there is also the concern that Chen Chen might cause trouble. Furthermore, if they can deal with Chen Chen and end this farce, it would also bring them fame nationwide. It would be prestigious for individuals, as well as the forces and families behind them. Chen Xing is right. Once the 8 families' martial saints return, Chen Chen will undoubtedly die. For now, let him be arrogant. Arrogant? He's just picking soft persimmons to squeeze. If he dares to come, we will definitely tear him to pieces. Boom boom boom. Before the words of tearing him to pieces were finished, a roaring sound erupted from outside. Everyone was astonished and hurried out of the hall to see what was happening. But upon looking, all 6 were shaken, their expressions changing drastically. It was a gigantic furnace that blotted out the sky and sun. A sea of red, spewing forth raging flames, almost enveloping the Chu family's residence. A powerful suction erupted, pulling air, buildings, and stones towards the furnace. But the most eye-catching was the young man flying beside the furnace, wielding a sword, looking like a celestial being. His expression was indifferent, his face emotionless. He looked down at the crowd as if they were ants. Then he coldly said, "Gathered together? That's quite good. Saves me the trouble of looking for you one by one." The information sent by Zhong Zikuan was very detailed. It included the martial saint-level powerhouses of most families and forces across the country, including names, strengths, martial intentions, photos, and identities. So he recognized Wu Shanbao, Zhao Qing, and others. Of course, his main targets were still Chu Yu and Kong Leota. As for the other 4, whether they live or die, that would be up to them to decide. The strongest Wushan leopard, blood exchange 100%. Is that you, Chen Chen? Good. You really dare to come, Chen Chen? With the 6 of us martial saints gathered, are we afraid of you, Chen Chen? Interesting, after destroying the Jin family in Tianhai City and killing Xia Sun and others, do you really think you're invincible? Do you know that there are levels even within the martial saint realm? Boom boom. Blood energy erupted, and a pillar of blood shot into the sky. 6 figures rose into the air, instantly surrounding Chen Chen. They each wielded weapons, blood flames swirling around them. Their strengths varied. Among them, the strongest was the Wushan leopard. His blood energy reached 9.3 million, and both his blood flames and blood pillar were noticeably more exaggerated. It seemed as if a massive blood-colored lotus was blooming beneath his feet, and he held a knife in his right hand, his martial intent rampant. He looked at Chen Chen fearlessly, his expression calm. The earlier remark, "Do you know that there are levels even within the martial saint realm?" was his. Now it seemed to be true. This Wushan leopard was not only in his prime but also had his blood energy at its peak. Even among the martial saints Chen Chen had seen, he ranked as the strongest. Compared to Chu Yu's 4.5 million blood energy, he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. The only one who could come close to him was Zhao Qing, the lord of Mutant City, who had reached 6.7 million blood energy and held a scale whip, her expression heavy. "Chen Chen, quickly withdraw that furnace and kneel to beg for mercy. Perhaps we will show mercy and spare your life. I don't know what happened. Maybe it's fear, or maybe no one wanted to take the lead." The crowd was stunned for a moment until Chu Yu spoke up. As soon as she finished, Kong Leota shouted, "That's right. If you want to live, you must surrender. Chen Chen, your talent is decent. If you are willing to pay the price, you can quell the anger of all the families in the country. I, Wushan Leopard, guarantee that you will not die. Otherwise, swish, the Wushan Leopard slashed casually, blood flames clinging to the blade, cutting through a nearby building with a 10-meter-long arc of light, seemingly to showcase his strength. Then he said, otherwise, I will definitely not spare you. Chen Chen remained silent. He looked around at the crowd. After they finished speaking, he finally opened his mouth. This was also his second sentence since arriving here. Are you all done? Then, you can go die. Boom! With that, invincibility, killing intent, and thunder erupted simultaneously. Using his blood energy to temporarily support his body, he wielded the meteorite sword, infusing it with magical power, causing the power of the raging wave to increase dramatically. Then he swept out. He immediately ignored everyone else, focusing solely on the Wushan Leopard. After all, he was the strongest. You dare! The Wushan Leopard's identity and strength were extraordinary. He was at the very top, just below the martial god. He came to the Chu family, ostensibly to gather and prevent Chen Chen from launching a surprise attack. But on a deeper level, it was to sit and wait for the rabbit. One of the 9 cabinet members, Wu Tongmu, came from the Wu family. It was precisely because of this relationship that he agreed to Chu Yu's invitation to come here, hoping to wait for Chen Chen and test his true strength. Otherwise, why would he waste time here with a bunch of old folks on the verge of the grave? However, it was fortunate that this trip was worth it. He actually waited for Chen Chen. The other party was just as recorded in the files. Very arrogant, very dismissive, very irritable. His killing intent was immense, no different from a demon. His strength was also strange, making it hard to discern specifics. He had to test it to know. Just as he thought this, Chen Chen moved first. In an instant, 3 types of martial intent surged forth. Invincibility suppressed, killing intent seized the mind, thunder pierced the ears. Even the Wushan Leopard's expression changed drastically, fear in his eyes as he roared, you dare. The next moment, blood flames erupted, burning wildly. With weapons raised high, a surge of martial intent burst forth, and he shouted loudly, split the mountains and sever the seas. Chen Chen's martial intent was quite peculiar. It possessed a suppressive effect and a killing intent influence, to the extent that at this moment, the Wushan Leopard could only exert 50% of his strength. This guy, he actually has 3 types of martial intent, and they are all at the perfected level. Why is there no record of this in the data? The wild wind howled, hair flying. The sky over Mutant City was dyed a deep red by the blood and energy of the crowd. Coupled with the presence of the furnace, the temperature was absurdly high. Yet at this moment, there was a chill behind the Wushan Leopard. He seemed to have underestimated Chen Chen. Put! Ah, Chen Chen, you! Suddenly, screams erupted. The Wushan Leopard was startled and quickly looked over. He saw Chuyu, Konglioda, Chen Xing, Xueran, and Zhao Qing. They couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from Chen Chen. What martial skills, what martial intent. All were useless. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, like a mayfly shaking a tree. It was as if he crushed them effortlessly, severing them in half with a single sword. Witnessing this scene, the Wushan Leopard's heart raced, and a hint of regret arose within him. Regret for coming here. But unfortunately, it was too late. Chen Chen's target was him. Dragon slashing blade technique. Using his sword in place of a knife. Just as he had swept through Chuyu and the others, he raised his sword and struck down in one fluid motion, without any unnecessary movements. This sword contained both the sharp, piercing intent of a sword and the grand, sweeping intent of a knife, as if it could cleave through anything. As his magical power surged, it transformed into a vast white blade aura, over 30 meters long and several meters wide. The sound was quiet, but the force was terrifying. It emerged as if slicing through the air, creating ripples that spread outwards in layers. And in the next second, it collided with the Wushan Leopard's martial skills. Boom! Rumble! Crack! On one side was the blood-red flames, on the other was the white light of magical power. Both were manifested blade auras. At this moment of collision, a thunderous roar erupted. However, it was not as the Wushan Leopard had imagined. It was not a single strike that defeated Chen Chen, nor was it evenly matched. Instead, in an instant, the blood flames on the blade were cleaved apart, and the martial intent was crushed. The blade shattered, and the white light enveloped him. Then it pierced through his body, rushing far, far away. You, Chen Chen, your martial intent, your strength, how is it so strong? The Wushan Leopard stood frozen in place. His right hand trembled, struggling to point at Chen Chen. His eyes widened, bloodshot. His expression was one of shock, disbelief written all over his face. It seemed he had never expected that Chen Chen's strength could reach such a level. Even he, the Wushan Leopard, the pinnacle of martial saints beneath the martial god, was not even a match for a single move. Such an existence. What great family. What major power. What cabinet. They probably couldn't stop him. Only a martial god could deal with him. With this thought, the Wushan leopard felt even more terrified. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but as the blood vessels surfaced on his face, from head to toe, his entire being suddenly split in half. In the high sky, the 6 great martial saints had died. Their bodies fell, but before they hit the ground, they were devoured by the furnace. The first 5 were one thing, but this Wushan leopard, no wonder he is a martial saint with a blood value exceeding 900. He actually pushed my blood exchange progress to 100 in one go. Then now, it was time to break through to martial saint. 1 sword, 1 knife, 1 furnace. 1 sword, 1 knife, 1 furnace in the deep night. At 11:11 p.m., the software for the video conference of the 8 great families was opened again. But this time, when the camera connected, there were only 5 people. Missing were Jin Shishan, Shuyu, and Kong Leota. At the same time, it represented that these 3 families had been destroyed. I heard that old man Kong and the others had 6 martial saints, yet they were still no match for Chen Chen? Could it be that they came one after another? Otherwise, how could it come to this? The 6 great martial saints joined forces, yet they were no match for Chen Chen? And they were even counter-killed? The video conference had been going on for a long time. Everyone remained silent for a long time as well. The ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Dajan, finally spoke. Just from his trembling and quivering tone, one could tell how shocked and terrified he was at that moment. No! Someone saw the whole process. Who? Zhang Sun, the ancestor of the Zhang family from Peony City. He didn't gather with Chu Yu and the others under the pretext of training, and thus, he didn't die. According to him, it seemed the following content was too shocking. Yushi swallowed hard and said, 1 sword, 1 knife, 1 furnace. Ha? What? What do you mean by 1 sword, 1 knife, 1 furnace? The others asked in confusion. Zhang Sun said, Chu Yu and the 6 attacked Chen Chen, but the outcome was that they were killed by 1 sword and 1 knife. They were like ordinary people, without even the slightest ability to resist. In an instant, everyone was dead. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Chu Dajan suddenly stood up from his seat and shouted, What? They couldn't block even 2 moves? The 6 of them actually managed to block 2 moves from Chen Chen. No, it wasn't 2 moves, it was 1 move. That 1 sword killed Chu Yu and the 5. That 1 knife was specifically meant to kill Wu Shanbao. After all, he was the strongest, a top-tier expert beneath the martial god, not far from 10 million in vitality. After saying this, the video conference fell completely silent. Not even a breath could be heard. Everyone's faces were filled with terror. Their eyes were filled with confusion, even dazed, as if they were dreaming. After an unknown amount of time, someone asked, Then what about that furnace? He was Tang Wanbao from the Tang family in Zhouwan City, a man with a fat head and big ears, weighing over 300 pounds. His question drew attention. Everyone looked towards Yushi. I don't know if it's a martial technique or a cultivation spell. It's just a very large furnace, burning with fierce flames, upside down in the sky. The bodies of Chu Yu and the others, including the entire Chu family, were devoured by the furnace. Only a deep pit, emitting black smoke, was left at the scene, just like the encounters of the Li family and the Jin family. Yushi said, trembling with fear. Upon hearing this, the other 4 also turned pale. This Chen Chen's methods are too terrifying. Yes, this is truly extermination. Wiping them out completely, leaving nothing behind. A demon, even more of a demon than that one from the ideal land, simply a killing machine, bloodthirsty to the extreme. If we don't suppress him, we too will not escape this calamity. The last sentence was the key point. Looking at Chen Chen's course of action, it was specifically to take revenge on their 8 families. It's just a blow to his group, losing a bit of economy, yet he crazily exterminates entire families. Too arrogant, too lawless. What's the use of saying this now? We should think about what to do. What to do? If Chen Chen dares to come, my Ma family can tear him to pieces. Enough, old Ma. Being stubborn has to be in the right context. Is your Ma family really that strong? Can you exterminate the Li family and the Jin family? Can one person kill 6 great martial saints, including a top martial saint like Wu Shanbao? What do you mean, Chu Dajan? Are you trying to boost others' confidence while diminishing your own? What do I mean? I want you to see reality clearly, don't just talk. You. Alright, both of you stop arguing, let's think about how to respond. That makes sense. I estimate Chen Chen won't stop. The next target for his revenge will be one of our 5 families. Very likely. What about the martial saints returning from the front line? How long until they arrive? About 5 or 6 hours. No, it's too slow. By the time they come back, our 5 families will be finished. Immediately, right now, contact them and have them return as quickly as possible. Understood. At the same time, notify the cabinet and see what the 9 counselors have to say. Hee, what else can they say? The Wushan leopard is dead. How can they let it go? That's good. We absolutely cannot let Chen destroy another family. We must unite all our forces and suppress him completely. Exactly, just a little brat who hasn't even grown up yet has pushed us to this point. He must die. By the way, what about Chen friends and family? Have you sent someone to find them? Don't worry. I, Yushi, have never made a mistake in my work. The meeting concluded. The result of everyone's discussion was only 2 options. 1. Temporarily avoid the spotlight. Before the martial saints return, everyone should leave their families and hide, so that even if Chen wants to kill, there will be no one to kill. 2. The final showdown. Keep a close watch on Chen's movements and determine his target location. Once the martial saints return, gather immediately. With lightning speed, all the saints will join forces to eradicate him completely, eliminating future troubles. This was the plan discussed by the 5 families. Very simple, but also the most suitable for the current situation. In Mutant City, Chen stood in the air. His blood and energy surged, reaching the limit of a Grand Master. After 10 blood exchanges, his blood value reached 6.8 million. Compared to most martial saints, it was even higher, almost unimaginable, comparable to the strongest Grand Master in the history of martial arts. Martial Saint, forge the blood lotus, walk through the air. The breakthrough to martial saint was actually simple. As long as the blood and energy were sufficient and the martial intent was complete, combining the 2 to condense the blood lotus within the body would result in a breakthrough to martial saint. Thinking of this, Chen did not delay. He immediately focused his mind. The blood and energy swirled and gathered within him. However, the point of gathering surprised Chen. Dantian? The blood lotus of the martial saint also condenses in the Dantian? But my Dantian is filled with magical power. Chen murmured. But at this point, Chen had no other choice but to continue. Hoo! The blood and energy increased more and more, rushing towards the Dantian. However, most of the space inside was occupied by magical power, which was even more ferocious and of higher quality. As soon as they came into contact, the black magical power slightly swayed, and the blood and energy were instantly shattered, vanishing into thin air. Seeing this scene, Chen was dumbfounded. Could it be that he couldn't break through to Martial Saint? No, there should be a way, Chen said solemnly. Breaking through to Martial Saint, the calm before the storm. In the air, Chen's blood flames spread. Beneath his feet, it seemed as if the blood lotus was blooming. Inside the Dantian, the magical power remained, swaying slightly. In a very small corner, a lotus flower with 8 petals, presenting a bright red color, seemed to be rooted in the sea of magical power, flowing with the waves. Thank goodness. Breakthrough successful. Forcibly condensing the blood lotus in the Dantian. Although it's small, it still needs to be stabilized with martial intent at all times. But as long as it's successful, that's enough. The reason breaking through to Martial Saint requires complete martial intent is that the blood lotus is condensed from blood and energy. Blood and energy are inherently volatile. Without the suppression of martial intent to coordinate, the blood lotus would quickly dissipate, leading to a drop in realm at best, or death by explosion at worst. As for the petals, they represent the blood value. 1 petal is born from 10,000 blood value. With Chen's 16 million, that means 8 petals. When it reaches 9 million, a new petal will emerge, representing a stronger martial saint power. Blood lotus is born, blood and energy circulate. At the moment of breakthrough, it can increase the blood value by 10. Each of my realms is almost at the limit, so it increases by 20. A total of 36 million blood value, plus the original 8 million, exactly 16 million, blooming 8 lotus petals. And the subsequent cultivation will still focus on increasing blood and energy. The commonly used method is to stimulate the martial intent throughout the body, giving birth to vitality and blood, allowing the blood lotus to circulate, and condensing new lotus petals from the excess. The enhancement of vitality and blood in the martial saint realm theoretically has no upper limit. As long as you can stabilize the blood lotus, even 1 billion vitality points are possible. Of course, this is just theoretical. The reality is that reaching 10 million vitality is already the limit. Beyond that, the blood lotus becomes very unstable, posing great risks, requiring more martial intent and energy to stabilize. Thus, 99% of martial saints stop here, focusing on cultivating divine intent techniques. They transform their perfected martial intent into divine intent, then integrate it into their physical body, illuminating the heavenly spirit, achieving the martial god body, completely ignoring gravity, able to walk through the air without using vitality. This is the ultimate limit of martial arts, the the 9th tier martial god. 10 million vitality? That's quite fast. Compared to others, most who break through to martial saint only have 3 to 4 million vitality points. Even the ancestors of the Li and Jin families only have a little over 5 million. Achieving 10 million is incredibly difficult. But what about Chen Chen? He just broke through with 8 million vitality points, which is simply outrageous. If he swallows a bit more martial saints and further cultivates the formless visualization, could he directly break through to martial god? Chen Chen was silent, feeling it was indeed possible. Forget it. Thinking about this now is useless. Let's deal with the 8 great families first. Looking down, the Chu family had already vanished. All existence was devoured by the furnace, not a trace remaining. 5 minutes later, the Kong family. Chen Chen, are you really going to kill us all? Chen Chen, I want to kill you. Poof. The Kong family had many grandmasters, with 4 extreme intent grandmasters. But facing Chen Chen, all they could do was scream in terror and wait for death. They were soon swallowed by the furnace. 10 minutes later, the Shui family. All things furnace. 15 minutes later, Changhong Group, a major force in Peony City. All things furnace. 20 minutes later, the Wu family, a family of martial gods. Chen Chen, quickly retreat, don't seek death. A blood pillar shot into the sky as a martial saint stepped out. The Wu family still had strong foundations. Besides Wu Shanbao, there were actually 2 more martial saints in the country. Both were elderly, a man and a woman, seemingly a couple. Their vitality was around 6 million. They were likely the ancestors of the Wu family, the highest-ranking existences, the last line of resistance, and powerful guardians. Seek death? I think not, Chen Chen said lightly. His right hand reached out, blood flames swirling, rapidly enlarging to form a colossal hand, pressing down towards the 2. This scene was astonishing and terrifying. The 2's expressions changed drastically, and they shouted in anger, Chen Chen, we are a family of martial gods, how dare you make a move? The elder was furious beyond measure. He could not believe Chen Chen was so audacious as to attack a family of martial gods. Truly, he was arrogant to the extreme. But Chen Chen did not respond. The massive hand formed from blood flames pressed down even faster, as if to annihilate the entire Wu family. Seeing this, the elder laughed in rage, ha ha ha, good. If we must fight, how could I fear you? Wife, let's send him on his way together. Boom! Looking at the entire Wu family being flattened by a single palm, Chen Chen's expression remained calm. From the moment Wu Shanbao dared to ally with Chu Yu and others to besiege him, this hatred was already formed. Even if he did not come to destroy the Wu family, they would have sought revenge on their own. The only reason they hadn't was simply that the strong had not returned, nothing more. As for the martial god, Chen Chen was silent. After a long while, he squinted his eyes and murmured, it's not impossible to give it a try. Late at night, at 12:45, the nation was silent, all clans were quiet, even the cabinet was utterly still. There was no outcry from the various clans and factions like the Li family and the Jin family, who, after their extermination, raised their flags and denounced Chen Chen with righteous indignation. Instead, there was a deathly silence. The news that had spread was simply too shocking, too horrifying. Chen Chen had not only wiped out the Chu family, the Kong family, and the Shui family of Peony City, but he had also annihilated the Wu family. That's right, the Wu family, one of the 9 great martial god families, a family that boasted cabinet members and the strongest martial gods. It is no exaggeration to say that everyone who learned of this news was so frightened that their souls nearly left their bodies, their scalps tingling, frozen in place, unable to react for a long time. It was too terrifying, too hard to believe. Everyone unconsciously murmured, Chen Chen, how dare he? How dare he destroy a martial god family? He's gone mad, completely mad. He's torn the heavens apart. Buzz buzz buzz. In Hadong City and Shenzhen City, looking at the empty Chu family, Chen Chen was slightly surprised. At that moment, the phone rang. He answered it casually. Chen Chen, how did you wipe out the Wu family too? It was Zhong Zikuan. He seemed to be shocked by the news, his tone trembling. What's wrong? Wasn't it supposed to be destroyed? Chen Chen replied indifferently. After he spoke, Zhong Zikuan fell silent. After a long while, he finally said, no, it's not that it shouldn't have been destroyed. It's just, sigh, but that's a martial god family. They have martial gods, not just martial saints. Even if you are invincible at the martial saint level, if a martial god descends, you wouldn't even have the ability to resist. Chen Chen shook his head and said, it was bound to happen, as long as I haven't given up on resistance. Then facing a martial god is only a matter of time. If that's the case, then what's the harm in destroying the Wu family? Hearing Chen Chen's words, Zhong Zikuan fell silent again. Alright, do what you think is best. I still say, be careful in everything. If you can't win, then run. As long as the green mountains remain, you won't worry about firewood. At that time, I can contact channels to send you to the ideal land, or even abroad. Ideal land? It seemed Zhong Zikun still didn't know about Freedom City. However, he meant well. Chen Shen did not refuse, saying, I understand. Good. These next few hours will probably be very calm. The Yu family, the Chu family, the Ma family, the Tang family, the Yen family, they have all hidden away. When the martial saints of each family return, they will unite again to deal with you in their strongest state. I see, no wonder the Chu family is empty, they are hiding. Chen Chen realized. What about the cabinet? The cabinet is unclear, no news has come out. But since you killed Wu Shanbao and wiped out the Wu family, the cabinet will probably retaliate. They have many strong individuals, each one at the top level. Even more terrifying than the alliance of the 8 families. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes and said, it's fine, let them come. Spiritual veins? The return of the martial saints. Spiritual veins? The return of the martial saints. I went out for a stroll today, exhausted like a dog, and started writing very late, so this chapter counts as an extra. I'll make up for 2 chapters during the day. It was similar to what Zhong Zikun had said. The following time was very calm. All the families remained silent, including the cabinet. The Chu family, the Yu family, and other families also went silent and hid away for the time being. This led to Chen Shen running to several places, all of which were empty. Waiting for the martial saints of each family to return and deal with me together? Using their power to pressure me? Surrounding me? Chen Shen muttered to himself. If it were before, he might not have waited and would have struck first. But now, having broken through to the martial saint level, his strength was even greater. As long as they were not martial gods, no matter how many came, it would be of no use. They would only add fuel to the furnace, causing Chen Shen's blood and energy to increase even more. Besides that, the current mountain range was also the reason Chen Shen wanted to pause. Mount Taihuang, domestic 5-level scenic spots, famous peaks, said to be quite renowned in ancient times. As Chen Shen flew through the air on his sword, preparing to head to Yanjing, he passed through this area. He was astonished to discover that the spiritual energy around Mount Taihuan was actually denser than in other places. The difference was significant, about 2 to 3 times more. A spiritual vein? After landing on the mountain peak and experiencing it firsthand, Chen Shen confirmed that there was indeed a spiritual vein beneath. However, it seemed small, belonging to a minor category. If there is one, then there must be a second. After saying this, Chen Shen changed direction on his sword. 10 minutes later, he arrived at another peak, also a tourist attraction. To his surprise, there was no spiritual vein here. 20 minutes later, at Lushan, Chen Shen sensed something and his eyes lit up. There was also a spiritual vein here, very weak, just recently formed. Time passed. Chen Shen traveled through most of the Xia kingdom. Goodness! He discovered quite a few spiritual veins. Some were in the wilderness, some at ancient sites, and others at famous scenic spots. In total, there were 9, all minor. At this point, Chen Shen faced a choice. That was, should I leave these spiritual veins to cultivate sect practitioners? Or should I use the furnace to swallow them and enhance my cultivation level? Chen Shen pondered this question for a long time. The former was undoubtedly like killing the goose that laid the golden egg, significantly delaying the progress of future practitioners. As for the latter, it meant becoming stronger himself. If all went well, by devouring 4 or 5 spiritual veins, Chen Shen could break through to the 8th level of Qi training. With this thought, Chen Shen made a decision. Future matters can be discussed later. For now, the priority is to enhance my strength. After all, if I lose my life, what future is there? Moreover, I won't swallow them all, I will leave 2 behind, even if I do consume them all. If my strength reaches a certain level, perhaps I can create new spiritual veins, just like pseudo-spiritual stones. The more he spoke, the brighter Chen Shen's eyes became. Without further hesitation, he raised his right hand, concentrated his mana, and the furnace appeared. It enveloped the mountain range below. In an instant, trees flew up, and the mountain body cracked. Everything was drawn towards the furnace, including the crystal-clear, mist-emitting spiritual veins. They were devoured, broken down, and digested. In the end, energy surged towards Chen Shen. It entered his dantian, and the essence of the spiritual energy instantly transformed into mana, causing Chen Shen's cultivation level to rise rapidly. The black mana increased more and more, reaching half. The higher the level, the more spiritual energy is required, especially the compression of the last 2 levels of Qi training. The amount needed is probably 5 times that of the previous levels combined. Of course, with constant energy, the higher the requirements, the stronger the combat power after the breakthrough. With this in mind, Chen Chen identified the direction and flew towards the next spiritual vein. He was determined to break through to the 8th level of Qi training tonight, and no one could stop him. At 2 a.m. in Yanjing, in a large estate called Purple Gold Heavenly Garden located in the northern part. This was a residence specially arranged for martial saints by a certain group. The area was vast, and the decoration was luxurious. The floors, wall tiles, decorations, leather materials, and lighting were all brand-name items. It was said that the total value of the estate exceeded 3 billion. At this moment, deep inside the estate, in a castle-like building, the atmosphere was heavy and extremely oppressive. Besides the presence of martial saints, their moods, blood energy, and martial intent all contributed to the tension. It's 2 o'clock. They should be arriving soon. The speaker was Yin Yashuan, the ancestor of the Yin family, a prominent family in Yanjing. She was the owner of this estate and one of the remaining 5 families that had joined forces with the 8 families. She was about 70 years old, somewhat short, with long gray hair and a face full of wrinkles, resembling a neighborly old grandmother. The message has been conveyed. They are on their way. Beside her, on a mahogany chair, Yushi said in a deep voice. Next to him were the portly Tang Wanbao and Chu Dazhan. Opposite, it was Ma Liang. After they concluded the video conference earlier, they immediately executed the plan to temporarily avoid the spotlight, dispersing all family members so that Chen Chen could not find a target to strike. They then notified the martial saints from each family, urging them to come at all costs and as quickly as possible. Only when the time was right did they arrive in Yanjing, using Yin Yashuan's private estate as their gathering point. However, besides them, there were 3 others present. 2 elderly men and an old woman, all martial saints, and all at the pinnacle level with blood energy exceeding 8 million. They were external reinforcements hired by the 5 families, at a great cost. Li Wusheng, Xiang Wusheng, Tao Wusheng, your strengths are formidable, belonging to the top martial saints. When we suppress Chen Chen later, I hope you will fight with all your might. Suddenly, Yushi spoke up. Ha ha ha, brother Yu, rest assured, we take money to do a job. We will definitely give it our all. After all, I'm just an old bone. Dying in battle is also a kind of glory. Moreover, I also want to see what makes Chen Chen, who has caused such a stir and even dared to destroy the martial god families, so special. Is his strength really as exaggerated as you describe? Li Xingxiang, the ancestor of a certain family, was also the only martial saint. Although his strength was great, there was no successor. With his time running out and no new martial saint born in the family, he accepted Yushi's invitation to join the battle. His thought was simple: to burn his remaining life for the family's resources, hoping that after his death, a new martial saint would emerge, preventing the family from falling into complete decline. The same went for Xiang He and Tao Jing. Ha ha ha, you 3 can rest assured. Regardless of the outcome of this matter, your rewards will be intact. Even your families, we will take care of. Receiving a satisfactory response, Yushi smiled. Good, then thank you, brother Yu, and thank you all. Li Xingxiang smiled and clasped his hands. No need to mention it. By the way, what is the cabinet's reaction? Tang Wanbao asked. I don't know for now. Don't know? Are they not planning to deal with Chen Chen? It shouldn't be. I suspect they have other actions. After all, among the 9 great martial god families, the Wu family has a Wu Shanbao, and the other 8 families also have similar existences. Perhaps they will take action? Let them be. We will proceed as planned. I, Chu Dazhan, don't believe that Chen Chen is truly powerful to the point of being invincible. Can we martial saints really not defeat him? That's right, we have more than 20 martial saints combined, right? With such a lineup, even if a martial god descends, we dare to challenge. Boom, boom, boom. Where is Chen Chen? I, Li Xiao, have come. Chen Chen, come out and die. Where is Chen Chen? How dare you destroy my gene family? I will tear you to pieces. At that moment, blood flames spread across the sky. In an instant, they enveloped the entire sky above Yanjing. The scene was terrifying, and the phenomenon was shocking. Countless roars erupted, deafening and resonating through heaven and earth. Hearing these sounds, Yushi, Chu Dazhan, Tang Wanbao, Ma Liang, and Yin Yashuan's eyes lit up, and they laughed excitedly. Ha 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 ha, here they come. The martial saints of the Yu family have returned. Good, good. With all the martial saints gathered, Chen Chen is doomed. Let's go out to welcome them. At this moment, the atmosphere changed dramatically. It was uplifting, surprising, exciting, and gratifying. With heads held high and hands behind their backs, the pride and confidence of the ancestors and old martial saints returned to their peak. They stepped onto the lawn outside, smiling, chatting casually, and feeling relaxed and comfortable. This was in stark contrast to just a few hours ago when they were hiding, panicking, and filled with fear and unease. It felt like a dream, no longer existing. Found Chen Chen, on the manor lawn. Yu Shi and 5 others stood at the front, chatting and laughing. Li Xingqiang and 3 others lingered behind, their expressions calm. They all appeared to be elderly, looking to be in their 70s or 80s, the ancestors of their respective families. However, if one were to delve into their actual ages, they far exceeded that. The youngest present was Yin Yayun, at 96 years old. The oldest were Li Xingqiang and his companions, nearing 130 years. Although they were all martial saints, their skin, bones, internal organs, and blood had all undergone transformation. This indeed extended their lifespans, but around 130 was the limit. This was the essence of mortal flesh. The lifespan dictated by genetics was already fixed. Unless one broke through to become a martial god and achieved a martial god body, their lifespan could be extended beyond 150 years, without the decline of vitality, remaining in the prime of youth. But unfortunately, breaking through to become a martial god was no easy feat, otherwise, there would not have been only 9 in a century. Moreover, the gap was significant. They've come back. They're all back. That's the Li family's martial saints, Li Xiao and Li Changzi, and the Jin family's martial saints, Jin Xing and Jin Zhan. Behind them are my Yu family's martial saints, Yu Jianghong and Yu Haiyang. At this moment, the crimson sky drew nearer. More than a dozen imposing figures, shrouded in blood flames, approached at great speed. At the forefront were the 4 martial saints from the Li and Jin families. They wore armor, wielded weapons, their faces grim, eyes filled with rage. The murderous intent surged, with a brutal aura hidden within, like a volcano waiting to erupt. Further back were the Yu family's martial saints, along with those from the Tang, Ma, Kong, and Yin families. I've met the Yu family ancestor and the Yin family ancestor. Elders, where is Qin Chen? Grandpa, uncle. The returning saints had different titles. Both men and women, all in their 30s, their strength showing no signs of decline, they were at their peak. Coupled with years of fighting on the front lines, teetering between life and death, their martial skills, combat power, temperament, and will were beyond imagination. They were not something an old martial saint like Yu Shi could compare to. It was no exaggeration to say that they could easily handle 3 opponents at once. With such a presence, 15 had already arrived, and more martial saints from various families were on their way. Good, it's great that you're back. Looking at the crowd before him, Yu Shi said excitedly. Yes, now that you're back, Chen Shen's time of death has also arrived, Xu Dazhen said firmly. The others nearby wore smiles, filled with joy. You ancestor, where is Chen Chen? Li Xiao, the martial saint of the Li family who had been exterminated, spoke. He appeared middle-aged, with a square face, crew cut, and a robust build. His eyes were red, filled with grief and anger, looking impatient. Beside him was Li Changzi, a woman who bore a 5-point resemblance to him, with shoulder-length curly hair, holding dual hook weapons, her expression dark. Though she said nothing, her murderous intent was rampant, staring intently at Yu Shi, waiting for an answer. Not just them. There were also the Jin brothers, Jin Xing and Jin Zhan, along with the recently arrived members of the Kong and Chu families. Their families had been wiped out. Their hearts were filled with anger and sorrow. They only wanted to quickly slay Chen Chen and avenge their grievances. Ancestor, we should find Chen Chen as soon as possible and suppress him, to avoid prolonged troubles. Exactly. Our goal in returning is Chen Chen. Elders, I hope you won't dawdle. After we deal with Chen Chen, we still need to return to the front lines. Indeed. Hearing the words of the crowd, Yu Shi and the others also reined in their smiles. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. Is everyone here? We're still missing 2 from the Ma family. Then let's wait a bit longer. After a moment, 2 figures descended. They were the martial saints of the Ma family. Seeing this, Yu Shi immediately said, very well, since everyone is here, then let's take action. As for Chen Chen's whereabouts, half an hour ago, someone reported that he had appeared in Guanyuan City, but he has since left. Rest assured, everyone, we have deployed a lot of manpower nationwide, and with the assistance of various families and factions, finding that Chen Chen will be a piece of cake. After saying this, he took out his phone and made a call. After a while, Yu Shi's eyes lit up with surprise. We found him. In Hadong City, at Millennium Mountain. That Chen Chen seems to have gone mad, using that big furnace to devour Millennium Mountain. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was thrilled. Millennium Mountain? Let's go, kill Chen Chen. Good, now that we found him, we must kill Chen Chen tonight. Boom, Chen Chen, you are undoubtedly going to die. If Chen Chen doesn't die, I, Li Xiao, swear I won't be human. Upon receiving the news, they could no longer sit still. In an instant, blood pillars shot into the sky, and everyone soared into the air, rushing towards Hadong City. Let's go, we should follow. Actually, it doesn't matter whether we go or not. With so many martial saints taking action, Chen Chen is doomed. True, but I want to see Chen Chen fall with my own eyes. Fall? I propose we don't kill him on the spot. Let's capture him alive and torture him to death. By the way, What about those people we captured? The ones we were going to use to threaten Chen Chen. They probably won't be needed. Let's leave them here for now. That works. The five were in good spirits. After chatting for a bit and seeing the martial saints from various families move far away, they ignited their blood flames and pursued them through the air. 8 families of martial saints, 2 from each, totaling 16. Plus the Li family that Chen Chen had wiped out, making it 18. Adding Yishi, Li Xingxiang, and the 8 others, there were a total of 26 martial saints. They had no intention of hiding, blood pillars soaring into the sky, red light illuminating everything. The scene was shocking, and the phenomenon was terrifying. This caused the martial artists across the country who knew the truth to boil over. Forums, short videos, social media, and martial artist networks were buzzing with the topic. The most explosive was a video on Douyin, featuring a sky filled with red light, titled, "Shocking, Extremely Shocking, Martial Saints Descend, Suspected to Surround and Kill the Ideal Village Demon." According to official reports, the martial artist disappearance incident in Lahushi is linked to the Ideal Village Demon organization. Kill this demon. I heard this Ideal Village demon is called Chen Chen? That's right, his name is Chen Chen, and he is very powerful. Humph, what demon? What Chen Chen? Anyone who dares to cause trouble in my Xia country must be slain. It was unclear whether it was the officials or the various families taking action. They were controlling the national discourse, labeling Chen Chen as a demon and an ideal village villain, shaping him into a complete antagonist that everyone wanted to hunt down and kill. However, Chen Chen was completely unaware of all this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he stood high above Millennium Mountain, the furnace manifesting, devouring the spiritual veins below. This is the 5th one. It should also be the last one. Chen Chen felt his Dantian's power about to reach its limit. Just a little more. Time passed. When Millennium Mountain disappeared without a trace, leaving only a massive pit, Chen Chen's eyes brightened with joy. The power is full. Breaking through to the 8th layer of Qi training is happening now. As he spoke, Chen Chen closed his eyes, running his cultivation method, beginning the 3rd compression. At the 8th layer of Qi training, the arrival of the many saints. Within the Dantian, the black liquid of power finally reached perfection. This also meant that the 3rd compression was about to begin. As Chen Chen's cultivation method operated, just like before, the power surged, and a vortex appeared. It resembled a tornado, quickly taking shape and growing larger. A blank space was left in the center, allowing the tail of the tornado to float. Until a few seconds later, the color at the tail changed slightly. A drop, a new liquid of power was born. It appeared dark golden, the liquid thicker, seeming heavy due to its quality. Drip! With the first drop, the second followed closely. The subsequent drops came even faster. It was as if a valve had been opened, with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th drops. The original black ocean of power rapidly diminished. Swallowed by the tornado, compressed in a special way, it turned into a dark golden color. For 10 minutes like this, in Chen Chen's Dantian, apart from the blood lotus trembling in the corner, there was only the dark golden liquid of magical power. It was about 1/10 of what it had been before. The shaking was minimal, like mud. 8th layer of Qi training. The total amount of magical power hasn't changed, but after compression, the capacity is greater, and the quality is higher. The spells cast are also more powerful. It's a significant improvement. With a grasp of his right hand, the magical sword appeared, accompanied by a dark hue, much more solid than before, as if it were real. It could even be used in battle. Name, Chen Chen, Realm, 8th layer of Qi training, 3rd compression, dark golden magical liquid, 8th rank martial saint, blood value 8. 36 million, talent, immortal spirit Dao body, level, cultivation method, 10,000 laws Dao integration, 8th layer 9th layer, formless visualization method, perfect, spiritual fire alchemy method, 1st layer 2nd layer, spiritual fire refinement method, 1st layer, racial abilities, 7 released heaven defying comprehension, devouring heaven and earth. Glancing at the attribute panel, overall, his combat power was over 5 times stronger than before. Very good. I want to see. Are those martial saints enough for me to kill? Looking towards Yanjing, Chen Chen said lightly. At that moment, a red light appeared on the horizon, enveloping him at lightning speed. Accompanied by a roar, Chen Chen, give me your life. Ah, Chen Chen, I finally found you. Chen Chen, today you will undoubtedly die, no one can save you. Chen Chen, I want you to wish you were dead. Chen Chen was still thinking of going to Yanjing to find them. Unexpectedly, they came looking for him. Chen Chen looked over. A blood column shot into the sky, killing intent erupted. A terrifying sense of oppression rolled in. At the forefront were Li Xiao and Li Changzi. One wielded a spear, the other held dual hooks, their bodies engulfed in blood flames, their eyes fixed on Chen Chen, anger visible to the naked eye. Their faces were twisted, wishing they could swallow Chen Chen alive. After they arrived, they wasted no time and directly attacked. Spear out, long rainbow, kill, boom. The two from the Li family were very strong. Their blood value was around 7 million. The martial intent was pervasive, and their moves were ruthless. They charged at Chen Chen to kill him. There was no holding back, almost using all their strength. Behind them were the two from the Jin family, as well as Li Xingxiang and the others who had taken the reward, squeezing out their last bit of blood. They were the fastest, already engaging in battle, even forming a siege from all 6 directions, making it impossible for Chen Chen to escape. However, throughout it all, Chen Chen's expression remained calm. His gaze was cold, fearless, and undaunted. Humph, facing death, still putting on an act. Chen Chen, you demon, did you know that when you destroyed my Li family, today would come? Ah, Jin family relatives, I will soon avenge you. Ignoring the chattering, overly excited group beside him, Chen Chen only looked into the distance. He saw more and more people arriving. Even Yushi and Tang Wanbao followed one after another. He understood. The time had come. In the next moment, invincibility, killing intent, thunder, first released. Then the dark golden magic sword condensed, sweeping around. A blinding white light suddenly appeared, transforming into a crescent-shaped sword energy, sweeping out. In that instant, the area within 1,000 meters seemed to freeze. Everyone's bodies trembled, as if suppressed by a giant stone, their strength plummeting by 50%. Not only that, there was also killing intent and thunder coming. Even though the crowd had been battling on the front lines, constantly honing their will, they were still deeply trapped, their faces showing fear. Especially Li Xiao, Jin Xing, and Li Xingxiang, who were closest to Chen Chen, were affected even more severely. What? What kind of martial intent is this? How could I lose half my combat power? How is that possible? Chen Chen, you actually have 3 types of martial intent? Damn it, why didn't anyone tell us that Chen Chen possesses 3 types of martial intent? Sword chi? What kind of sword technique is this? They had come in with overwhelming momentum, full of confidence, believing that killing Chen Chen would be as easy as flipping a hand. They surrounded him, not wanting to give him a chance to escape. But at this moment, everyone was filled with dread. Their martial techniques were clearly just a few centimeters away from striking Chen Chen, yet those few centimeters felt like a chasm. They trembled all over, using all their strength, but could not advance even a bit. Instead, Chen Chen's sword strike sent chills down their spines, a massive sense of death closing in on them. Retreat quickly, something's wrong with Chen Chen. Retreat, everyone, quickly. Put. Retreat? Now that they wanted to retreat, it was probably too late. Sure enough, the sword light swept through. No matter how they screamed or resisted, it was all meaningless. This was a spell cast with the power of the 8th level of chi refinement, compressed 3 times, using dark golden mana. Its power was unimaginable. What martial saints? Just ants. In an instant, they were sliced in half, directly killed. The sword chi extended further, sweeping towards the other martial saints behind. Boom, boom, put. What kind of martial technique is this? What kind of sword technique is this? Terrifying, horrifying. After instantly killing Li Xiao and the other 5, the sword chi continued to sweep through, and those martial saints who tried to block it found they could not stop it at all. Martial techniques? Weapons? Blood flames? In front of that sword chi, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly foolish. Like paper, it shattered at a touch, cracked at a brush. Then they were easily slain. Just like Li Xiao and the others, looking at their severed lower halves, their faces filled with fear, despair, and shock. They couldn't understand. They simply couldn't understand. Why was Chen Chen so strong? Why could a casual sword strike kill so many martial saints as if cutting wheat? What was his true strength? Martial saints? Just ants, all instantly killed. The broken bodies fell, blood splattering, the scene horrifying. And each one was a martial saint, the top-tier powerhouses of the 2nd tier in the entire world. And there were many, a full 11 of them. That's right, with just this one sword, 11 martial saints fell. Seeing this scene, now it was dead silent. A pin drop could be heard. Even breathing was as weak as a mosquito's buzz. Those who were still alive, standing a bit farther away, were frozen in place, their faces pale, eyes wide, expressions filled with terror. The arrogance and pride they had when they arrived were gone. The most obvious were Yu Shi and the other 5. They were at the back, having come to see how Chen Chen would be suppressed. But upon reaching this point, they saw not the scene of Chen Chen being suppressed, but rather the sight of numerous martial saints being cut in half, dying instantly. In that moment, the 5 of them wore blank expressions, their eyes hollow, their minds a blank, their ears buzzing. They didn't know how long had passed. Yushi finally murmured, "Where are we? What happened? Am I dreaming? That's right, I must be dreaming. So many martial saints against one Chen Chen. How could it possibly be like this? How could 11 be killed in one strike? They are martial saints who just returned from the front lines. They are in their prime, their strength at its peak, with overwhelming combat power. How? How could this happen? The more they spoke, the more agitated and fearful they became. Yushi trembled all over, rubbing his eyes repeatedly, hoping it was just a dream. But every time he opened his eyes, the scene remained unchanged. They were dead. The Li family's martial saints were dead. The Jin family's martial saints were also dead. The external reinforcements they had called in, including Li Xingqiang and 3 others, were also dead. Even the martial saints from the Yu and Ma families at the back had perished. One sword. Just one sword. It killed 11 martial saints. This was too surreal, too absurd. Yushi's face was filled with disbelief. Next to her, Yan Yajun, Zhu Dajun, Tang Wanbao, and Ma Liang had expressions that were no better. They were all the same. Fearful, terrified. Their faces were pale, and their hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. Chen Chen looked over. The law sword was cancelled, and with his vital energy, he stepped into the void, holding the meteorite sword. He swept his gaze over the crowd and said lightly, "Is it just you?" As the words fell, the scene remained silent. The martial saints had serious expressions, their hearts racing, their pupils constricted. The hands holding their weapons tightened again and again, revealing just how shocked they were inside. After a long while, someone stood up and said, "Chen Chen, your strength, why is it so powerful?" Yes, it was too powerful. Even compared to the martial gods, it probably wasn't much different, right? Powerful? If I weren't strong, would you be standing here talking to me? If I weren't strong, would I still be alive? Chen Chen sneered. Humph, Chen Chen, with your strength, why don't you go to the front lines to fend off the ferocious beasts, but instead kill innocents domestically? Do you really want to betray the Xia kingdom like in an idealized world, becoming a demon abandoned by the gods? That's right, Chen Chen, you should be careful. Shut up. Boom. Chen Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. These people were nagging him, talking about morality and kindness. They didn't truly feel that Chen Chen was a pity. They were just afraid. That's all. If at this moment Chen Chen were seriously injured, on the verge of death, or without combat power, would they still act this way? Impossible. They would act without hesitation, directly attacking him, suppressing and crushing him. On the surface, they would still represent justice, condemning and denouncing him, listing all his crimes. Even if Chen Chen died, he wouldn't be able to turn the tables. Thinking of this, Chen Chen was too lazy to listen any longer. The meteorite sword brimmed with magical power, faintly emitting a dark golden color. Then he slashed forward. With a wave of his left hand, a terrifying, roaring fire dragon manifested. It was over 60 meters long, 10 meters wide, carrying high temperatures and terrifying fiery magical power, charging towards them. Not only that, with a step, he unleashed the wind martial intent, moving as fast as lightning. As if in an instant, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a martial saint. She was a woman, around 37 years old, still possessing charm, with a cold expression, tall stature, and towering peaks. To outsiders, she was an absolute beauty, a mature goddess. Even among the martial saints, there were not few suitors. She was Tang Yen, a martial saint from the Tang family, a prodigy from many years ago, with vital energy reaching 9.5 million. Holding a short sword, her sword intent erupted, enveloped in blood flames. However, upon seeing Chen Chen appear, her expression changed drastically, a mix of shock and anger. Chen Chen, you, too fast. She had been paying attention to Chen Chen at all times, yet she still hadn't noticed how he had approached. What was even more terrifying was that the techniques Chen Chen had unleashed were not martial skills at all. There were no blood flames, no vital energy. It was another kind of energy, and it was more terrifying than martial arts. Is he cultivating immortality? Has he really brought the Immortal Cultivation system to a level where it can rival martial arts? Tang Yen was shocked, her mind in turmoil. However, her movements did not stop. Without mercy, she struck with her strongest martial skill, Divine Bird Sword Technique, Phoenix Peck. As she finished speaking, the blood flames boiled, emitting intense heat. They quickly condensed, forming a phoenix, a crimson divine bird made of blood flames. Its beak was sharp, like a sword tip, glimmering slightly, pecking towards Chen Chen at lightning speed, aiming for his head, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Humph! Heavenly Cloud Hand. Facing Tang Yan's attack, Chen Chen remained unfazed. With a cold snort, the empty left hand was raised, and a surge of magical power emerged, striking out in a flat push. The disparity between the two was evident. On one side was a terrifying divine bird transformed from a sharp sword. On the other was a clean, bloodless flesh palm. By common logic, the latter was bound to lose. It would undoubtedly be pierced through by the sword and rendered useless on the spot. However, in reality, when the two made contact, the divine bird crumbled and shattered like dried twigs, showing no ability to resist at all. This scene left Tang Yen horrified, screaming in fear, "How is this possible? How can this be? My divine bird sword technique is a sacred grade martial skill. How can it be so weak? Impossible? There's nothing impossible." Chen Shen's palm was covered in magical power, continuously cycling and enveloping his entire being. How could she break through with just one sword? Moreover, Chen Shen had already refined his body to the limit, possessing immense strength. Under this palm, Tang Yen simply could not withstand it. The sword broke, her chest caved in, bones cracked, and her heart exploded. By the end, her entire upper body was hollowed out, leaving only a massive blood hole. Put! Ah! What? Tang Yen? Tang Yen? No! Chen Shen, I will kill you. Tang Yen spewed blood wildly, her face filled with despair as she fell from the sky. At the same time, angry roars erupted around, filled with rage and terror. But with a casual sweep of his sword, Chen Shen silenced the voices, leaving only two segments, or two halves of corpses, falling alongside Tang Yen. Martial Saint? Is this the martial saint you all gathered together? I thought. How strong. One step, one kill. It was like killing a chicken. No effort was needed. Regardless of how much vitality one had, or what martial intent they possessed, before Chen Shen, not a single move could be blocked. Instant kill, instant kill, instant kill. All were instant kills. Blood flowed like rivers, and heads rolled like thunder. Until someone was afraid. Until someone was terrified. Chen Shen, you've killed so many martial saints, you will undoubtedly die too, you. Put. Chen Shen, spare my life, my Yen family surrenders, willing to follow you. Put. Chen Shen, you will not die a good death, I will wait for you in hell. Put. Chen Shen. Put. Threats? Pleas for mercy? Madness? Chen Shen only needed one sword. The entire sky fell silent, with only the shattered corpses of the martial saints falling. Only Yashi, Yin Yakin, and the other 5 fled in panic, fearing that if they were even half a second late, they would be slain by Chen Shen's sword. At the same time, it signified the complete failure of the plan for the 8 families to unite and besiege him. They were utterly defeated, not even lasting 3 minutes. Once this incident spread, it would surely shake the entire nation, leaving countless people in fear. And Chen Shen looked at Yuxi and the others, then turned his gaze further towards Yin Jing. He said lightly, "Since it has come to this, let's resolve this matter all at once, so I won't have to deal with wave after wave, wasting my time." Chen Chang? Xiao Yuqing? Threats? Chen Chang? Xiao Yuqing? Threats? Towards Yin Jing. In the air, 5 figures fled in panic, desperately squeezing the vitality within their bodies, trying to run faster. Even if they might become useless afterward, they couldn't care less. Damn it, how could this happen? Why is Chen Shen so strong? Over 20, a full 20 martial saints, all returned from the front lines, in their prime, their strength preserved at its peak. Several of them even had vitality reaching 9 million. But, how could they not withstand even one move from Chen Shen? Why? What is the reason for this? Yushi's face was pale, heart racing. He couldn't understand, simply couldn't comprehend. Why was Chen Shen so strong? Even martial saints were crushed like dried twigs. This Chen Shen, is he going to break through to the martial god level? Beside him, the plump and big-eared Tang Wanbao said with a trembling voice. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. How long has Chen Shen been awakened? Less than 3 months, right? Reaching martial saint is already against the heavens. How could he possibly break through to martial god? The statements were too outrageous. The others simply did not believe it. But one thing was very clear. Chen Shen's strength was invincible within the martial saint realm. What do we do now? Suddenly, Xu Dazhan asked in a deep voice. Let's go to the Yin family estate first. See if that last resort can have a miraculous effect. If it can't, then we'll go to the cabinet. I don't believe they would stand by and do nothing, Yuxi said. Behind them, Chen Shen, who had refined numerous martial saint corpses using the all things melting furnace, had pushed his blood value to 9 million. He followed at a leisurely pace, holding his phone in his right hand, smiling lightly. I thought you were missing. I was planning to find you after resolving the current situation. Not missing, really. My dad is worried about my safety and has confined me. He won't even let me contact you. On the other end of the line was Su Yulu. For some unknown reason, the Su family had not restricted her from contacting Chen Shen again. Well, that's good, Chen Shen replied. Chen Shen, I heard from my great-grandfather. Did you break through to martial saint? Su Yulu swallowed hard, asking with anticipation and shock. Yeah, I just broke through not long ago. Hiss, your cultivation speed is too fast, right? Is this the terrifying aspect of top-tier talent? Suyulu gasped in astonishment. Chen Shen did not confirm or deny, just smiled. I also heard that you confronted the major families? They want to recall the martial saints from the front lines to suppress you? Yeah, that's right. Phew. So are you okay now? I'm fine. That's good. Haven't those martial saints returned yet? Chen Shen, I heard from my great-grandfather that those martial saints from the front lines are not like the ancestors of the various families. Their combat power is at least doubled. And there are many of them. Why not hide? Suyulu's tone was clearly worried, not wanting anything to happen to Chen Shen. But Chen Shen just calmly said, no need to hide. Those martial saints are all dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the other end of the line suddenly fell silent. Not even a breath could be heard. It wasn't until 5 or 6 minutes later, when Chen Shen thought the signal was bad and was about to hang up, that Suyulu stammered, her voice trembling, are you saying those martial saints are all dead? You killed them all? The martial saints from the various families who returned from the front lines? Yeah, that's right. Holy crap. Upon receiving a confirmed answer, Suyulu rarely let out a curse. This surprised Chen Shen. In his impression, she had always been very aloof and proud. Her words and actions were very proper, in line with the upbringing and quality of a young lady. He never expected her to curse as well. With your strength, you could probably walk sideways in Xia country. Suyulu said in shock. Walk sideways? Do you think martial gods are just decorations? Chen Chen replied. That's true. Although martial gods won't easily leave their posts, but the trouble you've caused is too big. They will still take action. At this point, Suyulu said again, Chen Chen, if the situation can be contained, try not to let it escalate. If it really attracts the martial gods, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yeah, I understand. After chatting a bit more, Chen Chen hung up the phone. At this time, he also arrived in Yanjing with Yu Shi and the others. Looking down at the castle-like estate, he raised his right hand, and his magical power flickered. Stop! Chen Chen, take a look at who this is. If you dare to make a move, they will undoubtedly die. Seeing Chen Chen about to act, Yu Shi and the others rushed out in a hurry. Beside them, there were dozens of people, nearly 99 of whom Chen Chen did not recognize. Only the two at the front looked somewhat familiar. Chen Chang? Xiao Yuqing? The former was Chen Chen's father, who had abandoned his wife and child many years ago and had gone missing. It was said that he had married into a clan and was doing well. The latter was Xiao Yuqing, a girl he had an inexplicable relationship with in school, the daughter of the Yufeng group. But after awakening her talent, she had severed ties. To put it bluntly, in Chen Chen's eyes, these two were no different from strangers. So what did this group want by bringing them here? Chen Chen was puzzled. Chen Chen, it's me, I'm your dad. Whoa, I'm your dad. You have to save me. Chen Shang, in his 30s, dressed in a suit and tie, looked somewhat like Chen Shen, a third-tier martial artist. At this moment, seeing Chen Shen in the air, he immediately began to cry and plead, his eyes filled with fear and ecstasy. It seemed unimaginable that the son he had abandoned, whom he had almost forgotten, had actually reached such heights. A martial saint, a terrifying powerhouse he would never have encountered in his life. How could he be his son? And it made the ancestors of 5 great families tremble in fear and awe. If they recognized each other, wouldn't he immediately turn his fortunes around? Thinking of this, he spoke again, Xiaohan, Dad knows he was wrong. Dad is sorry for you. I shouldn't have. He started to play the emotional card with Chen Chen. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuqing was staring at Chen Chen, her mouth agape, her eyes wide open, her face filled with disbelief. Are you really Chen Chen? The Chen Chen from Jinling No. 1 high school? Aren't you the one who awakened the cultivation talent? How? Because of the Utopian incident, Xiao Yuqing had left Jinling City. Following her family's group, she developed in Tianhai City. She had also entered Tianhai University with excellent results during the martial arts exam and had become a disciple of a certain grandmaster. Everything was progressing well, flourishing. As for Chen Chen, she had long forgotten him, or rather, he was not worth mentioning. But who would have thought that just a few nights ago, a powerful figure suddenly kidnapped their entire family, claiming they were acquaintances of Chen Chen and would use them as leverage. At that time, Xiao Yuqing thought it was just a coincidence and didn't pay it any mind. However, now, looking at that familiar face, Xiao Yuqing was utterly shocked. A cabinet member appeared. The final battle? Yuqing. He is the boy who wanted to pursue you in school? How could he be a martial saint? Wasn't it just a coincidence? Behind her were Xiao Yuqing's father and other family members. Yuqing, since you know him, quickly let him save us. Yes, these great families have captured us, clearly wanting to use you to threaten him. Right, you must be very important to him. Young people, after all, first love is the most profound. Listening to the words around her, Xiao Yuqing fell into a brief silence. She couldn't help but recall the moments with Chen Chen in school. Gradually, she felt it made sense. With this thought, she raised her head, looked at Chen Chen, and said, "Chen Chen, I." Boom boom boom. The furnace of all things. Yushi and the others, after bringing Chen Chang and Xiao Yuqing out, saw Chen Chen pause and not continue to act, and their expressions immediately brightened, secretly thinking there was hope. "Chen Chen, you must be familiar with these people, right? You know them, right? They." Boom boom boom. The furnace of all things. Looking up at the sky, a massive, burning furnace emerged, looming over everyone's heads. Chen Chen's expression was emotionless, yet, he was astonished inside. He felt that these old geezers were truly at their wits' end. To threaten him with a group of people he didn't even know? The only two he recognized had relationships that were negligible. In this situation, if he, Chen Chen, were to compromise, no. Even saying one more word would be an insult to his intelligence. Thus, his magical power surged, the furnace appeared, enveloping, covering, devouring. Chen Chen, how can you be so heartless? They are your Chen Chen, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm your father, your real father. You can't kill me. Chen Chen, Yu Yuqing, what's going on? Why is he attacking? Quickly, beg him to stop. Chen Chen's actions took everyone by surprise. Anger and shock mixed, and they shouted hoarsely. But Chen Chen remained unmoved. Instead, he held his sword in his right hand and swept it casually. Puff! The sword energy was like a waterfall, fast as lightning. In silence, it annihilated Chen Chang and the others, leaving only expressions of fear, confusion, and resentment. As for Yushi and the 5 others, they erupted with blood and anger, shouting, "Run, run fast! This Chen Chen is a complete monster. He dares to kill even his own father in first love." At that moment, Yushi felt a deep regret rising within. Regret for not daring to provoke Chen Chen, for provoking this decisive, cold-blooded madman. But alas, it was too late. Too late. He had let them go once before, allowing the 5 to live for another half hour. Now, would he let them go again? A terrifying sword energy swept through, and the scene instantly fell silent. Countless fragments of buildings, blood, and body parts floated into the sky, devoured by the furnace, until everything came to an end. At this moment, Chen Chen looked back and said lightly, "Martial God family? Cabinet members?" In the distance, 9 figures stepped through the air. Their momentum was like a rainbow, blood columns soaring into the sky. The spectacle was exaggerated, connecting heaven and earth, like 9 pillars supporting the sky, extremely shocking. Martial intent spread around them, manifesting various illusions. There were flying swords, roaring lions and tigers, the sounds of birds and flowers, and towering waves. This was a sign that martial intent had reached its limit and was about to transform into divine intent. And these 9 were none other than the 9 cabinet members, the strongest in the country at present. Their blood, martial intent, and even martial skills had all reached the peak and perfection of the strongest martial saints. Their faces were grim as they approached together. Once close, everyone stared intently at Chen Chen, murderous intent overwhelming. "Chen Chen, I didn't expect that in just 2 or 3 months, you could reach this level. Your talent is indeed terrifying." The first to speak was a man, around 50 years old. He was tall and robust, clad in a set of white armor, wielding a massive heavy sword. Nearly 2 meters tall, he exuded a strong sense of oppression. He was Zhou Wenshang, a member of the martial god family, sent by the Zhou family. After speaking, he continued, "What a pity. You are inherently brutal, with ruthless methods, a heart full of killing intent, exhibiting severe anti-human traits. Otherwise, perhaps our Xia country could still give birth to a 10th martial god." His tone was low, seemingly filled with regret. Yet every word was a condemnation of Chen Chen. Exactly. Many martial artists on the front lines risked their lives to fend off ferocious beasts, defending the country and the people. And you? Once you gained some power, you began to act recklessly, slaughtering the innocent. People like you cannot be tolerated by heaven's law. Another man spoke indignantly. He was in his 40s, with a handsome face, holding a folding fan, resembling a middle-aged scholar, refined and educated. At this moment, his face was filled with anger, his eyes carrying killing intent, speaking with righteous indignation. He was Yang Shuejing, a member of the martial god family, sent by the Yang family. "There's no need to waste words with him, just kill him directly. Daring to destroy even my martial god family, such a person must die." A member of the Wu family, Wu Jiang, shouted angrily. In the air, he looked at the 9 people. His eyes narrowed slightly. He could feel it. These 9 were indeed very strong, stronger than all the previous martial saints combined. Is this the limit of martial saints? Chen Chen murmured. The next moment, holding the meteorite sword in his right hand, he said again, if you're not a martial god, you're all just ants. Ha ha ha, good, very good. What a statement, if you're not a martial god, you're all ants. So arrogant, so conceited. Wu Jiang, want to see what qualifications you have to be so brazen. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Jiang, who hated Chen Chen the most, charged out. Blood flames erupted, illuminating a radius of 10 miles. He raised his battle knife in his right hand, blood flames clinging to it, and slashed down fiercely. This strike was extremely terrifying. The blade aura drawn by the blood flames extended for dozens of meters. Moreover, the blade light carried a slightly distorted martial intent, making it incredibly sharp in its power surge. Wu Jiang believed that this strike was enough to kill any martial saint who had not reached the limit and was not in the same realm as him. Not bad. Wu Zhong's sword technique is still very powerful. This mountain-splitting style is the strongest among the Wu family's sacred martial techniques. Even the Wu family's martial gods have practiced it. Bai Mingyin spoke up. She was a tall, slender woman with a somewhat cold demeanor. Dressed in tight combat attire, holding a slender sword, her expression was emotionless. She watched every move of Wu Jiang and Chen Chen. This was their agreed plan. Wu Jiang would strike first, testing Chen Chen's strength, martial intent, martial techniques, and various means. Then, they would wait for an opportunity to find a flaw and deliver a fatal blow. However, looking at Chen Chen, who stood there dumbfounded and unmoving, everyone furrowed their brows in confusion, saying, "What's going on? Is he not reacting? Is Wu Zhong's strength too overwhelming? He hasn't even noticed the blade light approaching? What's happening?" This Chen Chen gives a strange feeling, a bit eerie. As long as he gets killed, that's enough. Everyone was talking at once. Even Zhou Wensheng wanted to say that Chen Chen's strength was nothing to mention, but then he thought of the deceased martial saints from various families and swallowed his words back. Until Wu Zhong's attack drew closer, 1 meter, half a meter, and it looked like he was about to cleave Chen Chen in two. Zhou Wensheng could only shake his head slightly, self-mocking, saying, I thought I was facing a great enemy, taking out the divine armor and divine sword that had been sealed for decades, preparing for a good battle. And this is the result? Sigh. I wonder how those martial saints from various families ended up dying. Isn't this too pathetic? Wang Jin, Pasu, Wang Jin, Pasu Tianza Pass. The martial gods sat in the high tower. Qin Tianjun remained seated, unmoving. But at this moment, his eyes opened, his brows furrowed, and his expression was displeased. All dead? The 18 martial saints who returned, are all dead? Qin Tianjun said coldly. Yes, master. The news just came in that Chen Chen is very strong, far surpassing ordinary martial saints. His means are strange, and his combat power is overwhelming. It is said. After a brief silence, He Tianjing exclaimed again, it is said that all the martial saints, Li Xiao, Jin Xing, Yu Haiyang, and so on, none of them were able to withstand a single move from Chen Chen. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence for a long time. He Tianjing lowered his head, his face filled with shock. Qin Tianjuan's expression darkened, and he remained silent. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly said, I'm afraid this Chen Chen has walked a new path in the cultivation system. His tone was somewhat complex. It seemed even Qin Tianjun did not expect that Chen Chen, all alone, without any inheritance or guidance, could reach the realm of martial saint in just 2 or 3 months, even to the extent of being invincible in the same realm. This is truly astonishing. One cannot help but exclaim, Chen Chen is indeed a prodigy. His talent is indeed terrifying. Master, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. At this moment, He Tianjing mustered his courage and spoke. Go ahead. Master, I've seen Chen Chen's information. Although his personality is somewhat irritable, quick to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement, and will annihilate anyone who offends him, but his talent and comprehension are indeed very strong. In this cultivation system, it is universally acknowledged as a waste of talent. Over the past 300 years, so many cultivation geniuses have emerged, yet who has broken the limits and forged a new path? No one, not a single one. There was even a martial god who specifically studied it for a while, but it came to nothing. In contrast, look at Chen Chen. In just over 2 months, his strength is comparable to a martial saint. What about 4 months, 8 months, or a year? How far can he go? The cultivation system he creates can also teach other cultivators. At that time, wouldn't we have a significant boost in resisting the ferocious beasts? He Tianjing said. Upon hearing these words, Qin Tianjuan's expression remained unchanged, and he said lightly, What you said, how could I not know? But, you are thinking too simply. Thinking too simply? Master, I don't quite understand. Clearly, the situation is very simple. We can completely accept Chen Chen and let him establish his own faction. Doesn't he have a Longxing sect? Just let him develop it. We don't need to interfere. Also, Tianjing, you can go now. We have our own plans for this matter. Before Tianjing could finish, Qin Tianjun coldly interrupted. Seeing this, Tianjing hesitated, then ultimately left helplessly. After he left, a figure appeared in the distance. It seemed he had been there all along, but Tianjing was completely unaware. Actually, your disciple is right. More cultivation systems mean more strength to resist the ferocious beasts. It was a middle-aged man, looking around 45 years old. He had a kind face and an ordinary appearance. His figure was somewhat thin, holding a brown longsword in its sheath. He was Wang Jin, one of the 9 martial gods. I know. You know. They know too. But knowing is one thing, accepting is another. Because with Chen Chen's current revealed personality, it's hard to guarantee in the future whether he will be a blessing or a curse after becoming a martial god. For example, a weapon, no matter how powerful, but if you cannot control it, it might turn on its master at any moment. Would you still dare to use it? But Chen Chen is not a weapon, he is a person, and does not need to be controlled, Wang Jin said. Sometimes, people can be more terrifying than weapons. The scene fell into silence. After a while, Wang Jin said nothing more and turned to leave. What's going on? Did you have a fight? Is it because of that Chen Chen? In the distance, another figure approached. It was a burly man, bald, over 2 meters tall, with muscles intertwined, exuding terrifying explosive power. He carried a massive double-edged axe on his shoulder, his voice low and deep, like rumbling thunder. He shares the same thoughts as Lin Fengluan. He wants to protect Chen Chen. Let the cultivation system rise, giving birth to more strong individuals to resist the ferocious beasts on the front lines. From a broader perspective, this idea is not problematic. But the reality is that the one who can truly influence the situation is precisely this Chen Chen, Qin Tianjun said. Upon hearing this, Zuotong slightly nodded in agreement, saying, the cultivation system is acceptable. We allow its existence and will even cultivate it vigorously. But it cannot be Chen Chen as a person. Exactly. This Chen Chen is inherently evil. He indiscriminately kills the innocent and annihilates entire families. He disregards rules and ignores the bigger picture, clearly knowing the fierce situation at the front lines, yet still killing rampantly at home. Wiping out one Li family isn't enough. They want to eliminate the Jin family, the Chu family, and the Kong family. Even the Wu family, the family of martial gods, dares to be exterminated. Can you imagine such a person? If he breaks through to become a martial god, what a sight that would be. I'm afraid the entire Xia country will become his private garden. We 9 will also be directly eradicated. Qin Tianjun said coldly. I share this concern. Perhaps if we delay any longer, by the time we receive news, it will be our Zhou family, Qin family, Yang family, and Zhou family that have been wiped out. Therefore, I fully support your proposal to kill Chen Chen, seize his top-tier talent, and replace him with our own cultivator to cultivate a new cultivation system. Zuotong echoed. Exactly. From any perspective, this plan is the best choice. By the way, I just sensed some movement. Has Wu Lingxiao left? Yes, the Wu family has been destroyed. How could he not be furious? Being able to endure for this long is already the limit. Moreover, news from within the country says that all the martial saints returning from the front lines were killed by Chen Chen. Wu Lingxiao, unable to contain his anger, has rushed back home. Well then, with him taking action, Chen Chen's matter should come to an end. What about the Beast Emperor? As the words fell, Qin Tianjuan's brow furrowed, his expression grave. The Beast Emperor. It's just news from abroad. We don't know if it's true. But if the Beast Emperor really appears, we will have no way to deal with it. We can only break the void. Break the void? That's difficult. The path isn't well established, and the side effects are too great. Let's wait a bit longer. Meanwhile, in another tall tower, Wang Jin arrived. They insist on taking action. They want to completely eliminate Chen Chen. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be Wu Lingxiao who does it. Standing beside her, Wang Jin spoke. In front of them was a woman, around 30 years old, dressed in a white dress and wearing a white veil. Her hair was tied up, adorned with various beautiful hairpins, resembling ancient attire perfectly. She was none other than Lin Fengluan, one of the martial gods, and also Su Yulu's master. Chen Chen has risen too quickly, his talent is too strong. Moreover, his style of action is somewhat extreme, so they fear that once Chen Chen breaks through to become a martial god, he will kill them just as he did the martial saints. Not only will he kill them, but he will also wipe out their entire family. Let me ask you, are you afraid? Are you worried? To be honest, if it weren't for Yulu telling me that Chen Chen is actually quite good, just decisive in killing, and that from beginning to end, he has never provoked others, only retaliated when forced. I would also agree with Qin Tianjun and the others to eliminate Chen Chen. Lin Fenghuan said softly, I didn't know these things. I just feel that having multiple cultivation systems can help us resist more fierce beasts. Wang Jin shook her head. Then she added, so we won't interfere in this matter? Interfere? How can you interfere? Are you going to stop Wu Lingxiao? Stopping him is definitely impossible. Once involved, it could likely trigger a martial god war. That would be a catastrophic disaster for the current situation. I had already given Lin Xiong a heads up. If Chen Chen confronts the cabinet, let him avoid taking action if possible, and show mercy if he can. As for the rest, it's best not to interfere too much, Lin Fenghuan said in a deep voice. Seeing this, Wang Jin nodded. I feel the same. After all, there's only so much we can do. The rest depends on his own fate. The two indeed had thoughts of protecting Chen Chen, but it was not a necessity. Rather, it was within their capabilities, without conflicting with other martial gods. Otherwise, it would be a loss that outweighs the gain. It was as if everyone had joined forces to try to drown you in the water. Not only did I not take advantage of your misfortune, but I also persuaded them to stop. When that failed, I even threw you a piece of wood to help you save yourself. In this way, I have shown my utmost kindness and righteousness. In the realm of the extreme martial saint, Yan Jing, in the air, the Wu family, as a family of martial gods, is one of the strongest families in the entire country. How could they be destroyed by someone? What a disgrace! And how furious Wu Jiang must be. He wished he could slice Chen Chen into 1,000 pieces, tearing his body apart. So they came to discuss and let him test the waters. But at this moment, this test was a full-on attack, with no reservations whatsoever. As the blade light approached Chen Chen's neck, his eyes lit up with hope, and he roared, Chen Chen, die for me! Clang! It sounded like the clash of weapons, somewhat jarring. Wu Jiang felt his momentum falter, as if blocked by something. Looking closely, he saw Chen Chen's right hand raised, the meteorite sword emitting a faint dark golden glow, perfectly blocking Wu Jiang's blade, leaving him with no way to advance. No matter how hard Wu Jiang exerted himself, how fiercely his blood surged, or how powerfully his martial intent struck, Chen Chen remained calm, steadily holding the meteorite sword, blocking all his attacks as if it were effortless. He even murmured, is this the extreme martial saint? Is that all there is to it? Seeing this scene, Wu Jiang's pupils constricted. His heart raced, and ominous premonition surged within him. How can you block it? Boom! Wu Jiang was terrified, exclaiming. The next moment, a deafening sound erupted. An unprecedented martial intent descended, enveloping his entire being. In an instant, it felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, causing Wu Jiang's face to change dramatically, his body trembling. What kind of martial intent is this? Can it even suppress me? Boom! Boom! Without giving Wu Jiang a moment to react, Chen Chen's expression turned cold, and two more waves of martial intent surged toward him. At that moment, Wu Jiang's eyes went blank, fear etched on his face, frozen in place. Crack! At that moment, the meteorite sword in Chen Chen's hand erupted with terrifying sword energy, stretching and sweeping. Upon contact, Wu Jiang's weapon exploded. It continued to extend, tearing through martial intent and blood flames, charging straight for Wu Jiang's neck. The situation changed too quickly. Just a second ago, Chen Chen was about to be killed. In the next second, the tables turned, and the one about to be killed became Wu Jiang. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed dramatically, shouting in shock and anger, Wu Jiang, be careful! Wu Jiang, what are you doing? Chen Chen, you dare! Stop! You're all trying to kill me, and you want me to stop? How is it that you can kill me, but I cannot kill you? Chen Chen shook his head, finding these people truly amusing. Then, with a thought, he moved his hand even faster, directly beheading the just recovered Wu Jiang. You actually killed Wu Jiang? Chen Chen, you're seeking death. Chen Chen, today you will undoubtedly die. What happened to Wu Jiang just now? Was he suppressed by some kind of martial intent? Looking at the horrified, shocked, and furious expressions of the 9 people, Chen Chen said lightly, undoubtedly dead? Then let's not waste words, let's go together. After saying that, his martial intent erupted completely, enveloping everyone. Holding the meteorite sword, his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhou Wenshang, raising his sword without hesitation and striking down. Two kinds of martial intent? Feeling the unstoppable, murderous martial intent rushing toward him, Zhou Wenshang's heart raced, his scalp tingling. His entire strength plummeted by half in an instant, feeling utterly uncomfortable. What was even more terrifying was Chen Chen's speed. Fast, so fast it was unimaginable. He didn't even see how Chen Chen got close. By the time he reacted, the martial intent had already arrived. In that instant, he was caught completely off guard. Then the sword energy struck. In this sequence, any martial saint would be doomed. No! Chen Chen, you can't kill me. Everyone, hurry and take action. This Chen Chen's strength is not right. Not just not right, it's simply outrageous. Previously, when Wu Jiang was killed, everyone found it strange. How could a dignified extreme martial saint be like those ordinary martial saints, unable to withstand even a single move from Chen Chen? It shouldn't be, right? It doesn't make sense. Now, with Chen Chen's two great martial intents enveloping the entire area, everyone understood. Attack, everyone, quickly take action. This Chen Chen possesses two types of martial intent, one that can suppress half of our strength, and another that affects our minds with its killing intent. So that's it. With two complete martial intents, he is invincible in the same realm. This is the real reason why Chen Chen easily killed Wu Jiang and those frontline martial saints. Everyone, fight with all your might. We underestimated Chen Chen's strength. Kill. Most of the people present erupted with blood and energy, flames of blood rising, their faces a mix of shock and fear. Armed with their weapons, they charged towards Chen Chen. Some moved stealthily, silently approaching Chen Chen from behind, attempting a sneak attack. Others leaped high, wielding large double halberds, blood flames covering them, martial intent swirling, as if to slice through the air, aiming for Chen Chen's head. Some attacked Chen Chen from both sides simultaneously, both to support Zhou Wensheng and to severely injure Chen Chen. Only Lin Xiong and Wang Ying remained positioned at the back, their blood energy, demeanor, and expressions similar to the others. But when it came time to act, they stood still for a long time. They were from the martial god family, Lin Fengwan and Wang Jin's people. They had received news to avoid engaging Chen Chen if possible. What should we do? Should we take action? Lin Xiong, robust and deep-voiced, asked. No rush, let's observe the situation. Adapt as needed, Wang Ying, a woman, said in a low voice. But just as her words fell, her expression changed dramatically, exclaiming, What? Chen Chen, he. In the distance, facing multiple attackers, Chen Chen paid no mind, focusing solely on Zhou Wensheng. The latter did not sit idly by either. Blood flames erupted wildly, penetrating through the thick armor as if it were burning. He raised his giant sword, sweeping it towards Chen Chen. Clang! Crack! The two clashed, producing a sound. But in just half a second, the giant sword shattered, and Chen Chen's attack was not weakened in the slightest, heading straight for Zhou Wensheng. What? My Zhou family's heavenly sword is forged from purple gold meteorite, how could it be severed? And your strength, why is it so immense? Is the flame on your sword a result of cultivation? Why is it stronger than martial arts blood energy? Why? No, wait. Your sword also has martial intent. You possess 3 types of complete martial intent. Only after truly engaging with Chen Chen did they understand his terror. Only 4 words could describe it. Invincible. Indeed. With their strength, they simply could not defeat Chen Chen. Chen Chen was an invincible existence beneath the absolute martial god. Just with 3 types of martial intent, he could crush all of them. Thinking of this, Zhou Wensheng was filled with fear, screaming, Run, Chen Chen. Puff. The meteorite sword, infused with magical power and accompanied by sharp sword intent, struck Zhou Wensheng's armor, cutting through it effortlessly, instantly slicing him open, including Zhou Wensheng inside. Chen Chen, you. Seeing Zhou Wensheng, who was of equal strength to them, even wearing the god armor and wielding the god sword, being easily slain by Chen Chen, left everyone pale and terrified. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, they were scared out of their wits. They were so frightened that their souls seemed to scatter, and even as their attacks were about to land on Chen Chen, they dared not continue. They risked the backlash of their own blood and energy just to escape. Run! Quickly escape! Chen Chen is too strong. They had misjudged Chen Chen's strength. They thought he was at most a peak martial saint, believing that only with the bizarre means of cultivation could he slay those ordinary martial saints. Coupled with the fact that they hadn't fought anyone for many years and had always held high positions, with a chance to break through to martial god at any time, it was inevitable that they felt proud and didn't take Chen Chen seriously. They thought that 9 of them together would be enough to deal with Chen Chen. But now, after truly engaging with him, they realized how wrong they were, how absurdly wrong. If combat power had a numerical value, with an ordinary martial saint at 5, a top martial saint at 7, and a peak martial saint at 10, then Chen Chen was at 100. The reason he could kill in an instant was not because his strength was just right, but because it exceeded theirs by far. No matter what kind of martial saint you were, whether top or peak, 1 strike was enough. Understanding the truth, everyone panicked and fled desperately. Chen Chen did not pursue them. With a casual wave of his hand, a sword chi shot out. extending dozens of meters at high speed, instantly killing the man on the right. With his left hand, he reached out and caught Bai Mingyin, who was trying to escape on the left. But unexpectedly, this woman was decisive. After Chen Shen grabbed her wrist, without a word, she gritted her teeth, swung her weapon down, and actually severed her own arm to escape. As for the man behind her, with special talent and martial skills, he moved quickly. At this moment, he had already run several miles away. Looking back, his dark, thin face was filled with terror. Damn it! Monster! This Chen Chen is a monster. He is unbeatable by any martial god. He was Zuomu, a member of the martial god family, the Zhua family. With high-level talent, he excelled in stealth, speed, and assassination. Thus, he was also the fastest runner. But suddenly, his expression changed drastically. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged upon him. What is it? Looking around, there was no one, only the howling wind in the high sky. The closest to him were Yang Shuejing and Qin Guang, about 5 miles away. Further away was Bai Mingyin, pale, clutching her severed arm, bleeding profusely. As for Lin Xiong and Wang Ying, they stood frozen in place, not moving. The reason? Zuomu had no time to think deeply, because that omnipresent sense of crisis suddenly intensified, as if it were right beside him. What is it? What exactly is it? Boom! Puff! Zuomu was terrified, unable to help but scream. He erupted with blood and energy, frantically attacking the surroundings with his weapon. However, the next second, his movements froze. His eyes widened in despair. His body split into several pieces without warning, falling from the sky. What happened? Zuomu is dead? Behind him, Yang Shuejing and Qin Guang looked up and saw the scene of Zuomu's death. In that instant, they quickly stopped in place, their scalps tingling, horrified, their faces filled with fear. Then their pupils contracted, their bodies like blocks, suddenly splitting apart, falling from the sky. At this point, only 3 of the 9 members of the cabinet remained. He Xiong and Wang Ying did not make a move, only standing there in shock, trembling. Bai Mingyin was also frightened by the scene before her, not daring to move. Turning her head, she happened to see Chen Chen finishing his wind blade spell, also aiming at her. Chen Chen, I am a member of the cabinet. I am from the martial god family, the Bai family. Chen Chen, if you don't kill me, the Bai family can protect you. What happened today won't be blamed on you. No one will trouble you about the past. Chen Chen, enemies should be resolved, not deepened. It's all a misunderstanding. Seeing there was no escape, Bai Mingyin took a deep breath and set aside her pride. She pleaded with Chen Chen, her expression pitiful and her tone sincere, as if she truly meant it. Unfortunately, Chen Chen didn't believe her at all. Without any unnecessary words, he raised his sword, ready to slay her. But at that moment, a red light suddenly spread across the sky, moving as fast as lightning, enveloping the entire sky above Yanjing in an instant. Following that was a cold, gloomy voice filled with overwhelming killing intent. Chen Chen, you destroyed my Wu family and killed my kin. This grudge cannot be shared under heaven. Today, I, Wu Lingxiao, swear to carve you into 1,000 pieces and scatter your remains. The voice arrived before the person did, mixed with divine intent, rushing towards Chen Chen like a storm. It was a fist that filled Chen Chen's entire field of vision. Huge, majestic, and towering, it came crashing like a massive wave. At that moment, Chen Chen felt as small as an ant, unable to dodge or escape, only waiting for death. Is this divine intent? It can already be materialized in the opponent's mind? It possesses the ability to directly attack the enemy's spirit. Such a method, it cannot be blocked by martial intent at all. It's simply not on the same level. Chen Shen's face turned pale, his head pounding with pain. He was shocked inside. This was his first encounter with a martial god. It was also the first time he felt the terror of a martial god. If it were other martial saints, even the extreme martial saints like the members of the cabinet, no matter how many there were or how strong their vitality, as long as their martial intent hadn't advanced, they would still be like ants to a martial god. He estimated that they wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just releasing divine intent would cause everyone to perish in an instant. No wonder it's the limit of martial arts. The strongest existence in the entire world. 9th tier martial god. They are completely different beings from martial saints. The combat power they possess is truly terrifying. And this method is just one of many. Chen Chen murmured to himself. His skin was also stinging. It was a premonition that a great crisis was approaching. If he couldn't break free from the divine intent, what awaited Chen Chen would be death. Thinking of this, Chen Chen no longer hesitated, and all his martial intent erupted simultaneously. Boom! Boom! Martial intent is the manifestation of mental power. It is just a bit ethereal, unlike divine intent, which is so solid. Therefore, its power is significantly weakened. For others, this slight weakening would mean certain death. But Chen Chen had not just one type of martial intent, he had more than 10, and each had reached perfection. At this moment, they erupted simultaneously. Although it was consuming his mental power like crazy, causing his head to throb painfully, he still broke free from Wu Lingxiao's divine intent. Huff huff. After breaking free, Chen Chen gasped for breath, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins as he looked up ahead. In the distance, a man dressed in golden armor, wearing dark red scale gloves, with a sinister face and long hair, appeared almost as if he had teleported to the scene. He was Wu Lingxiao, one of the 9 martial gods of the Xia kingdom. Humph. Interesting. You managed to break free from my divine intent so quickly. No wonder you could kill so many martial saints. Wu Lingxiao's gaze remained locked on Chen Chen. Seeing him recover from his state of fear, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and snort coldly. Is that the Wu god? Bai Mengyin of the Bai family has met the Wu god. Lin Xiong of the Lin family has met the Wu god. Wang Ying of the Wang family has met the Wu god. Wu Lingxiao arrived at the scene. The former was overjoyed and hurried to pay their respects. The latter, Lin Xiong and the other two, were filled with dread. However, they did not dare to delay and followed suit in bowing. In response, Wu Lingxiao swept his gaze across the entire scene. He glanced at the corpses on the ground, then looked at Lin Xiong and the others with a cold gaze, narrowing his eyes slightly. Ah! Suddenly, the two clutched their heads, screaming in agony, unable to control their blood and qi, and fell to the ground. If it weren't for the fact that you are both from the martial god families, I would definitely slay you. Wu Lingxiao knew Lin Fenghuan and Wang Jin's thoughts. They wanted to protect Chen Chen. Although they publicly refused, there was no conflict. In reality, Wu Lingxiao felt dissatisfaction towards the two martial gods. The reason was simple. My family has been exterminated, and you want me to give up on revenge? Is that even possible? Therefore, seeing others dead or injured while Lin Xiong and the others remained unharmed, he instantly understood what was happening. Without hesitation, he directly used his divine will to severely injure their spirits. If they could endure, it would be fine. At most, they would lose their chance to become martial gods. If they couldn't endure, they would become vegetative. Wu martial god, this Chen Chen is insane, committing all kinds of evil, lawless. He wants to wash Yin Jing in blood. He intends to annihilate all families, all martial god families. He cannot be left alive. Absolutely cannot be left alive. Otherwise, he will be a disaster, endangering the entire country. When Wu Lingxiao arrived, Bai Mengyin instantly changed her expression. The previous pleas and pity vanished without a trace. She only stared at Chen Chen with a face full of resentment and hatred. Rest assured, Chen Chen will definitely die. No one can save him. I, Wu Lingxiao, guarantee it. Wu Lingxiao's expression was proud as he slightly raised his head, looking down at Chen Chen. His gaze was icy, filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Chen Chen, who had slightly recovered, wore a serious expression. He threw the meteorite sword forward, stepped out, and flew on the sword. Want to escape? Hee. Let's see where you can run to. Wu Lingxiao paid no mind to Chen Chen's actions. He merely curled his lips in a mocking smile and slowly followed. He did not unleash his blood and qi, nor did he have blood flames surrounding him. Yet, he walked through the air with ease, moving at an extremely fast pace, as if strolling leisurely. Behind Chen Chen, he followed at a relaxed pace. Occasionally, he would throw a punch, unleashing his divine will, causing Chen Chen immense pain, nearly making him fall to the ground several times. Witnessing this, Wu Lingxiao sneered, Chen Chen, don't be anxious. I will torment you to the point of wishing for death. I will make you regret coming to this world. I will make you kneel and beg for mercy, pleading for me to give you a quick end. Only then can I quell the hatred in my heart. Only then can I comfort the spirits of the hundreds of members of the Wu family in the afterlife. Wu Lingxiao's words, Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to. He was indeed suffering a bit from the divine will. He also truly felt the terror of the martial god. Just the divine will made it difficult for him to withstand, forcing him to flee. However, there was still room for resistance. Almost there. I'm about to break through. In front of him, the hints of his extraordinary comprehension were constantly refreshing. Your comprehension is extraordinary, encountering a mental attack you have never faced before, gaining slight insight. Your comprehension is extraordinary, realizing the method to enhance divine will, modifying the formless visualization method. Your comprehension is extraordinary, modifying parts of the formless visualization method, adding a second cultivation method. Your comprehension is extraordinary. The modification of the formless visualization method is complete. The formless visualization method was originally created by Chen Chen to enhance his mental strength. The previous cultivation method involved meditation, visualizing oneself in the mind, and slowly increasing mental strength. Now, after modification, a second cultivation method was added. That is external stimulation. When Chen Chen practiced visualization, the more he was subjected to mental attacks, the faster his cultivation speed became, as long as he wasn't killed in one blow. Then Chen Chen could quickly elevate his martial intent to divine intent. My mental strength was never weak, not far from divine intent. Now, Chen Chen's eyes flickered as he ran, operating his visualization method ing himself within his mind. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed. Wu Lingxiao's divine intent surged forth, directly interrupting Chen Chen's visualization method. However, in the next moment, it quickly coalesced again. Moreover, his previously dull eyes began to shine with a hint of light. Chen Chen, the feeling of your spirit being constantly tormented isn't pleasant, is it? Don't worry. If you can't take it, you can stop and kneel. Kneel before me, bow your head and beg for mercy. Beg me to kill you. Perhaps that would be a swift death. Having followed Chen Chen all the way, they had long left Yanjing. But Wu Lingxiao didn't care. Today, no matter what, he had to avenge his family and eliminate this demon for the Xia kingdom. However, as time passed, a look of confusion appeared on his face. What's going on? It's been half an hour. Why is Chen Chen still holding on? Is a cultivator's mental strength really this strong? It should be known that other martial saints, when attacked by his divine intent, would instantly lose their combat ability after just one strike, unable to even stand. Yet Chen Chen had endured more than 10 times and still hadn't fallen or begged for mercy. In fact, the time he broke free each time had become shorter. From the initial 6 seconds to now just 2 seconds. The difference was obvious. Forget it. Just in case, let's break his limbs and slowly torment him. As a martial god, he sensed something was off and immediately changed his plan, preparing to break Chen Chen's limbs, making him completely lose his ability to move before slowly torturing him. And he acted without hesitation. He swung his fist forward, striking the air. The air trembled, divine intent ignited, directly enveloping Chen Chen's entire body, causing his face to turn even paler, his gaze unfocused, as if in a daze, unable to maintain his sword control, falling to the ground. Seeing this, Wu Lingxiao stepped forward. He approached Chen Chen, his right hand reaching out in a grabbing motion towards Chen Chen's neck. Whoosh! But suddenly, a sword chi erupted, shooting up from Chen Chen's hand. It nearly grazed Wu Lingxiao's neck, slicing towards the sky. If he hadn't dodged quickly, that sword could have decapitated him. Even so, a line of blood appeared on Wu Lingxiao's skin, but in the blink of an eye, it healed. Good. Well done, Chen Chen. Looking at the distant Chen Chen, who was once again controlling his sword, Wu Lingxiao's expression turned extremely grim. His tone was calm, yet his killing intent was overwhelming. Because he truly hadn't expected that under such torment, Chen Chen could still counterattack. He could still injure him. This really confirmed that saying, playing with an eagle all day, only to be pecked by the eagle. Even if the peck didn't hurt much, Wu Lingxiao was furious, staring fiercely at Chen Chen, the blood flame of the martial god erupting like a volcano, his momentum reaching its peak, waves of energy rolling like a typhoon. A pillar of blood shot up like a deity, soaring into the sky. It was nearly 20 meters wide, connecting to the heavens, illuminating a 100-mile radius, a terrifying and shocking phenomenon. Within the blood pillar, Wu Lingxiao clenched his fists, divine intent spreading. Without a moment's thought, he directly blasted towards Chen Chen. Die for me. Divine intent manifested, roles reversed. In Chen Chen's spiritual world, the visualization was of Chen Chen himself, with no difference in detail from before, except for his eyes. The gaze was no longer dull but shone with divine light, as if a real person, vivid and lifelike. In the outside world, a sharp pain pierced his brow, and in an instant, everything became clear, as if a great door had opened. His mental strength elevated, martial intent upgraded to divine intent, converging at the center of his brow. His 5 senses multiplied several times, and even with his eyes closed, he could clearly perceive everything around him. This is the will of the gods. Half a foot has stepped into the realm of the martial god. Martial intent ascends, the heavenly spirit at the brow, the mental power solidifies. I feel that this step is merely opening a great door. There is still a long way to go. But then the problem arises. The 9th tier martial god is already the end of martial arts, with no higher realm. So how does one continue on this path? After pondering for half a second, Chen Chen couldn't help but say, since that's the case, then after breaking through to the martial god, I will directly give up martial arts. I will focus on establishing a cultivation system. Chen Chen is originally a celestial spirit body, a natural cultivator. He has no talent in martial arts whatsoever. The reason for practicing martial arts is that it is simple, the speed of improvement is fast, and the combat power is decent, serving as an emergency measure. But that was only in the early stages. Once the subsequent events settle down, he will still prioritize cultivation. After all, the limit of martial arts is merely the starting point of cultivation. Boom! Die for me! After Chen Chen broke through the will of the gods, he rode his sword in the air, watching as Wu Lingxiao erupted with blood flames, throwing a punch. The momentum was overwhelming, the will of the gods rampant. It seemed as if a single punch could crush Chen Chen to pieces. But fortunately, at this moment, Chen Chen was no longer afraid of the will of the gods' attacks. Humph! With a cold snort, his brow flickered slightly, activating the will of the gods. In his mind, self-visualized objects emerged, like souls, ethereal and illusory. His expression was indifferent, his eyes cold, overlapping with Chen Chen as he gazed at Wu Lingxiao. In an instant, the two wills of the gods, invincible and murderous, were released, charging straight at Wu Lingxiao. Is this your will of the gods? Have you broken through to the martial god realm? No, you have merely upgraded your martial intent to the will of the gods. The will of the gods was released. Those with high mental power could sense it, especially the martial gods of the same realm. At this moment, in Wu Lingxiao's perception, Chen Chen released two wills of the gods, one suppressing and the other a mental attack. The former enveloped him, causing Wu Lingxiao's body to sink, feeling incredibly heavy both mentally and physically. His strength plummeted by 40%. The latter was the murderous will of the gods, constantly impacting his mind, causing his fist technique's will to collapse, halting the attack in his hand. Even the soaring blood flames became somewhat chaotic. Good, very good. No wonder the time I can break free from your will of the gods is getting shorter and shorter. So it turns out your martial intent has reached perfection, has reached its peak, and is not far from the will of the gods. And then, under my constant stimulation, you finally ascended to the will of the gods. Wu Lingxiao stared fiercely at Chen Chen, his eyes filled with hatred, burning with rage. Inside, he was filled with deep regret. Regret for not killing Chen Chen instantly when he arrived. Regret for giving Chen Chen a chance. Regret for allowing Chen Chen to have the power to resist. Regret, regret, regret. Regret for not acting sooner, filled with remorse. His face twisted with anger. Unable to control himself, he roared, "Ah, Chen Chen, I want you dead." Clearly holding an ant in his hand that he could crush at any moment, it had suddenly turned into an existence that dared to resist, nearly on par with his own realm. The key was that he had facilitated this himself. In such a situation, Wu Lingxiao was furious to the point of trembling all over. He felt discomfort in his insides. He wanted to spit blood. Without caring about anything else, he clenched his fist and struck. Hantian fist. Boom boom. This time, Wu Lingxiao used all his strength. His vital energy converged, blood flames gathered, all merging into one punch. The whole person was clad in golden armor, his momentum like a rainbow. The fist was like a meteor, carrying rolling burning blood flames, with the will of the gods attached, as if a deity, charging towards Chen Chen. This punch, as soon as it was launched, roared loudly, the air exploded, layers of white waves spreading outwards. The scene was shocking, the momentum terrifying. Seeing this, Chen Chen was not frightened. The gap between him and the opponent was only limited to the will of the gods. Now the gap had disappeared. It was just the martial arts of blood and energy, strength, that Chen Chen was completely unafraid of. Thinking this, he held the sword in his right hand, his magical power surging wildly, a faint dark golden flame flickering to life. Combined with the intent of thunder, he struck down. Boom! Compared to martial intent, this divine intent was far more terrifying. It was like the thunder of the nine heavens, deafening. Even Wu Lingxiao was momentarily dazed. Though it was only half a second, he was still filled with fear. Because of the invincibility and slaughter, the two divine intents continued to influence him. Just like that, a third type of divine intent appeared. You actually have three types of divine intent? Wu Lingxiao exclaimed. Boom! Puff! At this moment, the two attacks collided. One side was a crimson blood flame, the other a white light, with a core of dark golden magical power. Upon contact, it emitted a violent sound. The next moment, the divine intent was shattered, the blood flame torn apart. The meteorite sword struck Wu Lingxiao's fist, cutting through without any obstruction, and extended. Approaching his shoulder, it directly split him in two. Chen Chen, something's not right with you. You possess 4 types of divine intent. How could it be just 4? The number of martial intents he possessed equaled the number of divine intents he had upon promotion. This was Chen Shen's foundation, this was invincibility at the same realm. If it weren't for the divine intent, why would I need to be chased by you for so long? Since Wu Lingxiao's arrival, it was the first time Chen Shen spoke. Cold, indifferent. Holding the meteorite sword, standing in the air, watching Wu Lingxiao's furious roar, he said lightly, Chen Chen. His arm was severed, blood gushing. The gauntlet made from the scales of a 9th-tier ferocious beast had no effect whatsoever. Even the self-healing ability of the martial god body was severely suppressed, the wound unable to heal. The reason for all this was the sword technique's divine intent. Within that sword strike, it carried the divine intent of the sword technique, increasing its sharpness and also leaving a residue at the enemy's wound, preventing healing, unless the divine intents clashed and cancelled each other out. Otherwise, Wu Lingxiao's arm was essentially ruined. I didn't expect. You actually possess 4 types of divine intent. I didn't expect either. The magical power of a cultivator is so terrifying. Wu Lingxiao's face darkened, his expression grim, gritting his teeth. At this moment, he had to admit that he was at a loss against Qin Shen. The other party had already reached the peak, standing at the height of a martial god. It was just that the martial god body had not yet been born, but with a more powerful magical power existing, it compensated for this flaw. Didn't expect? There are many things you haven't expected yet. After saying that, with a wave of his left hand, magical power surged, and a bright light flashed through the clouds above. The next second, heavenly thunder spell. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, instantly hitting Wu Lingxiao. The lightning coursed through him, as if he were being electrocuted. Wu Lingxiao's body stiffened, smoke rising from his head, screaming in pain. No matter how much he unleashed his blood and energy, the blood flames rising, it was of no use, he couldn't resist at all. After a few seconds passed, Wu Lingxiao's entire body was blackened, his skin cracked, flesh boiling, as if he had walked out of a fire. Then he turned and ran. Breaking through to the martial god, chasing Wu Lingxiao was miraculous. In about half an hour, the situation had turned upside down. From Wu Lingxiao chasing Qin Shen and tormenting him, to Qin Shen chasing him and tormenting him, the roles had completely reversed. Just like the previous Wu Lingxiao, Qin Shen also followed slowly behind, occasionally unleashing a heavenly thunder, causing the other party to scream in agony. Martial God, divided into divine intent and martial God body. The former, Qin Shen, has already broken through and lit up the heavenly spirit. The latter requires 10 million blood and energy, and then under the influence of divine intent, to achieve the martial God body. Then now is the time. The foundation accumulated in the early stages was now being realized. Qin Shen's blood and energy value had just reached 10 million. No longer hesitating, the divine intent enveloped him, merging into himself. In an instant, blood and energy surged, pain prickled all over. It felt like some kind of ascension. Flesh was being compressed, shattered, and restored, repeating endlessly, and Qin Shen's body grew stronger. Vitality, strength, defense, reaction, and recovery skyrocketed madly. Until a certain limit was reached, everything suddenly calmed. Ha! Is this the body of a martial god? The breakthrough was smooth and quick. It took only about 10 seconds. At this moment, in the air, Qin Shen moved without relying on anything, as if he were air itself, defying gravity, walking through the void. His body felt incredibly light. It was as if he had broken free from shackles and reached a new level. His strength had greatly increased. In all aspects, vitality, strength, defense, and self-healing were roughly 50 times what they had been before. So, am I now a martial god? He looked at the distant figure of Wu Lingxiao, who was desperately fleeing. Qin Shen smiled faintly. He then stepped forward, as if teleporting, and chased after him. In the high skies of Yanjing, Bai Mingyin had not left. The blood from her severed arm had stopped flowing, and there was no danger to her life. However, missing an arm would likely greatly diminish her strength. Thinking of this, Bai Mingyin couldn't help but curse. Qin Shen, wait for me. Once Wu God kills you, I will turn you to ashes. I will make sure you die without peace. Boom. Before she could finish her words, a bolt of lightning struck from the horizon, startling her, followed by a scream. What's going on? Bai Mingyin was somewhat puzzled. Boom. Moments later, another bolt of lightning struck down. The screams were even more tragic and closer now. What is happening? Is Wu God torturing Qin Shen? Lightning martial arts? That's possible, Bai Mingyin murmured. But for some reason, an inexplicable sense of foreboding rose in her heart, until a figure appeared in her line of sight. It was like a human-shaped charcoal. The entire body was pitch black, skin cracked, hair gone, flesh burning, and constantly smoking. This appearance was simply unbearable to look at, but because it was the body of a martial god, its recovery ability was strong, and it wouldn't die easily for a while. Who is this person? Looking at the newcomer, Bai Mingyin was utterly shocked. For a moment, she couldn't recognize who it was. When the figure got closer, she observed carefully. Only then did she realize, from the shape, tattered armor, and aura, that this person was very likely Wu Lingxiao, the martial god. No. It's impossible. How could he be Wu God? Absolutely impossible. The thought was too shocking. Bai Mingyin couldn't believe it, hurriedly shaking her head, terrified. Boom! In the next moment, a bolt of lightning fell from above. It seemed to lock onto that person, hitting him with 100% accuracy, followed by a scream. After several seconds, the person continued to flee, heading in the direction of Tianzi Pass. His voice, why does it sound so much like Wu God's? Frozen in place, Bai Mingyin trembled all over, her face filled with terror. Although many pieces of evidence pointed to that person being Wu Lingxiao, Bai Mingyin still dared not admit it or believe it. After all, he was a martial god, one of the 9 most powerful warriors in the entire Xia kingdom, an invincible existence. Anyone who saw him would be filled with awe. How could he turn into this state in less than half an hour of chasing Chen Chen? No, absolutely impossible. It was too shocking, too absurd. Right, it should be similar, just similar. It must be. As she spoke, Bai Mingyin fell silent. She simply gaped, her body stiff, staring blankly at the distant figure of Chen Chen, who was slowly walking through the void. At that moment, her mind went blank, and a buzzing filled her ears. Interesting, you haven't run away? Chen Chen approached Bai Mingyin, glancing at her, and said lightly, You, Chen Chen, how could he still be alive? How is that possible? Wu Wuxian, he, still alive? Not only alive, but he had also broken through to the martial god realm, tormenting Wu Lingxiao. Of course, Chen Chen couldn't be bothered with Bai Mingyin's stammering and terrified demeanor. With a casual swing of his sword, he beheaded her. Then he continued to follow Wu Lingxiao. Tianzi Pass. Qin Tianjun and Zuotong were still in the high tower. The two were not far from each other. If anything unexpected happened on Zuotong's side, they could provide timely support. What's going on? It's just a Chen Chen. Does it really take this long? Zuotong frowned, puzzled. Because in his view, with Wu Lingxiao's strength, killing Chen Chen should take at most a few minutes? Even going back and forth wouldn't take more than 10 minutes. But now, it had been almost 40 minutes, and Wu Lingxiao still hadn't returned. Qin Tianjun, do you think something might have happened? Zuotong, impatient by nature, asked again. Don't worry. After all, he's a martial god, and he's in the country. What could happen? Qin Tianjun was quite relaxed, sitting there without a hint of worry. In fact, because he had dealt with the ticking time bomb that was Chen Chen, his mood had improved significantly. Boom! Suddenly, a sound of thunder and a scream erupted. The two's expressions changed drastically as they turned to look. In the distance, a charred figure was desperately fleeing towards them. It seemed to have seen the two of them, and that person roared, Qin Tianjun, Zuotong, save me. The voice was hoarse, like metal scraping against metal. But Qin Tianjun and Zuotong still recognized it as Wu Lingxiao's voice, and they were immediately filled with shock. It's Wu Lingxiao, it's him. What happened? Why does Wu Lingxiao look like this? Could it be an invasion by foreign martial gods? No, Qin Tianjun, look quickly, there's someone behind him. Looking further away, they indeed saw someone. It was a young man, holding a silver longsword, walking through the air. As if taking a leisurely stroll, he followed closely behind Wu Lingxiao. But that wasn't the main point. It was the young man's appearance. Although they had only seen him once, the memory of the martial god allowed Qin Tianjun to instantly recognize that it was Chen Chen. Chen Chen! It's him, Chen Chen! In that moment, Qin Tianjun could no longer sit still. He shot up, his face filled with shock and disbelief as he shouted, What? He's Chen Chen? Wasn't Chen Chen just a martial saint? How? Hearing Qin Tianjuan's words, Zuotong was also astonished. Martial saint? No, looking at it this way, he has probably already broken through to the martial god realm. Qin Tianjuan's expression darkened, and he said gravely. Then the two of them stepped into the air, preparing to rescue Wu Lingxiao first. Martial god, Qin Tianjun? Martial god, Zuotong? In the distance, in the air, Chen Chen murmured as he watched the two approach. The next moment, he raised his sword and struck down. The sword energy was like frost, the daylight cold, resembling a half-moon, rushing towards the exhausted, heavily injured, nearly incapacitated Wu Lingxiao. Stop! You dare? Chen Chen, what do you want? Do you intend to kill even a martial god? Chen Chen was unafraid, his movements unceasing, and he simply replied, Why not? As soon as the words fell, Qin Tianjun and Zuotong were furious. Do you dare? Arrogant, overbearing, lawless. I, Qin Tianjun, should have killed you with a single palm back then. The two were filled with rage, their power erupting. Qin Tianjun wielded a giant blade, releasing his divine intent, leaping high, and slashing down towards Chen Chen. At the same time, Zuotong also made his move, a double-edged axe engulfed in raging flames, accompanied by divine intent, aimed at Chen Chen's waist. They were fast. Chen Chen was faster. Oomph! Boom! Boom boom! With a cold snort, 3 types of divine intent were released, as if heavenly might had descended, interrupting the attacks of the two. Wu Lingxiao, who thought he was saved, stood there with a face full of resentment and bloodshot eyes. When he came to his senses, Chen Shen's sword had just arrived. No, don't. Chen Chen, don't. I am the martial god. I am the martial god of the Xia kingdom. You can't kill me, you can't, puff. Chen Chen, how dare you? How dare you kill the martial god? As the sword fell, a head rolled. The voice of Qin Tianjun followed closely, loud and deafening, filled with anger, fear, and horror. It seemed he never expected that Chen Shen would really dare to kill Yu Lingxiao. Even more unexpected was that Chen Shen possessed 3 divine intents, directly blocking and even suppressing the 2. Panic surged within them, their hearts churning like a storm. They clenched their fists tightly, staring at Chen Shen with complex expressions, a mix of shock and anger. Especially Qin Tianjun. More than 2 months ago, he had personally gone to Jinling one high school to take Chen Shen as his disciple. But upon learning of his talent for cultivation, he turned and left without a second thought. Yet now, facing Chen Shen again, their second meeting was in this scene. One could suppress the world, the other could suppress the world. Chen Shen, the martial god, is the pillar of a nation, the strongest force on the front lines against the 9th-tier ferocious beasts. Why did you kill him? Do you know what consequences your actions will bring? Qin Tianjun was both shocked and angry, his face dark as he reprimanded Chen Shen loudly. Beside him, Zuotong was similarly fixated on Chen Shen, his expression grim. They truly did not expect that Chen Shen would silently break through to the martial god realm, and upon just breaking through, could slay Yu Lingxiao. This combat power was indeed terrifying. There was no doubt. At this moment, Chen Shen had already established his power. He was no longer an existence that could be resolved with a few words. He stood at the top, on equal footing with them, both being martial gods. If it came to a fight, who would live and who would die was still uncertain. Consequences? I don't know what consequences are. I know that if he doesn't die, I will. Chen Shen said lightly. Humph, he didn't die, did he? Besides, Yu Lingxiao is already in that state. Why must you go for the kill? Can't you spare his life? Do you know how important a martial god is to the Xia kingdom? Do you know how difficult it is to give birth to a martial god? Do you know? Qin Tianjun snorted coldly, furious. But before he could finish, he was directly interrupted by Chen Shen. So much nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight, why say so much? It was easy for him to stand and talk without pain, a typical case of hindsight. Chen Shen felt disgusted, too lazy to waste words with him, and said coldly, Good. Then I, Qin Tianjun, want to see just how strong you really are. Arrogant, too arrogant. Today, I will slay you to avenge Yu Lingxiao. On the surface, Chen Shen indeed seemed arrogant, especially when facing the same realm martial gods. Qin Tianjun and Zuotong had been martial saints for decades. They were high and mighty, revered by thousands. Known as the 9 pillars of the nation, anyone who saw them had to show great respect. No one had ever dared to challenge their authority, except for Chen Shen. So in such a situation, how could the two not be furious? Boom! In an instant, blood flames erupted, and 2 terrifying pillars of blood shot into the sky. Qin Tianjun wielded a giant knife, his face dark, his eyes filled with killing intent. Zuotong carried a double-bladed axe, his massive frame topped with a bald head, fierce and terrifying. They walked through the air, approaching Chen Shen. Whoosh! Unafraid, Chen Shen held the meteorite sword in his right hand, his magical power surging, ready to strike. But at that moment, a voice rang out. Stop! Qin Tianjun, Zuotong, Chen Shen, you all stop. In the distance were Lin Fengluan and Wang Jin. They looked at Chen Shen, their faces serious, their expressions shocked. Stepping forward, he spoke again, Lord Martial God, there is a vacancy in the front-line defense. Once the ferocious beasts attack, the consequences are unpredictable. If a martial god war breaks out at this time, then, Lin Fengluan did not continue, but the meaning was clear. The front line might collapse, and the Xia kingdom could perish. Such a result was unbearable for anyone. Thus, Qin Tianjun and his companion also halted, their blood flames gradually receding. Seeing this scene, Chen Shen took a deep look at the 4 of them, said nothing, and turned to leave. Once he was far away, Qin Tianjun looked at Lin Fengluan and his companion, coldly stating, Wang Jin, Lin Fengluan, is this the Chen Shen you want to protect? Just having broken through to martial god, he killed Wu Lingxiao right in front of us. This is simply the height of arrogance, lawlessness. He shows no regard for the bigger picture, a complete madman. If I had acted decisively when I first heard about him, I should have struck him down immediately. Qin Tianjun was furious. It was unclear whether he was truly angry about Wu Lingxiao's death or felt threatened by Chen Shen's rise. Lin Fengluan and Wang Jin could only remain silent. After a while, having cursed enough and vented their anger, Qin Tianjun and his companion left. This Chen Shen is truly a prodigy. In less than 3 months, he has broken through to the martial god realm, and in a one-on-one situation, he easily killed Wu Lingxiao. Wang Jin sighed. Hearing this, Lin Fengluan looked towards the country, narrowing his eyes, and said, with such talent, in just 3 months, he has carved out his own path. How can such an existence not be considered a prodigy? From previous data, he was invincible among grand masters and martial saints. so it's no surprise that he killed Wu Lingxiao. To exaggerate a bit, if he truly took action, he alone could wipe out the remaining 8 of us. What? That's impossible, right? Wang Jin exclaimed in shock. For a prodigy, nothing is impossible. Look at Qin Tianjun, what an arrogant person he is. And Zhuo Tong, how domineering. Yet with just one of my words, they reigned in their blood flames and did not act. Is it really because I have a big face? Heh, I think not. Lin Fenghuan sneered. That's true. It seems that Chen Shen has truly risen. In the future, no one will be able to do anything to him. Wang Jin nodded. Not just risen? Give him some more time. One person could become a nation. One person could suppress the world. The onlooker, Lin Fenghuan, who had not participated in the events, saw more information. While his heart was shaken, he also felt relieved. It seems he has a good relationship with Yu Lu? Suddenly, Lin Fenghuan murmured. Returning to the country, Chen Shen rode his sword towards Jinling City. As for Qin Tianjun and Zhuo Tong, the two who clearly held hostility towards him, Chen Shen did not kill them without hesitation as he had before. The reason was simple. First, it was the ferocious beast crisis that Lin Fenghuan mentioned. Killing those grand masters and martial saints was one thing, there were many more on the front line, and with martial gods stationed, it was not a big problem. But martial gods. There were only 9, each with their own territory. Losing one was manageable, but if 3 were to die in succession, it would surely lead to major trouble. There was no choice but to let them live a few more days. Second, Chen Shen killed martial artists and wiped out entire families only in self-defense. He had never acted against innocent people, families, forces, or individuals that had not provoked him. After all, he was not a true demon and did not wish for the Xia kingdom to perish. He was merely cleaning up some rat droppings. Now that he has reached the peak of the martial god realm, with no rivals left, he is ready to calm down and deal with other matters, such as breaking through to the 9th level of Qi training, such as deducing the foundation building method, such as officially establishing the longevity immortal sect, gathering cultivators from across the country, and starting the era of cultivation, such as curing his mother. Finally, resolving the beast threat and restoring Blue Star to normal. This is what Chen Shen is thinking now. Simple and pure. Zhong Zikuan's delight. Chen Shen, I heard that a martial god has descended. Are you all right? Chen Shen called Zhong Zikuan, and without waiting for him to speak, he anxiously asked. I'm fine, it's all over now, Chen Shen replied. It's over? What about the cabinet members? Did they give you a hard time? What about the martial god? Which martial god? Did they give you a hard time? Zhong Zikuan was astonished. What Chen Shen had done was no small matter. Given the personalities of those cabinet members, how could they not be furious? How could they easily let Chen Shen go? Could it be that the martial god descended to mediate? Did they take a liking to Chen Shen's talent? Were they preparing to cultivate him as a key figure? That doesn't seem right either. Didn't Chen Shen wipe out even the martial god families? Such a defiant act, and the martial god didn't care? While Zhong Zikuan was lost in thought, Chen Shen's voice came again. No, I have broken through to the martial god. The first sentence was clear to Zhong Zikuan. Still puzzled, he muttered, no hard time? That's really strange, I remember. But when the second sentence came out, he suddenly paused. His tone shot up several octaves, astonished. What? What did you just say? Chen Shen, what did you just say? I said, I have broken through to the martial god, so the matter is resolved. Silence, a deathly silence. After a long time, Zhong Zikuan stammered, why you have broken through to the martial god? You actually broke through to the martial god? Good. Where are you now? I want to see you. His voice trembled, his tone filled with fear. Even the way he addressed Chen Shen changed. This is the martial god. Even though Zhong Zikuan is decades older than Chen Shen, upon learning that he had broken through to the martial god, he was first shocked, then filled with awe. As for doubt, it lasted only half a second. But the next moment, Zhong Zikuan dismissed it, because Chen Shen had no need to lie. To this, Chen Shen remained silent and casually said, I'm in Jiling City. You can come over. I happen to have something for your Zhong family to do. Okay, I'll be there right away. Kunlun City, Shenlong City, Zhong family. Ha ha ha, I won the bet. I, Zhong Zikuan, won the bet. From today on, my Zhong family will soar to greatness, shining forever. In the backyard, Zhong Zikuan was overjoyed, extremely excited. From the first time he met Chen Shen and impulsively placed a bet, to the increasingly frequent interactions, and then to the all-in gamble during the alliance of the 8 families. To be honest, Zhong Zikuan had thought about giving up. He wanted to withdraw. After all, he had the entire family behind him, especially during the alliance of the 8 families. If Chen Shen were to fall, his Zhong family would surely suffer. There were even people in the clan who advised him against it, and one particularly strong grandmaster even threatened to die if he didn't comply. But Zhong Zikuan held firm. The reason was that he had studied Chen Shen's information in detail for several days. This was a prodigy, an unparalleled genius like none he had ever seen or heard of. It would be fine if he didn't get a chance, but if given a chance, he would definitely break through to the martial god realm, without a doubt. What Zhong Zikuan didn't expect was that this breakthrough came too quickly. I thought it would take at least 2 years. From the previous martial saint to breaking through to the martial god, it should take 2 years. But this Chen Shen, it only took 2 or 3 days, right? He said he broke through, and he broke through to the martial god. Zhong Zikuan's face turned red, his expression shocked, and he exclaimed. The next moment, he recalled that his choice had brought a new martial god to the Zhong family, and he was so excited that he danced with joy. Ha! What an eye for talent! It's still me, Zhong Zikuan. Among so many prominent families and powerful forces in the country, who invested in Chen Shen? Only I did. When Chen Shen came to Shenlong City to eliminate the Li family, I, along with the Su family, the Zhou family, and the city lord of Shenlong City, met with Chen Shen, but afterwards, who recognized that Chen Shen was extraordinary, it was still me. And that day in Haicheng, the Su family, with Su Yulu having such a good relationship with Chen Shen, yet the Su family couldn't grasp it. Blind as a bat, utterly foolish. Unlike me, wise as a demon, with eyes like torches. I saw at a glance that Chen Shen had the potential of a martial god. When he was in urgent need of help, I extended a helping hand, providing timely assistance. Zhong Zikuan was full of himself, laughing heartily. He was happy for a long time. Then he suddenly remembered that he was supposed to go to Jinling City to meet Chen Shen. Damn, such an important matter, I almost forgot. Someone, quickly, prepare the helicopter, I need to go to Jinling City. Call all the grandmasters of extreme intent, bring the family's most precious gifts, and come with me to meet the big shot in Jinling City. Forget it, I'll go first, you all follow. Boom! Fearing someone would get there first, Zhong Zikuan didn't care about conserving his energy and directly burst forth, heading towards Jinling City. Jinling City, outside the city, Yang Yin and others' temporary settlement. Chen Shen, you're back. How was it? Everything okay? In a certain area of the formation, Yang Yin and Han Daton asked nervously. They had been here for the past few days, overseeing the situation without leaving. It's fine now. What about you? No issues, right? Chen Shen asked. No issues. It was just that when we were picking people up, we didn't have time to explain in detail and used forceful means directly. So it led to Jiang Ting's family and your classmates' families being a bit scared, thinking they were being kidnapped. Yang Yin said truthfully. To this, Chen Shen shook his head. It doesn't matter, it's just a small issue. I'll release them later. The danger has passed. Good. Hearing that the danger had passed, both Yang Yin and Han Daton visibly breathed a sigh of relief. So, are we going straight back to the group? Straight back to the group. I'll wait for you in the conference hall. By the way, call Zhao Yin, just the 3 of you. Okay. Changsheng Group. It was already deserted here. Those hired martial artists, upon learning that Changsheng Group was being targeted by prominent families and that Yang Yin, Chen Shen, and other executives had fled, also ran away. As for the ordinary employees, with the group collapsing, they naturally didn't stay. It could be said that Changsheng Group was like a fleeting flower, blooming for just over half a month before vanishing without a trace. Previously, during the operations of the 8 major families, it was labeled with various negative tags. A stronghold of an idealistic utopia, a gathering place for cults, various chaotic things, along with Chen Shen's notorious reputation, spread wildly online. But these were trivial matters. As long as the news of Chen Shen breaking through to martial god spread, all of the above would vanish into thin air, no longer existing. Chen Shen, chairman, sect master. In the conference hall, Chen Shen sat in the main seat. In front of him were Yang Yin, Han Daton, and Zhao Yin. Just wait a moment. Someone is coming. Looking towards the sky, a figure radiating blood flames was rushing over at high speed. As if sensing Chen Shen's gaze, it immediately landed on the ground, sweeping through the buildings with its movement, arriving at the conference hall. And as soon as it entered, it clasped its hands in salute, knelt on one knee, and respectfully shouted, Kunlun City, Shenlong City, Zhong family, Zhong Zikuan. Greetings, Martial God Chen. Congratulations to Martial God Chen for reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, standing at the top globally, becoming the 10th martial god of our Xia country, the 10th pillar of the nation. The current retreat is likely only temporary. In the conference hall, Yang Yin and the other 2 stood in shock, watching the elderly Zhong Zikuan kneel on one knee, respectfully bowing to Chen Shen. This scene left the 3 of them bewildered and astonished. Upon hearing Zhong Zikuan's words, they trembled, their eyes widening in shock. What did he say? Chen, did he just call you martial god? You. Yang Yinyin was the first to react. She turned to look at Chen, incredulously asking. Han Datong and Zhao Yan beside her were equally astonished, their expressions as if they were dreaming. Seeing this, Chen smiled lightly. Yes, I have broken through to martial god. As soon as these words were spoken, the three gasped in disbelief, especially Yang Yinyin. Recalling the scene from over 2 months ago when she saw Chen at the school gate, it was still vivid in her mind. But in the blink of an eye, that somewhat inexperienced high school student had already become a martial god. How did you become a martial god without saying a word? I heard that it's very difficult for a martial god to be born. In our Xia country, in over 300 years, the strongest period has only seen 9 martial gods. Yang Yinyin exclaimed in shock. Is that so? Very difficult to be born? I feel it's not that hard. Chen replied with a smile. He then looked at Zhong Zikuan. There's no need for the ancestor of the Zhong family to be polite. Please come and take a seat. I dare not, martial god Chen. Just calling my name is enough. I cannot accept the title of ancestor. Zhong Zikuan quickly replied, not daring to assume his status. After standing up, he did not take a seat, instead standing there like Yang Yinyin and the others, slightly stepping back. I have broken through to martial god. The series of events before can be considered temporarily concluded. Next, all parties will calm down. Yang Yinyin, Han Datong. Here, the Changsheng group will be entrusted to you, still following the previous plan to acquire various resources, sell elixirs, and so on. If funds are sufficient, you can expand in all aspects. Yes, Chairman. Well, the group needs to be managed, but you too should not neglect your own cultivation. Understood, Chairman. After a brief instruction, he let the two leave. He then turned to Zhong Zikuan. You know, I have awakened the talent for cultivating immortality, so I want the Zhong family to help me build a sect for cultivating immortality on Taihuan Mountain. The faster, the better. Chen said. Rest assured, Martial God Chen, this matter will be handled by my Zhong family. We will definitely help you establish the sect in a short time. Zhong Zikuan patted his chest, making a promise. Chen's unreserved instructions, even discussing money, made Zhong Zikuan even more delighted, because this meant that Chen regarded the Zhong family as his own. It also indicated that the Zhong family was the first family to be greatly valued by Chen. As long as there is no ulterior motive, as long as they are honest and obedient, they will surely thrive in the future. You may go now. Yes, Martial God Chen. How is your cultivation going? Is it smooth? Is there anything you don't understand? Finally, it was Zhao Yan. She lowered her head, constantly rubbing her fingernails, looking anxious and uneasy. It was likely Chen's identity as a martial god that made her feel nervous. Hearing the inquiry, she hurriedly replied, in response to the sect master, "The cultivation is going very smoothly. I have already begun to transform my mana into liquid. It is mentioned in the technique that it can refine the skin and limbs, enhancing the martial arts realm. Do I need to cultivate? In the chi refining realm, it is indeed possible to cultivate both martial and magical arts. I am the same, but it's not necessary. It's just that in the early stages, martial arts serve as an emergency measure. Once you reach the 3rd and 4th levels of chi training, your magical power will accumulate enough to become invincible in the same realm." Okay, I understand. Among the group of cultivators who joined the sect, are there any with high talent? Chen asked. There's a fire spirit root level talent named Zhao Qian, whose cultivation speed is decent. He has already entered the chi training stage and reached the 1st level. As for the others, they are not very capable, with ordinary qualifications and poor spirit roots. Alright, I got it. This was pretty much what Chen had expected. After the incident, the entire Xia kingdom fell into silence. Whether it was the families and forces that had previously denounced Chen or the martial god family of the deceased counselor, all were silent, without a trace of movement. Even the negative news about Chen online had completely dissipated. The harmonious environment had returned to what it was 2 or 3 months ago, including the Changxing group. The stores that had been shut down in the martial arts mall and the funds frozen by the bank had all returned to their original state, without a single loss. Chen had anticipated this situation long ago. He didn't bother with it and directly sat cross-legged. He began to cultivate. 9th level of Qi training, the final small realm of Qi training in cultivation, compressing the magical power for the 4th time, reaching the limit, presenting a golden color. Thus, Qi training is perfected. Chen murmured. The myriad laws operated in harmony, combined with the devouring of heaven and earth. He crazily absorbed the spiritual energy from dozens of miles around into his body. Then it was transformed into magical power, continuously compressed until it turned dark golden, falling into the sea of magical power in his dantian, enhancing his strength slightly. Meanwhile, at Tianzi Pass, Qin Tianjun and Zuotong had grim expressions, remaining silent. After a long while, Qin Tianjun finally spoke, about Chun Chen. What do you think? Should we endure it? Or, endure? How can we endure? Didn't your disciple just report that all the counselors in the cabinet were killed by Chen Shen? Among them were the ultimate martial saints from our two families. Before Qin Tianjun could finish, he was directly interrupted by Zuotong, who shouted angrily, "Yes, the ultimate martial saints, the future martial gods, are also important trump cards for our families. I don't know how much cost and resources it took to give birth to just 3. And now, one has been killed by Chen Chen. It can also be considered as indirectly killing one of our martial gods. This Chen Chen truly deserves to die." Qin Tianjuan's tone was icy, gritting his teeth. He must die. If we endure this, it would be a disgrace to martial gods. Moreover, you saw his attitude earlier, right? How arrogant, how presumptuous. He doesn't take us seriously at all. Such a person is a disaster to keep alive. He will surely become our enemy in the future. It's better to take advantage of the fact that he has just broken through to martial god and his strength has not yet increased. We should eliminate him as soon as possible, Zuotong said in a deep voice. His eyes were indifferent, already seeing Chen Chen as the second greatest threat after the fierce beasts. I think the 4 guarding Fuhai Pass feel the same way. Only Lin Fengwan and Wang Jin. Don't worry about them, those 2 brainless fools. They should think carefully. Once Chen Chen completely rises, where will there be a way for us martial gods to survive? The last sentence was the key. Based on Chen Chen's decisive killing and vengeful nature, the current retreat was probably only temporary. Once his strength increased, anyone who had grievances with him would be settled one by one. This was the fundamental reason why Qin Tianjun and Zuotong wanted Chen Chen dead so badly. The god-making plan, the proud Qin Tianjun. I understand, but Chen Chen's combat power is indeed very strong. Wu Lingxiao has broken through to martial god for over 20 years, with his blood and energy accumulated to 24 million. Yet he was still easily killed by Chen Chen. I even doubt that if we had acted back then, we might not have one. Qin Tianjun said gravely. No worries, and there are still the 4 from the Fuhai Pass. 6 martial gods in total. Can we not handle him? Zuotong said lightly. However, upon hearing this, Qin Tianjun shook his head slightly. The martial saints who returned from the front line had the same thought, but what was the result? Zuotong, mistakes can be made, but we must not make the same mistake twice, or we will pay a painful price. That Wu Lingxiao is a cautionary tale. Zuotong frowned and said in a deep voice, then what should we do? Qin Tianjun did not speak. He only gazed into the distance, pondering for a moment. Finally, he said, I am prepared to agree to Li Xiang's god-making plan. Li Xiang? That guy is a madman. His ideas are even more extreme than Chen Chen's. The god-making plan he proposed is merely killing the chicken to get the egg, exhausting resources in advance to pile up martial gods. If it can change the situation, that's fine. If not, the future of the Xia country will likely be even more difficult. Future? With Chen Chen around, do we still have a future? What? Do you still want to compare cultivation speed with him? Don't be naive. You took over 50 years to break through to the martial god realm, while he has only cultivated for less than 3 months. How can you compare? What do you have to compare with? With those words, Zuotong fell silent. He had to admit that Qin Tianjun was speaking the truth. Alright then, I will also agree to the god-making plan. But I heard that the god-making plan requires talent liquid? Yes, at least level talent. You don't need to worry about this. I have collected 2 drops, and Li Xiang can provide 4 drops. Excluding the Lin family and the Wang family, we just happen to have 6 families. At all costs, regardless of expense, within 3 months, each of our families will forcibly cultivate a martial god. Among the martial god families, besides the extreme martial saints of the cabinet, there are 2 others. They are stationed at the front line. They are also the closest martial artists to becoming martial gods and the most likely to break through. According to the original plan, it was to proceed steadily and slowly, avoiding any accidents. But the current situation, the threat from Chen Chen, forced them to hurry. They wanted to use resources to rapidly enhance their strength and break through to martial gods as soon as possible. Resources are good, but most have some side effects, especially regarding divine intent, which involves mental power. If mishandled, it can be very troublesome. A failed breakthrough is a small matter, but losing an extreme martial saint would be a huge loss, Zuotong said with concern. Then tell me, is there any other way to deal with Chen Chen? In special times, special means must be used. I will not only agree to the god-making plan, but I will also attempt to break through the void. What? Break through the void? Shin Tianjun, are you crazy? The path of breaking through the void is not perfect, and there are significant side effects. This concerns life and death. Don't act recklessly. Though there are side effects, breaking through the void is indeed a new realm above martial gods. The disappearance of vital energy gives birth to a higher level energy. The physical body manifests like stars. The circulation of the universe doubles combat power. Moreover, wasn't the martial god of 100 years ago also gradually explored by predecessors? How can you be sure? After I, Shin Tianjun, break through the void, I can't perfect its shortcomings? Shin Tianjun said proudly, hands behind his back. You. For a moment, Zuotong didn't know what to say, but then he thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. Their ability to become martial gods was due to their talent and comprehension, which were 1 in a million. Although breaking through the void had flaws, it was not a matter of life and death. Rather, it was that consciousness could sometimes go out of control, and temper could be a bit volatile. Everything else was fine. Perhaps after Shin Tianjun breaks through, he could discover the truth and perfect it? With this thought, Zuotong nodded and said, so when will you start? No rush. Let's talk after the god-making plan succeeds. Only when someone is stationed at the front line can I feel at ease to break through. Good. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. The Changsheng group had returned to normal. Some of the martial artists who had previously left had also returned. Each department and business was unfolding in an orderly manner. In the conference hall, Chen Chen was still cultivating, not moving his body even a bit. Only the mana in his dantian had surged several times compared to before, forming a dark golden ocean. About 3/4 done. At most 10 days, and I can break through to the 9th level of Qi training. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chen retracted his cultivation method and ended his practice. His phone had been vibrating continuously. Someone was trying to reach him. He opened his phone to see many unfamiliar numbers, which he ignored. Besides that, there were only 3 with notes. Zhang Wei? What does he want? This classmate had called him 30 times, almost twice a day. Damn, I thought you were missing. You don't even answer your phone. I've been really busy lately. Busy, 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 all you know is busy. I was kidnapped and you didn't even know. Let me tell you, Chen Chen. A series of casual chats followed, embellishing the story of his kidnapping and the news of being admitted to Tianhai University. Half an hour later, he finally hung up. The second call was from Su Yulu. Chen Chen? As soon as the phone rang, the other party picked up immediately. What's up? Chen Chen, did you break through to become a martial god? Su Yulu hesitated and asked. Yes. Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yulu gasped in shock. You're not lying to me, are you? How can I say I broke through if I didn't? Su Yulu exclaimed in surprise. To this, Chen Chen smiled lightly. Why would I lie to you? I really broke through. Phew. After a long silence, Su Yulu finally accepted the fact and joked, so am I on the list of new martial gods? In the future, if anyone bullies me, I'll just report your name? Ha, that's not impossible. Alright, then it's settled, hee hee. Hey, you really are a prodigy. Back then, your realm wasn't much higher than mine. Now I haven't even broken through to a martial master, and you've become a martial god. Su Yulu sighed, her mood complicated. Hee hee, your talent isn't bad either. As long as you work hard in your cultivation, there's still hope to break through to martial god. I'll take your good words. By the way, Shen Shen, my great-grandfather wants to talk to you. What do you think? Shen Shen remained silent, understanding what Su Hong wanted. He replied lightly, let's do it another day. His relationship with Su Yulu was merely personal and had nothing to do with the Su family. If Su Hong wanted to use this as an excuse to connect with Chen Shen, he was thinking too much. Alright, Su Yulu didn't mind and casually said. After chatting for a few more sentences, they ended the call. The last one was Zhong Zikuan, who simply wanted Chen Shen to check out the completed construction of the sect on Taihuan Mountain. Okay, I'll be there right away. Changsheng Xianzong, announcing nationwide. In a small courtyard in Tianhai City, where Su Hong lived, he nervously looked at Su Yulu. Seeing her hang up the phone, his heart sank, and he anxiously asked, how was it? Did he refuse? About that. Su Yulu replied honestly. Sigh, you have such a good relationship with him. Why did he refuse? It was just a phone call, nothing else. Su Hong said dejectedly. Great-grandfather, your way of thinking is wrong. My relationship with Chen Chen is limited to personal matters. It has nothing to do with the Su family. Why are you twisting your arm outward? When Chen Chen was in trouble, didn't our Su family help him? That time with the Heavenly Punishment Office, if I hadn't used the favor of the Martial Saint, would he be where he is today? So the Jin family, the Luo family, the City Lord's mansion, and the Tianhai group, those few are all dead, yet only you, great-grandfather, are still alive. I was momentarily speechless. Indeed, compared to my own life, what is that little favor worth? Not having been killed outright was merely because Chun Chen considered that little relationship and Su Yulu's sake. Otherwise, I would have been slain by a sword long ago. Alright, it was great-grandfather's mistake. Sigh. Regret. A lot of regret. Regret for my short-sightedness, for not recognizing the greatness before me. Clearly, Chen Chen had such a good relationship with Su Yulu, yet I failed to seize the opportunity to cultivate a good rapport with him. Instead, I confined Su Yulu, preventing her from contacting Chen Chen. As a result, now that Chen Chen has broken through to martial god, I want to get close, but I can't find an excuse to do so. I heard the Zhong family in Shenlong City has a particularly good relationship with Chen Chen. Su Hong murmured, his voice tinged with jealousy and envy. The power and benefits brought by the emergence of a new martial god are unimaginable to ordinary people, and all of this has nothing to do with the Su family. I had forcibly pushed it away. Taiyuan Mountain, within the borders of Kunlun City, not far from Shenlong City. At this moment, Chen Chen stood in the air, looking around. The peaks towered, reaching nearly 5,000 meters in height. The area is vast, covering thousands of square miles. There are 9 peaks in total, winding upwards, majestic and grand, quite a sight to behold, especially the central peak, known as the Mountain of Ascension. Various buildings appeared, reminiscent of ancient times, with pavilions, tall towers, courtyards, and grand halls. The overall style indeed has the flavor of a cultivation sect. Greetings, martial god Chen. Below, Zhong Zikuan floated up. He arrived behind Chen Chen and said respectfully, You've worked hard. Chen Chen replied lightly, I dare not. It is the honor of my Zhong family to serve the martial god. Chen Chen nodded slightly, not continuing the conversation. He merely gazed at the palace atop the mountain. It was magnificent and towering. It looked like a giant beast lying down, extremely shocking. As Chen Chen approached, he was even more astonished to find that even the 2 doors were nearly 10 meters high. The supporting columns beside it resembled bridge piers, entirely red, engraved with patterns of dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants. Upon entering the hall, it was wide and bright, with a broad view. The floor was pitch black but smooth and without a trace, not even a seam could be seen. The ceiling soared, at least over 30 meters high. At the deepest part, there were 3 steps. The first step was empty. The second step, however, had giant chairs placed on both sides, totaling 10. The third step was the highest. The area was not large, located at the main position in the depths, with chairs that were more luxurious and grand. Upon seeing this, Zhong Zikuan spoke from behind, This is the main hall of the sect leader. We referenced various sects and cabinet buildings, as well as ancient records. A large amount of precious materials was used to construct it. The chairs on both sides are reserved for the elders of the sect. The first slope below is reserved for the core and true disciples of the sect. At the very top is the position of the sect leader. This is also where you, Martial God Chen, will sit. Of course, if Martial God Chen finds it inappropriate, we can tear it down and rebuild. Chen Chen did not respond. He simply vanished and appeared in the sect leader's position. Sitting down, he looked down. To be honest, that sense of being high above and in control of everything instantly emerged. No need. Just like this. Chen Chen smiled and said, All right, Martial God Chen. Seeing Chen Chen satisfied, Zhong Zikuan also breathed a sigh of relief, joyfully saying, There's one more thing. Many families and forces want to pay their respects to you. They say it's to apologize. Half a month had passed. The news of Chen Chen breaking through to martial god was known both openly and secretly among the major families. Along with the shock, there was also immense fear. After all, what they did earlier cannot be erased. Even if it was a small matter, just some verbal sparring without much real action. But if Chen Chen were to pursue it, it would definitely lead to the destruction of their clan. So for the past half month, especially in the last few days, there have been people constantly approaching the Zhong family, bringing various gifts and pleading just to meet Chen Chen and apologize. However, Zhong Zikuan is not foolish. He did not specifically seek out Chen Chen for this matter. He just mentioned it casually at this moment. No need. I don't have time to deal with them. Yes, Martial God Chen. Starting today, I will announce my breakthrough to Martial God to the entire nation. And tomorrow, I will officially establish the Changxing Xianzong and recruit all cultivators from across the country. By the way, find me some meteorites. Understood. Back in the air, Chen Chen was refining the pseudo-spirit stones while observing the sect. Not bad. The area is quite large. I can set up a super large gathering spirit array to enhance the concentration of spiritual energy. Next, divide it into outer sect, inner sect, and core. The outer sect can be on other peaks. The inner sect will be located in the lower half of the main peak, at a quarter position, and then set up another layer of gathering spirit array to double the concentration of spiritual energy. As for the core, it will be at the half position, also with an additional layer of gathering spirit array. As for the 3/4 position, various halls will be established and allocated to the true disciples. Chen Chen murmured. Then, using the pseudo-spirit stones, he began to set up the formations. Besides the gathering spirit array, there were also other defensive and auxiliary formations. Once everything was completed, the entire Taihuang mountain disappeared without a trace, leaving only an illusory primitive forest. Without the correct method, it was impossible to enter. Inside, especially on the main peak, wisps of spiritual energy transformed into white mist began to spread, adding a celestial aura to the place. Alright, now I just wait for tomorrow to open the sect and recruit disciples. No, I should also bring Zhao Yan and the others over. He called Zhong Zikuan to have him send a helicopter to pick up Zhao Yan and the others from Jinling City. After that, there was calm, but only here. Outside, with the news of Chen Chen's breakthrough to martial god officially announced by the Zhong family, the entire Xia country was shaken to its core. What? Martial god? Our Xia country has birthed its 10th martial god? Ah, good, very good. My country is amazing, finally giving birth to the 10th martial god. Quick, let's see who the new martial god is. Which big family does he belong to? Chen Chen? That name sounds familiar. Isn't he the one from the trending topic a few days ago, the idealistic demon called Chen Chen? Yeah, I saw that too. Their names are exactly the same. So is it possible that they are the same person? The martial artist community was in an uproar. Some were shocked, some were astonished, but overall, most people were excited and thrilled. After all, having one more martial god would strengthen the power of Xia country even further. However, compared to ordinary martial artists, some big families and powerful factions were trembling in fear. How could this happen? How did Chen Chen break through to martial god? Damn it, this is terrible. Bang! A certain family's ancestor, anxious and furious, was frantically smashing the furniture in the room, appearing terrified and restless. Although he did not send anyone to deal with Chen Chen, he merely cooperated with the denunciation, creating some online discussions and blocking the Changsheng group's business with small tactics. But Chen Chen's vengeful style still made him feel fearful and uneasy, worried about being held accountable later. Sigh. Forget it, just accept it. I heard that Chen Chen's Changsheng Xianzong is holding its grand opening ceremony tomorrow. I might as well take this opportunity to personally go and apologize. Helpless, he could only lower his head. Martial god, Changsheng Xianzong. Who? This Chen Chen is probably beyond anyone's control. A leader of a certain faction stood by the window, gazing towards Taihuang Mountain, taking a deep breath and speaking heavily. Then he shook his head. He arranged for his subordinates to prepare a grand gift, planning to pay a visit the next day. In Jinling City, at the Heavenly Punishment Office, Yi Jun looked at the news about Chen Chen. With a bitter smile, he said, "Thank goodness, I didn't offend him back then. Otherwise, Chen Chen's breakthrough to martial god indeed set the martial artist community ablaze." But the emergence of the Changsheng Xianzong excited another group to the point they couldn't sleep, rushing overnight towards Taihuang Mountain. They were the cultivators. Awakening the most useless cultivation talent, even at the lowest level, they could only become the most marginalized existence. But today, with the establishment of the Changsheng Xianzong, they were recruiting cultivators from across the nation, teaching higher-level cultivation methods, reaching the 9th realm, capable of competing with martial arts. I never expected that after 80 years, on the brink of death, I would witness the rise of cultivators. I can die with my eyes closed. The cultivation system can compete with martial arts? Is that true? Absolutely true. Chen Chen, you know, right? The one who awakened his cultivation talent a few months ago. He has opened a new path in cultivation and has now reached the peak of martial god. What? Reached the peak of martial god? How come I haven't heard of this? You're in seclusion every day. How would you hear anything? It was only announced today. Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is that Chen Chen established the Changsheng Xianzong on Taihuang Mountain, recruiting all cultivators from the world and teaching supreme cultivation methods. Hey, where are you going? I haven't finished speaking. I'm going to Taihuang Mountain. I'm going to the Changsheng Xianzong. The sky was dimly brightening. Around Taihuang Mountain, it was already a sea of people. 3 layers inside, 3 layers outside. Heads were surging, densely packed. Just a glance showed at least hundreds of thousands. Brother, Do you think this news is true or false? Are cultivators really going to rise? Not weaker than martial arts? At the foot of the mountain, a formation enveloped the area, preventing anyone from getting close. So whether they were cultivators or onlookers, everyone was squeezed in here. At this moment, on a nearby boulder, two young men squatted, looking at the illusory primeval forest, their expressions excited yet anxious. It must be true. Otherwise, why would so many people come? I heard it was announced by a great family of martial saints. It can't be false. Moreover, look at Taihuang Mountain. We've been here before, but now? The mountain is gone, turned into a primeval forest, and at a certain distance, we are blocked. This is the formation. Just think, the person who can set up such a large formation, how terrifying is their strength, their cultivation, their realm. The one speaking was Chu Zhang, around 20 years old, fair and slender, looking like a college student. A faint aura emanated from him, indicating his identity as a cultivator. The one beside him was younger, about 18, with a youthful face. He was his younger brother, Xu Bin, who had just awakened his talent. The two brothers were also unfortunate. Although their family was well off, their luck was not great. Both awakened cultivation talents one after the other. Wow, that must be very powerful. Of course, brother, once I join the Changsheng Xianzong and cultivate advanced methods, I'll go and rub Wang Lin's face in the ground. That bastard, just because he awakened a level martial arts talent, he acts like he's something special, strutting around and mocking me every now and then. I have to get my revenge. By the way, brother, with our talents, will we be valued? Suddenly, Xu Ben asked. You awaken level water and would dual spiritual roots. I awaken level thunder spiritual root. Neither is weak. Once we join the sect, we will definitely receive focused training. Xu Zhang appeared younger on the outside, but his personality was very stable as he spoke. Time passed. The sky grew brighter. The sun began to rise on the horizon. Taking out his watch, it was 7:45 a.m. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Quick, everyone look, the formation has disappeared. It has appeared, the Changsheng Xianzong has appeared. That is the highest peak of Taihuang Mountain. There are buildings there." Sure enough, when Chu Jiang and the others looked, the originally illusory primeval forest had completely vanished. What appeared in their sight was Taihuang Mountain. Other peaks could be ignored. The very center, the highest one, surrounded by clouds and mist, with a grand hall standing tall. No need to say more, that must be the Changsheng Xianzong. Seeing this scene, all the cultivators were extremely excited, rushing towards it without hesitation. Everyone! Suddenly, a voice rang out, vast and overwhelming, enveloping the entire area. An inexplicable and terrifying divine presence spread, causing everyone to shudder, their excitement instantly replaced by calm. Looking up, a figure stood in the air, indistinct in appearance, but like a deity, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that was terrifying. Just one glance made their eyes sting, tears flowing involuntarily. Don't look, Xu Bin. That should be Chen Wuxian. He is releasing divine intent all around. We ordinary people must not look directly, otherwise, we might go blind. Xu Zhang's eyes turned red, his heart racing. I didn't look, brother, but to be honest, this Chen Wuxian is too terrifying. Even just standing there, he is not someone we can look up to. No kidding, the existence of Chen Wuxian is beyond your imagination. Our task is to join the Xianzong and cultivate well. Perhaps in the future, we might become Wuxian. Ha, Wuxian, shouldn't we be aiming to become Xianxian? Xianxian? I don't know either. After murmuring a few words, the two fell silent. In the sky, Chen Shen's voice rang out again. All families, apologize, Lin Fengluan has descended. Today, in the 312th year of the High Martial Era, on October 12th, our Changsheng Xianzong is officially established. All those who have awakened their cultivation talents may join. The rest, leave immediately, do not approach within 10 miles of the sect. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. As soon as the words fell, those martial artists who were just watching hurriedly left, not daring to linger for even a second. Moments later, only tens of thousands of cultivators remained. Alright, cultivators, enter the sect one after another. No crowding, no noise, no fighting. Upon reaching the main peak, line up to test your talents and accept arrangements. After saying this, Chen Shen descended, returning to the mountaintop, in front of the Grand Hall. Sect Master, how do you plan to arrange these cultivators? Beside him was Zhao Yen, currently the strongest disciple in the sect, also the first true disciple. At the foot of the main peak, in the inner door area, there is a large square where I have set up a talent testing formation. According to the previous talent distribution, those who reach certain levels can be prioritized for cultivation. The others can choose a mountain peak for themselves, Chen Chen said. Then pointing around, he continued, there are exactly 9 peaks in Taihuang Mountain. This one belongs to the main peak. The other 8 are the Pill Refining Peak, Weapon Refining Peak, Formation Peak, Spirit Plant Peak, Puppet Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, Talisman Peak, and Mission Peak. Cultivation is a vast system. To develop sustainably, these are essential. It also allows those with lower talents and slower cultivation speeds to choose a craft to assist their training, perhaps leading to other opportunities. Additionally, there is a pavilion in the core area. That is the Transmission Pavilion. I will place various cultivation methods, spells, pill formulas, formations, and so on inside. Aside from the fundamental technique All Laws Unite, core disciples can additionally cultivate 5 types for free, with no restrictions on type or level. Inner disciples can cultivate 3 types for free. Outer disciples can cultivate 1 type for free. If you wish to continue practicing spells, you can complete sect tasks to earn contributions, which can be used to purchase various resources. You can think about the specific details slowly, but don't be too harsh. Yes, Sect Master. Zhao Yan nodded. Go ahead. After Zhao Yan left, Zhong Zikuan, who had been waiting in the distance, hurried forward. Congratulations on the establishment of the Eternal Life Immortal Sect. May it be immortal for all eternity, and may the path of immortality endure. This old man is quite interesting. His emotional intelligence is decent, and he has good insight. To be honest, Shin Chen is quite satisfied. You should have heard what I just said about the 8 peaks, right? Have them build it quickly, lest those disciples have nowhere to live. Chen Chen said lightly. Yes, Chen Wushan. From now on, just call me Sect Master. I allow your Zhong family to be an affiliated family of the Eternal Life Immortal Sect. If there are cultivators in your clan, they can hold not-so-important positions in the sect. Upon hearing this, Zhong Zikuan was overjoyed, because this meant that the Zhong family was completely tied to Chen Chen. Thank you, Sect Master. Zhong Zikuan quickly expressed his gratitude. Have those people come to see me? Yes, those people? Of course, they are the ancestors of various families, here to apologize. Sure enough, more than 10 minutes later, dozens of people arrived one after another. Most of them were martial saints, including old men and women, as well as middle-aged individuals. They walked quietly, looking nervous and apprehensive, and stopped to bow at a distance of more than 10 meters from Chun Chen. Kunlun City, Cho family, Cho Suyun, pays respects to Chen Wushan. Congratulations on reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, and congratulations on the establishment of the Eternal Life Immortal Sect. Kunlun City, Su family, Su Moyan, pays respects to Chen Wushan. Congratulations on reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, and congratulations on the establishment of the Eternal Life Immortal Sect. Hadong City, Wanli Group, Wan Shanghao, pays respects to Chen Wushan. Congratulations on reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, and congratulations on the establishment of the Eternal Life Immortal Sect. The 9 major base cities, dozens of ancestors from prominent families and powerful factions, all martial saints. They all knelt on the ground, congratulating and shouting. Such a scene was shocking. Even Zhong Zikuan was moved. You may leave. Chen Chen looked at the crowd, his expression unchanged. He was too lazy to waste words with them, and after going through the process, he directly dismissed them. But even so, everyone was very pleased. Thank you, Chen Wushan, for your forgiveness. Chen Wushan is benevolent and righteous, with a vast heart and broad-mindedness. Our He family will look up to Chen Wushan in the future. Wang. Get lost. A low roar. A terrifying killing intent enveloped the entire area, scaring those people into fleeing in panic. Sect Master, please calm your anger. These people are just like that. They take an inch and want a mile, not knowing what is good for them. Zhong Zikuan said, handing over a stack of lists. This is their compensation. I checked, and each family's value is around 2 billion. In total, it amounts to 100 billion. 100 billion? Not bad. Give it to Zhao Yan, let her use it as she pleases. Any resources useful for cultivation can be purchased. Yes, Sect Master. By the way, there are also 2 gifts from the martial god families, the Lin family and the Wang family, worth a total of 30 billion. As for the other 6 families, Qin and Zua, they haven't sent anything yet. Where are they? Shouldn't they express their gratitude for sending so many gifts? Just a small gift, nothing to mention. In the distance, a martial god descended from the sky. Before she arrived, her voice had already reached. When she landed, it was none other than Lin Fengluan. She wore a smile, clasped her hands, and said, "It took so long to come congratulate you on becoming a martial god. I hope you won't take offense." One does not strike a smiling face. Moreover, she held no hostility towards Chen Chen, and she was also Su Yulu's master. Chen Chen clasped his fists and smiled, saying, "Lin Wushan, you flatter me. To personally come to the Changsheng Xianzong is already the greatest surprise. How could I blame you? Ha! Chen Wushan's breakthrough to Wushan is indeed a blessing for the nation. Wang Jin is also very happy. He originally wanted to come as well, but unfortunately, the two of us are stationed at the same front line, so since I came, he cannot come for the time being. It's fine. Wang Wushan didn't come, but I still received the gifts from the Wang family. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Chen intended to invite Lin Fengwan to the adjacent hall to chat over tea. However, she declined, saying that time was limited and they needed to discuss serious matters. I came this time, she continued, not only to congratulate you on becoming Wushan and establishing a cultivation sect, but also for another matter. That is the front line. As she spoke, she looked at Chen Chen, who remained silent and showed no intention of speaking. Lin Fengwan continued, since the rise of high martial arts, all countries and all humans have been doing their utmost to resist the fierce beasts. At first, it was manageable, although there were many fierce beasts, their ranks were not high. As martial arts rose, our major countries barely managed to hold on. But later, every so often, fiercer beasts of higher ranks would appear. For instance, 100 years ago, there were no 9th rank fierce beasts. Now, 9th rank fierce beasts are increasing one after another. In my Xia country alone, there are 12. Moreover, they possess intelligence, can speak human language, and have powerful physiques. They also have the ability to dominate other fierce beasts. Lin Fengwan spoke in a deep voice. Hearing this, Chen Chen became interested. After all, fierce beasts were the mortal enemies of all humanity. He could not avoid it. Sooner or later, he would have to confront them. Understanding some details in advance would prevent him from being caught off guard later. With this in mind, he couldn't help but ask, so these 9th rank fierce beasts, did they promote themselves? Or did they just appear out of nowhere? According to our research over the years, fierce beasts do indeed possess the ability to promote, just like humans, and can break through to higher ranks. Those 9th rank fierce beasts came about because of this. But what's strange is that, after all these years, fierce beasts continue to emerge in endless numbers. It feels like we can never kill them all. Moreover, their rank strength is gradually increasing. To put it simply, when fierce beasts were at most 8th rank, their numbers might not have been many, but 7th rank fierce beasts surged exponentially. When fierce beasts finally broke through to 9th rank, the 8th rank beasts seemed to break through some limitation and began to multiply wildly. This pattern has been evident from the start. Previous martial arts predecessors have recorded it. So how exactly do these fierce beasts appear? Chen Chen frowned and asked. I don't know. Some say they fell from the sky, some say they crawled out of the earth's caves, and some say they appeared out of thin air. No one knows the specifics. Those places are all forbidden zones for fierce beasts, and even Wushan dare not step in. So, according to you, is human extinction just a matter of time? Chen Chen asked. Theoretically, yes. Now there are 12 9th rank fierce beasts, and our 9 Wushan are stationed at the front line, occasionally engaging in battle, relying on weapons, martial skills, and talents to gain a slight upper hand in combat. This is what has made them wary, preventing large-scale attacks. But to be honest, this stalemate has lasted nearly 90 years. The time left for us is probably not much. When the 13th and 14th 9th rank fierce beasts are born, they will inevitably take action to annihilate the entire Xia country. Moreover, with the death of Wu Lingxiao, our differences with the Qin Tian army and others, the situation may become even worse. Lin Fengwan finished speaking, and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Even Chen Chen's expression turned serious. He hadn't expected the crisis posed by the ferocious beasts to have escalated to such a degree. So how do you plan to respond? Chen Chen asked. The original plan is to delay as much as possible, until the 10th martial god is born. If we really can't hold on any longer, we will attempt to break through to the void. Break through to the void? Yes, a new realm above the martial god. Proposed by foreign martial artists, the minimum requirement is to reach a blood energy value of 30 million. Using divine intent to impact the heavenly spirit, opening up deeper mysterious realms, condensing tangible consciousness, and driving the physical body to transcend, advancing to the void realm. At that moment, the blood energy will disappear, transforming into an unprecedented white energy. This energy is of a higher level than blood energy. Its essence, capacity, and power undergo earth-shattering changes. The body will exhibit acupoints, which can be locked onto with consciousness, lit up one by one, and filled with the new energy to enhance strength. By the way, there's another characteristic. After breaking through to the void, the new energy will constantly envelop the body, forming a kind of defensive barrier. This barrier is very strong and can easily block the attacks of 8th-tier ferocious beasts. White energy, acupoints, barrier? This realm completely departs from the blood energy martial arts. Lin Fengwan's revelation of the new realm astonished Chen Chen. His mind, with its extraordinary comprehension, began to operate involuntarily. He deduced the principles of myriad laws, deriving various new changes. Yes, you're right. The power of this void indeed surpasses the blood energy martial arts. That's why it wasn't named with a 10th tier. Instead, it's simply called the void. At the same time, this is also our means to cope with the increasing number of 9th tier ferocious beasts, and even 10th tier ones. In that case, what are you waiting for? Just break through, Chen Chen exclaimed in surprise. Alas, it's not that we don't want to break through, but the realm is not complete, and there are side effects. Side effects? Yes, in terms of mental aspects. There are martial gods abroad who have broken through to the void, but their minds often go out of control, their tempers extremely volatile, like ticking time bombs. With the slightest misstep, they can trigger disasters more terrifying than ferocious beasts. I suspect it's due to a lack of cultivation methods. I see. This should be on the right path, but the details are incorrect, Shin Shan realized. Exactly. We have no inheritance. Martial arts have been slowly explored by our predecessors. This void may currently have flaws, but as long as we are given some time, we will surely perfect it and elevate martial arts to a higher realm, Lin Fengluan said firmly. After speaking, she looked at Chen Chen and said, Chen Chen, your talent and comprehension are beyond anything I have ever seen or heard. In just 3 months, you reached the pinnacle and became a martial god. So you're telling me all this to help me perfect the void realm? Chen Chen interjected. Yes, Lin Fengluan nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Chen Chen did not refuse, because the prompts in his mind were appearing frantically. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have received the ideas of the new realm and have gained some insight. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Your understanding of the new realm deepens again. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Your understanding of the new realm deepens again. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You realize that the new realm is not complete and are attempting to modify it. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You successfully modify the new realm and attempt to integrate it with the myriad laws. Your comprehension is extraordinary. The myriad laws undergo changes, giving birth to a new realm called foundation establishment. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You make subtle modifications to the myriad laws. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You make subtle modifications to the myriad laws. The subsequent subtle modifications continue to prompt. Chen Chen speculated that the new realm had been born, and there were no major issues he could break through, but aspects such as power, combat strength, and magical abilities still need adjustment. No rush. As long as the direction is determined, I can proceed without hindrance. Chen Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, murmuring to himself. The top 10 true transmissions, rewarding Zhao Yin. The top 10 true transmissions, rewarding Zhao Yin with the unity of all methods. This was Chen Shan's most important and core cultivation method. Previously, the highest level was the 9th layer of Qi training. But now, after hearing Lin Fengluan describe the new realm, the unity of all methods had also been elevated to the foundation establishment stage. It was further divided into early, mid, late, and perfected stages. Specific breakthroughs required the 3 elements of Qi and blood, magical power, and spiritual intent to reach their limits. Then, stimulate the heavenly spirit, break open the spiritual universe, open the sea of consciousness, build the spiritual platform, give birth to a tangible soul, and derive the power of divine consciousness. This would drive the physical body to the utmost sublimation, transform all Qi and blood, and magical power into true essence, condensing the Dantian, seeking the innate spiritual root, and using this as the source to achieve the foundation of the Tao. This is the foundation establishment stage, the second step in the cultivation system. At the same time, he also understood the side effects of the void-breaking stage that Lin Fengluan mentioned. It was that if one's mental power was too weak, after opening the sea of consciousness, the soul would become frail, nearly dissipating, and unable to control a powerful external physical body. The solution was simple: focus on cultivating mental power, whether before or after the breakthrough. Martial Tao breaks the void, and cultivation establishes the foundation. It seems like 2 major systems, but on a certain path, they converge. The only difference is, my cultivation is orthodox, and all kinds of means and spells must far exceed martial arts. It would not be an exaggeration to say there is a world of difference, with no comparability. This is also the reason why I am invincible at the same realm, and can even kill enemies across realms. Chen Shan did not speak recklessly. Based on the current information, if he were to break through to foundation establishment, he would be completely invincible. What martial gods? What void breaking? They were all like ants. With a flick of his finger, he could transform into a 100-foot law sword and slay them from tens of thousands of miles away. Chen Chen, if you are unwilling, then forget it. I won't force you. Seeing Chen Shen silent and not speaking for a long time, Lin Fengluan said with slight disappointment, "It's not that I'm unwilling, it's that I need some time." Chen Shen neither agreed nor refused, choosing to delay and discuss it later. Alright, if martial god Chen can perfect the void-breaking realm, that would truly be a great merit, benefiting all of humanity. I, Lin Fengluan, am willing to thank you in advance on behalf of all martial gods and all martial artists. Saying this, she clasped her fists and bowed, her face full of excitement. There's no need for that, Lin martial god. Whether I can perfect it is still uncertain. Chen Shen's expression remained unchanged as he said lightly, seemingly unaffected by her flattery. It's fine, as long as martial god Chen is willing to help. By the way, besides this matter, the front line still needs you to oversee. Since Wu Lingxiao's death, his position has been vacant. There have been reports in the past few days that the situation there is somewhat unusual, with a noticeable increase in high-level ferocious beasts. It is estimated that those 9th-level ferocious beasts have sensed something amiss. I understand. After settling the sect, I will go to the front line. Chen Shen nodded and said, "Good, then I won't disturb you." Seeing Chen Shen considering the bigger picture, Lin Fengluan also breathed a sigh of relief and then took her leave. The sect was recruiting disciples. With the assistance of Zhao Yan and the Zhong family, the testing of talents, registration of information, and allocation of identities were all proceeding in an orderly manner. It wasn't until nightfall that it came to an end. Greetings, Sect Master. In the main hall of the Sect Master, there was a glow illuminating the space, making it bright and visible even at night. Below, more than 20 people knelt, both men and women, old and young. All were core disciples with high-level talents. No need for excessive courtesy. Get up. Sitting in a high position, Chen Shen said lightly. His voice was soft but clearly reached everyone's ears. Thank you, Sect Master. The crowd expressed their gratitude again, filled with excitement and joy, slowly rising. At this moment, at the front, Zhao Yan stepped forward and said, Sect Master, this time we are recruiting 58,650 cultivators. There are 45,402 outer disciples. There are 13,225 inner disciples. There are 23 core disciples. Among the core disciples, there are 21 with level talent and 2 with top-level talent. Who are the 2 with top-level talent? Sect Master, Disciple Mu Xingchen has top-level talent Sangmu Spirit Body, cultivating with attribute techniques, spells, formations, etc., with significant enhancements. Sect Master, Disciple Changzhan has top-level talent Falling Fire Spirit Body, cultivating fire attribute techniques, spells, formations, etc., with significant enhancements. The age difference between the two is quite large. The former is around 20 years old, handsome, tall, and looks well off. The latter appears to be around 40, middle-aged, with a simple appearance, dressed plainly, and has dark skin, resembling someone from the lower class. Good. From today onwards, you two will be the second and third true disciples of our sect. All techniques, spells, and resources can be used without limit. Chen Shen spoke. Thank you, Sect Master. Hearing Chen Shen's words, the two were very excited and quickly expressed their gratitude. This made the other core disciples look on with envy. Seeing this, Chen Shen continued, the sect has 10 true disciples. Those with level and top-level cultivation talent can directly become true disciples. In addition, a grand competition will be held every 10 years. Core disciples who rank high will not only receive rewards but can also become true disciples in order. Upon hearing this, many core disciples were overjoyed. Seeing this scene, Chen Shen also smiled. With competition, there is motivation. With motivation, one can cultivate well. Years later, when this group of core disciples grows, their reputation as cultivators will shine among the stars. Alright, Zhao Yan, stay. The others may leave. Rest well tonight and gather your strength. Tomorrow morning, everyone will go to the Law Transmission Pavilion to receive cultivation methods. Work hard to improve your strength. The first grand competition will begin on January 1st, 2 months from now. Yes, Sect Master. A moment later, only Zhao Yan remained in the hall. This is a drop of top-level talent liquid. After taking it, you can elevate your talent to the top level. I am giving it to you now, hoping you can cultivate well and set a good example for the other disciples. The top-level talent liquid collected in Free City had been in Chen Shen's hands. For him, drinking it would be pointless, having no significant effect. He initially thought of giving it to Yang Yinin, Zhang Wei, and others, but after some thought, he decided against it. As for Zhao Yan, this first batch of disciples who joined the sect, aside from being somewhat reclusive and introverted, was otherwise fine. He had investigated her family background and past experiences and found no issues, so he decided to give her the top-level talent liquid, allowing her to increase her cultivation speed and serve as a benchmark for the other disciples. Chen Shen felt it was very suitable. Sect Master, this. Looking at the bottle in her hand, filled with flowing talent liquid, Zhao Yiyan's expression was shocked, hesitant to accept it. This is a reward for you. Just take it directly. Chen Shen smiled. Yes, thank you, Sect Master. Seeing Chen Shen say this, Zhao Yiyan's expression became resolute, and she no longer hesitated, tilting her head to drink it down. Moments after drinking, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared around her. It was as if endless golden light shot out in all directions. The range was vast, nearly 100 miles. However, it appeared quickly and disappeared just as fast. In just 2 or 3 seconds, everything returned to normal. How was it? Chen Shen asked curiously. After the phenomenon of the Tiangang Chenjin immortal root and the improvement of the Sex Foundation, Zhao Yiyan returned to normal, her face filled with surprise. Hearing Chen Shen's voice, he immediately replied, reporting to the sect master. Disciple's talent has been enhanced. It has transformed into a Tiangang Chen Gold immortal root. It is much stronger than the previous spiritual root and spiritual body. There is a huge increase in the gold attributes spiritual energy, star power, spells, and laws, etc. Star power? Laws? These two terms were not new to Chen Shen. When he awakened his talent, there were similar references in the feedback information. However, his immortal spirit Dao body was not limited to a single attribute but had enhancements across all attributes. Good. You can go back to your tasks. By the way, call Zhong Zikuan over. Yes, Sect Master. A moment later, Zhong Zikuan hurriedly arrived. Sect Master, you called for me? Yes, gather all martial arts, secret techniques, cultivation methods, pill formulas, medicines, and planting techniques from across the country as quickly as possible. No restrictions on type, quantity, or level. Bring everything you can collect. Also, the sect has just been established, and the cultivators are not yet strong. Send some martial artists to guard some key locations. Yes, Sect Master, I will take care of it right away. Late at night, 11 p.m., in the Transmission Pavilion, a unique loft in the core area. It had 9 floors, covering hundreds of square meters. Inside, it resembled a library, with many bookshelves arranged around. Sect Master, all the collected martial arts and cultivation methods have arrived. About 180,000 copies, mostly in electronic format, but there are also books. Zhong Zikuan said from behind. Good. Stepping out of the transmission pavilion, dozens of boxes piled up on the ground, all filled with various books. Chen Shen did not hesitate, picked one up, and quickly checked it. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You watched the heavenly fire magic and successfully learned it, reaching perfection. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You watched the thunderous thousand-hand martial technique and successfully learned it, reaching perfection. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You watched the 8 trigrams and 2 instruments spirit cultivation method and successfully learned it, reaching perfection. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You watched the complete guide to animal husbandry and successfully learned it, reaching perfection. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You watched the complete guide to medicinal herb cultivation and successfully learned it, reaching perfection. Various types. Many were not even martial techniques, but Chen Shen did not mind and learned them all. The speed was fast, 1 type per second. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, dawn arrived. Disciples had already come to the transmission pavilion to receive cultivation methods and spells. What left Chen Shen speechless was that all this information was already in his mind. To extract it, he would likely have to spend considerable effort. Sect Master, how about letting them first receive the main cultivation method? We can discuss the others another day? Seeing Chen Shen's awkwardness, Zhong Zikuan stepped closer and said softly, "That works." Chen Shen nodded in agreement but was too lazy to handle it personally. Instead, he asked Zhong Zikuan to set up a website and had Zhao Yiyan record an electronic version of the first layer of the 10,000 Methods Dao, allowing all disciples to download and practice. This would serve as a temporary substitute. In the following time, Chen Shen continued his previous actions, completing the learning of all cultivation methods and martial techniques, including various electronic versions. During this process, his extraordinary comprehension operated wildly, with countless prompts continuously appearing. Learning, mastering, achieving perfection, analyzing, integrating, innovating. By the end, he filtered out the essence, transforming it into cultivation spells and recording them. Fire ignition technique, low-level spell, placed on the first floor of the transmission pavilion, suitable for fire attribute spiritual roots, decent power, low consumption, exchangeable for 10 contribution points. Wind blade technique, low-level spell, placed on the first floor of the transmission pavilion, suitable for wind attribute spiritual roots, decent power, low consumption, exchangeable for 10 contribution points. Thornbind, intermediate spell, located on the first floor of the law transmission pavilion, suitable for wood attribute spiritual roots, moderate power, medium consumption, recommended for chi refining stage 2 learning, exchange for 50 contribution points. 7-star sword technique, advanced spell, located on the second floor of the law transmission pavilion, suitable for all attribute spiritual roots, sword type spell, powerful, high consumption, recommended for chi refining stage 5 learning, exchange for 300 contribution points. 10,000 point Starfist, advanced spell, located on the second floor of the law transmission pavilion, suitable for all attribute spiritual roots, fist type spell, powerful, high consumption, recommended for chi refining stage 5 learning, exchange for 300 contribution points. Meteoric Fall, top tier spell, located on the second floor of the law transmission pavilion, suitable for fire and earth attribute spiritual roots, powerful, high consumption, recommended for chi refining stage 8 learning, exchange for 1,500 contribution points. Raging Wave Slash, top tier spell, located on the second floor of the law transmission pavilion, suitable for metal and water attribute spiritual roots, sword type spell, powerful, high consumption, recommended for chi refining stage 8 learning, exchange for 1,500 contribution points. Formless Visualization Method, special spell, located on the third floor of the law transmission pavilion, suitable for all attribute spiritual roots. All disciples can receive it for free. Visualize oneself to strengthen the spirit. 9 Transformations Body Refinement Method, special spell, located on the third floor of the law transmission pavilion, suitable for all attribute spiritual roots. All disciples can receive it for free. 9 transformations in 9 stages, extraordinary physique. Spells are divided into 3 types, low level, advanced, and top tier. They are arranged according to spell power, cultivation difficulty, consumption, and so on. Further subdivided into various types such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice sword techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, and so on, totaling nearly 10,000 types. As for the special ones, they are both spells and cultivation methods. There are visualization methods that increase mental strength, body refinement methods that integrate martial arts, spiritual fire methods for alchemy, greenwood formation methods for farming spiritual plants, talismans, spiritual beasts, and puppets. This provides all disciples with a second, or even multiple paths. It allows them to assist in cultivation or reach different heights. The blooming of 100 flowers. Only then can the cultivation system endure for a long time. Chen Chen murmured. In the main hall of the sect, Chen Chen sat cross-legged. While cultivating, he sorted through his thoughts. After a moment, he nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction. Because the spells, cultivation, and resources within the chi refining realm were basically no problem. Arrays, talismans, and elixirs all had various innovations. All were aimed at cultivation. After a week of busy work, finally settled the sect. Chen Chen exhaled deeply, a smile appearing on his face. Subsequently, he did not go to the front line as agreed with Lin Fenghuan after settling the sect. Instead, he focused on cultivating and preparing to break through to chi refining stage 9 first. After all, the front line was dangerous. It was better to improve his strength before going. Chi refining stage 9. Spiritual energy surged wildly. An invisible vortex formed above Chen Chen's head, crazily devouring spiritual energy from a radius of several dozen miles. As a result, the disciples within the sect felt it difficult to cultivate, as if the spiritual energy had disappeared. If it weren't for the spiritual veins underground not being devoured by Chen Chen, continuously emitting spiritual energy, they would have been in despair. 9th layer of Chi Refinement, Frontline Battlefield, Name, Chen Chen, Realm, 9th layer of Chi Refinement, 4th Compression, Golden Mana, 9th rank Martial God, Vitality Value 15. 66 million, Mental Power, 29, Talent, Immortal Spirit Tao Body, Level, Technique, 10,000 Laws Harmonized, 9th layer of Chi Refinement Foundation established perfectly, Formless Visualization Method, Divine Intent Realm, Divine Intent, Invincible Divine Intent, Killing Divine Intent, Tiger Roar Divine Intent, Thunder Shock Divine Intent, Sword Technique Divine Intent, Spells, All Things Furnace, Perfect, Great Sun Across the Sky, Perfect, Meteor Falling from the Sky, Perfect, Earth Explosion Star, Perfect, Heavenly Thunder Burning Body, Perfect, Raging Waves Angry Slash, Perfect, Fierce Tiger Form Intent Fist, Perfect, Dragon Slaying Blade Technique, Perfect, Dragon Elephant Great Strength Diamond Hand, Perfect, Racial Abilities, Released 9 Heaven Defying Comprehension, Devouring Heaven and Earth, Time passed in a flash. 7 days quietly went by. The 9th layer of Chi Refinement also successfully broke through. The process was similar to before. Compressing mana, transforming it into a stronger golden form. At this stage, it was already the endpoint of chi refinement. Although mana was liquid, it was extremely viscous, like sludge. When scooped with a hand, it wouldn't flow away immediately. Next, after the birth of divine intent, mental power became apparent, allowing for cultivation through visualization methods. The mental power of an ordinary person is 0. Martial intent is 1. Divine intent is 11. If one wants to break through the void without side effects, it's estimated that at least 50 mental power is needed. Chen Chen murmured. Then there were the spells. All were top tier, with immense power, wide range, and terrifying lethality. Martial techniques were merged and also used mana for execution. Vitality still needs to be improved, but it's no longer a means against opponents. The mana after 4 compressions far exceeds vitality in all aspects. It's not an exaggeration to say, with the same self, one using vitality and the other using mana. The outcome is self-evident. The former will definitely be killed in seconds. Even if there were 100 or 1,000 more, it would be the same, certain death. Chen Chen's eyes flickered, his whole body radiating a faint golden light. He whispered, Tianzi Pass, one of the 2 major front lines of the Xia Kingdom, guarded by Lin Fenghuan, Wang Jin, Qin Tianjun, Zuotong, and Wu Lingxiao. The 5 great martial gods were stationed to guard against attacks from the 9th rank ferocious beasts. However, after Wu Lingxiao's death, the 5th command point remained vacant. Now a month had passed. The ferocious beasts seemed to have sensed something, their attacks becoming more frequent. 6th, 7th, and 8th ranks were all more numerous than before. How is the situation at each position? What are the casualties? Tianzi Pass extended long, similar to ancient city walls, nearly 100 meters high. It was also the last line of defense. But the martial artists resisting the ferocious beasts were not here. Instead, they were further ahead, about 10 kilometers away. Forming rows of positions, each martial god commanded a legion. A legion was divided into 10 divisions. A division stationed at one position, the Lingxiao Legion, was responsible for position 51 on the right side. At this moment, command center, watchtower. A middle-aged man stood at the edge of the wooden platform, looking at the densely packed, deafeningly roaring ferocious beasts ahead. He spoke up. He wore black battle armor, holding a dark red spear. His hair was half white, looking to be in his 50s. He exuded a strong smell of blood, his aura terrifying. He was Dingyu, currently the acting commander of the Legion, an extreme martial saint, a free agent, who relied on the Martial Artist Association in the early stages, and gradually grew through battles on the front lines. He had not joined any family. Originally in the Lingxiao Legion, when it was controlled by the Wu family, he received no attention. Marginalized and excluded, almost all dangerous tasks were assigned to him. To put it simply, he was high-level cannon fodder. But after Wu Lingxiao's death, the remaining members of the Wu family were also transferred by Qin Tianjun and Zuotong. If it weren't for Lin Fenghuan and Wang Jin urgently transferring several martial saints over, the defense here would have collapsed long ago. Report to Commander Ding. The pressure at each position is still very high. The casualties among the 4th and 5th tier warriors are the heaviest. In just this month, 29 martial masters have fallen, especially at position 55. The ferocious beasts have a stronger impact. This morning, 2 8th tier ferocious beasts appeared. The person reporting was Luo Shu, slender in figure, dressed in camouflage, with cold eyes. She is the leader of the battlefield intelligence team within the Legion. A 7th tier grandmaster, skilled in speed and stealth. 2 8th tier ferocious beasts? Did any martial saints intervene? Ding Yu asked. Yes, 2 martial saints from the Su family took action. They have slain the ferocious beasts. Currently, aside from the departing Wu family members, there is 1 extreme martial saint, 8 top-tier martial saints and 21 ordinary martial saints. They are the core combat strength of the entire Legion. However, this lineup, while seemingly strong, is vastly different compared to other legions. Just like the Qin Tian Army's Qitian Legion, they now boast 4 extreme martial saints, 2 from the Qin family, 1 from the Wu family, and 1 from a prominent family. The number of top-tier martial saints is as high as 20, with even more ordinary martial saints. Looking at Dingyu, he sighed and shook his head, his expression grave, as if he saw no glimmer of hope. Commander Ding, when will that newly promoted Chen Wuxian arrive? Is there any reliable news? It's been a month already. His figure has yet to appear. If he doesn't want to come, then we might as well give up on the front line. There were more than just Dingyu in the watchtower. There were 5 others. They were top-tier martial saints, not from martial god families, but from other families within the country. The one speaking now was Zhang Chuanguang, a burly man with fiery red hair, a hot temper, and a loud voice. But his combat strength was formidable, having slain ferocious beasts with great ferocity. Upon hearing this, Dingyu frowned slightly, looked at him deeply, and reminded Zhang Chuanguang, Speaking recklessly can lead to death. Death? Haha, am I, Zhang Chuingguan, afraid of death? I know that Chen Shen is decisive in battle and will retaliate without hesitation, but it's been so long without him coming to the front, he doesn't even seem to care. What's wrong with me saying a few words? Zhang Chuingguan was somewhat agitated, his blood energy subtly radiating, creating a significant disturbance. Seeing this, someone nearby advised, "Don't be anxious, perhaps Chen Wuxian is stabilizing his realm." Commander Ding, what did Lin Wuxian say? She personally went to invite Chen Wuxian. Did she mention when he would come? Yes, Lin Wuxian might know about this. Why not ask her? Aside from the two from the Zhong family who remained silent, the other three spoke up. Lin Wuxian's exact words were that Chen Wuxian would come to the front line after settling his sect. Ding Yu spoke. After finishing, he looked towards Zhong Ling and Zhong Tian. The two were martial saints from the Zhong family, dispatched by Lin Fengluan. Zhong Ling, Zhong Tian, I heard that. The Zhong family is very close to Chen Wuxian. Old Master Zhong Zikuan has been working beside Chen Wuxian, so I want to ask, do you know any news? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to them, their expressions varied. Some were envious, some jealous, some sour. Clearly, they were similar to the others, even slightly lower in strength, reputation, and status. But suddenly, they inexplicably rose above everyone else. When asked for the reason, it was because the ancestor of the Zhong family had befriended a new martial god. Damn! This luck is truly infuriating. 9th tier ferocious beasts, red-eyed thunder apes. To be honest, a couple of days ago, we did ask the old master, but unfortunately, the old master also doesn't know when Chen Wuxian will come. Zhong Ling and Zhong Tian, two brothers who looked very similar, both appeared middle-aged, with top-tier martial saint strength. The one speaking now was Zhong Ling. He was the elder brother, steady in character and demeanor. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, I couldn't help but shake my head slightly, expressing a hint of apology. Sigh, then let's hold on a bit longer. I estimate they will arrive soon. Someone said, "Humph, hold on? We can hold on. What we fear is that the fierce beasts won't give us a chance." Zhang Chuanguan's words reflected the true concerns of everyone. Although the situation was perilous and the pressure immense, it was still within a controllable range. Even with fewer martial saints and the increasing number of 8th tier fierce beasts, we could still hold out for a short time. What we feared were the 9th tier fierce beasts. Such beings were on par with martial gods. They possessed complete intelligence, could speak human language, had powerful physiques, and could fly. The only thing they lacked compared to martial gods was slightly inferior martial skills, equipment, and combat methods. They relied mostly on brute force. Otherwise, whether the front line could hold was another matter entirely. However, even so, ordinary martial saints couldn't confront them. Only extreme martial saints, in groups of 3 or 4, could slightly contend with 9th tier fierce beasts. It's fine. If a 9th tier fierce beast really appears, I believe the other martial gods won't stand by. They definitely will. Roar! Boom! Dingyu, a 9th tier fierce beast has appeared. Report! At position 56, 25 kilometers ahead, a 9th tier fierce beast has been spotted, heading straight towards us. Dingyu was about to comfort everyone, but before he could finish his words, a fierce beast's roar echoed from afar. It was deafening, resonating through the heavens and earth. Even from over 20 kilometers away, it sent chills down Dingyu and the others' spines, making their scalps tingle. Following that were reminders from other martial saints and reports from intelligence personnel. At that moment, regardless of who it was, everyone's face changed dramatically, filled with terror. Run! Without hesitation, Dingyu whispered, his blood energy erupting instantly as he dashed out of the watchtower, leaping into the air. Boom! Boom! Zhang Chuanguang and the others also wore heavy expressions, their blood energy surging as they followed closely behind. It's the crimson-eyed thunder ape. Among the 12 9th tier fierce beasts, its combat power is above average, capable of unleashing lightning, with terrifying power, and extremely difficult to deal with. It has fought against martial god Wu twice, ending in a draw. In the air, Dingyu and the 9 top martial saints all erupted with blood energy, pillars of blood soaring into the sky. Their expressions were grave, tense, and anxious. On the ground, as far as the eye could see, within dozens of miles, it was all a dark red expanse, pockmarked and uneven. Various fierce beasts, exuding a brutal aura, surged forward in waves. Most were 1st, 2nd, or at most 3rd tier, swarming like ants. They were then slaughtered by human warriors, with specialized logistics personnel dragging away the corpses, disassembling various parts for food, medicine, equipment, and so on. This cycle of war-sustaining war was the fundamental reason why the Xia kingdom could endure for 300 years. Of course, Dingyu and the others' goal was not these. Instead, it was the towering figure in the distance, a more than 10-meter-tall, robust ape resembling a human, covered in black fur. Its pupils were crimson, wielding a strange stone axe. It radiated a fierce aura, flying through the air towards Dingyu and the others. It only stopped a few kilometers away and shouted, "Where is Wu Lingxiao? Tell him to come out and die." The voice was deep, and the words were not very clear, but everyone could still understand the meaning. Martial God Wu is stationed in the high tower and is temporarily unavailable to deal with you. Crimson-eyed Thunder Ape, if you want to fight, we will accompany you to the end. Dingyu took 2 steps forward, standing at the forefront. Blood flames surged, and he shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the Thunder Ape snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, "Fight? A bunch of blood food, mere rations. Do you think you are worthy to challenge me?" Arrogant, overbearing, and utterly contemptuous, it looked at the crowd as if they were mere ants. In the next moment, its gaze shifted to the frontline city wall, where the martial god was stationed in the high tower. Although the distance was too far to see clearly, there was indeed no sense of the martial god's aura. Is it hiding, or has it died? In the past month, they had naturally noticed the anomalies in the Lingxiao Legion. The decrease in the number of martial saints and the disappearance of the wuxiao aura were enough to indicate that there was a major problem on the human side. Without hesitation, the fierce beasts discussed sending the stronger Thunder Ape to test the situation. Thinking of this, the Thunder Ape's expression turned cold, its aura suddenly rising, with lightning flickering in its fur, quickly gathering towards the stone axe. Since it was a test, it was only natural to take action. It's the crimson-eyed Thunder Ape, ranked 3rd among the 9th-tier fierce beasts. If it fights with all its strength, even Wu Lingxiao might not win. The martial god sat in the high tower. Xintian army stood there, watching Dingyu and the others appear as if facing a great enemy. However, he showed no intention of moving, merely saying lightly, "Hee hee." They probably sensed something unusual and came to test it. Beside him, Zuotong sneered. "Yes, that should be it. Should we take action?" Zuotong asked. "Take action? Why take action? That is Qin Shen's territory. What does it have to do with us? His delay has led to the Legion being damaged, a large number of warriors and martial saints perishing, and the front line collapsing. Isn't this a good opportunity to suppress him?" Of course, Xintian army was just saying this. Things would not reach that point. After all, if they did not take action, Lin Fengwan and Wang Jin would definitely act. "Ha ha, what you said makes sense. Then we can just watch the show." Zuotong also thought of this and immediately laughed. It's coming." Suddenly, the two turned their heads to look in the direction of the homeland. Over there, a young figure from the Tao was stepping through the air, as if in an instant, each step covered several miles. "Everyone, whether we can survive today depends on luck." The Thunder Ape's movements caused Dingyu and the others to change their expressions drastically, but unexpectedly, no one at the scene fled. Even Zhang Chuanwan, who had previously shouted about abandoning the front line, was filled with bloodlust, holding an iron rod, his expression serious, ready to fight. "Hold on a bit. A 9th-tier fierce beast has appeared. The other 4 martial gods will definitely take action. That's right, once something happens to us, other legions will also be implicated. Fight! This group of fierce beasts takes our rations and uses us as blood food. They are already our mortal enemies, with no room for retreat. Hee hee, they eat us, we eat them, unless one side is exterminated, otherwise, the war will never cease." The crowd's fighting spirit was high. Their blood and martial intent were ignited to the limit. Holding their respective weapons, they slightly dispersed and moved towards the Thunder Ape. A great battle was about to break out. Seeing this scene, the Thunder Ape was not surprised but rather delighted, revealing a fierce grin, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of ants. Dare to resist? Die!" Thunder surged. The massive stone axe flickered with electric light, without any flashy moves, directly cleaving towards Dingyu and the others. Although there was no bloodlust or martial intent, its speed, power, defense, and size far exceeded that of humans by several times. At this moment, the Thunder Ape's axe was terrifying. It was as if the heavens were being split open, the aura enveloping the area, the air exploding, forming layers of ripples that spread out in all directions. The range of influence was vast, like stepping on ants. As long as it locked onto you, it was almost impossible to dodge. Dingyu was the one being locked onto. This power, this speed, he couldn't block it, nor could he evade. Looking up at the descending stone axe, Dingyu's expression was a bitter smile, filled with despair. It was at this moment that he truly understood the gap between martial saints and martial gods. Clearly, they were the same fierce beasts. Wu Lingxiao could fight to a standstill, while he had no ability to resist at all. Sigh, this is the end. Dingyu sighed, already prepared for death. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, shaking the earth. Even the Thunder Ape's pupils constricted, momentarily dazed. Immediately after, a gigantic golden sword, moving at lightning speed, suddenly struck. Autumn is prone to colds. Everyone, please keep warm. I've caught one, my whole body aches, my head is spinning. It's unbearable. The ability to clear the field of 9th-tier beasts and cultivators appeared as a golden light in the sky. It broke through layers of air, silent and swift as lightning. It was a massive sword, a magic sword 2 meters wide and 10 meters long, condensed from magical power. Is this the magic of cultivation? Attacking from 10 miles away, yet its power remains undiminished, divine intent swirling. Truly terrifying. No wonder Wu Lingxiao was defeated. After Chen Shen appeared, Xin Tianjun had been watching him closely. Seeing the Thunder Law Sword emerge, he couldn't help but narrow his pupils, his expression grave, exclaiming, "Humph, flashy but useless." Moreover, that crimson-eyed Thunder Ape's strength is something I couldn't handle. And him, Chen Shen? Seeking death. Zuotong snorted coldly. In response, Xin Tianjun remained indifferent. He knew Zuotong's words were exaggerated and didn't pay much attention. He simply said, "Let's see." It's also a good opportunity to understand his methods. Then we can formulate a plan against him. Elsewhere, Lin Fenghuan and Wang Jin also looked towards Chen Shen, their eyes narrowing as they said solemnly, "Cultivation, cultivation." This side path has indeed blossomed in his hands. But I wonder how far he can go. Haha, who knows? But in just 3 months, he can match a martial god. His future achievements will likely be significant. Wang Jin laughed. Is that martial god Chen? Martial god Chen has arrived. Good, it's great that the martial god is here. The magic sword was silent, but the thunder roared. With such a commotion, everyone surely noticed. Instantly, surprise mixed with joy. The originally despairing Ding Yu's eyes lit up, and he roared, blood flames erupting wildly, dragon roar 9 heavens. With all his might, the blood flames gathered on his spear, launching a counterattack with the sacred martial technique, dragon roar 9 heavens. As for the Thunder Ape, it looked at the magic sword and the approaching Chen Shen, murmuring, "New martial god? Why is the blood energy not apparent? Remote attack? What kind of martial technique is this? New energy? Breaking the void realm? No, it doesn't look like that." The Thunder Ape frowned slightly, its expression serious. It was the first time it had seen Chen Shen and didn't understand much about cultivation. Yet, it sensed a crisis, a life-threatening crisis. This can't be possible, right? That Wu Lingxiao was also a martial god. Why didn't I feel anything when fighting him? As a fierce beast, it had been fighting, evolving, and plundering since birth, constantly teetering on the edge of life and death. It was always on guard against enemies. For them, the sense of crisis was instinctual. And at this moment, instinct told it that the rapidly approaching magic sword and the expressionless, calm young human could kill it. The closer it got, the stronger the sense of danger became, until its fur stood on end, heart racing. The Thunder Ape no longer dared to hesitate. It slightly shifted its stone axe, shaking off Ding Yu's martial technique, and swung towards the thunder sword. Puff! Just as it moved, the two collided in an instant. Contrary to everyone's expectations, there was no explosion, no deafening roar. It was as if they passed through the air. The Thunder Ape's stone axe and its proud flesh were torn apart like paper, revealing a massive bloody hole in its chest. How is this possible? Your attack. The Thunder Ape's eyes widened, blood flowing down like a waterfall, unable to be stopped at all. Its body trembled, staring fixedly at Chen Shen, shouting in fear, its face filled with disbelief. It had considered the possibility of defeat. It had thought that Chen Shen was very strong, and it might not be able to win, but it never expected the gap to be so vast. Not even one sword strike could it withstand, and it was directly slain. At that moment, the front line was eerily quiet. Within a radius of several dozen miles, any martial artist who could see the situation in the sky wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Even the ferocious beasts paused, exuding an aura of terror. Is it dead? That red-eyed Thunder Ape is dead? Killed in a second by Chen the martial god? Looking at the massive creature slowly falling, Ding Yu murmured in disbelief. Commander Ding, it seems so. If we're not dreaming or under an illusion, it seems to be the case. Hiss, terrifying. That's a 9th-tier ferocious beast, equivalent to a human martial god, and even one of the top-ranked, extremely powerful beings, just like that? If it had fought for 300 rounds and then been slain, I could accept that, but now, one sword to kill? Yes, just how strong is this Chen the martial god? Zhang Chuanwan, Zhong Ling, Zhong Tian, and others were utterly shocked. They stood frozen in the air, their voices trembling in horror. Further away, the martial god sat in the high tower. Qin Tianjun and Zuotong had dark expressions, their hands clenched tightly. They looked at Chen Chen, silent. After a long while, Qin Tianjun finally said, "What a terrifying sword." His voice was dry, his tone filled with fear. Inside, a storm was raging, unable to calm down. He recalled the scene from a month ago when he almost clashed with Chen Chen. A chill ran down his back. This Chen Chen. Zuotong started to speak but fell silent, his mind in turmoil, only managing to open his mouth without a sound. This Chen Chen's combat power is simply too strong. What is he doing? Taking a deep breath, Zuotong spoke again. But before he could finish, he shouted in shock. Even most of the front line, all the martial artists paying attention to this place, were equally astonished, watching as Chen Chen extended his right hand and softly said, "Furnace of all things." Boom, boom, boom. A rumbling sound erupted. A massive, burning furnace appeared in Chen Chen's palm. As he threw it forward, the furnace rapidly enlarged, expanding to hundreds of meters wide, as if it were going to swallow the heavens and earth. Upside down in the air, it was immensely shocking. But that wasn't the end. The magical power surged again. Fire elements gathered, the divine intent of fire enhanced. He pointed towards the area where the ferocious beasts were most concentrated and calmly said, "Great sun spell in the sky." A point of red light ignited. Like the core of a planet, with magical power infusing, the fire element's spiritual energy gathered. It expanded at an unimaginable speed. Accompanied by terrifying high temperatures, like lava, it boiled violently. In the blink of an eye, a sphere enveloping tens of thousands of meters, entirely crimson, as if a blazing sun had crossed the sky, suppressed above the heads of countless ferocious beasts. At that moment, there were no screams, no resistance, only dissolution, only ashes. Then they floated into the air, being sucked into the furnace. Such an apocalyptic scene, as if the heavens and earth were about to perish, left everyone standing in place, resembling lifeless figures, their faces pale, their minds blank. In that second, they were shocked. They were horrified. They were terrified. They trembled uncontrollably. They finally witnessed the terror of cultivators. Thinking about it, one cannot give up on full attendance. What does he want to do? What does he want to do? Boom, 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 boom. The great sun crossed the sky, burning everything. Its body, though not large, similar in size to the furnace, had a diameter of hundreds of meters. Yet its influence reached tens of thousands of meters. Within this range, no matter the type or tier of the ferocious beasts, first tier, second tier, seventh tier, eighth tier, none could escape death. The only difference was that the latter died a little slower. What is this? Why is it so terrifying? My God! A little sun appeared out of nowhere and directly annihilated the ferocious beasts at the front line 80. Is this the cultivation system? Cultivation? Spells? This is way stronger than martial arts. Damn, why didn't I awaken a cultivation talent? So frustrating. Strong, too strong. I feel like Chen Wuxian can be called Chen Xianran now. Countless people were horrified. Countless people were terrified. They looked up at the great sun, their hearts stirred, unable to calm down. Even though the bright light was blinding, even though their eyes were bloodshot, even though tears flowed uncontrollably, they did not want to close their eyes. Looking at Chen Chen, who stood in the air with an extraordinary demeanor, they showed admiration and awe. Although in this month, news about Chen Chen had spread throughout the country in the front line, and everyone was aware of it. But at this moment, after witnessing with their own eyes the earth-shattering power he wielded with a mere wave of his hand, it was truly terrifying. Even the ninth-tier ferocious beasts, which made the martial gods of various factions headache and dared not confront directly, were killed from several miles away with a single sword strike. Such strength! The crowd was shocked, and even a small number of people murmured, if Chen Wuxian remains stationed at the front line, then these ferocious beasts, do we even need to take action? A word awakened those in a dream. Nearby, a martial artist came to his senses, excitedly saying, "Yes, we fought and killed ferocious beasts for half a month, and we haven't killed as many as Chen Wuxian did with a wave of his hand." Exactly, even 8th tier and 9th tier ferocious beasts were killed in seconds, simply invincible. If he is invincible, is there a possibility that Chen Wuxian can end the ferocious beast crisis that has lasted for over 300 years and restore normalcy to the world? Hiss, it's possible, very possible. The great sun hung in the sky for 3 minutes, then it gradually dissipated. Only the dark, cracked, and smoking dry ground remained. As for the ferocious beasts, they all disappeared as if they had never existed. One 9th tier ferocious beast, tens of thousands of other ferocious beasts. The energy brought was quite substantial. Standing in the air, he spread out the furnace and retracted his magical power. After feeling his vitality, he found it had surged by over 3 million, reaching a total of 20 million. He was not far from the requirement of 30 million vitality to break through. What a pity! Devouring these ferocious beasts only increases vitality, not magical power. Plus, having been turned to ashes, he lost 80% of the energy. Otherwise, the total should have reached 25 million. Chen Shen shook his head slightly, feeling it was a pity. He thought about using the Great Sun in the next move, trying to use it less. This spell was indeed powerful, but its ability to clear the field was too thorough. Shan Wushan, I have met Chen Wushan, Commander Ding Yu of the Lingxiao Legion, pays respects to Chen Wushan. Seeing Chen Shen turn around, Ding Yu and others hurriedly bowed. Their expressions were respectful, filled with awe. Especially Zhang Chuanguang. Due to his talent, he had fiery red hair, a hot temper, and a reckless personality. Earlier at the lookout tower, he had complained about Chen Shen not arriving at the front line, but now, he was as obedient as a grandson, not daring to say much. Chen Shen nodded lightly. Then he looked into the distance, where Qin Tianjun and Zhuotong were. Their faces were gloomy, their expressions unpleasant. When they met Chen Shen's gaze, they were slightly taken aback, then unwilling to show weakness, they forcefully returned the look. Until Chen Shen walked towards them. What does he want? Qin Tianjuan's expression changed, panicking. To be honest, when the two first saw Chen Shen after witnessing him slay Wu Lingxiao, they felt apprehensive and serious. Thinking that alone, the two of them were definitely no match for Chen Shen and had to surround him. That was why they initiated the god-making plan. But now, Chen Shen had killed the Thunder Ape with a single sword strike. His combat power was overwhelming, his strength terrifying. The two were scared out of their wits. But even so, when they saw Chen Shen looking over, they forced themselves to remain calm and shot back, a demeanor that showed no fear of Chen Shen at all. The momentum of not conceding defeat was displayed vividly. It was initially thought that the two sides would only engage in a battle of glances, nothing more. But unexpectedly, Chen Shen walked straight towards them. How would I know? Zhuotong was also quite nervous, regretting his earlier actions. However, it was fortunate that on the other side, Lin Fengwan and Wang Jin had blocked Chen Shen. Seeing this, the two secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of dread, as if they had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. Then, there was a long silence. No way. I need to break through the void quickly. I can't delay any longer. If I delay, I could be killed by Chen Shen at any moment. Qin Tianjun said solemnly. He is already invincible among the martial gods. From the methods he just displayed, the god creation plan may not be effective. When combat power reaches a certain level, numbers become meaningless. For example, during the martial saint phase, over 20 martial saints besieged Chen Shen, but what was the result? All were killed in an instant, as easily as slaughtering chickens, one strike for each. This situation has not disappeared, it has merely transitioned to the martial god realm. Thinking of this, Zhuotong said again, I will also break through the void. Qin Tianjun remained silent. He nodded slightly and said, alright, let's break through the void together and kill Chen Shen. Chen Shen, is that a spell for cultivating immortality? Truly terrifying. In the air, Lin Fengwan and Wang Jin hurried over, their faces showing shock as they spoke. Unexpectedly, Chen Shen did not respond to her words but stared at her intently, making her heart race and her scalp tingle. After a while, Lin Fengwan dared not pretend to be foolish any longer and said, the fierce beasts still exist. The human crisis has not disappeared. Among us martial gods, we should try to avoid conflict. Is that so? Chen Shen's tone was icy, his voice flat. Looking towards Qin Tianjuan's side, seeing that the two had already dispersed back to the high tower, Chen Shen said lightly, only this once. Alright, Lin Fengwan quickly agreed. Chen Shen, I am Wang Jin. Congratulations on becoming a martial god. Seeing the atmosphere was delicate, Wang Jin quickly stepped in to change the subject. Martial god Wang is too polite. Speaking of which, I still need to thank you. The gift from the Wang family when my sect was established was quite substantial. One does not strike a smiling face. There were no grievances, and gifts had been given, with a good attitude. Chen Shen immediately changed his expression and smiled. Ha ha ha, it's just a trivial gift, not worth mentioning. Martial god Chen, the power of your spell is far superior to martial arts. The ability to clear the field is incomparable, worlds apart. Just now, the fierce beasts that died at your hands, there must have been around 70 to 80,000, right? If it were me, in a full outburst, I would probably have to kill for 7 days and nights. Wang Jin exclaimed. The fierce beast forbidden area, 6 major fierce beasts. Wang Jin's flattery made Chen Shen merely smile indifferently, not responding much. He just looked towards the fierce beasts and asked, Martial God Lin, Martial God Wang. You are stationed at the front line and often deal with fierce beasts. Can you introduce the situation to me? After killing the Thunder Ape, Qin Shen had not delved deep into the fierce beast territory. The main reason was that he wanted to gather information first. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Let me speak. In the entire Xia country, there are currently 12 known 9th-tier fierce beasts, 6 at the Fuai Pass, 6 at the Tianzi Pass. The former can be ignored for now. As for us here, they are the Crimson Eye Thunder Ape, Four-Eared Giant Demon, 10,000 Poisons Colorful Flower Spider, Double-Winged Blood Beast, Golden Horn Flame Tiger, and Ice Giant Python Turtle. What you just killed was the Crimson Eye Thunder Ape. Among the 9th-tier fierce beasts, it ranks in the top 3. Seemingly wanting to ease the relationship, Lin Fengwan spoke up first. 12 fierce beasts? I see these ferocious beasts, and they are not much different from our animals. Well, almost 70% of the ferocious beasts can be seen resembling various animals, so the naming is also based on this. What about the forbidden area of the ferocious beasts? Have you been there? No, that place used to be a small country, but after being destroyed by the ferocious beasts, it became a forbidden area. Besides countless ferocious beasts, there are also 9th-tier existences. We don't dare to provoke them. What about the 10th tier? The 10th tier has not appeared yet, but there is no doubt that once a 10th tier appears, the 9th tier ferocious beasts will increase explosively. Explosively increase? What is the principle behind that? I don't know. Alright, the two knew very little. They were completely unaware of the origins of the ferocious beasts. Chen Shen did not mind this. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. Once he had enough strength, he would personally go to the forbidden area of the ferocious beasts. By then, everything would be clear. Chen Wuxian, arriving at the Lingxiao Legion, at the observation tower of the position. Ding Yu was alone there, while the others waited outside. Are you Ding Yu? Yes, Chen Wuxian. From a big family? No, I have no family, nor have I joined any forces. I am a loose cultivator. Oh, Chen Shan was surprised. He looked deeply at Ding Yu. To reach the peak martial saint realm as a loose cultivator, this person had some skills. Then the legion will be commanded by you. I will be stationed at the front line. Unless necessary, I will not take action. Ferocious beasts have their pros and cons. If controlled properly, it benefits everyone. Ding Yu understood this. The tempering of battle, breakthroughs in realms, sources of potions, all aspects are related to ferocious beasts. Therefore, ferocious beasts can be suppressed but not completely eradicated. Yes, Chen Wuxian. Then what do you think about changing the name of this legion? The legion's name? Let's call it the Chongqing Legion. A name is just a title. It doesn't matter. Chen Shan was indifferent. Alright, let's leave it at that. If there's anything, come find me at the Wuxian Tower. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shan had already disappeared from the spot. Far away from the Xia Kingdom, thousands of kilometers away, the former Sava Kingdom. Now long gone, it has become a paradise for ferocious beasts. At a glance, it was densely packed, countless. The types varied, and the tiers were different, but most were 1st to 5th tier, brutal all over, with blood-red eyes, filled with beastly nature. Only those above the 6th tier or certain special ferocious beasts possessed a bit of intelligence and the ability to think for themselves. They sometimes crowded together, sometimes fought, and sometimes dispersed. Under the command of higher-tier beasts, they headed towards the Xia Kingdom. Who? Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the air. A ferocious beast with wings spread out, nearly 300 meters long, dark red all over, with 4 sharp claws, a body resembling a human, and a head like a bird with a huge beak, broke through the clouds and landed in the distance. There was a plane there. The surroundings were vast. It was very quiet, with no other low-tier ferocious beasts around. The thunder ape is dead. After the blood-winged beast landed, it said sharply, "Boom! Ha! What did you say?" A sound arose nearby. It was a beast lying on the ground, constantly engulfed in flames, with a golden horn on its head, weighing about tens of thousands of tons, and several meters long, resembling a giant tiger. It raised its head, its large eyes with vertical pupils, colored golden brown, looked astonished. Further away, there was another beast with 4 ears, a massive body that could stand, blue skin, and a fierce appearance. They were the golden horn flame tiger and the 4-eared giant demon. They were also 9th tier ferocious beasts. The thunder ape is dead? Blood beast, are you joking? Those human ants can kill the thunder ape? The giant demon heard clearly. It buzzed, looking disbelieving. It's true. I hid in the clouds and saw it with my own eyes, the blood beast said in a deep voice. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. Yen Hu and the giant beast exchanged a glance, both filled with astonishment. What's going on? Who killed the thunder ape? Wu Lingxiao. Yen Hu stood up and asked loudly, his voice deafening. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was denied by the giant troll. Impossible. I know Wu Lingxiao, one of the human martial gods, but his strength is just so. If he really fought the Thunder Ape, he would undoubtedly die, the troll said. Could it be that he broke through to the void? Blood Beast, you've been to other countries and encountered those void breakers. Are they really comparable to planetary beings? Yen Hu asked. This question also caught the troll's attention. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a massive spider, exuding toxic mist and covered in colorful patterns, emerged from the ground. It was the 10,000 Poisons colorful flower spider, one of the 9th-tier ferocious beasts. In that instant, the 3 great ferocious beasts looked towards the Blood Beast, waiting for a response. Seeing this scene, the Blood Beast did not hesitate and said solemnly, "The growth of our ferocious beasts, except for a few special races, is without intelligence at birth. Only when we reach the 6th tier do we gradually awaken and gain some intelligence. By the time we reach the 9th tier, our intelligence is perfected, we can control our bodies, and our combat power doubles. We can even learn the languages of other races. And beyond that, it is the planetary realm. We unlock the power of our bodies, receive bloodline information, and comprehend the path of the beast god. The inheritance of ferocious beasts is imprinted in their bloodlines. Once they possess intelligence, with each tier they advance, the subsequent path will emerge from their bloodlines. This is also why the winged blood beast knows that their next tier is the planetary realm. I don't know how strong the planetary realm is, but in relation to the void breakers on this planet, the two are considered the same realm, just different names. I have been to the other side of the ocean, where there are other countries. Some have indeed broken through to a new realm. Very strong. They have transcended the realm of martial artists and birthed new energy. I am not their match. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I probably wouldn't have made it back, the Blood Beast said with lingering fear. The words of the winged Blood Beast about the time-space passage and the Son of the Great Path left the other 3 ferocious beasts in silence. They were all 9th tier, with comparable strength. Since the winged Blood Beast was not a match, they certainly wouldn't be able to win either. Planetary realm, the second step of evolution. If that Wu Lingxiao. No, I forgot to mention, that person is not Wu Lingxiao. Not Wu Lingxiao? Right, it was a young human I had never seen before. That person was very strange, without blood flames, his vitality not showing, looking very ordinary, but the means he displayed were extremely terrifying. From several miles away, he killed the Thunder Ape with a single sword. So you suspect that person is a planetary being? Yen Hu said in a deep voice. Yes, only a planetary being could have such combat power. Moreover, the energy he displayed, although golden, was not vitality. The difference between the two is vast, the Blood Beast said. What a great Xia kingdom. What a remarkable human race. It seems that their past performances were all illusions. They have been hiding their strength, deliberately concealing their talents, creating an appearance of being precarious, while secretly developing and nurturing stronger beings. The troll roared. All along, after the ferocious beasts descended on Blue Star, they had maintained a complete advantage. No matter the stage, they had always pressed the human race down. Even the number of 9th tier, martial gods, was 3 more than that of the human race. In fact, compared to the chances of advancement, the ferocious beasts had a higher probability. There had long been discussions that when the 13th 9th tier ferocious beast appeared, or when a ferocious beast broke through to the planetary realm, it would launch a full-scale attack on the Xia kingdom, and this incident with the Thunder Ape was merely a routine probe. However, they never expected. Suddenly, a broken void-level powerhouse emerged in the Summer Kingdom, killing the Thunder Ape with a single sword strike. Cunning is the nature of the human race. Once you encounter more humans, you'll naturally get used to it. The speaker was the 7-colored flower spider. It was a young female voice. Cunning is the nature of the human race? Flower spider, I remember you were already at the 8th level when you came here. Have you encountered humans before? Asked the flame tiger. The fierce beasts did not originate from Blue Star. They were not mutated animals, nor were they from a cellar. They came from a certain passage. Thus, the order of the 12 9th level fierce beasts arriving was not the same. Some arrived without intelligence, while others reached the 6th or 7th level upon arrival. It was only through subsequent fortuitous encounters that they advanced to the 9th level. However, among them, 2 had already been at the 8th level before arriving, even reaching the peak of the 8th level, just half a step away from the 9th level. The 10,000 poison 7-colored flower spider was one of them, ranking 2nd among the fierce beasts. I haven't seen them. I've only heard of them. Seeing the confusion among the beasts, she continued, when I was training on my home planet, I encountered a senior flower spider. It was very strong, even stronger than a planetary-level being. Just its body was comparable to this planet. It was a true survivor of the Beastman War, and it was it that warned me. Humans are cunning, humans are untrustworthy, humans must die. Upon hearing this, everyone was enlightened. They nodded vigorously, feeling it made perfect sense. What should we do now? What if that broken void-level powerhouse comes over? We probably won't be able to stop it, right? The giant troll said gravely. Don't panic. The python turtle is currently advancing to planetary level. On the other side of the sea of cover, there are also fierce beasts advancing. As long as they successfully break through, humans are not a concern. The blood beast reassured them. Yes, what the blood beast said makes sense. The flame tiger agreed and spoke again. Let's go take a look. How long until the python turtle breaks through? Let's go. The fierce beasts soared into the air, heading to the left. Their target was clear, with no deviation, and the closer they got, the more low-level fierce beasts there were on the ground. Looking towards the source, it was a passage shaped like an eye. It was horizontal, suspended in the air, several meters above the ground. The edges glowed with a gray light, tearing through space. The surface appeared murky, flowing and rippling, making it impossible to see inside. It was about 1,000 meters wide and 100 meters high. Countless fierce beasts were swarming out from here, like an uncountable number of ants. Spatial passage. The supreme time and space beast god, when it turned over, inadvertently shed a speck of dust that formed this. Looking at the passage, the flower spider murmured. How do you know? Asked the flame tiger in surprise. I heard about it. Is it from the senior flower spider you encountered? Yes. That's great. I'm envious. I wonder when I'll meet a senior from the flame tiger clan. Alright, these are not things we can consider. Let's go check on the python turtle first. Not far from the fierce beast passage, there was a massive crocodile turtle, covered in sharp spikes, with a gigantic snake tail, its limbs retracted, exuding a terrifying aura. The life force is indeed much stronger than before, but it will probably take a few more months to advance. The fierce beast said in a deep voice. What should we do? Can any of you still advance? The beasts shook their heads. They were far from reaching planetary level. There was no way they could break through in a short time. As for leaving or hiding, that was outright denied. The stronger they were, the more information was in their bloodline. Besides inheritance, there was also the duty to guard the passage and exterminate humans. So leaving was definitely not an option, even if it meant dying in battle. Forget it, I'll go to the sea of cover and see what the situation is over there. If that doesn't work, I'll go to the other side of the sea. Since the human race has broken through the void, then our beast race should have planets too? After saying this, the blood beast spread its wings and flew away with a whoosh. At Tianzi Pass, Chen Shen sat cross-legged in the martial god tower. With the aid of the gathering spirit array, he simultaneously practiced the 10,000 laws unity and the formless visualization technique. After all, building a foundation not only required magical power but also had high demands on mental strength. In this way, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. This was the longest time Chen Shen had spent in cultivation. If it weren't for Lin Fenghuan coming and going several times in recent days, as if something significant was happening, he wouldn't have wanted to stop at all. He was prepared to make a final push and directly build his foundation. Fortunately, under the influence of his exceptional talent, his cultivation speed was 10,000 times that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the ability to devour the heavens and the earth, his cultivation speed was even faster. Although it had only been 2 months, the golden magical power in his dantian had already reached 3/4. His mental strength had also broken through 70. When releasing his divine intent, its power was even more terrifying. Ha! Very good. My combat power has at least doubled. Chen Shen took a deep breath, feeling delighted. He finally looked at his racial abilities. Racial ability, unlock 10 heavenly insight, devouring the heavens and the earth, son of the great Tao. Half a month ago, the new ability had been unlocked. The son of the great Tao provided a significant boost to the understanding, power, and favorability of divine intent, laws, and the great Tao. The latter two were not worth discussing for now, as Chen Shen had never even heard of them. His experience and strength did not allow for it. However, regarding divine intent, when released, its power would surge dramatically. To put it simply, this new ability was like a magnifying glass. The divine intent released through it could increase its power by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Major events were unfolding in the Federal Interstellar Empire. Name, Chen Shen. Realm, mental strength, 76. Racial ability, unlock 10 heavenly insight, devouring the heavens and the earth, son of the great Tao. After glancing at the panel, Chen Shen stood up and looked into the distance. There, Lin Fenghuan had been waiting for a long time. Her expression was serious, slightly anxious. Seeing Chen Shen finish his cultivation, she quickly walked over and said, Chen Shen, something big has happened. Oh, what is it? Chen Shen asked casually. 3 major events. First, Qin Tianjun, Zuiton, Bai Ling, Zhou Shichuan, Zhao Zhouxian, and Yang Hu. They have joined forces with Li Xiang and Mo Yun to carry out a god-making plan. preemptively plundering and overextending 90% of the domestic resources. They gathered 18 extreme martial saints and forced them to break through. Currently, 5 have succeeded, 2 have failed, and the others are still ongoing. Second, Qin Tianjun, Zuotong, Zhou Shichuan, Li Xiang, and Mo Yun attempted to break through the void. First succeeded, but Zhou Shichuan failed, his consciousness obliterated, becoming a madman who only knows slaughter, more terrifying than a 9th-tier ferocious beast. Third, major changes are happening abroad. The former Eagle Empire has swallowed all surrounding countries. It has officially renamed itself the Federal Interstellar Empire, and they have sent an expeditionary force heading east. They claim they want to integrate the world and exterminate ferocious beasts. Lin Fenghuan did not hide anything, recounting all the events in detail. Indeed, it was a significant event. Chen Shen listened, unable to help but furrow his brows. God-making plan? Qin Tianjun breaking through the void? Federal Interstellar Empire? Interesting. I've been in seclusion for just 2 months, and so much has happened. By the way, I know Bai Ling, Zhou Shichuan, Zhao Zhouxian, and Yang Hu, the other few of the 9 great martial gods. What about Li Xiang and Mo Yun? Chen Chen asked curiously. Li Xiang, the lord of the Utopian realm. Mo Yun, the lord of the Black Abyss. Ha! Aren't they a terrorist organization against humanity? They're still wanted nationwide. How did they join forces with Qin Tianjun and the others? Chen Chen was astonished, feeling quite puzzled. After all, this ideal land is a target everyone wants to strike. It is hostile to the Xia Kingdom, an anti-human organization. Both sides would fight to the death upon meeting, including the Black Abyss. How did they suddenly come together to carry out some god-making plan? Hey, ordinary warriors are one world. War gods are another world. Li Xiang and Mo Yun are originally warriors of the Xia Kingdom. It's just that their ideologies differ, leading to some minor disagreements. Speaking of which, back when they hadn't broken through to War God yet, they were also suppressed from all sides, just like you. In the end, they broke through in a desperate situation and achieved the realm of War God. At that time, Qin Tianjun and others united to directly kill Li Xiang and Mo Yun. It was only after I and Wang Jin intervened and persuaded them that we had the ideal land and the Black Abyss. After Lin Fenghuan finished speaking, Chen Shen fell silent. He didn't expect the origins of the ideal land and the Black Abyss to be like this. It seemed quite similar to his own situation. Ahem. To be precise, it was Wang Jin. He's a soft-hearted person. He can't stand injustice. Whenever he encounters it, he will lend a hand. Lin Fenghuan said again. I see. So what do you think about this matter now? Chen Shen didn't want to comment on their actions, nor was it appropriate to do so. He could only change the subject and ask, Chen Chen, forgive me for being blunt. The target of Qin Tianjun and the others is very likely you. Whether it's the god-making plan or breaking the void, it's probably all aimed at you. Your strength is too strong. They feel a sense of crisis. Plus, previously, what you did domestically. Qin Tianjun and others have been brooding over it. They want to find an opportunity to retaliate or suppress you. It was easy to guess this point. If it wasn't aimed at Chen Shen, then why didn't they inform him and Wang Jin about the god-making plan? To break through to a new realm. Why not discuss it with them? The fundamental reason for avoiding and ignoring it was still because the two of them were too close to Chen Shen. I know. Chen Shen had anticipated this and was not surprised at all. What about Zhou Shichuan? Where is he after going mad? Chen Shen asked. At the Fuhai Pass. But they intend to lure him over here. Oh, using a knife to kill someone? Probably. What about Qin Tianjun and the others? Are they still at the War God Tower after breaking through? No, they left a month ago, with a new War God from the Qin family stationed there. New War God? Successfully broken through from the god-making plan? Yes, his name is Qin Xiaotian, the eldest son of Qin Tianjun. But don't worry, their strength isn't very strong since they just broke through. What about Zuotong? Is there also a new war god? Not at all. Alright, I understand. Saying this, he looked at Lin Fenghuan with cold eyes and said lightly, you and Wang Jin should temporarily hold the front line. I'll handle these matters. What are you going to do? Chen Shen's words made her feel a knot in her heart, a sense of foreboding. Of course, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shen's figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already several miles away. He headed straight for the Qi Tian army. Seeing this scene, Lin Fenghuan's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly chased out, shouting, Chen Shen, don't act recklessly. The fierce beasts still exist, and we war gods shouldn't puff. Before she could finish her sentence, a sword light flashed, and a cut opened on her neck, blood splattering. Chen Shen's voice followed. Last time, it was because of your and Wang Jin's face that I didn't make a move. This time, if you dare to stop me again, I'll take your head. Cold and indifferent, with a chilling killing intent. Lin Fengwan had no doubt that if she dared to speak again, Chen Chen would really take action and directly kill himself. Sigh. Helpless, Lin Fengwan could only let out a long sigh, hoping that Chen Chen wouldn't kill too ruthlessly. No, wait, did Qin Tianjun and Zuotan seem to have broken through? With this thought, Lin Fengwan was extremely anxious, opened his mouth to remind them, but didn't dare to. There was no other way, he could only run to find Wang Jin. Qi Tian Army, Martial God Tower. Originally, it was Qin Tianjun stationed here. Now it has changed. A young man stood there, his face cold, his eyes proud, with a purple long sword beside him. Is this the martial god? So strong. He clenched his fist, feeling the immense power. The divine intent was released, and the guards below instantly fainted. This feeling of dominance and invincibility made Qin Xiaotian extremely excited. But in the next second, his expression turned cold as he looked to the right, towards the distant, invisible tower. With resentment, he said, Chen Chen, you better wait for me. Daring to kill someone from the Qin family, you will undoubtedly die. Once my father stabilizes his realm, I will definitely make you suffer 1,000 cuts and crush your corpse. The cabinet member of the Qin family, Qin Guang, was Qin Xiaotian's cousin. The two had a very good relationship, having been cared for since childhood. When he learned that Qin Guang was killed by Chen Chen, he was furious and knelt in front of the ancestral home, vowing to kill Chen Chen to avenge his cousin. But later, when Chen Chen broke through to the martial god realm, he became invincible, and even his father didn't dare to take action. There was no other way. This was why the god creation plan was initiated, elevating him to the martial god realm. Thus, he was now able to approach Chen Chen closely, waiting for a suitable opportunity to suppress and kill him. Unfortunately, the opportunity did not come. Instead, Chen Chen came first. Is that Chen Chen? His eyes widened, staring intently at the young figure stepping through the air. Qin Xiaotian's face was filled with fear as he trembled. Chen Chen? Who is Chen Chen? I want to kill you. Boom! Crazy roars erupted, accompanied by violent explosions. Countless people were terrified, even the martial gods hid far away, their faces filled with shock, trembling in fear. Looking around, the Qin family was in ruins, with broken walls and debris everywhere. Many places were pockmarked, with traces of weapons having slashed through. At the very center, Qin Tianjuan's eyes were bloodshot, his aura violent, killing intent boiling, his face twisted in horror. He babbled incoherently while wielding a giant knife, chopping madly. Each slash released a white blade of energy, nearly 20 meters long, tearing through the air, wildly slashing without a target. More importantly, there was not a trace of blood energy or blood flames in his body. Instead, it was another kind of special new energy. Qin Tianjun, stop. Wake up. Boom. Beside him were three others. One was a bald man carrying a double-edged axe, Zuotong. Another was Li Xiang, the lord of the Utopia. He had an ordinary appearance, with a light beard, around 30 years old. He was tall and wore blue armor, tightly gripping two dark daggers in his hands. His eyes were slightly squinted, expressionless. The last one was He Yuan Moi, an elderly man over 60, with dark, rough skin. He stood over 2 meters tall, wrapped in a black robe that looked bulky and exaggerated. They all stood in the air, forming a triangle to surround Qin Tianjun. If any blade energy was released, or if Qin Tianjun tried to run, they would intervene. When they acted, they also emitted white new energy. They called it true essence. Breaking through the void has flaws, the path is imperfect. As long as you break through, there will be side effects. The most obvious is frequent loss of consciousness, instantly falling into madness, wildly killing. Afterward, there is no memory at all, similar to symptoms of dual personality or sleepwalking at night. The most serious case is like Zhou Shichuan. Just breaking through and going crazy immediately, there's no chance of waking up. The one speaking was Li Xiang. His voice was flat, his tone indifferent. There was no fluctuation in his gaze towards Qin Tianjun. Speaking of which, he and Mo Yun indeed had various grievances with the martial gods in the country, to the point of occasionally causing riots and issuing bounties. It seemed like a deep-seated blood feud. However, in reality, it was merely some minor skirmishes among a few people below. For the martial gods, only interests come first. If there are benefits to pursue, past grievances can be temporarily set aside. Just like now, the martial gods united, concentrating resources to initiate the god-making plan, to give birth to more martial gods and strengthen their own power. At the same time, they aim to break through the void realm, reach new heights, and explore the limits of martial arts. All of this was enough for them to put aside their prejudices and work together. Of course, there was an even more important reason. That was Chen Chen. Chen Chen's appearance not only threatened Qin Tianjun and the others but also posed a threat to the Utopia and the Black Abyss. After all, a few months ago, the free city of Utopia and the underground stronghold of the Black Abyss were both destroyed by Chen Chen. If they didn't take advantage of the fact that Chen Chen had just broken through to martial god and eliminate him early, what would happen when he became stronger? He might whimsically uproot both organizations. By then, it would be too late for regrets. I've collected information from abroad. Their void-breaking experts are the same. Almost everyone has similar side effects. The difference lies in the duration of the loss of control. Some lose control for a few days, some for a few months. Some lose control for several hours, others for a few minutes. Mo Yun said in a low voice. Well, Qin Tianjun is still okay. He only lost control after half a month. Zuotong touched his bald head and said, boom! Qin Tianjun was still going crazy. He was violent, like a demon. Fortunately, he was surrounded by Li Xiang and the others, causing no damage elsewhere. After about 10 minutes, Qin Tianjun gradually calmed down. The blood red in his eyes faded, and his consciousness returned. What happened to me? I lost control? Coming back to his senses and looking at the surroundings, Qin Tianjun said in surprise. Yes, we were sitting together discussing matters. Then you suddenly went crazy, swinging a knife wildly. You scared me to death. Zuotong patted his chest, pretending to be frightened. How long was I out of control? Qin Tianjun asked with a dark expression. About 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That long? Well, actually it's not too bad. If someone had intervened, it wouldn't have been a big problem. Did you notice any issues? No, like Zhou Jichuan, completely unconscious, instantly fell into madness. Alright, then let's continue with the meeting we were having. We'll study the loss of control issue later. Okay. In another part of the manor's living room, everyone gathered there. On the sofa, at the front, were Qin Tianjun, Zuotong, Li Xiang, and Mo Yun, the four of them. They were the strongest in the void-breaking realm. Next were Yang Hu, Bai Ling, Zhao Zhouxin, He Chang, and Tao Kong. The first three were the original 9 martial gods. The last 2 were new martial gods who had just broken through from Utopia and the Black Abyss. As for the other newly broken through martial gods from various families, they were stationed at the Fuai Pass in place of Yang Hu and the others. Continuing from the previous meeting, many small countries overseas have indeed been integrated by the Eagles and renamed the Federal Star Empire. They have also dispatched an expeditionary force towards us. This is a major issue that cannot be ignored. After recovering, Qin Tianjuan's image underwent a tremendous change. His expression was proud, his tone strong, and his demeanor was lofty. It was a stark contrast to before. He fully showcased the aura of a void-breaking expert. Even if it was faint, it exuded a sense of oppression, causing Yang Hu and the others to wear serious expressions, their bodies instinctively shrinking a bit. Ha ha, expeditionary force? Come if you dare, our 4 great void breakers are afraid of them? What a joke. Zuotong laughed heartily. After his strength breakthrough, his mindset had also changed. Although not as exaggerated as Qin Tianjun, his expression was fearless, and his heart was undaunted, possessing a powerful sense of disdain for everything. The overseas matters are not worth worrying about. What's most important now is to eliminate Chen Chen. If he doesn't die, we will find it hard to eat and sleep. Yang Hu spoke up from the side. Exactly, Chen Chen must die, the sooner the better. Qin Tian cough. Qin Pusu, Chen Chen's talent is too strong, and his cultivation speed is fast. We should act sooner to avoid prolonged dreams. Alright, I understand. Upon hearing Yang Hu's words, Zhao Zhouxian and Bai Ling quickly echoed. But before they could finish, they were forcibly interrupted by Qin Tianjun, who was clearly impatient. For a moment, the atmosphere became slightly awkward. Seeing this, Qin Tianjun spoke again. The furious Qin Tianjun, I count to 123. The furious Qin Tianjun, I count to 123. Chen Chen must be eliminated. This is beyond doubt. Moreover, the core topic of this meeting is also to resolve Chen Chen. But how to resolve it, and when to resolve it, still needs everyone to decide together. After speaking, he noticed the crowd was silent. Qin Tianjun continued, my idea is to lure Zhou Jichuan over. Let him test Chen Chen. If he can kill, then kill. If he can't, we will take action. Other methods are optional. It feels indifferent. You are right. The main force to eliminate Chen Chen still relies on us. The role of the other martial gods is minimal. Zuotong nodded. They can assist from the side. A little interference is fine, Li Xiang said. Not necessary. Martial gods and voidbreakers are 2 different realms. One is heaven, the other is earth. Those who do not enter the voidbreaker are mere ants. To exaggerate a bit, I alone can slay Chen Chen. Qin Tianjun said lightly. That's true. Just the true essence of a voidbreaker is not something mere vitality can compare to. Even if Chen Chen practices immortal techniques, it would be of no use. If we take action, he will undoubtedly die. Mo Yun said solemnly. Alright, let's decide on this. The four of us will join forces to drive Zhou Xichuan to Tianzi Pass, then eliminate Chen Chen. Originally, Xin Tianjun wanted to say, why bother so much? A mere Chen Chen, I alone am enough. But after thinking it over, for the sake of caution, it was better to drive Zhou Xichuan over first, to test the waters before taking action. This way, it would be foolproof, avoiding any mishaps. Good. Alright, everyone agreed. Xin Pasu. Something happened. There's trouble at the front line. Suddenly, a martial saint from the Qin family shouted in panic. Xin Tianjun frowned slightly, his figure disappearing and reappearing outside the manor. What a fuss! What kind of demeanor is this? He stood in the air, looking down at the martial saint on the ground. Xin Tianjun scolded sternly. After the other party calmed down a bit, he finally asked, Speak, what happened? Returning to Qin Pasu, it's the front line. News has come from the front line. Chen Chen has gone mad, suddenly running to the Qi Tian army, attacking Qin Shaotian and Qin Wushan. Boom! Before the words were finished, Xin Tianjun broke away. Following that, a roar erupted. Chen Chen! Xin Tianjun, swear, if you harm even a hair on my son, I will kill your entire family, dismember your body, and scatter your ashes. The front line needed a martial god to oversee it. At the same time, it also avoided Chen Chen noticing any issues. So when he left the martial god tower and returned to break through his realm, he had Qin Shaotian take his place to oversee the front line. He thought it would be fine. Chen Chen would never discover it until his death. Even if he did, he might not take action. Even if he wanted to act, he could be stopped by Lin Fengwan and Wang Jin. In the worst-case scenario, Qin Shaotian was also a martial god, specializing in escape techniques. If he couldn't win, he could run. So from beginning to end, Xin Tianjun was not very worried. Plus, having successfully broken through the void, he was about to crush his opponent. Xin Tianjun felt that Chen Chen was already a dead man. But unexpectedly, at this moment, Chen Chen dared to make a move. Seeking death. Truly seeking death. Chen Chen, I wanted to let you live for another 2 hours, but you didn't cherish it. You saw death on your own. Good, very good. Then I will fulfill your wish. Xin Tianjuan's eyes were icy, his expression dark. He rushed towards Tianzi Pass at the fastest speed. Behind him, in the manor, Zuotong and the others exchanged glances, and Zuotong said, What should we do? Stick to the plan? Or follow him? Forget it, plans can't keep up with changes. Let's follow him. Li Xiang said, Let's go, if we see Chen Chen, we will kill him directly. Mo Yun said indifferently. Alright, after saying that, the three of them also took to the air. Only Yang Hu and the other martial gods were left behind. They looked at each other, feeling somewhat ignored. If my blood energy wasn't still 4 million short of breaking through the void requirements, how can we let him be so arrogant? Back then. Alright, Zhao Danxian, stop talking about irrelevant things. Seeing Zhao Danxian complain, Yang Hu's eyelids twitched, and he quickly stopped him. Then he looked at the others and said, Shall we follow and take a look? Sure, we can. I also want to see how strong Chen Chen really is. Can he be a match for breaking through the void? You're overthinking it. Breaking through the void has long since left the realm of martial artists. It's a new level, a qualitative leap. What is Chen Chen? He's doomed. Makes sense, the few of them said as they rushed towards Tianzi Pass. At Tianzi Pass, Chen Chen looked expressionless, gazing down at the person before him, and said lightly, You are Qin Shaotian? That's right, I am Qin Shaotian. Chen Chen, why are you here instead of staying in your own position? Qin Shaotian's face was grim, his pupils constricted. His heart raced, and his legs trembled slightly. Although he spoke arrogantly, threatening to do something to Chen Chen, he actually felt instinctive fear and dread when Chen Chen truly approached. After all, he was someone who could kill Wu Lingxiao, a being that even his father and Zuotong, among other martial gods, dared not provoke. If he faced him, he wouldn't even know how he died. At this moment, Qin Shaotian doubted whether his frequent glances in that direction had been noticed. Or had Chen Chen heard his earlier curses? It's fine. Father said that Chen Chen might not dare to act. Even if he dares, there are martial gods Lin and Wang to stop him. If worst comes to worst, I can still run. In the same realm of martial gods, if I can't win, can I not escape? Thinking this, Qin Shaotian secretly circulated his blood energy, preparing to run at the first sign of danger. Puff! But suddenly, a golden light streaked by, fast as lightning. Before Qin Shaotian could react, he felt the world spinning, the sun and moon reversing, accompanied by 2 thuds. Everything calmed down. But at this moment, Qin Shaotian's face was as pale as death, his eyes wide open, filled with terror and despair, because he saw a familiar headless corpse slowly falling. And Chen Chen's calm, cold voice, What are you here for? Of course, to kill you. In the next moment, consciousness blurred, and he fell into eternal darkness. Looking at Qin Xiaotian's headless corpse, Chen Chen remained expressionless. Since they wanted to deal with him, there was nothing more to say. It was simply a matter of you die or I die. Nothing more. Boom boom, 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 boom. Chen Wuxian, what are you doing? Why did you kill my Qin family's Wuxian? Chen Chen, what are you doing? Why did you kill Wuxian Qin Xiaotian for no reason? Blood surged, and pillars of blood shot into the sky. The Wuxian of the Qitian Legion rose into the air, their expressions filled with shock and anger, questioning Chen Chen. Among them were Wuxian from the Qin family, remnants of the Wu family, as well as Wuxian from other families and rogue cultivators. Seeing this, Chen Chen did not explain. He simply said calmly, "Those who have nothing to do with the Qin and Wu families can leave immediately. I will give you 3 seconds. 1. Chen Wuxian, what do you want? Do you want to start a Wuxian war? Do you know what consequences this will bring? Chen Chen, you destroyed my Wu family and killed my Wu family Wuxian. Do you really want to wipe us out completely?" Indeed, some left. Rogue Wuxian who had nothing to do with the Qin and Wu families. They did not want to get involved, nor did they dare to. So upon hearing Chen Chen's words, they turned and ran, hiding far away. Some hesitated, wanting to take sides and seek fortune. The remaining ones were the Wuxian of the Qin and Wu families, their expressions filled with fear, tension, and unease. But their faces were also filled with anger, loudly questioning, and attempting to morally bind him. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen narrowed his eyes and said lightly, 3. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden sword aura erupted. It swept across for dozens of meters at an unimaginable speed, shooting into the sky before disappearing. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone stood frozen, eyes wide, staring at Chen Chen with despair. They opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but no sound came out, until their lower bodies split open, and large amounts of shattered corpses fell. Chen Chen's full power battle. Boom! Watching many Wuxian fall, even a Wuxian's corpse, Chen Chen did not waste time. With a sweep of the furnace, he devoured, decomposed, and absorbed them all, causing Chen Chen's blood value to surge by 4 million. Not bad, Chen Chen murmured. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was heading straight for the legion led by Zhuo Tong. Hey, what's wrong with Chen Wuxian? Why did he suddenly attack the Qitian Legion? He even directly killed the newly promoted Wuxian? There must be something we don't know happening, right? Not just possibly, but definitely. I have studied Chen Wuxian's rise, and the most impressive thing is that he has a heavy killing intent, always seeking revenge, ready to wipe out entire families at the slightest provocation. But one crucial point is that Chen Wuxian has never killed innocents indiscriminately. Those who died at his hands were all individuals, families, or forces with whom he had grievances. So Chen Wuxian's actions just now must have a reason. We just don't know because our realms are too low. That makes sense. Chen Wuxian is clear about his grievances. He is not a madman who kills indiscriminately, otherwise, we wouldn't be alive. Agreed. It really seems that way. So what do we do now? What else can we do? Just stay far away. Looking at Chen Chen's disappearing figure, the many onlookers felt complicated emotions and disgust among themselves. In the Zhuotong Legion, where Zhuotong was stationed, there was no new Wuxian, not even the extreme Wuxian of the Zhuo family. Only top Wuxian and people from the Wu family were guarding. Chen Wuxian, what are you here for? My family's Wuxian has something to attend to and is not here. If you puff, shut up. Before the person could finish speaking, Chen Chen flicked his finger. A flash of golden light passed, and he was torn apart, dying on the spot. Seeing this scene, the others were terrified. Chen Wuxian, why are you killing people? Chen Chen, why did you kill my Zhuo family members? Are you not afraid of Zhuo Wuxian's wrath? I give you 3 seconds. All those unrelated to the Wu and Zhuo families, leave immediately. 1. Equal treatment. The Qin family gave the loose cultivators a chance, so of course, we must do the same here. But unexpectedly, not many chose to leave. Just 2. The rest were hesitant, their faces showing conflict. Seeing this, Chen Chen understood and said lightly, 3. As soon as the words fell, a sword swept across, instantly killing everyone present. Immediately, a furnace appeared, devouring the bodies. At that moment, Chen Chen felt a slight sensation and looked towards the mainland. There, a terrifying aura was rushing towards him madly. About a few seconds later, Qin Tianjun, wielding a giant blade, filled with murderous intent and rage, appeared in Chen Chen's line of sight. At the same time, Qin Tianjun saw him. First, he was stunned, then he looked towards his own legion, especially the martial god tower. Seeing it was empty, Qin Tianjun's face twisted in fury, and he roared, Chen Chen, die for me. He raised the giant blade high. True essence surged, white flames ignited, and divine intent attached. From several miles away, he slashed towards Chen Chen. This strike was Qin Tianjuan's full power unleashed in a fit of rage. He also executed a divine-grade martial technique, along with the divine intent of his blade technique. Coupled with the broken void realm, the true essence, which was inherently stronger than mere vitality, became even more powerful. In a daze, Qin Tianjun felt an invincible sensation, as if he could split the heavens and suppress the world. It was as if he stood at an unprecedented height, ruling over the world and looking down on all beings. What martial god? What Chen Chen? All mere ants. Under this blade, they must die. Boom! The blade's aura surged like a waterfall, over 80 meters long, shining white, resembling a crescent moon. It tore through the air, producing a thunderous roar as it rushed towards Chen Chen at high speed. Meanwhile, Zuotong, Li Xiang, and Mo Yun, who had quickly followed, also witnessed this scene and nodded. The broken void is indeed powerful, whether in offense or aura. It is far beyond what a martial god can compare to. It seems we need not worry. Chen Chen is doomed. If after breaking through to the broken void, he still can't defeat a martial god, then this new realm is indeed a bit weak. The three were no longer anxious as before. Their pace slowed significantly as they walked and talked. Further back, Yang Hu and others who had secretly followed were filled with shock. Is this the broken void? Compared to the martial god realm, it's far too powerful. Yeah, it's like two different worlds. Everyone was astonished, feeling that if they faced this blade, they had no choice but to wait for death. Even though Chen Chen was much stronger than them, Yang Hu and the others felt he was still not a match for the broken void realm. Perhaps today, Chen Chen was doomed. As they thought this, everyone sighed. Chen Chen? He will ultimately be a fleeting flower. Who says otherwise? Cultivation talent? It's just SOSO. I heard he even established a longevity immortal sect? Longevity? Immortal sect? Quite a boast. No matter, once Chen Chen is dead, everything about him will turn to ash and cease to exist. Indeed. As they spoke, they drew closer. At that moment, a thunderclap sounded. A sword light suddenly appeared. Then everyone instantly stopped, frozen in place, their faces filled with horror as they looked at Qin Tianjuan's figure. Chen Chen, holding the meteorite sword, narrowed his eyes. Broken void realm. True essence, vitality, blood flames, blood pillars, all disappeared. Utterly restrained. Yet there was a transparent aura, constantly swirling around. In battle, true essence erupted, power surged, and the aura became terrifying. Every move seemed capable of stirring the heavens and the earth. This realm is indeed stronger than the martial god, Chen Chen murmured. As he saw the blade aura drawing closer, the magical power within him surged forth. Golden light flickered. He too raised the meteorite sword high and softly said, Magical thunder fury slash. Whoosh! Boom! The magical power surged, shrouded in the meteor sword. As Chen Chen struck down, 100-meter-long golden sword energy burst forth in an instant. This sword strike could be considered Chen Chen's full power attack, nearly consuming 70% of his mana. With the sword technique's divine intent and the divine intent of controlling the wind swirling around, the sword energy became faster and more powerful. Not only that, but the sky erupted with thunder, deafeningly loud. Following closely were the divine intents of slaughter and invincibility, especially the latter two. When Chen Chen released them, he slightly stirred the talent of the Son of the Tao, causing the divine intent to surge explosively, reaching a terrifying level of power. Under such circumstances, Chen Chen was still not at ease. He cast another spell, using his body technique to dash towards the Qin Tian army like a phantom. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Let alone facing a void breaker? Chen Chen had always been this way. When facing a strong enemy, he would spare no effort, aiming for a single fatal blow. He would never give the opponent any chance to resist, delay, or recover. A void breaker? Just this? In the high skies of the front line, the Qin Tian army swung a knife, stopping his body in place. His eyes were cold, staring fixedly at Chen Chen, as if looking at a corpse. But in the next moment, when Chen Chen made his move, that golden sword energy surged towards him. He couldn't help but squint, a hint of surprise on his face. More mana? So the sword energy is longer? Wider? As he spoke, he suddenly sneered, disdainfully saying, Heh, all show, no substance. What if the mana is abundant? Essentially, it's similar to blood energy. It's worlds apart from true essence. Boom! Just as the words fell, thunder roared. It sounded as if it came from all around, deafening. A divine intent enveloped, directly targeting the mind. Humph! Seeing this, the Qin Tian army was unafraid, letting out a cold snort. He also activated his divine intent, trying to counter it. But in the next instant, his expression changed drastically, his left hand covering his head, angrily exclaiming, His divine intent is this strong? Yes, both were divine intents. He was still in the Void Breaker realm. Why couldn't he block it? Not only could he not block it, but his mind was also damaged, a sharp pain piercing his brow. Even his consciousness was momentarily dazed, as if it were a precursor to madness. Damn it! This Chen boom boom boom. Just as he spoke, a rumble came from the front. It was the clash of Chen-Chan's sword energy and his knife energy, but contrary to his expectations, his proud true essence did not hold much advantage in front of the golden mana. No, there was no advantage at all. The two collided. The white knife energy shattered directly. After breaking apart, it flew around but didn't go far before dissipating in the air. Meanwhile, Chen-Chan's sword energy remained intact, continuing to surge towards him. This scene was clear to the Qin Tian army. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, frozen in place, disbelief flooding his face. Even the hand holding the knife trembled slightly. This is impossible. How could this be possible? How could the mana of a mere cultivator be stronger than the true essence of a voidbreaker? No, it can't be. It was hard to believe. The lofty demeanor that was meant to suppress the world crumbled in an instant. His heart was shaken, stirring up waves of terror. And absurdly, the Qin Tian army even rubbed his eyes desperately like an ordinary person, trying to prove that what he saw was an illusion, a mirage. However, unfortunately, no matter how much he rubbed, that golden sword energy still existed and was getting closer. A bone-chilling coldness, the crisis of death, was rushing towards him madly. Accompanying it were Chen-Chan and two enhanced divine intents. Chen-Chan, I don't believe it. I don't believe that after breaking through the Voidbreaker realm, I am still not your opponent. Fear, panic, and rage made the Qin Tian army roar loudly. True essence erupted, momentum soaring, faintly white flames flickering, generating shockwaves that swept in all directions. At this moment, the Qin Tian army disregarded everything. Like a madman, he squeezed out all the power within him. He wanted to kill Chen-Chen. If Chen-Chen didn't die, the fear in his heart would never fade. Boom! Boom boom! The sword energy surged, and Chen-Chen followed. When he took a step forward, his figure was less than 100 meters away from Qin Tianjun. The will to kill, the invincible divine will, just happened to envelop Qin Tianjun. It was an indescribable feeling. In an instant, Qin Tianjun froze in place, his eyes vacant, mouth agape, and a dazed expression on his face. In his mind, Qin Tianjun's consciousness was filled with terror, despair, and trembling. He looked up. It was a face so large it blocked out the sun. Cold, merciless, like a god or demon, looking down on him as if he were an ant. But why did that face look so familiar? Why was it exactly like Chen-Chen's? What had he done? How strong was he? Boom! The suppression came. With a slight touch, Qin Tianjuan's consciousness vanished into thin air. Roar! Kill 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 kill! Outside, Qin Tianjun was stunned for less than half a second. Suddenly, he moved. But at that moment, his eyes were bloodshot, looking insane, babbling incoherently, slashing aimlessly. But fortunately, the sword energy arrived. The moment it touched his body, a white light shone. That was the aura. Crack! Puff! Unfortunately, it was useless. It didn't even last a second before being broken through by the sword energy, which then pierced through his body and shot into the sky. Breaking the void? Is that it? Standing high in the air, watching the bloodlines appear on Qin Tianjuan's body, then crack and fall, only to be devoured by a passing furnace, Chen-Chen's expression was strange as he murmured, especially the sudden surge of 6 million health points on the system panel. Chen-Chen didn't know what to say. Breaking the void is a bit strong, but just stronger than a martial god. For someone like me, who has compressed mana 4 times to reach the limit of a cultivator, it's still slightly inferior. Secondly, the biggest problem with breaking the void is the mental power. The mental attack it unleashes is also divine will, and divine will depends on the strength of mental power. My own mental power is close to 77, definitely higher than his. With the subsequent killing divine will and invincible divine will, enhanced by talent, the result is that Qin Tianjun died on the spot, without even a bit of resistance, like stepping on an ant, without any effort. Recalling the battle just now, Chen-Chen murmured. He then turned his head to look into the distance. There, 3 figures stood frozen for a long time, not moving. Their faces were pale, eyes wide open, staring at Chen-Chen with expressions of fear and horror, as if they had seen a ghost. Then, run! A voice filled with terror rang out. After shouting, Zuotong turned and ran without a second thought. True Essence erupted, exerting all his strength, afraid of being half a second too slow. Faster than him were Li Xiang and Mo Yun. The former moved silently, like a ghost, instantly covering dozens of miles. The latter's black robe exploded, revealing a deformed body inside. It wriggled, a pair of wings extending, combined with true essence and movement technique. His speed was even faster than Zuotong's. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from sight. Damn! Wait for me! This scene made Zuotong's eyes widen in anger and shock. He couldn't help but roar. Ha, Chen Chen. Suddenly, Chen Chen appeared ahead, blocking the way. Clearly, he had done nothing, just standing there, expressionless, looking at him. But Zuotong still trembled all over, his expression filled with despair. Chen Chen, can you not kill me? We didn't have much enmity before. It's all Qin Tianjun, all Li. Boom boom, puff, regret, endless regret. Regret for why I provoked this Chen Chen with Qin Tianjun? This Chen Chen is a monster. It cannot be described by common sense. Clearly at the martial god level, yet able to instantly shatter the void realm. Such an existence is invincible. It is divine and demonic. I had the audacity to provoke him. As a result, nearly 2 months later, even after breaking through to a new realm, it was of no use. I could only humbly beg for mercy, to plead with Chen Chen to spare my life. But unfortunately, under the shroud of divine intent, with a flash of swordlight, Zuotong's consciousness faded, his body split in two, devoured by the furnace. Cleansing everything, blood and chi at their limits. Cleansing everything, blood and chi at their limits in the air. Looking at the slowly approaching Chen Chen, Yang Hu and the others wanted to run. But the immense fear, the cold intent to kill, surged forth. It left them in despair, terrified. They stood frozen in place, trembling. Chen Chen Chen. I am a martial god of the Yang family, we. Yang Hu exerted all his strength, opening his mouth, wanting to explain, wanting to beg for mercy. But unfortunately, it was too late. Puff. The corpse fell, devoured by the furnace. Chen Chen also vanished from the spot. Damn! This Chen Chen, why is he so strong? Clearly a martial god, yet he can even slay those in the void. How on earth did he do it? His body deformed, with wings on his back. The combination of true essence, body technique, and wings indeed made Mo Yun's speed quite fast. At this moment, he was panicking, fleeing madly, having returned to the country, heading towards the customs. He wanted to leave Xia country directly and go to overseas nations. Boom! Puff! Suddenly, divine intent enveloped him. Mo Yun offered no resistance, instantly losing consciousness. Before he could recover, he was beheaded by golden sword energy, dying on the spot. Li Xiang, the lord of the ideal realm, fled quite quickly. Even Chen Chen couldn't catch up. Now he was nowhere to be found, not knowing where he had hidden. But it didn't matter. Just him alone couldn't stir up much trouble. The urgent matter at hand was to cleanse the entire Xia country. Yan Jing, the martial god family, the Zhou family. Chen Chen, what are you doing? Do you know that our Zhou family martial god has broken through to the void? That's right, I advise you not to act recklessly, otherwise. Chen Chen, don't seek death. The Zhou family's martial saints were numerous. There were also 2 extreme martial saints. They roared at Chen Chen, trying to intimidate him. But unfortunately, all things furnace. When Zhou Pasu returns, he will take revenge for us. Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. With just a wave of his hand, he annihilated the entire Zhou family. Then he turned and left. Baihua City. The martial god family, the Qin family. All things furnace. Hadong City. The martial god family, the Yang family. All things furnace. Guangyuan City. The martial god family, the Zhao family. All things furnace. Xintong City. The martial god family, the Zhou family. Here, the ruins were scattered, the ground pockmarked, with traces of destruction everywhere. There were also many corpses of the Zhou family members, and the instigator of it all was Zhou Shichuan. He failed to break through the void and lost control permanently. Following his instincts, he came to the Zhou family. Then, with blood-red eyes, his true essence erupted, attacking wildly. As a result, Xin Xin didn't even need to make a move, and the Zhou family was already annihilated. Forget it, let me free you. Slash. Puff. With a single sword strike, Zhou Jichuan was killed, the furnace manifesting, swallowing the scene. Customs. Held by the Yang family, Bai family, Zhou family, and Zhao family. Since we are to destroy, let's do it thoroughly, leaving not a single one behind. Chen Chen, do you even know what you are doing? Are you disregarding the lives of hundreds of millions of common people in Xia country? You're insane, you're truly insane. If you dare to kill us, can you withstand the beast tide alone? That's right, without us stationed at the front lines, the Xia kingdom would surely perish. It seemed they had received news. All the martial saints from the Fuai Pass, as well as the newly ascended martial gods, united to confront Chen Chen. They even halted the legions, no longer resisting the ferocious beasts, using their overwhelming power to force Chen Chen into a compromise or to make him hesitate to kill them. Seeing this, Chen Chen frowned slightly, hesitating just a bit, but it was only a slight hesitation. In the next moment, a wave of sword energy swept through, directly slaying everyone. At this point, apart from himself, Lin Fengwan, and Wang Jin, there were no other martial gods left in the entire Xia kingdom, including the martial god families, all of whom had been wiped out by Chen Chen. What are your names? At Fuhai Pass, built along the coast, primarily to fend off the ferocious beasts emerging from the sea. At this moment, in the Martial God Tower, Chen Chen looked at the 4 people in front of him and asked casually, replying to Martial God Chen, "My name is Su Chun, I have no family, just a wandering cultivator from Tianhai City." "My name is Wang Haitao, I have no family, just a wandering cultivator." "I am Zhang Xiaoxiao, I have no family, just a wandering cultivator." "I am Du Ming, from the Du family in Guanyuan City." 3 men and 1 woman. 3 wandering cultivators and 1 from a prominent family. All were peak martial saints, similar to Dingyu from Tianzi Pass, all marginalized figures. They were also the wise ones who did not seek death when Chen Chen arrived. Yet even so, facing Chen Chen, they trembled in fear and anxiety. "Tell me about the situation here," Chen Chen said indifferently. "Yes, Martial God Chen. Fuhai Pass has been relatively calm in recent months. Only some low-tier ferocious beasts have attacked, all dealt with by the Legion's martial artists." The speaker was Su Chun, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a sturdy build and a resolute face. "What about the 9th-tier ferocious beasts?" Chen Chen asked. "When Yang Wu, cough, and Yang Hu were stationed here," he replied, "these 9th-tier ferocious beasts occasionally appeared, mainly to test us, and it has been about 3 months since the last test." "So they haven't appeared for 3 months?" "Yes. We don't know the specific reason." Chen Chen fell silent. He looked up, and in the distance, several miles away, was the vast ocean. Various ferocious beasts were emerging from the water or swimming towards the shore. Their ranks varied, but the highest was only 7th tier. A grandmaster martial artist could handle them. The breakthrough to the foundation building stage requires vitality, magical power, and spirit. Although it only needs to meet the minimum requirements, he continued, the stronger the foundation, the better. Looking at the panel showing 55 million in vitality, Chen Chen did not feel limited. With this thought, he stepped into the air and moved towards the ferocious beasts. His magical power surged, and his right palm revealed a furnace, which he threw out, causing it to hover in the air. On the ground, countless wind blades swept through. As those ferocious beasts just reached the shore, they were instantly killed, drawn towards the furnace by a suction force. In that moment, 80 martial artists from Fuhai Pass stood frozen in place, their faces filled with shock as they watched the countless ferocious beast corpses floating into the air, being devoured by the furnace. The scene was incredibly shocking. Compared to the martial god's intervention, it was like heaven and earth apart. Is he the Chen martial god with awakened celestial cultivation talent? How terrifying. Indeed, what difference is there between this method and celestial magic? I wonder if we, with our martial arts talent, can cultivate to become celestial beings? Probably not, right? Nonsense, you don't even have a spiritual root, you can't even enter the door, how can you cultivate? Countless people were shocked and discussing fervently. Su Chun and the others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with horror. I heard that martial gods like Qin Tianjun and Zuotong have broken through to a new realm, suddenly said Zhang Xiaoxiao. But as soon as she finished speaking, Du Ming's voice trembled as he whispered, the news you heard is outdated. The latest situation is that, apart from Lin Fengwan and Wang Jin, all the others, whether martial gods or those who broke through the void, are dead. Even their families have been wiped out. We are the last remnants, and we have just been dealt with. Du Ming had his own family. He held some weight domestically, so he received the news much faster than Su Chan and the others. However, the content of the conversation left the 3 of them in shock. Everyone is dead? My god, this Chen Wuxian is truly terrifying. With his own strength, he has reshuffled the entire Xia country. Isn't that so? But if that's the case, won't the front line let us take command? It shouldn't. Although we are extreme martial saints, we still find it difficult to resist 9th tier ferocious beasts. Don't think about it. Chen Wuxian can slay martial gods and break the void, so what are mere ferocious beasts? I feel that even if he told us now that the ferocious beast crisis is resolved, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Seems like it. In the depths of the clouds above the Fuhai Pass, a shadow flashed by. Damn, these humans, how did they come here? The shadow was none other than the winged blood beast of Tianzi Pass. Due to the threat posed by Chen Chun earlier, the ice giant python's evolution would take time. It came here to see how long it would take for the 9th tier ferocious beast on the other side to prepare for advancement. The answer it received was 5 months. There was no other way. It could only wait and frequently check the 2 front lines, keeping an eye on the movements of the human race. And today, as it just moved, it saw Chen Chen clearing the new martial god at Fuhai Pass, instantly frightening it to the point of its scalp tingling, and it turned to fly deep into the ocean. No! The flying flood dragon still needs 3 months to reach the planetary realm. What if that person comes directly to kill? The more it thought, the more anxious and fearful it became. The next moment, the blood beast changed direction and flew towards the overseas area. It needed to find other ferocious beasts, those that might break through to the planetary realm. At Fuhai Pass, the continuous influx of ferocious beasts caused Chen Chen's blood value to keep rising. 10 million, 50 million, 60 million. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. When the blood value reached 300 million, Chen Chen felt he had reached his limit. Inside his dantian, the blood lotus was still very small, but the number of blooming petals was countless. This situation was simply unheard of and unseen. Even breaking the void only required 30 million blood value. But Chen Chen? 300 million. A full 300 million blood value, 10 times that of the former. It is not an exaggeration to say that at this moment, even if Chen Chen only used martial arts blood, he would dare to clash with Qin Tianjun and other void-breaking realms. The blood value is full, only mana and spirit remain. Chen Chen's face was filled with joy as he looked forward. Looking down, there were still many corpses of ferocious beasts, the ground and the seaside stained red with blood. Seeing this, Chen Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a thought emerged. Mana surged, and he grasped a corpse of a 7th-tier ferocious beast from afar, then used his mana to crush and compress it, forming a blood-colored pill the size of a peanut. This pill was not a medicinal pill. It had no medicinal fragrance, only a strong smell of blood. However, this was just the first step. In the second step, spiritual fire appeared. Using alchemy techniques, he refined the pill, removing impurities and preserving the essence blood. After a moment, the pill shrank to the size of a grain of rice, but the bloody smell disappeared, and the surface became more lustrous. A high-end blood pill? Suitable for martial artists below the 5th tier. Chen Chen shook his head, not very satisfied. So, mana reappeared, and he crushed, compressed, gathered, and refined the corpses of the ferocious beasts below. A few minutes later, a brand new pill was born. It was named Blood God Pill. It was bright red, the size of a jujube, and its surface was wrapped in a layer of faint blood flame. Moreover, a certain aura emanated from it, making one unable to resist the urge to devour it. The blood energy of this pill is probably around 10 million. If given to a martial saint, whether an ordinary martial saint or a top-tier martial saint, they can instantly meet the minimum requirements to break through to a martial god. If their mental strength is also adequate, they can break through to a martial god on the spot, Chen Chen murmured. Of course, there are pros and cons. Such a massive surge of vitality is something an ordinary person cannot withstand. It is very likely that they would explode and die the moment they consume it. Therefore, this pill can only be used by martial gods. Then refine a few more, Chen Chen said. A day later, Chen Chen left, holding 100 blood god pills, slightly smaller than before, with a vitality value of around 2 million, suitable for martial saints. Late at night, Changsheng Xianzong, main hall of the sect master, Lin Fengwan, Zhong Zikuan, and Zhao Yan were all here, familiar faces to Chen Chen. They lowered their heads, their expressions still showing lingering fear. I believe you all know. Qin Tianjun, Zuoton, and the others have all been killed by me. Sitting in the position of the sect master, Chen Chen said. Yes, we all know. But Chen Chen, with so many martial gods fallen, what about the front line? Wang Jin said with a worried expression. I have my own arrangements for the front line. All right then. Wang Jin wanted to say more, but after hearing Chen Chen's words, he could only respond helplessly. I have cleared the country. Every aspect has been disrupted. The cabinet is practically non-existent. Each base city is like an independent entity. To avoid the situation of each acting independently and being disorganized, I intend to abolish the national system and change it to sect jurisdiction. After a pause, ignoring the shocked expressions of the others, Chen Chen continued. From today onward, the national title remains unchanged, the cabinet is abolished. Each base city will establish sect strongholds, with sect disciples dispatched to oversee local affairs. All families, forces, organizations, including ordinary people and martial artists, will all belong to the Changsheng Xianzong. If there are orders, they must be obeyed. Otherwise, kill. The voice was not loud, but it was deafening. Wang Jin and Lin Fengwan's faces changed drastically, nearly losing their balance, instinctively taking 2 steps back. The former hurriedly said, Chen Chen, what you're doing is inappropriate. A country is a country, how can it? Wang Jin did not dare to finish his sentence, because Chen Chen's gaze was extremely cold. At that moment, he and Lin Fengwan both understood that the matter was settled and could not be changed. From now on, the Xia Kingdom still exists, but it is merely an affiliated state of the Changsheng Xianzong. In fact, there will be many such states in the future. Lin Fengwan, Wang Jin, you will each go to Tianzi Pass and Fuhai Pass to oversee. If there are any abnormalities, just inform me. Chen Chen said. Yes. At this point, the two could only agree. After they left, Chen looked at Zhong Zikuan. The other party was indeed diligent in his work. Assisting Zhao Yen, he had arranged the sect very well. The buildings on several other peaks had also been completed. How much longer do you have to live? Chen asked. Reporting to the sect master, I am 113 years old this year, with 17 years left until my limit. Without hiding anything, Zhong Zikuan answered truthfully. What about your vitality? How much is it? Vitality value is 25 million. I saw in the data that your vitality was over 7 million, right? Chen was surprised. Reporting to the sect master, I am old and frail, no longer generating vitality, so using a bit means less. Alright, what about your martial intent? Is it perfected? It is perfected. Then take these 3 pills one by one. Chen used his spiritual power to hold the 3 blood god pills and handed them to Zhong Zikuan. The other party was very obedient and did not ask anything. Holding them in his hand, he directly swallowed one. Instantly, his expression changed, vitality automatically activated, blood flames rose, and continued to surge. This pill, Zhong Zikuan was shocked. The withered body felt as if it had suddenly been flooded with several tons of water filled with a sense of expansion, as if it were about to explode. But fortunately, as the vital energy converged into the dantian, forming the petals of a blood lotus, that feeling also disappeared. Take another one. Chen's voice came. Zhong Zikuan did not hesitate and immediately took another one. The same feeling, the same experience. But Zhong Zikuan understood that his vital energy was surging. Until he took the third one, his vital energy reached over 11 million. At this moment, Chen transmitted to him the formless visualization method, using divine intent to stimulate and increase mental strength, aiming to reach the level of advancing divine intent. Although the process was somewhat painful, causing Zhong Zikuan to hold his head and scream continuously, the effect was still very good. In just over 10 minutes, divine intent began to emerge from Zhong Zikuan's body. Seeing this, Chen smiled and said, if you don't break through now, when will you? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Zikuan suddenly awakened. His face was filled with overwhelming joy, and without time to thank Chen, he directly sat cross-legged, controlling the vital energy and mental strength within his body, striving for a breakthrough to become a martial god. Breaking through the foundation, the Eastern Expeditionary Army. The vital energy boiled, and divine intent ascended. Zhong Zikuan's body underwent significant changes. The most obvious was that his white hair turned black, and his skin tightened. This was the effect of the martial god body. After a moment passed, the vital energy and divine intent reached their peak. Zhong Zikuan successfully broke through. Did I break through to martial god? At this moment, Zhong Zikuan had returned to a middle-aged appearance. He constantly examined himself, his hands trembling slightly, filled with excitement. Suddenly, he remembered something. Zhong Zikuan hurriedly knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Chen, and expressed his gratitude, saying, Zhong Zikuan, thank you, sect master. There were not many words, but from his tone, actions, and expression, one could still see his sincerity. He was genuinely grateful to Chen. Get up, Chen said with a faint smile. Yes, sect master. As Zhong Zikuan stood up, Chen continued, your task remains unchanged. You will still assist Zhao Yen in developing the sect. Saying this, he looked at the latter. More than 2 months had passed, and Zhao Yen had already reached the 4th level of qi training. This cultivation speed was acceptable. How is the cultivation of Mu Xingchen and Changzhan? Reporting to the sect master, they have both reached the 2nd level of qi training. Zhao Yen replied. Do you have any questions about cultivation? Yes, it's just. He slightly pointed out some cultivation matters to Zhao Yen. Once everything was finished, only Chen remained in the main hall. He sat cross-legged, running the myriad methods and formless visualization simultaneously, cultivating his magical power and mental strength. At the same time, overseas, in the cherry blossom country, Hanazaki Kawako and Sakata Takakash, as the only martial gods in the entire country, were kneeling at the feet of several foreigners in the most sacred imperial hall. They displayed flattering, obsequious expressions, their demeanor lowly. You are quite perceptive. You didn't seek death on your own and dirty my hands. In the imperial hall, resembling a living room, the two knelt in the middle, their foreheads touching the ground, hands flat, as if performing a full prostration. The one speaking sat in the main seat, high above. He was a foreign man, with white skin, golden hair, a robust and tall physique. He exuded no vital energy, yet constantly radiated a terrifying sense of oppression, making Hanazaki Kawako and Sakata Takakash struggle to breathe. He was none other than the void-breaking powerhouse of the Federal Star Empire, Yoden, one of the 2 top officers of the Eastern Expeditionary Army. At this moment, he looked down on Hanazaki Kawako and Sakata Takakash with disdain. mocking them in a foreign language. Hi, it is our honor to be subdued by you and kneel at your feet. Defeat, surrender, submission. For Sakata Takakash, it was not a great difficulty. Compared to the shame, surviving was his greatest goal. Even after accepting reality, he quickly immersed himself in the role, fully embodying his lowly status. However, this demeanor did not earn him a glance of respect from Yoden. Instead, it only invited more ridicule. Ha ha ha, I've long heard that the people of the cherry blossom country are good at flattering. It seems to be true. A bunch of Eastern dwarfs, with only 2 martial gods in the entire country, truly useless. Next to him was another officer, also at the Broken Void realm. His name was Neon, with dark skin and large nostrils. His gaze was cold, and his expression arrogant. Though his aura was not apparent, it exuded a brutal vibe that instilled fear. As for the other 6, they were all fair-skinned and at the martial god realm. They were quite honest, showing no outward reaction, but their eyes towards Wazaki Chuanzi and the others were filled with disdain. This Eastern expedition, our task is quite simple. It is to suppress all the countries in the East and force them to sign surrender agreements, erasing their national titles, incorporating them under the name of the Intercontinental City, and merging them into the Federal Star Empire. And this cherry blossom country is considered the 3rd stop. Easier than I expected, Yoden said with a faint smile. As for the surrender agreement he mentioned, it was merely a title. The real content was nothing more than a treason contract, a slave contract. There were as many as 100 conditions, each one harsh. For example, after surrendering, no martial gods could exist, no defiance against federal orders, no self-governance, and no mention of the original national title. They would also need to supply a large amount of resources each year, and if any talents emerged, they must report to the Federation to be taken away for training, and so on. It was just like that. Wazaki Chuanzi and the others still signed without much resistance. Just a small country, not worth mentioning. They don't even have a Broken Void realm expert. What can they use to resist? Grit? That's laughable. But the summer country might pose some obstacles. Neon said coldly. The summer country indeed has some troubles. I've heard there are quite a few martial gods, 9 in total, and they've existed for a long time, capable of breaking through at any moment. They were well aware of the summer country. Data had long been collected and analyzed. The conclusion drawn was that it was a tough nut to crack. They have a considerable number of people and many martial artists. In terms of information, they probably aren't lacking. Our expeditionary force might be detected. If they notice, so be it. It doesn't matter, we will proceed according to the original plan. Surround the summer country and subdue all the small countries around it. Gather resources and cultivate federal martial artists. Finally, apply to the Federal Hall to send all Broken Void realm experts to annihilate the summer country and achieve the great unification of Blue Star. Alright, let's speed up the progress. We'll head to the next target tomorrow. Oh, don't be in such a hurry, Neon. This cherry blossom country is quite rich. Let's play for a few days before leaving. As these words were spoken, the eyes of the crowd brightened, and a strange smile appeared on their faces. Summer country, eternal life, immortal sect. Chen, like a black hole, crazily absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing the golden mana in his dantian to increase. In his mind, the formless visualization was constantly running, strengthening his spiritual power. Time passed unknowingly. When the mana overflowed and his spiritual power exceeded 100, Chen opened his eyes, and divine light burst forth. Everything is ready. Today I will establish my foundation. As the words fell, Chen's figure vanished, appearing in the sky. At this moment, it was exactly 8 in the morning. The crimson sun shone brightly, radiating warmth. Chen no longer hesitated, operating the myriad laws in accordance with the method of foundation establishment breakthrough. He let his blood energy rise, his mana surge, and his divine intent ignite. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom! Blood pillars shot into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It was as if a pillar connecting heaven and earth, hundreds of meters wide. The mana spread out like golden rays, illuminating the horizon and enveloping most of the summer country. Divine intent ran rampant. The surrounding air twisted, resembling a dreamlike illusion. This scene shocked the entire nation. Countless people looked up, their faces filled with horror. Has the sect master encountered a great enemy? In the sect, Zhong Zikuan said in fear. No, it doesn't seem like a battle. It seems like a breakthrough. Yes, the sect master is about to break through the void. No, that's not right. The sect master is cultivating immortality. The breakthrough should be in the foundation establishment. Zhao Yen beside him hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by Zhong Zikuan. He was full of excitement, speaking incoherently, more thrilled than when he himself broke through to martial god. Tianza Pass. Looking towards the country, the shocking scene unfolded. Lin Flingelwan's face showed shock as she murmured, "This blood column. How much vitality value is that? 50 million? 100 million? At this moment, Lin Fengwan was completely convinced. She truly felt the terror of the monstrous talent. It was an existence that brought despair to everyone. Comparing cultivation, combat power, realm, it was simply incomparable. Because when you think the other party is at level 1, they have already reached level 10. Sigh, accept your fate. With Chen Chen around, don't say the Summer Kingdom, the entire Blue Star will be under his control. With a sigh, Lin Fengwan said with a bitter smile, the pressure in space, the eyes on the moon. The pressure in space, the eyes on the moon, vitality boiling, magical power rising, spirit sublimating. Everything had reached its limit. And with the operation of the cultivation method, an inexplicable feeling emerged. It was as if a thin membrane had been broken, causing Chen Chen's eyes to brighten. It's here. The opportunity for a breakthrough. Chen Chen thought to himself. After saying that, he focused his spirit, gathering it at his brow. Coordinating with his self-awareness, he suddenly charged towards the unknown realm he had yet to touch. Crack! It sounded like an eggshell shattering in Chen Chen's mind. Immediately after, his spiritual power and self-awareness arrived at a certain region. It felt like being in the sea, like being in emptiness, like being in the universe. Boundless and vast. The surroundings were pitch black, cold, silent, and grand. The sea of consciousness? Faced with such a situation, Chen Chen did not panic. He proceeded to the next step in an orderly manner. Taking advantage of the sublimation opportunity during the breakthrough, and utilizing the uniqueness of the sea of consciousness, he allowed his spiritual power and self-awareness to merge with each other. The process went smoothly. In just a moment, the two became one, indistinguishable from each other. The originally ethereal feeling disappeared. In the sea of consciousness, a figure was born, resembling an imagined object, identical to Chen Chen. This was Chen Chen's soul. The soul has formed. Now to forge the spirit platform and lay the foundation. Thinking of it, he acted. With a wave of his right hand, light points gathered in the sea of consciousness. According to spiritual power, no. It shouldn't be called spiritual power now. It should be called divine awareness. The spiritual power merged into the soul, a newly sublimated ability. Its effects were broader, its power stronger, and its operation more detailed. At this moment, under the guidance of divine awareness, the light points quickly arranged and combined. Gradually, a platform manifested, circular and white. After Chen Chen stepped onto it, he could feel warmth enveloping him, continuously nourishing his soul. Seeing this, Chen Chen was delighted. The first step of foundation establishment was considered complete. Next, he sat cross-legged. Divine awareness withdrew from the sea of consciousness and turned inward to observe his physical body. Vitality and magical power have both reached their limits. Now to return to the Dantian and condense the core foundation. Divine awareness sank down. It arrived at the Dantian. It was empty, with vitality and magical power all activated externally. A smooth breakthrough was good. If it failed, then the vitality and magical power would have to be cultivated back again. Seek the spiritual root, determine the core, and condense the foundation. This spiritual root was, of course, talent. It existed within Chen Chen's body and needed divine awareness to find it. This was also why, during the foundation establishment breakthrough, it was necessary to first forge the spirit platform. Of course, the stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the ascending divine awareness would be. The stronger the divine awareness, the easier it would be to find the spiritual root. Just like now, Chen Chen had only scanned twice. At the position of the heart, he found his talent. It was a tiny point of light, twisted, chaotic, radiating various colors. It seemed to be within flesh and blood, yet also existed independently. It was quite magical. When the divine consciousness approached, it did not react. It could be dragged, but it was somewhat strenuous and consumed a lot of divine consciousness. In the end, it was brought into the Dantian by Chen Chen, suspended in the middle, using this as a fixed point, and then allowing the qi and blood, as well as the magical power, to converge. It spun and fused, like clouds and mist. After reaching the limit, a qualitative change occurred, dropping a drop of golden true essence. The foundation of the Tao is the core, converting energy, giving birth to true essence. The true essence was still in liquid form, not yet solidified. Its essence was simply higher, denser, and contained more. When casting spells, its power was even more terrifying. The realms were finely divided. In the early stage of foundation building, there were 100,000 drops of true essence, with divine consciousness covering 10 miles. In the mid-stage, there were 1 million drops, with divine consciousness covering 100 miles. In the late stage, there were 10 million drops, with divine consciousness covering 1,000 miles. In the perfected stage, over 100 million drops, with divine consciousness covering over 10,000 miles. Shen Shen had a solid foundation, and the conversion of true essence was still ongoing. Half an hour later, the true essence reached 30,000 drops. Shen Shen finally completed his breakthrough. At this moment, he seemed like an ordinary person, standing in the air, with no trace of aura emanating from him. But upon closer observation, a faint layer of golden aura surrounded Chen Shen, constantly swirling. Who? He raised his right hand and pointed to the sky. A giant magic sword appeared, hundreds of meters long, as if it were a physical object. It sliced through the clouds, instantly killing several passing flying beasts, until it broke through the atmosphere and disappeared from sight. Releasing his divine consciousness, within 3 miles, he could perceive everything clearly. The original divine intent attack had not disappeared, it had merely transformed into divine consciousness, with greater power and more convenient application. Foundation building. It is indeed much stronger than the 9th layer of Qi training. One sky, one earth. The essence of true essence is the manifestation of energy. It is not merely a single magical power or Qi in blood. Sensing himself slightly, Chen Shen said. In the next moment, he looked up at the sky, gazing at the clouds torn apart by the magic sword and the azure sky. With a whoosh, he flew into the high sky. His speed was fast, reaching 3 times the speed of sound. With the aura protecting his body, he felt no discomfort at all, until he broke through the atmosphere, approaching space. Suddenly, Chen Shen's expression changed. He was horrified to discover that there was a strong sense of oppression in space. It was everywhere, crazily squeezing his body, making it difficult for him to move. Even the aura automatically manifested, emitting a golden glow. Although he could force himself into space, it was very hard to persist. At most a kilometer, and the true essence would be exhausted, the aura would shatter. It seems that in the early stage of foundation building, it is still not enough to leave Blue Star. Shen Shen understood this long ago. Blue Star was just that big. Once he dealt with the beasts, he would definitely try to leave the planet and see the universe. However, it seemed that he still had to wait. Then forget it. I'll go back and continue cultivating. If the early stage doesn't work, then I'll go for the mid-stage, late stage, perfection, or even golden core. One day, I will step into the starry sky. Shen Shen took a deep breath. After saying this, he gave up resistance and was instantly squeezed back into the atmosphere of Blue Star. But at that moment, on the moon, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in space, a pair of cold, merciless, black vertical pupils, about a kilometer in diameter, suddenly opened. It looked towards Blue Star. After a brief pause, a vague thought was transmitted. No wonder it is an abandoned planetary system. I have nurtured it for over 300 years, and it has only given birth to this little planetary realm, and they are all just newly broken through. Sigh. Being a beast is really not easy. I can't even eat a bit of star spirit. How about I eat a wave first? Planetary realm is fine, even a mosquito is meat, just a little treat. Forget it. There is a saying among the human race, haste makes waste. I'll take another nap. When I wake up, someone should have become a star spirit, right? In the great hall of the infinite black prison soul refining divine power, Chen Shen returned here, sitting high in his seat. At this moment, he was unsure if it was due to just breaking through to the foundation establishment stage or the birth of his divine consciousness. His aura had slightly changed, as if shrouded in a layer of mist, hazy and mysterious. The essence of true essence is energy. Vitality, magical power, and spiritual power can all be converted into true essence, which also belongs to energy. As Chen Shen spoke, he took out the blood god pill worth 10 million vitality points and directly devoured it using the devouring heaven and earth technique. The energy entered his body, converging in his dantian, and after being transformed through the Tao foundation, it became 10 drops of golden true essence. Seeing this scene, Chen Shen was delighted. It meant he would have an additional cultivation method in the future, and he could even practice both simultaneously. The initial upper limit is 100,000 drops of true essence, still 70,000 short. That's quite a lot, Chen Shen murmured. He then prepared to cultivate. However, at that moment, he suddenly remembered the colorful crystal stone. Back then, just a glance had brought immense gains, significantly enhancing his combat power and perfecting the cultivation method of the Qi refining stage, creating the 10,000 methods in harmony. So what about now? Thinking this, his figure vanished from the spot. Jinling City, Changsheng Group, top floor. This place was arranged with formations by Chen Shen. Apart from Li Jingjing, who was taking care of his mother, no one else could enter. Jingjie, how is my mother's condition? Looking at his mother, who was peacefully lying in bed, Chen Shen asked Li Jingjing beside him. There's no difference from before. Li Jingjing replied cautiously. Chen Shen nodded slightly, reaching out his right hand to touch his mother's forehead. probing with his divine consciousness. He intended to take this opportunity to see what was wrong with his mother's illness. Weak consciousness? Ordinary people do not have souls, they only have consciousness. In Chen Shen's perception through his divine consciousness, his mother's consciousness was very weak, almost negligible. Sigh, the problem is known. It's just that her consciousness is damaged, and her physical body is unbalanced, passively falling into a coma, waiting for a long time for self-recovery. If there is no external help, it might take 10 or 100 years for her to awaken naturally. But, Chen Shen shook his head. Time waits for no one. Even if a mortal body lies still and does nothing, it will age with time. As for Chen Shen using divine consciousness to help, unfortunately, divine consciousness can extinguish consciousness but cannot restore it. To put it simply, killing is easy, saving is hard. I need treasures that can repair consciousness and the soul, among other things. Arriving at the group conference room, Yang Yinin and Han Daton had been waiting for a long time. The former had broken through to the 5th level, while the latter remained at the 6th level but was close to perfection, not far from the 7th level. The group's development hasn't encountered any problems, right? Chen Shen asked softly, reporting to the sect master. Since you broke through to the martial god and established the Qingxing immortal sect, the group's development has been smooth sailing. Various families and forces have come to cooperate, and we haven't charged a single profit. Now, the group has branches in the other 8 base cities, with extensive business and numerous fields involved. Estimated market value is 60 trillion. Yang Yinin's expression was tense, her demeanor restrained. After forcing herself to calm down, she reported truthfully, you did very well. However, the reason for the group's existence is to assist the sect's development. In this regard, I hope you do not forget. Chen Shen nodded slightly and said, yes, sect master, you can rest assured. No matter how large the group's development becomes, all resources and funds will be prioritized for the sect. Yang Yinin understood Chen Shen's meaning and immediately assured him, all right, I'll take my leave now. Without waiting for them to speak, Chen Shen left directly. He returned to the main hall of the sect. In his hand was an item wrapped in black cloth. He peeled it back layer by layer. The mysterious crystal stone he had found in the wild reappeared before his eyes. At that moment, Chen Shen's expression changed, and hints of his extraordinary comprehension surged wildly. You possess extraordinary comprehension. By observing the mysterious crystal stone, you grasp a trace of the power of the laws. The power of fire spells increases, as do fire formations, talismans, alchemy, and artifact forging. You possess extraordinary comprehension. By observing the mysterious crystal stone, you grasp a trace of the power of the laws. The power of metal spells increases, as do metal formations, talismans, alchemy, and artifact forging. You possess extraordinary comprehension. By observing the mysterious crystal stone, you grasp a trace of the power of the laws. The power of wood spells increases, as do wood formations, talismans, alchemy, and artifact forging. You possess extraordinary comprehension. By observing the mysterious crystal stone, you grasp a trace of the power of the laws, and your spiritual consciousness is enhanced. You possess extraordinary comprehension. By observing the mysterious crystal stone, you grasp a trace of the power of the laws, allowing for subtle modifications to the foundational text of the myriad laws. You possess extraordinary comprehension. You have perfected the foundational text of the myriad laws, resulting in a 40% increase in cultivation speed, true essence compression, and more. This was merely the surface. The effect of his extraordinary comprehension caused his strength to soar in all aspects. His realm did not change, nor did his true essence increase. However, the power of his spells, the application of his spiritual consciousness, the speed of his cultivation, and his understanding of the laws underwent earth-shattering changes. His combat power was several times, even dozens of times, stronger than before. Within his sea of consciousness, on the spirit platform, Chen Shen's soul sat in a spiral. At this moment, he looked shocked, his eyes filled with confusion. Where is this? Surrounded by darkness, it felt as if he were in a void, silent and still. Chen Shen was both astonished and curious. He had merely touched the crystal with his spiritual consciousness. Then, in the next moment, he found himself here. Suddenly, a sound echoed. The darkness before him began to collapse, transforming into countless black dots that surged toward Chen Shen's brow at an unimaginable speed, flooding in. This process was brief. However, when Chen Shen regained his senses, it felt as if he had been in another world, his eyes still clouded with confusion. It wasn't until several minutes later that he gradually recovered and understood what had just happened. So it turns out, This colorful crystal stone is a legacy divine object crafted by a supreme power using the source crystal of the laws. It can transmit information to the soul. Chen Chen exclaimed in shock. The information was called Infinite Black Prison Soul Refining Great Technique, a secret method of the soul, a soul technique. It could construct an infinite black prison within the sea of consciousness to protect one's own soul. It could also imprison and refine the souls of others. However, the level was too high. Chen Chen could only grasp the cultivation methods of the first 2 layers. He was not qualified to access the subsequent content. But even so, this secret method is still powerful. At the first layer, one can construct a black prison. At the second layer, one can construct 10. The stronger the soul, the faster the cultivation speed, and the stronger the black prison. It can protect oneself and also imprison and refine others. When refining, it can also eliminate impurities, allowing pure soul energy to be absorbed, thereby enhancing one's own soul. Chen Chen murmured. Cosmic Laws, Planetary Realm Beasts. Cosmic Laws, Planetary Realm Beasts. Name, Shin Chen. Realm, Initial Foundation Establishment, 30,000 Drops of True Essence, Soul Strength, 176, Talent, Immortal Spirit Tao Body, Level, Cultivation Method, 10,000 Laws. Harmonize, Initial Foundation Establishment, Perfect Foundation Realm, Infinite Black Abyss Soul Refining Great Divine Ability, Second Layer Not Yet Cultivated, Formless Visualization Method, Divine Intent Realm, Divine Intent, Divine Consciousness Invincible Divine Intent, Killing Divine Intent, Tiger Roar Divine Intent, Thunder Shock Divine Intent, Sword Technique Divine Intent, Spells, All Things Melting Furnace, Perfect, Great Sun Across the Sky, Perfect, Meteor Falling from the Sky, Perfect, Earth Exploding Heavenly Stars, Perfect, Heavenly Thunder Burning Body, Perfect, Thunder Fury Slash, Perfect, Fierce Tiger Form Intent Fist, Perfect, Dragon Slaying Blade Technique, Perfect, Dragon Elephant Great, Strength Diamond Hand, Perfect, Racial Abilities, 12 Released Heaven Defying Insight, Devouring Heaven and Earth, Child of the Great Tao. Chen Shen's gains this time were not limited to this. The colorful crystal was essentially a law source crystal. It could emit the power of laws at all times, allowing people to comprehend. And the laws. They are a higher existence than divine intent and divine consciousness attacks. They involve the power of the universe. It would not be an exaggeration to call them cosmic laws. However, Shin Shen's realm was too low. Even if he came into contact with the laws, it would be difficult to make any progress. Like a chasm, he was blocked outside, unable to grasp their essence. Without heaven-defying insight, it would be hard to improve his spells and combat power. I remember the third racial ability, the Child of the Great Tao, is related to the laws. Does that have any effect in the current situation? Chen Chen murmured. After pondering for a moment, he felt it was worth a try. He ascended into the air. Chen Chen pointed his right hand forward, and a very ordinary fire spell appeared in the air. The size of a basketball, it burned fiercely, with the surrounding air slightly distorted. Very strong. Enough to kill a martial god in an instant. But what Chen Chen wanted was not this. Instead, he actively triggered the Child of the Great Tao ability. In an instant, his perception was infinitely heightened, reaching a certain limit. Looking down again, he observed the colorful crystal. The colors on it changed, as if there were many lines in the haze. These lines were red, pink, gold, green, white, black, and so on, extending into the void, their destination unknown. Suddenly, Chen Chen felt something. He looked up. A blurry red shadow appeared before him. Fireball. Without hesitation, Chen Chen, in his current state, released the spell again. But this time, he exerted all his strength, trying to pull that red shadow into the spell. Unfortunately, he only managed to pull a wisp. So minuscule, it was almost impossible to see clearly. Suddenly, Chen Chen was taken aback. That fireball spell, under the influence of a wisp of red shadow, suddenly expanded. In an instant, it reached a diameter of several hundred meters, comparable to the great sun across the sky from before. The temperature was even more terrifying. Even Chen Chen couldn't bear it and hurriedly distanced himself. The air there twisted wildly, like an illusion. From the ground, it looked like an additional sun had appeared, extremely exaggerated. This scene shocked Chen Chen. The power of cosmic laws. I only triggered 1/1000th, and it reached this level. Truly terrifying. At this moment, Chen Chen distinctly felt his future path was still very long. Foundation establishment. Perhaps, as the name suggests, it is merely laying the groundwork for the early stages, nothing more. The realms that follow are the true beginning of cultivation. There are also colorful crystals, soul secret methods. These things are not from Blue Star at all, but from the universe. Thinking of this, Chen Shen's eyes narrowed slightly. The next moment, he revealed a smile, slightly excited. Good. As long as there is a goal, I'm just afraid that after becoming invincible on Blue Star, there will be no further path. Having a goal brings hope, having hope brings motivation, and having motivation gives meaning to existence. Chen Chen felt a sense of regret, preparing to return to continue training. However, at this moment, Joan Zikuan came to report that there was a situation at the front line. Sect Master, news has come from the Fuhai Pass. A large number of 8th and 9th tier ferocious beasts have appeared. It seems they want to launch an attack, Joan Zikuan said in a deep voice. Oh, Fuhai Pass? I understand, Chen Chen said lightly. He then turned around and headed towards Fuhai Pass. At Fuhai Pass, Wang Jin stood at the forefront. Su Chun, Wang Haidao, Zhang Xiaoxiao, and Du Ming were behind him, along with other martial saints. Their faces were heavy, eyes filled with fear, staring intently at the sea surface. There, a vast number of ferocious beasts were approaching. The lower tier ones were insignificant, but there were countless 8th tier beasts, each weighing several tons. Looking closely, there were nearly thousands of them. Damn it! For several months before, not a single 8th tier beast appeared. I thought they were extinct. I didn't expect. They were actually hiding, preparing for a big wave. Su Chun trembled all over, shouting in shock. Yes, each 8th tier ferocious beast is equivalent to an ordinary martial saint. How can we fight against so many? We would be trampled to death. Wang Haitao's face turned pale, filled with fear. But what made them even more desperate was that behind the 8th tier beasts, there were also 9th tier ones. Those were beasts comparable to martial gods. Their strength and size were beyond imagination. In the past, there were only 6, and they would occasionally come out to roam. But now, 5. I counted. There are 56 9th tier ferocious beasts. All of them have never appeared before. Du Ming stammered, filled with despair. Even Wang Jin at the front had a grim expression, his calves trembling. Looking at the overwhelming, terrifying army of ferocious beasts, he finally spoke. 10th tier, no, it's the void breaking. There must be void breaking ferocious beasts being born. Otherwise, so many 9th tier ferocious beasts wouldn't appear. According to past experiences, if the upper limit of ferocious beasts was broken, then the current level of beasts would inevitably surge. For example, if 9th tier ferocious beasts appeared, then 8th tier beasts would increase wildly. And if 10th tier void breaking ferocious beasts appeared, then 9th tier beasts would also increase. Just like now. Su Chun, have you notified the sect? The Xia Kingdom was already under the jurisdiction of the Changsheng Xianzong. There was no cabinet, no legislators. All major events were reported to the sect. I have notified. The old man of the Zhong family personally inquired. He takes it very seriously and said he would report to the sect master. Upon hearing this, Wang Jin finally relaxed. Ha, that's good. So many ferocious beasts? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Close at hand, it scared Wang Jin so much that his soul almost left his body. He turned to look. It was Chen Chen, who had just arrived. Sect Master? When did you arrive? Wang Jin was astonished. He hadn't sensed anything just now. Chen Chen had silently appeared beside him. This strength was terrifying, far more than 10 times stronger than when he was a martial god. He, just arrived. Chen Chen smiled lightly, his gaze fixed on the dark mass of ferocious beasts, especially those 8th and 9th tier ones. And further back, there was a 1,000-meter-long, dragon-like void-breaking beast. Instead of being surprised, he was delighted. If he could swallow them all, how much true essence would he gain? Flying dragons, raging giant bears. A ferocious beast, 1,000 meters long, with 2 horns on its head, a crocodile-like mouth, golden vertical pupils, and a snake-like body, was leisurely flying in the air. Is this the planetary realm? Indeed powerful. The voice was deep, filled with an air of pride. Ha ha ha, the planetary realm is the second step of evolution. It is fundamentally different from before. In addition to a stronger physical body, we also awaken bloodline abilities. Beside him was a terrifying black bear, nearly 300 meters high, with a fierce appearance, thick fur, and a massive body. Its eyes were blood red, filled with a brutal aura. At this moment, as it spoke, its mouth opened to reveal 2 rows of several meter-long sharp teeth, seemingly capable of tearing apart any creature. It was a raging giant bear, hailing from overseas, invited by the blood-winged beast to deal with the ferocious beasts of Chen Chen's planetary realm. However, it did not expect that the flying dragon had completed its advancement early, obtained bloodline inheritance, awakened its bloodline abilities, and expanded the spatial passage, allowing a large number of 9th-tier ferocious beasts to descend. Giant bear, what bloodline information have you obtained? Is it also about exterminating the human race? The flying dragon asked curiously. Ha ha, that's right. Within every ferocious beast, there exists bloodline information. After evolving to a certain level, it will gradually be acquired. And the most important among them is the extermination of the human race. This is also the reason we have descended here. Besides that, it's about evolving and becoming stronger. Then leaving the planet, heading to other star systems, and continuing to exterminate the human race. The giant bear rumbled. Hearing its words, the flying dragon nodded lightly and said, "The human race is indeed tenacious. After all these years, they still haven't been exterminated. By the way, how is it overseas? Since you've reached the planetary realm, the human race overseas should have been devoured by you, right? The evolution path of ferocious beasts is quite simple. Those with powerful bloodlines need not do anything. They become planetary realm upon maturity. Ordinary ferocious beasts can cultivate themselves, and additionally, devouring other beings, especially humans, will accelerate their growth. Just like the flying dragon and its kind. If they could consume some martial gods, it would greatly enhance their own evolution. But upon hearing this, the giant bear twitched its mouth and sighed. No. Ha? No? You haven't devoured them all? The flying dragon was astonished. Humans are special, although their lifespan is short. Their evolution speed is countless times faster than ours. If it weren't for this planet being too remote, unable to access the star domain inheritance, otherwise, we would have been gone long ago. But even so, they went from nothing to reaching the planetary realm in just 300 years. What if it were 3,000 years, 30,000 years, or 300,000 years? After saying this, the atmosphere between the two grew somewhat heavy. They felt the terror of the human race. The human race must die. The human race must be exterminated. This is the information that exists within all ferocious beasts. Of course, it is precisely because this planet is remote and lacks inheritance that it has given us time to grow. Thus, we can slowly extend, occupy, and devour more humans in the universe. Yes, I know, but you still haven't said, what is the situation overseas? I only heard the blood beasts say that they established a federal interstellar empire to unify Blue Star, and even shattered your 2 spatial passages? Cough cough. Those people overseas are quite aggressive and warlike, so their evolution is slightly faster. Half a year ago, there was a birth of planetary realm beings, and they are called Breaking Void. Although they have flaws and side effects, they may indeed meet the criteria for planetary realm, and their combat power is sufficient. In a one-on-one or even one-on-two situation, I am not afraid of them. And then there are too many of them, I can't fight them off, and just happened to receive a call for help from the blood beasts, so I brought 25 9th-tier ferocious beasts over here. What about the spatial passage? It's fine, there are still several on the eastern side. After the conversation, the 2 beasts fell into silence. The flying dragon had a blank expression, leisurely flying towards the sea cover pass. The giant bear appeared calm on the surface, but its heart was complex. After all, from the current perspective, it was not here to rescue but to seek refuge and allegiance. Sigh, what's going on? Clearly both are planetary realms. Why does it feel like one is a level lower? The giant bear muttered. Boom, puff, roar. At that moment, a loud noise came from ahead. There was a flash of golden light, and fierce beasts were enraged. In the next moment, a sword aura swept across, and countless fierce beasts were cut in half. Seeing this scene, the giant bear was furious and roared, "Human race, you are seeking death." The fierce beast surged, taking a step forward as if the air itself was vibrating. In an instant, it charged several miles forward, heading towards the front. It glanced around, assessing the situation at the sea cover pass. After a look around, it finally locked onto the young man in the air. The giant bear, with a face full of astonishment, said, "Human race planetary realm? Only one? Martial god, only one? Is this Xia country really that trash?" The giant bear was puzzled. How could Xia country be so far behind the overseas nations? Only one in the planetary realm? Only one martial god? This was simply too weak. Right, I remember now. The blood beast said that Xia country seems to be in internal strife. After someone broke through to the planetary realm, they started killing other martial gods. Out of control? Or wanting to be a dictator? Ha, that's hilarious. The human race is like this. They love to fight among themselves. The giant bear suddenly recalled the information revealed by the blood beast when it sought help and couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, the feeling of being suppressed overseas instantly vanished. It even regretted not coming here sooner. If it had come earlier, perhaps that flying dragon hadn't advanced yet. At that time, the entire Xia country, with hundreds of millions of people, wouldn't all be its blood food? Forget it. I can't be greedy. Getting half is pretty good. The giant bear comforted itself. But despite saying that, its speed underfoot quickened even more. It charged straight towards Chen Chen. The goal was simple. The higher the human race's realm, the more energy it would gain from devouring them, leading to greater evolution. Ha ha ha, this human race is mine. It slightly squinted and looked back. Seeing that the flying dragon had no intention of competing with it, the giant bear laughed loudly. However, as the distance closed, its smile grew less frequent, and its steps gradually slowed, because suddenly, the instincts of the beast race were alarmed, wildly throbbing. The expeditionary army, testing the sea cover pass. Chen Chen stood in the air, facing countless fierce beasts, dense and overwhelming. Many low-tier beasts were in front, followed closely by 8th tier, with 9th tier at the back. The momentum was magnificent, blocking out the sun. Even the sea was stirred, forming various giant waves and tsunamis. Seeing this, Chen Shen's true essence surged, and with a wave of his hand, a golden quickly materialized. It reached a length of 1,000 meters, shining brilliantly. In a simple and brutal manner, it swept towards the fierce beasts. Puff, puff. It couldn't be stopped. It simply couldn't be stopped. No matter what fierce beast, no matter how high their defense, in front of they were like paper, easily slaughtered. This was true for 7th tier, 8th tier, and 9th tier as well. Except for a few small, fast 9th tier beasts that dodged at critical moments, the rest were all dead. Like cutting wheat, they fell in batches, dyeing the vast ocean red. Boom! Suddenly, the furnace was released. This was a furnace formed by true essence, larger than when using magical power. Its diameter was over 1,000 meters. Hanging upside down in the air, it burned fiercely, with a terrifying suction. Seawater, blood, and the corpses of fierce beasts rushed towards the furnace like rivers, being instantly devoured. Then they were decomposed, consumed, and transformed into energy, flowing into Chen Chen's body. This energy was then converted by the Tao Foundation, forming golden true essence. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. In the blink of an eye, it was over 8,000 drops. Fierce beasts? What fierce beasts? These are clearly the firewood on my path of cultivation. Chen Chen exclaimed in delight. Before, I thought fierce beasts only added vitality and might not be useful later on. Who would have thought that after establishing a foundation, fierce beasts would actually become more useful? Chen Chen even hoped for more, to keep coming, to not stop, as long as there were enough fierce beasts. In the late stages, and at completion, it would shorten the time by dozens or even hundreds of times compared to his own cultivation. Roar! Human race, you seek death. At this moment, a roar echoed. Chen Chen looked over. It was a massive giant black bear. Its aura was terrifying, its eyes blood red, and its whole body exuded a brutal atmosphere, clearly not a 9th tier fierce beast. 2 broken void realm? Good. I wonder how many drops of true essence one would be worth, Chen Chen murmured. After saying that, he walked towards the giant bear. His steps were slow, as if he were strolling leisurely. Yet with each step, he teleported about 10 miles. With a wave of his right hand, true essence was released, and countless invisible wind blades swept away the remaining fierce beasts, ensuring none escaped. When he was 5 miles away from the giant bear, Chen Chen stopped and asked, "What's your name? Are you a broken void realm fierce beast?" The giant bear remained silent. It stared intently at Chen Chen, its expression grave. Its instincts were frantically warning it. Danger, danger. The human in front was extremely dangerous. If it got any closer, it would die, it would definitely die. Damn it! What's up with this human? Same planetary realm. Why does he pose such a great threat to me? The bear was horrified, its heart shaken, unable to comprehend. The thought of devouring Chen Chen just moments ago was instantly extinguished. Not going to speak? Or do you not understand human language? Looking at the giant bear frozen in place, Chen Chen frowned slightly. He wanted to understand some information about the fierce beasts. If the other party could reveal anything, that would be best. But judging by its appearance, it seemed not very intelligent. Seeing this, Chen Chen lost interest in wasting time. True essence surged, and his consciousness enveloped, preparing to directly slay it. However, at that moment, a commotion came from the distant sea, with a broken void strongman approaching. Who is it? Chen Chen was surprised. The giant bear was also puzzled, looking in that direction. A flying dragon was far off in the back. It sensed something was off with Chen Chen, so it didn't approach. At this moment, with a third party entering the scene, it also looked over. 2 broken void realm fierce beasts? Chen Chen from the Xia Kingdom? The inverted furnace? On the sea surface, a team slowly approached. Leading them were the Eastern Expeditionary Army's Yoden, Nian, and another blonde woman, Joanna, along with a white-skinned man, Xia. They were all broken void realm. Behind the team were martial gods, differing in skin color and ethnicity, totaling 20 people. Originally, the plan was to first deal with all the small countries around the east, and then come to annihilate the Xia kingdom. But suddenly, Yoden received news that there was internal strife in the Xia kingdom. A person named Chen Shen had broken through to the Broken Void Realm first and was indiscriminately killing other martial gods, aiming to become a dictator. Upon hearing this news, Yoden and the others laughed heartily, feeling that the opportunity to annihilate the Xia kingdom had come. They immediately decided to apply to the Federal Hall to summon 2 broken voids, then directly strike at the heart of the Xia kingdom. Thus, the scene before them unfolded. However, unexpectedly, they encountered Chen Shen before even reaching the Xia kingdom. Besides that, there were also 2 broken void realm fierce beasts. Yodun. That fierce beast is a raging giant bear. It was previously in the Sand Kingdom. Recently, it disappeared. Didn't expect it to come to the east. The blonde, blue-eyed Joanna pointed at the giant bear and introduced. What about that one? Yoden asked. Don't know, haven't seen it before. It should be newly born from this side of the east. Looking at them, they seem to have the same idea as us, preparing to deal with the Xia kingdom, Nian said. As the team drew closer, the situation on the scene became increasingly clear. After arriving at the 6-mile mark, they stopped. But at this moment, everyone's expression was serious, their faces filled with astonishment. They looked up at the furnace that was still devouring the corpses of the fierce beasts below. Their pupils constricted, and their expressions were filled with terror. A furnace that can devour everything? A treasure? A divine artifact? Not quite. I sense some kind of energy. It should be a talent or a martial skill. What? Martial skill? What kind of martial skill is so terrifying? Yeah, we're both breaking through the void. Why doesn't my martial skill seem so exaggerated? The 4 of them, Yoden, spoke in low voices, their tone filled with shock. As for the martial god behind them, he didn't have the right to speak. You are Chen Chen? After a moment, Nian stepped out of the group, sizing up Chen Chen, and pretended to be calm. Are you the expeditionary force of the Federal Interstellar Empire? Chen Chen did not answer the question. That's right. We come from the Federal Interstellar Empire. I am Nian. They are Yoden, Joanna, and Xiaer. Before seeing Chen Chen, their plan was to push through with force. What summer country? What Chen Chen? They couldn't be bothered to waste words. They would suppress everything. Then, like in Sakura country, they would enjoy themselves after signing the surrender agreement. But now, after seeing Chen Chen, their attitude changed. Nian even took the initiative to introduce himself and the others. This was the first time the expeditionary force had done so since their departure. Nian? Yoden? So what are you here for? To conquer summer country? Chen Chen asked lightly. Ha ha, you misunderstand. It's not conquest, it's cooperation. My Federal Interstellar Empire is the most powerful country on Blue Star, without exception. Our goal is not just to resolve the fierce beast crisis. Alright, I'm not interested. Before Nian could finish, Chen Shen directly interrupted him, his expression indifferent and impatient. This scene made Nian's expression freeze, the smile he had deliberately shown slowly fading. The 3 behind Yoden also had cold eyes. They glanced at the furnace again. Although they were wary, it was unrealistic to think they could be driven away by just 2 sentences from Chen Chen without a fight. No matter how exaggerated that furnace was, no matter how mysterious Chen Chen was, wouldn't it be clear after trying? Thinking of this, the 4 of them felt their momentum surge wildly. True essence spread, and white light shone around them. Nian slightly raised his head, looking down at Chen Chen, and said lightly, Chen Chen, I want to know what you have. Boom. Talkative. Divine consciousness descended, golden light dazzling. Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to his chatter and directly took action. Taihao Sword Sect, crushing everything. In the boundless universe, the starry sky was vast. A black hole slowly rotated, devouring all surrounding matter, aimlessly drifting. It was immensely large, with a radius reaching 3 million kilometers. The light, meteors, planets, and starry creatures along the way could not escape its pull, all being swallowed. Boom! Suddenly, the black hole paused, no longer drifting. A thought spread throughout this star system. Who has opened the inheritance of my sect? The voice was hoarse, vast and mighty, but somewhat dazed, almost instinctively murmuring. Then, the black hole moved, speeding towards a certain direction. Time passed. It was unclear how long had gone by. Here, another voice sounded. It's moving, it's moving. Inheritance? Does he know where the inheritance is? Of course, he is the master of the Taihao Sword Sect. Every inheritance divine stone leaves a soul mark, so he probably has some sense. Good, then let's follow him. The voices gradually faded. The view expanded. Looking at the black hole again, they were shocked. What was that? It was a middle-aged man standing on the stars, with the sun and moon above his head, his entire body comparable to a planetary system. He closed his eyes tightly, his long black hair swirling around him. His clothes were torn, his right arm broken, and his body was covered in scars. His chest and navel were shrouded in darkness, a certain energy swirling around, forming the black hole he had just seen. He moved forward, each step he took seemed to shift the stars and traverse countless light years. As if by instinct, he headed towards the direction of the soul mark's fluctuations. Blue Star, Summer Country, Fuhai Pass. Golden light shone, divine consciousness rampaged, and sword energy crisscrossed. Chen Shen had broken through to the foundation establishment stage and was invincible in the void-breaking realm. Therefore, after learning about Neon and their identities and purposes, he couldn't be bothered to say more and directly attacked. True essence enveloped the meteor sword. Golden light flared up and then slashed towards Neon and the others. What courage! Chen Shen, you're seeking death. I'll see how strong you really are. Since the fight had begun, Yodhen and the others did not stand by idly. Their true essence erupted, and white light radiated from their bodies. Armed with various weapons, they charged at Chen Shen. Their offensive was fierce, and their momentum was strong. Even divine intent surged in, ready to crush Chen Shen completely. Unfortunately, once divine intent made contact with divine consciousness, it melted away like spring snow meeting the blazing sun. In an instant, it dissipated. Not even a second, not even 0 seconds could it hold on. Divine consciousness was unstoppable, like a towering wave, enveloping Neon and the others. Is this divine intent? Why is your divine intent so powerful? What level of mental strength is this? As soon as divine intent made contact, the faces of the four changed drastically. Then came their terrified screams. Their bodies, which wanted to attack, involuntarily paused and retreated. However, it was of no use. The speed of divine consciousness was incredibly fast. In an instant, it enveloped them. At that moment, the four looked desperate, frozen in place, their eyes vacant, their consciousness scattered. Soon after, they were cut down by the sword energy that followed closely behind. Even the war gods behind them died on the spot within half a second. From the outside, it appeared that Chen Shen merely waved his sword and effortlessly annihilated all 4 void-breaking realm warriors and 20 war gods from the Eastern Expeditionary Army that had come to conquer Summer Country. What? The sect master killed everyone with a single sword? Am I seeing things? So strong, terrifyingly so, astonishing and shocking. Invincible, this is true invincibility. Wang Jin, Su Chun, and the others gaped in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. As for the raging giant bear and the flying dragon, they had already run over 10 miles away, still fleeing for their lives. What the hell is this? How could he kill them in an instant, being in the same planetary realm? Damn it! The giant bear was terrified, its scalp tingling. Thinking back to its earlier intention to confront Chen Shen, it felt a chill run down its spine. It had indeed sensed that Chen Shen was not simple. That terrifying furnace, that seemingly harmless yet inexplicably threatening feeling. But what it never expected was that the truth was so horrifying, so exaggerated, so shocking. It was so scared that it lost control, running on all fours. Behind, after Chen Shen devoured Nian and the others with the furnace, he retracted it and then caught up with the giant bear. His expression was calm, as if what had just happened was trivial. The side effect of breaking the void is insufficient soul strength. As long as one reaches 50, there would be no possibility of losing control. And my divine consciousness attack can also be seen as a soul attack, very pure, crushing with soul strength. Chen Shen's soul strength was almost 180. They didn't even have 50. The gap between the two was simply absurd. So being killed in an instant was entirely normal. If those void-breaking realm warriors from the Federal Star Empire are like this, Chen Shen shook his head slightly. He could declare Blue Star invincible now. No rush. First, let's find the source of the beast's appearance. Right now, Chen Shen didn't want to exterminate the beasts. Instead, he hoped for more and more. The more beasts, the better. The speed at which he elevated his realm became faster. Just now, I devoured so many ferocious beasts, including those of the 8th and 9th ranks. A total of 10,000 drops of true essence were converted. This is many times faster than my own cultivation, Chen Shen murmured. As the chase continued, they had already reached the deep sea. There were still many ferocious beasts here, continuously emerging. Some were lurking in the water, some swimming, and others flying, all gradually heading towards the sea cover pass. Among them were a large number of 7th, 8th, and 9th rank beasts. Roar, roar, roar. Human race? Kill. Upon seeing Chen Shen, they charged at him without a second thought. Puff. The outcome was obvious. The sword energy swept across, and a furnace appeared. In less than 2 seconds, the area within several miles fell silent. The seawater, ferocious beasts, and fish all vanished without a trace. Hoo hoo hoo. Flying flood dragon, stop running. Let's halt and deal with that human together. Looking ahead, the flying flood dragon moved like riding clouds, its speed as fast as lightning. The giant bear was pulled more than 10 miles away. Seeing this, the giant bear's eyes turned, trying to trick the flying flood dragon into slowing down to help share the pressure. But little did it know, the moment it shouted, the flying flood dragon ran even faster. Damn it! As fellow ferocious beasts, why can't we face the enemy together? The giant bear shouted angrily. The next second, its expression changed. Its body suddenly stopped, eyes filled with terror. Slowly turning its head, it looked to the side. There, less than a kilometer away, Chen was looking at it calmly. Despite the vast difference in size, the giant bear looked down and saw Chen like an ant. Yet, the pervasive sense of crisis, like death looming, made the giant bear tremble all over. Its instincts frantically warned it, don't move, don't run, don't show hostility. Otherwise, it would die. A very miserable death. Human race, what do you want? Turning its head, the giant bear asked Chen in fear. I want to know, how did the ferocious beasts appear? Chen asked flatly, his expression unchanged. Upon hearing this, the giant bear fell silent, showing a conflicted expression, as if considering whether to tell Chen. But Chen's gaze grew colder. Seeing this, the giant bear hurriedly said, I'll take you there. In the end, the giant bear compromised. It could abandon its territory overseas and come to the East Sea side. The essence of it all was still fear of death. After all, not every ferocious beast was brave and fearless, single-minded, or lacking in wit. In the giant bear's view, living was more important than anything else. Boom boom! After resigning to its fate, the giant bear dared not act recklessly. It obediently led Chen towards the spatial passage. Hurry up, Chen said coldly. Okay. After a moment, a spatial passage, 2,000 meters long and several hundred meters wide, floated on the sea surface, appearing before Chen. At this moment, within the passage, ferocious beasts were continuously emerging. The lower ranks were the most numerous, with many 8th and 9th ranks as well. In the sky, the flying flood dragon circled continuously, both shocked and angry, saying, Giant bear, what are you doing? Why did you bring that human here? Are you betraying the beast race? Have you forgotten the information in your bloodline? The human race must die, the human race must. Boom! The flying flood dragon was still roaring in the sky, but with a thunderbolt falling, its 1,000-meter-long body instantly turned charred, its eyes turned white, and it plummeted towards the sea, only to be swept away by the furnace, disappearing without a trace. Moreover, the furnace did not collect it, merely hanging in the air. Whenever a ferocious beast appeared, it would be devoured. Alright, no more issues. Next, I ask, you answer. Understood? Chen said flatly, understood. The giant bear trembled in fear, standing there shivering. Hearing Chen's words, it nodded frantically like it was pounding garlic. What is this? The spatial passage was formed by a speck of dust that the beast god inadvertently shed, allowing two places to connect and letting ferocious beasts enter freely. Freely enter? What about coming out? Each ferocious beast can only enter, not come out. It's like us, after coming from our mother planet, we either become cosmic giants, crossing the starry sky to fly back, or we wander outside indefinitely, or we die. Can't we go back through this spatial passage? No. What about the human race? Humans can't either. Touching it means death. Of course, the spatial passage is very fragile. If a strong person attacks, it can easily shatter. I see. Then why were there so few 9th-tier beasts before, and why are there more now? Chen asked. Because the passage limit has been raised. The passage appears randomly. At first, only low-tier beasts could pass through, allowing only first-tier, unintelligent, primitive, ferocious beasts. When a ferocious beast breaks through its tier and approaches the passage, the limit of the passage will also be raised. Instantly, the passage expands, and the next tier of ferocious beasts can come over without restriction. For example, when a 9th-tier beast was promoted, many 8th-tier beasts could come over. When we advance to the planetary realm again, many 9th-tier beasts can also come over. The giant bear explained. Hearing this, Chen looked enlightened. So that's how ferocious beasts came about. What is the planetary realm? The planetary realm is the broken void of your blue star. The realms are the same, only the names are different. What about outside the blue star? I don't know. With my strength, I can't leave the planet for now. What strength would be enough? At least a complete planetary realm, right? One question and one answer. Chen gained a lot of information, such as the origins of ferocious beasts, such as the state of the universe, such as the issue of realms. The universe is vast, with countless star domains and galaxies, and strong beings are innumerable. The planetary realm is just the beginning. It grants the preliminary qualification to leave the planet. The human race and the beast race have been at war. It has lasted for several epochs. Currently, the human race is at a disadvantage. By the way, above the planetary realm is the star spirit realm. Those recognized by the universe, beings composed entirely of star power, can use the power of laws. Chen Chen murmured. He had been standing on the surface of the sea. The furnace continued to operate, constantly devouring the ferocious beasts that had just emerged. His true essence was also slowly increasing. As for the giant bear, Chen Chen looked over. The latter was startled and hurriedly said, "Human race, I've told you everything I know. Can you let the bear go? It's not impossible." But, he looked towards the passage. At this, the giant bear understood and said, "No problem, I can take you to the other passages on Blue Star." "Oh, how many are there?" "About 5, I guess." Chen Chen pondered for a while and said, "Is your name Giant Bear?" "Yes, that's right." "Good, if you want to live, go to the other passages and gather a large number of ferocious beasts. Then, come to attack the Summer Kingdom. By the way, gather more, come once every 2 months. Ha, attack the Summer Kingdom? Once every 2 months? The giant bear was a bit confused. What does this human race want to do? What kind of conspiracy is this? It thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Forget it, let's just do as he says. They definitely couldn't win in a fight. They couldn't run away either. The giant bear could only accept its fate and think of a way to survive. After the giant bear left, Chen Chen stayed in place. His idea was simple: raise pigs. Raise these ferocious beasts, then collect them every 2 months. This would greatly enhance his cultivation speed. Time passed. Half a month later, Chen Chen glanced at the panel. Name, Chen Chen, Realm, Initial Foundation Establishment, 70,000 drops of True Essence, Soul Strength, 236, Talent, Immortal Spirit Body, Level, Cultivation Method, 10,000 Laws Harmonization, Perfected Initial Foundation Establishment, Infinite Black Abyss Soul Refining Great Divine Ability, Second Layer, Formless Visualization Method, Divine Intent Realm, Divine Intent, Divine Consciousness Invincible Divine Intent, Killing Divine Intent, Tiger Roar Divine Intent, Thunder, Shock Divine Intent, Sword Technique Divine Intent, Spells, All Things Furnace, Perfected, Great Sun Across the Sky, Perfected, Meteoric Fall, Perfected, Earth Explosion Star, Perfected, Heavenly Thunder Burning Body, Perfected, Thunder Fury Slash, Perfected, Fierce Tiger Form Intent Fist, Perfected, Dragon Slaying Blade Technique, Perfected, Dragon Elephant Great Strength Diamond Hand, Perfected. Racial abilities, release 12 heaven-defying comprehension, devouring heaven and earth, son of the great Tao, in the sea of consciousness, 10 pitch-black spaces, merged and arranged. This is the infinite black abyss soul refining great divine ability reaching the second layer. Each space is independent. Chen Shen's soul can move freely, while others' souls can be controlled by him. Furthermore, the release of racial abilities is much slower than before. Is it because the latter is too powerful? Batch refining martial gods in the deep sea. Chen Chen retracted the furnace, using spells to slay all the ferocious beasts that appeared. Corpses shattered, fused, spiritual fire, impurities removed, forming blood god pills with blood essence values of 200,000, 500,000, 1 million, and 2 million. I can't stay here forever, but after leaving, a large number of 9th-tier ferocious beasts will appear. The only way is to cultivate more martial gods to resist them. Chen Chen murmured. Time passed. Days later, with 100,000 blood essence values, Chen Chen prepared to use them as rewards for those martial saints, or even grand masters. 100,000 blood essence values, 50,000 blood essence values, 10,000 blood essence values. Piled up like a small mountain, controlled by Chen Chen with true essence, he brought them back to the sect. Sect Master, is this huge pile all blood god pills? As soon as Chen Chen returned, he ran into Zhong Zikuan. He stared at the pile of pills, his eyes wide. Just 3 of these had allowed him to break through to the martial god realm. He had thought they were rare and precious. Even half a second ago, he thought the same. But now, Zhong Zikuan was utterly shocked, struggling to speak. Take them to the sect. Distribute them as rewards. Remember, to reward according to merit. Then gather all the extreme martial saints from across the country. Chen Chen instructed. Yes, sect master. Zhong Zikuan quickly agreed. Half an hour later, a sect order swiftly reached every extreme martial saint. They varied in identity, some were lone cultivators, some were teams, some were leaders of factions, some were ancestral figures, young and old, and there were also frontline troops. The moment they received the order, everyone was astonished. Anxiety, apprehension, and tension filled their hearts as they inquired about the news. Did you receive the order from the Eternal Life Immortal sect? What do you think? Is it possible that that person is settling scores after the autumn? That can't be, right? We have no grievances with that person. It shouldn't be a bad thing. If it were settling scores, they definitely wouldn't gather everyone. Stop thinking about it. I heard the sect master has already broken through to the void-breaking realm. If they really wanted to deal with us, they would have acted long ago, no need to wait until now. Yeah, that makes sense. Everyone, actually many people don't know, the old man from the Zhong family who followed the sect master earliest has already become a martial god. What? Zhong Zikuan? Isn't he over 100 years old? Weak and frail, his blood essence no longer flourishing. How could he suddenly become a martial god? Impossible. Yeah, I know Zhong Zikuan, he's almost in the ground. Hey, so what if you know him? My Zhang family's daughter has married into the Zhong family, so I am related to Zhong Wushan. How could this be false? Hiss, what's going on? Could it be the sect master? Very likely. The sect master is a cultivator, and their methods cannot be judged by common sense. So should we go to this summons? Of course we should go, only a fool wouldn't. Let's go, there shouldn't be any danger. I've seen the sect master's past information, although, cough, they are definitely a good person. Well said. In the sect master's hall, all 69 extreme martial saints from across the country gathered. They looked tense, half kneeling on the ground, respectfully calling out, "We pay our respects to the sect master." Their voices were loud and uniform. You may rise, Chen Chen said lightly. Looking around, one could see Dingyu, Suchun, Wang Haidao, Zheng Xiaoxiao, Du Ming, and others among the crowd. At that moment, someone stood up, unable to contain their curiosity, and secretly glanced at Chen Chen. What they saw was a dazzling golden light. In just half a second, their eyes turned red, and they felt an unbearable sting. Even their spirit was affected, leaving them listless. In that instant, the person was filled with horror, their heart trembling. It was at this moment that they personally experienced Chen Chen's terrifying presence. Terrifying, too terrifying. Just like the legendary immortal. We are but ants, not even qualified to look him in the eye. Suddenly, there was a sound from beside them. Without looking, they knew it was the same situation. When they stole a glance at Chen Chen, they were overwhelmed by his aura and spiritual pressure. After half a minute, the hall fell silent. All the extreme martial saints looked astonished, filled with deep reverence. The upper limit of ferocious beasts has increased, and ninth-tier beasts are appearing in large numbers. Across the country, there are only 2 martial gods stationed. This is clearly insufficient. That is why I have summoned you here. I intend to elevate you to the martial god realm so you can guard the front lines against the ferocious beasts, Chen Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, their previous tension and unease instantly replaced by excitement. However, before that, you must learn this formless visualization technique. He instructed Zhong Zikuan to pass the copied formless visualization technique to everyone, allowing them to comprehend and practice on the spot. Each person was also given a blood god pill worth 2 million vitality points. Once everything was ready, Chen Chen said, take the blood god pill. To meet the breakthrough requirements for martial god, use the formless visualization technique to resist spiritual attacks, thereby honing your mental strength. Transform your martial intent into divine intent. As soon as he finished speaking, spiritual pressure surged toward everyone like a tide. Their expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly followed Chen Chen's instructions. The honing of mental strength was simple and brutal, causing everyone to scream in agony, much like Zhong Zikuan did back then. However, the results were good. In just a few minutes, some began to manifest divine intent and approached a breakthrough to martial god. It seemed to spark a chain reaction, with more extreme martial saints following suit. Boom! Boom! Divine intent rampaged, and vitality surged. In the entire hall, all extreme martial saints successfully broke through. This meant that Chen Chen had created 69 martial gods. They were filled with excitement and exhilaration. Once they realized what had happened, they knelt before Chen Chen again. This time, there was no suspicion, no tension, only deep gratitude and respect. We thank the sect master. Each of you should head to Tianzi Pass and Fuai Pass to take your posts. Yes, sect master. After everyone left, Chen Chen looked at Zhong Zikuan and asked, how is the establishment of the sect bases in each city going? Reporting to the sect master, the construction of each base has been completed. Tasks have been issued within the sect, with 1 inner disciple and 10 outer disciples stationed, and they will be rotated every 3 years. What about the sect's reward and punishment system? And the first grand competition? The reward and punishment system has been completed. Zhao Xinchuan has even established a law enforcement hall specifically to capture and punish disciples who commit offenses. And the sect's grand competition went very smoothly. There are rankings for the outer sect, inner sect, and core. This has stimulated many disciples' competitive spirit, making them strive even harder in their cultivation. Furthermore, alchemy, spirit planting, weapon forging, talismans, and so on are all developing rapidly. But as you know, the cultivation system has not been established for long, so Chen Chen understood Zhong Zikuan's meaning. Although the sect is developing quickly now, it is ultimately still short on time and has a weak foundation, making it difficult to see significant changes. In response, Chen Chen nodded and said, just maintaining the current situation is fine. Yes, sect master. Gathering fierce beasts and prodigies, Su Yulu. At Tianzi Pass, the fierce beast forbidden area, not far from the spatial passage. Blood beast, flower spider, flame tiger, and giant troll. The 4 fierce beasts stood together, whispering to each other. Blood beast, what's going on? Didn't you say the flying flood dragon broke through to the planetary realm? And with the support of the rampaging giant bear, a large number of 9th-tier fierce beasts have appeared. At this rate, the human race would have been wiped out long ago, so how? Flame Tiger said, looking ahead. There stood a giant black bear and a similarly sized ice giant python turtle that had just advanced to the planetary realm. Also emerging from the spatial passage were successive 9th-tier fierce beasts. Yeah, if the human race is gone, why is the giant bear still coming to unite with us, saying it wants to attack the Xia kingdom? What's going on? Where's the flying flood dragon? Not only was the giant troll surprised, but the blood beast was also puzzled. It had gone overseas to invite the giant bear for rescue, coinciding with the flying flood dragon's advancement. A double joy, worthy of celebration. Then it didn't linger and directly returned here to inform the other beasts of the news. At the same time, it awaited the python turtle's breakthrough. The process went smoothly. In half a month, the python turtle advanced to the planetary realm, and the upper limit of the spatial passage was raised. The beast clan's momentum had been established. The blood beast even speculated that the giant bear and flying flood dragon might have already wiped out the Xia kingdom. They were about to dominate this planet, with the next target being other human races in the universe. However, at this moment, the giant bear came with a large group of 9th-tier fierce beasts to tell them, everyone prepare, in a month or so, we will attack the Xia kingdom. What the hell? What's going on? Is the Xia kingdom not destroyed? Could it be that the human race is so strong that even 2 planetary realms can't defeat them and need to find help? The blood beast felt its mind was not enough. It was confused and curious. After the giant bear and python turtle discussed the attack time, it flew into the air, approached the giant bear, and asked, Giant bear, may I ask about the flying flood dragon? And what's the situation with the Xia kingdom? You 2 planetary realms. Listening to the blood beast's words, the giant bear had a blank expression, looking down at it. Then, its eyes turned cold, and it shouted loudly, You dare. A mere 9th-tier fierce beast, how dare you insult me? Die. Boom. Without warning, the giant bear suddenly erupted in rage and slapped the blood beast. This slap used nearly all its strength, even the air was shattered, producing a thunderous sound. The blood beast, however, was filled with terror, its eyes filled with confusion. No, I didn't. Giant bear, I didn't insult you. Puff. In the blood beast's incredulous expression, it was instantly turned into a mist of blood by the giant bear, splattering everywhere on the ground. This scene left the place in silence. Other 9th-tier fierce beasts watched coldly. The flower spider and other beasts were filled with fear. The python turtle frowned slightly but did not speak. Seeking death. The giant bear snorted coldly and said lightly. It scanned the surroundings, its brutal aura radiating, causing all fierce beasts except the python turtle of the same realm to no longer dare to meet its gaze. Yet, deep down, the giant bear thought, fortunately, let's eliminate this unstable factor. What if it lets something slip or exposes information? It could raise suspicions among the beasts, preventing them from attacking the Xia kingdom. Then my life would be in danger. At that time, at the Fuhai Pass, the giant bear couldn't grasp Chen Chen's intentions, but afterward, it understood. That human could kill flying dragons and 9th-tier ferocious beasts in an instant, and then use a furnace to devour their corpses. The principle was likely the same as theirs, capable of enhancing strength through consumption. In this way, the truth of gathering ferocious beasts to attack the Xia kingdom became clear. Raising pigs for harvest. It played the role of the pig king, temporarily safe from life-threatening danger. But if things went wrong, the outcome made the giant bear's heart race. It glanced at the numerous ferocious beasts around, its eyes indifferent, murmuring to itself, Your deaths are worth it. Once I secure my life, I will slowly evolve. One day, I will avenge you. Time passed. More than a month blinked by. The giant bear did not stay in one place but bounced around, gathering more 7th, 8th, 9th tier, and planetary realm ferocious beasts. To this day, the first wave of attack was about to begin. Ice giant python, giant bear, flame red rabbit, the 3 planetary realms. Everyone, you must all know what our mission is, what our purpose here is, who our enemy is. That's right, it's the human race. This cunning, evil, arrogant race. We must eliminate them, today. Standing high in the sky, the giant bear spoke passionately, its expression intense. It displayed boundless hatred for the human race. Its face was filled with murderous intent, its whole body exuding brutality. In front of them were countless ninth-tier ferocious beasts. Looking around, there were at least 1,000. On the ground, there were densely packed 8th-tier, 7th-tier beasts, and so on. Countless, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. There seemed to be no end in sight. But after the giant bear finished speaking, countless roars of various kinds echoed through the heavens and earth, deafening. Roar! The human race must die, the human race must be exterminated. Kill, wipe out the human race. Seeing the atmosphere was just right, the giant bear hid a strange light in its eyes and shouted loudly, kill! Annihilate the human race, annihilate the Xia kingdom. Boom, boom, boom. Dawn, dawn, dawn. Roar, roar, roar. At Tianzi Pass. Ever since over 30 martial gods took their posts here, it had become much easier. Compared to the past, where one had to fight desperately and a slight mistake could lead to death, it had now turned into a trial ground for martial artists. Not to mention 8th tier and 9th tier ferocious beasts, even 6th tier and 7th tier ones were rarely seen. It was all low tier ferocious beasts, very suitable for university graduates, casual cultivators, and so on to hunt. What's going on with these ferocious beasts? In the past 2 months, high-tier ferocious beasts seem to have disappeared. Not a single one has been seen. Yeah, I was still thinking about challenging a 7th-tier ferocious beast. Could it be that the sect master directly resolved the ferocious beast crisis? It's possible. No way, if there are no ferocious beasts, how am I supposed to break through to Grandmaster? By the way, isn't Yulu acquainted with that sect master? At frontline position 18, a team of university student-like young men and women were resting and preparing. There were 7 of them, 4 men and 3 women. Each was fully equipped, their auras powerful. If one observed closely, they would be shocked to discover that all 7 were among the top 50 on the talent leaderboard. In other words, this hunting team was composed of the most elite talents of the Xia kingdom. Among them, the one with an arrogant expression, cold demeanor, and flowing silver hair was Su Yulu, a talent from Tianhai City. She had already broken through to the Grandmaster realm and had comprehended martial intent through battles with ferocious beasts here. She had officially become a seat of martial saint, enjoying resources for cultivation from all sides. Including the Tenjo leaderboard, it has also soared into the top 10, ranking 8th. However, even so, when she heard her teammates' words, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. The images of her past with that person involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Their first encounter in the wild, her humble pleas for mercy, their subsequent meeting, her growing concern, everything seemed like it happened yesterday. Yet, in a daze, it felt so distant and unreachable. She was hailed as a prodigy, a seat of the martial saint, praised by countless people, but in front of that person, she felt like an ant, utterly ridiculous. Clearly, their realms were similar back then. Clearly, they were of similar age. But now, she had only just broken through to the master level, still far from the Grand Master level. And what about him? He had already reached the pinnacle of the world, invincible globally, suppressing the current era. Unknowingly, Su Yulu thought of a saying and murmured, "When you do not cultivate, you see me as the moon reflected in a well. When you cultivate, you see me as a mayfly gazing at the sky." Didn't they agree to attack the human race together? Didn't they agree to attack the human race together? Coming back to her senses, Su Yulu directly ignored her teammates' gaze and said nothing. Not only did she not know what to say, but their respective identities also made her feel unqualified to reach out for connections. Boom, 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 roar, roar, roar. At that moment, the ground shook dramatically, countless fragments of stone flew up, and dust swirled around. Immediately after, there were the thunderous sounds of footsteps and roars approaching. At that moment, everyone on the front line was terrified. Looking around, it seemed like the apocalypse was upon them, with countless ferocious beasts blocking out the sun, crashing towards them like towering waves. Ferocious beasts? Are those 9th-tier ferocious beasts in the sky? My god, so many 9th-tier ferocious beasts? It's over, the Summer Kingdom is finished. My life is over. Warriors screamed in terror and despair. Many even gave up resisting. Because what was coming was not just low-tier ferocious beasts. 8th tier, 9th tier, there were countless numbers, far exceeding the martial gods stationed in the Summer Kingdom. The gap between the two was simply vast. Beast attack. All legions, stand by, defend, defend. All martial gods, take your positions. In the sky, more than 30 martial gods rose into the air. Their expressions were grave, their eyes filled with fear. Led by Wang Jin, they looked at the approaching ferocious beasts, especially the thousands of 9th-tier beasts, as well as the enormous giant bear, python turtle, and red rabbit. Are those ferocious beasts of the broken void realm? Someone exclaimed. Yes, it must be, such gigantic ferocious beasts can only be from the broken void. Hiss, broken void ferocious beasts, and 3 of them. No wonder high-tier ferocious beasts have been absent for the past 2 months. They were just waiting to unleash their power. What do we do now? With so many ferocious beasts, can we withstand it? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Only Wang Jin forced himself to calm down and said in a deep voice, "Have we sent a message to the sect?" "Yes, we sent 3 messages, all of the highest urgency." "Good. For such an event, only the sect master can resolve it," Wang Jin said. As for whether it could be resolved, Wang Jin didn't think too much about it, because he had seen Chen Chen's methods with his own eyes. Quantity? It meant nothing in front of Chen Chen. Boom, 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 roar, 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 kill all humans, exterminate the human race. Standing at the highest point among the beasts, the python turtle on the left, the giant bear in the middle, and the red rabbit on the right. The 3 had expressionless faces, their ferocious flames soaring, following the main force as they charged towards Tianzi Pass. Moreover, the giant bear occasionally shouted slogans to rally the ferocious beasts, making their momentum even more overwhelming. I heard there was internal strife among the human race, and a martial god advanced to the planetary realm, then killed other martial gods. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be many strong humans left. How? Looking at the 30 or so blood pillars shooting into the sky, the python turtle said in surprise. "Humph, this is the cunning of the human race," the giant bear snorted coldly. Its eyes were filled with coldness, as if it had a deep-seated grudge against the human race. Then he spoke again, "But it doesn't matter. The martial god of the human race is equivalent to our 9th tier. Just over 30 of them. What does that count for? What we really need to pay attention to is that human planet." Upon hearing the words of the giant bear, the python turtle nodded in agreement. "So how do we act? Just charge in?" asked the red rabbit beside them, his voice rough and masculine. "We have 3 planets. No need for other plans. We just go together. When the time comes, listen to my command, and we will directly slay that human race and flatten the Xia kingdom." "Alright, let's do as the giant bear says." Okay. Time passed. The ferocious beasts were advancing with great momentum, getting closer to the front line. The air they pushed forward was like a level 10 typhoon, stirring up clouds of dust. The number of resisting warriors was not small, with over 100,000 of them. Yet, facing such a number of ferocious beasts, they still wore expressions of despair. "Yulu, let's retreat. This time, the ferocious beast incident, I'm afraid." "Yes, we should retreat. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. Let's go." Although we are prodigies and can fight above our level, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, let alone so many ferocious beasts. At the command post, the Su Yulu team, everyone suggested retreating, but Su Yulu showed determination and said calmly, "Retreat? Where to retreat? If we can't hold the front line, what use is it to retreat back to our country? It's just delaying death." There was one more thing she didn't say. That is, Chen Chen had not yet arrived, and there was still a chance for a turnaround. With his strength, he should be able to deal with these ferocious beasts, right? Su Yulu felt somewhat uncertain, but her gaze still occasionally turned towards the homeland, filled with anticipation, including Wang Jin, including many who knew Chen Chen's strength. They all turned to look. As the ferocious beasts drew closer, their glances became more frequent, and their faces grew increasingly anxious. The expectation in their eyes became more intense and piled up, until a familiar figure appeared on the horizon, seemingly teleporting as he stepped through the air. Countless people erupted in excited shouts. "He's here, the sect master is here. Ha, we're saved. Good, the sect master has arrived. The ferocious beasts will be exterminated." Looking up, seeing Chen Chen's figure, Su Yulu felt a bit dazed. Familiar yet more unfamiliar. It was as if the current scene, one in the sky and one on the ground, belonged to different worlds. Only a martial saint can barely step through the air. "I am now a grandmaster." As she spoke, Su Yulu smiled bitterly. When would she become a martial saint? And by then, what level would Chen Chen have reached? He probably wouldn't even be on Blue Star anymore, right? Thinking this, Su Yulu deeply lowered her head, her face showing desolation. As if sensing something, Chen Chen looked down and saw many familiar figures, especially one among them. Su Yulu? She also came to the front line? Chen Chen did not interfere excessively with Su Yulu. Her talent was not low, her background deep, and her path was smooth. Whether he was there or not, it was essentially the same. It was just a matter of time. If something truly significant happened, the Su family would surely come to find him. With that thought, Chen Chen withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. Several miles away, he saw the giant bear, python turtle, and red rabbit. He also glanced at the thousands of 9th-tier ferocious beasts and hundreds of thousands of 8th-tier ferocious beasts. He was very satisfied. "You too, that's him. He is the human planet. Kill him. Roar, roar, roar. All ferocious beasts obey. Exterminate the human race. Upon seeing Chen Chen, the giant bear was the most excited. Its eyes turned crimson, roaring furiously. It urged the python turtle and red rabbit to attack and slay Chen Chen. The latter did not think much and charged out directly, not noticing that the giant bear stood still, not moving at all, even retreating backwards, its speed increasing as if it were fleeing. In the mid-stage of foundation building, Xin Xingyu shouted, "Kill! Annihilate the human race! Exterminate the human race! The human race shall not have a good death, the human race must be destroyed." While running, the voice echoed, vast and deafening, spreading for dozens of miles. If one did not listen closely, it was impossible to discern the source of the sound. Whoosh! This position should be safe, right? Behind the fierce beasts, 100 miles from the front lines, the giant bear took a deep breath and murmured, "Whoosh! Giant bear, why did you deceive us? You traitor of the beast race." At that moment, golden light appeared on the horizon, followed by the roar of the python turtle. To this, the giant bear scoffed disdainfully, "Heh! What good is a race when life is lost? Ridiculous!" At Tianzi Pass, Chen Chen looked calmly at the two fierce beasts that the giant bear had incited to attack. True essence surged, enveloping the meteor sword, and with a single strike, he cut down. For these beings of the same realm, Chen Chen did not need many spells, the simplest and most direct method sufficed. Boom! Golden light erupted, and the sword energy cascaded like a waterfall, stretching 100 meters, sweeping outward. His divine sense struck first, faster than the eye could see, enveloping the two beasts, the python and the turtle. In that instant, their expressions changed drastically, filled with shock and anger. Just resisting for a moment, their eyes glazed over, their souls shaken. They could only watch helplessly as the sword energy approached, severing their proud beastly forms as if they were withered straw. But suddenly, a certain bloodline ability of the python turtle was activated, allowing it to regain consciousness. "What, you human race?" Seeing the red rabbit cut in two and its own lower body split open, the python turtle was filled with dread. What enraged it further was that, looking around, the giant bear, who had shouted the loudest and held the strongest hostility towards the human race, had actually vanished. It ran away? As the leading beast and organizer, it actually fled? The python turtle roared in fury, Giant bear, why did you deceive us? You traitor of the beast race. You oomph! A cold snort rang out, divine sense enveloped, and the power of the soul surged forth, silencing the python turtle's words. With a swift strike, it decapitated the creature, and the furnace manifested, beginning a great harvest. Poof! Human race! Roar! Kill! True essence surged. Golden light radiated from Chun Chen as he stood high in the air, seemingly small yet fearless. Facing numerous fierce beasts, Chun Chen nearly pointed. In an instant, swords of law appeared before him. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, all shining with golden light, hundreds of meters long and tens of meters wide, like a myriad of swords shooting towards the fierce beasts. That scene, that image, shocked the entire battlefield. Foundation building cultivators, terrifying indeed. And the swords of law were not mere decorations or flashy tricks. Their power was astonishing. No matter the fierce beast, no matter the rank, they passed through like air, cutting, slicing, and killing without any hindrance. In such a moment, the entire front line finally fell silent. Only the sound of the furnace burning fiercely remained. As for the ground, fierce beasts piled up like mountains, blood flowing like rivers. Then it drifted into the air, swallowed by the furnace. Too strong, one person is like a nation, fierce beasts? Mere ants. Is this what cultivators are like? Such terrifying means? With a wave of the hand, they can kill the void and annihilate ninth ranks. You must know that ninth rank is equivalent to our war gods. With the sect master here, our Xia kingdom will ultimately be invincible. I feel we are already invincible. After a long silence, a martial artist finally spoke, and soon discussions erupted. Wang Jin and the other war gods were left dumbfounded, their faces filled with fear. The little pride they had felt after breaking through to War God vanished in an instant. All that remained was awe and terror towards Chen Chen. Human race, did I do well? In the distance, the giant bear returned. It glanced at the mangled beast and then looked at the furnace that was crazily devouring. Cold sweat broke out on its back as it trembled and spoke to Chen Chen. You did very well. I am quite satisfied. Feeling the increasing amount of true essence within, Chen Chen couldn't help but think that this giant bear was quite handsome and pleasing to the eye. As long as you're satisfied. So, does that mean my bear life is saved? The giant bear chuckled awkwardly. For now, yes. Come every 2 months from now on, with the same scale. Alright, no problem. Go! With the giant bear's help, harvesting the fierce beasts became much simpler for Chen Chen. Time flew by. Half a day later, Chen Chen had devoured all the fierce beasts on sight and left directly. Returning to the Changsheng Immortal sect, he sat cross-legged, practicing the Wuxiang visualization method to enhance his soul power. A week later, Chen Chen opened his eyes again and smiled. Mid-Foundation Establishment. True essence over 100,000, divine sense over 100 miles. Name, Chen Chen. Realm, Mid-Foundation Establishment, 180,000 drops of true essence, soul strength, 306. The following time was very calm. The sect and the Xia Kingdom were both developing steadily. Besides catching a few spies from the Federal Interstellar Empire, there were no other major events. The giant bear was also very obedient. Every 2 months, it would summon a wave of beast tides for Chen Chen to harvest. Thus, 2 years passed. Above the atmosphere of Blue Star, a shabby interstellar spaceship, emitting black smoke, was plummeting towards Blue Star at high speed. Alarm, alarm. Fuel is about to run out. Cooling system damaged. Hull damage at 36%, expected to explode in 20 minutes. Inside the spaceship, the lights flickered in various colors. The alarm sounded urgent, creating a heavy atmosphere. Where is this? Which galaxy? A voice emerged, weak and barely audible. Looking over, there was a girl dressed in a white dress, with a retro style and beautiful appearance. She was covered in wounds, her clothes tattered, and her face pale. But strangely, despite her many injuries, there was not a trace of blood, not even flesh. Only the shimmering star power flowed within her, as if she were not human. Returning to the Master. According to the interstellar coordinates, this is the planetary system numbered 9821486, under the jurisdiction of the Huanyue Galaxy. However, there are few humans, and due to pressure from the beast race, it has been abandoned. The spaceship's AI responded. Huanyue Galaxy? Is it Lin Huanyue? The girl's eyes narrowed slightly, her voice rising a bit. Yes, Master, it is indeed the Star King Lin Huanyue. Then Master, previous calculations show that given our current situation, we absolutely cannot reach the Huanyue Galaxy, let alone the main star. As for now, you only have one choice, which is to land on this small planet, hide temporarily, heal your wounds, and then cross the universe to the Huanyue Galaxy, and then take the interstellar wormhole to return to your family. Xin Qingyu understood. The choice given by the spaceship's AI was the most suitable for her. But even so, it was still fraught with danger, even a matter of life and death. The enemies behind her would definitely not let her go. They would surely be able to find her trace, it was only a matter of time. Sigh. I can't worry about that now. Let's land on the planet first. Xin Qingyu sighed and said helplessly. Yes, Master. Entering the planet's atmosphere. Entering, scanning the planet. Detected a large number of life forms. Life forms? Are they from the beast race? Xin Qingyu exclaimed, asking seriously. Landing on Blue Star, the red-clad sword immortal. There are human races, beast races, and other unintelligent life forms. What? Human races? How long has this planetary system been abandoned? According to the data, planetary system number 9821486 was abandoned over 300 years ago. Xin Qingyu fell silent. A planetary system abandoned for 300 years still had human races surviving? Master, this planetary system is relatively remote, separated from the battlefields of the two races by several star domains, so there are no powerful beast races appearing, only the most primitive spatial passages. Of course, I am just a small spaceship meant for escape, lacking advanced detection capabilities. Perhaps there are also star kings and star gods of the beast races hidden on this planet, the spaceship's intelligence explained. But this explanation did not ease Xin Qingyu's mind, instead, it made her more serious. There are dangers ahead and pursuers behind. I wonder if I can survive this time, Xin Qingyu said with a bitter smile. Master need not be discouraged. With your status, your clan will surely send strong ones to rescue you. Just need to recover from your injuries and wait. After saying this, the spaceship fell into silence. Only the vibrations and roaring sounds generated by the air during the descent could be heard. When they were less than 10,000 meters from the ground, alarms blared continuously. Master, we have completely entered the planet. There are not many life forms around, suitable for landing. Warning, warning, the spaceship has sustained 68% damage, expected to explode in 11 minutes. Boom! Whoosh! As soon as they reached the ground, the spaceship exploded on the spot. Xin Qingyu's face was pale, but she still used star power to conceal herself. She chose a direction and sped away. She wanted to understand the situation on this planet before deciding on her next plan. Xia Country, Jinling City. Dusk, Jinling First High School, on the street nearby. Two young men were strolling leisurely. Damn, what's going on? You became an invincible powerhouse without a word? And you kept it from me? Do you not consider me a brother? Jiang Wei was still the same, not intimidated or timid because of Chen Shen's current strength and status. Instead, he looked annoyed and shouted loudly. Seeing this, Chen Shen didn't mind and just smiled. The situation was special back then. Not letting you know was to prevent you from getting involved. 2 years had passed. Jiang Wei appeared somewhat more mature. He was now studying at Tianhai University. Perhaps because of Chen Shen, he enjoyed attention from all sides, lacking nothing in martial skills, resources, or guidance. Even martial gods were eager to take him as a disciple. So now his realm was quite high, already a 6th-tier master. Involved? Am I the kind of person who fears trouble? Back in school, when Pan Tianchi had a problem with you and always caused you trouble, how many times did I not stand up for you? Just like. But speaking of it, having a powerful brother is really awesome. Now I can walk sideways in school. What mentors? What principals? What children of big families? What rich second generations? Hee, when they see me, they all have to bow and scrape, greet me with smiles, afraid of making me unhappy. And those school beauties, TSK, they don't even wait for me to chase them, they climb onto me themselves. Ah, this life is really awesome. Chen Shen, I don't regret having you as a brother. You keep cultivating, don't worry about me, and don't come to see me often. The stronger you are, the more face I have. Ha ha ha. Most of the time, it was Jiang Wei talking by himself. From their school days to the various events that followed, regardless of whether they were interesting or not, he recounted them all. His expression was excited, gesturing animatedly. Chen Shen showed no impatience, following along with a smile. Until deep into the night, when they reached an intersection, Jiang Wei finally said, "All right, let's call it a day. I'm a busy person. There are so many girls waiting for my comfort. I won't chat with you any longer." With that, he waved his hand and prepared to leave. But in the next moment, he was called back by Chen Shen. "This is a drop of talent liquid. It can elevate your talent to the next level. This is Blood God Pill. After taking it, it greatly increases your vitality. This is the formless visualization method. Practicing it can enhance your mental strength and help you comprehend martial intent and divine intent." He handed the 3 items to Jiang Wei. At first, the other party reacted strongly, constantly refusing. "Jiang Wei, you are one of my few friends. The higher my realm, the longer my seclusion time becomes. What if one day I come out and hear the news of your passing? How heartbreaking would that be?" Chen Shen said half-jokingly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei immediately cursed. "Damn, you're the one who will die old. I'm a vibrant 20-year-old youth, in the prime of my life, and you're cursing me to die old? Ha ha, the more you say that, the longer I want to live." After saying this, he took Chen Shen's items and left by car. Seeing this scene, Chen Shen still smiled. Originally, he didn't intend to interfere in the lives of Jiang Wei, Yang Yining, Jiang Ting, Su Yilu, and other acquaintances. He wanted them to develop freely, following the arrangements of fate. But in the past 2 years, Chen Shen's strength had grown increasingly powerful, and his seclusion time had become longer. No longer like when he was in the chi refining stage, where he would have significant breakthroughs every 10 days or half a month and had to come out. Now, the minimum was at least 2 to 3 months. One could imagine that when he broke through to the golden core in nascent soul stages, his seclusion might last for years, even decades. At that time, old friends would pass away, and there would be no acquaintances left. Chen Shen didn't know how he would feel, so he specifically sought out Jiang Wei and the others to give them some resources to help them live longer. Actually, it's only right to occasionally take care of them. After all, when I was weak, they didn't disdain me and even helped me. If I become invincible now but ignore them, that would be quite inhumane. Chen Shen shook his head slightly and said. In the next moment, his figure disappeared, leaving the place. At the Changsheng Immortal Sect, Chen Shen sat in the position of the sect master, overlooking the crowd below. Standing at the front was Zhao Yin. 2 years had passed. The once introverted and timid girl had undergone a great transformation. Dressed in a red ancient robe, she was tall and beautiful. Her eyes were cold, as if hidden with the light of a sword, ready to strike at any moment. Her demeanor was aloof, and her expression was proud. In her hand was the blue spirit sword that Chen Shen had forged for her, exuding a powerful sense of oppression that made those behind her dare not come too close, filled with caution and respect. Now, she possessed the strength of the 9th level of Qi refining and the 9th stage of martial arts, unmatched in her realm. She had become the first powerhouse of the Changsheng Immortal Sect, aside from Chen Shen, a true first disciple in every sense. The outside world had even given her a title, the Red-Clad Sword Immortal. Current strength, invincible within 1,000 miles. Following her, the second true disciple, Muxingchen, with level talent, 6th level of Qi refining. The third true disciple, Chang Zhan, with level talent, 6th level of Qi refining. The fourth true disciple, Zhou Bunyang, with level talent, 5th level of Qi refining. The fifth true disciple, Li Xinwen, with level talent, 4th level of Qi refining. The 10th true disciple, Hui Tianzi, with level talent, 3rd level of Qi refining. There were a total of 10 true disciples. Their talent, perseverance, comprehension, and character were all of high quality. They were considered the core combat power of the sect and would be the pillars in the future. Cultivation isn't all about seclusion. Appropriate experience and combat are still beneficial. If you feel bored, you can take on tasks and go outside the sect for training. You can also go to the front lines to slay fierce beasts, enhancing your spells and combat skills. Chen Chen spoke. Yes, sect master. Everyone replied respectfully. Zhao Yen stays, the others can retreat for now. After they left, Chen Chen looked at Zhao Yen and asked, how long until the foundation is established? Reporting to the sect master, the disciple has just broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement, with very little golden liquid of law, and both vitality and mental strength are still lacking. The disciple plans to settle down at this level. Once the foundation is solidified, I will then attempt to break through. Zhao Yan replied honestly. Your thinking is not wrong. The more solid the foundation, the higher the success rate during the breakthrough. The potential is also greater, which is more helpful for the future path. If there are any problems during cultivation, feel free to ask me at any time. By the way, how is the development of the sect? The development of the sect is going smoothly. The number of people in each peak has reached tens of thousands. The economy has formed a cycle in refining tools, alchemy, talismans, formations, spiritual plants, and so on. There are also various auctions happening from time to time. At the foot of the sect's mountain, the Zhong family has invested heavily to build a large city around Taiwan Mountain, named Xuanxian City, meaning seeking immortals and asking for the Tao. Seeking immortals? Chen Chen was slightly surprised. Yes, after the rise of cultivators, they are much stronger compared to martial arts, especially since you often take action on the front lines. That shocking scene has been widely circulated online. From elderly people over 100 years old to infants just a month old, everyone has seen it. So whether ordinary people or martial artists, they all yearn for cultivation. Even if they lack innate spiritual roots, they still want to try cultivating. Hearing this, Chen Chen pondered. Is it really impossible to cultivate without spiritual roots? Or can those with martial arts talent not walk the path of cultivation? In the next moment, Chen Chen shook his head, casting the question aside, preparing to discuss it later. What about abroad? Any movements? Yes, there have been frequent movements. They used to send spies to investigate news from Xia country and even try to infiltrate the sect. According to reports, after you slaughtered their expeditionary forces, although the Federal Star Empire was furious, they did not act rashly. Instead, they are cultivating powerful beings while sending people to gather our information. Recently, they seem to be making moves. They are preparing to reassemble an expeditionary force to come and destroy us, Zhao Yin said. Keep a close watch on their movements. Notify me immediately of any situation. Yes, sect master. After Zhao Yin left, the great hall fell into silence. Chen Chen sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. In an instant, his consciousness spread, enveloping the entire Xia country. Within this range, nothing could escape his perception, even the act of slaughter. At this moment, with his realm and strength, he had truly achieved invincibility within 10,000 miles. With a thought, he could slay. Name, Chen Chen Realm, Perfect Foundation Establishment, 48,790,000 drops of true essence, soul strength, 961, talent, immortal spirit Tao body, level, cultivation method, 10,000 laws harmonize, perfect foundation establishment, infinite black prison visualization soul refining great divine ability, second layer, divine intent, consciousness invincible divine intent, slaughter divine intent, tiger roar divine intent, thunder shock divine intent, sword technique divine intent, spells, all things furnace, perfect, great sun across the sky, perfect, meteor falling from the sky, perfect, earth explosion star, perfect, heavenly thunder burning body, perfect, thunder fury slash, perfect, fierce tiger form intent fist, perfect, dragon slaying blade technique, perfect, dragon elephant great strength vajra hand, perfect, racial abilities, 13 released heaven defying comprehension, devouring heaven and earth, son of the great Tao the true essence of early. Foundation establishment is 1 drop per 10,000 drops, with consciousness covering within 10 miles, specifics depend on soul strength. In mid-foundation establishment, it is 100,000 drops per 10,000 drops, with consciousness covering within 100 miles, specifics depend on soul strength. In late Foundation establishment, it is 1 million drops per 10,000 drops, with consciousness covering within 1,000 miles. Specifics depend on soul strength. The Foundation is complete, consisting of 10 million drops, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. Specifics depend on the strength of the soul. After reaching completion, the true essence can break through the upper limit of 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. The divine consciousness can also surpass its limits, reaching 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 30,000 miles. How much exactly depends on one's own foundation and roots. In these 2 years, Shin-chan not only devoured fierce beasts but also diligently practiced. He integrated the formless visualization into the boundless black prison soul, refining great technique, allowing it to possess soul attack capabilities while also visualizing and cultivating, enhancing soul strength. It can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, the higher the realm, the more tightly Shin-chan's brows furrowed, because the upper limit of the myriad laws had already been reached. There was no deeper or higher level information. Shin-chan found it difficult to create the golden core chapter. Even though my comprehension is extraordinary, it does not mean I can create something out of nothing. I need to have a certain understanding to extend from this and create more possibilities. If I know nothing, if I have no understanding, then building the foundation is my limit. Shin-chan's expression was grave as he murmured. He did not know how much time had passed. Suddenly, Shin-chan looked up, as if peering through the grand hall structure towards the starry sky. If there really is no way, once I reach the limit of foundation building, I will step out of Blue Star and into the cosmic void. Perhaps a broader world is waiting for me. Remembering the inheritance divine stone, remembering the boundless divine powers, remembering the information revealed by the giant bear, Shin-chan understood. Stepping out of Blue Star, entering the universe, seeking other human races, obtaining cultivation techniques, and deducing the realms of immortality. This path is one he must take, and the time is not far off. Overseas, the Federal Interstellar Empire, the new hegemon that unified all overseas nations. It has resolved most of the fierce beast crises and restored the peace of 300 years ago. It is even more prosperous, reaching unprecedented heights. Especially in the past 2 years, the advantage in numbers has been realized, and martial artists have erupted in a surge. 6th rank, 7th rank, 8th rank, 9th rank. Even breaking through the void has become a common occurrence. It is no exaggeration to say that my Federal Interstellar Empire is absolutely the strongest nation on Blue Star, without exception. My target is not the fierce beasts, nor the small eastern country, Xia country, but the Starry Sea. In the Federal Hall, the highest institution of the empire, a meeting that only those who have broken through the void can attend is held in the reconstructed 9-cornered building. At this moment, the one speaking is the speaker of the Federal Hall, Kiyakisi, a white-skinned man, tall and imposing, with a strong presence and thick hair. His eyes are cold and carry a strong sense of aggression. He is the first martial artist to break through the void, with high talent and strong combat power. In the rankings of the entire Federal Interstellar Empire, he is second. The Federal Expeditionary Army. The Federal Expeditionary Army Federal Hall. A circular meeting place, several hundred square feet, with more than 50 people present. They are all void breakers. Their presence is powerful, with an overwhelming sense of pressure, mostly white-skinned, each with proud expressions and indifferent gazes. Upon hearing Kiyakisi's words, the crowd nodded. The rise of my Federal Interstellar Empire is already unstoppable. Martial gods like clouds, breaking the void like rain. That mere Xia country? Not worth worrying about. Indeed, I see from the data that Xia country is controlled by a voidbreaker named Shin-chan. Wanting to be the emperor of a nation? Laughable, narrow-minded, short-sighted, a frog at the bottom of a well. Just an ant. What great ambitions can it have? At most, it occupies a third of Blue Star, flaunting its power before other low-tier martial artists. Everyone should be cautious. This Shin-chan is extraordinary. The expedition incident from 2 years ago is still fresh in memory. Mavis makes a valid point. Back then, Yodhin, Nian, and 2 others went to conquer Xia country, but they never returned. It is said that Shin-chan made a move and killed them all. Times have changed. The Nian and others from 2 years ago cannot compare to us now. In terms of talent, martial skills, combat power, and equipment, we far surpass what we were before. If we can resolve the side effects of the void-breaking realm, I alone could annihilate the Xia kingdom. So could I. Chairman Kiyakisi, please give the order directly. I will lead the charge against the Xia kingdom. In the conference hall, there was a clear division between 2 factions, the conservatives and the radicals. The former was smaller in number, only a few, all of whom had broken through the void 2 years ago and acted with great caution. The latter had over 40 members, all of whom had broken through in the past 2 years. With the fierce beasts dealt with, they had not encountered any strong enemies, leading them to be arrogant and dismissive, even disregarding the blue star entirely. Their goal was the cosmic star C. The only thing troubling them was the inexplicable side effects of the void-breaking realm. Some said it was a curse, others claimed it was a calamity that must be overcome in the void-breaking realm. Even today, the first martial artists to break through the void had not escaped this predicament or solved the issue. Yet, the Federal Star Empire had never given up on this research. "Everyone, please be quiet." Suddenly, as the crowd buzzed with discontent, Chairman Kiyakisi knocked on the table and called out in a deep voice. In an instant, the room fell silent. Over 50 pairs of confused and questioning eyes turned to Kiyakisi. If it had been an ordinary void strongman, they would have been sweating profusely by now, but Kiyakisi remained composed, lightly tapping the table. After years of dedicated research by several professors, we have finally found the reason why those in the void-breaking realm often suffer from mental instability. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference hall erupted. At that moment, if Kiyakisi were to be likened to a stunning beauty, then these void strongmen were a pack of starving wolves. Their eyes were filled with fervor. The intense gaze seemed capable of scorching one's soul. "Chairman, is what you say true? Have the side effects of the void-breaking realm really been found? Is it a curse? Or is it the calamity of the void-breaking realm?" The crowd stared intently at Kiyakisi, some who had been tormented by the void-breaking realm filled with bloodshot eyes, their hands trembling slightly on the table. Even the usually unflappable Kiyakisi couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It is mental power. It is the damned mental power. According to the research of several professors, the reason we in the void-breaking realm often suffer from mental instability is due to insufficient mental power, which does not match the immense strength brought by the void-breaking realm. After speaking, Kiyakisi took out the prepared research report and distributed a copy to everyone. It contained all the research efforts of the professors over the years. Damn! So it wasn't a curse, and it certainly wasn't some so-called calamity. It was simply a lack of mental power. After reading the research report, everyone felt extremely frustrated, their faces resembling someone who had just eaten something foul. If they had known this was the reason, they might not have had to endure so much suffering. Some who had just broken through the void couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Now that they knew the cause, they just needed to focus on cultivating their mental power, and the side effects of the void-breaking realm would naturally improve in the future. Everyone, announcing this research result is one thing. Secondly, since the Empire's biggest problem has been resolved, then the plan for another expedition should be advanced. I propose we gather many void strongmen, mobilize our forces, and with a thunderous momentum, completely annihilate the Xia Kingdom. Then we can recuperate and strengthen the Empire's power, setting our sights on the cosmos. A rare smile appeared on Kiyakisi's face as he said lightly, "I second that. I agree with the words of the speaker. Since we have no more worries, why not mobilize everyone and crush the Xia Kingdom directly?" I agree as well. Agreed. The atmosphere in the entire conference room reached a climax. The momentum was overwhelming and fearless. When it ended, one by one, the experts of the void-breaking realm rose into the air. The entire Federal Star Empire, this colossal entity, quickly began to move. Led by more than 50 void-breaking experts, they marched grandly towards the Xia Kingdom. Xia Kingdom, not far from the Fuhai Pass, in a small town. Xinxingyu strolled among the crowd, a trace of star power swirling around her. The pedestrians around her seemed to ignore her, as if they couldn't see her at all. Yet, whenever someone passed by her, they would unconsciously avoid her. This was the effect of star power and a powerful soul, a sign distinguishing star spirits from mortals. Blue Star, Xia Kingdom. Changsheng Xian's own long-term persecution had left Xinxingyu looking somewhat haggard. However, her eyes were cold and proud, still sparkling with starlight. At this moment, she, with a hint of curiosity, collected information about Blue Star from a god's perspective, observing the development of the human race here, so she could decide how to cultivate next. Suddenly, she stopped, looking up at the Fuhai Pass. Under the setting sun, more than 50 void-breaking experts were stepping through the void, their imposing presence coming together. Interesting. I didn't expect that this planet could give birth to so many planetary realm cultivators. I just wonder if there are any star spirit realm existences. If there are, that would be even more interesting. Slightly surprised, Xinxingyu found a tea shop and sat down. With a wave of her hand, a flustered staff member involuntarily brought her a cup of fruit tea. Xinxingyu wore an expression of keen interest, as if watching a good show. As a top genius from a supreme galaxy, the expeditionary force composed of more than 50 planetary realm cultivators was nothing more than child's play in her eyes. It was like a child's game. If it weren't for evading pursuit and preparing to recuperate on this planet, she wouldn't even bother to take a second glance. Moreover, she noticed that these planetary realm cultivators had problems in their cultivation, their soul strength terrifyingly low. With just a thought, a single glance could cause these people to meet a sudden death. However, she had no intention of taking action. At this moment, at the Fuhai Pass, Lin Fengwan and many other martial gods stationed there erupted with blood energy, their blood pillars soaring into the sky, and they rose into the air, blocking the way of the expeditionary force. Their expressions were filled with shock and anger, their faces pale, some even trembling in their legs. Only Lin Fengwan forced herself to calm down and shouted loudly, "Federal Star Empire? This is the territory of my Xia Kingdom. What do you want? What do we want? Your Xia Kingdom's Chen Shen killed our Federal Star Empire's envoy for no reason. What do you think we are here for? A mere Xia Kingdom dares to resist, unaware of its own death. Today, we are here to judge you. A mere martial god dares to block our way, seeking death. You dog-like thing." More than 50 void-breaking experts spoke in unison, all disdainful and contemptuous. Some even grew impatient and directly took action. In an instant, a martial god from the Xia Kingdom was struck down, spitting blood on the ground. Is the Xia Kingdom finished? The golden sword strikes. Is the Xia Kingdom finished? The golden sword strikes. Too much bullying. I will fight you to the end. I knew the Federation would definitely attack. I just didn't expect them to have so many void-breaking experts. Humph. So what if they are void-breaking experts? Hasn't the sect master killed enough? Block them. I have reported to the sect, and the sect master will come soon. What nonsense Federation? Isn't it just the former Eagle? They changed their name, but their nature is even more rampant. Although Lousy Su-chun is a martial god, I am not afraid of death. If you want to step over the Fuhai Pass and invade my Xia Kingdom, you must do so over my dead body. That's right. Looking at Lin Fengluan, Su-chun, Wang Haidao, and the 30 or so martial gods, their faces were filled with indignation and a resolute aura. Xiao Keisai's eyes flickered. He stepped out from among the many broken void realm experts, looking down at them with a cold expression, his eyes icy, as if they were mere ants beneath his feet. Then he said lightly, "Kneel and surrender. Don't kill. Otherwise, die." Bah! Surrender? Heh, go to hell. If you want to fight, then fight. Why all the nonsense? Exactly. Facing more than 50 broken void experts from the Federation, the terrifying pressure made everyone tremble instinctively, filled with fear. But there will remain unyielding. Even knowing they were outmatched, many still stood up, shouting excitedly. Besides not wanting their own country to be invaded by foreigners, they had great confidence in the immortal sect's Chen Shen. Broken void? 2 years ago, weren't Nian and the others also broken void? And what happened then? They were killed in an instant by Chen Shen's sword. Now, 2 years have passed. What level has Chen Shen reached? How terrifying is his strength? Humph, you don't know what you're talking about. Looking down at the scene before him, Xiao Keisai's expression was cold. His eyes scanned the crowd, only to find that the Xia Kingdom's broken void, Chen Shen, was not present. Seeing this, his true essence surged as he said, "Since you seek death, then I will grant you that. Everyone, listen up. The Xia Kingdom refuses to surrender. They shall be directly annihilated. No need to hold back, everyone can act freely. Leave not a single chicken or dog alive. Destroy them until not a blade of grass grows." As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the Federation members lit up, and countless terrifying auras surged forth. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for this sentence. The Xia Kingdom? From now on, it will cease to exist. A bunch of ants, we shouldn't waste words with them, just crush them. That's right, let's do it, annihilate the Xia Kingdom. In the crowd, a yellow-skinned face looked on, his eyes flickering as he constantly gazed in the direction of the Xia Kingdom, as if searching for someone. Chen, are you afraid to come out? Are you preparing to hide like I did? To run away? He. He was none other than Li Xiang, who had been scared off by Chen Shen 2 years ago. He had directly left the Xia Kingdom, fled overseas, and even joined the Federation. Now, with this expedition, he had returned to the Xia Kingdom. At this moment, what he most wanted to see was Chen Shen. He wanted to see Chen Shen's reaction. Fear? Panic? Anger? Helplessness? Just like his own at that time. I admit you are strong. You can be invincible in the same realm right after your breakthrough. But so what? You can deal with 1 or 2 people at a time. But can you face 50 at once? Li Xiang's expression was cold, his eyes filled with anticipation. He looked forward to Chen Shen appearing soon. Meanwhile, in a tea shop, Xin Xingyu watched the scene in the sky as a bystander. Her gaze was indifferent, her face showing no signs of emotion. She casually said, "According to the information I've gathered, Chen Shen is also a planetary realm cultivator. Very talented, with a short cultivation time and strong combat power. He can achieve invincibility in the same realm, considered a genius. But unfortunately, geniuses also have their limits. facing several opponents of the same realm as possible, but over 50. Shin Xingyu shook her head, feeling that this Xia kingdom might be doomed. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. There, golden light appeared, illuminating the entire sky. Upon closer inspection, a massive golden sword was breaking through the air, coming swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it crossed hundreds of miles. When it reached above the Fuai Pass, the giant sword split apart, forming countless small golden swords that rained down like raindrops, enveloping the Federation members. They looked up. Some were surprised, while others were disdainful. What is this? Golden sword rain? Is it that Chen Chen made a move? But where is he? He, just flashy, impudent, not even showing up and still daring to act? Boom boom. Ridiculous, the essence of martial arts is lethality, making it so extravagant. What use is that? Can it harm us? It should be a cultivation spell, right? I've seen the data. This Chen Chen is different from martial artists. It doesn't matter, it's all the same. Watch me shatter these fine swords with a punch. Boom! True essence surged, martial skills unleashed. The commotion was immense, spreading in all directions. Almost everyone dismissed Chen Chen's move. They thought it was just a flashy test. But as the rain of swords approached, those with a premonition of danger, the Voidbreakers, suddenly changed their expressions, their faces filled with fear. No. These sword rains are not right, I can sense the threat. Damn it, these golden swords have divine intent? How did he do that? Poof. Impossible, why is the power of these golden swords so strong? Where is he? Where is Chen Chen? Why is he not present? Yet the power of this martial skill still. Chen Chen, I, Li Xiang, am not willing to accept this. Poof. From a distance, that area was shrouded in golden rain. Numerous void breakers of the Federation struggled madly, martial skills and true essence erupting continuously. The waves of energy rolled and the momentum was fierce, comparable to the explosion of several nuclear bombs. Yet, in front of the sword rain, it was like paper, easily crushed. In less than a moment, everything returned to calm. Only countless broken corpses and flesh fell from the sky. Another furnace manifested, devouring them. This scene left Lin Fengwan and others at the Oversea Pass dumbfounded, their expressions filled with shock. They didn't know how long it had been. Finally, someone swallowed hard and exclaimed, "The strength of the sect master has grown even stronger." Indeed, before, we could still see his figure appear. Now, he hasn't even arrived, and the enemy is already annihilated. I estimate that at this moment, he is still sitting in the main hall of the sect. Hundreds of miles apart, yet he can instantly slay over 50 Voidbreakers. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Shin Xingyu was astonished. Letting it go? Shin Xingyu was astonished. The massive furnace in the void transformed into specks of red light, dissipating from sight. The Oversea Pass also returned to tranquility, as if everything that had just happened was merely a dream. Everyone was dazed, unable to believe it. Meanwhile, at the water tea shop, Shin Xingyu had already stood up. She gazed towards the direction of the Changsheng Immortal Sect, her expression astonished, her pupils constricted. What kind of method is this? No star power, no laws. At such a great distance, the power is not diminished in the slightest. To be able to instantly kill over 50 planets. Shin Xingyu's heart was shaken. She had initially thought he was just a small genius, strong within the same realm, but limited in strength. However, it now seemed that this Chen Chen was probably not so simple. Perhaps, I should find a time to meet this person? Shin Xingyu murmured. She was curious and wanted to know just how strong Chen Chen truly was and how he had reached such heights without any inheritance. Could it be that he is not even from this star? Is he also from the universe? At the Changsheng Immortal Sect, Chen Chen sat cross-legged in the main hall, unaware that his sword strike from afar had pushed the wave of cultivation to another height. The cultivation techniques, spells, and unorthodox paths that had once been looked down upon by everyone were now being hyped to astronomical prices. Not only that, the newly established Changsheng Immortal Sect had also reached a new height in prestige and reputation within the Xia Kingdom. Countless people yearned to join the Changsheng Immortal Sect. Unfortunately, to cultivate, one must possess innate spiritual roots. Not everyone could join the sect. Chen Chen did not care about these things. He was still adapting to the recently surged true essence. After all, devouring more than 50 void-breaking realm powerhouses at once brought an enormous amount of energy. Moments later, everything stabilized. Name, Chen Chen, Realm, Foundation Establishment Perfection, 100 million drops of True Essence, Soul Strength, 961. With True Essence surpassing 100 million, the spells he cast became even more powerful, as if he possessed an inexhaustible supply of true essence within him. This directly elevated Chun Chen's strength by several levels. Unfortunately, his soul strength remained unchanged. The All Things Furnace could only enhance true essence, not soul strength. The next focus had to be on soul strength, striving to break through 1000. Saying it and doing it, Chen Shen sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the infinite black prison visualization. 7 days later, Chen Shen opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through. Name, Chen Shen, Realm, Foundation Establishment Perfection, 100 million drops of true essence, soul strength, 1088, with soul strength breaking 1000, the range of his divine sense expanded. However, to break through to the golden core, I still need to step into the starry sky. But before that, I must continue to cultivate and strive to reach the limit of foundation establishment as soon as possible. Otherwise, without sufficient strength to support me, stepping into the unknown starry sky would be courting death. Of course, it would be great if someone understood the situation of the starry sky. Chen Chen murmured to himself. He slightly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the heavy hall, looking towards the mysterious starry sky. During this time, news of the complete annihilation of the Federal Interstellar Army spread throughout the entire Blue Star. The whole Blue Star was in an uproar. Countless people were shocked. The name of the Summer Kingdom spread across the entire Blue Star, and as the entity that surpassed the Summer Kingdom, the Longevity Immortal sect was remembered by everyone, becoming a holy place that many longed for. The power of cultivators had deeply rooted itself in people's hearts, especially Chen Shen, as a member of the Longevity Immortal sect, had subtly become a legend on Blue Star. Sect Master. The Sakura, Stick, and Ghana, these small countries, previously surrendered to the Federal Empire, and now seeing the expedition fail, wish to seek our protection. What do you think about this matter? In the sect's main hall, Zhong Zikuan said respectfully. Almost all the countries near the Summer Kingdom sent envoys to seek the protection of the Longevity Immortal sect, and countries like Sakura and Stick, which had previously allied with the Federal Interstellar Empire, were now considered traitors. Zhong Zikuan specifically mentioned that he was unsure of Chen Chen's attitude, so he did not dare to make a decision on his own. Otherwise, according to his thoughts, it would be best for these traitor countries to be directly annihilated. Chen Shen opened his eyes and said lightly, "No need to pay attention." With his current strength, he had no interest in such trivial matters. Understood. The next moment, Zhong Zikuan thought of something else. Sect Master, due to the annihilation of the expeditionary army, the Federal Empire is now in disarray, experiencing severe internal strife, and the ferocious beasts have also become more numerous. Should we send someone to handle it? And by the way, completely suppress the entire Federal Interstellar Empire. As he said this, a cold glint flashed in Zhong Zikuan's eyes. If it weren't for Chen Chen, the Summer Kingdom might have already turned into a pile of ruins. Not for now. Let them be chaotic. Let's manage the Longevity Immortal sect first. In the future, if there's an opportunity, I will personally resolve it. Chen Chen pondered for a moment, his gaze flickering. Time flew by. The years passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. With the collapse of the Federal Interstellar Empire, the turmoil overseas intensified. Ferocious beasts lurked. Internal divisions, blood and fire were everywhere. But what no one expected was that after the baptism of internal strife, the still existing Federal showed signs of revival. The accumulated experience and resources of the predecessors allowed this eagle-centered empire to produce a new generation of void-breaking powerhouses. Moreover, these new generation void-breakers rarely exhibited mental instability. For a time, the Federal rose again, becoming the overlord overseas. However, on this day, an incredibly terrifying and shocking aura swept across the entire Federal. The horizon seemed to be stained with a layer of crimson. All the void-breaking experts who sensed this aura instantly lost color in their faces. Harvest, harvest, harvest. Harvest the Federal Star Empire. In the conference hall, 36 figures surrounded a circular conference table. Apart from a few elderly men with pale faces, the rest were all young members of the new generation. They were the current voidbreakers of the Federal Star Empire. Jovis, today I officially appoint you as the speaker on behalf of the entire will of the Federal Star Empire. Taking over your father Jorx's position, I hope you, like your father, will lead our Federal Star Empire to the peak once again. I, Jovis, swear that I will lead the Federal Star Empire to become the sole overlord of the Blue Star. Jovis, with golden curly hair, said with a resolute expression. His face was proud, his gaze deep, filled with ambition and hatred. With his exceptional talent, he had now become a voidbreaker, even eliminating the side effects of being one. He was determined to destroy the Xia Kingdom and kill Chen Shen to avenge his father. Clap, 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 clap. In the meeting, the warm applause lasted for a full 3 minutes. Although Jovis was just a new generation, only 28 years old, his strength was something everyone acknowledged. No one disputed his position. The reason was simple. 5 months ago, the Federal was in turmoil, practically non-existent. All the surrendering small nations rebelled and formed the Eagle Suppression Alliance. At that time, as a martial god, Jovis led everyone to resist, single-handedly turning the tide and suppressing the chaos. 4 months ago, Jovis received full support from the Federal Star Empire, with various resources provided unconditionally and precious void-breaking experiences available for review. In the end, he lived up to expectations, successfully breaking through and becoming the first void-breaking expert of the new generation. His combat power was so strong that he was considered invincible among his peers. Afterward, with Jovis's presence, integration, and coordination, the once shaky Federal Star Empire finally caught its breath. Seizing this opportunity, they utilized all their resources to vigorously cultivate the other exceptionally talented members of the new generation. A vast amount of resources and Foundation surprisingly nurtured over 30 new void-breaking experts. However, the foundation of the Federal Star Empire was also depleted as a result. Everyone. Next, there is only one thing we need to do, and that is plunder. Jovis's first command as speaker was to initiate a plundering war. Since the Empire's foundation was exhausted, plundering was the best way to replenish it. I agree. Our empire indeed needs a plunder to regain vitality. The older generation was still too merciful. Whether it's overseas nations or small eastern countries, we don't need their submission at all. They are slaves. They are beasts. If they disobey, just kill them. The new generation of void-breaking experts in the Federal Star Empire was much more radical and ruthless than the deceased older generation. The 4 remaining elders in the conference room simply sat quietly, not expressing any opinions. Regarding the Xia kingdom, not only must it be destroyed, but all Xia people must be slaughtered completely, to honor our deceased forefathers. Jovis's expression darkened as he announced again. The fire of hatred in his eyes burned fiercely. Boom! However, at that moment, a golden giant sword descended from the sky. Like opening the heavens and earth, it shattered the building and enveloped everyone with divine intent, leaving them nowhere to retreat. What is this? A golden giant sword? Is this that Chen Chen spell? Chen Chen, are you really going to wipe us out? Poof, poof, poof. In an instant, the entire Federal Conference Hall was reduced to ruins. Chen Chen stood in the sky, the furnace appearing, devouring everything, and his figure vanished in an instant. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The new rupture of the Federal Interstellar Empire transformed entirely into Chen Chen's true essence. The sea. On a desolate little island, Chen Chen's figure appeared. At the moment he manifested, countless ferocious beasts emerged from the surrounding sea. An angry roar echoed. He is the strongest among humans. As long as we kill him, we can completely dominate this planet. Blood, food, resources, endless enjoyment. Among the group of ferocious beasts, a raging giant bear stood like a leader, inciting all the beasts to surround and kill Chen Chen with the most passionate words, yet it itself stood still, not daring to move. These hundreds of thousands of 8th-tier ferocious beasts, tens of thousands of 9th-tier ferocious beasts, high-quality beasts, all lured over from the remaining 5 spatial passages. The purpose was to have Chen Chen harvest them, which could be seen as a way to save its own life. So, human, are you satisfied this time? The sea's surface calmed. The raging giant bear, like a sycophant, trotted over to Chen Chen, trying to please him. This behavior had transformed from initial frustration, arrogance, numbness, and submission to now actively seeking favor. It was slowly changing. Not bad, keep it up. Chen Chen glanced at the giant bear and nodded. As soon as the words fell, he vanished from sight. Lusan, Gosi, and the Tenji Tower in the vast universe, 2 meteors streaked across the sky. But upon closer inspection, these 2 meteors were actually 2 humans. One old and one young. Old man Lusan, are you sure your information is accurate? Kid Gosi, are you doubting my news? Not at all, just a bit worried. After all, the place we're heading to isn't a good one, a planet system abandoned for 300 years. Who knows what it's like now? Don't worry, kid. My sources are absolutely reliable. That genius from the Shin family is injured and doesn't dare to run to those major star systems, only hiding in these remote little star systems. That's true. Once targeted by our Tenji Tower's assassins, the only options are to find a place no one knows or face certain death. The Tenji Tower, a notorious assassin organization in the universe. Every star domain and star system has a branch. As long as you can pay the price, they claim they can kill anyone. Moreover, every member of the Tenji Tower is strong. To join, one must at least be at the Star Spirit realm. It is rumored that the assassins of the Tenji Tower have 8 levels, from low to high, ranging from 1-star assassins to 8-star assassins, corresponding exactly to the 8 realms. The Star Spirit realm is the 1-star assassin, the lowest level in the Tianji Tower. Above that are 2-star, 3-star, up to 8-star. One can imagine how terrifying the strength of the Tianji Tower is. Only such an assassin organization would dare to assassinate a genius from the Shin family. I just didn't expect Shin Xingyu to be so elusive, even running to this godforsaken Huanyu star system in an abandoned planetary system. Yeah, whether there are any living beings in that planetary system is still unknown, and finding someone there is a huge hassle. One can only say that this genius from the Shin family is indeed clever. Heh, what's the use of being clever? He still has to die. True. By the way, Lu-san, I remember you're from the Huanyu star system, right? Am I? When did I say that? Isn't it? Then forget it. What I meant was, after we complete the mission, let's find a place to rest for a while. Of course, the reward for Shin Xingyu is quite generous. Who knows, it might even help us break through to the star general level. Speaking of rewards, both of their eyes couldn't help but shine. As 1-star assassins of the Tianji Tower, both were at the star spirit realm, and they had both reached the perfect stage of the star spirit realm. As long as they receive this reward, they will no longer have to worry about resources and can find a safe place to cultivate and break through. Once they succeed in breaking through and become powerful beings at the star general level, they will be promoted to 2-star assassins. Their status in the Heavenly Mechanism Tower will also rise, and their treatment will be completely different. Blue Star, Summer Country, Jinling City, Changshan Group. Chen Chen sat in a chair, checking his attribute panel in his mind. Name, Chen Chen. Realm, Foundation Establishment Perfection, 100 million drops of true essence, soul strength, 1101, talent, immortal spirit Tao body, level, technique, 10,000 laws harmonized, Foundation Establishment Perfection, infinite black prison visualization soul refining great power, second layer, divine intent, divine sense invincible divine intent, killing divine intent, tiger roar divine intent, thunder shock divine intent, sword technique divine intent, spells, all things furnace, perfection, great sun across the sky, perfection, meteor falling from the sky, perfection, earth explosion sky star, perfection, heavenly thunder burning body, perfection, thunder fury slash, perfection, fierce tiger form intent fist, perfection, dragon slaying blade technique, perfection, dragon elephant great strength diamond hand, perfection, racial ability, 14 released heaven defying, comprehension, devouring heaven and earth, child of the great Tao. This harvest increased his true essence by 50 million. Although he still felt far from the limit of foundation establishment, Chen Chen knew that the next step was a gradual process, so he was not in a hurry. As long as he kept improving, one day he would reach the limit, with no further progress possible. Tap tap tap. At that moment, Yang Yining knocked on the door, entered with documents in hand, and reported some important situations regarding the Changshan group to Chen Chen. At the same time, Shin Xingyu also arrived in this city. Now, she had changed her appearance and looked like a genuine beauty of Blue Star. 6 months of recuperation had restored her complexion to a rosy hue. With her exquisite looks and noble demeanor, she stood out in the crowd, always the center of attention. Unfortunately, she had no interest in these humans. Under the influence of star power, these people could not see her presence at all. At this moment, the only person she was somewhat interested in was the leader of the Changsheng Immortal sect, the one known as the strongest in Blue Star, Chen Chen. Is this the place where Chen Chen was born? After looking around, I didn't find anything unusual. Could it be, is Chen Chen really a genius? Without any inheritance, to be able to break through to the planetary realm in just over 2 years, such speed, even among the top star systems in the universe, is a rare prodigy. Basically invincible in the same realm, no matter which star system, he can stand out. Perhaps, I should pay a visit. Thinking this, Shin Xingyu unknowingly walked to the bottom of the Changshan group. Upon seeing the 2 characters for Changshan, she immediately thought of Chen Chen. Is this the place where Chen Chen rose when he was weak? Muttering to herself, she unleashed her star power and walked in as if no one was around, all the way up. But when she reached the door of the conference room, the large door suddenly opened. Chen Chen, with a calm gaze, turned to look and coldly said, "Who are you?" Yang Yining, who had just finished reporting, instinctively looked towards the door, but she saw nothing and, looking confused, asked, "Sect master, are you talking to me?" Chen Chen withdrew his gaze and said to Yang Yining, "You can go do your work now, and don't let anyone come here for the time being." Yes. Although Yang Yining was very puzzled, she did not dare to say more upon hearing Chen Chen's unquestionable tone. After Yang Yining left, Chen Chen finally looked at the chair opposite him. Shin Xingyu was sitting there leisurely, curiously observing her surroundings, and finally nonchalantly turned her gaze to Chen Chen, sizing him up without restraint. "Who are you? What is your purpose for coming here?" Chen Chen frowned slightly, his gaze icy. If it weren't for the inability to see through the other party's strength, he would have acted long ago. He was just puzzled, wondering when such a powerful figure had appeared in Blue Star. Even he couldn't see through them. As he pondered, Shinshingyu finally spoke. If you want to know who I am, then it depends on whether you have the ability.